Wei Wu unexpectedly traversed into the Marvel Universe, carrying with him the fearless contract system. The good news is that he began his journey with the template of Agent Zero, a security operative. The bad news is that he must defeat enemies to gain experience points and check in at iconic locations to obtain new templates. Thus, one might witness the information broker Zero, casually exploring the back-end system of S.H.I.E.L.D. Let me see where you are. Sean Bolu, who takes down enemies with solitary precision from a kilometer away. Care to play? I'm game. Reyna, weaving through the chaos of battle in New York, continuously reaping the souls of the Chitauri. Tremble in fear. And the benevolent medic Private Wei Lingying. Chapter 1. The Information Broker. At the Stark Industries complex in Los Angeles, reporters from major publications such as the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal flocked to secure first-hand information from the world's richest man, Tony Stark. This renowned billionaire, who had ventured to the Middle East 3 months prior for collaboration, had lost contact in Afghanistan. Now, with a grand return, he chose to hold a press conference, drawing the world's attention. Meanwhile, in a corner of the conference hall, Agent Coulson discreetly approached Tony Stark's personal assistant, Pepper Potts. MS Potts? Yes. May I ask you a question? I'm not participating in the QA, but the press conference is about to start. I am not a reporter, I am Agent Phil Coulson, affiliated with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. As he spoke, Coulson handed his business card to Pepper. That name is quite a mouthful. Indeed, we are still working on it. Unbeknownst to them, a hidden camera on the ceiling silently shifted its focus away from Coulson and Pepper, centering instead on the stage. There, Tony Stark sat on the floor, unabashedly consuming a cheeseburger. Beside him sat Obadiah Stane, the CEO of Stark Industries, also seated on the ground. At that moment, a reporter inquired, "Mr. Stark, what did you experience there?" Tony, finishing the last bite of his burger, slowly rose to the podium. I gained perspective. I realized I could contribute more to the world than just creating explosions. Therefore, effective immediately, I will cease the production of weapons at Stark International. The announcement sent the room into a frenzy. Reporters hurriedly thrust microphones forward, clamoring for Tony's attention. Obadiah's expression froze momentarily, but his seasoned demeanor quickly regained composure. He stepped in, wrapping an arm around Tony in a jesting manner. "Well, this certainly ensures no one will worry about selling newspapers." He then pulled Tony behind him, shifting the conversation to quell the tumult. Meanwhile, for blocks away in a parking lot, a man donned in a broad-brimmed cowboy hat and a gray-white long trench coat, with his face concealed by a black mask, observed the scene unfold. Iconic scene check-in successful. Energy extraction, 35. His name was Wei Wu, who had traversed here from Blue Star 3 days prior, awakening to an unintelligent, fearless contract system. The system granted him a novice benefit, the template of Zero. Following this, the system left behind an operational guide and vanished, leaving Wei Wu to call out in vain for a response. In silent resistance, Wei Wu lamented his predicament. He did not wish to traverse. He was not an orphan in his previous life. He had a complete family. He was eager to question the system about the rationale behind his joining the ranks of traversers. Yet, the system evidently lacked the intelligence to provide answers. Resigned, Wei Wu adopted the attitude of "since I am here, I shall make the best of it," and perused the operational guide, discovering that the system contained merely 2 functions. Panel to view system-related information, and check-in to register at iconic Marvel locations, which would recharge energy, allowing for a draw once fully charged. The rewards could include new templates or item cards. Wei Wu opened the panel. Name, Wei Wu. Level, not yet defined. Template, 0 expandable. Card face, none. The panel's functionality was rather rudimentary, lacking any metrics of attributes. As for leveling up, it required Wei Wu to defeat adversaries to gain experience. The higher his level, the stronger the attributes of his templates. The levels were categorized from lowest to highest: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, extraordinary, mythical, empowered. Wei Wu expanded the template. Template, 0. Skill, stun tripwire. Can place concealed laser tripwires that, when triggered, can bind electrocute the target and reveal their location. Skill, cyber cage. Can deploy a concealed projection device that emits optical smoke or images. Skill, tactical surveillance. Can place hidden cameras that transmit audio and video content in real time and release tactical darts that disclose target locations and deliver electric shocks. Note, cameras can be equipped with various weapons. Skill, neural extraction. Can deploy a neural acquisition device to gain short-term memory information from the target. Evaluation. an information broker from the southern shores of the Strait of Gibraltar, comparable to a humanoid information network, meticulously monitoring the enemy's every move. Under his watchful eye, no secrets exist, and no one can evade scrutiny. The final task Wei Wu undertook before his traversal was to defeat S.H.I.E.L.D, and he was well aware that Zero was a character from the game Fearless Contract. He understood just how suited this individual, known as the Security, was for covert operations. Currently, he remained uncertain about the reason behind his traversal and the specific Marvel universe he found himself in. Furthermore, according to the system's mechanics, he seemed unable to interfere excessively with the plot's development. Any disruptions caused by the butterfly effect could result in a lack of iconic scenes available for check-in. Thus, inheriting the Zero template, Wei Wu resolved to temporarily inhabit the shadows as a clandestine orchestrator, vowing to keep his identity concealed until he comprehended his circumstances fully. Hee. Contemplating this, a sly chuckle escaped Wei Wu. Bang, bang, bang. Pay your parking fee or get out. If you don't leave your dilapidated food truck soon, they'll take the tires off and stuff them where the sun doesn't shine. The sudden commotion startled Wei Wu. It was the parking attendant urging him to leave promptly. Wei Wu rolled down the window to peer out. All right, I'm leaving right away, sir. With no money at all since his arrival 3 days prior, he had borrowed the funds to purchase the food truck from a few local thugs upon his descent. Now, he had no prospects for dinner, let alone the means to pay for the exorbitant parking fees in America. However, speaking of dinner, seeking a few fortunate souls to borrow some money became his top priority. Without hesitation, Wei Wu maneuvered his food truck into the impoverished neighborhoods of Los Angeles, under the disdainful gaze of the parking attendant. The next day, with earnings from the previous night, Wei Wu filled his food truck with gasoline and sped off to Malibu Beach in western Los Angeles. This area is renowned as a wealthy enclave, rumored to house numerous celebrities and politicians. However, the community's security presence was quite minimal, essentially non-existent. Wei Wu maneuvered his food cart through the area as if it were an uninhabited realm, eventually locating his target, Tony Stark's seaside villa. Upon finding the villa, Wei Wu strategically placed a dozen tactical surveillance devices around the vicinity before departing in his vehicle. He was biding his time for an opportunity to infiltrate. Meanwhile, within the villa, Pepper was busy replacing Tony's arc reactor. During the process, Tony was jolted twice by a short circuit caused by Pepper's actions, but fortunately, everything ended without incident. Just as the new reactor was installed, Tony unexpectedly sneezed. Pepper, thinking it might be a consequence of her earlier mistake, hurriedly asked, "Tony, are you all right? Should I call a doctor?" "Don't worry, Pepper, it's just an itch in my nose," he reassured her. "I feel fantastic right now." Despite a nagging sense of unease, as if being watched by someone with ill intent, the legendary ladies' man maintained a calm demeanor to comfort Pepper. Over the next few days, Wei Wu spent his days sleeping and his nights enforcing the law under the guise of fishing. While sustaining his livelihood, he idly monitored the surveillance feeds set up in the Malibu Beach Villa area. To his astonishment, he discovered that Tony Stark remained confined to his mansion, tirelessly working on his creations. Finally, 1 week later, Tony drove his silver Audi out of the villa and headed straight for Stark Industries. Wei Wu, who had been dozing near the surveillance screen, instantly sprang into action, hastily making his way to Malibu Beach. Out of caution, he parked his vehicle at a motel 5 kilometers away and then took some time to approach Tony's villa on foot. Once there, Wei Wu utilized his rudimentary hacking skills to disrupt Jarvis's operations, successfully infiltrating the villa. This minor disruption did not trigger Jarvis's firewall alarms. After neutralizing Jarvis, he proceeded to deploy tactical surveillance devices and cyber cages throughout the villa. Once he confirmed that most areas were under his watchful eye, he erased his traces and exited the premises. Subsequently, Wei Wu resumed his covert surveillance lifestyle, akin to a subterranean rodent, watching Tony labor in his lab or exchange witty banter with Pepper. Time passed swiftly, and another half-month elapsed. During this period, Tony learned that his savior, Ethan's hometown, had been overtaken by a terrorist organization armed with Stark Industries weaponry. Enraged, Tony donned his Mark III suit of gold and red and set off to eliminate the local terrorist faction in Camara. Meanwhile, Wei Wu remained active, successfully reducing the crime rate in Los Santos slums by 2 percentage points, even earning the moniker of the gray-masked vigilante among gangsters and thugs. Regrettably, he was unaware of this newfound title, but if he were to discover who had coined it, he would surely seek that individual for a conversation. Returning to the seaside villa, Pepper entered the laboratory to find Tony immersed in a myriad of machinery. Upon her arrival, Tony thought it was a fortuitous moment. "Have you been busy lately, Pepper?" "I need you to do something for me," she replied. I want you to access my office, hack into the mainframe, and retrieve the latest shipping manifest. As she spoke, Tony handed her a black USB drive. This is a locking chip that will allow you to breach it. It should be in the execution documents. Pepper, instead of leaving as usual, stood her ground, watching Tony intently. What's wrong, Pepper? Tony inquired, sensing her unease. Her expression turned serious. If I retrieve the information, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to don your armor and kill someone? Tony was about to explain when an unexpected voice interrupted. Ahem, Mr. Stark, you needn't put Ms. Potts in harm's way. Who goes there? Tony and Pepper turned, startled, to the corner of the lab. A stranger, cloaked in a gray-white trench coat and black mask, had materialized from seemingly thin air. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zero, an information broker. Chapter 2, Tony and Obadiah. Sir, an illegal intrusion has been detected. Should I notify the Los Angeles Police Department? Jarvis alerted as Wei Wu's projection appeared. Wait a moment, Jarvis, Tony interjected, donning the armor of his Mark III suit, aiming its repulsor at Wei Wu's projection. Indeed, the Wei Wu before him was merely a projection left behind 2 weeks prior, not his physical form. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wei Wu's projection raised its hands in surrender upon seeing the charging repulsor. Mr. Stark, there's no need for alarm, this is just a projection. To prove his point, he took a step forward, passing through a nearby table. Seeing that Wei Wu was indeed just a projection, Tony sighed in relief, while Pepper remained apprehensive. How did he get in? She asked. It was 2 weeks ago when you drove that silver Audi R8 to the gala, Wei Wu replied candidly. Sir, self-diagnosis confirms an intrusion on June 8th at 8:23 p.m., Jarvis reported. The intrusion involved altering surveillance device angles and disabling the security system. Tony was increasingly astonished by the stranger. If the realistic holographic projection had only piqued his interest, the silent manipulation of Jarvis's systems commanded his full attention. As Jarvis's creator, Tony was confident that no one on Earth could infiltrate Jarvis without detection, even if Wei Wu only slightly interfered with its operations rather than executing a full-scale breach. Nevertheless, such feats were beyond the capabilities of any faction on Earth, including Stark Industries' most prominent rival, Hammer Industries. What did you mean by your earlier statement? Tony asked. Well, since Mr. Stark has sent Ms. Potts to infiltrate Obadiah's system, it seems you've caught on, Wei Wu responded, fully embodying the persona of Zero. As an information broker, I possess the intelligence you seek. Rather than risk Ms. Potts, why not procure it from me? After all, Obadiah is not exactly a benevolent character, is he? Wei Wu's demeanor was cunning, casting doubt on his intentions, which only heightened Tony's skepticism. I don't trust you, so could you please leave my house? After a moment's contemplation, Tony declined Wei Wu's offer and issued an eviction order. Wei Wu did not expect Tony to trust him at their first meeting. His intention was merely to make his presence known. Feigning disappointment, he remarked, "It is indeed unfortunate. Mr. Stark, I had hoped this would mark the beginning of a long-lasting collaboration. However, I still intend to deliver the intelligence to you, as a gesture of friendship. Farewell, gentlemen." With that, Wei Wu disabled the cloaking mode of the cyber prison and initiated the self-destruction sequence. The projection of Wei Wu in the corner of the villa's laboratory dissipated into thin air, replaced by a coin-sized device that suddenly materialized, emitting electricity and smoke. Bang! The device detonated like a small firecracker, precisely ejecting a diminutive storage card onto the table before Tony. Tony, this, Pepper was momentarily flustered by the unexpected turn of events. Do not worry, Pepper. Go hack into the mainframe in the office. I will keep an eye on this situation. Initially, Pepper intended to dissuade Tony from engaging in perilous endeavors, but after Wei Wu's commotion, she refrained from saying more, grabbing the black USB drive and heading to Stark Industries. Watching Pepper depart, Tony's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Jarvis, initiate self-scan. After issuing the command, he picked up the storage card that had fallen on the table for inspection. Nothing appears to be amiss. From any angle, it seemed merely an ordinary storage card, yet out of caution, Tony refrained from directly accessing its contents. At that moment, Jarvis completed the self-scan. Sir, no further signs of intrusion detected. Excellent, Jarvis. Now, isolate a subsystem to analyze this storage card. Understood, sir. Tony inserted the storage card into his computer. He anticipated encryption, but the card, having been extracted from a thug's phone, lacked any protective measures. In less than a second, Jarvis unveiled a substantial list of transactions concerning Obadiah's illicit arms dealings with terrorists. Obi, why? Tony's brow furrowed at the sight of the transaction details. His pen, which had been twirling in his hand, now gripped tightly. As his gaze swept across the screen and landed on a video of his kidnapping by a terrorist organization, he could no longer mask his emotions. Tony's breathing quickened, and the tumultuous rise and fall of his chest betrayed his inner turmoil. Impossible. This was his immediate reaction. He refused to believe that Obadiah, who had cared for him for over a decade, would conspire to have him assassinated. Shutting off the screen, Tony slumped wearily onto the sofa, retrieving his phone to dial Pepper's number. Tony? Pepper, you need not go to my office, just yet wait for me at the entrance of the complex. Oh God, I don't even know who to trust anymore. Obi personally taught me how to assemble my first engine. Goodness. A few minutes later, a red Lamborghini emerged from the garage. Jarvis. Sir, I am here. Can you gather information on someone named Zero? Shall I access the surveillance network in Los Angeles? Hack in. Tony gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his other hand running through his hair as his gaze sharpened, determined to uncover the identity of the intruder in his home. He still held a flicker of hope regarding Obadiah. Soon, Jarvis collected data from the entire city's surveillance system, rapidly sifting through the vast amounts of footage. Before long, he established Wei Wu's movements. Sir, data analysis shows that the target, codenamed Zero, first appeared in the Los Angeles surveillance a month ago. The target has been spotted multiple times in the Skid Row, South Central, and Compton areas. Additionally, the surveillance indicates that between June 6th and June 7th, a blue food truck with false plates was seen repeatedly near your villa, suspected to be linked to the target. Skid Row, Compton. Why does this guy frequent the impoverished areas? Is he in need of money? Tony mused, stroking his chin. Can we ascertain his hideout? Regrettably, sir, every time the target enters those areas, the surveillance data becomes unavailable, preventing the determination of precise coordinates. However, based on the food truck's trajectory and big data analysis simulation, the likelihood of the target being in Skid Row is 49.3, while the probability for South Central is 22.7. Furthermore, a curious tale has circulated in Los Angeles regarding a trenchcoat, masked vigilante, with a 72.9 probability of being linked to Zero. As Jarvis continued his fervent analysis, Wei Wu, several kilometers away, was in a precarious situation. He furiously typed on his keyboard, employing his utmost speed to erase his digital traces. Damn it, this artificial intelligence is remarkably advanced. Had I not deleted the surrounding surveillance records earlier, Jarvis would have caught me red-handed. The artificial intelligence Jarvis was engaged in an intense battle of wits with Wei Wu. Meanwhile, Tony and Pepper successfully met at the entrance of Stark Industries. After a brief exchange, Tony resolved to confront Obadiah directly, while Pepper continued with her initial plan to hack into Tony's office mainframe. Obi, we need to talk. Tony found Obadiah in the main building of the complex. What's the rush, Tony? How much do you know about my kidnapping? Obadiah's pupils constricted, yet his smile remained intact. Is something troubling you? Everything I know is what you've told me. Isn't that right, Tony? I believe you ought to consult a reputable psychologist. Obadiah's expression turned serious as he grasped Tony's shoulders. At that moment, Tony could hardly contain the urge to confront Obadiah with the evidence. Yet, ultimately, he chose silence. He found it difficult to accept that a man who had cared for him since his father's passing could be the orchestrator of his demise, based solely on a video from a stranger. Their conversation concluded with Obadiah watching Tony depart, a contemplative look in his eyes. After bidding farewell to Tony, Obadiah narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. He then jogged to Tony's office. At the office door, he came face to face with Pepper, who had just exited. Mr. Stark? Pepper had copied the data, and from the heavily encrypted files, it was evident that something was amiss with Obadiah. What kind of normal person encrypts trivial folders multiple times? Her expression was slightly anxious, and after greeting him, she attempted to distance herself from Obadiah. However, Obadiah seemed to sense the precariousness of the situation and raised his hand to detain Pepper. Fortunately, Carlson fortuitously appeared in the lobby below. Ms. Potts, we have an appointment. Have you forgotten our arrangement? Pepper vowed this was the moment she found Carlson most agreeable. No, right now? Follow me. Now? Yes, we need to talk immediately. Keep up. All right. Carlson was somewhat baffled, but, adhering to his training as an agent, he refrained from questioning further and silently followed Pepper's lead. Seeing that he could not stop the little firecracker, Obadiah decisively made his way to District 16 of Stark Industries. Bang! The door to the laboratory was forcefully pushed open by Obadiah. Several researchers engaged in discussion were abruptly interrupted by the sudden noise. One middle-aged researcher, whose hair was comparable to that of Coulson's, approached Obadiah. "Mr. Stain, your timing is impeccable. We have attempted to fulfill your request, but it seems we have encountered a minor obstacle regarding the power supply for the armor. Sir, that technology does not yet exist." Upon hearing this, Obadiah placed his right hand on the researcher's shoulder, while his left hand, holding a cigar, pointed toward the massive arc reactor nearby. "William, this is precisely that technology. I merely ask you to make it smaller." William, fully aware of Obadiah's mercenary tactics, responded with trepidation. "Very well, sir, we are making an effort, but to be frank, it is impossible." Obadiah's countenance darkened at this unsatisfactory response, and a glint of menace flickered in his eyes as he bellowed at the researcher. Tony Stark accomplished it in a cave, with a pile of scrap. The researcher was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably as he stammered in defense. "I apologize, but I am not Tony Stark." Chapter 3. Shang-Bol indeed. It is not merely Tony's seaside villa that is under surveillance. Even Obadiah's clandestine research facility in Zone 16, where the Ironmonger is being developed, is equipped with cameras meticulously installed by Wei Wu. Do not inquire as to the reasons. It is simply the way the cheerful security player orchestrates his affairs. At this moment, Wei Wu has just evaded the relentless pursuit of Jarvis's network and is reclining in the food cart, observing the surveillance feeds with a relaxed demeanor. Through his relentless efforts, he has managed to gather sufficient funds to upgrade the modest food cart significantly. Passers-by, oblivious to the intricacies within, would never suspect that this seemingly ordinary food cart houses over 10 monitors. Aside from the concealed wires of the intimidation tripwires hidden on the cart's door, it resembles a mobile command center. Feeling a slight numbness in his left leg, Wei Wu shifted his position, crossing his legs again, and redirected his attention to a screen depicting Tony's villa, Malibu Beach. Upon returning to his villa and learning of the failure of the Zero tracking plan, Tony's already melancholic mood deepened. His gaze wandered through the laboratory until it settled on a small box that Pepper had previously sent him. Curiosity piqued. Tony approached and opened the box, discovering it contained a gift crafted from the decommissioned original arc reactor. A subtle smile crept upon his lips as he found his spirits lifted, if only slightly. He carefully placed the gift in the collection room on the ground floor of the villa and then returned to the main hall to contact Pepper for an update. However, just as he retrieved his phone, he received a call from Pepper, but before he could answer, Obadiah suddenly appeared beside him, wielding an activated sonic immobilizer. The high-frequency sound waves erupted in Tony's ear, a specialized frequency designed to induce neurological paralysis. Tony was well aware of this, for it was a device he had developed, though its production had been denied by the government. As the waves coursed through him, Tony's eyes reddened, and his complexion drained to a ghostly pallor. He collapsed onto the sofa, weak and disoriented, blood oozing from his ears. It was only when Tony was utterly defenseless that Obadiah deactivated the sonic immobilizer. With a mocking demeanor, he seized Tony's chin. "Do you know, Tony, that when I sought to have you killed, I was concerned about slaying a golden goose? Yet fate has spared your life." With that, Obadiah retrieved a grabbing device from a nearby box. "It appears this is merely to ensure you lay one final golden egg." With a swift motion, Obadiah removed the arc reactor from Tony's chest. Triumph gleamed in Obadiah's eyes as he began to elaborate on his arms-dealing plans, leaving Tony engulfed in regret. He had never anticipated that Obadiah, who had been by his side for over a decade, would truly seek his demise. Despite the myriad of curses Tony directed towards Obadiah's lineage, he found himself paralyzed, unable to utter a word, forced to watch helplessly as the reactor sustaining his life was packed away into a suitcase by Obadiah. Rising to adjust his attire, Obadiah smoothed out a few wrinkles. "It is unfortunate that you involved Pepper. I had intended to spare her," he remarked before departing without a backward glance. Tony, devoid of color in his face, could do nothing but fixate on Obadiah's retreating figure. This state of despair lingered for several minutes until the numbness in his body began to dissipate, granting him a semblance of control once more. Driven by the primal instinct to survive and the fierce desire to protect Pepper, Tony strained to make his way to the lower level of the villa. Yet, the overwhelming sensation of suffocation and the searing pain in his chest rendered each step a Herculean effort. Crawling through the laboratory on the ground floor in a manner he had never experienced before, Tony was acutely aware of his mechanical arm's anxious attempts to comprehend its master's predicament. though its incomplete intelligence left it helplessly distressed. Influenced by Wei Wu, Tony had not carelessly left Pepper's gift in the experimental area, but had instead placed it with great reverence in the collection room. In truth, the collection room was a mere 10 meters from the lab. Yet no one could have anticipated that this short distance would become the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Miraculously, Tony managed to reach the collection room, his weary body pushing through against all odds. Just as he was about to touch the glass box containing the reactor, a wave of pain, far more intense than before, robbed him of all strength, causing him to collapse onto the floor. Lying there in despair, he was overwhelmed with a sense of futility. In a daze, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his late father, Howard Stark. In his final moments, he heard his father's reproachful voice, chastising him for his arrogance and for squandering his days in frivolity. Oddly, Tony recalled that his father had never favored gray or white clothing, nor did his complexion appear so dark. Was this merely a prelude to death? Tony murmured, "Of course not, Mr. Stark." Wei Wu shattered the glass box containing the reactor with a punch, swiftly connecting it to Tony's chest. The reactivated electromagnet allowed Tony to breathe freely once more, as if he were a drowning man gasping for air. After several intense inhalations, his vision refocused. "It's you. It seems I have not arrived too late." Having regained a new lease on life, Tony was unconcerned with how Wei Wu had managed to enter. His immediate impulse was to grasp Wei Wu's collar and demand answers. The information broker, what Pepper? Is she safe? Calm down, calm down. Miss Potts is currently surrounded by several agents, Wei Wu replied, casting a glance at the tactical surveillance of Area 16. At that moment, Colonel Rhodes also arrived at the villa, responding to Pepper's urgent request. Tony! Tony! Colonel Rhodes called out anxiously. Rhodes, I'm here. Oh, thank heaven you are alive. Colonel Rhodes sighed in relief upon seeing Tony unharmed, only to notice Wei Wu standing beside him. Who is this? Zero, the one who just saved my life, Tony explained. At hearing this, Wei Wu felt a flush of embarrassment beneath his mask. If Tony were to discover that his presence had caused him several additional seconds of torment, he would surely send Wei Wu flying with a single blast. Fortunately, the mask concealed any sign of Wei Wu's discomfort from Tony and Colonel Rhodes. Rhodes, did Pepper send you? Tony inquired. Indeed, she is currently leading 5 agents to apprehend Obadiah. Upon hearing this news, Tony turned to Wei Wu with a look that seemed to ask why he hadn't mentioned it sooner. I was just about to say that when this brother walked in. Trust me, I'm serious. Wei Wu shrugged, feigning innocence. Not wishing to engage with this hat-wearing fellow, Tony called for J.A.R.V.I.S. and began to don a Mark III suit. Is there anything else you require of me? Colonel Rhodes asked, observing Tony's preparations for action. Don't let anyone interfere, Tony replied, and with that, the suit sealed the mask, launching him skyward from the large crater created by the Mark II. Colonel Rhodes watched Tony ascend with envy, then turned his gaze to the Mark II, wrestling with his emotions before finally conceding. Next time, my dear. Signature scene successfully registered. Template charging, 100. Template extraction in progress. Acquired template. Shamboard, Wei Wu was pleasantly surprised that Rhodes had inadvertently brought him unexpected fortune. He promptly began examining the Shamboard template. Template, Shamboard, skill, VIP limit break. Deploy traps using nanotechnology to scan enemies. Upon activation, it creates a slowing field. Skill, Gold Medal Hunter. Summon a powerful heavy pistol using nanotechnology. Skill, Swift Maneuver. Utilize nanotechnology to establish teleportation anchor points, allowing for transport within a certain range. Skill, Elevated Firepower. Summon a formidable high-energy sniper rifle with nanotechnology. Bullets that hit the target create a slowing field. Evaluation. The well-dressed and finely equipped European weapons designer Shamboard excels at defeating enemies from a distance with powerful custom weapons while preparing dignified contingency plans for his retreat and relocation. It was truly serendipitous. Just as he lamented Zero's lack of combat capability, the Shamboard template had arrived. The acquisition of this new template inspired Wei Wu with bolder ambitions. He resolved to confront the Iron Tyrant, accumulate experience, score big. Thus, he called out to the departing Rhodes. Colonel Hod, is there something you require, Mr. Zero? Colonel, you must have Tony's personal number. Could you share it with me? I need to discuss something with him. Given that Wei Wu is Tony's savior, Rhodey readily provided his number. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. With a simple farewell, Wei Wu swiftly returned to the food truck, revving the engine and speeding towards Stark Industries. Suddenly, an unfamiliar number called. He dismissed it, stating, "I am currently quite occupied." The same number rang again. He hung up once more. "All right, I will answer. Mr. Stark, this is Zero. It is rather challenging to reach you," he said. Tony, soaring through the skies, chose to ignore Wei Wu's complaint. "What do you want?" "I am busy. It is not a significant matter. However, a colleague of mine may be providing you assistance shortly. He will be dressed akin to a hotel concierge, so I hope you do not misidentify him." "I do not require assistance." Tony began to refuse, but reconsidered, realizing it pertained to Pepper's safety. "Fine, I understand." With that, Tony promptly ended the call. With the notification complete, Wei Wu no longer concealed his whereabouts. He barreled through 4 red lights, accelerating to 50 miles per hour through the city. This reckless behavior successfully attracted the attention of the traffic police in Los Angeles. A police Ford appeared in hot pursuit behind him, the blaring sirens and flashing red and blue lights igniting the night in Los Santos. Numerous onlookers cheered and screamed as he sped by. In this city of freedom, many took pride in their lawlessness. Wei Wu couldn't help but recall a saying from a citizen of Los Angeles in his previous life. "If Los Angeles isn't wild, it will grow old." With this thought, he couldn't resist letting out a scream from the driver's seat. "This is exhilarating. I am akin to Prometheus," one must admit, compared to his past life where he could only engage in reckless driving within video games. Experiencing the vibrant nightlife of Los Santos as a model citizen was 100-fold more exhilarating. However, while dreams may be grand, reality can be harsh. The police Ford's roaring engine provided it with an increasingly powerful momentum, closing the distance between it and Wei Wu. "The food truck ahead, pull over. You are in severe violation of federal traffic laws." Wei Wu remained silent, pressing the accelerator without hesitation. Yet, glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw the police car drawing ever closer, poised to execute a classic American stop. With no other option, he tossed out a tripwire. A device the size of a coin arced beautifully from the window, adhering firmly to a nearby lamppost. It then projected a laser tripwire across the opposite side of the road. The pursuing police car, oblivious, drove straight into the tripwire. The moment it was triggered, the tripwire ensnared the wheels, immobilizing them. Newton's law of motion dictated that the police car continued forward while the tripwire held firm, resulting in the front wheels being violently torn from the chassis. The police vehicle lost control, crashing into a nearby shop, inciting a chorus of screams from the bystanders. Mr. Wei Wu, a paragon of civic virtue, had no desire to resort to such despicable tactics to elude his pursuers. Regrettably, although his own endurance was not yet exhausted at 50 miles, the limitations of his venerable vehicle compelled him to adopt this desperate measure. Meanwhile, having successfully shaken off his chasers, Pepper and Coulson, accompanied by 5 agents, found themselves in a predicament at the Stark Industrial Park. Chapter 4. They cannot proceed. At the Stark Industrial Park, Pepper led the team to apprehend Obadiah. Upon reaching the entrance to Sector 16, she approached to swipe her access card, but, after several attempts, found herself thwarted. "My key is ineffective. The door remains locked. Obadiah must have altered the access permissions," she lamented. Behind her, Coulson, seemingly anticipating the situation, extended his hand to receive the breaching tool presented by a subordinate. After determining the lock's location, he affixed the tool to the door. Curious about this unfamiliar gadget, Pepper inquired, "What is this? Some sort of unlocking device?" Coulson did not respond to her question, but advised, "You would be wise to step back." Always one to heed counsel, Pepper retreated behind her colleagues, covering her ears with her hands. With a resounding bang, the breaching tool released a metallic jet that breached the lock, allowing the agents to surge into Sector 16. Inside Sector 16, upon hearing the door's destruction, Obadiah cursed. What a fool. Aware of the escalating crisis, he abandoned the adjustments to the Ironmonger's parameters and hastily inserted the stolen reactor into its chest, preparing to activate the armor. At the entrance to Sector 16, the agents formed an offensive formation, shielding Coulson and Pepper in the center as they cautiously sought Obadiah's whereabouts. Coulson, however, was not entirely satisfied, since their entry into Sector 16. An unsettling premonition had gripped him, an intuition honed over 2 decades of service that had often proven life-saving. Hence, he resolved to hasten their search to avoid prolonging the peril. "This is too slow. Charlie, ensure Miss Potts is safe." The rest of you, disperse and search, he commanded, prompting several agents to adopt a more aggressive approach in their pursuit of Obadiah. Yet, Sector 16 was vast, and despite the agents' agile maneuvers through the conduits, their quarry remained elusive. "Sir, we have a discovery," an agent exclaimed, having found Obadiah's attire. A grayish-white suit lay carelessly on the ground, accompanied by a rather primitive and cumbersome suit of armor. Should Tony be present, he would surely be astonished that the terrorist organization managed to salvage the remnants of Mark I amidst the swirling sands. "You are indeed correct. That individual is indeed developing battle armor." Despite locating the very armor Obadiah relied upon, Coulson's unease only intensified, rather than abated. Pepper, upon seeing the armor, expressed her bewilderment. "I expected it to be larger." The assembled crowd regarded Mark I as the formidable armor crafted by Obadiah. Coulson, suppressing his growing unease, instructed the agents to continue their search while he examined the control panel adjacent to Mark I. Upon discovering a vacant space on the experimental table, his instincts suggested that a significant apparatus should occupy that area. Coulson's brow furrowed, his apprehension intensifying. Nearby, Pepper, upon seeing Mark I, mistakenly assumed Obadiah had not donned the armor, emboldening her to investigate Sector 16. Approaching a cluster of suspended chains, two white lights suddenly illuminated the darkened space behind them. Obadiah's ironmonger, glaring at the woman who had repeatedly thwarted his plans, Obadiah resolved to crush Pepper. Coulson, sensing the impending danger, acted swiftly, firing a bullet that struck the ironmonger's head. Although it caused no damage, it successfully provoked Obadiah's fury. The ironmonger, under Obadiah's control, seized a towering metal casing and hurled it toward Coulson. In a frantic maneuver, Coulson rolled to evade the attack, but was still knocked aside by the falling debris. Noticing Coulson's sudden silence, Obadiah turned his attention back to pursuing Pepper. The four agents unleashed a barrage of gunfire, yet their bullets only left faint scratches on the ironmonger's formidable armor. With a casual flick, Obadiah sent an agent flying, then activated the thrusters behind the ironmonger, rampaging through Sector 16. The sizable research equipment appeared as mere toys in the path of the ironmonger, which continued its relentless advance without hindrance. Fortunately, the Stark industrial complex was sturdily constructed. Amidst the chase after Pepper, the ironmonger's cumbersome frame became ensnared in a robust concrete doorframe, rendering it temporarily immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Pepper dashed outside. At that moment, Tony's call came through. "Pepper, are you all right?" "Tony, Obadiah has gone mad." "I know, just get out of there. He has built the armor." "Pepper, you need to leave." Before Pepper could respond, a commotion behind her interrupted her. Turning around, she saw Obadiah break through the ground directly before her. The looming presence of the ironmonger rendered Pepper paralyzed with fear, standing frozen in place. "Stark Industries no longer requires your services," Obadiah declared, leveling the Gatling gun mounted on his right arm at Pepper's head. The 6 barrels began to rotate, and he could already envision the gruesome fate awaiting her. In a critical moment, Tony arrived on the scene. Stunna, the red and gold Mark III thundered forward, colliding with the ironmonger. The immense kinetic energy propelled both suits of armor down into the underground warehouse. After crashing against the warehouse floor, they broke through the walls, spilling out onto the street beyond the complex. Tony. Obadiah swiftly adjusted his physique, lifting a car overhead. "Stain, put the car down. This is collateral damage." As Obadiah attempted to hurl the vehicle, Tony anticipated the move and fired a chest blast, sending it flying. He then caught the car, which contained innocent children. However, the terrified driver inadvertently pressed the accelerator to the floor. Tony was crushed beneath the vehicle, dragged for over 100 meters. Meanwhile, Wei Wu was en route in his car. Seizing the moment, Obadiah activated his thrusters and rapidly closed in, intercepting a passing motorcycle. Subsequently, the hydraulic mechanism at Ironmonger's waist unleashed tremendous force, flinging the motorcycle violently at Mark III. What followed was a one-sided onslaught from Ironmonger as he unleashed punches, kicks, and missiles upon Tony. At that moment, Wei Wu was inside a building outside the park, riding an elevator. Standing in the center, with his fingers interlaced before him, he alternated rotating his thumbs, stealing glances at the floor indicator while silently praying he had not missed the opportunity to acquire Ironmonger's experience package. Upon reaching the rooftop, Wei Wu spotted 2 suits of armor soaring into the sky. Just in time. In the air, Ironmonger, relying on brute strength, pursued Tony. He seized Tony's leg, yanking him closer. Your ideas are commendable, Tony, but my armor excels in every aspect. Is that so? How do you address the icing problem? What icing problem? Obadiah was momentarily taken aback by Tony's question, but soon grasped the issue at hand. Water vapor condensing at high altitudes froze on the armor surface, leading to energy supply anomalies and system failures. As the indicator light on Ironmonger's head extinguished, Tony delivered an elbow strike to his head, sending him crashing down. After accomplishing this, Tony's chest reactor reached its limit, as it was never designed to be a power source for battle armor. Returning to the ground, Tony prepared to leave the scene in search of Pepper, but no one anticipated that Ironmonger, plummeting from thousands of meters above, could still function. Tony was ambushed by the suddenly reappearing Ironmonger, whose hands gripped him tightly like massive pincers. It's all over, Tony. I will lead Stark Industries to greatness. With that, Ironmonger exerted his strength, attempting to crush Tony. The impact system went offline, and the missile system was disabled as Mark III's external armor contorted under the immense pressure. Just as Obadiah prepared to finish Tony off, a purple beam shot from the night sky, piercing through Ironmonger's left shoulder joint. Clang! Ironmonger's left arm, now unsupported, fell heavily to the ground. Who? Obadiah panicked. This attack was entirely unforeseen. He discarded Tony, and the remaining right arm's Gatling gun began to spin, warming up for action. Always prepared to confront the impending foe, Tony, discarded like refuse, ricocheted between the walls and the ground, ultimately sliding near Pepper. Oh no, Tony! Pepper exclaimed upon witnessing the dire state of Mark III, rushing to his side in a desperate attempt to extricate him from the mangled remnants of his armor. Cough, cough. I'm fine, Pepper. You need to get out of here. As he urged her to flee, Tony caught a glimpse of Coulson, who had narrowly escaped the laboratory, and called out loudly, Listen, I don't care whether you are from the Homeland Strategic Defense Agency or some other department. I need you to call for backup immediately. It will be best to dispatch an armed helicopter. Standard infantry weapons cannot harm Obadiah. The resilience of Ironmonger exceeded Tony's expectations, and he was uncertain whether the informant's allies could take down Obadiah, compelling him to prepare meticulously. On the rooftop above the colossal arc reactor, Ironmonger's Gatling gun roared, indiscriminately unleashing fire upon everything in sight. The walls and floor were reduced to a honeycomb state, lacking knowledge of the enemy's location. He relied on blind fire to secure a semblance of peace of mind. This was not due to Obadiah's cowardice. Rather, since the enemy could sever Ironmonger's arm with a single blow, they could easily eliminate the vulnerable occupant within the armor, placing him in a perilous situation. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, Wei Wu observed Obadiah's erratic assaults through his scope, a faint smirk gracing his lips. The thrill of the free game, where he could strike while remaining untouched, exhilarated him. Wei Wu had now replaced Zero's template with that of Shambler. The golden sniper rifle adorned with purple lines in his hands was none other than Shambler's skill, solitary firepower. Moments ago, Wei Wu had employed this weapon to sever Ironmonger's arm. On the other side, Obadiah, unable to locate his adversary, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. It had become evident that eliminating Tony was no longer feasible. He recalled an ancient saying from the East, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. As long as he could escape and gather strength in secrecy, Stark Industries would eventually return to him. He was resolute in this belief. With this thought, Obadiah seemed to solidify a determination, turning to activate his thrusters in preparation for flight. Wei Wu, however, had no intention of allowing this moving experience package to escape. Thinking of running? Not on my watch. According to his original plan, he did not intend to kill Obadiah, but rather to leave his fate in Tony's hands, thus offering Tony a favor. After all, the favor owed by Iron Man was far more valuable than the experience of an Ironmonger. But with Obadiah's intention to flee, Wei Wu was resolute in his opposition. He had never been one to leave potential hazards unaddressed without profit. Bang! The golden sniper rifle erupted with a flash, a bullet trailing a purple luminescence through the air, hurtling toward Ironmonger. Unsurprisingly, the bullet struck Ironmonger's back. However, the impenetrable armor constructed from sheer bulk proved too formidable, causing the bullet to become lodged within the layers of the armor. Suddenly assaulted from behind, Obadiah was taken aback. However, upon realizing the attack had not breached his armor, he erupted into laughter. "Tony, fate shall stand by my side. I shall return." Obadiah proclaimed his vengeful declaration loudly, preparing to leap from the rooftop. Yet, he abruptly discovered he was immobilized. What was happening? In a state of panic, Obadiah scanned his surroundings and noticed an unexpected pale yellow zone beneath his feet. This was a deceleration field generated by the impact of the arrogant firepower bullet. Within the confines of the deceleration field, Obadiah found himself rendered nearly motionless, as if time had slowed down for him by several magnitudes. He cranked the thruster power to its maximum, intending to forcefully break through this peculiar force field. Under the immense thrust, Ironmonger did indeed accelerate slightly, but not significantly. Wei Wu, perched atop a high building, was surprised that a single shot had not taken down Ironmonger. "So tough. I shall see how many bullets you can endure." He aimed his weapon at the Ironmonger, now a stationary target ensnared by the force field. Bang! The second bullet struck, utterly ripping apart the armor on Ironmonger's back. Bang! The third bullet penetrated through the reactor at Ironmonger's chest, leaving a fist-sized hole. In that moment, Obadiah within lost all vitality. Defeated enemy. Obadiah, experience settlement in progress, segment initiation, rank classification, black iron with the system's announcement. Wei Wu felt an inexplicable surge of power manifest within his body, enhancing him both inside and out. If previously Wei Wu's form represented a state of suboptimal health akin to that of an ordinary individual, now he could be described as a robust version of an ordinary person. The enhancement was modest, yet undeniably present. More importantly, this augmentation would simultaneously amplify the strength of the template. To illustrate with a somewhat imprecise analogy, the previous, arrogant firepower could penetrate Ironmonger from a kilometer away. Now it could pierce through 2 Ironmongers from 3 kilometers away. Moreover, this enhancement was not limited to skills. It also conferred a degree of increase to the fundamental attributes of the template hero. In the skies above the battlefield of Stark Industries, 2 armed helicopters arrived belatedly. Coulson's gaze was fixed intently on a distant building, the source of the peculiar purple beam witnessed earlier. Narrowing his eyes, Coulson picked up the radio. "Hunter 1, proceed with caution when inspecting that building in the northwest of the park. It may be an enemy." The ground team swiftly moved to collaborate with the helicopters in searching for potential threats. Authorization for engagement granted. Coulson methodically orchestrated the deployment, while Tony, supported by Pepper, gazed somewhat distractedly at the spot where Obadiah had perished. Chapter 5. I Am Iron Man. The following day, the battle that had transpired at Stark Industrial Park had become widely known after a night of dissemination. A multitude of videos from diverse perspectives has firmly established the reality of a fierce battle between 2 mechanical behemoths at Stark Industries. Despite the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. exhausting every means at their disposal, they cannot quell the overwhelming tide of public opinion. Naturally, Stark Industries, as the site of the incident, cannot remain aloof. Perhaps due to the viral footage of Tony rescuing others while clad in the Mark III suit, the masses have unanimously branded the gold and crimson Tony as a hero, while the rugged Ironmonger has been cast as the villain. Even more intriguingly, in light of recent rumors surrounding a gray-clad vigilante in Los Santos, Tony has been affectionately dubbed Iron Man. As for the whereabouts of Wei Wu, he has gracefully returned to the food truck after swiftly ending Obadiah with a single shot. For Wei Wu, playing the role of a hidden hero, shrouded in anonymity, holds far greater significance than basking in the limelight. In truth, Wei Wu was rather startled by the 2 Apache helicopters and several Special Forces vehicles that Agent Coulson had summoned, prompting him to retreat back into the food truck to remain inconspicuous. At Stark Industries, in the very press room where Tony had once announced the permanent closure of the weapons division, a month has passed, and once again, a throng of reporters has gathered. It can be said that nearly every major newspaper in the United States has dispatched journalists, for no publication would dare miss this pivotal press conference. In the corner of the ceiling above the venue, in the same spot as before, an optically invisible camera has quietly activated. Wei Wu, casually manipulating the camera to observe the proceedings, initially intended to pass the time until Tony took the stage to mark that historic moment, but unexpectedly stumbled upon an intriguing discovery. In the section designated for the Global Daily, Wei Wu spotted an unexpected individual, Eddie Brock. To prevent any misidentification, He meticulously zoomed in on the image to confirm the name on the badge, which indeed belonged to Eddie Brock. Moreover, that face was unmistakable. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the actor Tom who portrayed Venom in his previous life. However, upon confirming Eddie's identity, Wei Wu found himself befuddled. Was this not the Marvel Cinematic Universe? If memory serves correctly, this version of Venom should belong to Sony's Spider-Man universe. How had he crossed over? Or was this universe actually a haphazard amalgamation of various comic realms? A flurry of questions flooded Wei Wu's mind, determined to unravel the mystery behind Eddie Brock's appearance. He promptly ceased his surveillance of the press conference and began methodically searching entries on Wikipedia. Xavier's Academy? No results. Gotham City yielded references to a superhero comic. The Water Company? No matches. Oscorp? Negative. Life Foundation? Indeed, there it was. Wei Wu was astonished. He had searched numerous entries related to American comics, and every result pointed to the undeniable conclusion that this was the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yet, the existence of the Life Foundation, the antagonist from the Venom film, left Wei Wu utterly perplexed. I mean, come on, even the iconic Osborn group from Spider-Man does not exist here. So how did the Life Foundation manage to infiltrate? With no answers forthcoming, Wei Wu shrugged it off. Whatever, it is of no consequence. If my thoughts remain unclarified, so be it. I'm not yet qualified to engage with events of such magnitude as the multiverse. After all, the Marvel multiverse is a bizarre tapestry filled with countless anomalies. The presence of a mere Life Foundation is but a trifling matter. Even if characters such as Ghost Rider or Dr. Octopus were to suddenly emerge, Wei Wu would remain unfazed, such as the enigmatic nature of the multiverse. Disregarding which universe this actually is, Wei Wu redirected his attention to the press conference at Stark Industries. As the cameras activated, they captured Colonel Rhodes addressing the audience. Everyone has received the official report regarding the Stark Industrial incident from last night. Unverified reports suggest a prototype malfunction led to damage to the arc reactor. Fortunately, Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, Rhodes, was reading the fabricated narrative as planned. Meanwhile, Tony, calm and composed, perused the day's newspapers backstage, while Pepper diligently touched up his makeup, ensuring that no one would exploit Tony's injuries to spread negative commentary. Iron Man is a fitting title, albeit inaccurately so, as the armor is composed of a titanium gold alloy. Pepper paid no heed to Tony's musings, focusing solely on her task. At that moment, Coulson approached, handing over a note. This is your alibi. All right, you were on your yacht. Indeed. We have port reports confirming you were at Avalon all night, along with sworn testimony from your 50 guests. What about Stain? Tony inquired, his concern evident. After all, Stain, the CEO of Stark Industries, had mysteriously vanished, which would be difficult to explain to the media. Coulson, maintaining a professional demeanor, assured him, it's all been handled. He went on vacation. Small aircraft have a notorious safety record for accidents. And what of the narrative regarding my bodyguard? That he is mine? Surely, that is untenable, Tony mused, unable to fathom how absurd it would be if Happy were to assume the mantle of Iron Man. In fact, he felt that employing that shady informant as Iron Man would be more plausible, given his moniker of the cloaked vigilante. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. Coulson, perceptive of Tony's skepticism, remained patient, stating, "This is not my first time handling such matters, Mr. Stark. Simply adhere to the official narrative. Soon, all of this will pass." "Very well," Tony nodded. Coulson smiled and departed. Pepper, noticing her boss's preoccupation, felt compelled to approach Coulson. "Agent Coulson, I am sincerely grateful for all your assistance. It is my duty. We shall be in touch again," he replied. "You are part of the Homeland Strategic Department." Pepper suddenly regretted stopping him, realizing she couldn't even recall the name of his department after expressing her gratitude. She vowed this was the most awkward moment of her professional career. "You may simply refer to us as S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing this, Pepper managed a smile that was both embarrassed and polite. The scene shifted to the podium where Mr. Stark had prepared a statement and would not be entertaining questions. "Thank you," Rhodes said as he yielded the stage to Tony. It had been some time since they had all gathered, so Tony decided to read from his notes. A faint chuckle arose from the audience at his words. "Some have questioned my involvement in recent events, suggesting I am clearly not cut out to be a hero, burdened as I am with numerous character flaws." As Tony spoke, Rhodes felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He knew his best friend all too well, When Tony's demeanor shifted, he could anticipate the folly that would follow. "Just read the script," Rhodes whispered, unable to hold back. Tony nodded, casting Rhodes a reassuring look that conveyed his confidence, then turned gravely to the reporters. "The truth is, I am Iron Man." Chapter 6. The Summoning Signature Scene successfully registered. Template charging. 300. Template extraction in progress. Acquired template. Sage acquired template. Reyna. Acquired card. Base 0. Wow. "We're taking off." Wei Wu predicted that Tony's line would yield substantial energy, but he had not anticipated such a surge. An increase from 0 to 300. Previously, the average energy gain per registration was merely around 33. This was equivalent to 10 times the usual. Wei Wu could only marvel at the classic that had ushered in a decade of Marvel's brilliance. It was undeniably worth it. A smile crept across his face as he began to explore the new templates. Template: Sage, Skill Crystal Wall, creates a sturdy crystalline barrier. Skill Ice Sphere, releases a crystalline ice orb that upon striking a target, shatters and envelopes the surrounding area in crystal, inflicting continuous damage and slowing enemies on the crystalline ground. Skill Spring Revival, rapidly restores vitality and wounds of a target, capable of curing ailments to some extent. Skill Rebirth, can resurrect a target who has been deceased for no longer than half an hour to their full state prior to death. Targets in a state of predetermined death cannot be revived. The Sage will enter a weakened state after reviving the target. Evaluation: the Sage consistently serves as the core of the team, capable of erecting formidable walls and healing life. Wherever she is present, it is akin to finding refuge amidst a storm of chaos. Template: Reyna, Skill, Gaze of the Void, unleashes an Eye of the Void, instilling fear in surrounding targets and depriving them of their 5 senses. Skill: Devour, forcefully consumes the soul of a weakened target, acquiring soul energy that can be utilized for healing or enhancing physical capabilities. Skill: Dissipate, consumes soul energy to enter a state of phasing, during which one detaches from the primary material realm. Skill: Empress's Command, enters a state of soul rage, significantly amplifying one's own power. During this time, one can forcibly strip away all souls with a strength inferior to their own, but this ability leaves the user in a weakened state afterward. Evaluation: Reyna's renown is forged through steady growth. She becomes increasingly formidable in duels along narrow paths, ultimately rising to become the true Empress of the Void. Powerful. Both new templates exhibit formidable strength, particularly Reyna's, whose skills appear extraordinarily potent. The only perplexity lies in the fact that the templates manifest as heroic figures. Yet both new templates seem to embody feminine forms. Could it be that, cursed fate, there's a hint of eagerness within me? Wei Wu hastily shook his head, casting aside the wicked thought. He must not allow his pure soul to be tainted. Thus, he began to examine the card face to distract himself. This was a novel item, the first he had encountered since his arrival here. Card face, 0 base, attribute. Venue card, effect, upon use. Grants a small base existing within interstitial space, containing some basic infrastructure. What is interstitial space? Wei Wu pondered, gazing at the card in his hand. No larger than a bank card. Use, he commanded, and the card transformed into a point of light, floating in the air. The white light, after a brief suspension, began to swirl around Wei Wu's body. As the speed of the rotation increased, a white luminescent membrane gradually enveloped him, and finally, with a hum, Wei Wu's form vanished from the dining car. Is this the base? Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, Wei Wu surmised that he had indeed arrived at the so-called 0 base. His fingertips brushed against the black-gray walls, the cold touch unmistakably metallic. Stamping his foot against the floor, he received a metallic echo in response. How oppressive! Wei Wu sighed, quickening his pace as he began to explore the base. After several minutes, he discovered that this small base, albeit compact, was fully equipped. It spanned an area approximately the size of 2 football fields, stacked across 3 tiers in a 3-dimensional space, each tier boasting a height nearing 9 meters. The lowest tier housed a small armory and a multifunctional shooting range. The middle tier was adorned with a command room, meeting rooms, laboratories, an archive, a storage room, and an attendance hall. The uppermost level comprised the living quarters, with all rooms elevated about 4 meters above the ground by steel frameworks. The room is arranged in a square pattern throughout the 3rd floor, with the main floor serving as a garden. At the heart of this garden lies a small sports facility, equipped with various exercise apparatus and a swimming pool. The 3 levels of the base are interconnected by 4 substantial elevator shafts. It is indeed commendable, though the one flaw is that the illumination is merely simulated natural light. Wei Wu provided a very astute assessment. However, how do I make my exit? Standing in the command room on the middle level, Wei Wu gazed at the multitude of unfamiliar instruments and the densely packed control panel, lost in contemplation. He seemed ensnared by the very base he had drawn. Realizing that he could not resolve this array of high technology alone, Wei Wu contemplated switching to the Zero template for assistance. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled a mention in a user manual that a template could summon agents when not in use. Wei Wu decided to give it a try. If successful, it would spare him the hassle of switching between different templates. Furthermore, it was indeed a daunting challenge for him to assume the roles of so many templates by himself. Truth be told, Wei Wu yearned to recline and emulate a certain one-eyed figure, becoming a ruthless boss who exploits his employees. This is not retreat. I merely seek to serve the team better, he reassured himself, before summoning the 4 available hero templates. In an instant, 4 beams of white light flashed, and the fearless agents Zero, S.H.I.E.L.D, Sage, and Reyna materialized before him. Upon their arrival, the 4 exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to say. After a few seconds of silence, it was Zero who broke the ice. Hello, boss. I am Zero. I trust my gadgets were of good use to you before. Indeed, they were quite effective. Those cameras and tripwires are far superior to their counterparts in the game. Wei Wu replied with apparent ease, though a sense of unease began to creep in, akin to the feeling one experiences when meeting a long-time online acquaintance in person. Nevertheless, Wei Wu maintained a facade of composure, convinced he was performing admirably. Reyna, arms crossed, could not contain her laughter at Wei Wu's feigned calmness. With a hint of amusement, she approached and patted his shoulder. So, Wei Wu, if I may call you that, we were summoned here and are already familiar with your basic information, so there's no need to waste time on introductions. It's a pleasure to meet you. If there is nothing else, I'll be off to select my room. With that, Reyna strode away, choosing a room on the 3rd floor of the base. Perhaps Reyna's bold demeanor set a positive tone, as S.H.I.E.L.D also stepped forward. It is an honor to work alongside you. I believe we shall have a delightful rapport, he said, smiling graciously, exuding a gentlemanly charm as he shook Wei Wu's hand. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I too must find a suitable room. Wei Wu then turned to Sage. Healer. No, wait, it's Sage. Should I address you as Wei Lingying instead? Wei Wu now wishes to find a crevice to burrow into. Truly, the junior named Hua should be executed. In a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently called out Nanny, as if it were a casual remark. This is our first encounter. One would not assume oneself to be a pervert who enjoys calling others mother, would they? Surely not. The Sage's expression initially morphed from surprise to confusion, ultimately settling into an amused exasperation. It is permissible to address me as Sage or by my given name, but the former might be best avoided, as I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Noticing that Wei Wu had flushed slightly from his words, the Sage hastily shifted the topic. Speaking of which, according to customs from our homeland, we could be considered kin, could we not? Wei Wu had yet to emerge from the depths of his embarrassment. The Sage gazed at this bashful peer who had summoned her, and, in a fleeting moment, recalled her own timid self upon leaving the temple to join the fearless contract. Thus, she softened her tone. All right, do not be shy. We shall be working together for quite some time. It is a pleasure to meet you, Wei Wu. As she spoke, the Sage offered a gentle smile and extended her hand toward him. Perhaps it was the sincerity of the Sage that had a calming effect, for Wei Wu's restless heart gradually found tranquility. After a moment's hesitation, he boldly grasped her hand. To be honest, it feels rather pleasant to hold. Then I shall select a room. See you shortly. Upon noticing that his 3 colleagues had departed, Ling contemplated emulating their departure. Boss, it's all right. I will just... Ling began, intending to take his leave first. Security, hold on. What? Boss, first of all, I believe the nickname Security suits you quite well. We called you that in our previous lives. Ling was rendered speechless by Wei Wu's boldness. How could this fellow exhibit such openness in contrast to his 3 bashful colleagues? Was he treating him as a Japanese? Yet, one could hardly blame Wei Wu, for in his past life, he had indeed been an illustrious and valiant security player. Moreover, Ling had utilized his template for quite some time since his arrival, rendering him quite familiar with it. All right, boss. Do you have any further instructions? In resignation, Ling ultimately accepted the reality of being the first employee to be exploited by the new boss. Chapter 7. The Fearless Contract Within the Base of the Interstitial Space. After selecting their rooms, the group began a cursory exploration of Base 0. During this time, Shangbo, Liu, and Ling successfully activated the base's built-in intelligent assistance system. This rudimentary system was capable of maintaining the daily operations of the base, as well as assisting laypersons like Wei Wu and Reyna, who lacked technical expertise, in utilizing the facilities. As the agents adapted to their new environment, Tony, situated in his Los Angeles villa, was unexpectedly visited by an uninvited guest. Following the morning press conference in which Tony publicly acknowledged himself as Iron Man, the afternoon saw a media frenzy erupt. Every phone at Stark Industries was inundated with calls, and the entrance to the company was nearly besieged. Even Happy, the head of the security department, had no choice but to step in personally to fend off the frenzied reporters and paparazzi, who resembled a horde of zombies. As a member of the company, Tony is not exempt from various forms of accountability. He now feels utterly exhausted, as if on the brink of collapse. Jarvis, is there any news on Zero's tracking? The targets seem to obscure everything. Tony, jolted from his fatigue, raised his hand to interrupt Jarvis, his eyes fixed on the silhouette merging with the shadows on the sofa. I am Iron Man. Do you think you're the only superhero in this world? Mr. Stark, in fact, you have become part of a larger universe. You are simply unaware of it at present. Tony gazed at the one-eyed bald figure emerging from the shadows, speaking with a tone of bewilderment. I believe that rather than concerning myself with superheroes in the universe, my foremost priority should be to enhance the security system of this villa. Feeling utterly despondent, Tony pondered how anyone could infiltrate his home. First, there was that oddly dressed information broker, then Obadiah who nearly killed him, and now another mysterious intruder. Was his home a famous tourist attraction? So who are you? Nick Fury dismissed Tony's ramblings, stepping into the light. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Noticing Tony's silence, Fury continued, I am here to discuss the Avengers. On this night, the conversation between the two men, one dark, one light, remained known only to Wei Wu and the 4 newly arrived agents of the Fearless Covenant. Is this what you refer to as Iron Man and the head of a mysterious organization? Reyna remarked, observing the 2 figures on screen. They seem rather ordinary. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Reyna, the caretaker, and Shang Bowler, Wei Wu instructed Zero to switch to the footage extracted from his mind using neural extraction. Everyone, I have previously provided a brief overview of the fundamental information about this world. What follows are the perilous and obscure secrets that lie within it. I shall not elaborate further on Iron Man. Zero possesses ample footage for your perusal. As for that bald figure, he is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a global secret organization akin to the Fearless Covenant, albeit far more extensive. The screen transitioned to cosmic space. Wei Wu continued, these are merely the forces on Earth. In the vastness of space, even more dangerous entities exist. Asgard, the Kree, the Dark Order. Images representing these forces flashed across the screen. Most importantly, this world harbors some truly astonishing weapons or artifacts. The visuals shifted to the Infinity Stones. These colorful stones are known as the Infinity Stones. Each represents a fundamental cosmic principle, and the energy contained within each is immeasurable. It can be said that even if you were to combine the energy of Earth and all the source crystals therein multiplied 1,000-fold, it would still pale in comparison to the energy contained within any single Infinity Stone. The 4 individuals were astonished by the immense energy contained within the Infinity Stones. The sage raised his hand, eager to pose a question. With a gesture reminiscent of a speaker at a press conference, Wei Wu acknowledged the sage. If the information is accurate, our summoned presence seems to have a rather limited purpose. After all, I believe I just witnessed someone in the footage obliterating a planet with an Infinity Stone. Before Wei Wu could respond, Reyna interjected. According to the information displayed on the screen, these stones are largely unclaimed at present. If we could secure them in advance, wouldn't we be at ease? Reyna's suggestion bore merit, prompting a slight nod from Wei Wu as he turned to elaborate. However, the crux of the issue lies in a fundamental contradiction. I can engage in combat to gain experience and enhance your powers permanently, and I can summon more agents from the Fearless Covenant. But this is contingent upon witnessing certain historic moments in this world's unfolding events. This means we must refrain from overly interfering with the future trajectory of this world, lest we provoke a butterfly effect that could lead to perilous consequences, at least until I grasp the nuances of the signing mechanism. Wei Wu refrained from mentioning the Time Management Bureau or the deities transcending the Marvel Universe, as these entities were too distant for the present company. It appears that the power bringing us together does not wish for us to disrupt this world chaotically. Shambler's expression grew increasingly peculiar, his demeanor losing its elegance. I can't shake the feeling that this world is ensnared by some form of fate. It's an odd sensation. Shambler's remark plunged the other three agents into contemplation. All right, let us refocus on establishing a provisional action guideline. As for those troublesome matters, we must first develop ourselves to have the means to confront them. Noticing the agents' discussions veering off course, Wei Wu clapped his hands to steer the conversation back. Our temporary directive will be, conserve our strength and avoid reckless actions. Do any of you have questions? Shambler, Reyna, and the sage all expressed their agreement. Zero, however, raised a hand. I have a minor inquiry. What is the name of our mysterious organization? The four turned their gaze towards Wei Wu, awaiting his decision. Let us call it the Fearless Covenant. Little did we expect that, even in a parallel world, we would still be bound to a covenant. Zero leaned back in his chair, leisurely making a quip. Wei Wu regarded the relaxed Zero, feeling the initial shyness akin to meeting an online acquaintance completely dissipate. For Wei Wu, this moment was historic. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person, and now he had traversed into the perilous Marvel Universe, subsequently summoning characters from his former gaming life into reality. All of this felt utterly surreal. When characters from cinematic works of his past manifested before him, the dissonance between reality and fantasy sometimes made him question whether he was merely dreaming. Fortunately, he had weathered the trials of the internet and was quick to adapt to new circumstances. Observing the sage and Zero engaged in light-hearted banter within the room, he felt an inexplicable warmth envelop him. Gazing upwards, he was met with only the soft, white glow of luminous strips and the cold, metallic ceiling. Yet, his gaze seemed to transcend time and space, reaching back to a cherished memory. Wei Wu momentarily lost himself in thought, his emotions stirred by the scene before him. With a harmonious family awaiting him, he found himself inexplicably thrust into this realm after a late-night gaming session. From any perspective, it was a sorrowful tale. Bowing his head, Wei Wu murmured softly, his expression gradually resolute. His younger brother, more capable than himself, would undoubtedly take good care of their parents. I will surely return. The four agents remained unaware of the conviction blossoming within Wei Wu's heart. However, the atmosphere responded, as if echoing his sentiment. It seems you long for home, my child. Chapter 8. The Supreme Sorcerer, it seems you long for home, my child. Upon hearing this tender remark, Wei Wu initially assumed it was the sage offering him comfort. Yet, when he turned to locate the source of the voice, he found nothing but empty air. Wei Wu, what? Is the pressure so overwhelming that I'm hallucinating? Gathering his composure, he prepared to formally instruct the agents to proceed with their next plan. But after taking only a few steps, he sensed something amiss. The air around him had grown eerily still, and the movements of the four agents seemed frozen in time. Time itself had been suspended. Was it the Ancient One? Or perhaps an even more terrifying entity? Wei Wu's mind raced as he endeavored to discern the intentions of the newcomer. Do not be alarmed. I employed a minor technique to ensure we could converse without interruption. A figure slowly emerged from the air behind Wei Wu, clad in the iconic yellow robes of the Supreme Sorcerer, his bald head radiating an aura of authority. It was the Ancient One. As Wei Wu turned, he beheld the eye of Agamotto on her chest, emitting a gentle green luminescence. In an instant, everything fell into place within his mind. The arrival of the Supreme Sorcerer warranted a more formal reception than he had provided. There is no need for such formality. I am not your adversary. Then why resort to playing tricks with the Time Stone? Wei Wu inquired. The Ancient One raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by his level of awareness. However, as a being who had lived for centuries, she brushed aside his unusual demeanor. Utilizing the stone was a last resort. This place exists within a concealed interstitial space. And coupled with the Time Stone's restraint, it allows us to discuss matters without anyone eavesdropping. As an outsider, Wei Wu struggled to grasp the intricacies of the situation. silently hoping that the Ancient One before him was a benevolent version, rather than one of the bizarre iterations from a multiverse. Very well, Master Ancient One. What is it that you wish to discuss? Without directly addressing Wei Wu's inquiry, the Ancient One continued. Over a month ago, I sensed a profound disturbance in the barriers of the reality dimension. As I sought to calm these fluctuations, I discovered you, a being from beyond the cosmos. Since that moment, I have been quietly observing you, including your interactions with Tony Stark. During this period, I endeavored to glimpse whether your presence would alter the future. Although the visions of your future were shrouded in obscurity, I was astonished to find that your essence appeared at every significant juncture of the timeline. Yet history did not veer into the unknown. With that, Gu Yi's gaze, which had never left Wei Wu, sharpened further. So, child, would you be willing to share your story with me? Wei Wu pondered for a moment and mustered the courage to make a request of Gu Yi. Before that, you must first answer me a question. Gu Yi nodded in agreement. Have you been watching me all along from the very beginning, following me throughout? Upon hearing this, Gu Yi exhibited a somewhat peculiar expression as she clarified. The Supreme Sorcerer is tasked daily with warding off incursions from beyond dimensions. It is not as leisurely as you might imagine. Furthermore, this realm exists perpetually outside the primary material universe, making it impossible for even me to pinpoint its location. In truth, I located this place through the coordinates spoken by your future self, as revealed by the Time Stone. Future me truly has a sharp tongue, Wei Wu thought, wishing he could traverse through time, using the Time Stone to deliver a resounding slap to himself. All right, I understand. What is it that you wish to know from me? That is for you to decide. Gu Yi returned the initiative to Wei Wu. This left Wei Wu even more bewildered. From the information available, it was evident that Gu Yi could not directly discern the existence of the system. She regarded herself merely as an eccentric visitor from another universe. While this granted him greater operational latitude, Wei Wu was uncertain whether an unsatisfactory answer might provoke Gu Yi to send him off to be reincarnated in his next life. This was not mere paranoia on Wei Wu's part, as Gu Yi was known to take extreme measures for the stability of the dimensional reality. After some contemplation, Wei Wu spoke. Master Gu Yi, my origins and abilities are not within my purview to disclose. As for other matters, I can summarize my sentiments thus. In my world, Tony, Steve, Thor, and even Strange are considered my friends. Therefore, I assure you that I shall not become the sort of malevolent force you might fear, one that jeopardizes the stability of reality. Wei Wu recognized that his response was audacious, attempting to dismiss Gu Yi with a single statement. In a sense, one could argue he was treating her like a child. Yet, Wei Wu was gambling on the notion that this version of Gu Yi was benevolent. For as long as she was a good-hearted Gu Yi, she would hold a reverence for the Time Stone and would likely follow her instincts, particularly as it pertained to Strange. Gu Yi's trust in her successor had reached an astonishing level. In Avengers Endgame, it took but a single statement from Dr. Banner regarding Strange's choice of future to persuade another universe's Gu Yi to relinquish the Time Stone, which she had safeguarded for centuries. Before her stood the Supreme Sorceress, unmistakably confirming Wei Wu's suspicions. Upon hearing his words, Ancient One involuntarily raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Wei Wu. It seems your secrets exceed my expectations. However, dear child, I implore you to retain that longing for home. Though it may seem impolite to say so, it is precisely this yearning that will guide you along the righteous path. With that, Ancient One intended to depart as a riddle-maker. Yet, upon realizing her benevolent demeanor, Wei Wu hastily called her back, a profitable idea forming in his mind. Excuse me, Ancient One, since you are already here, might I inquire if I possess the aptitude for learning magic? A slight smile graced Ancient One's lips, her curiosity about Wei Wu evidently piqued. Addressing the eager Wei Wu, she replied, anyone can master magic, should they possess the will. If you're interested, I welcome you to seek your education at Kamartaj. Thus, the enigmatic Ancient One vanished into thin air, her presence dissipating as the flow of time returned to normal. The Zero and the Sage continued their conversation. Shang Bol tinkered with the control panel, while Reyna planned to engage in some activities at the lower-level shooting range. Everything appeared utterly ordinary, as though Ancient One's visit had been but a figment of imagination. Curse that riddle-maker, always speaking in cryptic tones, Wei Wu mused. Yet his resolve to venture to Kamartaj grew stronger. His primary motives were twofold: to subtly gauge Ancient One's nuanced disposition, a necessary endeavor given that his character had been forcefully written to demise in his previous life due to exorbitant effects. The slight pressure she had exerted earlier had nearly suffocated him. Moreover, with the time stone in her possession, failing to monitor her feelings towards him could lead to catastrophic consequences should she ever take offense. The second reason? Who could resist the allure of effortlessly conjuring a portal with a mere flourish of a hand? It was undeniably cool. Fundamentally, he recognized the pressing need to acquire magical prowess. The elevation in rank merely bestowed basic enhancements to his attributes, and unlike the summoned agents, he lacked a diverse array of abilities. At present, without utilizing templates, he might struggle against Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, Happy, and perhaps even find himself outmatched by an unarmored Tony. The emptiness of his own strength instilled within him a fervent desire for empowerment. In the southern expanse of the Himalayas, nestled within the crevices of the mountains, stood an array of ancient, historically rich buildings. This was Taj, the stronghold of sorcerers. Clad in white robes, Ancient One sat cross-legged in the chamber of the Supreme Sorcerer, her eyes closed as the Eye of Agamotto slowly shut. Clearly, what Wei Wu had witnessed earlier was merely her projection spell. With a simple flick, she dispelled the illusion and exhaled heavily while seated on the rug. Dormammu draws ever closer to earth. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock interrupted her soliloquy. Enter, Master Mordo. With her permission granted, Mordo stepped through the door. Master Ancient One, I humbly heed your counsel. I have observed that Kaecilius has recently exhibited increasingly erratic behavior. His obsession with magic and power has escalated to a perilous level. It is rather surprising that Mordo did not anticipate your calm awareness of this matter. However, out of respect for you, he assumes that the Supreme Sorcerer possesses profound insight into the hearts of men and is well aware of the situation. Master, should we intervene? Kaecilius possesses extraordinary talent, and if we could guide him back from this treacherous path, it would be most commendable. I shall have a word with him. Thank you. Master Mordo, you may attend to your own affairs. Mordo wished to express more, but since the Supreme Sorcerer had spoken, he acquiesced. Very well. Mordo exited the chamber, but did not heed the Ancient One's advice to relinquish his concern. Instead, he resolved to clandestinely monitor Kaecilius. As he watched Mordo depart, the Ancient One felt a profound sense of helplessness, even one as formidable as she sometimes must yield to the prevailing currents. The threat of Dormammu looms ever larger. She clings to life by siphoning his power, knowing that a direct confrontation would likely result in her defeat. Moreover, within the entirety of Taj, there exists no one capable of assuming the mantle of the Supreme Sorcerer. Wong possesses sufficient experience, yet lacks the requisite talent. Mordo, while young and accomplished, is too deeply entrenched in his convictions to lead as a sorcerer should. As for Kaecilius, she once believed him to be the next Supreme Sorcerer, but as time has passed, it has become evident that he is far too consumed by the pursuit of power. This realization compels her to seek a new successor, even if it necessitates the use of the Time Stone. Among the myriad futures she has glimpsed, the name Stephen Strange emerges distinctly. To facilitate Strange's ascension as the Supreme Sorcerer, tasked with safeguarding Earth, the Ancient One has orchestrated numerous clandestine arrangements, including positioning the future traitor Kaecilius as a catalyst for Strange growth, even at the cost of her own sacrifice to guide him onto the correct path. Though she had contemplated retirement, this does not imply that Strange tribulations were by her design. As previously stated, she too must acquiesce to the currents of fate. Her survival by seizing Dormammu's power is a matter of necessity, and Strange's unforeseen challenges are also part of the grand design. Even the prophesied twilight of the gods from Asgard is but another thread in the tapestry of fate. Yet now, she perceives a glimmer of possibility. Chapter 9. The scheme. Wei Wu is unaware of the sentiments expressed by the Ancient One after her departure. He understands only that whatever he wishes to pursue next, he must first acquire some funds. At Malibu Beach, in Tony's seaside villa, he receives an encrypted email from a sender identifying themselves as the information broker Zero. While engrossed in developing new armor, Tony is interrupted by Jarvis. He halts his work and retrieves a holographic screen from his desk. This technology is one he recently upgraded in a day's time. It was not born out of envy towards Zero's clear holographic projection. As Tony swiftly peruses the email, his expression gradually shifts to one of amusement. A piece of gossip about me? utterly authentic, and a flat rate of 5 million? Jarvis, may I interpret this as the fact that this scoundrel considers me a wealthy fool? Based on the previous system's recorded data for logical reasoning, the probability of the counterpart's sincere intent in the transaction stands at 75-25. From the analysis, it appears that they do not regard you as a wealthy fool. Tony, the 5 million from the transaction with Tony will soon be deposited. The prearranged Zero swiftly transfers the funds into thousands of different sub-accounts through a program, repeating this operation until the 5 million completely vanishes amidst the vast global transaction records. Subsequently, under Wei Wu's directive, this sum is entrusted entirely to Zero and Bo Lo, allowing them to utilize their skills to generate wealth. Meanwhile, Tony in the villa receives intelligence of immeasurable value. Name, Ivan Vanko. Gender, male. Age, 41, Soviet physicist. Tony furrows his brow as he examines the documents concerning Ivan Vanko. Jarvis, verify the authenticity of this information, particularly the part regarding Anton Vanko. According to the retrieved data, Anton Vanko was a Soviet physicist who defected to the United States in 1963 and was later expelled in 1967 on charges of espionage. Furthermore, Anton Vanko is listed in your father's research project on reactors. Is it possible to gather information on this father and son duo? Apologies. No information has been found regarding Anton Vanko and Ivan Vanko post their release from the Kipu's prison. The probability of both individuals having passed away is estimated at 66-27. Upon hearing this, Tony dismissively pressed the holographic screen back onto the table, considering this merely a supplement to his father's life, not paying heed to the two deceased individuals. In the evening, Wei Wu donned the sage's template and returned to the dining car via the teleportation device. The teleportation device within the base serves as a portal, enabling the transfer of persons or objects between anchored locations and the base. However, there are limitations to the positions that can be anchored. Since the Zero base was activated on the dining car, it logically became the first teleportation anchor point. Upon returning to reality, Wei Wu curiously examined his body. He raised his hand to inspect it, greeted by the sight of his fair skin and 10 elongated fingers. His hands caressed his cheeks, feeling the smoothness akin to jade and the perfectly contoured jawline. Wei Wu playfully touched his nose and pinched his cheeks, thoroughly entertained. Then, lowering his gaze, he discovered the sage's broad chest completely concealing his feet. Considering that agents would soon arrive in this world to work for him, Wei Wu's sense of morality prevented him from acting on his audacious thoughts. He silently exerted a slight effort, attempting to sense the presence of the little Wei Wu. Unfortunately, under the template coverage, he had indeed transformed into the second-class soldier Wei Lingying, inside and out. After satisfying a sliver of curiosity, Wei Wu decisively chose to conceal the effects of the template's coverage. This is a newly discovered trick of his, possessing only the ability to hold a template without altering its appearance. A beam of white light ascended from beneath his feet, causing the Eastern beauty in the alley to vanish, replaced by a somewhat handsome man with short hair and a languid demeanor. Turning back to check the food cart, Wei Wu felt relieved that it had not been visited by the miscreants roaming the slums. He then took out the data destruction device crafted by Shangbo Liu and connected it to the equipment on the cart, bringing to an end the brief yet laborious existence of his old comrades, who would soon be replaced by more advanced devices. After managing the equipment, Wei Wu stepped onto the bustling street and waved down a taxi. Where to, buddy? International Airport. Following a brief exchange, the taxi departed from the curb. The driver, a middle-aged Asian man with a robust physique, wore sunglasses and was quite talkative. You don't look like a local. Here, for a vacation? The driver glanced at Wei Wu through the rearview mirror and continued to explain, locals don't have your level of energy, unless you're a millionaire. Wei Wu pondered. Am I that obvious? Initially reluctant to engage, he found himself intrigued by the driver's casual remarks. What should I call you, sir? Jolitz. The surname reminded Wei Wu of Ned Leeds, the good friend of Peter Parker, the small spider. However, upon further reflection, he was uncertain if the driver shared the same name by coincidence. Besides, he had no intention of prematurely delving into the Spider-Man narrative. Peter was probably still in middle school at this point, and he had not yet sunk so low as to exploit a middle schooler. Upon arriving at Los Angeles International Airport, the driver announced, $50, buddy. Hearing the fare, Wei Wu confidently retrieved a $100 bill from his pocket and handed it to Jolitz. So you really are a wealthy man? Jalitz received the green bill with a hint of surprise. However, having grown up in the city of freedom and witnessed greater storms, he quickly regained his composure. After silently accepting the payment, he prepared to pick up passengers at the airport to return to the city. His son had been accepted into Midtown High School in New York, which was among the top high schools in America. As the head of the family, he could not allow financial constraints to deprive his son of this life-changing opportunity. The next day, at Kamartaj, after completing his morning exercises and preparing to explore forbidden spells, Caecilius was informed that the Ancient One wished to see him. With a serious expression, tinged with a hint of anxiety, Caecilius approached the Ancient One. Supreme Sorcerer. The Ancient One maintained a calm demeanor, taking a sip of tea. How long have you been at Kamartaj? 2 years and 6 months. Have you left during this time? Aside from a few missions to thwart incursions from the Hell Dimension, I have not left. The Ancient One smiled upon hearing this. Perfect. There is a special seeker of knowledge currently in Kathmandu searching for magic. Go and bring him back. It will be a good opportunity for you to step outside. Is it just to bring back a new apprentice? Caecilius was somewhat taken aback. He had thought that the Ancient One had discovered his surreptitious study of forbidden spells and intended to expel him from Kamartaj. However, it appeared that he had managed to conceal his actions rather well. He was merely tasked with mentoring an apprentice, albeit one of rather unique nature. Having come to this realization, Caecilius took his leave. Meanwhile, after a total of 22 hours of flight and layovers, Wei Wu successfully landed in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. Following the flow of the crowd, he squeezed onto a bus that transported him from the airport into the city. Upon reaching the urban area, he encountered a serious dilemma. He had no idea where Kamartaj was located. Standing on an unfamiliar street in Kathmandu, Wei Wu fell into contemplation. It seemed that the Ancient One had indeed failed to provide him with directions to Kamartaj. Could this be a test devised by the Ancient One? Considering that she had initially sent Dr. Strange to navigate through Kathmandu's obstacles, he concluded that this was a measure of his sincerity in learning magic. Determined, Wei Wu resolved to knock on the doors of every temple and monastery in Kathmandu. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was being observed by Caecilius, who remained hidden several dozen meters behind him. With a gaze akin to that of a scanning device, Caecilius scrutinized Wei Wu from head to toe, inside and out, yet found nothing in the young man that warranted the Supreme Sorcerer's attention. He could only shake his head and continue to watch. However, Caecilius was unaware that at the end of the street, Mordu was diligently jotting down every action and word in his notebook. Likewise, Mordu was oblivious to the fact that the Ancient One was silently observing all of this from within the mirror dimension. As she beheld the unfolding layers of this scenario, she instinctively placed a hand upon her forehead, feeling a sense of foreboding regarding the future of Kamartaj. Chapter 10. Kamartaj. Fortunately, this convoluted situation did not persist for long. It was during Wei Wu's visit to the fourth temple that Caecilius made his appearance. Observing the figure blocking his path, Wei Wu recognized him, but, mindful that the Ancient One might be watching, feigned ignorance. "Who are you?" he inquired, while Caecilius scrutinized the young man before him. "I am Caecilius, a sorcerer of Kamartaj. If you wish to reach Kamartaj, then I am your guide," he replied. Wei Wu nodded slightly, asking, "So how we get to Kamartaj? From this temple?" As he gestured towards the temple behind him. "There is no need for such complications," Caecilius replied with a serene smile, having donned a ring of power that he began to manipulate. As his right hand moved in a circular motion, sparks ignited in the air, swiftly coalescing into a circular ring of fire. This was one of the fundamental spells of Kamartaj, the Gate of Dimensions. As they proceeded, Caecilius stepped through the portal first, turning back to wave at Wei Wu, cautioning him, "Be careful not to touch the edges of the portal. It can be rather hot." Wei Wu, caught in a moment of curiosity, was too engrossed in examining the portal to hear Caecilius' warning, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire for magic. "How magnificent!" he exclaimed in genuine admiration. Caecilius, observing Wei Wu's awestruck expression, found himself momentarily speechless. Although he frequently guided newcomers, such a display of wonder was indeed rare. "You will learn this trick in time," Caecilius said, a hint of resignation in his voice as he beckoned Wei Wu. "Now, hurry over here." Under Caecilius' urging, Wei Wu crossed the circle of sparks to the other side of the portal. The scene before him was no longer the streets of Kathmandu, but rather an ancient architectural ensemble perched upon a snowy mountain. The structures loomed majestically atop steep cliffs, stretching for miles. Among the buildings, numerous camartage, mages donned in various robes, practiced their spells. As their hands moved gracefully, golden red magical energy coalesced into intricate geometric patterns in the air. The diverse incantations resonated with an air of mystique amid the howling winds and swirling snow of the high mountains. Caecilius stood quietly by, observing the longing in Wei Wu's eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he was reminded of himself as a newcomer to Camartage 2 years and 6 months prior. This unexpected affinity for the young man prompted him to strike up a conversation. Incredible. Isn't it? He inquired. Wei Wu nodded affirmatively. You will gradually learn it all. But for now, you must closely follow me to meet Master Ancient One. Master Ancient One? Wei Wu feigned ignorance, as if he were not the same person who had visited Base Zero just a day prior. Hearing the inquiry, reverence flickered in Caecilius' eyes. The Ancient One was the supreme sorceress of Camartage, the guiding light for all mages, and the guardian of the reality dimension. He paused suddenly, turning to Wei Wu. If all goes well, she will likely guide your magical studies directly. Directly guide me? This time, Wei Wu's surprise was genuine, and he felt a surge of anxiety. You will understand when you arrive, Caecilius teased, withholding further details as he strode purposefully towards a building at the heart of Camartage. Upon hearing that the Ancient One might personally instruct him, Wei Wu felt like a startled quail, following Caecilius closely. He had merely sought to acquire some skills for self-defense, never intending to become entangled in the supreme sorceress succession plan. If Caecilius were to discern Wei Wu's true thoughts, he would likely deliver a punch to this oblivious youth who failed to recognize the rarity of such an opportunity. To have the supreme sorceress herself as a mentor was something others would dream of, yet here was Wei Wu, seemingly reluctant. Camartage was not large. Within a minute and a half, Caecilius led Wei Wu to a room where the Ancient One sat in the principal seat. I have brought the new apprentice to Master Wang. I must trouble you to make a trip, Master Caecilius, to fetch Master Modu and Master Wang. Upon receiving the command, Caecilius drew a circle on the spot and set off to find Modu and Wang. Only Master Wang and Wei Wu remained in the room. I did not anticipate your arrival. Did you not catch a glimpse of my magical learning through the time stone? Indeed, this is our first meeting. Well then, Master Wang, what brings you to see me? There is no need for such wariness. I meet every apprentice who joins Camartage, and you are not exceptional in this regard. Upon hearing this, Wei Wu wore a dubious expression. Is that truly the case? In the stories, you know, am I portrayed as a cunning character? Wang calmly countered, silencing Wei Wu's thoughts. In the midst of the awkward atmosphere, Caecilius returned with Modu and Wang. Master Wang, he nodded in acknowledgement to the three, then spoke. Child, since you are somewhat reluctant to allow me to guide your magical studies, you may choose one of these three to serve as your teacher. Wang paused to pick up a cup of tea and added, these three are the most exceptional mages of Camartage. Wei Wu, aren't we friends? I never said I didn't want your guidance. I merely contemplated it silently. The three, upon learning of this, wore varied expressions, but Wei Wu discerned their sentiments. Modu wore an unfriendly expression, likely ready to confront Wei Wu directly if Wang were not present. Caecilius bore a peculiar look, yet his gaze revealed a keen interest in Wei Wu. As for Wang, he maintained a stern demeanor, appearing all business. Choose, child. Wang smiled and urged Wei Wu. Presently, Modu was certainly not a viable option, and Caecilius, being a significant mentor to Dr. Strange, was also not ideal. Thus, the only choice was Wang. Although Wang was not as formidable as the other two, he had attained the status of Supreme Mage, after all. Moreover, Wang had mastered the spell of the Dimensional Gate to an extraordinary degree, which greatly intrigued Wei Wu. I choose. Just as Wei Wu was about to declare his choice of Wang, he inadvertently met Wang's meaningful gaze, prompting him to reconsider whether his choice aligned with Wang's expectations. Consequently, he posed the question to Wang, for it was she who held the authority in this matter. Ultimately, I am quite willing to be under the tutelage of the Supreme Mage. Unexpectedly, Wang replied with conviction, Mr. Wei Wu, the bond between master and apprentice is a matter of fate. I cannot answer this question for you. Very well, you cunning old crone, playing games with me. Just wait until Strange arrives at Camartage. You will see how I handle him. When you retire, we shall see if I am dancing on your grave. In the end, under Wang's satisfied gaze, Wei Wu chose Caecilius as his guiding teacher. Chapter 11. The esteemed Master Cassius. Upon confirming Cassius as the guiding mentor, Gu-E promptly ushered everyone out of the room. Cassius then took on the role of a tour guide, introducing Wei Wu to the wonders of Taj. This area serves as the lodging quarters. Shortly, I shall arrange a room for you. This is the library, housing all the tomes of Taj. The librarian, Goman, is rather cantankerous. Over here is the plaza, where apprentices, including yourself, practice basic spells. And this is the dining hall, providing 3 meals a day, though nocturnal snacks are not included. As Cassius spoke, Wei Wu diligently noted his words. Within the span of an hour, they had circled the entirety of Taj. Eventually, they arrived at a small clearing, where Cassius turned to face Wei Wu. Now, I shall formally introduce you to the essence of magic and guide you into its realm. With that, Cassius stepped back 3 paces. He swiftly traced a triangular magical array with his hands. Magic exists in every corner of the universe. It emanates from various dimensions, coalescing in the realm of reality into a form of arcane energy that can be harnessed. Sorcerers employ special incantations, using this energy as a fulcrum to draw upon the powers of different dimensions. Much like this, Cassius reached out with his right hand, touching the triangular array that hovered before him. Upon activation, it widened to reveal an opening. He extended his hand within and slowly drew forth a long sword composed of shimmering crimson and gold magical lines. As the sword emerged, the array rapidly disintegrated into sparks, as if it had lost its source of power. This is the sacred sword of the Vishanti, imbued with the strength of the Vishanti themselves. It is the origin of all white magic and the most frequently utilized domain of sorcery among mages. Subsequently, Cassius produced a stone from seemingly nowhere and hurled it into the sky, before cleaving it in 2 with a single strike of the sword. After demonstrating the formidable power of magic, he resumed his instruction. Once you become accustomed to it, you will be able to wield magic with greater swiftness. He dissipated the weapon into sparks and then, with a graceful motion of his hand across his chest, summoned the earlier magical sword directly from the triangular array. It is noteworthy that each spell corresponds to a particular mindset for channeling magical energy. It is not confined to mere formality. The magical sword in Cassius's hands began to morph, transforming into various forms: a blade, an axe, a hammer, and a spear. All iterations of the sacred sword of the Vishanti, shifting fluidly in his grasp. Having dispersed the spell, Cassius encouraged Wei Wu to begin sensing the magical energy surrounding them. Wei Wu closed his eyes, striving to perceive everything around him, yet received no response. Cassius was not taken aback by Wei Wu's struggle. Direct perception of magical energy is an arduous task. It took him 3 days to achieve it during his initial attempts. Observing Wei Wu's face redden from the exertion, Cassius continued with his teachings. Sensing magical energy is not merely about blind force. It is rooted in belief. One must first embrace the magic. For those who resist, it shall find themselves forsaken by it. Immersed in his innermost thoughts, Wei Wu gradually lost touch with the external world under the guidance of Cassius. As he devoted himself entirely to his own realm, he appeared to discover what could be termed magical essence. Yet it remained elusive, as though he and the magic existed on different planes. Wei Wu, calm your mind. I shall assist you in capturing it. The sage's voice unexpectedly resonated within his inner world. Wait, Wei Lingying, can you converse with me? We shall address that later. The moment is critical. I am about to unleash my power. Seize the opportunity. In Wei Wu's subconscious, the sage quietly activated rebirth. A tremendous surge of energy flowed around him, converging in his hands. The untamed magical energy gravitated towards him, enveloped by this force. He sensed that this energy constructed a bridge of communication between himself and the magic. Magic within reach. Standing beside Wei Wu, Cassius remained oblivious to his inner sensations, observing the intense magical fluctuations surrounding him, mistakenly believing Wei Wu had succumbed to madness. Just as he contemplated interrupting Wei Wu, he witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. Wei Wu's fingertips shimmered with golden red sparks. Cassius was astounded. Had he truly encountered a prodigy among so many apprentices? He hurriedly approached Wei Wu, whispering, "Maintain this state." He then positioned himself behind Wei Wu, guiding his hands to trace the triangular magic circle he had taught earlier in the air. Subsequently, He used Wei Wu's hands to activate the circle, urging him to reach into it. Feel the magic in your hands. Grasp it. In a daze, Wei Wu followed Cassius's instructions, clenching his right hand with determination. The previously intangible magic transformed into a tangible magical spear in Wei Wu's grasp. You indeed possess great talent, Cassius remarked, observing the spear pulsating with magical energy. The most challenging aspect of learning magic is the initial step of perceiving magic, yet you have already accomplished that. With further practice, you shall become a competent arcane mage. So, in a sense, I have graduated? Wei Wu was astonished by Cassius's teaching philosophy. Cassius smiled and explained. There's an ancient saying in the East, a master leads one to the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. Let us conclude for today. You may visit the library to borrow books, and if you have questions, seek me out. Upon seeing Wei Wu nod in understanding, Cassius refrained from saying more and guided him to the accommodation area to confirm his room. This process was remarkably smooth. Notably, the individual responsible for housing at Comitage was Master Hamill, the one-armed sorcerer summoned by the Ancient One in the films to demonstrate magic to Doctor Strange. Finally, Cassius imparted his instructions with solemnity. Wei Wu, your aptitude for magic is remarkably high, placing you among the top 3 individuals I have encountered. However, as your guiding mentor, I must caution you. While it is true that mages can harness the powers of other dimensions, we typically only engage with those of a righteous or neutral nature. Until you have amassed sufficient strength, it is imperative that you refrain from delving into the perilous realms of malevolence. Wei Wu, upon hearing this admonition, adopted a solemn expression and pledged to heed your counsel. Once he confirmed that Cassius had departed, Wei Wu promptly summoned the sage in his mind. Sage? 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 There was no immediate response, save for the faint murmur of 2 mages conversing in the corridor outside, preventing the atmosphere from descending into utter silence. Private Wei Lingying, I know you're there. Answer me. Under Wei Wu's persistent inquiries, the sage finally responded. I'm here, but please lower your voice. The sage's somewhat guilty voice materialized in Wei Wu's mind. How could you not? Wei Wu was about to interrogate the sage, but quickly realized that Zero was also being untruthful, and thus he redirected his inquiry towards them. Why did you not inform me of such an important matter sooner? That was because you did not ask. The sage quietly lamented Wei Wu's defamation. Fortunately, Wei Wu was not genuinely angry. Rather, he felt a tinge of apprehension. He was relieved that his moral compass remained steadfast. Had he acted upon any unseemly thoughts regarding the Sage-S template, he could scarcely imagine how he would face others in the future. Private Wei Lingying, you must come clean. Come clean about what? Everything. Subsequently, under the sage's earnest confession, Wei Wu learned that when he utilized the template, the corresponding agent could, if willing, observe his actions from a first-person perspective. Furthermore, they could engage in dialogue while Wei Wu was immersed in his thoughts, and they possessed the ability to actively employ the template to a certain degree, similar to how the sage had used Rebirth to assist Wei Wu in communicating his magical energy. Is that all? Wei Wu questioned, his expression one of skepticism. He could not fathom why the 4 agents had chosen to conceal such a trivial matter from him. Indeed, that is all. Then why did you all keep it from me? When Wei Wu inquired about the secrecy, the sage, shedding his earlier timidity, asserted with conviction, it's all Zero's fault. He, being the first to arrive, boasted of his superior knowledge and convinced us that you were quite shy, thus urging us to keep this matter confidential, fearing that your awareness might hinder your performance. Observing the sage's fervent defense, despite a modicum of doubt in his heart, Wei Wu's instinct suggested that this did indeed resemble the antics of that voyeuristic rogue. At that moment, far away in Los Angeles, surveilling Tony Stark, Zero abruptly sneezed. Having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, Wei Wu ceased to ponder further, resolved to immerse himself in the study of magic. He dove headlong into the library, borrowing all materials related to foundational magic and its principles. In response, the library's curator, the elderly Goman, expressed that even if summoned by the supreme mage himself, one could not breach protocol by borrowing such an extensive quantity. However, upon witnessing Wei Wu's adept manipulation of the sacred sword of the Empire of Weishan, Goman experienced a complete shift in attitude, exclaiming the virtues of diligent study and inherent talent. Subsequently, Wei Wu devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of magic. gradually earning the acceptance of the mages of Kamartaj, who became accustomed to the tireless dedication of this newcomer. Chapter 12. Half a year time flew by, and before long, Wei Wu had spent over 6 months in the Himalayan mountains. As he delved deeper into the realm of magic, his reputation as a prodigious sorcerer began to circulate within Kamartaj. Spells that took others months, or even a year to master, were effortlessly conjured by Wei Wu in a single night, assisted by the wisdom of the sages. This remarkable prowess allowed him to swiftly transcend the status of a magical apprentice, emerging as a fully fledged mage. After attaining this status, he occasionally accompanied other mages in addressing dimensional smuggling cases, yet he continued to immerse himself in the library to further his magical studies. Over time, he became acquainted with Mordo and Wang, particularly forming a close bond with Caecilius, to whom he frequently turned for advice on matters of magic. Nevertheless, Mordo's stance on Caecilius remained unchanged. He even took it upon himself to warn Wei Wu of the potential dangers posed by Caecilius. However, through personal interaction, Wei Wu came to recognize Caecilius as a genuinely amiable individual, whose elegance was matched by his willingness to assist in times of need. Wei Wu often pondered the peculiar circumstances surrounding his ally, Loker, lamenting how someone so admirable could fall under the influence of the malevolent Dormammu. He silently wished for Loker to maintain his integrity and distance himself from Dormammu's grasp. Wei Wu resolved to refrain from meddling in the fates of characters, especially those entangled with formidable powers, until he comprehended the intricacies of the sign-in mechanism. As for the Ancient One, she maintained her enigmatic demeanor, eluding any attempts to discern her intentions. However, prolonged interaction gradually alleviated Wei Wu's initial wariness, leading him to conclude that the elder sorceress was unlikely to harbor ill will towards him. The scene shifts to Wei Wu's quarters, where he is in the midst of packing his belongings in preparation for his descent from the mountain. The impetus for his haste was a letter he received from Zero, indicating the onset of Tony Stark's palladium poisoning. An essential plot point of Iron Man 2 was approaching. Logically, given that Wei Wu had orchestrated the infiltration of Hammer Industries with Shambhala's assistance and had entrusted Zero with surveillance, he should not have felt such urgency. The issue lay in the fact that Kamartaj, this peculiar locale, had yet to establish internet connectivity. Zero's correspondence was not an electronic mail, but rather a physical letter, dated a fortnight prior. This revelation shattered the defenses Wei Wu had erected over the past 6 months, as he realized he had nearly missed a crucial narrative turn. To address this oversight, Wei Wu proposed to the Ancient One the installation of an internet connection, a suggestion that Wang enthusiastically endorsed at the time. Returning to the matter at hand, while he was ostensibly packing, there was little to organize. For the past 6 months, he had subsisted entirely on Kamartaj provisions. Utilizing its resources and studying its teachings, he had become a veritable freeloader. Even though Wei Wu had exerted himself in combating dimensional smuggling, he remained confident that his efforts had been immensely rewarding. However, the timing of Wei Wu's departure coincided perfectly with the attendance of Modu, Caecilius, and others, leaving no one to bid him farewell. After exchanging pleasantries with Gu Yi, he donned the sling ring and, with a flick of his wrist, opened a portal back to the alley in the slums of Los Angeles. The location remained the same, yet the blue food truck had vanished. With a casual gesture, he closed the portal, marveling at the convenience of magic, and retrieved his phone to contact Zero, preparing to catch up on the information from the past 6 months. Unbeknownst to him, atop the central building in Kamartaj, Gu Yi gazed at the spot where he had departed, lost in thought, whispering softly, "The ripples of fate have already begun. Child, can you truly achieve it?" "Hello, Zero." "Oh, boss, you finally decided to reach out." Zero, seated in a blue food truck outside a building, perked up, his legs resting on the table as he leisurely played chess on his computer. "Boss, the place where you learn magic doesn't even have internet, and sending letters would take half a month to arrive." All right, but I'm back now." Wei Wu interrupted Zero's complaints, asking him to report on the current situation. Upon hearing Zero's grievances, the latter abandoned his pretense, realizing the tactic of lamentation was futile. Now, Shang-Bol has successfully taken up the role of weapons designer at Hammer Industries. I wonder if that Justin Hammer is out of his mind for letting Shang-Bol in so easily. In this regard, Wei Wu mused that the eccentric Justin Hammer could employ even a notorious criminal like Whiplash to develop his battle armor, making it entirely plausible for Shang-Bol, under a false identity, to find himself as a weapons designer. He then urged Zero to continue with updates about the others. Reyna should have slipped from New Mexico into Mexico by now. The Sage has been following you. At this point, Zero's tone suddenly shifted, startling Wei Wu. He could hear Zero sobbing on the other end of the line. Boss, look at this. Shangbol is slacking off at Hammer Industries every day. The Sage is on vacation with you. Reyna is enjoying a funded trip, and here I am, working around the clock without a break. Zero lamented the unfairness of his situation, prompting Wei Wu to reflect on whether he had been too dismissive of his subordinate. For a moment, he felt he had not shown enough respect to his employee. Wei Wu offered a calm reassurance. To whom much is given, much is expected. Don't give me empty promises. I refuse. All right. What would you like to do? I believe a fine chessboard could soothe the psychological scars from my relentless labor, one worthy of auction houses. I approve. As long as it doesn't interfere with our plans, feel free to allocate some fund for your little hobby without reporting back to me. Boss. You truly are a considered employer. Ignoring Zero's sudden change in mood, Wei Wu was taken aback by a strange noise emanating from the phone. It sounded like, 1 million for the first time, 1 million for the second. Where are you now? He sensed something amiss and promptly confronted Zero. I am at the auction house, boss, came a reply. Wei Wu, utterly exasperated, hung up, unwilling to engage further with Zero. Shortly thereafter, Zero delivered the necessary information in a neatly packaged format. Upon opening it, Wei Wu exclaimed in astonishment. The data included profiles of Coulson, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and even Nick Fury himself. It was as if he had pilfered the entire S.H.I.E.L.D database. Among Hill's documents, he noticed that Zero had carelessly left behind the S.H.I.L.D watermark. Wei Wu continued to peruse the information, confirming that the previously arranged matters were being executed meticulously, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. The only drawback was the South American region, renowned for its remarkable individuals, where he could not find a city with comprehensive surveillance coverage. This allowed Dr. Banner to occasionally slip past Zero's watchful gaze. Following the data provided by Zero, Wei Wu arrived at an unremarkable villa in the Malibu Beach community of Los Angeles. This villa had been anonymously purchased by Zero to serve as a safe house. Inside, a portal coordinate had been secured. Wei Wu entered the villa and summoned the Sage using a template he had not removed in 6 months. Thus, upon learning that the agents could perceive the outside world, the two had shared their meals and accommodations in Camartage. Wei Wu harnessed the Sage's abilities to learn magic, while the Sage, in turn, refined his own skills through the arcane arts. To date, Wei Wu had acquired a repertoire of Camartage's signature spells, including but not limited to the Holy Sword of the Vishanti, the Dimensional Gateway, the Ring of Ragador, and the Lightning of Bastad. The Sage had also extended the time limit for the requested resurrection from half an hour to 1 hour. Subsequently, Wei Wu instructed the Sage to rest at the base for a few days before heading to Brazil to connect with Dr. Banner, and he opened the portal to prepare for his journey to New York. Chapter 13. Jessica Jones in Brooklyn, New York at 4 a.m. An unexpected visitor arrived in Hell's Kitchen. A crimson spark illuminated an inconspicuous alley, unnoticed by the world. Stepping forth from the portal, Wei Wu surveyed his surroundings as he snapped his fingers to close the dimensional gateway. Having never visited New York, he was unaware of his exact location. He had hastily searched for a photograph of a New York slum online before opening the portal. Feeling rather enigmatic, Wei Wu intended to leave the slum in search of a hotel to rest. However, after taking only a few steps, he noticed a woman on the outdoor staircase of a nearby building, seemingly holding a camera. What was she doing out here at 4 a.m.? Stargazing? Upon realizing she had been spotted, the woman attempted to flee. Wei Wu donned a mask and prepared to pursue her, but to his surprise, she paused and returned. Standing on the 3rd floor, she addressed Wei Wu directly. I am a private detective, currently investigating evidence of my client's husband's infidelity. It was entirely unexpected to see you emerge from that peculiar vortex. As she spoke, she raised the camera in her hand, indicating her intention to delete the photographs. Wei Wu, however, was not inclined to let her depart so easily. Despite the dim lighting moments ago, he was determined to eliminate any potential risks. Hand over the camera, he commanded in a deep voice that resonated from beneath his mask. The woman willingly tossed the camera to him, but upon receiving it, Wei Wu shattered it before her eyes, simultaneously opening a portal to an unknown destination and discarding the fragments within. The woman appeared to have mentally prepared for this eventuality, refraining from obstructing his actions, only to demand compensation for the camera afterward. Compensation? Why should I pay? Wei Wu retorted. That camera was quite expensive, and it contained evidence I had gathered for my client. Intrigued by her words, Wei Wu inquired further. Did you not intend to flee earlier? What brought you back? I understand that beings with your abilities are formidable. It would be challenging for me to escape. Do I really need to accompany you to avoid trouble? I am not someone to be trifled with either, the woman stated, bending the metal railing of the staircase, clearly exceeding the limits of an ordinary human. Wei Wu scrutinized her closely, his gaze shifting between the distorted railing and the wine bottle that had previously occupied her space, forming a hypothesis about her identity. Is this Brooklyn? He asked. She nodded. Then you must be Jessica Jones? Who are you? Her tone shifted abruptly, and she leapt down from the staircase, standing before Wei Wu. Observing her reaction, Wei Wu felt assured that he had not erred. Indeed, she was Jessica Jones, a member of the Defenders, much like Daredevil. However, at this point, the Defenders had yet to be established. Aware of Jessica's extraordinary strength, Wei Wu instinctively retreated 10 paces. He understood, as a mage, that he should avoid close combat unless absolutely necessary. Do you know who I am? Are you frightened? Jessica assumed his reaction indicated fear and pressed forward. Not at all. I merely seek to avoid confrontation, Wei Wu replied, halting his retreat. He quickly conjured the sacred sword of Ashanti and the ring of Ragdur. In terms of combat prowess, he held no fear of Jessica, a novice in battle, for he had previously participated in defeating hellish demons. Jessica's brash demeanor, amplified by her inebriation, extinguished instantly upon witnessing the glowing shield and spear in Wei Wu's grasp. She was no fool, given the peculiar vortex she had just escaped. This enigmatic figure before her would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable opponent. Having recently extricated herself from the control of the Purple Man and seeking a fresh start, she had no desire to entangle herself in the troubles Wei Wu represented. Thus, she instinctively raised her hands in retreat. Listen, this was all a misunderstanding. Now that the camera is gone, and I didn't clearly see your face, I have no idea who you are. Can we not just let this matter rest? As Jessica retreated towards the alley, Wei Wu noted that her actions were entirely in line with her character. He decided to retract his spell and withdrew a handful of dollars from his pocket. However, before he could utter a word, he watched Jessica hastily flee. Very well. If she did not desire it, he silently returned the money to his pocket. The brief encounter with Jessica Jones hardly captured Wei Wu's attention, for he was preoccupied with matters concerning Tony. With the dawn breaking over New York, Wei Wu emerged from Brooklyn and commenced his pilgrimage to the city's iconic landmarks, a journey he had never undertaken in his previous life. As the sun set over New York, he found himself in Flushing Bay in the northern part of Queens, where the Stark Expo was set to unfold. Amidst the throng of spectators, he witnessed Tony descend from the sky clad in his armor, only to subsequently emerge from it in a tailored suit, delivering a flamboyant speech accompanied by the performance of Iron Maiden on stage. Yet, despite the grandeur, Wei Wu failed to capture the scene on the big screen featuring Howard Stark, suggesting that the narrative fragment system did not recognize it as a significant moment. He felt a sense of loss. Had it not been for his desire to check in, he would have preferred to indulge in a Michelin-starred dining experience in New York. After all, with an extensive intelligence network and stock trading operations at his disposal, they were not short on funds. With no fruitful outcome from the night, Wei Wu returned to his reserved hotel room for rest. Fortunately, the plush bed in the penthouse suite was exceedingly comfortable, far superior to the wooden planks of Camartage, which somewhat alleviated his disheartened mood. While Wei Wu drifted into a serene slumber, Jessica Jones, situated at her detective agency in Brooklyn, found herself unable to sleep. The photographs lost along with her camera that morning had left her employer quite displeased. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, prompting her to utilize her contacts to investigate the peculiar individual she had encountered earlier. Yet, the information she received was consistently irrelevant. She sought to review the surveillance footage from the alley, but upon visiting the establishments equipped with cameras, she was informed that the morning's recordings had been lost. Her relatively brief experience as a private investigator told her that there were complicated secrets lurking behind this incident. Sitting despondently in front of her computer, Jessica resorted to downing the contents of a bottle of liquor on her desk. During her solitary drinking session, A man clad in a gray and white long trench coat and a matching wide-brimmed hat arrived at the entrance of her apartment. This figure was Zero, the intelligence chief of the team. Upon learning of Wei Wu's morning ordeal, he promptly gathered all pertinent information about Jessica. After evaluating the data, Zero concluded that it was essential to keep a close watch on Jessica's real-time activities. Thus, he made his way to her law office, only to find her still awake at 3 in the morning, engrossed in her computer. Did she not have work during the day? How could she endure such late hours? As a result, Zero, adhering to a strategy of subtlety, initiated a nocturnal duel with Jessica. At precisely 4:46 a.m., the intelligence chief, Zero, emerged victorious. With deft precision, Zero skillfully picked the lock and stealthily placed a tactical surveillance device in Jessica's detective agency, which also served as her living room. Having completed his covert mission, Zero returned to the dining car under the moonlight and drove towards Washington, D.C., situated 250 miles from New York, where a hearing convened by the Senate Armed Services Committee awaited him at 9 a.m. Chapter 14, Containment, Control, Protection. By 9 a.m., Zero arrived punctually outside the Capitol. Wei Wu also traversed through the portal on the dining car to reach Washington. With a triumphant expression of capital, "You have won," Wei Wu confidently received the pre-prepared credentials from Zero, disembarked, and swaggered into the hearing. Inside the hearing, adorned with a press badge around his neck, Wei Wu sat among the audience, witnessing the theatrics unfold. What initially was a meeting concerning the ownership of the Iron Man armor devolved into Tony's personal stand-up comedy routine, replete with disdainful jests. Ultimately, amidst the media spotlight and the ire of irate senators, Tony nonchalantly exited the venue. In a corner, Wei Wu, observing that there had been no successful check-in notification for Tony's departure, felt a surge of confusion. Had the system's standards for a successful check-in become increasingly stringent? Did not this electrifying atmosphere meet the criteria for a noteworthy scene? The system had changed. It was not as it once was. Yet, the only response to Wei Wu's musings was the silence of the system, resigned to take things as they came. He anticipated the day's major news story to grace the headlines, hoping it would coincide with an opportunity to successfully check in on Tony. With a wry remark, Wei Wu departed the scene, leaving behind Justin Hammer, besieged by reporters, and Senator Stern, visibly rattled. Tony, having exited the hearing, wasted no time in Washington. He promptly boarded his private jet, bound for his villa in Los Angeles. How many ounces of this revolting concoction must I consume daily? Upon returning to his villa, Tony immediately poured himself a glass of chlorophyll. His daily intake now escalated to 80 ounces to suppress his symptoms. Meanwhile, the toxicity of his blood had reached a staggering 24%. Listening to J.A.R.V.I.S.S. analysis, Tony directed the camera toward his chest, lifting his shirt to inspect the situation. Dark veins radiated ominously around the reactor, a ghastly sight. As he leaned closer to the camera for a better look, J.A.R.V.I.S. alerted him that Pepper had arrived. Realizing the gravity of the moment, he swiftly muted J.A.R.V.I.S. to prepare for Pepper, quietly donating the art pieces he had entrusted to her care over the years to the Boy Scouts of America. Inside the villa, Tony faced Pepper's wrath while outside. A rebranded dining car approached stealthily. At this juncture, Wei Wu had assumed Zero's template, ready to formally engage with Tony under the guise of palladium poisoning. After a moment of contemplation, he sent an email to Tony's private inbox. Within the villa, Tony had just appointed Pepper to temporarily oversee Stark Industries, allowing her to momentarily set aside thoughts of the collectibles. Suddenly, he received an encrypted email signed by Zero, that intelligence dealer. After a 6-month disappearance, he re-emerged at a rather opportune moment. What could he possibly want to discuss? The message conveyed a desire to meet and converse. Upon hearing that this enigmatic information broker wished to see him, Tony's initial instinct was to suspect yet another scheme. Yet, contemplating his own precarious state, he decided to adopt a laid-back approach. Very well, when shall we meet? The surveillance indicated that Zero had arrived at the villa's entrance, accompanied by a stranger. Tony looked up at the projected monitor from Jarvis, where the familiar figure of the intelligence dealer appeared, unchanged from 6 months ago. Beside him stood a masked woman with a sleek black ponytail. Fine, let them in. Tony was curious to discern the intentions of this intelligence dealer. As the door swung open, Wei Wu led the sage into the villa without a hint of hesitation. Upon entering, they encountered Pepper, who was on her way to Stark Industries to retrieve some documents. Before Wei Wu and Pepper could exchange pleasantries, Tony's voice echoed from above. Pay no mind to these two, Pepper. You should return to the office and prepare the materials. With Tony's directive issued, Pepper offered a brief nod to Wei Wu and the sage before gracefully exiting. Wei Wu, familiar with the layout, guided the sage down to the lower level of the villa. Long time no see, Tony. It seems you've been having a rough patch, he remarked, rather than feigning pleasantries. Perhaps you could introduce this lady beside you and clarify your purpose for visiting. Tony crossed his arms, his tone flat. However, Wei Wu, aware of Iron Man's prideful nature, paid little mind to it. The discomfort of palladium poisoning was no trivial matter. Raising an eyebrow, Tony inquired, have you been monitoring me? How do you know so much? That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I not only know of your palladium poisoning, but am also prepared to assist in alleviating it. That won't be necessary. I consume chlorophyll daily, Tony retorted, gesturing toward a half-full glass of the green liquid on the table. No, this is far more effective than chlorophyll. She is my colleague, the sage. The sage, standing silently beside him, raised her hand and unleashed a technique known as revitalization. Verdant energy surged from beneath Tony's feet, enveloping his body and flowing upward, ultimately dissipating into the air above his head. Tony was washed anew by the green life energy of revitalization, exclaiming in comfort, wow, what have you done to me? Is this some sort of stimulant? Suddenly invigorated, he felt as though he had taken a drug. Here, essay suggestion. You should recheck your blood toxins, Wei Wu advised. Tony grasped the implication behind Wei Wu's words but remained skeptical. That can't be. I've tried every method available. With a hint of doubt, he picked up the testing device from the table. As the instrument pierced Tony's fingertip to collect a blood sample, Jarvis completed the analysis in 3 seconds. The toxin level in his blood had plummeted to 0. Is a resampling necessary? Tony's expression morphed into disbelief as he hastily picked up the device to collect another blood sample. Jarvis, what are the results? The answer remained at 0. How did you achieve this? Tony inquired, glancing at the sage. That is a secret, Mr. Stark. Very well, madam. Please forgive my impertinence. In a buoyant mood, Tony refrained from probing further and instead approached Wei Wu, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. 0. I have decided to keep you as a friend. With a rosy complexion, Tony expressed his gratitude towards Wei Wu and the sage. However, recognizing that the superficial remedy would not address the root of the issue, Wei Wu felt it prudent to administer a precautionary warning to the young man. He stepped forward and pointed at the arc reactor in Tony's chest. Don't celebrate too soon. As long as you continue to rely on this device, palladium poisoning will not dissipate. Wei Wu's words jolted Tony back to reality. He understood that the fundamental problem still loomed. In a tentative tone, Tony proposed, perhaps I could enlist the sage as my health consultant. Money is no object. Mr. Stark, my abilities will only grant you temporary relief, not a permanent solution. The sage countered, adhering to her preordained script to dissuade Tony from depending on her for longevity. After all, Wei Wu still needed to strengthen himself through the narrative to return home. You two truly possess no empathy. Can't you allow me a moment of joy? Hearing Tony's lament, Wei Wu, like a caring older brother, began to impart some motivational wisdom. This is something you created. I believe you can solve your own problems. Unexpectedly, Tony appeared dejected. To be frank, I began searching for an alternative to palladium 3 months ago. I have attempted every conceivable combination and arrangement of known elements, but to no avail. When recounting his experimental endeavors, the face of this genius scientist bore an uncommon expression of helplessness. Having exhausted the known options, then let us create an entirely new element. Tony chuckled at Wei Wu's casual tone. Listen, my friend, I truly appreciate your repeated assistance, but I must correct your understanding of science. Do you think creating a new element, one that does not exist on the periodic table, is as simple as speaking it into existence? The knowledge required is far beyond your imagination. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. Tony's serious demeanor and sense of powerlessness amused Wei Wu, who felt a sense of delight akin to that of entertaining a child. He was acutely aware that the secret to a new element lay within the model of the Stark Expo left behind by Howard. Yet he could not divulge this information until he comprehended the sign-in mechanism. The risk was too substantial. Subsequently, Wei Wu bid farewell to Tony, and they exited the villa to drive away. Do you require tracking and positioning? Tony gazed at the now-vanished black veins on his chest, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. With an air of ease, he remarked, "There's no need to track him down any longer, Jarvis. I still owe him a few favors. However, we can certainly locate Happy S. whereabouts. Mr. Hogan is in the security department at Stark Industries. Send him a message to come over immediately. I'm feeling splendid and could use a sparring partner." After arranging the practice session with Happy, Tony prepared to ascend to the villa's upper level to retrieve the protective gear he would require for their bout. Passing by a table adorned with chlorophyll, he noticed an additional red business card resting upon its surface. Curiously, Tony approached and examined it closely. Fearless Pact, contain, control, protect. Committed to a peaceful and prosperous future. Chapter 15. The whip and the chain returning to the dining car. Wei Wu dispelled the template and summoned Zero. Following this encounter, Wei Wu entrusted all future interactions with Tony to Zero, opting instead to delve into the system S check-in mechanism. Only by comprehending this mechanism could he find some semblance of comfort. Otherwise, he would be burdened each time a plot unfolded. Constantly pondering how to check in, it was utterly exhausting. Moreover, his mindset had shifted. Now that he was here, he felt compelled to alter certain matters, provided they did not interfere with the check-in process. After all, what would it mean to be a traveler if not to effect change? Having arranged everything, Wei Wu requested several tactical monitors from Zero and opened a portal to San Francisco. He intended to lay the groundwork for surveillance at the Life Foundation, even though it had only recently been established. In San Francisco, Dr. Carlton Drake sat at his desk, visibly fatigued. As a founding member of the fledgling enterprise, he had endured yet another long night managing company affairs. In his weariness, he failed to notice a basketball-sized spark ring materializing at the junction of the floor-to-ceiling window and the ceiling behind him. A hand emerged from the ring, deftly installing a compact camera on the ceiling. Wei Wu repeated this process, effortlessly placing cameras in Drake's office and several other locations within the Life Foundation through the dimensional portal. A week passed. Tony's progress regarding the new element remained disheartening. With no clues in sight, he decided to grant himself a respite. After all, he was not in immediate danger. He, along with Pepper and his bodyguard Happy, boarded a private jet to attend the Antique Car Grand Prix held in Monaco. Following Pepper's promotion within Stark Industries, the increasingly lustful Tony secretly summoned Natalie Rushman from the legal department, who was in dire need of a personal assistant. Unbeknownst to the young Tony, this alluring legal professional was an undercover agent placed by S.H.I.E.L.D. to monitor his every move. In the restroom of the main venue during the competition, an inspired Tony suddenly conceived a mischievous idea. Thus, Pepper and the others witnessed the name of the American competitor transform into Stark on the television screen. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Pepper hastily instructed Natalie to inform Happy. Indeed, the scenario unfolded as Pepper had foreseen. Ivan Vanko, having received advance notice of Tony's attendance at the competition, was troubled by how to infiltrate the star-studded main venue. To his surprise, Tony himself emerged as a participant. This delighted Ivan, who swiftly incapacitated a nearby event staff member and donned his attire. With little effort, he gained access to the viewing area alongside the racetrack. Timing his movements precisely, Ivan pushed aside the barrier and stepped into the center of the track. In a corner of the spectators' stands, Wei Wu occupied his favored position, while a man adorned in a cap and sunglasses began to sign in frantically. Ivan, revealing the collar of his outfit to showcase a counterfeit reactor on his chest, unleashed 2 whips from his hands. The reactor activated rapidly, discharging an astounding 182 gigajoules per second of energy. This immense power surged through the impact energy conversion device into the whips he wielded, subsequently enveloping them in high-energy plasma. During this process, the searing plasma dissipated, forming a conductive plasma channel around him. Consequently, visible currents of electricity clung to Ivan's whips, while the appropriated clothing he wore was incinerated to ashes by the intense heat. Thus, the malevolent whips were born. A Formula One car barreled towards Ivan. The driver instinctively slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the asphalt. However, Ivan remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he sliced the car in half with a whip. The severed vehicle flew past him, ultimately colliding with the barrier lining the track. The glowing, heated edge of the car and the charred marks left by the whips on the ground spoke volumes of the terrifying power Ivan possessed. Following closely was Tony, unaware that he was about to confront Ivan, who was poised to strike. As Ivan deftly evaded the car's trajectory, he executed a whip strike that cleaved Tony's vehicle at the waist. The car was abruptly severed, and due to inertia, it spun through the air before crashing into the barrier. Fortunately, the speed of the vehicle spared Tony from a direct hit to the driver's seat, granting him a narrow escape from peril. Subsequently, a chain reaction of collisions ensued as multiple cars were unable to avoid the chaos, igniting a plume of flames behind Ivan. He approached Tony's car with deliberate steps, raising a whip to strike at the driver's seat. Luckily, Tony had already exited the vehicle. Unbeknownst to him that he had approached Ivan from behind, wielding a fragment of the car roughly the size of a basin, and aimed a blow at Ivan's head. Although the impact was not severe, it was highly insulting. This provocation enraged Ivan, who then unleashed a flurry of strikes with his lethal whips towards Tony, narrowly missing vital areas. In the midst of this tense standoff, Happy arrived on the scene, disregarding the potential danger to his boss, and floored the accelerator towards the entangled Ivan and Tony. Due to their differing positions, Tony spotted the oncoming car and swiftly leapt onto the railing. Meanwhile, Ivan, unaware of the impending danger, was directly struck by Happy, becoming wedged between the railing and the vehicle, unable to move. "Are you crashing into me or him?" Startled, Tony descended from the railing and unleashed a torrent of curses towards Happy. Happy hastily explained, "I intended to frighten him. Do you think I can't see through that?" Tony, still fuming and eager to continue his tirade, was interrupted by Pepper's furious shout from the back seat. With veins bulging her neck, she pointed an accusatory finger at Tony, disregarding her ladylike demeanor. "Have you lost your mind? Get the hell in the car." The moment Tony beheld Pepper's wrath, he promptly subdued his anger. Complying, he opened the door to enter the vehicle, only for a whip to mercilessly strike down, cleaving the door in two. Noticing Ivan's intent to retaliate, Tony shouted, "Happy, keep attacking him. Pepper, hand me the briefcase." On the other side, Ivan remained undeterred, enduring multiple collisions in silence, brandishing his long whip relentlessly. Just as Ivan was about to dismantle the vehicle, Tony successfully retrieved the briefcase. As Tony activated the briefcase, a classic scene unfolded, one that Wei Wu had often witnessed in his past life. The briefcase rapidly unfolded and transformed, enveloping Tony in its armor. This was Tony's Mark V, a portable suit of armor. Famous scene successfully registered. Charge extraction. 46. In that instant of successful registration, Wei Wu experienced enlightenment. He had previously fallen into a cognitive trap, restraining himself from interfering with the plot due to concerns about the butterfly effect altering events. Yet, ever since the whip had made its entrance, he had been frantically pressing register on the system, to no avail. It was only when Tony donned the iconic Mark V that the registration was completed. This indicated that the famous scene was unrelated to the entire event. As long as that specific moment occurred, it sufficed. Consequently, the feasibility of his plans increased significantly. At that moment, a bold scheme emerged in Wei Wu's mind. If successful, the fearless contract would finally come to fruition. On the racetrack, Tony donned the armor, and Ivan succumbed within 3 exchanges. Tony stepped forward and wrenched the reactor from Ivan's chest, crushing it in shock. Witnessing the whip's first assassination attempt fail, Wei Wu left the scene with satisfaction. The Monaco police, seemingly influenced by some unknown source, responded with equal slowness, arriving only after the incident concluded to detain the now harmless Ivan. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer, situated in the main venue alongside various dignitaries, observed the live media broadcast. Unlike others, his gaze never strayed from Ivan. Hammer pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Chimbwa. It's me, Hammer." Chapter 16. Ivan, Hammer, and Chambol, cease your current endeavors and join me in Monaco to meet a new acquaintance. A friend? On the other end of the line, Chambol, who was idly passing time at Hammer Industries headquarters in Queens, New York, became alert. "Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. My elevation of you to chief weapons designer is not an invitation for you to question my directives." Upon witnessing Ivan's reactor, and with a mind already filled with disdain for Tony Stark, Hammer issued a stern warning before abruptly ending the call. Sighing softly, Chambol thought to himself that had he not received the urgent directive just a minute prior, he would have happily distanced himself from this fool. His position as chief weapons designer had come about after the military had suspended collaboration with Hammer Industries following the congressional hearings. This had greatly displeased Hammer shareholders. leading to the dismissal of the previous chief weapons designer. S.H.I.E.L.D, having assumed the alias S.H.I.E.L.D, had joined the company less than 6 months prior, and his improved firearms had garnered significant acclaim during the previous discussions with the military, thus earning him the promotion. Reluctantly, S.H.I.E.L.D rose to stretch his limbs, reassuring himself. "It is of no consequence, S.H.I.E.L.D. You have been idling for over half a year. A brief return to work will not harm you." The scene shifts back to the Monaco capital prison. After resolving matters with Ivan, a high-ranking official from the Monaco Ministry of Defense personally approached Tony to apologize and led him to interrogate Ivan. The world's richest man had narrowly escaped death in Monaco, and it was imperative that he assist in mitigating the blunders of the incompetent security personnel responsible for the event, lest it escalate into a diplomatic crisis. "Mr. Stark, we have examined the fingerprints of that individual, yet found nothing. He remains silent, and we do not even know if he speaks English." The official's incessant chatter proved to be of little utility, which began to irritate Tony, prompting him to interject. "All right, sir, I have already ascertained his identity. There is no need for you to worry excessively about the potential impact on our bilateral relations, is there?" With that, Tony displayed the information on his screen, revealing the intelligence he had purchased for 5 million 6 months prior. As Tony entered the interrogation room and revisited the details concerning Ivan and his father, he felt a surge of confidence. "Ivan Vanko, son of Anton Vanko, why are you not in Siberia digging potatoes, but rather traversing half of the Eurasian continent to create trouble for me in Monaco?" A flicker of surprise crossed Ivan's eyes, yet he ultimately chose to respond with a cold smirk. But who was Tony? He was Iron Man, the world's wealthiest individual, and an infamous master of repartee within the Marvel Universe. Ignoring Tony's taunts was not an option, and Ivan's demeanor of indifference only fueled Tony's determination. "Let me guess. You have come to seek justice for your spy, father? Oh, how pitiful. Your first act upon leaving prison after 20 years is to defend your father, that turncoat who defected from the Soviet Union and then stole secrets from the United States. To be candid, my friend, do you not have more significant individuals in your life? Or perhaps you, like your father, are merely a lowly creature consumed by self-interest?" Ivan, humiliated by Tony in person, abruptly rose to his feet. Yet the heavy shackles confined him firmly to the stationary bench. "You and your family are nothing but thieves. You're butchers," Ivan shouted vehemently. "I will make you pay for this. I will make Stark regret it." However, Tony, undeterred by Ivan's fierce words, continued to provoke him, shaking his head. "God granted you an opportunity, which you seized, yet it is evident you are utterly ineffective. Moreover, your desire to persecute me will likely take decades to materialize. I hope you can survive your incarceration and reform during your time in prison. I shall send you soap." With that, Tony disregarded the increasingly hysterical Ivan. As Tony approached the doorway, Ivan suddenly calmed, fixing Tony with a dark gaze. "The palladium toxin seeping into your chest. What a painful demise that would be, wouldn't it?" At this, a smirk curled upon Tony's lips. "That is not a concern for you in prison." 5 hours later, the Monaco police, having found no evidence, charged Ivan with acts of terrorism. Under the judgment of the Monaco court, Ivan was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, during Ivan's first meal in prison, Hammer utilized his connections to orchestrate a swap with another inmate, facilitating Ivan's escape. Thus, Ivan met Hammer and the recently arrived S.H.I.E.L.D in Hammer's private hangar in Monaco. S.H.I.E.L.D stood behind Hammer, resembling a waiter amidst the elegantly arranged dining table. Hammer sliced a small piece of steak and gestured for Ivan to take a seat. "Welcome, my friend. It appears you harbor a significant grudge against Stark, and I am most eager to collaborate with you." With a snap of his fingers, his personal butler, Jack, began to serve dishes at the table: sirloin steak, French foie gras. This sequence left Ivan momentarily stunned, leading him to question the sanity of the individual who had orchestrated his rescue. Nevertheless, Hammer remained self-satisfied, introducing S.H.I.E.L.D. "This is S.H.I.E.L.D, my chief weapons designer. I have told him numerous times, yet he persists in dressing like a hotel servant. However, I believe you two will ignite a spark of creativity." Subsequently, Hammer and Ivan negotiated a collaboration. Under Hammer's expectant gaze, S.H.I.E.L.D reluctantly extended a friendly handshake to Ivan. "Mr. Ivan, it is a pleasure to collaborate with you." "Likewise," Ivan replied. Both Ivan and S.H.I.E.L.D seemed to share a mutual disdain for their current employer, Hammer. The trio boarded a private jet back to the factory in Queens, New York. Upon entering the facility, Hammer eagerly showcased his prototype to Ivan. Yet in Chambly's eyes, these contraptions, developed by Hammer himself, paled in comparison to the advanced target robots found at the Zero base. As anticipated, Ivan swiftly breached the firewall of Hammer Industries and effortlessly dismantled the head of a prototype. This left Hammer in a state of considerable alarm. However, upon Ivan's assertion that he could assist Hammer in becoming the Pentagon's collaborator for the next 25 years, and possibly best Tony at the Stark Expo, the once anxious Hammer promptly disregarded Ivan's identity and recent breach of security. A smile radiated from Hammer's face, his lips unable to conceal their glee. As he proclaimed Ivan to be his benefactor, he advised Shambler to assist Ivan diligently before departing with an air of indifference. "Friend, he resembles a clown from a circus, does he not?" Ivan remarked nonchalantly, a toothpick between his lips. Shambler, upon hearing this, straightened his collar, adjusted his glasses, and allowed a slight smile to curve his lips. "Quite the taste, my friend." Chapter 17. Nick Fury Malibu Beach, Tony's Villa. Following Ivan's attack, the brief reprieve from palladium toxicity that Tony had experienced was utterly shattered. This was not merely due to the urgent sense of being pursued by the very technology he relied upon, but also because Ivan's appearance confirmed that Zero's intel was indeed accurate. His father had not independently created the prototype reactor. This revelation left Tony, who outwardly despised yet secretly revered his father, grappling with disbelief. Compounding his distress was the fact that after donning the Mark V suit, his palladium toxicity levels surged back to a staggering 55. Under the weight of these multiple pressures, Tony's spirits sank considerably. At that moment, Natasha, alias Black Widow, approached quietly, cradling a box filled with exquisite timepieces. "Mr. Stark, today is your birthday celebration. Which watch would you like to wear?" As the enchanting figure drew near, Tony engaged her in conversation. Amid their exchange, he posed a profound question. "Natasha, if this were your last birthday, what would you do?" "I would do what I truly desire," she replied, encouraging him. With the influence of alcohol coursing through him, Tony impulsively donned the Mark IV and launched into the festivities. At the celebration, clad in his ostentatious armor, Tony began to dance exuberantly. In a moment of exuberance, he even seized the microphone. "People often ask me how one uses the restroom in this suit." With that, he relaxed visibly, a look of utter contentment spreading across his face. This outrageous display sent the partygoers into a frenzy of screams. In his elevated state, Tony further entertained the crowd with antics, such as using his gauntlet to shoot at bottles, elevating the party atmosphere to a fever pitch. Meanwhile, Rhodey, who had just vouched for Tony at the military committee, was incensed by the scene. Observing Tony in such high spirits, Rhodey's expression darkened considerably. In a fit of anger, Rhodey downed a bottle of liquor and, without a second thought, made his way to the villa's lower level to don the Mark II, which he had long coveted. Upon returning to the mid-level, he wasted no words, ordering everyone to leave before grappling with Tony. The golden red and silver white battle armors clashed from the interior to the balcony, then from the balcony to the basement. You delivered a shot, and I retaliated with a punch. Ultimately, this drunken brawl culminated in a confrontation of handheld cannons, which unleashed shockwaves that left the surroundings in disarray, transforming the villa into a perilous structure. Tony was sent sprawling by the blast, collapsing to the ground, as if all his strength and resources had been sapped away. Meanwhile, Rhodey adjusted his stance and departed with the Mark II, leaving the two good friends in silent agreement, their unspoken camaraderie resonating deeply. At Zero Base, the live broadcast flickered to an abrupt halt, leaving Zero in bewilderment. "Isn't this supposed to be a friendly scuffle? Why did it lead to the destruction of a residence? My cameras are ruined." The unintended combination of Rhodey and Tony had obliterated every camera in Tony's home. Fortunately, most of the content had been successfully broadcasted prior to the destruction. Wei Wu had been watching the transmission, fervently pressing the check-in button, yet regrettably, he had not succeeded until the surveillance was compromised. This incident led Wei Wu to a realization. It seems that only scenes with clear, memorable moments can be deemed iconic. The following day, Justin Hammer received a message from the military instructing him to modify the Mark II that Rhodey had commandeered. Despite his relentless sales pitch, Rhodey fell for the ruse and ended up equipping the war machine with missiles from his ex-wife. Meanwhile, Tony, leisurely indulging in donuts while perched on a sign, was approached by Nick Fury. "Sir, I must ask you to step down from that donut." Upon hearing Fury's familiar voice, Tony removed his sunglasses, contemplating for a moment before deciding to grant the enigmatic agent an audience. The two entered the donut shop. "I've already expressed my disinterest in your top secret team," Tony remarked, taking a bite of his donut, his words muffled. No, no, no. I'm here to address a problem." "What problem?" Tony inquired, noting Fury's serious demeanor. "You're the problem." At this, Tony pulled aside the movable armor around his neck, revealing blood vessels corroded by palladium toxins. "You cannot solve my problem." Fury wore a non-committal expression. "I indeed cannot solve it, but I can help you, and your condition is far better than I anticipated." With that, Nick Fury signaled to Natasha, who had just entered. Natasha, understanding the cue, produced a lithium dioxide syringe and administered an injection to Tony's neck. "Oh, are you trying to sedate me to sell my kidney?" Tony quipped in pain, only to turn and find his newly hired personal assistant, clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit, seated beside Nick Fury. "Allow me to introduce you to Agent Natasha Romanoff," Nick Fury stated. In response to Fury's introduction, Natasha explained, "Director Fury dispatched me to covertly protect you upon learning of your ailment." "Protect? I see it more as surveillance. You're fired. Moreover, what you just utilized on me felt rather soothing." Nick Fury, upon hearing this, wore an expression of pride. "Lithium dioxide can alleviate your symptoms." Tony, who detests anyone attempting to outshine him, derided, "The effectiveness pales in comparison to my previous health consultant. If you could provide me with a box of it, I might consider offering some praise." "What health consultant?" Nick Fury inquired, this time addressing Natasha. "As far as I know, Mr. Stark does not possess a monitoring consultant. If there is one, it would be his own artificial intelligence assistant, Jarvis," Natasha conjectured in response. Observing the reactions of the two, Tony realized that the organization to which Zero belonged, the Fearless Covenant, appeared to be more enigmatic than S.H.I.E.L.D. This prompted Tony to remain cautious. Clearly, the previous mention of a health consultant was a deliberate probe on his part. Subsequently, Natasha precluded Tony from ridiculing her by adopting a businesslike demeanor and departing the shop, leaving the space for Tony and Nick Fury. "Now, let us discuss your concerns, Mr. Stark," Nick Fury stated, his demeanor inscrutable. Tony feigned attentiveness. "The object in your chest is based on unfinished technology. No, it is complete. Although it was not highly efficient before, I have successfully miniaturized it." Nick Fury was abruptly interrupted by Tony. Unperturbed, he continued his explanation. "Howard once remarked that the arc reactor was a stepping stone to greater inventions." As the director spoke eloquently, Tony realized that this man was acquainted with his father. "Wait, why do you know more about my dad than I do?" "Because he was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury replied, revealing a confident expression as he instructed his subordinate to bring forth a box. "This contains what Howard left for you. The rest is up to you." Without waiting for Tony's response, Nick Fury departed, leaving a bewildered Tony with the earnest Coulson. Tony was now brimming with questions, yet upon seeing Coulson's oblivious demeanor, he silently swallowed his inquiries, deciding against burdening the earnest man. Chapter 18. Ex-wife missile under Coulson's supervision. Tony was unable to leave the villa. Thus he immersed himself in the study of the new element. As days passed, news concerning Tony was suppressed by S.H.I.E.L.D's control over public opinion. Meanwhile, whispers of Hammer's intention to unveil new developments at the Stark Expo circulated widely. The day of the Hammer Industries launch event arrived. As night fell, the Hammer Industries exhibition took place within the main hall of the Stark Expo. Hammer showcased the drones produced by his company to the audience, a complete array for the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines. As the atmosphere intensified, Hammer unveiled his Pi-C Assistance, the war machine, modified into Mark II. Tony sat at home, watching his good friend Rhodey take the stage, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, an unexpected phone call interrupted him. "Hello, Tony. Who are you?" The voice on the other end offered no explanation of their identity, but continued, "What your father did to my family 40 years ago, I will return to you in 40 minutes. With that, the call abruptly ended. Tony recognized the voice as Ivan Vanko. Hadn't this man perished in the explosion at the Monaco prison? Sensing impending danger, Tony began to trace the call's origin, which pointed to New York. At that moment, an advertisement for Hammer Industries exhibition played on the television. With little time to ponder, Tony swiftly installed the new element reactor into his chest, preparing to don his armor and head to New York. His intuition warned him that something catastrophic was about to unfold at the Hammer exhibition that evening. 40 minutes later, at the Hammer exhibition site, the arrival of the golden armor heightened the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Ivan, present at Hammer Industries, saw Tony's entrance and quickly initiated a program to override Hammer Industries codes, intending to deploy dozens of drones and war machines against Tony. For types of drones, including the war machine, aimed their weapons at Tony on stage under Ivan's command. Cursing under his breath, Tony took flight, distancing himself from the venue as the war machine and aerial drones pursued him into the sky. The remaining 3 types of drones began to attack indiscriminately, plunging the exhibition into chaos. The crowd scattered in panic, screams filling the air, while Hammer, oblivious to Ivan's machinations, cowered on stage. Pepper, noticing Hammer's frantic retreat to the backstage, hurriedly followed him with Natasha. As the 2 women arrived, they overheard a technician reporting to Hammer. "Our software has been overridden." "Which software has been overridden?" Pepper demanded assertively, her authority already evident despite having been at Stark Industries for less than a month. Upon seeing his competitor enter, Hammer attempted to summon security to expel the 2 women. However, Natasha had no intention of wasting time. She advanced swiftly, capturing Hammer and pinning him forcefully against the table. "I advise you to clarify the situation immediately," Natasha warned, applying pressure. Hammer, his joints twisted painfully, cried out, "Ivan! It's Ivan Vanko! Where is he?" "At my company." Extracting the information, Natasha instructed Pepper to stay behind and quickly exited the chaotic venue to summon Happy for a ride to Hammer Industries. Wei Wu, observing Natasha and Happy's departure, activated his communicator and opened the team channel. "Shang-Chi, Zero, Natasha, and Happy are en route. Proceed as planned." "Copy that." In the realm of Hammer Industries, Shangbo Lu finally arrived, having been dormant for an extended period, just as Wei Wu notified Shangbo Lu and Zero. Tony at the exhibition shattered an army drone with a single shot, rescuing a young boy clad in an Iron Man helmet. Following this, Tony ascended once more, departing while encouraging the boy with a compliment for his bravery. Wei Wu, witnessing the successful check-in, felt a surge of confidence regarding the success of his plan. Meanwhile, Tony and Rhodey engaged in their anticipated aerial tussle. On the ground, Happy found himself unwittingly benefiting from Natasha's wardrobe change. His gaze instinctively flicked to the rearview mirror, only to be reprimanded by Natasha, who commanded him to focus on the road. Upon reaching the entrance of Hammer Industries, Natasha disembarked with unwavering determination, heading straight for the control room. Simultaneously, a blue catering van arrived at the back entrance, coinciding with Natasha and Happy's arrival. However, while Natasha and Happy faced obstruction from security at the front, Zero seamlessly accompanied Shangbo Lu directly to the control room. At that moment, Ivan had vacated the control room to don his battle armor, preparing to settle the score between Stark and Vank. This allowed Zero to effortlessly take over the control room. He casually deployed several intimidation tripwires to seal all entrances. Subsequently, he accessed the keyboard to temporarily disable the war machine's control. "Did you successfully implant the virus I instructed you to?" Zero paused his operations to inquire of Shangbo Lu. "I managed to implant it while Ivan tampered with the drones. It should be fine," came the response. Nodding, Zero instructed Shangbo Lu to intercept Natasha, who was rapidly approaching the control room. As Shangbo Lu exited the control room, he encountered Natasha and Happy. "Apologies, but you cannot enter just yet," he stated. Natasha remained silent, charging directly at Shangbo Lu, while Happy attempted to slip into the control room. In response, Shangbo Lu flicked his wrist, causing the nanomaterials on his sleeve to flow rapidly, transforming into a golden-heavy pistol known as Golden Headhunter. A bullet struck the door handle with precision, severing it cleanly, yet the lock remained intact. Startled, Happy recoiled at the display of marksmanship. Natasha, however, had closed the distance to Shangbo Lu. With a triumphant smile, Shangbo Lu snapped his fingers, activating Flash and Move. Flames of gold and purple erupted around him, engulfing him as he vanished from the corridor, leaving behind a fist-sized VIP restriction. The VIP restriction detected the proximity of others and instantaneously triggered, transforming the space into a deceleration field. Natasha, unaccustomed to facing an adversary like Shangbo Lu, inadvertently became ensnared by the force field. Her movements slowed to a comical crawl. Observing Natasha trapped while the man in the vest had disappeared, Happy resolved to force the door open. It must be said that Happy possesses a remarkable strength, as he managed to force the door open after several vigorous attempts. Unfortunately, behind the door lay a series of tripwires set by Zero. Unaware of the danger, Happy triggered the wires and was instantly met with a barrage of electric shocks, causing his hair to stand on end and black smoke to emanate from his mouth as he collapsed into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Zero, stationed at the control panel, paid no heed to the incapacitated Happy. Instead, he activated a projection of an intact door to replace the one that had been damaged. He had meticulously adjusted the parameters of the tripwires to ensure they would not be lethal. In the ecological garden of the Stark Expo, Ivan appeared before Tony clad in brand new armor. After exchanging a flurry of banter, they prepared to engage in combat. However, Ivan soon realized he was unable to move. Roddy, standing beside Tony, faced the same predicament. Their armors had been locked down by Zero's viral program, rendering the once formidable suits into mere cages. A mechanical synthetic voice emanated from the communicator of War Machine. "Gentlemen, do not act rashly." Ivan and Roddy were already immobilized, but this warning was directed at Tony. It dawned on Tony that both of his companions were now entirely incapacitated. "Roddy? I can't move," Tony exclaimed in alarm. "Calm down. I'm going to perform an experiment to disable the control. Perhaps I can even hand Ivan over to you afterward," came the reply, just as the left shoulder armor of War Machine opened, preparing to launch a missile. Roddy, seeing the weapon being activated, urgently warned his friend. "Tony, that's the ex-wife missile. Hammer said it could demolish an entire building. Get away." "Hammer? Then we're fine," was Tony's last thought before the missile launched. Just as he anticipated, under Zero's control, the ex-wife missile struck the Whiplash armor with precision, sending it plummeting into the water. The missile's tail flame struggled momentarily beneath the surface before succumbing to silence, a classic scene faithfully replicated. Scene completion successful. Energy extraction, 100 extracting. Card acquired. Era Genesis Laser Cut, Chapter 19. Sign-in mechanism and transformation it worked. In the instant of successful sign-in, Wei Wu felt an exuberant urge to leap for joy. The experiment had succeeded. This indicated that whether following the plot or forcefully steering it, as long as the specific iconic scene was achieved, sign-in was possible. With this revelation, unless Wei Wu led the narrative astray beyond redemption, he need not worry about altering the plot and failing to sign in. It was indeed a turning point reminiscent of World War II. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Wei Wu whispered a cheer. "Wu, let's take off." Suppressing his joy, Wei Wu prepared to conclude his tasks at the outskirts of the ecological garden. He canceled the summoning of Shambler from a distance, and then donned the template to transform. Upon completing the transformation, Wei Wu pinched the air between his right-hand index and middle fingers, conjuring a card shimmering with green and golden reflections to materialize between them. Casually discarding the card from the shattered glass of the ecological zone, it twirled through the air and, upon landing, rapidly reformed into a teleportation anchor point the size of a water bottle. Subsequently, Wei Wu no longer concealed his presence and strode into the sight of Tony and his companions. The nanomaterial at his collar coalesced in his hand to form a golden headhunter. Noticing the unfamiliar figure, Tony stepped forward protectively, shielding the targeted roadie behind him. Within the helmet's display, Jarvis retrieved information about the chief weapon designer at Hammer Industries, Heimbol. "Buddy, if you're lost, you'd best leave. This place is perilous." As he spoke, the repulsor in Mark 6 hummed with energy, serving as Tony's warning. In stark contrast to Tony's caution, the solitary Ivan stood by, suspecting that this entire situation was orchestrated by Wei Wu. Unfortunately, under Zero's control, the Whiplash armor's visor had closed, and the communicator had been silenced, preventing Ivan from unleashing his vitriol. Wei Wu approached unhurriedly. "Mr. Stark, I am not here to confront you and your friends. I am here to..." Before he could finish his sentence, he raised his right hand, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. Bang! 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 3 Headhunter rounds struck the Whiplash helmet with pinpoint accuracy. After the helmet and bullets sparked upon collision, the 3rd bullet penetrated the helmet, sending Ivan within the armor to his demise. "It's you." Tony recognized the familiar purple tail flame, confirming that this was the individual who had rescued him from Ironmonger. However, before he could utter another word, Wei Wu dissipated the golden head hunter with a snap of his fingers, vanishing from sight while leaving Tony with a parting remark. I send my regards on behalf of the unyielding Covenant, Mr. Stark. Defeated enemy. Ivan Vanko. Experience settlement in progress. Level. Bronze. In the Hammer Industries control room, Zero noted the mission had been successfully completed. One hand rested on the keyboard to destroy the data, while the other retrieved his tripwire, preparing to leave. He then dragged the unconscious Happy out of the control room, intending to hand him over to Natasha. However, the deceleration field of Shambor expired. Freed, Natasha, true to her title of Black Widow, drew a handgun from her thigh and opened fire, seemingly not considering the option of capturing anyone alive. Zero thought to himself, why must I encounter such troublesome situations? With a sigh of resignation, he released Happy while dropping a cyber cage, swiftly retreating back into the control room. The cyber cage activated upon landing, projecting a gray smoke image. In the few seconds that Natasha was obstructed by the optical smoke, Zero set up a multitude of additional cyber cages within the room, the dense optical projections completely obscuring his figure. As Natasha entered the control room, she was immediately engulfed by a dazzling array of holographic projections, rendering her unable to identify her target. Under the cover of these projections, Zero effortlessly slipped away. From Natasha's perspective, upon her entry into the room, she was instantaneously surrounded by a whirlwind of mesmerizing visuals. Within mere seconds, she spotted Zero emerging from the holograms, brandishing a dagger and launching an attack against her. Instinctively, she rolled to evade the strike. When she lifted her gaze once more, Zero's silhouette had vanished amidst the multitude of projections. The chaotic imagery already distorted her sense of direction, and coupled with her earlier clumsy maneuvering, Natasha now found herself unable to ascertain the location of the exit. She could only assume a defensive stance, remaining vigilant for any impending assault. The standoff persisted until a minute later when Zero nonchalantly departed aboard a food cart. Once assured that Natasha would not pursue him, Zero leisurely initiated the self-destruction of the cybernetic prison he had set up within the control room. It was only when Natasha witnessed the optical projections fading away one by one that she realized the Zero who had attacked her was merely a hologram. She had been outwitted. Despite her years of experience as an agent, this was the first time she felt so thoroughly manipulated. Natasha nearly ground her molars in frustration. Damn it, that cunning rogue. Observing the surveillance footage of Natasha, who was seething with rage, Zero let out a triumphant, mocking laugh. At Zero base, Wei Wu and 4 agents convened. In light of the evening S attempts to sign into the system, Wei Wu resolved to alter their future strategies. In response, Reyna, with her magnetic voice, initiated a playful jab at Zero. It seems we no longer have to hide like you, Zero. Zero, displeased, countered, how am I hiding? Maintaining an air of mystery is a fundamental principle of espionage. Isn't it? Shambler, setting down his report, interjected with a sharp retort. Come on. I remember that during your time with the fearless Covenant on Earth, you didn't even leave a trace. Slander. Shambler, you are maligning my character. Besides, we don't even know what you look like. Reina de Libertad Fatal. But returning to the topic, it seems tonight's discussion isn't about that, right? Wouldn't you agree, boss? Wei Wu found himself bewildered by their seemingly nonsensical conversation, yet he had no choice but to steer the discussion back to business. All right, let's get back on track. Next, Reyna will have to contend with Thor, most likely facing the Destroyer head-on. Mere bullets won't suffice against such entities. With that, Wei Wu produced a newly drawn card to examine its details. Card, Genesis Ray Cutter. Type, Weapon Card. Effect, upon activation, it immediately binds, adapting to all forms of energy and amplifying the user's abilities. So, Reyna continued, as she confidently caught the card Wei Wu tossed her way. Upon activation, the card shattered into luminous particles in her grasp, transforming into a magnificent purple longsword. Reyna swiftly unsheathed her blade, her hands surging with a dark, purple-hued soul energy, which she had amassed while dispensing justice in Mexico. The soul energy seamlessly infused into the Reyche. After absorbing a sufficient amount, the blade emanated a radiant purple glow, exuding an aura of sharpness. An exquisite weapon indeed. I was just lamenting the ineffectiveness of bullets. Reyna, firmly grasping the Reyche, offered her commendation. Chapter 20, S.H.I.E.L.D. Within the Zero base of the interstitial space, a harmonious atmosphere prevailed, contrasting sharply with the bustling activity at S. S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. in Washington. Maria Hill, clutching a stack of documents, paused at the director's office door. Through the door, she could hear Director Fury's sardonic tone as he addressed Agent Romanoff. So, you mean to say that on your way to apprehend Ivan Vanko, you were subdued by two eccentrically dressed individuals? And those two managed to commandeer 3 high-tech suits from 15 kilometers away, right before your eyes, and then escaped unscathed? Is that the case, Agent Romanoff? Natasha understood that her superior was not genuinely angry, but was merely performing for the World Security Council on the other side of the holographic screen, attempting to secure additional funding. Thus, she naturally played along. With an expression of contrition, Natasha presented the pre-prepared documents and began to characterize Zero and Bowler as exceedingly dangerous supercriminals, advocating for intensified efforts to apprehend them. This impromptu performance captivated the World Security Council, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Ultimately, under Nick Fury's satisfied smile, the council consented to allocate funds and concluded the communication. As the grand drama in the office came to a close, Hill raised her hand to knock on the door, catching a glimpse of Coulson emerging from the elevator. They exchanged a glance. Together? Indeed. They entered the office. Hill handed the documents to Nick Fury. Director, this is intelligence recently intercepted from the military. They seem to have pinpointed Dr. Banner's location. Fury skimmed through the documents hastily before setting them aside. Good. It's just the right moment for Agent Romanoff to lay low. The higher-ups are somewhat displeased with you. Natasha had no objections to her assignment, but reminded him, Director, my assessment of those two mysterious individuals was not exaggerated. I know, Fury replied. I will have Hill follow up. You just need to monitor the military and Dr. Banner without engaging with them. Both Hill and Natasha nodded in agreement to the arrangement. And you, Coulson? When it was Coulson's turn, he stepped forward and spoke. Tony Stark wishes to see you, Director. In fact, he has already arrived in Washington. Fury raised an eyebrow at this news. It seems our Iron Man is intrigued by my clandestine team of operatives. Hill, arrange for me to meet Tony Stark at the suburban base. We cannot keep this playboy waiting. As he spoke, Nick Fury pushed a file folder across the table. As for Coulson, I still need you to make a trip to New Mexico. That afternoon, under Hill's arrangement, Tony successfully met with Nick Fury. You wanted to see me. It seems you've come to a realization. Nick Fury handed Tony a report concerning himself. What is this? You may read it. Observing the enigmatic demeanor of the one-eyed, bald man before him, Tony suppressed his questions and began to peruse the report. Personality overview. Mr. Stark exhibits compulsive behaviors with self-destructive tendencies, indicative of standard narcissism. Avengers recruitment assessment. Can Iron Man veto Tony Stark? Tony held the report, bewilderment etched on his face. What is this? You affirm me, yet simultaneously deny me. Feeling as though he were being toyed with, Tony resolved not to indulge the man before him any longer. He adopted a serious expression. All right, Nick, I didn't come here to discuss the Avengers. I came to talk about an organization. What organization? The Fearless Covenant. Have you heard of it? Upon realizing Tony was indeed serious, Nick Fury's expression shifted. Elaborate. Wait, doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. know about this? As Tony noticed that Nick Fury seemed no more informed than himself, he hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge everything. After all, his trust in Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. was tenuous at best. In short, he harbored doubts about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities. After careful consideration, Tony chose to disclose the details concerning the Fearless Covenant. Nick Fury listened intently, his brow furrowed throughout Tony's account. He then exaggeratedly summarized the information Tony provided, adding what he knew. In essence, this organization first emerged with a member, a fellow codenamed Zero, who sold you information. Subsequently, another member, Justin Hammer's chief weapons designer, Killian, attempted to assassinate Obadiah. Later, Zero brought along an unidentified female member to alleviate your palladium poisoning. Ultimately, Zero and Killian encountered Agent Romanoff at Hammer Industries, during which he incapacitated your bodyguard, Mr. Hogan. Strangely enough, this Killian managed to traverse several dozen kilometers in under a minute to shoot Ivan Vanko, right in front of you and Colonel Rhodes. Tony nodded in affirmation of Nick Fury's summary. Indeed, that's correct. With confirmation secured, Nick Fury scrutinized Tony with his remaining eye. If what you say is true, then why would you choose to betray your savior by sharing this with me? In that moment, the director revealed a side of himself that Tony had never witnessed, the persona of a master operative. Recognizing the gravity of the moment, Tony composed himself and spoke earnestly. To be honest, I am uncertain. On a personal level, I am inclined to trust Zero, yet his secrets are numerous, too numerous to overlook the inherent risks. Now, I have acquired a new reactor and am blissfully entwined in a perfect romance with Pepper. I shall not permit any potential dangers to jeopardize this bliss. Not even my savior. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury nodded slightly and rose to his feet. In that case, I extend an invitation to you in my capacity as the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D, the founder of the Avengers Initiative, and a member of the World Security Council, to join the Avengers. Tony found himself bewildered by Fury's unexpected maneuver. This is not right, is it? I came to discuss the fearless contract, yet now I'm being asked to join the Avengers? In response to Tony's inquiry, Nick maintained a composed demeanor. The Avengers will confront global crises head-on. The initiative possesses the authority to act worldwide, and the fearless contract is evidently the first target of the alliance. So, have you considered whether to join us in investigating this emerging organization? At this point, Tony realized he had been ensnared by this cunning strategist and could only nod in agreement. Seeing his objective achieved, Nick Fury displayed a formal yet courteous smile. Welcome aboard. Iron Man, Chapter 21. Thor outside Old Bridge Town in New Mexico, under the radiant western skies. A portion of the local residents gathered around a large crater to hold a hammer-raising contest. This event was sparked by the meteor that fell the previous night, leaving behind an unmovable hammer in the crater it created. At that moment, an elderly man was attempting to use a pickup truck to pull the hammer with an iron chain, but alas, despite the truck's tailgate being ripped off, the hammer remained steadfastly unmoved. Oblivious to this, the old man leaned out of the car window, inquiring of those nearby, "Did you manage to lift it?" Witnessing the elderly man's vehicle rendered useless, the onlookers erupted in laughter at his folly. Iconic scene registration successful. Energy extraction. 30 Wei Wu, adorned in a mask and hood, emerged from the crowd, accompanied by Reyna, who was dressed casually. "Are you going to give it a try?" Reyna teased, glancing at Wei Wu, who bore a spiral-eyed mask as if indulging in a game. "Since I'm here, I must give it a shot," Wei Wu replied, stepping away from the crowd to the side of Mjolnir and gripping its handle with determination. The result, however, was that the hammer did not budge in the slightest. "Indeed, I am not a worthy individual," he remarked, turning to Reyna. "Come on, Reyna, you give it a try." "I refuse to partake in such childish antics," Reyna coldly declined. A minute later, on a hillock at a distance from the crater, Phil Coulson arrived at the scene in his standard black S.H.I.E.L.D vehicle. The dust coating the car indicated the busy nature of this Level 8 agent. As he stepped out of the car, Coulson spotted a woman of Mexican descent, her hair tipped with purple, attempting to lift the hammer in the crater. As anticipated, the woman, like the surrounding onlookers, faltered. He removed his sunglasses, his eyes swiftly scanning the terrain surrounding the deep pit, already contemplating how to erect a barrier. Moments later, he retrieved his phone and dialed the number of his department head. "We have located the object," he announced, referring to the hospital in Old Bridge Town, situated several dozen miles away. There, Thor, confined as a mental patient by Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig, was struggling to free himself from the restraints. Although he was unaware of his exact location, he could sense that his cherished hammer, Mjolnir, was not too far away. He needed to reach his hammer swiftly, raise it, and return to Asgard to confront the impending war. This was his destiny as the god of thunder, a belief he held steadfastly. At last, through relentless effort, Thor successfully broke free from his restraints and escaped onto the street. However, the mighty Thor, son of Odin, was soon knocked unconscious by a reversing Jane. Upon hearing the commotion and realizing she had struck someone, Jane, filled with remorse, urged Dr. Selvig to help lift Thor into the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, Thor regained consciousness in the car. Jane, Selvig, and their assistant Darcy transported him to a restaurant. During their conversation, Thor boasted of his valiant exploits as the god of thunder and entertained them with a traditional Asgardian display of cup-breaking. This display convinced Selvig, who already regarded Thor as mentally unstable, to resolve to keep his old friend's daughter away from him. As Selvig plotted ways to rid himself of Thor, he suddenly observed Thor, who still bore some semblance of humanity, rise abruptly and stride toward the bar where two men were conversing. Thor placed his hands on their shoulders and inquired, How does one reach the object you mentioned? The one that no one can lift? The disturbed men turned, initially displeased. But upon noticing Thor's impressive physique, they courteously directed him 50 miles west from here. A smile spread across Thor's face at this revelation. Eagerly, he prepared a trek 50 miles to reclaim his beloved hammer. Seeing Thor, seemingly deranged, disregard the traffic and march straight westward, Jane hurried after him, while Selvig, concerned for Jane's safety, hastily settled the bill and followed suit. Upon exiting the restaurant, Selvig observed Thor and Jane sharing laughter. He moved closer, curious to discern what charming words Thor had used to amuse Jane so thoroughly. To his dismay, he overheard references to the hammer of the thunder god, the rainbow bridge, and the world tree, tales from the Norse mythology he had known since childhood. Selvig's determination to keep Jane away from this lunatic intensified. Throughout the ensuing dialogue between Jane and Thor, Selvig persistently gestured for Jane to disregard the madman. After much persuasion from Selvig, Jane ultimately relinquished her intention to accompany Thor in search of the hammer of the thunder god. After a brief farewell to Thor, the trio prepared to return to the laboratory to continue their work. However, calamity seldom comes alone. Before they could reach the lab, they caught sight of various instruments being dismantled by mysterious figures clad in black. Frustrated by Selvig's earlier obstruction, Jane rushed forward to confront a sharply dressed man with an alarmingly receding hairline. "What are you doing? Stop this at once." Coulson, who was overseeing the removal of the equipment, turned at the sound of her voice and explained, "Miss Foster, I am Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. We are investigating a security threat and need to requisition your records, atmospheric data, and some of your instruments." "Requisition? This is theft," Jane retorted. Coulson flashed his customary smile and produced a pre-prepared check, attempting to placate her. Yet, Jane, undeterred, sought to reason with Coulson, passionately explaining the significance of her research and showcasing her notes, which indicated that success was imminent. To her dismay, Coulson's interest was piqued by the critical information documented in her notebook. He swiftly tucked the check in her jacket pocket and seized her notebook. Stunned by Coulson's brazen act, Jane reached out to stop him, but Selvig intervened, whispering in her ear, "Stay calm, Jane. This is far more serious than you realize." Observing the unfolding scene, Coulson donned his practiced smile once more, thanking her for her cooperation before departing with his team of agents. Jane, watching Coulson's retreating figure, sank helplessly to the ground. "Years of research. It's all gone. Doctor, why did you stop me? Who are they?" Selvig waited until Coulson and his team had vanished from sight before explaining. "I know a scientist, a pioneer in the field of gamma radiation, who mysteriously disappeared after S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived." As Selvig walked through the lab in search of his laptop, he continued, "I have a colleague who has had contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. I will email him. Perhaps he can assist us." At this juncture, Darcy, the assistant who had remained silent until now, quietly interjected, "Doctor, your laptop was taken as well." Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the aforementioned missing pioneer in gamma radiation, Dr. Bruce Banner, encountered the most significant figure of his life while leaving his job as a technician at a beverage factory in a slum in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Walking through the narrow streets of the impoverished neighborhood, Banner repeatedly recalled the breathing techniques taught by his yoga instructor. This particular method was designed to help regulate one's heart rate to a tranquil state. This is exceedingly advantageous for Banner, who transforms into a colossal green monster when overly excited. As memories flooded back, Banner's breathing steadied, and he relaxed completely. Upon returning home, he prepared dinner for himself and his beloved dog. After a hasty meal, he retired to bed early. In the evening, a capture team, led by General Ross, stealthily approached Banner's residence. One team member extended a camera probe through the door's crack, only to be detected by the vigilant dog inside. Curiosity piqued, the dog approached the camera, emitting a low growl. The team member, witnessing this through the camera, quickly withdrew the probe, fearing the dog might bark and alert their target. Relieved that the dog remained silent, the team felt a moment of ease. However, the fugitive Banner had already awakened. Peering through the door's crack, he spotted a shadow lurking outside. In a panic, he quietly rose from his bed, swiftly donned his clothes and shoes without making a sound. He then grabbed his meticulously packed backpack and, following the route practiced during drills, escaped through the window's pipe. When the team burst through the door, They were met with an empty bed, still radiating warmth. "Damn it!" exclaimed Captain Blonsky, who then shot the troublesome dog. "General, Banner has escaped, but he is still nearby." Having fled his home, Banner followed the pre-planned route toward the outskirts of the city. Yet, General Ross had meticulously studied the slum where Banner sought refuge, positioning personnel at every potential escape route. Unfortunately for Banner, he collided directly with the command vehicle housing General Ross. Upon spotting Ross, Banner, akin to a startled rabbit, dashed into the labyrinthine alleyways. Ross promptly alerted all members of the capture team to surround the vicinity of the command vehicle. As Banner navigated the alleys, soldiers emerged to apprehend him, but his familiarity with the terrain allowed him to evade them. Soon, however, he realized that one soldier was steadfastly tailing him, refusing to be shaken off. This soldier was none other than Blonsky, a seasoned Marine renowned within the military for his prowess. With extensive pursuit experience, Blonsky relentlessly pursued Banner, who, despite his intimate knowledge of the area, could not gain any distance. The chase escalated from the alleyways to the rooftops, with both men leaping between buildings. As time wore on, Banner, compelled to regulate his heart rate, began to falter, allowing Blonsky to close the gap. In a moment of desperation, Banner sprinted toward the beverage factory where he worked, only to encounter 3 local thugs he had previously crossed. Spotting Banner, the thugs decided to teach this oblivious outsider a lesson. Thus, 3 more individuals joined the pursuit of Banner. Amidst the fervent chase, Banner's heart rate soared perilously close to the 200 mark on several occasions. This compelled him to pause and regulate his breathing to control his heart rate, for he feared unleashing the monster within him, which could very well lay waste to several streets nearby. This momentary respite allowed the 3 ruffians to catch up with him within the factory. Desperate, Banner implored the thugs not to provoke him, but it was clear that they dismissed his words. As they relentlessly pummeled him, Banner's heart rate escalated once more, reaching the critical 200. By the time Blonsky and his team arrived, Banner had vanished without a trace. The scene was left with 3 mangled corpses and a large green figure. The Hulk swiftly dealt with the trio who had tormented Banner and then turned to meet Blonsky's gaze. The Hulk did not recognize this man. His mere presence ignited Hulk's fury. In an instant, Hulk seized a nearby liquid tank and hurled it at Blonsky and his team. Due to the vast disparity in strength, in less than a minute, all but Blonsky were either sent flying or killed. As Hulk rampaged through the factory, his rage slightly abated, allowing him to disregard the fleeing Blonsky, instead crashing through the factory wall and disappearing into the primal rainforest beyond Rio de Janeiro. General Ross once again lost track of the Hulk, and in his helplessness, he could only arrange for personnel to clean up the scene, contemplating how to suppress the incident. Meanwhile, Hulk barreled through the rainforest, and after an indeterminate distance, the anger he had amassed dissipated, retreating back into Banner's form. Following Banner from the outset, the Sage finally arrived, panting, along the path of destruction left by Hulk to find the unconscious Banner. "Wow, this big fellow can really run," he remarked, glancing down at Banner's slightly torn trousers and quipping, "Is this Brandes quality truly that good?" Despite his jest, the Sage took advantage of Banner's unconscious state to create a crystal platform beneath him. The platform lifted Banner, and the Sage transported him to a prepared house outside a nearby village. As the sun rose, the unconscious Banner slowly awoke. Upon opening his eyes and seeing an unfamiliar ceiling, he felt a pang of panic, but upon realizing it was neither a laboratory nor a hospital, he sighed in relief, concluding he had likely been rescued by a kind-hearted individual. "You're awake?" At the sound, Banner turned to see a woman with a high ponytail, dressed in attire reminiscent of martial arts clothing, adorned with a string of sizable jade orbs at her waist. "You saved me. I hope I didn't harm you in any way." Banner expressed his gratitude, though he soon worried whether Hulk had caused significant damage to others. The Sage smiled at this and offered Banner a cup of hot tea. "If you mean that green behemoth, there is no need for concern. I found you deep in the primal rainforest while I was fortuitously foraging for medicinal herbs." As he spoke, the Sage pointed towards a corner of the room where a basket of plants sat. Upon realizing that he had not committed a grave error, Banner exhaled with relief and took a sip of the hot tea in his hand. Splutter. The Sage deftly dodged the spray of tea that erupted from Banner's mouth. "Oh my God, this is both scorching and bitter." Banner grimaced, sticking out his tongue to express his distaste for the Eastern brew. "Not to your liking?" What a pity. For this green tea possesses a calming effect for the mind. Really? Upon hearing the phrase calming effect, Banner attempted another sip, yet still found it unpalatable. Shaking his head, he rose to thank the sage for his assistance, then hurriedly expressed his desire to head to Caltech in America. To this, the sage uttered 3 sentences that momentarily quelled Banner's eagerness to depart and led him to pledge himself as a disciple. Chapter 23, Disciple Banner. Greetings to the master. If you wish to leave, walk 10 kilometers east and you shall find the roadway. This place seems to be thousands of kilometers away from America. However, if you desire that green behemoth to comply, I can offer my assistance. The sage spoke with an air of nonchalance. After hearing the first 2 statements, Banner felt as though the sky had fallen. He was now left with nothing but a pair of underpants. How could he possibly traverse such a distance to retrieve his research materials from Caltech? Yet, upon hearing the 3rd sentence, Banner could scarcely believe his ears. He thought that this kind-hearted individual might have been rendered speechless by the Hulk, leading him to utter such absurdity. Madam, you may not comprehend the gravity of your words. That green creature is no ordinary beast. It is a monster, a dangerous one. I understand what it is, and I empathize with your current sentiments, sir. I have been through it myself. The sage interrupted Banner's admonitions and then raised his right hand to invoke thin ice, accompanied by a flow of green energy. An emerald sphere coalesced in the palm of the sage's hand. He then struck the sphere against the wall, and upon their contact, the sphere shattered into countless tiny fragments that adorned the entire wall. The surface was cloaked in a thin layer of verdant crystal, with visible green currents dancing among the minuscule shards. Banner was rendered speechless by the sage's display of power. You are not the only extraordinary being on this earth. In fact, there are many fortunate individuals like you and me who possess powers far beyond those of mere mortals. No, this is not fortune. It is a curse. I once had a happy life, I had. Banner began to declare his stance regarding the monster within him. The sage, undeterred by Banner's interruption, patiently listened. Sir, I can empathize with your current state of mind. When I awakened to this power at the age of 7, I was bewildered and unable to control it, much like you are now. From that moment on, no one in my village wanted anything to do with me. The villagers shunned me, labeling me a monster. My parents abandoned me after one incident of losing control. As she spoke, the sage's expression darkened. With a casual wave of her hand, a cluster of sharp crystals erupted from the earth, instantly piercing through a basket filled with medicinal herbs in the corner. In a moment of uncontrolled rage, I inadvertently drove a crystal through my brother's chest. However, a passing Taoist priest, whom one might regard as an enlightened master, took me under his wing, guiding me back to the temple and teaching me to harness my powers. With a mixture of truth and fabrication, the sage exhaled a heavy sigh, as if relieved of a great burden. He had spent 6 months with Wei Wu at Kamartaj, during which he had acquired a modicum of the art of nonchalant boasting from Wei Wu. The sage continued, In you, I see the reflection of my former self. Thus, trust me, what resides within you is not a curse, but a power that can be controlled. I can sense that the brute has his own emotions. Perhaps it was the sage's impassioned narrative that moved Banner. In that moment, he stood frozen, as if struck by a heavy blow. The steadfast materialist Bruce Banner found himself momentarily shaken. He had once firmly believed that the Hulk was merely a mutation born from a lab accident, a malignancy to be excised like a tumor. Yet the astonishing emerald crystal before him, coupled with the extraordinary tale he had just heard, began to unsettle his previously unwavering worldview. Actually, I have traveled to the east and have heard of the vocation of Taoist priests. Banner's expression was complex. The man who had never believed in fate suddenly felt that the individual before him was an angel sent by God to guide him through his tribulations. How should I address you? I am called Bruce Banner, he replied, extending his right hand toward the sage. I wish to understand how to control the Hulk. The sage, having successfully charmed and persuaded him, beamed with genuine warmth. You may call me Wei Lingying, Mr. Banner. Their handshake marked the beginning of their acquaintance. However, upon learning the sage's true name, Banner, for reasons unknown, inquired about her homeland. So, Miss Wei, is your hometown in the east? The sage nodded in response. With this revelation, Banner appeared contemplative, recalling a scene from his youth when he visited the Shaolin Temple in the east. After a moment's reflection, it seemed he had resolved to make a significant decision. Subsequently, Banner stepped back bent his knees, and bowed deeply to the sage, uttering in halting Mandarin, "Please accept me as your disciple." The sage was taken aback. Ultimately, under Banner's earnest insistence, the sage accepted this unexpected pupil. Observing the newly initiated Banner and the wisdom that had dawned in his eyes, akin to many foreign disciples, the sage felt a twinge of regret for having taken on this task from Wei Wu. With a sigh of resignation, she steeled herself to guide her new disciple in his training. She led Banner to the depths of the rainforest, ensuring no one was around, and instructed him to attempt to summon the Hulk. Initially, Banner hesitated. He did not wish for his newly appointed master to fall victim to the Hulk within a day of their acquaintance. However, it was only after the sage conjured a towering crystal barrier, reminiscent of a city wall, that Banner acquiesced to the plan. He began to attempt to summon the Hulk. Yet it appeared that the Hulk, having recently vented his fury, was reluctant to emerge. Thus, Banner resorted to a rather crude method, sprinting in an effort to elevate his heart rate to the point of triggering the Hulk's appearance. To the surprise of both, the Hulk, who would typically stir at the slightest elevation of heart rate, seemed blissfully unaware today, as Banner's heart raced to an alarming 220 beats per minute, with only a slight green tinge to his pupils as evidence of the Hulk's presence. The Hulk did not wish to emerge. Banner sensed this information, a mixture of astonishment and elation flooding his heart. He felt that the most prudent decision of his life had been to take Wei Ling as his mentor. Since the onset of his gamma radiation exposure years ago, he had never felt such exhilaration. Observing the barely contained smile on Banner's face, the sage felt a twinge of frustration. With the Hulk refusing to cooperate, she would need to employ more intricate strategies. Had the Hulk chosen to appear, she could have effortlessly acted as a conduit between Banner and the Hulk, merely embellishing the translation to facilitate their initial reconciliation. However, she now faced the daunting task of truly teaching Banner how to reconcile with the Hulk. Alas, one must reap what one sows, she mused with a sigh. Meanwhile, in the heart of the primordial rainforest, the sage commenced a mental training session with her apprentice, who boasted 7 doctoral degrees. In contrast, across the arid expanse of the western desert, Thor, accompanied by Jane Foster, stealthily approached a makeshift research facility erected by S.H.I.E.L.D, intent on reclaiming his beloved hammer. Chapter 24. I come from Kamartaj. Outside the rudimentary research facility surrounding Mjolnir, Thor and Jane stealthily ascended a nearby mound. After observing for a while through binoculars, Jane indignantly exclaimed, "This is certainly not the satellite crash they claim it to be." "Indeed, it is not. That is Mjolnir. I can feel it," Thor replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. He had already begun to envision himself, imbued with the might of thunder, returning to Asgard to lead his army in conquering Jotunheim. With this thought, Thor removed his coat and draped it over Jane's shoulders. "Wait here while I retrieve Mjolnir. Once I have it, I shall take you back to Asgard, and you will have answers to all your questions." Then, to Jane's astonishment, Thor charged directly through the barbed wire barrier surrounding the facility, racing toward the heavily guarded research center. Realizing Thor's reckless approach, Jane's instincts warned her of impending disaster. She quickly retrieved her phone and left a message for Dr. Selvig. "Selvig, it's me, Jane. I'm doing well, but if I don't call you in an hour, come to the crater. I've done something I shouldn't have. Sorry, goodbye." With her message sent, Jane resumed her watch through the binoculars, keenly observing Thor's movements. Within the confines of the research facility, Thor's reckless maneuvers were meticulously observed by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D in the control room. Although the agents were deeply impressed by the audacity of this brash warrior, their sense of duty compelled them to report to their superior. "Sir, you must see this," urged Agent S.H.I.E.L.D, his bald head leaning over to scrutinize the surveillance footage that depicted Thor charging towards the Institute. At that moment, the skies erupted with thunder and lightning, unleashing a torrential downpour. Following a brief exchange with the facility's highest authority, Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D conveyed the orders as instructed. "Intercept him. Attempt to capture him alive." With the command issued, nearby agents surged towards Thor in a frenzied rush. Yet, even bereft of his godly powers, Thor was no mere mortal for these agents to confront unarmed. Amid the cacophony of rain and thunder, Thor forged his way through, overcoming every obstacle until he reached the central tower of the research facility. At the pinnacle of the tower, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, had drawn his bow, poised to eliminate the intruder at Coulson's command. However, Coulson hesitated. his instincts honed over 2 decades as an agent whispering that this towering intruder was indeed connected to the enchanted hammer. In those fleeting seconds of indecision, Thor neutralized the last agent standing in his path. He approached the hammer with solemn determination, poised to touch its surface. "This is the final opportunity, Coulson," Clint urged, pressing for action. Yet Coulson, trusting in his unerring intuition, chose to take a gamble. "I wish to see what he is capable of." As Coulson's words faded, Thor seized the hammer with one hand. To his astonishment, the anticipated surge of power eluded him, and he could not budge the hammer even by an inch. Disbelieving, Thor grasped the handle with both hands, exerting all his strength in a desperate attempt to lift Mjolnir, yet the hammer remained immovable. In that fleeting instant, the convictions Thor had held for a lifetime shattered completely. He gazed incredulously at the hammer, memories of his father's banishment and the incantation spoken over the hammer flooding his mind. "Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor." The question echoed in his thoughts. Am I unworthy? Confusion, resentment, and despair surged within him, culminating in a thunderous roar directed at the heavens. Ah! After the outburst, Thor seemed to lose all vitality, collapsing onto the rain-soaked earth like a soulless husk. The mud stained his garments, rain drenched his hair, and the lightning illuminated his desolate visage. "The performance is over. Apprehend him," Coulson ordered, his expression one of disappointment as he commanded Thor's arrest, pondering why his usually infallible instincts had faltered on this day. However, he swiftly suppressed his doubts, for interrogating the intruder was of utmost importance at the moment. On the hillside outside the research facility, Jane, upon witnessing Thor's capture, immediately resolved to seek Selvig's assistance. She hastily drove back to Old Bridgetown to confer with Selvig on their course of action. Meanwhile, on the very hillside where Jane and Thor had once lingered, 2 figures with umbrellas appeared, Wei Wu and Reyna. The duo had been trailing Thor and Jane since their departure from Old Bridgetown. Not long ago, Wei Wu had successfully recorded the spectacular moment when Thor failed to wield his hammer, charging himself to 77. As for the present, Wei Wu intended to wait until Loki concluded his theatrics with Thor before taking action, for the god of mischief was certainly no ordinary adversary. Moreover, to some extent, he felt a twinge of concern, as if his every move were being scrutinized by Loki, the god of stories, who resided at the precipice of time. Of course, such musings were tangential. He was not yet equipped to manage matters of that magnitude. Within the research facility, Coulson was interrogating Thor in a hastily isolated chamber. "You have reduced some of the world's most highly trained agents to the level of mere supermarket security guards. In my experience, only the most rigorously trained elite agents or mercenaries can attain your level of prowess. Pray tell, who are you?" Coulson sought to extract the intelligence he desired. Yet Thor, having lost his greatest source of spiritual support, remained resolutely silent. Just as Coulson was on the verge of employing unconventional methods to elicit a response, Loki conjured an illusion of a phone call, successfully deceiving Coulson into leaving the room. Subsequently, Loki subjected his foolish brother to a barrage of trickery, rendering Thor almost mentally incapacitated in his self-reproach and regret. Silently, Loki slipped away. Outside the research facility, Wei Wu sensed the unfamiliar presence dissipate and prepared to act. "Reyna, proceed as planned, and remember not to let anything slip." Realizing she was being treated like a child, Reyna promptly kicked Wei Wu. "Oh, come on. I'm not like that girl, Moody. Hurry along." Meanwhile, Coulson was about to administer a truth serum to Thor when S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly reported that a certain Selvig wished to see him. Adhering to his principle of not overlooking any potential information, Coulson met with Selvig. After a round of cautious probing, Coulson chose not to expose Selvig's clumsy lies, opting instead to trust his initial instincts once more. After assigning surveillance to monitor Thor and Selvig discreetly, Coulson allowed the two to depart. As he watched them leave, S.H.I.E.L.D approached again to report that a spark circle had inexplicably materialized beside the hammer, from which emerged an oddly dressed individual. With a head full of questions, Coulson prepared to confront Wei Wu, who had just stepped through the portal. "Greetings, Agent. My name is Wei Wu, and I hail from Kamartaj." Chapter 25, Wei Wu's Deception. Guyi's burden. "Greetings, Agent. I am Wei Wu, hailing from Kamartaj." Upon witnessing this enigmatic stranger who had appeared through wondrous means, Coulson, suppressing his rising curiosity, greeted him courteously. "Good day, sir. I am Phil Coulson, the person in charge here." With a straightforward introduction, Coulson inquired about Wei Wu's intentions. "Mr. Wei, this area is currently under military control. I wonder if you have wandered in from that sparking doorway?" "Not at all. In fact, I have come specifically for that hammer. You have unwittingly become entangled in a conflict among deities. This hammer is the legendary S.H.I.E.L.D of Norse mythology. And the man who effortlessly subdued your subordinates is none other than Thor, the god of thunder." As Wei Wu's half-truths unfolded, Coulson's expression morphed into one of increasing skepticism, while the agents surrounding him, their weapons trained on Wei Wu, began to regard him with incredulous stares. Just as Wei Wu reached a pivotal moment in his narrative. Outside the research facility, Reyna activated Gaze of the Void precisely on time. Dark purple soul energy emanated from her skin, coalescing in her palm into a floating Eye of the Void. Reyna cast the eye skyward, several thousand meters above the research facility, shrouded by the cover of night. None noticed this orb-sized Eye of the Void. However, in a concealed realm far away in Asgard, Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, felt the tremors of the eye's presence, traversing an unfathomable distance. Under the command of Odin, the All-Father, he meticulously monitored Thor's every move in Midgard, while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on S.H.I.E.L.D to ensure it did not fall into unworthy hands. At the moment his attention was diverted to Thor, who had been taken by Selvig, a purple Eye of the Void suddenly materialized above the hammer. More alarming was the instant he locked gazes with the eye. His vision was obstructed from the outside, and simultaneously a force surged through his line of sight, directly assailing his very soul. This left Heimdall, who had long overseen the 9 realms, utterly astonished. It is worth noting that even Odin could not achieve such a feat of attacking an enemy across such vast distances. Yet, the entity that unleashed the eye had done so. Though the assault inflicted minimal harm, merely unsettling his mind, Heimdall gasped in astonishment upon the Rainbow Bridge, wavering on whether to inform the newly appointed king, Loki. After much deliberation, Heimdall dismissed this notion. In comparison to the unknown being that released the Eye of the Void, Loki posed a far greater threat to Thor. Previously, when Loki ventured to Jotunheim, he had also obstructed Heimdall's sight, engaging in private discourse with the Frost Giant King, Laufey. Such actions heightened Heimdall's vigilance, who had stood sentinel over the Rainbow Bridge for millennia. At the makeshift research facility in New Mexico, after Wei Wu's elaborate deception and magical demonstration, a tentative trust had begun to form between him and Coulson. "Master Wei Wu, if what you say is indeed true, then this matter is of utmost significance, and I must consult with my superior." The astonishment at the magic lingered in Coulson's eyes. He stepped back a few paces and dialed Nick Fury's number. After a brief exchange with Fury, Coulson gestured to Wei Wu, indicating that Nick Fury wished to speak with him personally. Wei Wu took the phone. "Hello, this is Wei Wu. Mr. Wei Wu, we must meet in person to discuss the magic and the Norse gods you mentioned. If possible, let us convene tomorrow morning. I will arrange a plane for you." Upon hearing Nick Fury's groggy voice, as if awakening from slumber, Wei Wu intended to seize the moment and press further. "No need to wait so long. Simply provide me with a location." Nick Fury, who was resting in the director's quarters, initially considered delaying the meeting to allow Hill to investigate Wei Wu's name. But it seemed that Wei Wu was not affording him that luxury. After a moment's hesitation, Fury relayed the coordinates of his office. "Very well, Director Fury. I shall arrive at those coordinates in 5 minutes." With that, Wei Wu returned the phone to Coulson. Coulson took back the phone and exchanged a few more words with Nick Fury before ending the call. Then, he stared blankly at Wei Wu, making the latter feel quite uncomfortable. "Agent Coulson, could you refrain from regarding me with such a gaze? I have no interest in men. My orientation is towards women." "I apologize, Master Wei Wu. I am merely curious about what magic you intend to employ to traverse the distance to Washington in 5 minutes." Upon uttering this, Coulson suddenly realized, "Are you referring to that sparking door?" Wei Wu smiled, neither confirming nor denying. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. Wei Wu, timing himself, conjured a dimensional portal before Coulson and S.H.I.E.L.D's other agents. Coulson's pupils contracted as he recognized that the other side of the portal led directly to Director Fury's office. At that moment, Nick Fury pushed open the office door, perfectly synchronized with the time. The gazes of Coulson, Wei Wu, and Nick Fury converged upon the dimensional portal. Wei Wu stepped through the portal before everyone's eyes. Agent Coulson, will you be joining me? No, I must remain on site. Confirming that Coulson did not intend to follow, Wei Wu closed the dimensional portal and greeted Nick Fury. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Wei Wu, a sorcerer from Camartage. I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Please have a seat. Nick Fury gestured for Wei Wu to sit down, while he swiftly took his familiar position in the office. Mr. Wei Wu, you may now elaborate on the matters concerning magic and Asgard. Nick Fury adopted a posture of attentive listening. Director Fury, every word I utter henceforth is grounded in truth. The realm that Earth occupies is but a fragment of the world tree. Millennia ago, a cataclysmic battle erupted between the frost giants and the Asgardians upon this very planet. In the aftermath, the Na'vi Vikings revered the Asgardians as deities. Presently, you find yourselves entangled in the internal strife of Asgard. Wei Wu succinctly recounted the veritable history, before elaborating further. As for Camartage, it is an ancient organization of sorcerers dedicated to safeguarding Earth from incursions by other dimensions, while refraining from meddling in human affairs. Initially, we had no intention of intervening in the diplomatic matters between Asgard and Earth. However, our leader, the Supreme Sorcerer, foresaw monumental changes unfolding in the world, and thus dispatched me to intervene in this Asgardian affair. Wei Wu, unfazed, laid the burden upon Ancient One. Upon hearing Wei Wu's account, Nick Fury fell into contemplation. Wei Wu remained patient, sitting quietly in anticipation of a response. The atmosphere in the office lingered in silence for a considerable time. Finally, it was Nick Fury who shattered this stillness. Mage Wei Wu, although your previous assertions require verification, I now extend to you an invitation to serve as a special advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. What say you? Nick Fury, the king of spies, is known for his caution, ruthlessness, and cunning. Yet, he is also a director of S.H.I.E.L.D. with a resolute will. When it comes to recruitment, he has always been audacious. He has employed the charming Tony Stark, the former Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and even the volatile Bruce Banner, in addition to Thor, who was initially part of the timeline. Weighing the pros and cons, he welcomed Wei Wu into his ranks. Receiving the invitation, Wei Wu maintained a stoic demeanor, his mind racing with a singular thought. I have finally been ensnared. Chapter 26. The Self-Master Thor. Without hesitation, Wei Wu readily accepted Nick Fury's invitation. I am delighted to contribute to the safeguarding of our world, Nick Fury offered graciously. Although Wei Wu internally rejoiced at the success of his plan, he outwardly maintained an air of decorum. Director Fury, I consent to serve as a special advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, as I previously mentioned, my primary duty as a sorcerer is to protect Earth from incursions of other dimensions. Thus, my time will be largely consumed in dealing with dimensional trespassers, and I may not have ample opportunity to engage in the affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D. I hope for your understanding. Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement of Wei Wu's words. How shall I reach you? Quite simply, take this. Wei Wu presented a small contraption of his own design to Nick Fury. This is a magical device, as long as I remain on Earth. Upon opening the lid and pressing that triangular button, I will receive your coordinates, and I shall arrive within a minute. Nick Fury examined the watch-like device, crafted from unfamiliar materials, recalling the signal transmitter residing in his pocket. His expression gradually became peculiar, as he pondered how such a thing had come about once more. However, unlike Carol's admonition to refrain from activating the signal transmitter, this Wei Wu sorcerer imposed no such limitations. With this thought, our African-American director felt as though he had acquired an additional source of free labor, albeit one that might be challenging to exploit. Wei Wu, what is the situation in New Mexico? I shall follow up on it. Very well. You may consult with Coulson if necessary. Ultimately, in an atmosphere where both parties believe themselves to have gained an advantage, Wei Wu reopened the portal and returned to the research facility beside Mjolnir. Watching Wei Wu depart, Nick Fury summoned the surveillance footage from the room, capturing a close-up of Wei Wu's visage before erasing the evening's records. He then swiftly crafted a profile, attaching Wei Wu's photograph, and dispatched it to Hill, instructing her to incorporate Wei Wu into S.H.I.E.L.D's database as a special consultant while also initiating a covert investigation into him. A minute later, Hill replied to his email. Director, what level of clearance should the special consultant possess? Level 7. Just as Nick Fury was about to respond again, he hesitated before hitting send. After a moment's contemplation, he altered his reply. Level 8. The message was successfully sent. In New Mexico, in the town of Old Bridge, S.H.I.E.L.D, under Jane's imploring, reluctantly used his connections to fabricate a false identity for Thor, subsequently heading to the research facility in an attempt to retrieve him. Initially expecting failure, he was pleasantly surprised by how accommodating the agent from S.H.I.E.L.D was, allowing him to take Thor with minimal effort. However, when Thor emerged from the facility, he appeared as though he had lost his very soul, causing S.H.I.E.L.D to worry that the S.H.I.E.L.D personnel had subjected him to some form of torture. Subsequently, to protect Jane, S.H.I.E.L.D brought Thor to the town's Soul Tavern. The two seated themselves at the bar and engaged in a sparse conversation. As they spoke, Thor's demeanor grew somber, expressing regret and lamenting that he had failed to meet his father's expectations. S.H.I.E.L.D interrupted Thor. I do not care whether you are genuinely delusional or merely attempting to play tricks. Thor could discern from the elder's gaze that he did not believe him to be the god of thunder. Had this been yesterday, Thor would have fervently defended his identity. However, now he simply spoke with heartfelt gratitude. I am deeply thankful for all that you have done for me. Yet it seemed S.H.I.E.L.D had consumed a few too many drinks, as he interrupted Thor once more. I did not do it for you. Everything I have done was for Jane. I have seen the way she looks at you. Mention of Jane seemed to loosen S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tongue, and under the influence of alcohol, he began to reminisce. I worked alongside her father for many years. Thor gazed at the man, who resembled a father figure, recognizing the affection he held for Jane. This reflection brought to mind his own father, and as soon as he thought of him, Thor's eyes began to well with tears. This very evening, his brother Loki informed him that their father, due to his actions, was preparing to wage war against Jotunheim despite his long-standing illness, and unfortunately passed away. Thor was aware that his father occasionally fell into Odin's sleep. Thus he believed Loki's words without doubt. In that moment, Thor fully comprehended S.H.I.E.L.D.'s emotions and solemnly vowed, I swear to Odin, I never intended to harm Jane. Overcome with emotion, S.H.I.E.L.D expressed his desire to share another drink with Thor, and then generously offered him some wealth, intending to leave Old Bridgetown and Jane that very night. Subsequently, the two raised their oversized goblets and toasted to one another. Whether it was the competitive spirit inherent among men or S.H.I.E.L.D's inebriation, the elder, despite being over 50, found himself challenging Thor to a drinking contest. The outcome was inevitable. After downing 2 cups, S.H.I.E.L.D collapsed into a deep slumber. Thor, bewildered, thought to himself, isn't this the old man? Surely he must know his own limits rather than trying to match another in drinking. Despite his inner exasperation, Thor couldn't abandon S.H.I.E.L.D there alone, so he resolved to escort him back to Jane. Just as he prepared to rise, a well-groomed, agile, dark-skinned woman took a seat beside him. Assuming she was merely another patron, Thor continued to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. You are Thor Odinson, are you not? Upon hearing his full name, Thor halted his movements and turned to look. The dark-skinned woman raised a glass and fixed her gaze upon him. I am Reyna, from the Fearless Covenant. Ignoring Thor's confusion, Reyna forcefully thrust a red business card into his hand. Disregarding the peculiar woman, Thor casually placed the card on the bar, declaring, I care not who you are. Thor Odinson is dead. You have mistaken your man. With that, Thor lifted S.H.I.E.L.D once more. However, Reyna would not allow him to depart so easily. She remarked with a sardonic tone, What a pity. I wanted to find Thor to tell him that Odin is still alive. What did you say? Upon hearing the news that his father was not dead, Thor immediately lost his composure, setting S.H.I.E.L.D down again and preparing to confront Reyna with determination to uncover the truth. But Reyna would not indulge him. She seized his wrist with one hand while pressing down on the back of his head with the other, effortlessly pinning Thor against the bar, rendering him immobile. Thor began to struggle, exhibiting strength far beyond that of an ordinary man. Unfortunately, Reyna's level of power had reached the threshold between bronze and silver, far surpassing his own. With a firm grip on Thor, Reyna's fingertips glimmered with a violet light, as she instinctively sought to extract his soul energy. Yet, as if recalling the words she had heard upon being summoned, she dissipated the gathered energy of her attack, leaning closer to Thor's ear to whisper, No wonder you cannot wield a hammer. If this is to be the future king of Asgard, it is indeed laughable. Upon hearing Reyna's scorn, Thor's struggles intensified, yet he soon regained his composure. A sense of desolation remained etched upon his face. I care not who you are or what your intentions may be, but I implore you to depart. My father has passed, and there is no need for Loki to weave such fabrications. Reyna gazed at the self-pitying Thor beneath her, feeling utterly disheartened. What a foolish swine. Having completed her preliminary engagement, Reyna donned a look of disdain, eager to distance herself from this fool who had been so thoroughly played by Loki. Suppressing the urge to deliver a sharp retort to Thor, she left him with the words, "You will know the answer tomorrow," before exiting the tavern. Their brief altercation went unnoticed by the patrons, who merely perceived it as a drunken man harassing a lady, only to be met with his comeuppance. Chapter 27. The Destroyer. After Reyna's departure, Thor collected himself and set about escorting S.H.I.E.L.D home. As he inquired for directions, Reyna's whispers echoed intermittently in his mind. In this distracted state, he rapped on S.H.I.E.L.D's door. The door opened swiftly to reveal Jane. Initially startled by the inebriated S.H.I.E.L.D, her anxiety subsided upon seeing the unscathed Thor. She recognized that it was the sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted S.H.I.E.L.D who had come to Thor's aid. Subsequently, with the intoxicated elder deposited onto the bed, Jane and Thor engaged in conversation, their rapport blossoming. As their discussion deepened, Jane forgot the notes taken by S.H.I.E.L.D, and Thor cast aside Reyna's words. They spoke of Thor's experiences at the research facility and the stars above, transitioning from a bench outdoors to two reclining chairs joined together. Eventually, they succumbed to slumber. Observing Thor from a distance, Reyna furrowed her brow and spat in disgust. Bah! Foolish wretch! Regardless, Reyna found it impossible to reconcile this dim-witted swine with the formidable thunder god depicted in her records. When she initially accepted the task, she anticipated encountering a true warrior and had even looked forward to a sparring match with Thor. However, that notion had now dissipated. 50 miles away at the research facility, Wei Wu returned to find that less than 3 minutes had passed before Coulson received directives from Nick Fury. After a brief flurry of activity, Coulson presented Wei Wu with an identification card. "This is your credential, Consultant Wei Wu." Wei Wu took the card, examining it. The black vertical wallet bore the embossed emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D, and within was the agency's insignia alongside his photograph, name, and title. Your efficiency is commendable. We pride ourselves on it. We trust you will adapt," Coulson replied smoothly before inquiring, "What are your thoughts on the forthcoming operations, Consultant Wei Wu? Regarding specific actions, I am not particularly adept. The extent of my contribution lies merely in offering you some insignificant assistance in the realm of magic." Wei Wugong has recently acquired an identity within S.H.I.E.L.D and is not inclined to overshadow others. His motive for obtaining this identity is to facilitate easier access to prominent events, particularly within the Avengers. Thus, Wei Wugong refrains from interfering in S.H.I.E.L.D's operational arrangements, merely providing Agent Coulson with a brief overview of Asgard and the Nine Realms. The agents were left astounded by this information, prompting Coulson to revise the earlier assigned mission. The two agents originally tasked with monitoring Thor unexpectedly went offline, leading him to deploy an armed team to secure Thor. However, after hearing Wei Wugong's description of Asgard, Coulson prioritized the larger picture, recognizing the gravity of extraterrestrial diplomacy. Any misstep could bear significant consequences for him. Fortunately, the action team located the two offline agents, confirming they were merely unconscious and unharmed. The following morning, Wei Wugong awakened in a modest room. After ceasing his meditative practice, he stretched his somewhat stiff body. Clearly, he felt a twinge of guilt, having not dared to sleep soundly. He pondered the ease with which he had assumed the role of consultant, feeling an unsettling sense of unease. One could only wonder what that enigmatic figure, the mother of all, might be thinking. Knock, knock, knock. Consultant Wei, we've encountered a situation that might require your attention, came the voice of S.H.I.E.L.D. Breaking Wei Wugong's train of thought. After adjusting his attire, a mystical robe from Camartage, he opened the door. 5 minutes ago, we detected a high-energy reaction. The data is rather anomalous. Director Coulson has already dispatched personnel to investigate, S.H.I.E.L.D. informed him, handing over a tablet without regard for whether Wei understood the data displayed. In truth, Wei Wugong himself was at a loss to decipher the information. However, being aware of the unfolding events, he could surmise two potential scenarios, either the warriors from the realm of the gods or the destroyer armor dispatched by Loki. What are the coordinates? Wei Wu inquired, intending to assess the situation personally. It is approximately in this vicinity, with a margin of error not exceeding 1 kilometer, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, pointing to a specific location on the map displayed on the tablet. Wei Wu noted the coordinates and revealed the suspended ring to open a dimensional portal. This method of utilizing the dimensional portal is considered an advanced technique. Novices must visualize the destination scene and details in their minds to successfully open the portal. With proficiency, one may attempt to open the portal using coordinates, though this requires a modicum of talent and diligence. Clearly, Wei has a touch of that talent. Once he is able to open the portal using coordinates, further study could enable him to, like the ancient Wan and Wang, open dimensional gateways solely through thought. Returning to reality. With a deft motion, Wei Wu activated the dimensional portal and stepped through, followed closely by S.H.I.E.L.D. He then commenced his search for Agent Coulson and the others in the vicinity. However, Wei Wu searched high and low, even discovering the marks left by the Rainbow Bridge. Yet he failed to catch sight of Coulson. Observing the 4 distinct sets of footprints beside the Rainbow Bridge imprint, Wei Wu concluded that the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace had arrived on Earth. He then turned back to inquire of S.H.I.E.L.D. Where's Coulson? S.H.I.E.L.D., after consulting his tablet, replied, Director Coulson is still 30 miles away. He is estimated to arrive in half an hour. Not wishing to squander time, Wei Wu activated the portal back to the Research Institute. Will you wait here? Or... He gestured towards the institute visible through the portal. However, the concealed S.H.I.E.L.D. agent S.H.I.E.L.D. dutifully insisted that it was his responsibility to wait for Director Coulson. He even attempted to counsel Wei Wu. Although Wei Wu was aware that he and Director Coulson were of equal rank, upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D. speak, he swiftly dashed through the portal, leaving only a remark. I will return in half an hour, before closing the portal behind him. This left S.H.I.E.L.D. bewildered and alone in the desert. Why not open the portal to fetch Coulson? You may ask. The truth is, Wei Wu had no desire to play the role of a babysitter for S.H.I.E.L.D. He merely wished to check in and interact with the Avengers to indulge his personal interests. Yet, as he departed, Wei Wu failed to notice that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s gaze had been subtly fixed on the suspended ring since Wei Wu had taken it out. Half an hour later, as Wei Wu opened the portal to meet Coulson, he happened to witness a towering black Iron Man descending from the sky through the portal. The black Iron Man landed with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of dust in the sandy terrain. It was indeed the destroyer armor sent by Loki to eliminate Thor and the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace. Just as Wei Wu was about to approach Coulson for a conversation, he quickly called out to warn him, Get back. That thing is not Iron Man. Chapter 28. The Fierce Battle in the Desert. Get back. That thing is not Iron Man. Wei Wu exclaimed vehemently. Coulson, who had intended to approach with a megaphone, felt an alarm go off in his mind, and his muscles tensed instinctively. The destroyer armor paid no heed to Wei Wu. It merely opened its visor and unleashed a beam of fiery destruction directed at the mortals before it. The devastating light beam swept across the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, obliterating vehicles in its path, causing them to explode into countless fragments. The shockwave from the explosions kicked up a massive cloud of dust, obscuring the vision of Coulson and his team, yet it could not obstruct Loki's sight. Controlling the destroyer armor, Loki aimed a fiery ray directly at Coulson, the leader of the group. Coulson's heart raced as he instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the beam that grazed past him and detonated upon hitting the ground. Seeing Coulson escape by mere luck, Loki intended to strike again. The destroyer's visor opened once more, and a searing flame erupted from within the armor. With a slight adjustment of its aim, this time the destroyer was locked onto Coulson with lethal intent. Coulson also beheld the raging flames within the destroyer. Damn it! A beam of fire hurtled toward him, intent on obliterating him. Even Coulson himself believed he would meet his demise here when a complex, multifaceted geometric magic circle swiftly took shape before him. The shield of Seraphim, the fiery beam, imbued with terrifying power, collided with the magical barrier, creating a shockwave that dispersed all the dust and debris in the vicinity. Coulson stared in astonishment at the clash of the beam and the magical shield. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the shield's surface, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. Just a moment before the shield shattered, Wei Wu withdrew the magical energy he had infused into it and, with utmost speed, opened a portal beneath Coulson's feet, transporting him back to the laboratory. Seeing his attack thwarted by the unexpected intervention of Wei Wu, Loki, seated upon the throne of Asgard, gripped the eternal spear Gungnir, his expression darkening. However, considering he could not allow Thor to escape, Loki decided against stooping to the level of these mortals. He utilized the Destroyer's armor as a medium to speak from a distance. Midgardian mage, I forgive your transgressions, but you would do well to vacate my sight immediately. Upon finishing his words, a searing bolt of flame shot toward Wei Wu. Alert and ready, Wei Wu quickly conjured a portal to shield himself, its other side opening above the Destroyer's head. The beam passed through the portal and struck the Destroyer, causing it to falter and kneel upon the ground. Loki, taken aback by Wei Wu's unexpected maneuver, seethed with anger. Damnable mortal, he fumed, wishing to take his time to deal with this audacious mage who dared to provoke a god. Yet, by the time he commanded the Destroyer to rise, Wei Wu had already opened a large portal, whisking himself and all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present back to the laboratory. Watching everyone being rescued in a swift wave through the portal, Loki's fury surged. He raised the eternal spear and brought it down with force. Bam! The floor of the palace shattered beneath the impact. Having been toyed with by the mortals he scorned, Loki resolved to make the residents of the nearby town pay the price. Thus, he suppressed his rage and directed the Destroyer's armor straight toward the town. Back at the laboratory, Wei Wu understood that Loki was now completely devoid of regard for ordinary humans. Provoking Loki in such a manner would undoubtedly lead him to unleash his wrath upon the inhabitants of Old Bridgetown. Wei Wu was not a paragon of virtue, but he would not allow innocents to suffer for his actions. Moreover, Loki had genuinely annoyed him. Since he had chosen to step into the open, he refused to endure such indignities. Thank you, Coulson, who had narrowly escaped, began to express his gratitude. Coulson, have your people evacuate the residents of Old Bridgetown immediately. That vile alien is heading toward the town. Forgoing his usual calm demeanor, Coulson couldn't help but curse upon hearing this news. As Coulson called out to the residents remaining in Old Bridgetown, he inquired about Wei Wu's intentions. What about you? What are your plans? I intend to teach that little brat from the Odin family a lesson. Accompanying Wei Wu as he opened the door to Old Bridgetown, Coulson contacted his subordinates. A highly dangerous individual is heading towards Old Bridgetown. Evacuate the residents immediately. Right now, after notifying his team, Coulson remained uneasy and dialed Nick Fury, requesting the deployment of 2 aircraft from the nearest Air Force base to Old Bridgetown. Meanwhile, the 4 warriors of the Asgardian palace had located Thor in a restaurant and informed him of Loki's nefarious scheme. Thor, who had resigned himself to spending the rest of his days on Earth, turned pale upon hearing the news. It dawned on him that the strange woman from the previous night had not deceived him. Rather, it was his treacherous brother who had been the source of his deception all along. As the group conversed, Sif, the leader of the 4 warriors, sensed a disturbance in the magical energy from afar. Instantly alert, she gazed toward the source of the magical fluctuations, prompting the others to look at her in surprise. Just as Sif was about to warn the group that Loki's assassin might have arrived, a magnetic female voice interrupted her. There's no need to speculate. Loki has dispatched the Destroyer to eliminate Thor. Reyna donned her black and purple battlesuit, wielding a laser cutter as she stepped forward, having received Wei Wu's combat orders to appear at this location. Now aware of Loki's plot, Thor recognized Reyna and sought to apologize for his previous rudeness. Reyna raised her hand to indicate he should cease, pointing toward the crowd of people fleeing outside the restaurant. Thor cut off, said no more, and joined the others in exiting the establishment to assess the situation. Against the tide of people rushing towards the town's entrance, the imposing form of the Destroyer armor approached with deliberate steps. Several agents clad in black combat suits were firing incessantly, attempting to halt the Destroyer's advance. However, their bullets merely sparked against the armor, leaving no trace whatsoever. Thor, Sif, and the others understood the formidable strength of the armor personally crafted by Odin and shouted loudly for the distant agents to flee. At that moment, one agent aimed at the Destroyer and pulled the trigger. The projectile struck the armor but failed to impede its progress. Loki was truly enraged. He had been persistently disturbed by these insignificant mortals today. He intended to demonstrate the true might of God. Under his command, the Destroyer lowered its visor and unleashed a searing beam of flame with blinding speed. The beam swept from one side of the street to the other, claiming the lives of several agents on the spot. Subsequently, a beam targeted the agent who had fired, annihilating both him and the building he occupied. The force of the beam continuing unhindered to pierce through the gas station behind the house. A towering inferno erupted from the gas station, engulfing everything in its path like a colossal beast. The homes and vehicles lay in ruins, utterly destroyed. Yet, the destroyer armor emerged unscathed from the flames, enduring the intense heat. Witnessing this scene, despair surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Thor remained oblivious to Loki's fury. He believed Loki's only aim was to target him. Approaching Loki, he sought to negotiate, proposing that Loki take his life instead and spare the innocent bystanders. This offer was sincere, representing Thor's utmost sacrifice. Had it been the Loki of the past, he would have accepted without hesitation. But now, the response was clear: I refuse. Chapter 29. Wei Wu, Thor, and Reyna, the Destroyer. I refuse. As Loki's voice echoed through the air, the Destroyer unleashed a powerful kick that sent Thor flying. Subsequently, it released a torrent of fire beams, obliterating Sif and her companions who rushed forward. Within mere moments, Thor and Sif's group was defeated, their fates uncertain. After dispatching the troublesome Asgardians, Loki turned his malevolent gaze towards Jane in the distance. The fire beams shot forth mercilessly. Reyna, standing beside Jane, witnessed her 5 reckless companions being dispatched in an instant and braced herself to confront the attack. As the beam met her blade, the immense force and terrifying heat bore down upon her. The impact of the fire beam pushed Reyna backward, the searing heat curling her hair as it danced in the wind. Fortunately, by adjusting the angle of her blade, she managed to deflect part of the beam, barely withstanding this dreadful assault. Don't linger. Get as far away as you can. With the attack momentarily halted, Reyna urgently commanded Jane and the others to retreat. They understood their presence was a burden and hastily distanced themselves. Once the 3 had fled, Reyna ceased to absorb any further attacks. Activating her ability, Dissolution, she instantaneously transcended the physical realm. The fire beam pierced through her incorporeal form, reducing the restaurant behind her to a shower of debris. In the state of dissolution, Reyna swiftly approached the destroyer armor, returning to the physical realm just as she reached its front. With her radiant blade aglow in purple light, she struck at the joint of the destroyer's knee. Yet, this seemingly devastating blow merely left a crimson scratch upon the armor. Realizing the formidable defense of her foe, Reyna felt a pang of dread. She activated Dissolution once more to retreat, and in the next moment, an enormous black iron fist struck where she had just stood. The fist passed through her illusion, colliding with the concrete ground, leaving a fissure radiating several meters and forming a significant crater. The destroyer's visor lowered, preparing to pulverize Reyna upon her return to the physical realm. But just as it anticipated her position to unleash its attack, a magical spear pierced through a gap in the armor, striking its neck. Wei Wu had arrived on the battlefield. After spending some time escorting the remaining agents back to the research facility, he had arrived, albeit a tad late. Loki, upon seeing Wei Wu, sneered, "Have you come back to meet your demise? I shall not grant you another chance to play your tricks." Accompanied by Loki's frigid utterances, the destroyer crushed the magical spear around its neck with a single, fierce grip as flames began to churn within its visor. Wei Wu and Reyna exchanged a glance, prepared to impart a lasting lesson to Loki. Just as they were readying for a combined assault, a bolt of lightning descended nearby. The thunderous roar, accompanied by the flash of electricity, caused all 3 parties engaged in battle to halt their movements in unison. The moment Wei Wu beheld the lightning, he began fervently signing in. Famous scene sign in successful. Energy extraction, 100 extracting acquired template. Hunter's shadow immediately from the site where the lightning struck a hammer, entwined with serpentine bolts of lightning, broke the sound barrier, its target, the destroyer's armor. The hammer collided with the fiery beam emitted by the destroyer, striking its head and sending it soaring over 100 meters away. Subsequently, the lightning and flames clashed within the destroyer's armor, ultimately neutralizing each other in a spectacular explosion. Thor. Loki's thoughts echoed the name through clenched teeth. This is your doing. In the battlefield of Old Bridge Town, Thor confidently summoned his hammer, proclaiming that the problem had been resolved. The destroyer's vulnerability lay within its head. They ought to strike at that point. Observing Thor's assured demeanor, Wei Wu sensed an unsettling dissonance. Having just engaged the destroyer, He had felt a palpable sense of dread emanating from Loki's fury, a far more formidable presence than depicted in the films. How could such a powerful incarnation of the Destroyer be vanquished by a single blow from Thor? Am I truly that weak? Wei Wu's unease intensified. Something was profoundly amiss, 12-fold amiss. Thor, with the hammer in hand, radiated confidence. Yet Loki's sudden interjection plunged the atmosphere into icy tension. Loki, I shall ensure you face Asgard's retribution. Upon hearing the words of the instigator, Thor bellowed into the air without hesitation. Is that so? By your hand, or by this motley crew of misfits? Thor, do you genuinely believe that my father's armor possesses only this level of power? As his words faded, the scattered remnants of the Destroyer's armor began to tremble in the distance. Loki, observing the battlefield from afar, intensified his magical output. This sorcerer, renowned as the foremost mage of the Nine Realms and a rare practitioner of melee combat, unleashed his magic with full force. Under Loki's masterful spell, the Destroyer's armor reassembled once more. However, this time, the ferocious flames within could no longer be contained. Flames erupted from the seams of the armor, spilling forth in torrents. The terrifying heat radiating from the chaos caused nearby metal poles to glow red and bend, teetering on the brink of melting. The Destroyer stepped forth from the crater left by the prior explosion, and as it landed, the debris at its feet ignited in rapid flames. Its strides quickened, and it began to sprint down the street, each thunderous step resonating like the tolling of a death knell. The scorching winds generated by its swift movements ignited all flammable materials lining the streets. Thor, unwilling to relent, asserted that this was an internal matter of Asgard and urged Wei Wu and Reyna not to interfere. With that, Thor brandished his mighty hammer and soared towards the Destroyer armor. Yet, after merely a few exchanges, he was sent hurtling back, embedding himself directly into a car. Ahem, I may still require your assistance, Thor admitted, coughing as he sought help from his companions. This is your Asgardian contraption. How shall we combat it? Wei Wu inquired of Thor. In the past, Thor would undoubtedly have responded with a straightforward, just wield the hammer and charge in. However, after all that had transpired, Thor had matured considerably. As long as Loki continues to channel his magic into the Destroyer, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to overcome it. Upon hearing this, Reyna interjected, stating that she could temporarily sever the connection between Loki and the Destroyer. Wei Wu added that he could seal the fragments of the armor once it was shattered and hurl them into space. Thor felt a surge of hope at the capabilities of his comrades. As the trio conversed, a beam of light shot forth from the Destroyer. Thor swiftly twirled his hammer to deflect the terrifying fiery beam. Yet the tremendous force still propelled him along the ground, carving two deep grooves. Observing Thor's struggle, Wei Wu extended his right hand into the void, summoning the ring of Ragador to transform into 4 magical darts that struck the Destroyer's beam-emitting head. The magical assault caused the Destroyer's head to shift slightly, allowing Thor to break free from the beam's impact. Let us first combine our efforts to dismantle the Destroyer. Wei Wu urged Thor to unleash his most formidable technique, then took a few steps back to begin conjuring the lightning of Borsat. This was Wei Wu's most potent spell at present, with the sole drawback being its inability to hit targets moving at great speed. Despite this limitation, the spell's terrifying power was such that even Thanos dared not confront it directly. In Ivengus Infinitiva, even the formidable Thanos had promptly evaded the Borsat lightning unleashed by Doctor Strange. While Wei Wu and Doctor Strange still had a disparity in power, the might of Borsat lightning remained indisputable. Seeing Wei Wu and Thor preparing their ultimate attacks, Reyna knew she had to hold off the Destroyer on her own. Dark purple soul energy erupted from Reyna's being, enveloping her in a shroud of shadowy essence, with her eyes and fingertips glowing with purple energy. The violet patterns flickered upon her darkened form like a rhythmic breath. Emperor's Command. Tremble in Fear. Chapter 30. Journey to Asgard. Reyna activated the Emperor's Command, and the furious surge of soul energy significantly enhanced her abilities. In an instant, she broke the sound barrier, launching high-speed assaults around the Destroyer, leaving behind only shimmering purple afterimages. Loki was utterly unable to perceive Reyna's movements, becoming a passive recipient of her relentless strikes. With each successive slash of Reyna's blade, the Destroyer armor began to bear the marks of her onslaught. Loki felt a surge of urgency as he observed Thor in the heavens drawing upon the power of thunder. while the infernal third-rate sorcerer on the ground seemed preoccupied with some incantation. He yearned to launch a direct assault on the two. Yet each time he merely lifted his helmet, that irritating woman below would strike towards the destroyer's head, thwarting his aim. To Loki's astonishment, this woman's attacks left scars upon the destroyer's armor, a relic forged by Odin himself to withstand the might of the gods. Though these marks were trivial and the armor could self-repair, the mere fact that they existed was enough to leave Loki in disbelief. Under Reyna's distraction, Thor completed his charge first. He descended with his hammer, channeling bolts of thunder thick as barrels to strike the destroyer. The furious lightning relentlessly pressed down on the destroyer. Arcs capable of melting steel danced both within and upon the armor. At the moment Thor descended, Reyna faded from the fray, having already condensed the eye of the void in her grasp. Now was the time. Wei Wu finished conjuring two intricate crimson sigils, slamming his hands onto the ground. The sigils transformed into two thick crimson bolts of lightning that intertwined and ricocheted across the shattered landscape, each impact kicking up clouds of dust. At this juncture, Reyna unleashed the eye of the void skyward, invoking gaze of domination, to intimidate Loki while simultaneously severing his line of sight. After several ricochets, the crimson lightning struck the destroyer's chest with precision. To everyone's astonishment, a reaction occurred between the crimson bolts and the blue-white lightning descending from above. The two distinct energies began to entwine around the destroyer's armor, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Boom! From the center of the destroyer, chaotic lightning erupted in all directions, scattering fragments of armor across the ground. Contributed to the defeat of the enemy, the destroyer. Experience being calculated. Level: Silver, Thor. Loki bellowed Thor's name in a fit of rage, but bereft of the destroyer as a conduit, his cry failed to reach Earth, merely echoing within the palace walls. Taking a deep breath, Loki endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. He had already imprisoned Heimdall in the icy confines of the Frostbox. Without Heimdall, Thor would be condemned to remain on Earth for eternity. With this thought, Loki's spirits lifted slightly. He gathered his breath, preparing to venture to Odin's resting place, where a wretched frost giant awaited his demise. In Old Bridge Town, following the defeat of the destroyer, Thor began to assess the injuries of his companions, while Reyna, looking weary, withdrew from Queen's command. Only Wei Wu, his face pale from exhaustion, mischievously utilized the dimension door to pack away most of the fragments of the destroyer's armor. Why only most? Because he couldn't gather the remaining pieces in time, and he noticed that Coulson had already arrived at the town's entrance. Reyna, appearing frail, presented a crimson business card to Wei Wu in front of everyone. "Please pass this to Coulson," she instructed, before vanishing into thin air. Moments later, Coulson arrived, weary and disheveled. He surveyed the nearly obliterated town and remarked, "Fortunately, we managed to evacuate the crowd beforehand. Was there someone standing next to you earlier?" In response, Wei Wu handed the card to Coulson, explaining, "She asked me to deliver this to you, and then left." Coulson took the card and, upon a brief glance, felt his pupils constrict. "Another fearless contract," he exclaimed. "Fearless contract?" Wei Wu began to perform, countering Coulson's inquiry with, "Do you know her?" Once he confirmed that his friends were safe, Thor approached Coulson. "That fellow is a true warrior, as are your subordinates." "Thank you." Coulson politely shook hands with Thor, who then expressed his intention to ally with him. After thanking Wei Wu, the sorceress of Midgard, Thor led the four warriors back to the Bifrost Street outside the town, having witnessed the earlier fierce battle. Coulson did not intervene, but wisely returned all research materials to Jane and Selvig. After informing Coulson of her intent to teach Loki a lesson in Asgard, Wei Wu joined Thor and the others. Thor and the four warriors welcomed Wei Wu's valor, albeit with differing sentiments, while Thor invited her to visit Asgard. The warriors hoped she would deliver a few resounding slaps to Loki. Meanwhile, Heimdall, upon seeing Thor and Jane bid farewell, ceased his idle pursuits. He broke free from his icy confinement, swiftly dispatched the two frost giants guarding him, and opened the Bifrost to escort Thor's group back to Asgard. Coulson, observing the colorful beams transporting the group, retrieved his communicator to inform the two nearby agents that the situation had been resolved and that the area was now a no-fly zone, instructing them to return immediately. The Bifrost traveled at remarkable speed, and in a matter of breaths, they arrived in Asgard. Wei Wu was immediately struck by the sight of the resplendent palace through the gates. Indeed magnificent, was her first thought, a simple, unembellished expression of awe at the breathtaking vista. Sorceress, your name is Wei Wu, correct? Please accompany Sif and the others to the city for a brief respite while I deal with Loki, Thor said. No, 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 Thor. I am here to teach Loki a lesson. Loki is an Asgardian. It is our duty to judge him, Thor replied. Yet he has taken the lives of dozens of innocents on Earth. Eventually, Wei Wu successfully persuaded Thor to allow her to confront Loki, ensuring that his life would not be in jeopardy. With a powerful swing of his hammer, Thor soared with Wei Wu to Odin's resting place. As they crashed through the wall, they landed to find the Frost Giant King, Laufey, sprawled on the ground. We're a father and mother, Thor demanded of Loki. The queen has taken the king to a safe place, while I remain here to settle matters with you and this third-rate jester. Loki responded to Thor's inquiry, then shifted his focus directly onto Wei Wu. No longer engaging in further dialogue, Loki raised his hand and unleashed a beam from the eternal spear. Thor swung his hammer to shield Wei Wu from the strike. Aware of his own limitations, Wei Wu retreated behind Thor, conjuring a magical longbow with both hands. Soon, Thor and Loki were locked in combat, neither utilizing their signature weapons. Thor forewent Mjolnir, and surprisingly, Loki refrained from wielding the eternal spear. Wei Wu found this peculiar. While it was understandable for Thor to abstain from his hammer, why was Loki not employing the eternal spear? Could it be that Loki was demonstrating a sense of honor? As Wei Wu pondered while readying his bow to ambush Loki, a tremendous sound erupted from outside the palace. It was the activation of the Bifrost. Wei Wu thought, oh no, I too have been deceived. Chapter 31. Odin's intervention. The moment Wei Wu realized he had been tricked, Thor once again confronted Loki. Loki, what have you done? At this juncture, Loki ceased to hide his intentions and burst into laughter. Oh, my foolish brother, it is evident that your mind is filled with nothing but muscle. Inferior even to this lowly insect. I am currently preoccupied with erasing the frost giants from existence. With that, Loki's form dissipated like a mirage. Witnessing this, the hot-headed Thor hurled his hammer towards the Bifrost. Thor, wait! Wei Wu attempted to stop him, but Thor was already soaring away. Is this truly happening? How could things take such a turn? 1,000 expletives raced through Wei Wu's mind as he worried about Thor potentially destroying the Bifrost and trapping himself in Asgard, while remaining vigilant against Loki's flawless duplicity. Cursing Loki as the god of deceit, Wei Wu attempted to open a portal to reach the Bifrost before Thor. However, after turning the ring twice, he discovered the portal would not open. The Bifrost, operating at full capacity, rendered the nearby magical energy volatile, interfering with his portal's formation. Damn it, Wei Wu lamented, realizing he had fallen victim to Loki's schemes. He had no choice but to alter his strategy, opening a portal at a considerable distance from the Bifrost. Stepping through the portal, he could vaguely see the two brothers engaged in a fierce battle. Overall, Thor seemed to have the upper hand, yet Loki's seemingly endless array of spells was proving to be quite troublesome for Thor. Wei Wu began to sprint, hoping to resolve the conflict before Thor could obliterate the Bifrost. Yet he was still a step too late. Thor managed to pin Loki down with his hammer and attempted to retrieve the eternal spear to shut down the Bifrost. However, the Bifrost had already entered an overloaded state. Even he could not approach the tumultuous energies cascading around it. Realizing that if this continued, the Bifrost would reduce Jotunheim to rubble, Thor disregarded all caution, summoned his hammer back, and prepared to destroy the bridge beneath him, amidst Loki's frantic expressions and Wei Wu's distant cries of protest. As the third hammer struck, the radiant surface of the bridge became riddled with cracks, and with another blow from Thor, the structure collapsed with a thunderous roar. The Rainbow Bridge, bereft of its supportive pathway, released its pent-up energy in a cataclysmic explosion. The dispersing energy generated a shockwave comparable to a nuclear blast, forcing Wei Wu to raise a shield in defense. The Seraphim shield trembled under the onslaught, shimmering like a leaf upon water, on the verge of collapse. While Wei Wu struggled at the edge of the explosion, Thor and Loki, positioned at the epicenter, were hurled into the unknown. Amidst the chaos, a golden meteor streaked from a distant palace, heralding Odin's intervention. Odin descended from the heavens, his hands pressed down as a torrent of golden divine power surged forth, quelling the explosion and pulling back the ejected Thor and Loki. Witnessing this, Wei Wu initially felt reassured by Odin's might, yet the god suddenly coughed, his divine energy dimming. No, not now, mighty Odin. With a narrowed gaze from his remaining eye, Odin unleashed another surge of power, finally subduing the explosion. However, Thor and Loki were not so fortunate. Dazed by the blast, they teetered on the brink of falling into the chaotic temporal rift below Asgard. In a timely manner, Wei Wu cast a magical whip to ensnare their ankles, preventing their descent. But upon rescuing them, Wei Wu encountered a formidable obstacle. He could not pull them up. The slick surface and the weight of their armor exhausted him, leaving him straining to maintain their precarious position. Old man, can you still move? I fear I might falter. Wei Wu gasped, struggling on the bridge. Odin, panting heavily, approached to retrieve his sons. Yet awakening from Odin's sleep and suppressing the upheaval of the Rainbow Bridge had drained him of strength. Before he could grasp the magical ropes, Odin collapsed at the edge of the bridge, utterly spent. Wei Wu could only muster the last of his strength to uphold the current situation. Loki, hanging upside down, was the first to regain his senses. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Odin, his expression mirrored that of a remorseful child. I could have done it, father. I could have done it for you and for everyone. Odin, observing Loki's demeanor, bore a complex gaze. No, Loki, he seemed to convey without words. Yet his silence spoke volumes. Loki understood the unspoken message. He still had not earned his father's approval. In a moment of clarity, Loki summoned a dagger, decisively severing the magical bindings around his ankles. Just then, the recovering Thor witnessed Loki's descent. Loki, no. And thus, Loki plummeted into the chaotic rift below Asgard, leaving Thor in anguished despair and Odin closing his eyes in sorrow. Observing the heartache of this father and son, Wei Wu longed to express that Loki was still alive and well. However, considering the possibility of being crushed by Odin, Wei Wu prudently chose to remain silent, feigning a look of regret for failing to rescue Loki. In the aftermath, the goddess Frigga handled the various affairs surrounding the contest for the throne. Meanwhile, Odin and his son Thor had seemingly vanished, one into obscurity and the other retreating to his bed for a deep slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, Odin summoned Wei Wu. I hear from that child Sif that your name is Wei Wu. Indeed, king of the gods. No need to be so formal. I merely have 2 questions to pose to you. With a contented smile, Odin regarded Wei Wu, appreciating his amiable demeanor. The first inquiry, was your undertaking instigated by the Ancient One? Wei Wu opened his mouth in surprise. He had not anticipated this question from Odin. Not all. The Supreme Sorcerer merely instructed me to make contact with an organization on Earth known as S.H.I.E.L.D. The subsequent events were entirely my own doing. Upon hearing Wei Wu's astute response, Odin nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to the second question. Do you wish to study magic in Asgard for a time? Or would you prefer to take some materials and return to Midgard? Return to Earth? But isn't the Bifrost in disrepair? Odin waved his hand dismissively at Wei Wu's query. Initially, I presumed you were sent by the Ancient One, thinking she had breached our accord by meddling in Asgard's affairs. However, since this was your individual endeavor and you are a friend of Thor, you are also a friend of Asgard. I may be aging, but I can still facilitate your return to Midgard. Wei Wu felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate he hadn't deceived the old man by claiming to be sent by the Ancient One, for he would have faced hardship here and reprimand upon his return. Is Thor aware of this? At the mention of Thor, Odin seemed to transform into a weary elder, sighing deeply. Asgard is undergoing monumental changes. The people need a king to guide them. Your concern for Thor is commendable, Wei Wu remarked. Odin merely smiled in response, non-committal. Well then, young man, I have delayed my slumber long enough. Make your choice. Under Odin's watchful gaze, Wei Wu ultimately relinquished the opportunity to study in Asgard. The reason was simple. He still had to sign in with the Hulk, for his unique abilities were fundamental to his standing in this world. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his limitations in magical talent. His current achievements were solely due to the sage's enhancements. Relying on his own abilities would likely leave him still apprenticing in Kamartaj. I expected you would choose to stay and study. That child Sif has already prepared feast. Seeing Wei Wu's resolute decision, Odin ceased further discussion. With a flourish of his hand, a small stack of books on magic appeared on the nearby table. Well, prepare yourself. There may be a slight sensation of dizziness, as I have not personally used this power to send someone in quite some time. Before Wei Wu could respond, Odin exhaled a breath towards him. After the burst of air soared dramatically, it transformed into a multicolored luminescence, enveloping Wei Wu and the books on the table, transporting them away from Asgard. Within the palace, Frigga entered, and upon seeing only Odin, she inquired, "Where is that child?" "He has been sent away." "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I was going to mention that if he were to leave, he could carry a message to that human girl for Thor. As for Thor's own feelings, you need not meddle." Cough, cough. Frigga, who was about to retort, noticed Odin's deteriorating condition and, with a gaze filled with concern, reproached him. "Enough of your chatter. You have already delayed long enough." Chapter 32. The punishment of the ancient one. Wei Wu was spinning amidst the kaleidoscopic glow, his mind already conjuring thoughts of the old Odin. This was not mere dizziness. He felt as though he had been transported without regard for his humanity. The vibrant beams traversed the night sky of the Eastern Hemisphere, landing accurately in the Hong Kong sanctum. With a crash, the light shattered the glass of the sanctum's top floor, and Wei Wu found himself sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath, the books gifted by Odin scattered around him. The mages within the sanctum, hearing the commotion, initially mistook it for an attack from another dimension. They quickly armed themselves and surrounded Wei Wu, leaving no room for escape. Just as the mages were about to seize him for questioning, several voices emerged from the crowd. "Isn't that Mage Wei Wu? Mage Wei Wu, the genius from headquarters?" "Yes. Indeed, I saw him from afar when I was an apprentice." The mages began to chatter animatedly. At that moment, the then head of the Hong Kong sanctum, Wang, pushed through the crowd. Ignoring Wei Wu's protests, he reached out to examine his face, confirming that the person before him was not an imposter. Wang then waved his hand, dispersing the gathered mages. "Your entrance was rather unique," Wang teased, crossing his arms as he observed Wei Wu's disheveled appearance. "Enough talk, help me up." Can you be a bit gentler?" "My back." With Wang's assistance, Wei Wu stood, grimacing as he leaned against his waist, limping to find a chair to sit down. "You won't believe me, but after my trip to Asgard, that old man Odin truly did not treat me like a human." As Wei Wu spoke, his frustration grew, and he had ample reason to suspect that the old man was deliberately making things difficult for him. "Oh, my poor back. Enough of that. Find an apprentice to help me with those books. I need to pay a visit to Master Ancient One." Observing Wei Wu's pitiable state, Wang couldn't suppress a smile. "All right, wait a moment." Under Wang's direction, Wei Wu traversed the spatial passage within the sanctum, making his way back to Kamartaj. Upon exiting the spatial passage, Wei Wu had a clear objective, heading straight for the residence of the Ancient One. To his surprise, the Ancient One seemed to have anticipated his arrival, having already prepared 2 cups of tea. "Master Ancient One," Wei Wu greeted, performing a fist salute, a customary gesture he had adopted during his 6 months of study at Kamartaj, which the Ancient One had grown accustomed to. The esteemed Master Wei Wu traveled a considerable distance from Asgard, undoubtedly with a purpose. Aware that the sagacious Ancient One would not be easily deceived, Wei Wu chose to be forthright about his intentions. "You see, during my previous dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D, I utilized your venerable name," he stated. The Ancient One feigned a frown upon hearing this. "Wei Wu, I recall that upon your arrival, I informed you that Kamartaj does not intervene in the affairs of the material dimension, did I not?" Master Ancient One, that assertion is misplaced. I am engaging in a fair exchange," Wei Wu replied, gesturing toward the esteemed tomes gifted by Odin. "Behold, these are unparalleled treasures of knowledge that Kamartaj lacks. Surely, you cannot stifle a wizard's yearning for wisdom? By bringing back such invaluable resources to Kamartaj, I might atone for my previous transgressions. No?" With a wave of her hand, the Ancient One summoned a portal that unceremoniously transported the books to the library. Recognizing Wei Wu's genuine dedication to the peace of Kamartaj and the material realm, she decided it was time to bestow upon him a magical artifact, having previously withheld such gifts. Maintaining an air of tranquility akin to a cunning fox, she tossed a bundle of scrolls to Wei Wu. "Then, allow me to present you with this artifact, the Demon Seeking Scroll. It reveals the location of any otherworldly demons in your vicinity." Wei Wu understood this was the Ancient One's subtle reprimand for his earlier transgressions, but he accepted the artifact graciously. "Thank you, Master Ancient One, for this gift. As a member of Kamartaj, it is my duty to vanquish evil and expel malevolent entities from other realms." "Very well, then I shall rely on your efforts, Wei Wu," she replied. After securing the artifact, Wei Wu departed from the Ancient One's residence and arrived at a clearing within Kamartaj. Unrolling the scroll in his possession, he beheld a vast map, which he recognized as Kamartaj Zone. This remarkable object appeared to display the surrounding terrain in real time. After carefully storing the scroll, Wei Wu activated a portal to leave Kamartaj. In Brazil, amidst the primal rainforest, today marked the 30th day of Banner's training under the wise sage. Throughout this month, he had begun to sense the presence of the Hulk within him. With this newfound awareness, the fear of the unknown that had once plagued him began to dissipate. Simultaneously, his perspective underwent a subtle transformation. He no longer regarded the Hulk merely as a malignant tumor to be excised, but began to embrace the entity as part of himself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Banner concluded his day of training, eager to share his progress with his mentor. He had successfully perceived the Hulk's emotions, albeit in a vague manner. Upon finding the sage, he conveyed his achievements. The sage, upon learning of Banner's swift ability to sense the Hulk's feelings, displayed a look of satisfaction toward his pupil. Banner, now that you have learned to harness your power, your path forward lies in reconciling with the Hulk in your pursuit of tranquility. Only then will you truly wield control over yourself. Banner was somewhat stirred by the sage's words. Does this mean I have officially embarked on my journey? The sage nodded in agreement. However, I feel there is still much for me to learn, Banner thought, his eagerness tempered by a hint of hesitation after receiving the sage's approval. Observing his disciple's indecisiveness, the sage was suddenly reminded of the days spent with Wei Wu in Kamartaj. She mimicked the mannerisms of Caecilius. Banner, there's an ancient saying in the East, a master opens the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. With that, the sage posed a question to Banner. You can now sense the Hulk's emotions, can't you? Gazing into the sage's expectant eyes, Banner took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I understand now. I will persevere along this path. The next day, Banner declined the sage's offer of financial assistance, stating that his teacher had already done too much for him. He then bid farewell to his mentor and set forth on his journey home. The sage watched Banner depart, ensuring he would not suddenly return before retrieving a communication device. Banner had set off. Just as the words left her lips, Wei Wu, like a seasoned mentor, emerged from the portal with his hands clasped behind his back. Oh, Private Wei Lingying, how splendid. You've become the master of the Green Giant, he teased. The sage's countenance darkened at Wei Wu's jest. Silence, Wei Wu. If you call me Private one more time, I shall conjure a crystal to seal your lips. Witnessing the sage's swift retort, devoid of her former sisterly demeanor, Wei Wu sighed inwardly. He regretted not maintaining a bit of distance from her. Familiarity had stripped him of any semblance of dignity. What are you babbling about? Ah, nothing. Nothing. I merely came to prepare for a grand entrance. Chapter 33. The frenzied Banner's journey home. After bidding farewell to his mentor, Banner set out on his journey home. As he traversed from the primordial rainforest to the main road, his tattered garments were snagged by branches and bushes, and the hem of his pants became caked with mud. Upon reaching the nearest small town, he sought out a bus station or similar venue. Yet, it dawned on him that he seemed to have no money. Frowning, Banner pondered if he had become so engrossed in his training that his mind had dulled. How could he think of heading to a bus station without funds? Finding a clean spot to sit, he took a deep breath, expelling all negative emotions, reassuring himself. It's a minor issue, a small problem. Everything will pass, merely 432 kilometers to go. Calming his spirit, Banner opened his eyes, ready to embark on his journey on foot. Unexpectedly, a small boy, observing his ragged attire and soiled appearance, mistook him for a beggar. The boy timidly approached Banner, sitting cross-legged at the roadside, and cautiously tossed a coin onto the tattered cloth before him. Banner. Eureka! A sudden idea sparked in Banner's mind. It appears that my 7 doctoral degrees have not been in vain, for my mind remains quite agile. Banner, with a hint of self-satisfaction, tore his already tattered garments, smeared some dirt into his hair, and then settled in the most crowded area of the town. In less than half a day, he had gathered enough coins on the ragged cloth before him to procure a change of clothes for his next journey. After collecting the funds, he casually sought out a roadside stall to exchange his money for a set of second-hand attire that was presentable. He stowed away his discarded rags and boarded a long-distance bus to his next destination. Upon arrival, he found a secluded spot to disguise himself as a beggar and once again position himself in a bustling area, collecting sufficient funds before continuing on his way. After a prolonged journey of 2 weeks, Banner spent a little money to clandestinely return home from the border regions between Mexico and the United States. During this time, Wei Wu and the Sage had been trailing closely behind him. They indulged in a government-funded excursion, savoring the exotic allure of foreign lands while observing Banner's trials and tribulations as he endeavored to return home. Following this, Banner dedicated a week to amassing funds in Houston, Texas, where he roamed the streets and alleys, while Wei Wu accompanied him in his ventures. Occasionally, thugs would approach Banner with ill intentions, but having learned a few legitimate techniques from the Sage, he easily subdued them with a slight display of physical prowess. When Banner had finally amassed enough money to return to Calvo University, where he once worked, Wei Wu's ever-present demon-seeking scroll suddenly stirred to life. Feeling the scroll heat up against his waist, Wei Wu retrieved it and unfurled it in his hands. The scroll revealed a map of the nearby streets, with a fresh drop of blood-red ink marking a corner, an anomaly that had never appeared before. It seemed this scroll was indeed linked to the demon that had crossed over. Since acquiring this artifact from Ancient One, it had remained dormant, leading Wei Wu to believe it was of little significance. He had even speculated that Ancient One had merely handed him a useless relic from a cluttered storehouse. However, it now appeared that he had underestimated her. This old witch would never allow him a moment's peace. Returning to reality, as Banner embarked on his journey home, Wei Wu sensed an urgent situation on his end. Thus, he and the Sage parted ways. The Sage continued to shadow his disciple, while Wei Wu set out to investigate the smuggler. Armed with a map, he followed this enigmatic figure to the overseer of Houston's sewer system, confirming the smuggler's stillness through the map. Wei Wu cast a spell to conceal his presence and stealthily approached the overseer's location from another sewer entrance. The aging sewers of Houston exuded a foul amalgamation of unnameable substances, assaulting his senses. Furrowing his brow, he maneuvered through the rather short yet convoluted path. At the end of the tunnel, Wei Wu finally laid eyes upon the smuggler. A disheveled figure emerged from the thick, murky depths of the sewer, his upper body protruding into the light. Before him floated a black, translucent magical crystal orb from which faint whispers in English could be discerned. Wei Wu edged closer, utilizing his proficiency in English acquired from his previous travels to eavesdrop. Water Demon, I have brought you to the realm of reality to prepare for my arrival. Not to indulge in leisure, I understand. But how do you intend to free yourself from your father's grasp to enter the realm of reality? Do not fret. I shall soon usurp a portion of the infernal authority. Wei Wu, concealed in the shadows, was taken aback. Which heart demon? Infernal authority? Is this the plot of the Ghost Rider? Well, with the introduction of another Ghost Rider, everything remains under control. Having already embraced the wondrous concept of a multiverse, Wei Wu displayed unprecedented tolerance towards the intrusion of the Ghost Rider. Now, he comprehended why the Ancient One had sent him. It was to embroil himself in the familial dynamics of the Infernal Lord. Coming to this realization, Wei Wu proceeded to allocate tasks for the Ghost Rider he had yet to meet. The most troublesome which heart demon would be assigned to the Ghost Rider, while the trifling matters of earth, wind, and water could be left to him. Speaking of which, could he siphon the soul of the demon Reyna? A brilliant idea began to take shape in Wei Wu's mind. Adhering to a strategy of patience to reel in a substantial catch, Wei Wu refrained from capturing the water demon, thus avoiding alarming the creature. Instead, he returned to Base Zero to check on Reyna, who was recuperating after her battle with the destroyer. You returned from Asgard so swiftly? Reyna, her arm bandaged, was practicing her aim at the shooting range. Did you not seek the Sage for treatment? It's just a minor injury. In due time, I'll absorb a few enemies and it will be fine. Reyna shattered the head of a distant target robot with a single shot, her tone nonchalant. Perfect. I have a question for you. Speak. How do you feel about the souls of demons? Demon? Reyna paused her aiming, suddenly intrigued. There are no demons on Earth, but I would certainly be willing to give it a try. Wei Wu gestured affirmatively. Then I shall notify you when the time comes. Having secured Reyna's involvement, Wei Wu returned to Houston to continue monitoring the Water Demon's movements. In Virginia, at Calvo University, Banner took a bus all the way back to this place that haunted his dreams. Surveying the familiar yet strange campus, a wave of joy washed over him. To avoid being recognized by former students, he lowered the brim of his hat and briskly made his way to the laboratory building, eager to reclaim his research materials. He was determined to prevent such data from falling into military hands, as it would lead to the creation of more monstrosities like himself. And not every creature would be as fortunate as he to receive guidance and learn to master themselves. Upon entering the laboratory building, Banner's gaze swept to the stairwell, and he was astonished to find that in his absence, the school had implemented a keycard access system. Certainly, here is the refined and elevated translation of your text. It is truly astonishing that this wretched institution, having delayed the installation of its security system, chose to implement it only after my departure. With a heavy heart, Banner turned away, contemplating seeking assistance from his old friend, Stanley. As he left the school grounds, he unexpectedly spotted the one he had yearned for day and night, Elizabeth Ross, affectionately referred to as Betty by those who knew her well. Concealed behind a tree, Banner gazed at his former girlfriend from afar. Since the forced experiment had transformed him into the Hulk, they had not crossed paths again. Watching the gentle rays of sunlight filter through the leaves and illuminate Elizabeth's face, he was momentarily entranced. However, a man's arrival jolted Banner from his reverie. Exiting the academic building, the man engaged in cheerful conversation with Elizabeth before departing together. It was evident that she had been waiting for him on the bench. Heart shattered, Banner deduced the nature of their relationship, yet he harbored no resentment towards the man. Instead, he lamented his own reckless decision to conduct the experiment. Had it not been for his impulsiveness, he might well have been engaged to Elizabeth by now. As his emotions surged, the Hulk within him began to stir restlessly. Realizing the presence of numerous students around him, Banner discreetly attempted to soothe the Hulk's agitation. Hulk, quiet down. I am preoccupied with important matters here. I bear no disdain towards you. I have come to terms with the consequences of my actions. I promise. I'm not deceiving you. I am but a humble dog. Chapter 34. The Trapped Stanley's Pizzeria. After finally calming the Hulk, Banner knocked on the closing door of the establishment. In the astonished gaze of his old friend, he briefly recounted his predicament, expressing the need for assistance. The following day, dressed as a delivery person, Banner returned to the laboratory. He concocted an excuse and bribed the security guard with a box of pizza, successfully gaining access through the security checkpoint. Upon returning to his lab, Banner opened an inconspicuous old computer tucked away in a corner, retrieving a hard drive hidden behind it, intending to destroy the data. To his dismay, he discovered the drive was utterly devoid of content. Panic surged within him. This should not be the case. The computer had been set up for remote backups prior to his incident. The original data and experimental equipment had been obliterated when he transformed into the Hulk. Logically, the military should not have access to this information. As confusion enveloped him, a tear gas canister was launched through the laboratory window. The chemical fumes began to permeate the air. Reacting swiftly, Banner fled the lab the moment he observed the grayish gas beginning to spread. Outside the building, a squad of heavily armed soldiers awaited the potential emergence of the Hulk. Leading them was Blonsky, who, after witnessing the Hulk's formidable strength, had embraced the military's experimental serum. Now, his physical prowess approached the very limits of human capability. He felt that even if the legendary American hero from 70 years ago, Captain America, stood before him, he could still bring him down. Banner staggered out from the cloud of tear gas. Through the window, he spotted Blonsky below. The Hulk within him stirred uneasily. The Hulk harbored a strong aversion to Blonsky. Without hesitation, Banner chose to ascend, knowing that 2 floors up there was a sky bridge connecting to the other buildings of Culver University. He was now confident that he could maintain control, and even if he lost it, he could guide the Hulk to an unpopulated area. Thus, he decided to take a gamble, trusting that General Ross would not dare to fire in a crowd. Blonsky, seeing Banner racing upstairs, anticipated his movements. The target is heading to the academic building via the sky bridge. Everyone block his path. With that, Blonsky, transformed by the enhancement serum, led the charge upstairs in pursuit of Banner, disregarding whether he would provoke the Hulk. In fact, he seemed eager to incite the Hulk, craving the confrontation. In the command vehicle on the school lawn, General Ross discerned Banner's intentions, his expression fluctuating between anger and concern. He barked into the radio, "Blonsky, intercept him. He must not unleash the Hulk in the academic building. This operation is secretive. If there are significant casualties, even a general like me will bear the consequences." Fortunately, Banner ultimately did not release the Hulk. He was subdued by a squad of soldiers armed with tranquilizer darts, as he was forced down the stairwell. Inside the academic building, students and faculty were thrown into chaos by the sudden influx of soldiers, among them Elizabeth, who was teaching at the time. She stepped out of her classroom and effortlessly locked her gaze on several squads of soldiers at the skybridge. Following their gun barrels, she saw Banner collapsed on the ground. Elizabeth's pupils dilated, her expression turning to shock. The sight before her instantly conjured memories of her father. Navigating through the panicked crowd, Elizabeth hurried outside. Sure enough, she spotted General Ross disembarking from the command vehicle on the lawn. Anger surged within her as she descended the stairs, confronting Ross. What do you intend to do? Will you not spare Banner? General Ross's eyes narrowed. Mind your words, Dr. Elizabeth. You must remember, Banner is military property. Just as the father and daughter were embroiled in their dispute, a soldier approached to report, General, Dr. Stern has been secured at Greben Academy in New York. Seeing his subordinate's lack of discretion, Ross shot him a glare. Silence, soldier. This is classified. After reprimanding the soldier, Ross gestured for Elizabeth to be escorted away, intending to take the anesthetized Banner and leave the school. Elizabeth was ushered out of the newly established perimeter by two soldiers. As she watched Ross take Banner away, her resolve gradually strengthened. New York, Greben Academy. This venerable academy, rich in history, is nestled on an ancient street in Harlem and boasts a legacy spanning 130 years. Today, however, the institution has deviated from its norm, granting students an unexpected holiday while forbidding anyone from remaining on campus. Within the confines of the school's biology laboratory, Dr. Banner and Dr. Stern find themselves confined together. Ah, so you're Mr. Green? Dr. Stern's face betrays no fear of captivity, only a curiosity directed towards Banner, or rather, the Hulk. Indeed, Mr. Green, I am Banner, Bruce Banner, he replies. Wow, I expected the gamma radiation would render you somewhat peculiar in appearance. By the way, I am Samuel Stern. Neither Banner nor Stern anticipated that their initial encounter, which had evolved from online interactions, would unfold in such a manner. Amidst their sporadic exchanges, General Ross enters, accompanied by Blonsky. Banner, your blood still harbors gamma radiation, which contradicts your claim of not transforming, Ross remarks. Ross, the Hulk remains. But I will never allow him to surface, Banner retorts, unreservedly mocking this pursuer who has dogged him for years. Moreover, you will never acquire my research materials. The creation of an army of Hulks is a distant dream for you. In response, General Ross scoffs. Is that so? I can find numerous original blood samples and research data in Dr. Stern's laboratory. Upon hearing the mention of substantial, original blood samples, Banner's expression darkens. He had not anticipated that Mr. Green could clandestinely replicate so much. He glares at Stern, who responds with an awkward yet polite smile. Perhaps we could inject him with a sample extractor to provoke the Hulk. Blonsky, who had remained silent until now, suggests unexpectedly. Ross furrows his brow, promptly dismissing the proposal. After assessing all of Stern's experimental materials and data, he leads Banner away, instructing Blonsky to subsequently package Stern and the experimental materials for transport. As Banner is taken away, Blonsky, who has long yearned for a confrontation with the Hulk, finds himself increasingly restless. In that moment, his gaze inadvertently falls upon a gamma radiation device within a laboratory. Blonsky sends the soldiers away temporarily, draws his handgun, and approaches Stern. You know how the Hulk is created, don't you? I want you to replicate that process for me. Initially intimidated by the gun pointed at him, Stern's demeanor transforms upon hearing Blonsky's demand, and he readily agrees to assist. Across the street from Greben Academy, a sage observes a blinding green light erupting from the biology laboratory. He clicks his tongue and retrieves a communicator. Wei Wu, I believe Shangbo Lu is indeed correct. This world appears to be locked in by some fate. I have trained Banner to coexist peacefully with the Hulk, yet that individual named Blonsky could still become the abomination. It is too complex to convey in mere words. You should come see for yourself. Chapter 35. Abomination upon receiving a message from the sage. Wei Wu decisively abandoned his surveillance of the water demon, that mischievous little calamity darting through the sewers. He opened a portal and arrived beside the sage, where he beheld the abomination rampaging aimlessly below on the streets, its grotesque visage wreaking havoc. Influenced by the blood of Hulk, gamma radiation, and a synthetic super-soldier serum, Blonsky had lost all control over his emotions, fully transforming into the abomination. His mind was consumed by an overwhelming loathing for Hulk, for Banner, and for everything around him. He indiscriminately attacked everything in his vicinity. The arriving police and General Ross commanded their soldiers to unleash a relentless barrage of gunfire upon the abomination. Yet their efforts proved futile. The bullets failed to inflict any harm, instead inciting its wrath. Observing the ineffectiveness of their ammunition, the soldiers retrieved rockets from their supplies, while continuously relaying updates to General Ross in a helicopter. "General, we've spotted Hulk. The bullets are ineffective. We are preparing to engage with rockets." Listening intently to his men's report, General Ross turned back to confirm that Banner remained in the cabin. "That's impossible, soldier. Remain calm and report your location. We're at the intersection of Broadway and 121st Street. Damn it, that monster just caught a rocket with its bare hands." The soldier's transmission was abruptly cut off amidst his screams, and General Ross, his expression grave, ordered the helicopter to turn back. At the intersection of Broadway and 121st Street, the abomination kicked aside an armored Humvee driven by a soldier. "Give me a worthy opponent," it bellowed, its terrifying roar shattering streetlights and storefront windows. After the roar subsided, the abomination seized a car, intending to crush a police officer in the distance who had been pestering it with a handgun. However, before it could act, a woman clad in white with black hair leapt down from a rooftop, landing gracefully on the ground. "Want to play? Allow me to entertain you for a moment." Unable to bear the sight of the abomination indiscriminately slaughtering innocent civilians, the sage resolved to stall the creature until Banner arrived. Having trained for years in martial arts, and with Wei Wu's silver level enhancement, she was confident she could manage the abomination to some extent. Positioning herself before the abomination, the sage prepared for combat. The abomination, intent on swatting her down as it had with the soldiers, sneered, "You have no idea what you're in for." It swung a massive hand downwards, but the sage deftly evaded. The blow struck the asphalt, creating a crater the size of a wheel, with cracks radiating outwards. "Is it all you've got, ugly?" The sage taunted, her hands remaining poised for action. With a flick of her wrist, 3 emerald-hued crystal orbs materialized and surged toward the abomination. The abomination raised its hand to shatter the crystal spheres. Upon impact, the fragments erupted, covering the abomination and the surrounding ground with a thin layer of ice. Energy currents crackled between the crystals and the abomination, delivering continuous electric shocks. The sensation of pain compelled the abomination to tear away the strange crystals affixed to his body. Yet his attempts proved futile. Frustrated by the relentless currents, he resolved to confront their source. With a furious roar, he exerted force to break free from the crystals, charging directly toward the sage. The sage, wishing to await Banner's arrival to handle the abomination, refrained from using her full strength against him, instead employing her abilities to shield the surrounding crowd while engaging the abomination in a tactical dance. With a powerful punch, the abomination shattered the wall of crystals obstructing him, glaring at the sage with gritted teeth. "Is hiding all you can do?" he bellowed, observing the encroaching crystal barriers that closed in around him. With a low growl, he leapt onto the rooftops, his gaze darting between the sage and the retreating onlookers. Realizing the sage was stalling him to buy time for the crowd's escape, he was determined not to allow her to succeed. Midway up the wall, he propelled himself towards the dispersing crowd, his arms raised menacingly as if to crush them into pulp. The sage, sensing the impending disaster, cursed under her breath and pulled her hands downwards, summoning 4 towering crystal pillars from the ground to intercept him. They collided with the abomination's fist, shattering upon impact, yet ultimately succeeded in halting his advance. The sage exhaled deeply, then sliced her left hand through the air towards the abomination. As she did so, a cluster of crystal pillars erupted from the ground beneath his feet, sending him crashing into a nearby shop and raising a cloud of dust. Above, a helicopter circled the battlefield, carrying General Ross and others. Observing the twisted visage of the abomination, Ross noted a resemblance to Blonsky. Grasping the radio, he spoke. "This is Ross. Has anyone seen Blonsky?" Static crackled through the device, followed by a series of reports. "Report to the General. No sign of Colonel Blonsky. Report. Negative. Report. The Hulk serum in Dr. Stern's lab has completely vanished." Ross furrowed his brows at this revelation. "Vanished? What Dr. Stern?" "Dr. Stern has fainted, and all related research materials are missing." Upon hearing his soldiers' reports, Ross began to speculate about the identity of the colossal monster rampaging through the streets. In contrast to Ross's strategizing, Banner gazed in astonishment at the figure battling the abomination. Teacher? How did she come to be here? Confusion washed over him, as he initially thought the sage was tracking him. However, upon reflection, it seemed illogical. If she intended to follow him, she could have accompanied him openly as his mentor without the need for subterfuge. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, Banner had no time for further contemplation. Ross, open the hatch. I need to get down there to assist. Assist? Would it not be better to let that mysterious figure and the monster annihilate each other? Moreover, you have proclaimed that you would not transform again. Upon hearing that the military was preparing to engage the suspected monstrous mutant, Blonsky, General Ross's expression grew displeased. He was reluctant to expose the invaluable research material that was Banner to such peril. However, after much insistence from Banner, General Ross ultimately acquiesced to allow him to proceed. As the hatch opened, Banner stepped to the edge. Hulk, it is time for you to assist. Please do not falter. That is our teacher. Banner implored internally as he took a step off the helicopter. As he began his free fall, his body commenced its transformation, swelling and turning green, colossal muscles tearing through his clothing. With a thunderous crash, the partially transformed Banner smashed into the asphalt. This unexpected occurrence caught the attention of Abomination, who had just emerged from a nearby shop, intent on a final confrontation with the sage. He sensed the rising gamma radiation emanating from the crater created by Banner's impact. As this awareness sharpened, reaching a critical threshold, enormous hands ruptured the pavement, revealing the immense green figure beneath. Hulk had arrived. Chapter 36. Resurrection the moment Hulk appeared. He captivated all of Abomination's focus. Abomination fixed his gaze on Hulk, his malevolent eyes betraying a thirst for blood and an unending loathing for both Hulk and Banner. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! Hulk and Abomination simultaneously bellowed at one another. The two colossal beasts, encountering each other for the first time, clashed like sworn enemies, engaging in a fierce struggle. Abomination disregarded the sage, who had previously battled him, while Hulk completely forgot Banner's earlier admonition to protect the civilians. The sheer force and solidity of Hulk and Abomination's bodies produced thunderous impacts with every collision, leaving devastating craters in their wake. General Ross observed the titanic battle from the helicopter, his gaze sweeping over the crystal barrier that separated the battlefield from the crowd, erected by the sage. Grabbing the radio, he commanded, "Soldiers, immediately evacuate everyone in the vicinity." Everyone. After placing the radio down, Ross ordered the helicopter to descend, aiming to provide support to the beleaguered Hulk. As the helicopter lowered, the whirring of the rotor blades gradually drowned out the roars of Abomination and Hulk. The cabin door swung open, and a mounted Gatling gun extended out into the night. The gunner expertly linked the ammunition belt to the chamber and disengaged the safety. "General, who are we assisting?" "The green one." Upon confirming the target, the gunner promptly squeezed the trigger. A cacophony of bullets erupted, transforming into a metallic torrent, with tracer rounds creating luminous trails against the darkened sky. Originally intended for Hulk, these specialized armor-piercing rounds were now unleashed upon Abomination. The relentless barrage inflicted considerable pain upon Abomination, who cast aside Hulk, whom he had been overpowering, and leaped onto the walls, ascending to the rooftop. He aimed to eliminate this irritating adversary that was disrupting his conquest of Hulk. The Abomination leapt onto the rooftop, bounding a few steps to confront the helicopter, intent on crashing into it directly. At that moment, the Abomination pursued the helicopter, having already escaped the battlefield isolated by the sage. The sage, too late to intervene, could only watch. Fortunately, the Hulk arrived just in time to restrain the Abomination, preventing the helicopter from being obliterated upon impact. However, the pilot, startled by the Abomination's menacing presence, made a critical error in control, causing the helicopter to spiral uncontrollably as it forced its descent. In a nearby block, Elizabeth pushed against the throng of people, drawing closer to the battlefield. Since she had overheard General Ross's intention to transport Banner to Greben Academy, she had hurried home to retrieve the data she had previously taken from Banner's laboratory, hoping to use it as leverage to secure his release. Yet, before she could reach the area, the congested traffic compelled her to abandon her vehicle and proceed on foot. As she advanced toward the scene, The cacophony of colossal sounds and the blazing flames heightened her pulse with urgency. Suddenly, the descending helicopter crashed through the corner of a rooftop, plummeting directly toward Elizabeth. In an instant, the blades of the rotor shattered upon contact with the ground. As the fuselage struck the earth, a fiery explosion engulfed that section of street. Hulk, who was falling just before the helicopter exploded, bore witness to this devastating moment. Through the fog of consciousness, Banner's awareness flickered through Hulk's eyes. Witnessing the woman he cherished being consumed by the inferno. The turmoil within him left no room for contemplation as to why Betty was there. Only profound sorrow remained. At that moment, the abomination, shaken from the force of the crash, regained his senses. He noticed the explosion from the helicopter's descent, but failed to spot Elizabeth. "You squander this power. You could protect no one." He jeered, his voice a low, mocking growl, as he prepared to finish Hulk once and for all. The taunts of the villain ignited a surge of fury within Banner, dispelling his earlier grief. Though Hulk and Elizabeth shared no deep bond, he felt the raw anger coursing through him, transmitted from Banner's soul. This rage fueled Hulk, causing his veins to bulge as he unleashed a punch that shattered the sound barrier, landing a devastating blow to the abomination's jaw. The tremendous force sent shockwaves through the abomination's mind, leaving him momentarily incapacitated, yet Hulk was far from done. With reckless abandon, Hulk unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike creating sonic booms in the air. The abomination, taken aback by Hulk's sudden surge in strength, found himself drastically outmatched compared to moments before. He was like a rag doll, mercilessly battered by Hulk, his bones shattering under the relentless assault, his earlier bravado utterly extinguished. Hulk's iron fists fell repeatedly, transforming the abomination into a mere puddle of defeat, devoid of any resistance. Finally, Hulk ceased his assault, lifting the abomination above his head. After a brief pause, he slammed him down into the ground with tremendous force. The shockwave reverberated throughout half of New York, causing the chandeliers in nearby shops to sway. Panting heavily, Hulk felt the fury within him begin to wane. This cathartic release allowed for a deeper fusion of consciousness between Hulk and Banner. At present, both parties are capable of fully sensing each other's emotions and thoughts, yet Hulk's wisdom remains rudimentary, akin to that of a child. Gazing upon the wreckage of the helicopter, Hulk, influenced by Banner, begins to pry it apart. Witnessing the charred and mangled remains of his beloved, Banner is overwhelmed by an uncontrollable wave of sorrow. The late-arriving sage furrows her brow at this distressing scene. The unfolding events have surpassed her and Wei Wu's expectations. No one anticipated that Elizabeth would materialize in this place. Fortunately, only a few minutes have elapsed, allowing for a potential rescue. The sage approaches Hulk, gesturing for him to step back. Previously, in the primordial rainforest, Hulk had sensed the sage through Banner. He harbors a fondness for this human who has never regarded him as a monster. Thus, he willingly retreats a couple of steps. And within his consciousness, Banner begins to harbor a glimmer of hope. Banner has witnessed his mentor's means of healing life. The sage conjures a crystalline barrier around the wreckage, resembling an eggshell, obscuring the view. With a deep exhale, she acknowledges the daunting challenge of reviving 5 individuals, even with Wei Wu's augmented strength. Meanwhile, atop a nearby building, Wei Wu prepares to negate the sage's summoning once revival occurs. He has taken all of Dr. Stern's research materials and Hulk's blood samples as per their plan, only to realize he has ventured into perilous territory. Returning to the wreckage, the sage gathers the natural energies surrounding her. Verdant energy begins to swirl around her, and nearby pebbles levitate without the aid of wind, as if lifted by an unseen force. Taking a deep breath, the sage activates rebirth. Under her guidance, the emerald energy envelopes the 5 corpses, forming crystalline structures upon their surfaces. Outside the crystalline wall, an energy ring resembling flowing liquid encircles the barrier, emitting a blinding green light that dims the surroundings. Within the wall, beneath layers of crystal, 5 green crystal cocoons rest upon the ground. At this juncture, the sage is already sweating profusely. She then intensifies her energy output. The energy outside the wall converges violently towards the center, and at the moment of convergence, it transforms into a pillar of light shooting skyward. The crystal cocoons crack open, revealing the once damaged bodies restored to their former integrity. Wei Wu, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, remains momentarily dazed. He swiftly cancels the summoning and opens a portal to depart from New York. As the green life energy dissipates, Hulk perceives a singular heartbeat transform into 5 distinct rhythms. The onlookers in the distance stand in stunned silence, captivated by this breathtaking phenomenon. Hulk advances to shatter the crystal barrier, and the unfolding scene leaves both him and the conscious Banner in a state of astonishment. They are alive. The 3 deceased soldiers and the Ross duo have returned to life. Hearing Elizabeth's vigorous heartbeat, Banner yearns to reach out. Yet the weight of responsibility compels him to retract his hand. General Ross was the first to awaken, incredulously exploring his own body. As he lifted his gaze, he met the eyes of the Hulk, momentarily struck with trepidation. The primal instinct to confront the beast instilled a sense of fear within him, prompting him to tentatively call out, "Is that you, Banner?" "I am Hulk," came the discontented response from the Green Giant, displeased at being referred to as Banner by a mere human. The standoff persisted for several minutes, until armed helicopters hovered overhead. The arriving helicopters, having just witnessed a burst of green light shooting into the sky, hesitated to provoke the Hulk upon spotting General Ross on the ground, fearful that this formidable creature might unleash its terrifying green energy upon them. Ultimately, amidst the roar of the helicopters, the Hulk cast a deep glance at Elizabeth, and the consciousness of Banner resolved to make a decisive choice. With a thunderous leap, the Hulk soared into the air, disappearing into the night of suburban New York after a few powerful bounds. Far away in the Himalayas, in Kamartaj, the Ancient One was disturbed from her meditation. Her gaze was directed towards the New York sanctum. "What a commotion," she remarked. Chapter 37. The Sage Houston. Upon returning to the hotel, where he was residing under a false identity, Wei Wu quickly summoned the Sage. Time stood still for the agent when the summoning was canceled, leaving the Sage in a state of weakness after reviving 5 individuals. The Sage's complexion was pale, her hair damp with sweat clinging to her forehead. This sight alarmed Wei Wu, who had expected the revival to be as effortless as in a video game, not anticipating such a dramatic scene. "Oh, my dear aunt, if you were to perish here, Reyna would surely flame me alive upon my return." The Sage rolled her eyes in response. "I'm merely a bit weak. Could you not utter such disparaging words?" "Ah, in that case, all is well. Be gone." Wei Wu feigned bravado, yet inwardly he felt a wave of relief. After all, the Sage was part of his foundation in this world, a friend. To claim he was unconcerned would be untruthful. Noticing the Sage beginning to meditate and regain her strength, Wei Wu quietly exited the room. The Sage, with her eyes closed, allowed a sliver to open, ensuring that Wei Wu had indeed departed. She pulled down her garments to reveal her shoulder, once fair, but now inexplicably covered in green crystals that extended from her back to her neck. Taking a deep breath, she summoned green energy in her hands, pressing it against the crystals on her shoulder. A pained sound escaped her lips, her exquisite features contorting in anguish. As the energy continued to heal her, the crystals gradually receded. With a heavy exhale, the Sage weakly adjusted her clothing. Downstairs, Wei Wu arrived at the hotel lobby and secured another room directly across from his original one. With a new key card in hand, he traversed through a portal to the pristine rainforests of Brazil, felled a tree, and then utilized the portal to place the tree into his pseudo-storage space. This is a vast space located within an underground cavern. After sealing this area with a spell, it became a personal storage for him. The stolen destroyer armor was placed inside. After neatly stacking the felled timber, Wei Wu ventured out to purchase an assortment of various flowers and plants. Upon returning to the hotel, he pushed the door open and was relieved to see the Sage's complexion had improved significantly. He tossed the bundle of flora before her, and amidst her puzzled gaze, he elucidated, "I was contemplating your backstory, which mentioned that the ability to resurrect relies on consuming the life energy of others. Regardless of the validity of that assertion, it seems rather ineffective in your case." The Sage responded with a hint of exasperation. "I actually did chop down a tree as well." With that, Wei Wu opened the door to showcase the colossal tree, measuring over 4 meters in diameter. On the other side of the portal, the Sage observed that she indeed did not absorb life energy, and thus, Wei Wu decided to return the tree from whence it came. As for the flowers and plants, they were to be mere decorations in the room. The following day, the two were watching the news in their hotel room. The television displayed footage of the fierce battle that had transpired the previous night in Harlem, New York. Although much of the footage was regulated and prohibited from airing by S.H.I.E.L.D, S.H.I.E.L.D. The incident remained a hot topic online. Particularly noteworthy was the towering beam of light created by the Sage during the resurrection of General Ross and others. Eyewitnesses could be found even 40 kilometers outside New York City, not just among the onlookers in Harlem. Wei Wu found himself at a loss and turned to his intelligence officer, Zero. Is there a way to manage the public narrative? Zero replied, Boss, do you truly think of me as Doryman? With this many devices, I could spend a lifetime trying to erase it all. Wei Wu instinctively rubbed his forehead. What about enlisting Tony's Jarvis for assistance? Is that a possibility? Zero considered. That could be worth a try, but what would motivate him to help us? Simple. He owes several favors from using your template previously. Just send him an email in the manner I used to, and he should be inclined to assist. All right, I will give it a shot. As Wei Wu concluded the call with Zero, he turned his attention back to the Sage. Now a refined and accomplished mage, he could discern the weariness hidden beneath her seemingly normal exterior. The Sage felt somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. What are you staring at? She inquired. Oh, nothing much. I am just curious as to why you insist on bringing back 5 at once. Logically, you need not concern yourself with those 3 soldiers. Hearing this, the Sage exhaled in relief, thinking he had not perceived anything amiss. Regarding that, since the plan was devised collaboratively, as you are aware, the girl's unexpected appearance disrupted our strategy. I feel a certain responsibility for those who perished due to this oversight. Stop right there. No matter how grandiose your words may be, that is not an excuse. Wei Wu's expression darkened. He would not permit any lingering repercussions on the Sage due to external factors. Now, the 4 agents in Valorant are akin to friends and family for him. Individuals he can trust without reservation, and only these summoned agents. All right, the Sage replied with a bitter smile. Corporal Wei Linging, what is this attitude? I'm speaking to you in earnest. If you dare to risk yourself again, be prepared to spend your days in base 0, Wei Wu declared, leaving no opportunity for Sage to retort as he exited with a flourish. The following day, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, Nick Fury gazed at the screen, feeling a twinge of frustration as he faced Tony Stark. Mr. Stark, could you clarify why the videos of Hulk and that green sorcerer mysteriously vanished from the internet overnight? What? Why are you asking me about this? I am completely uninformed, Tony replied, raising a glass for a sip, feigning innocence with an open-handed gesture. Nick Fury couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Indeed, laughter often arises in moments of sheer disbelief. Our intelligence department detected signs of interference from an unknown user on each video. Can you guess where all the addresses lead to? Where? To Stark Tower in Manhattan, Mr. Stock, Nick Fury asserted, pressing the intelligence documents against the camera. Realizing he had been caught red-handed, a fleeting embarrassment crossed Tony's face. Well, your intelligence department is quite impressive. Truth be told, I am indeed involved for Stark Industries. That is correct. Seeing Tony's nonchalant attitude, Nick Fury sighed. Why? Because I have just erected this building in New York, preparing to relocate the center of Stark Industries from Los Angeles. And now my neighbor in Harlem has caused this debacle, severely impacting Stark Industries' interests. As Tony spoke with increasing confidence, he seemed to genuinely believe his words. In fact, I am cleaning up the mess for you and the inept military. I have just joined your clandestine initiative, the Avengers Initiative. Fine, I have just joined your Avengers Initiative. And already I have resolved a major issue for you. You do not appreciate my efforts, and now you wish to hold me accountable? Are you serious, Director? Tony declared, completing a lengthy sentence without pause, staring defiantly at Nick Fury. After a brief silence, Nick Fury realized he could not quite counter Tony's points. Well, you have convinced me. Now, do not disturb my time. I am quite busy. Tony waved dismissively, closing the communication. Chapter 38. The Visitors from Hell, New York, Manhattan. Stark Tower. Tony ended the communication. A look of "Are you satisfied?" directed at his old acquaintance across the desk. So are you satisfied? Upon hearing the query, Zero mimicked Wei Wu's shameless demeanor, leisurely preparing himself a cup of hot tea using Tony's teapot. Utterly satisfied, my friend. Could you not be so lewd? Tony, with a look of disdain, remarked, I've taken care of the video and S.H.I.E.L.D. for you. Now it's your turn to answer my question. Zero leisurely located the zipper on his mask and opened a small slit to reveal his mouth. He took a sip of tea and said, Go ahead and ask. My intel is reliable. With this assurance, Tony set aside his playful demeanor. What is your objective in approaching me? Cough, cough, cough. Zero was caught off guard by the question. He had anticipated inquiries about Nick Fury's secrets. This question is rather peculiar. What does it mean to ask why you're approaching me? I believe Agent Natasha's assessment of you is quite accurate. You are excessively self-absorbed. Enough of this nonsense. I'm not a fool, Zero. Observing Tony's unwavering determination to uncover the truth made Zero feel a pang of anxiety. Thus, he decided to weave a small lie. Zero feigned a cough, or two. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall, for the sake of our friendship, divulge something to you, whether you believe it or not. We have a seer within our organization who foretells a monumental upheaval in this world, and you, my friend, are a pivotal figure in this prophecy. Zero's answer, reminiscent of a charlatan, left Tony with a skeptical expression. Why do I feel that not a single word you utter is truthful? Prejudice. Tony, you are guilty of arrogance and bias. Tony disregarded Zero's accusation, nodding thoughtfully. I think I grasp the essence of what you mean. Do you truly understand? What do you comprehend? Zero sensed that the prolonged pressure was causing Tony to become somewhat disoriented, though this was advantageous for the unwavering covenant. Since you have attained understanding, I shall take my leave. Zero stood up, discreetly pocketing a few packages of premium tea from the table, and bid farewell to Tony as he departed. Tony watched Zero exit the office, reclining in his luxurious chair, deep in thought. S.H.I.E.L.D. I am here. Gather accounts of extraordinary phenomena that have emerged globally since my abduction in the Middle East, akin to my experiences in Harlem last night. Utilize the access Nick Fury granted me to sift through S.H.I.E.L.D's database as well. Understood. In Houston, Wei Wu hung up the communicator and turned to the sage who was still meditating on the couch. Zero has succeeded. If all goes as expected, S.H.I.E.L.D. will soon have prominent figures revealing significant scandals to divert public attention. You might as well take a break at the base. And it would be an opportune time to take the Hunter Hawk for a spin. With that, Wei Wu produced the Hunter Hawk template he had previously acquired. Template, Hunter Hawk, skill, Hawk-type drone, deploys drones from its arms, providing vision for the Hunter Hawk and capable of autonomously seeking and engaging enemies. Skill, Thunderstrike Arrow. The Hunter has equipped a considerable number of special arrows that, upon impact, unleash a formidable lightning strike. Skill, Enemy Seeking Arrow. Another type of special arrow from the Hunter, which reveals nearby objects in real time after being shot. Skill, Fury of the Hunt. Utilizing energy arrows, it releases a powerful high-energy particle beam. Evaluation. The Hunter thrives in the perpetually frigid northern tundra, where he excels in tracking, targeting, and eliminating foes with precision and efficiency. Armed with a specially crafted war bow and unparalleled reconnaissance abilities, he renders his prey invisible and without escape. Upon reviewing the template, Wei Wu promptly summoned the Hunter. With a familiar flash of white light, a strikingly handsome Russian man with defined features materialized in the room. The Hunter donned his signature blue short cloak, his golden hair cascading over his shoulders. His left eye glimmered with the sharpness of a falcon, while the mechanical eye on the right emanated a soft blue glow. Welcome, Hunter. As the Hunter regained his composure from the initial summoning, he scrutinized Wei Wu from head to toe. You seem to be an excellent captain. I am honored to fight alongside you. Now that we are all on the same side, with the sage on leave, I shall have her guide you through the base. How does that sound? Wei Wu opened a portal leading directly to the secret villa in Los Angeles, much to the Hunter's astonishment. Captain, your ability is remarkably convenient. Save your awe for later. Once we reach the base and review the materials, you will have plenty to marvel at. By the way, Zero has been eagerly awaiting your arrival to play chess. Amir, that fellow is here too? On what grounds? As the Hunter quietly pondered Zero's presence, Wei Wu closed the portal and began his day of surveillance on the water mage. Zero base. The sage led the Hunter on a brief tour of the base, allowing him to choose a room. During their exploration, they encountered Reyna, who was testing new firearms with Shangbo Lu. Hunter. Shangbo Lu adjusted his glasses. Long time no see, Shangbo Lu. Reyna. Indeed, it has been a while, Hunter. Reyna set down her weapon and turned to greet the Hunter warmly. Soon, the three old colleagues showcased the footage from their early days in the Marvel Universe, which inevitably left the Hunter awestruck. You cannot be serious. The Hunter's eyes flickered with doubt as he regarded his three old comrades with a peculiar gaze. While we jest with you, it appears you are getting old and should consider retirement, Zero remarked, holding a steaming cup of tea as he approached the Hunter. Upon seeing Zero, the hunter remained silent, opting instead to find a computer to review member profiles. Indeed, Amir, you have not changed a bit. There isn't a single file on you. Zero was left speechless by his old friend's antics, adopting a serious demeanor, though no one could see it. Mind your language. It's Amir during work. Call me Zero. Wei Wu remained unaware that the conflict between Zero and the hunter, two adversaries bound by a peculiar affection, had commenced at base zero. He now found himself in a predicament. Aside from the water demon, two new crimson dots had appeared on the demon's seeking scroll, indicating the presence of the wind demon and the earth demon. Wei Wu realized that the narrative of the evil spirit knight was about to unfold. He steeled himself, preparing to witness the iconic transformation scene of the evil spirit knight. Previously, during the Hulk incident, he had failed to capture a single iconic moment, and he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. As time elapsed, the three demons began to stir restlessly, a behavior Wei Wu had never observed while monitoring the water demon. On several occasions, the trio seemed poised to attack nearby mortals, yet they hesitated, seemingly gripped by fear. In this peculiar state, darkness descended upon the sky. A bus emblazoned with the name Johnny Blaze quietly entered Houston. Chapter 39, Mephisto at Midnight. Houston, a bustling metropolis, was alive with activity. However, across the river from the commercial district, the old town lay in serene silence. Johnny Blaze had just concluded his motorcycle stunt tour in Phoenix and hurriedly arrived in this city. At that moment, he was engulfed by an overwhelming fatigue, yearning only for a wash and a restful sleep to rejuvenate himself for the upcoming Houston leg of the tour. Johnny ambled to the sink to freshen up. As the water splashed across his face, he faintly heard a voice calling his name. Yet, when he looked around, he found nothing amiss. Chuckling to himself, he dismissed it as a mere figment of his exhaustion. After splashing some water on his face, he turned to head to bed. Suddenly, the voice calling him grew clearer. Johnny, Johnny. Johnny startled. Johnny hesitated, but having spent years navigating the treacherous world of entertainment, he steeled his nerves and followed the sound out of his rented old house. Upon reaching the street, his eyes narrowed as he sought the source of the voice. Before him stood the embodiment of his 18-year nightmare. Long time no see, Johnny. Mephisto appeared as an elderly figure, clad in a tailored suit, hands resting on a skull-topped cane, smiling as he greeted Johnny, unfazed by the malice in Johnny's gaze. Between them sat a Harley motorcycle adorned with flame patterns. What do you want? Johnny seethed, consumed by the desire to exact vengeance upon the architect of his father's demise. Yet he understood that he was powerless against this devil. Deflated, he took a few steps towards the motorcycle, his tone laced with bitterness as he posed the question that had haunted his career. Is it your doing that I can never die? As a stunt driver in a perilous profession, Johnny has encountered countless life-threatening incidents over the past 18 years, yet he has miraculously evaded death each time. The world deems him blessed by divine providence, but he is acutely aware that it is perhaps the work of the devil. Mephisto did not respond to Johnny, but merely offered a non-committal smile. Johnny, I recall stating that your soul belongs to me. I require your service at a specific time. Now, seek out the witch-heart demon and bring him back to hell. I refuse. You would do best to vacate my presence, Johnny thought, having long been prepared to meet his end at Mephisto's hands. He scornfully intended to decline. However, now that Mephisto had arrived, he had no intention of releasing Johnny. You lacked the right to refuse. Mephisto struck his cane upon the ground, and Johnny, engulfed in flames atop his motorcycle, roared towards the nearby demonic aura. As he observed the flames left in the wake of the motorcycle vanish at the road's end, Mephisto's countenance darkened. Were it not for various constraints, would he require someone of Johnny's caliber to accomplish tasks in the mortal realm? In an abandoned warehouse within the old city, Wei Wu tracked 3 small calamity demons to this location. Before he could approach, he was met with an overwhelming infernal presence, causing him to hesitate. The intensity of this demonic aura eclipsed even a gathering of high-ranking demons. Is this ancient one expecting me to handle this? Wei Wu contemplated retreating. Nonetheless, after having waited for so long, departing now would feel like a loss. Thus, he cast several protective spells upon himself and chose to observe a while longer. Inside the warehouse, the water demon, wind demon, and earth demon emerged from different directions. At the center of the 3 stood the witch-heart demon, clad in black garments with pallid skin. Accompanied by a swirl of black smoke, the witch-heart demon lifted a corpulent man, weighing approximately 200 pounds. As if he were a mere chick. Grasping the man by the neck, he hoisted him off the ground. This place used to be a graveyard. Where had all the tombs gone? The stout man flailed desperately in the air, gasping for mercy. I don't know, please. Who knows? At that moment, the Church of St. Michael in this district received word, and before the three demons, the witch-heart demon incinerated the man into ashes with a burst of black flame. Did you hear that? Go to St. Michael's Church and retrieve the St. Vengasa contract for me. Upon receiving the command, the three demons prepared to depart. The witch-heart demon then turned his attention to Wei Wu, concealed atop the roof. Have you had enough? A ball of black flame shot towards Wei Wu, but he deflected it with the ring of Legatador. As the three demons sought to encircle Wei Wu, another overwhelming infernal presence emanated from a distance. The roar of a motorcycle approached, and with a sudden stop, Johnny was thrown off. Flames of hell ignited upon his face and clothing, and amidst agonized wails, he transformed into the vengeful Ghost Rider. The sudden appearance of the Ghost Rider interrupted the fierce struggle among four demons. Seizing this opportunity, Wei Wu opened a portal and made his escape. Johnny, in his inaugural transformation, struggled to control the Ghost Rider's actions. What if he were to be judged guilty? Thus, Wei Wu's withdrawal was a strategic retreat, one that could not be criticized. Within the warehouse, the Ghost Rider had already engaged the demons. Despite it being Johnny's first transformation, he exhibited considerable combat prowess, driven by the primal instincts of Zarathos. He yanked the water demon from a puddle on the ground and sent the earth demon flying with a powerful kick, setting his sights on the witch-heart demon. The witch-heart demon, disdainful, unleashed black flames to repel Johnny and vanished into smoke, intent on seeking the St. Vengasa contract himself. The wind demon swiftly followed suit. Johnny attempted to pursue, but the earth demon, operating a dump truck, collided with him, sending him crashing into a massive iron pipe within the warehouse. As the Ghost Rider fell silent, the water demon slipped into the sewers, tracking the witch-heart demon toward the St. Michael Church. The earth demon disembarked, mockingly whispering about the Ghost Rider's inadequacies before attempting to leave. However, after taking just a couple of steps, a chain ignited with hellfire ensnared his neck. Without granting him the chance to react, the hellfire erupted, turning him into a charred corpse. Emerging from the warehouse, Johnny retracted the chain, and the earth demon's body crumbled to pieces. After confirming the scent of the witch-heart demon in the air, he ignited his hands with hellfire and pressed them against the motorcycle. The flames twisted and warped the bike, gradually reshaping it into the Ghost Rider's iconic soul chariot. Mounting the chariot, Johnny revved the throttle, and the hellfire chariot erupted in flames, commencing his pursuit of the witch-heart demon's scent. Meanwhile, the water demon, who had departed early, found himself cornered by Wei Wu in the sewers. Upon seeing someone, the water demon immediately transformed into a torrent, aiming to decapitate Wei Wu with a crescent-shaped wave targeting his neck. Faced with the rushing water, Wei Wu did not flinch. Instead, he smiled. Drawing intricate runes with his hands, he summoned two seraphim shields that resonated like cymbals in the air, entrapping the water demon. This was an expanded application of the seraphim shield spell, possessing sealing properties. With the water demon contained, Wei Wu intensified his magical output. The seals formed by the seraphim shields continuously compressed the water demon until it shrank into a fist-sized water sphere. The shields transformed into a hardened shell, effectively imprisoning the water demon. Wei Wu seized the sealed sphere, shook it to confirm the water demon was still alive, and then placed it into a storage cave across from the portal, intending to offer it to Reyna as a blood pack. Chapter 40. The Despicable Outsider, St. Michael Church. The witch-heart demon, possessing a measure of hellish authority, disregarded the church's exorcism barriers. He approached the priest, who was diligently polishing a cross. "Father, tell me where the St. Vengasa pact is." The priest felt the impending, tangible aura of hell emanating from the witch-heart demon, and he gasped in dread. "Devil, how did you manifest in this realm? That is of no consequence. I shall not repeat myself. Reveal to me the location of the St. Vengasa pact. I am unaware of what you speak. Do not feign ignorance. I know you have safeguarded it for years, guarding its secrets." The witch-heart demon seized the priest by the throat, lifting him close as the priest raised the cross before him. "Now speak." "Ha! I have spent my entire life battling wretches like you from the depths of hell. Do you truly believe I would divulge anything?" The priest spat derisively at the witch-heart demon, the saliva landing on his face. With a grim smile, the demon wiped it away, revealing his true demonic visage beneath his skin. Then I shall grant you eternal damnation. The witch-heart demon exhaled a cloud of black smoke. Upon contact with the priest, the smoke rapidly spread, causing flesh and bone to decay with each passing moment. In but an instant, the priest's corporeal form transformed into a viscous black substance, dripping from the demon's grasp, while his soul remained tightly ensnared. The witch-heart demon toyed with the priest's soul, uttering a phrase in the demon tongue before devouring it whole. Outside the church, Johnny rode his soul chariot, drawn by the scent of demonic presence. The wind demon, unable to breach the church's barrier, observed from a distance the flames swirling around the chariot's front wheel. Before he could approach, a chain engulfed in hellfire lashed toward him. The wind demon dispersed into a gust, but the chain, laden with heat, swept through the space he had just occupied, severing 2 streetlights cleanly in half. The wind demon materialized atop a low building, receiving the witch-heart demon's command in his ears. Detain him. The witch-heart demon had consumed the priest's soul and knew that the St. Van Casa pact lay in the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. He needed the wind demon to buy him time. The wind demon, compelled by the order, transformed into a whirlwind and charged at Johnny. Johnny swung his chain in a vertical arc, aiming to cleave the demon in 2. However, this was merely a ruse. The whirlwind split into 2, passing on either side of Johnny and sending him tumbling from his chariot. The damage was minimal, yet deeply humiliating. In an instant, the malevolent spirit, Zatanos, reclaimed control of Johnny's body, disregarding the witch-heart demon, vowing to judge the wind demon instead. Thus began a dramatic chase through the city, shattering glass along their path. Shortly after, a police helicopter broadcast the scene live to television audiences. In the midst of their astonishment, Johnny maneuvered his soul chariot vertically up the glass facade of a building. The wind demon was soon cornered at the rooftop by Johnny. It took little time before Johnny wielded his chain, reducing the wind demon to ashes. The judgment was complete, and Zatanos' instincts settled into tranquility. Once again, Johnny regained dominion over the Ghost Rider. He flung his chains, ensnaring the landing gear of a police helicopter that had been trailing him. With a powerful tug, he spun the chains like a whirlwind, sending the helicopter careening away. Subsequently, Johnny rode down from the rooftop, descending with the force of a titan. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered, and a skull wreathed in ghostly flames erupted from the billowing smoke, vanishing at the end of the road. In the meantime, Johnny's former girlfriend, from an unknown vantage point, discerned that the fiery skeleton was indeed Johnny. She rushed to the scene, exchanging a significant glance with him before he departed. This left Wei Wu, who had been observing from the shadows, utterly bewildered. Had he not witnessed Johnny's transformation firsthand, he would have been unable to ascertain that the Ghost Rider was Johnny Blaze. Is this the bond of love? Wei Wu could only lament. In the outskirts of Houston, the witch-heart demon located the graveyard from the priest's memories. The caretaker, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D, sensed the ill intent of the visitor and readied his shovel for a confrontation. However, without the transformation into the Ghost Rider, he remained merely an ordinary old man. The witch-heart demon dissipated into black smoke, instantaneously materializing before him and delivering a powerful strike that sent him crashing against the wall. The Sanctum of Gonzaga handed over. Faced with the witch-heart demon's interrogation, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D remained silent. If you refuse to speak, I shall delve into your soul to find it myself. The witch-heart demon sneered as he ensnared Carter S.H.I.E.L.D in his grasp. Smuggler, you would do well to release him. At that moment, Wei Wu arrived through a portal, swiftly unleashing the Lagador ring. The 3 rapidly spinning circular arrays resembled razor-sharp saw blades, aimed directly at the outstretched hand of the witch-heart demon. Out of caution, the witch-heart demon relinquished his hold on Carter S.H.I.E.L.D, redirecting his focus to Wei Wu. Do you wish to fight? Your father's apostle will arrive shortly. I can endure this all day. As Wei Wu spoke, a flaming skull rose ominously at the end of the road. A flicker of apprehension crossed the witch-heart demon's eyes, and after casting a glare at Wei Wu, he dissolved into black smoke and retreated. With the departure of the witch-heart demon, Wei Wu exhaled in relief, knowing he lacked the absolute confidence to confront this prince of hell. Are you all right? Wei Wu inquired of the caretaker, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, I'm fine. I had thought Camartage remained uninvolved in the affairs of hell. Carter Schrei grimaced as he tended to his painfully bruised back, speaking slowly. Wei Wu, upon hearing this, adopted a serious demeanor reminiscent of Master Wang. Now they're involved. The two then exchanged information succinctly. It was then that Wei Wu learned the Sanctum of Gonzaga was a potent artifact capable of severing a fragment from the reality dimension, thus creating an independent dimensional space within the multiverse. The Witch-Heart Demon's intent in acquiring the contract was to exploit the stolen infernal authority to forge a miniature hell. The Witch-Heart Demon aspired to become a lord of dimensions. How could such a fortunate event be so inexpensive for that fellow? Wei Wu's first thought was to ensure that the Witch's Heart Demon did not succeed. He began to formulate his own little schemes. Carter Schrei keenly sensed that something was amiss with the wizard before him, though he could not articulate it. At that moment, a faint glimmer of light appeared on the horizon, and Johnny, having returned to his human form, collapsed. The elderly gravekeeper, unable to ponder Wei Wu's intentions, hurriedly approached to carry Johnny back inside. Fully aware of the aftereffects of the initial transformation, he thoughtfully prepared a bedside table with water for Johnny. After accomplishing this, he intended to have a conversation with Wei Wu. However, upon turning around, he discovered that Wei Wu had vanished without a trace, leaving only a note at the door. Bending down to pick up the note, Carter Schrei examined its contents. I shall not interfere with the legacy between you, the Ghost Riders. I'm going to Camartage to recruit some people. Do not wait for me. The despicable foreigner, a Camartage inhabitant. The old gravekeeper, realizing Wei Wu had slipped away, could not contain his exclamation of frustration. Chapter 41. This is my last transformation. Meanwhile, after leaving, Wei Wu did not venture to Camartage as he had claimed. Instead, he concealed himself 5 kilometers away from the cemetery. Learning from the previous experience where his concealment spell was seen through by the Witch's Heart Demon, he decided against using magic to counter magic this time. After activating his communicator and confirming that the hunter had not been assigned a task by the sage, Wei Wu remotely canceled the summoning and then summoned the hunter before him. This technique, akin to teleportation, was one he particularly favored. Hunter, I need you to monitor that small house in the cemetery with a drone and report any developments to me, Wei Wu instructed, gesturing towards the cemetery. Understood. I will keep a close watch there, the hunter replied, raising his left arm as the drone affixed to his arm armor detached and took flight. He tapped his finger on the side of his cybernetic eye, activating the drone's visual sharing capability. A faint hum emanated from the drone's propellers as it ascended into the sky. Once the drone reached an altitude of several thousand meters above the cemetery, the hunter reported back, confirmed, there are 2 individuals within the cemetery. Wei Wu nodded, entrusting the situation to the hunter while preparing to exercise his authority as a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. Calming himself, he focused on the little device he had given to the Black Director, capturing the unique magical fluctuations. Confirming the location to be Nick Fury's office, Wei Wu opened a portal and made his way there. In the Triskelion building, Nick Fury was seated in his office reviewing S.H.I.E.L.D. documents when a sudden sound startled him. Instinctively, he drew his handgun from the drawer, quickly chambering around and aiming it behind him. Damn it, if you keep appearing so suddenly, I can't guarantee I won't aim directly at your head next time. Wei Wu, noticing the director's startled reaction, offered an apologetic smile. What a surprise. I actually intended to enter through the door in front of the desk. Nick Fury exhaled in frustration, lowering his guard and placing his hands on his waist. So why did you come from the southwest? Weren't you supposed to be heading to Asgard with Thor? Just moments ago, he had witnessed some natural landscapes through the rapidly closing portal, and with his previous experience, he discerned that it led to the southwestern region of the United States. As for matters concerning Asgard, I cannot divulge much. I believe Odin would prefer that the private affairs of his family remain undisclosed. Then why did you suddenly appear behind me? Fury raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. You saw the news from Houston, didn't you? Was it your doing? Not directly. But as I mentioned before, the duties of sorcerer entail such responsibilities. Fury nodded thoughtfully. So what exactly do you require my assistance with? My team lacks magical capabilities. I need timely aerial fire support, ideally some intercontinental missiles. Intercontinental missile. Fury exclaimed at this audacious request, surprised by Wei Wu's boldness. That's impossible. I can only allocate 3 Quinjet aircraft equipped with air-to-ground missiles. As he spoke, Fury retrieved a mobile terminal. You can use this device to call for air support when the time comes. Wei Wu reached for the terminal, but Fury withdrew his hand. There is one more condition. You may keep the terminal, but you must personally return with a mission report. I want to know precisely what you mean by those dimensional smuggler threats. Agreed. With the deal sealed, Wei Wu exited the director's office with the terminal in hand. Although slightly disappointed not to secure intercontinental missiles, acquiring Quinjet support was still commendable. Upon returning to the Hunter, Wei Wu learned that Johnny had awakened and left the cemetery. Knowing Johnny was likely seeking out an old acquaintance, Wei Wu felt no concern and took a moment to familiarize himself with the S.H.I.E.L.D. terminal. He then waited with the Hunter for nightfall. If all went as expected, the demon, Mephisto, would soon take Johnny's old acquaintance right before his eyes. As darkness fell, Johnny returned to the cemetery, visibly anxious, hoping to obtain the Sanctum Sanctorum contract to save his girlfriend's life. S.H.I.E.L.D. reflected on recent events, recognizing that this was the moment he had been biding his time for. It was time to pass the mantle of the Ghost Rider to the young man. He picked up a shovel, carelessly left at the door, removed the blade, and extracted the hidden Sanctum Sanctorum contract. The most dangerous place is often the safest, S.H.I.E.L.D. explained with a smile. He shared with Johnny the tale of a Texas Ranger named S.H.I.E.L.D., then warned him of Mephisto's ambitions and the calamities the world would face if he succeeded. After conveying this grave message, he solemnly handed the contract to Johnny and whistled softly. As the chestnut steed emerged from the distance, it galloped to the side of S.H.I.E.L.D. and came to a halt. You ought to be aware of the responsibilities that accompany the mantle of the Ghost Rider. Thus, I too shall embark on my final journey, uncertain if that sorcerer can truly summon the souls. What? Johnny regarded the murmuring old gravekeeper with a peculiar expression as he mounted his horse. Are you coming with me? Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. smiled and donned his cowboy hat from atop the saddle. This shall be my final transformation. With those words, hellfire ignited around him. S.H.I.E.L.D. It was only then that Johnny comprehended that this gravekeeper was the previous generation of Ghost Rider, S.H.I.E.L.D. You even erected a tomb for yourself. Can you keep pace? S.H.I.E.L.D., unperturbed by Johnny's inquiry, merely allowed the hellfire to envelop his steed. Observing the skeletal horse and the skeletal cowboy before him, Johnny couldn't help but smile. Transforming into the Ghost Rider himself, noticing Johnny's readiness, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s smile faded. St. Vengasa is not a short distance from here. We must depart swiftly. As the two generations of Ghost Riders rode off into the distance, Wei Wu commanded the hunting owl to control the drone to follow, sensing that he would have another opportunity to sign in. Indeed, at the moment of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s transformation, he successfully signed in once, charging his energy to 66. Furthermore, based on his recollection of the Ghost Rider narrative, there might soon be a significant scene. On a Texas night, the old and new generations of Ghost Riders raced across the wilderness, leaving nothing but scorched earth in their wake. The flaming wheels etched a straight trail of fire upon the ground, while the burning hooves scattered sparks. They swiftly passed over a protruding rock, incinerating an unsuspecting lizard into a mere skeleton with the heat wave. The two Ghost Riders paid this no mind. However, the drone trailing behind captured this moment. Sign in for significant scene successful. Energy extraction, 100, extracting, obtained template. Phoenix, Chapter 42, the St. Vengasa Pact, St. Vengasa Town. The remnants of walls, half buried by sand and wind, faintly hinted at the town's former splendor. The demon of witchcraft stood by the crumbling well at the heart of the town. Countless demons lurked within the surrounding shadows. These demons were lowly creatures summoned from reality through his infernal authority, their prowess inferior even to the elemental demons of water, wind, and earth encountered previously. Yet, in order to guard against that enigmatic human sorcerer, he had no choice but to take such measures. The St. Vengasa Pact was imperative for him, and he would allow no unforeseen events to disrupt it. He had dispersed these demons around the town. Should anyone venture nearby, they would be besieged by the demonic horde. Even if these lowly demons could not thwart the intruder, they would still relay information about their surroundings. As he pondered when that human sorcerer would make an appearance, the outermost demon fell. The demon of witchcraft understood that Johnny had arrived, bringing forth the St. Vengasa Pact. 30 kilometers outside the town, hundreds upon thousands of lesser demons converged into a black torrent, rushing towards the two spectral knights. S.H.I.E.L.D. urged Johnny to conserve his strength. while he galloped ahead with fervor. The whip in his hand danced through the air, igniting hellfire. With a sweeping lash, the infernal flames were flung forth, transforming into a wall of fire that collided with the oncoming demonic tide. Upon contact, the formidable power of S.H.I.E.L.D, the second spectral knight, was unmistakably revealed. Within mere moments, the hellfire wall consumed the demons, the flames intensifying as they surged forward, engulfing the relentless horde. Occasionally, one or two stragglers slipped through the firewall, only to be swiftly obliterated by S.H.I.E.L.D's flame-imbued revolver. Under the old knight's protection, Johnny reached the outskirts of St. Vengasa without expending an ounce of energy. Meanwhile, the frenzied S.H.I.E.L.D accomplished his mission. The two halted on a rise outside the town. Removing his cowboy hat, the hellfire surrounding him extinguished. My energy is depleted. Perhaps I have clung to this covenant for years, just for this moment. After speaking, he retrieved a lever-action rifle from the side of his mount and tossed it to Johnny. A spectral knight must not be without ranged weaponry. Remember to stay in the shadows. As his final words lingered, hellfire ignited once more around S.H.I.E.L.D, but this time he did not transform into the imposing spectral knight. Instead, he became drifting embers within the flames. Watching the Guardian's final journey, Johnny revved the throttle and entered St. Vengasa. Upon Johnny's arrival in St. Vengasa, Wei Wu's portal quietly opened at the very spot where the two spectral knights had lingered. Clutching a S.H.I.E.L.D mobile terminal, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. The task ahead was fraught with peril. In the pursuit of seizing the St. Vengasa covenant, he was likely to confront Mephisto directly. Although he had remained hidden throughout, this cunning and greedy entity was infamous among dimensional lords. Wei Wu doubted that he would allow such an opportunity to expand the hellish dimension to slip away. From a conspiratorial perspective, one could even argue that Mephisto intentionally revealed a portion of his infernal power to the ambitious witch demon, orchestrating a scenario where the witch would obtain the St. Vengasa covenant, only for his own apostle, the spectral knight, to drag her back to hell. Thus, without lifting a finger, he could thwart his son's ambitions while reclaiming infernal authority and acquiring the divine artifact of the St. Vengasa covenant. A veritable trifecta. Contemplating this possibility, beads of cold sweat formed on Wei Wu's forehead. The sole piece of good news was that Mephisto likely could not allow his true form to approach the mortal realm, or else there would be no need for such convoluted schemes. Adjusting the terminal to the aerial fire support interface, Wei Wu calculated the timing precisely, sending the coordinates in advance to launch the support aircraft. He intended to seize the covenant and flee. What of Mephisto's machinations? What of the dimensional lords? Under the auspices of the three great sanctuaries, armed with the time stone, let us proceed with the guidance of the Ancient One. After all, if Dormammu could be thwarted by the Ancient One, it stands to reason that stopping Mephisto, who is also a Lord of Dimensions, should pose no significant challenge. With this thought, Wei Wu felt a surge of confidence as he stealthily approached the distant town of Sancta Vengasa. Johnny, clutching the Sancta Vengasa contract, encountered the Witch of Hearts. Release her, he demanded. Upon seeing his girlfriend, Roshan, ensnared by the witch, Johnny swiftly raised the contract. The contract is in my possession. Let her go. Otherwise, I shall incinerate it. Flames of hell ignited in Johnny's hand as he threatened her. The Witch of Hearts scoffed disdainfully, exerting a slight force to hurl Roshan against a crumbling wall. She sauntered toward Johnny, intent on seizing the contract. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A portal opened beneath Roshan, and due to the pull of gravity, she fell into it. The witch, who had remained vigilant, immediately recognized the work of that enigmatic human sorcerer, filled with both astonishment and fury. She had not anticipated that the insidious mage would take advantage of her distraction with Johnny to reappear. Find him, she commanded, and the demons lurking in the shadows emerged, scouring the ruins of the town. Johnny was taken aback by his girlfriend's sudden disappearance, but his attention was soon drawn back to the witch, who was advancing towards him to claim the contract. Resolute, Johnny prepared to destroy the contract with hellfire. This action drew out Wei Wu, who had been hiding in a dilapidated building, employing a novel spell. Without hesitation, Wei Wu cast a magical whip to ensnare Johnny's wrist, attempting to snatch the Sancta Vengasa contract. Unfamiliar with Wei Wu, Johnny mistook him for the witch's backup and transformed into the Ghost Rider, brandishing his lever-action rifle. Wreathed in hellfire, he fired a shot at Wei Wu, forcing the witch to retreat once more. Just as Johnny was about to incinerate the contract, Wei Wu, undeterred, summoned the Ragador ring to absorb a hell bullet, then pivoted to use the magical circle as a shield, launching himself forward. The ring struck Johnny's hand, dislodging the contract from his grasp. The previously repelled Witch of Hearts seized this opportunity, transforming into smoke and darting towards the contract. Johnny, realizing the urgency, disregarded Wei Wu, drawing forth the iron chains from his shoulder while aiming multiple shots at the encroaching black mist. The hell bullets struck the smoke, exploding into flames. They were devoured in reverse by the dark essence. As the smoke rapidly approached, on the verge of touching the Sancta Vengasa contract, a portal opened between the contract and the black mist. The Witch of Hearts barreled through the portal, colliding directly with Johnny. Meanwhile, Wei Wu seized the chance to retrieve the contract with his magical whip. With the prize in hand, Wei Wu, unwilling to continue the battle, opened a portal to escape the battlefield before the witch could turn back. Frustrated and empty-handed, the witch found herself at a loss, her fury reaching a boiling point as the coveted Sancta Vengasa contract was snatched away mid-flight. He redirected his fury towards the only remaining adversary on the battlefield, Johnny. Fearless, Johnny wielded a chain ablaze with hellfire, determined to send the demon before him back to the inferno before reclaiming the Sanctum Sanctorum contract. The clash was imminent. Numerous lesser demons were reduced to ash beneath the whirling chains, while the warlock was thoroughly subdued by Johnny's relentless assault. This warrior, crafted by his father, was endowed with formidable abilities to restrain demons. This left the warlock in a state of frustration, despite possessing dominion over hell. He found himself outmatched by this half-baked spirit knight. As time slipped away, the demons summoned from the depths of hell were systematically dispatched back to their lair by Johnny. Only the sworn enemies of Johnny and the warlock remained on the field. As Johnny advanced to finish off the warlock, the light of dawn broke over the horizon, accompanied by 3 cold Kuan-style warplanes. Chapter 43. The Dimensional Demon God? The dawn's light enveloped Johnny, forcing him to relinquish his spirit knight form. The warlock laughed maniacally, eager to teach this lapdog of his father a lesson about the price of provoking the untouchable. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful blow that struck Johnny's chest from afar. Johnny crashed through the crumbling earthen wall, landing in the shadows of the room. Seizing the moment, the warlock hurled aside the shattered debris, only to witness the dissipating sparks in the air. A mage, the true form of the demon revealed itself beneath its pallid skin, and the warlock roared in the air. Yet, the only response he received was the sound of incoming guided missiles overhead. Boom! 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 The 3 Kuan-style warplanes soared over the small town, unleashing 6 air-to-ground missiles upon the devastated settlement. The explosions sent clouds of dust soaring, obscuring the entire town. The pilots, peering through the rear-mounted cameras, reported from hundreds of meters above the ground. Black Hawk 1 has completed its strike mission and is now returning to base. Black Hawk 2 has completed its strike mission. Black Hawk 3, mission accomplished. Sanctum Sanctorum Town was utterly erased from the map, and the warlock's corporeal form was obliterated into countless fragments, temporarily offline. Meanwhile, in the interstice of the real dimension, the Ancient One, clad in a yellow mage robe, faced off against Mephisto. Mephisto, you have crossed the line. Mephisto retained his human guise, dressed in a black suit, grasping a skull-headed staff. I merely came to reclaim what is mine, nothing more, mage. You must possess ample strategies to deal with your own son before allowing your true self to approach. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to expel you. The Ancient One stood her ground, her tone growing sharper. A dark purple arcane symbol emerged on her forehead, and the eye of Agamotto on her chest radiated blinding light. Mephisto gazed at the green magical array coiling around the Ancient One's wrist and the dimensional barrier gathering beside him, anger swelling within him. Yet, he quickly suppressed his inner fury. Before her stood the Ancient One, clandestinely siphoning power from the dark dimension, bolstered by the barriers of the reality dimension. Alongside the Time Stone, forged from the cosmic singularity, Mephisto found himself lacking the confidence to confront the Ancient One, especially considering that this damned woman had an immortal entity backing her. Very well, I shall take my leave, but it appears your time is limited, Ancient One. Mephisto remarked ominously, reaching into the void to reclaim the hellish authority that had been seized by the Mind Demon. In the ruins of Sanctum Sanctorum, the Mind Demon felt the hellish power within him rapidly dissipating and, in a moment of clarity, realized he had been ensnared by his own father. He had never truly possessed even a fragment of the hellish authority from Mephisto. In a fit of despair, his regenerating form swiftly disintegrated, collapsing into a point of light amid the swirling embers, vanishing from existence. In the interstice of the reality dimension, the Ancient One relaxed her taut nerves upon confirming that Mephisto had returned to hell with her son. None of the dimension's demonic entities, including Dormammu, were to be underestimated. Over the years, she had found herself increasingly overwhelmed. Thoughts of finding a successor resurfaced in her mind. With this in mind, her gaze drifted toward Wei Wu in the reality dimension. He was, after all, rather capable. However, upon witnessing Wei Wu grinning as he brandished the Sanctum Sanctorum contract, the Ancient One dismissed this somewhat irresponsible notion. Better to leave it to Strange. In the arid wilderness of Texas, the sun's rays reflected blindingly off the golden sands. Johnny clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Moments ago, in his human form, he had taken a brutal blow from the Mind Demon, nearly collapsing his sternum. Fortunately, a brief transformation into the Ghost Rider in the shadows had allowed him to recover somewhat. Yet, the injuries had not fully healed, and as he relaxed, he found himself back in the sunlight, igniting a sharp pain in his chest once more. Observing the unfamiliar stranger before him, alongside his bewildered girlfriend, Roshan, Johnny nevertheless expressed his gratitude to Wei Wu. No need for thanks, Wei Wu waved off, fully alert. Should he detect any trace of Mephisto or the Mind Demon, he would leave Johnny behind to hold the fort while he made his escape back to Kamartaj. Johnny mistook Wei Wu's vigilance for a sign that the Mind Demon was closing in and remained silent. After several moments of tense silence, Wei Wu finally relaxed. Had the Mind Demon truly been dispatched back to hell by a missile? Apologizing in his heart to Carter Slade, Wei Wu turned to Johnny and fabricated a narrative. I arrived too late. Had I come sooner, perhaps that old fellow Slade could have enjoyed a few more carefree years. Wei Wu displayed a fa-ade of sorrow and guilt, vividly convincing. Johnny, with only a rudimentary understanding of the magical realm, quickly fell into the trap. Are you the helper he summoned? Indeed, we are a collective of mages known as Kamartaj, dedicated to safeguarding the present world from incursions by hell and other dimensions. Johnny vaguely recalled Carter mentioning this name and felt a sense of relief. The Sanctum of Gonzaga? We shall safeguard it, ensuring that no malevolent individuals can lay their hands upon it. Wei Wu vowed with utmost conviction, unwavering as he met Johnny's doubtful gaze. Observing Wei Wu's forthright demeanor, Johnny's apprehensions were somewhat alleviated, yet he remained cautiously inquisitive. If that is the case, why did you previously prevent me from destroying it? Wouldn't its destruction bring us peace of mind? In response, Wei Wu feigned profundity. Through their exchange, he discerned that Johnny still remained the novice spirit knight, utterly oblivious to the arcane arts. Thus, he spoke half-truths. The Sanctum of Gonzaga was created 50 years ago in the town of Gonzaga. Within it are imprisoned hundreds of wronged souls, and I naturally cannot allow you to obliterate it with hellfire. Those souls deserve liberation. As he spoke, Wei Wu demonstrated a spell projection, leaving the middle-aged spirit knight momentarily astonished. Very well, I hope you will guard the contract diligently. We shall. With the negotiations successfully concluded, Wei Wu escorted Johnny and Roshan back to Houston, thereafter advising Johnny to wield his powers with caution before departing. Kamartai. Wei Wu opened a portal from Houston. Arriving at the grand entrance of Kamartaj, perched upon a cliff, he proceeded to the library without hindrance, adhering to the principle that Ancient One's silence implied consent. Wei Wu perused numerous texts regarding the Sanctum of Gonzaga. After several hours of reading, he began to grasp the contract's utility. However, the complexity soon emerged. The primary function of the Sanctum of Gonzaga is to carve out a segment of the reality dimension as an independent realm. The size of the cut depends on the user's strength, and the contract is a one-time use. For Wei Wu, this posed two challenges. First, based on his own abilities, the space he could carve would likely be quite limited, and, moreover, altering the reality dimension would probably trigger Ancient One's ire. Thus, he had to consider the contract's secondary application, that is, to merge with an already existing independent dimensional space, allowing the user to become the master of that realm. But where could Wei Wu find an unclaimed, independent space? As it turns out, there was indeed one. The Zero Base was a ready-made resource, was it not? Chapter 44, Preparing for Ascension. Contemplating the Zero Base, Wei Wu's thoughts began to wander uncontrollably. He had already started to envision himself stepping upon Dormammu and striking down Mephisto. Taking a deep breath, Wei Wu made his decision. Regardless, the contract was in his possession, and he could never return to Johnny. Fortune favors the bold. Wei Wu's resolve was firm. Leaving Camartage, he took some time to draft a report concerning the magical realm to submit to Nick Fury. Subsequently, he returned to the Zero Base to inspect the newly extracted templates. Template: Phoenix, Skill, Fiery Fury. The Phoenix wields the power of flames, capable of engulfing everything around in fire. Skill: Heated Touch. It gathers flames into a fervent fireball that explodes upon impact, releasing a torrent of flames. Skill: Flashing Curveball. Concentrating high-density flames into a small orb. When thrown, it erupts with a blinding flash, accompanied by concussive effect. Skill: Ignite Once More. Igniting the flames of rebirth, significantly enhancing its fiery capabilities while elementalizing its body. Evaluation: The Phoenix, hailing from the British Isles, exudes the charisma of a grand star in every gesture, akin to a dazzling inferno that captivates all. For him, the presence of backup is inconsequential. The flare displayed in battle takes precedence. Summon. Once again, the beam of white light. Commander, the Phoenix reports to you. Observing the Phoenix, adorned in a grayish-white luminous jacket, saluting with exaggerated formality, Wei Wu promptly entrusted him to the Sage, who was recuperating at the base. The Sage, witnessing the soldier he had brought to Earth, could only smile wryly as he guided the Phoenix to acclimate to his surroundings. Subsequently, Wei Wu commenced his experimentation to ascend as a dimensional demon. Zero Base. A month elapsed, and Wei Wu, having secluded himself in study, finally achieved a breakthrough. He had fully mastered the method to elevate himself to a dimensional demon and understood the inherent risks. The adage, "The heart's greed is akin to a serpent swallowing an elephant," resonated with him. Should he attempt to carve out a space from the reality dimension to become a dimensional demon, he would likely be obliterated before Ancient One could intervene. Thus, Wei Wu felt fortunate that Zero Base was relatively modest in size. Weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to initiate his ascension ritual. In the conference room on the second floor of the base, upon seeing all 6 agents gathered, Wei Wu disclosed his ascension plan. The Sage and Hunter Owl were the first to voice their objections upon learning of this endeavor. "The risks are too great, Captain. You are wagering your life. And should this attempt lead to your demise, I cannot guarantee your revival." Hunter Owl frowned, while the Sage appeared deeply troubled. Wei Wu did not anticipate such a strong reaction from the agents, and quickly clarified, "It's not that perilous. I have been researching for quite some time and have an 80% confidence." 80% is still not sufficient. The Sage attempted to dissuade Wei Wu, but was interrupted by Reyna. "Enough, Sage. Wei Wu has his own considerations. We must trust him." With that, Reyna exchanged a knowing glance with the Phoenix and led the Sage away. The Phoenix, understanding the cue, rose and placed his hands on Hunter Owl and Zero's backs. "Let's take our leave as well. Our new leader must showcase his prowess." As he ushered the two away, the Phoenix turned back to Wei Wu and winked playfully. Shambler remained silent, quietly rising. "Wishing you success," he offered briefly before following in the footsteps of his comrades. An hour later, 6 agents departed from Base Zero, and Wei Wu embarked on his journey of ascension. He unfurled the Sanctum Gonsack contract, its surface densely inscribed with cryptic texts. Wei Wu found himself unable to comprehend the intricate characters, as he had been preoccupied with mastering spells at Camartage, neglecting his cultural studies entirely. However, this did not hinder his ability to utilize the contract, for the essence of magic is universally interconnected. Seated in meditation, Wei Wu attuned his body to its optimal state. Upon opening his eyes, he gestured with his hands, delineating a hexagram array. This time, the formation was not adorned with golden red lines, but rather with hues of blue and violet. This transformation was a consequence of harnessing the power of the space gem during the creation of the Sanctum Gonsack contract, leading to corresponding alterations in the incantations and formations. Swiftly sketching the array, Wei Wu sensed the presence of 2 floating energies above the contract. Was this the choice between 2 methods of usage? He pondered briefly before resolutely opting for the fusion of this space. As he uttered the final incantation, the Sanctum Gonsack contract ignited in blue-violet flames, the ancient and resilient parchment incinerating completely, while faintly glowing inscriptions hovered in the air. The inscriptions dispersed in all directions, illuminating the entire base. Subsequently, the surrounding space began to warp, gradually consumed by the inscriptions, until Base Zero vanished entirely. Wei Wu found himself exposed within the interstice of reality as the inscriptions began to return to him. Mysterious characters infiltrated his being, and he understood that the pivotal moment had arrived. Time flowed inexorably, and 6 months elapsed. At a clandestine villa in Los Angeles, the Phoenix rested his chin on his hands, seated at the side of the table. Across from him, 2 players engaged in a game of zero-sum chess. The Hunter Owl and his opponent. "Oh, Hunter Owl, can't you two move any faster? Let us resolve this and get me in the game," he urged. "And why didn't you capture his piece just now?" Ignoring the Phoenix's incessant chatter, Hunter Owl leisurely retreated his Queen 1 square, responding, "Phoenix, your impatience is palpable. Once you learn restraint, we shall discuss strategy." A touch of displeasure flickered in the Phoenix's demeanor, yet he suppressed his feelings, cognizant of Hunter Owl's status as his senior both on Earth and in this realm. After all, speaking out against a superior could lead to repercussions. He cast a discreet glance at Zero, who appeared unflustered, aware that this individual might report to the sage. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the villa, causing pots and pans in the kitchen to clatter to the floor. A gaping hole appeared on the first floor, leading directly to the basement. Coughing through the dust, Wei Wu emerged, immediately spotting the Phoenix brandishing a glowing fireball. "What do you intend to do?" Wei Wu instinctively wanted to evade but reconsidered, suppressing his impulse to maintain his composure. "Boss," the Phoenix exclaimed, while the other agents gathered around the edge of the pit on the first floor. Shang Bowler, clad in a shirt and holding a cup of coffee, exuded the aura of a successful individual. The agents, dressed casually, remained as they always were, bundled up tightly, with a few chess pieces in hand. Reyna, adorned with sunglasses and a beach hat, seemed to be basking in the sun. "So, have you achieved success?" The sage emerged from the quiet chamber behind Wei Wu. "It's more or less the same. In a certain sense, I could be regarded as a dimensional demigod. However, it should be noted that I am the shame of the dimensional demigods." Wei Wu reflected inwardly, a hint of self-deprecation lacing his thoughts. Having now integrated and mastered the interstitial space of Base Zero, he theoretically possessed immortality as long as the space remained intact. Yet in reality, if he inadvertently entered a resurrection countdown, he would likely have to wait until the end of time to be reborn. Unfortunately, the limitations of Base Zero rendered its enhancements rather modest. On the bright side, he could freely access the entrance between Base Zero and the real world, facilitating his comings and goings. Furthermore, he had the capacity to actively absorb spatial fragments to expand Base Zero. In other words, there was great potential, and the future held promise. Casting aside his musings, Wei Wu smiled at the curious glances of the agents. If there's nothing pressing, why not return to the base? I've made slight modifications. Chapter 45. The Grand Mage Wei Wu. Amidst the astonishment of the 6, Wei Wu opened a circular entrance, towering at 2 men in height, leading directly to Base Zero. Passing through the blue-violet threshold, they entered a hall approximately the size of half a football field, standing 15 meters high. Iron-framed platforms could be seen along the walls of the hall. Exiting the hall, they were greeted by the sunlit sky and a building in the distance. The main structure of the base, which boasted 3 stories above ground and 3 subterranean levels, reaching depths of 40 meters. The glass curtain walls of the main building displayed the emblem of the Fearless Covenant. To the left of the building lay the shooting range, while the right housed the storage facility. Wei Wu gestured towards both sides. The collective gaze of the group followed his pointing finger, revealing 2 lower rectangular structures against the backdrop of the starry sky. "Wow, this is stunning." The Phoenix marveled at the intersection of clouds and stars. "Ah, the young man has an eye for beauty." Wei Wu felt a surge of joy and began to expound upon his design philosophy. "In my design process, I indeed drew inspiration from certain aspects of Asgard." Noticing Wei Wu's smug expression, Reyna unceremoniously interrupted him. She had little patience for ostentation in her presence. "Let us first take a look at the main building. No one here is interested in your design philosophy." Unperturbed by the interruption, Wei Wu remained composed. After all, there would be ample time to boast in the future. Entering the main building of the base. The first floor featured a transparent long hall with doors open in all directions, revealing numerous sofas and seating arrangements, while a bar counter in the corner housed a coffee machine and microwave. The second floor served as the comprehensive command hall, encircled by floor-to-ceiling windows. The top level was dedicated to intelligence, responsible for the collection, processing, and preservation of various data. It is noteworthy that the entire three-story structure lacks windows, composed solely of reinforced concrete and layered steel plates. The group had just concluded a brief tour of the second floor of the main building when Wei Wu pointed to the opening beneath their feet. The first two underground levels are designated as laboratories, equipped with apparatus from the former base, while the third subterranean level serves as a containment center, housing both the destroyer armor and Hulk's blood. Behind the main building lies the living quarters. After finishing his remarks, Wei Wu waved his hand, enveloping the group in a spatial bubble. When the bubble reopened, they found themselves at the entrance of the living area. A series of small villas, each with a basement, are arranged in a fan shape across the rear. The entrances to the houses bear names, and I have taken the liberty of packing up your previous belongings. However, the interior of the rooms will require your personal touch for redecoration. By the way, Shang-Bol, your weapons laboratory has been integrated with the shooting range. Shang-Bol acknowledged this with understanding. Subsequently, the agents dispersed to find their respective rooms, except for Zero, who adeptly presented Wei Wu with a tablet. Approximately a week ago, Steve Rogers was spotted in Times Square, accompanied by Nick Fury. As for Dr. Banner, he has retreated to India to practice medicine, although he still manages to evade surveillance in that region. The Life Foundation has successfully launched a rocket, publicly declaring its mission to explore extraterrestrial life. Johnny Blaze has remained relatively low-key, occasionally apprehending a couple of criminals on the streets for judgment, and sometimes taking on side tasks involving hellish smuggling. Jessica Jones continues to run her detective agency, with no leads on the Purple Man's whereabouts as of yet. Finally, just yesterday, S.H.I.E.L.D. initiated a substantial personnel shift, with Dr. Selvig being brought in as an external consultant. After absorbing this information, Wei Wu nodded in understanding and casually inquired, "Is there anything else?" Zero pondered for a moment before adding, "The boy named Peter Parker has been accepted into Midtown High School in New York City, but he is currently on summer vacation. Dr. Stephen Strange has already gained considerable renown in the industry. In Wakanda, there is a noticeable lack of surveillance, with few cameras to be found and limited internet access. Additionally, we have retrieved the data concerning the Hulk that Elizabeth Ross had taken." Wei Wu, increasingly pleased, sensed that Zero still had more to offer, realizing that having such a nuclear-powered asset station in the rear was somewhat underutilized. Contemplating the inclusion of Zero in the plans for the battle in New York, he curiously asked, "Just how many people have you been monitoring?" "I have essentially observed everyone within the reach of available surveillance networks," was the reply. Wei Wu then stated 6. Wei Wu emerged from seclusion 3 days later. During this time, the agents became well acquainted with the newly established Zero base. Everyone expressed high regard for Wei Wu's ability to casually open portals between the base and Earth after becoming the Dimension Demon God. Externally, Wei Wu maintained a nonchalant demeanor, though internally, he felt a tinge of apprehension. After all, having absorbed fragments of the Sanctum Sanctorum's ascended dimensional demon, as well as a minuscule shard of the naturally fallen reality dimension, Wei Wu couldn't help but inhale sharply. He felt that each of his actions could warrant a sentence at Kamartaj. Exercising caution, Wei Wu decided it would be prudent to make a visit to Kamartaj and ascertain whether any unfavorable rumors were circulating about him. Although this could be perceived as a self-imposed trap, based on his numerous interactions with the Ancient One, he surmised that she had tacitly approved of his ascension. Departing from Base Zero, he navigated the familiar route back to Kamartaj. Along the way, the mages he encountered paused to show their respect. Why was everyone being so deferential? Wei Wu found this perplexing. While he possessed a modicum of talent, he couldn't fathom why he was being accorded such reverence. Upon reaching the plaza at the entrance of Kamartaj, he unexpectedly encountered Caecilius, who was instructing a group of magical apprentices. Caecilius, noticing Wei Wu at the edge of the plaza, beckoned him over. Well, look at you. Even Mephisto couldn't best you." "What? Mephisto? Me? Bested?" Wei Wu was bewildered. Was this even human language? Still trying to play coy? The Ancient One has shared everything with us, Caecilius remarked. The Ancient One? What did she say? Everything, including your necessity to refine a piece of dimensional fragment to repel Mephisto. What? Observing the peculiar expression on Wei Wu's face, Caecilius assumed he was merely trying to remain low profile. He leaned in and revealed a bombshell. Many apprentices now look up to you as an idol. At this revelation, Wei Wu felt utterly overwhelmed. His mind raced, struggling to comprehend why the Ancient One would orchestrate such a narrative. What was the intent behind this? In the midst of his confusion, Caecilius suddenly inquired, "Since you've become a dimensional lord, have you acquired any knowledge?" "What knowledge? I'm not aware of any." At this moment, Wei Wu's brain felt utterly incapable of coherent thought. In a daze, he countered Caecilius' question. "What are you trying to ask? Perhaps something akin to the forbidden knowledge recorded in ancient texts?" No. This fellow is attempting to extract information from me. Wei Wu astutely sensed the underlying motive in Caecilius' words. "I haven't obtained anything of the sort. After becoming a dimensional lord, I merely gained a small pocket dimension for my use, nothing else." "Is that so?" Caecilius, disappointed by the lack of desired information, softened his tone, appearing contemplative. However, he knew little about the domain of dimensional lords and found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he decided to disregard the matter and pulled Wei Wu in front of the apprentices, announcing, "Apprentices, today you are fortunate. Why not take a guess at the identity of this esteemed mage?" Dozens of apprentices, some youthful maidens and others middle-aged individuals with graying hair, displayed expressions of bewilderment. Among them, a lad of approximately 17 slowly raised his hand. Lucian Caecilius pointed out the apprentice's name, to which the young man nodded in response, unable to suppress his excitement. This expression was one that Wei Wu had previously observed on Coulson's face when discussing Captain America. "Is it the great mage Wei Wu? I have heard Master Gorman describe your appearance in the library." Before Wei Wu could collect his thoughts from the title of Great Mage, Caecilius interjected, "Indeed. This is the prodigious mage from Camartage, the one who repelled Mephisto, the esteemed Wei Wu." In Chapter 46, The Cosmic Cube, under Caecilius's introduction, Wei Wu delivered an impromptu speech to encourage the apprentices before managing to extricate himself. However, he failed to notice a fleeting glimmer of resolve in Caecilius's eyes as he turned to leave. Along the way, the mages greeted Wei Wu with fervor, and he responded politely. He arrived somewhat disheveled at the residence of the Ancient One. According to the original plan, he intended merely to gauge the atmosphere in Camartage, but given the circumstances, he felt compelled to seek clarity from the Ancient One. "Please take a seat, Mage Wei Wu," the Ancient One said, maintaining her characteristic calm demeanor as she gestured toward a table with hot tea, inviting him to sit. Wei Wu obliged without hesitation, plopping down and gulping down the tea. The temperature was just right. "Master Ancient One, do you consult the Time Stone daily? How is it that every time I arrive, everything is perfectly prepared?" "The Infinity Stones are perilous. I merely rely on fortune," Wei Wu replied, somewhat vexed by the Ancient One's uncanny foresight. However, considering the disparity in their abilities, he quickly calmed himself and posed his most pressing curiosity. "Master Ancient One, why do you propagate the notion that I repelled Mephisto? With your current prowess, repelling a mere fragment of Mephisto should not pose a significant challenge." The Ancient One replied, serene as ever, raising her teacup to her lips. "Moreover, you serve as a role model for many of the younger generation. Is that not commendable?" At this revelation, Wei Wu realized he had been maneuvered from the very beginning. This did not particularly concern him, as he already had a dark figure at home monitoring the world single-handedly. However, he struggled to comprehend the Ancient One's ulterior motives. "Why? Some matters are best left unsaid. You ought to understand this principle. Do you recall our first encounter?" Wei Wu, suppressing his questions, replied, "I do. I once mentioned that while you appear at every juncture of the future, the overarching trend remains unchanged. So now, upon witnessing a shift in that trend, you begin to orchestrate a scheme for me?" The Ancient One feigned irritation at Wei Wu, who instinctively closed his mouth. "The trend is immutable, yet the outcome has improved." "What?" Wei Wu had lost count of how many times he had questioned why that day. Lifting his gaze towards the enigmatic Ancient One, he noted her inscrutable demeanor. Yet she remained silent. He began to introspect. "I comprehend that the tide of events is irreversible. After all, there exists a temporal management bureau. Yet, How might the conclusion improve? Will I slay Thanos mid-journey? Or shall I triumph over the Scarlet Witch, the remnants of Kong, and Doctor Doom? But this is illogical. What grounds do I possess? My current responsibilities entail merely signing documents, vanquishing foes, and striving to expedite my empowerment, along with assembling the unwavering covenant. At the very least, I could seek out a deity of eternity to whisk me back home. Am I to assume the mantle of Loki, the god of stories, bestowing a harmonious conclusion upon all? Shaking his head, Wei Wu dismissed such perilous thoughts. Mastering the multiverse's timelines indeed carries an air of grandeur. Yet it is akin to the golden toilet of the neighboring elder. Ascending is effortless, but descending proved challenging. This confinement is one that Wei Wu feels unworthy to endure. With that thought, he returned to the present. Lacking any promising leads, aimless contemplation would only yield counterproductive results. He resolved to adhere to his original plan, trusting that understanding would emerge when the time was ripe. After all, this bald, ancient sorceress would hardly conspire to lead him to his doom. As Wei Wu stood to depart, his S.H.I.E.L.D. terminal began to vibrate. Buzzing, he retrieved the device, revealing a call from Nick Fury. Casually glancing at the Ancient One, he deliberated whether to answer the call here. Unexpectedly, she regarded him with keen interest, as if to say, "Let us see how you weave your tale." Flustered, Wei Wu answered the call. "Advisor Wei Wu, I find myself in a predicament, and it is urgent." Fury's voice crackled through the speaker as soon as the call connected. "Didn't I provide you with a communication device? The magical artifact is in my office. The situation is critical. The Tesseract has just emitted an unknown signal into outer space." The Tesseract. This revelation elicited a genuine response from Wei Wu. He recalled that the plot had not progressed this swiftly. Stealing another glance at the Ancient One, he noticed her unwavering gaze upon him. Thus, he had no choice but to perform before this supreme sorceress. After all, she had consented to his involvement with the banner of Kamartaj. How could the Tesseract be in your possession? His professional demeanor allowed him to convey the appropriate emotions, albeit awkwardly in the presence of the Ancient One. This is a lengthy tale, but the immediate concern is your arrival. Your magical expertise may prove invaluable. The Tesseract is becoming increasingly volatile, and I have already initiated evacuations. Hurry. The coordinates are 35. 1045 106. 6476. Upon receiving the coordinates, Wei Wu hastily opened the door and slipped away. The Ancient One, unfazed, finished her tea and murmured to herself. The newly installed network proves to be quite useful. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. research base in New Mexico, Nick Fury ended a call, his expression grave as he gazed at the Tesseract ensnared by specialized instruments not far away. "Are you truly considering involving him in this plan?" queried Clint Barton, known by his codename Hawkeye, as he stepped closer to Fury. "Agent Barton, I am aware of your concerns. Hill has led the intelligence division for over a month, yet has been unable to uncover anything about his past. It is entirely blank." "Much like that fearless covenant?" Clint inquired. "No, he is far more extraordinary. Although Hill could not find anything on him, she did uncover this." Fury presented a device to Clint, revealing a hazy image depicting a casually dressed man engaged in a dispute on a basketball court, subsequently conjuring a magical glyph with his hands. "Remarkably similar to his magical feats," Clint remarked, narrowing his eyes. Even more astonishing is that this individual was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis a decade ago. Fury scrolled through the screen, showcasing a medical report. Clint had heard of this ailment by another name. Lou Gehrig's disease? Indeed, it is the first time I have encountered someone diagnosed with this condition a decade ago, yet still so full of life. As Clint absorbed Fury's words, his gaze fixated on a burst of golden-red sparks appearing in the corner of the hall. "He has arrived, Director," confirming the location of the special consultant's arrival. Fury and Clint ceased their conversation and hastened toward the circle of sparks. The portal opened and swiftly closed, and Wei Wu emerged with a flourish. "Who is that?" Clint's keen eyes captured the figure clad in white on the opposite side of the portal, Dr. Strange. Sensing the potential for an awkward encounter, Wei Wu promptly redirected the conversation to the matter at hand, cautioning against allowing the two bald heads, lacking even a hair between them, to meet at this juncture. "Where's the Tesseract?" Chapter 47. Loki's Revenge, Where is the Tesseract? Wei Wu's anxious expression caused Clint to temporarily overlook the mysterious figure across the portal. Nick Fury, who had been fixated on the Tesseract, interjected. He pointed toward a device emanating a blue glow not far away. Beside it is Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D, an expert in the field of spatial wormholes. I have seen him in New Mexico, Wei Wu acknowledged, hastening toward the Tesseract while inquiring theatrically. How long have you had this thing? Approximately several decades. Is there a problem? Indeed, there is a significant issue. This object is considered a top-tier artifact, rivaling the might of Thor's hammer. As I understand it, Odin initially concealed it on Earth, but for reasons unknown. It was discovered by your organization, known as Hydra, and repurposed for weapon research. Listening to Wei Wu's words, Nick Fury narrowed his single eye, deep in thought. At that moment, Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D, busy among the array of instruments nearby, noticed the trio standing by the Tesseract. He called out, "Get away from that." The energy index of the cosmic cube has ascended several magnitudes. As the words fell, the translucent and smooth surface of the cube shimmered with a cerulean cosmic energy, continuously intertwining and undulating. Wei Wu, having witnessed this power imbued with the laws of space during his integration with Base Zero, pulled the two companions back a few steps. He understood that Loki, from the other side of the universe, was manipulating the space stone from afar with a mind scepter, which was also embedded with infinite gems. Director Fury, it will be prudent for you to instruct your subordinates to retreat. Someone is approaching from the opposite side. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury, after a moment of confusion, grasped the implication of Wei Wu's words. He retrieved his walkie-talkie, ready to issue commands. Just as the energy of the cosmic cube reached its zenith, whoosh, a blue beam shot forth from the cube, momentarily opening a spatial wormhole through which Loki's figure emerged. The wormhole rapidly closed, yet the immense energy did not dissipate. Instead, it began to drift and intertwine above the hall. Among those present, only Wei Wu had encountered Loki firsthand, and Loki, too, took immediate notice of Wei Wu from a distance. "He is Loki, the very one I reported to you." Wei Wu succinctly informed Nick Fury of the intruder's identity. Upon realizing the visitor was Loki, Nick Fury decisively commanded to open fire. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted as the encircling combat personnel aimed and pulled the triggers at Loki's form. Standing in the center of the hall, Loki remained unfazed as bullets sparked against his URU metal armor, ricocheting off his resilient skin. Occasionally, bullets aimed toward his eyes were intercepted by a layer of yellow-green shield before reaching his cornea, bearing the royal bloodline of the Frost Giants. Loki's physique far surpassed that of mere mortals. This aspect, often overlooked in consideration of Loki's title as the foremost sorcerer of the Nine Realms, was also one of the reasons for his penchant for close combat despite being a mage, a fact that Wei Wu was acutely aware of. Thus, amidst the cacophony of gunfire, he stealthily shielded Nick Fury and Clint by positioning himself in front of them. In the center of the hall, upon spotting Wei Wu, Loki briefly surveyed his surroundings before raising the Mind Scepter to unleash orbs of magic. A few orbs soared forth, causing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to fall amidst the explosions. Finally, some quiet mage, Loki said with a wicked grin, his pallid complexion and damp hair betraying the facade of a vengeful king. "I have longed for you." Loki's gaze was piercing, as if he intended to devour Wei Wu whole. Whoosh! With a swift motion, a magic orb shot from the Mind Scepter, hurtling towards Wei Wu. Nick Fury and Clint rolled to either side to evade, while Wei Wu raised the Seraphim shield to block the attack. The two, having rolled clear, exchanged a knowing glance, their years of collaboration culminating in an unspoken understanding. Clint drew his weapon and fired, each bullet aimed squarely at Loki's eyes. Meanwhile, Nick Fury approached the cosmic cube, retrieving it and placing it within a case. Loki's objective for his current visit was none other than the Tesseract, and he would not allow such a ripe opportunity to slip away. He raised his staff of mind and thrust it into the ground. In an instant, 4 phantoms emerged around him, launching attacks in various directions. 3 of the phantoms unleashed a relentless barrage upon Wei Wu, while 1 targeted Nick Fury. Meanwhile, Loki's true form took a step back, dispersing into motes of light, vanishing from everyone's sight. In disbelief, Wei Wu reflected on how he had never perceived Loki's ferocity during his previous cinematic encounters. The continuous bombardment of magical orbs sealed off all space surrounding Wei Wu, compelling him to maintain his magical shield. His gaze shifted to Nick Fury, only to discover that Loki's phantom had already unleashed its magical assault. With no choice, Fury raised a specially designed briefcase to shield himself from the onslaught. Boom! The blue explosion sent Fury flying, shattering the briefcase, and the Tesseract spun through the air, gracefully caught by one of Loki's phantoms. On the other side, Clint remained on high alert after Loki's true form vanished. However, the explosion from his superior's location momentarily distracted him. In a fleeting glance, Clint noticed Loki's figure coalescing behind him. Reacting swiftly, he turned and aimed his weapon at Loki's eyes. "You'd best not move. Is that so?" A voice echoed from behind Clint. Without hesitation, he fired, then turned back to maintain his guard. Beneath the barrel of his gun, Loki dissipated into motes of light, revealing it to be merely a phantom. The genuine Loki, however, had appeared at Clint's side, the staff unexpectedly poised against Clint's chest. "You are indeed somewhat exceptional. I grant you the opportunity to pledge your allegiance to the king." Loki exuded an air of triumph as he activated the staff, initiating Clint's mental subjugation. In a moment of terror for Dr. Selvig, Loki flashed before him, placing the staff against his chest, thereby ensnaring him in a similar fate. Wei Wu observed the entire scene unfold. Influenced by his past impressions, he had previously underestimated Loki. Even after realizing Loki's true capabilities while confronting the Destroyer armor, he had unwittingly regarded Loki as merely a pawn among the Asgardian princesses. "Damn, I was careless." Wei Wu lamented his own arrogance, silently praying that the flung Nick Fury would survive. Loki returned to the center of the chamber, receiving the Tesseract for the Phantom's grasp. He cast a disdainful glance at Wei Wu, gesturing for the fourth Phantom to commence its attack while he prepared to leave with the controlled Clint and Selvig in tow. The four Phantoms surrounded Wei Wu, and any attempt he made to shift his spells would result in a coordinated strike from the Phantoms, obliterating both his shield and him within. Although Wei Wu's current level was silver, and his physique approached that of a super soldier like Steve Rogers, he still lacked the confidence to withstand Loki's magical onslaught while transitioning his spells. He glanced up at the increasingly chaotic energy swirling in the hall above. Wei Wu prepared to communicate his dimensional space, forcefully switching spells. "Hill, Clint has betrayed us. Stop them." Nick Fury, who had been knocked away, awakened from a brief stupor and immediately called for Hill. Loki's illusion, noticing that Nick Fury was still alive, sent one of its manifestations to deliver a fatal blow. The departure of one illusion revealed a narrow gap in the dense net of magical orbs. A splendid opportunity. Chapter 48. The Avengers assemble a splendid opportunity. Wei Wu's heart leaped with joy as he swiftly twisted the magical array in his hands. The seal switched, forcibly transforming the Seraphim shield into the ring of Ragador. The eggshell-like magical shield spun rapidly, expanding like a flying pancake, morphing from a shell shape into a gracefully arched circle. Wei Wu raised the ring of Ragador above his head, his hands intertwining and rotating. The enormous magical circular shield spun with great speed, dividing into four at its peak velocity. For slightly smaller rings of Ragador, resembling whirling saws, zipped toward the four Loki illusions. The high-speed rotating magic deflected the magical orbs in its path, smashing the illusions into motes of light with unstoppable momentum. The entire hall was left in chaos, ravaged by the erratic flight of magical orbs and circular shields. With no time to recuperate, Wei Wu donned the suspended ring and opened a portal, swiftly advancing in a few strides to grasp Nick Fury by the collar of his leather coat, as if lifting a chick, and leaped through the portal. "Order your people to steer clear of that research hall. The farther, the better. Those spatial energy blocks are about to explode." Wei Wu gasped, placing Nick Fury onto the ground. Nick Fury cast a deep glance at Wei Wu and commanded through the team channel, "Everyone, evacuate the base and follow Agent Maria Hill. We must retrieve the Tesseract." Cough, cough, cough. After issuing the orders, Nick Fury, grimacing in pain, clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and began to cough violently. "Damn it!" A thunderous rumble echoed from afar as Wei Wu assisted Nick Fury up to a high ground. He intended to take the man to a hospital, but Nick Fury refused, insisting on waiting for Hill's report. They witnessed the research base, sprawling over several square kilometers, collapse under the blue shockwave. He reopened the communication channel. Hill, I'm sorry, Director. Loki has escaped with the traitorous agents. Many are trapped beneath the rubble. Hill's voice came through the channel. Exhaling a deep breath, Nick Fury prepared himself for the loss of the Tesseract, placing no blame on anyone. Hill, gather all those who did not participate in the rescue and locate Loki. Coulson, immediately issue a level 7 alert, then return to the Triskelion and find me. The war has begun. Having completed his orders, Nick Fury sat heavily on the ground, his gaze fixed on the base. The structures that once covered the ground had vanished, replaced by a colossal pit several kilometers in diameter. Take me to the S.H.I.E.L.D. tower. You know the coordinates to my office. With that, Nick Fury closed his singular eye and succumbed to unconsciousness. The following day at the S.H.I.E.L.D. tower, Nick Fury, his forehead swathed in bandages, severed communications with the World Security Council. Exiting the conference room, he ripped the bandages from his head and discarded them into the trash bin. Standing at the door was Coulson, naturally following the director out. Where is Agent Wei Wu? Agent Wei is currently drafting a report on the Tesseract. Bring me to him. Shortly thereafter, Coulson escorted Nick Fury to Wei Wu. Having finished typing the last character, Wei Wu casually handed over his computer to Nick Fury. After a brief glance at the contents, Fury passed the device to Coulson with instructions. Officially initiate the Avengers Initiative. Watching Coulson depart, he turned back to Wei Wu. If you're not too occupied, accompany me. We must discuss the Avengers Initiative and that damn Tesseract in detail. In the Middle East, Black Widow, Agent Natasha Romanoff, was bound to a chair. The dim surroundings resembled an abandoned building. 3 men were preparing to interrogate the audacious spy who dared to steal classified information. At that moment, the apparent leader's phone rang. Upon answering, a calm male voice resonated. I know you're on the 3rd floor of the Zelensky building, 8 kilometers away. Our fighter jets are poised to have that woman answer the phone. Otherwise, I will blow the entire street to smithereens. After a brief silence in response to this blatant threat, the man reluctantly brought the phone to Natasha's ear. Is that you, Coulson? It is. We need to make a run. Don't jest. I am in the midst of an interrogation. Upon hearing Natasha's declaration, the man holding the phone as a makeshift stand shifted his expression but remained silent. Clint is compromised. Wait for me. With that, Natasha unleashed her fury, freeing her hands from the ropes and swiftly incapacitating the man holding the phone. Within a minute, she efficiently dispatched the other 2 assailants. Hello, Coulson, are you still there? I am. What do you need? Gather the Avengers. Natasha paused, a hint of skepticism in her voice. You know Stark doesn't trust me. You won't meet with me. No. You seek out the big guy. I'll handle Stark. In New York, at Stark Tower, Coulson ended the call with Natasha and entered the elevator of Stark Tower. He dialed Tony's private number, but after several attempts, he was met only with Jarvis's response. Mr. Stark is not available. Coulson deduced that Tony was likely on the top floor, enjoying a romantic rendezvous with Pepper. However, given the urgency of the situation, he resorted to employing some rather unconventional methods, utilizing hidden system backdoors left by Natasha during her undercover work. On the top floor, Tony and Pepper exchanged sweet nothings. Jarvis unexpectedly issued a warning. I apologize for interrupting your conversation with Miss Potts, but the system has detected an intrusion. Tony, the situation is dire. Hearing that Coulson had somehow hacked into his communication system, Tony felt a surge of both surprise and anger, instinctively wishing to dismiss him. I'm currently occupied. A chime sounded as the elevator doors opened, revealing Coulson, who emerged with a phone still engaged in conversation. 15 kilometers away, in Brooklyn, Steve Rogers relentlessly struck a heavy bag at the boxing gym. The imprint of his fists upon the bag vividly illustrated the formidable strength of this World War II hero. Accompanied by Nick Fury, Wei Wu entered the gym, intending to teleport directly inside, but at Fury's insistence, he ultimately opened the portal outside. Upon seeing Steve Rogers, Wei Wu, with a hint of mischief, began to meander through trivial conversation. Steve, ever gracious, engaged in the awkward banter. Wei Wu silently observed Fury's theatrics from the sidelines. Do you have a mission for me, sir? Steve finally broke the tension. Indeed. Is it to help me adapt to this new world? Steve inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. No, it requires you to save it. Nick Fury handed Steve a dossier. Steve opened his mouth, then accepted the documents. Noticing Steve's focused reading, Fury continued. If you decide to join us, I must provide you with a thorough briefing. The changes in this world far exceed your expectations. I've left some basic information at your home. Once you comprehend it, use the contact number within to reach Consultant Wei Wu, who will guide you to me." With that, Fury nudged Wei Wu forward. "This is Consultant Wei Wu." Steve regarded the bewildered Wei Wu, who was pushed forward, and offered a warm smile as he extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Steve Rogers." Exiting the boxing gym, Wei Wu felt disgruntled by Fury's treatment of him as a mere transport vessel. However, as he had chosen the role of consultant, he could only begrudgingly accept it. "Director Fury, I must reiterate that I have been quite clear regarding the Avengers. We sorcerers are rather occupied." In response, Nick Fury smirked slightly, his demeanor earnest. "Consultant Wei Wu, I understand your stance. Therefore, I wish to convey that the Avengers initiative falls under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is quite reasonable for a consultant and member to interact more frequently. Wouldn't you agree?" Wei Wu harbored doubts about Fury's intentions, sensing he might be ensnared in a scheme. Chapter 49. Coulson's little hobby. The Atlantic Ocean stretched endlessly beneath the sky, where Natasha was piloting the Quinjet herself. Inside the aircraft, a somewhat portly Dr. Banner sat, absent-mindedly scratching his unkempt hair. "Agent Natasha, are we not there yet?" he questioned, harboring suspicions that this enchanting agent might be leading him to drown in the middle of the sea. In the cockpit, Natasha discerned the skepticism in Banner's voice and reassured him. "In truth, we have arrived. You should be able to see our mothership through the porthole." With that, Natasha deftly maneuvered the aircraft, skimming the surface of the sea before making a smooth landing on the deck of the aerial carrier. As the hatch opened, Natasha escorted Banner down from the fighter jet, handing over the high-risk individual to the awaiting Coulson. After a brief introduction, Coulson and Banner exchanged a cordial handshake, while Natasha proceeded into the ship's interior. "Dr. Banner, I kindly ask you to wait a moment. I will take you inside with 2 other members of the Alliance." Banner had no objections, merely piqued by curiosity. "May I inquire who I am waiting for?" Coulson glanced at his watch, stepping back slightly before responding. "One of them you're certainly familiar with, Captain America, Steve Rogers." As Coulson uttered the last name, the watch's hands pointed to exactly 4 p.m. Suddenly, sparks erupted before the 2 men, culminating in a doorway of light, towering over them. Wei Wu emerged first from the portal and greeted Coulson. Following closely behind, Steve carried a bag of belongings as he stepped through the portal. "I expected you to pilot the aircraft. Is this the tangible structure of a spatial wormhole?" Banner interjected, adjusting his slipping glasses, incredulously gazing at the portal. "This is not a wormhole, Dr. Banner. This is a magical gateway," Wei Wu clarified as he closed the portal, explaining that his methods were not of scientific origin. Meanwhile, Coulson had not diverted his gaze from Steve since his arrival. "Captain, I am Phil Coulson, a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson's excitement rendered his complexion slightly flushed as he approached Steve, eager to shake his hand. Although Steve harbored some questions, he reciprocated the gesture amicably. Following Coulson's brief introduction, Banner and Steve became acquainted. As they ventured deeper into the ship, Coulson discreetly leaned closer to Wei Wu, whispering in his ear, "Advisor Wei, I must ask a favor. Please escort Dr. Banner to the command hall while I take the captain to see his new uniform." Coulson's intensity was palpable as he fixed his gaze on Wei Wu, his expression silently pleading for assistance. Not able to resist a teasing remark, Wei Wu quipped, "I see you wish for him to sign your little card, don't you?" "Please." Coulson responded, slightly embarrassed but persistent in his request. "Very well, but you best hurry. Nick Fury cannot be kept waiting." "Thank you." With the plan successfully set, Coulson quickly briefed the 2 Avengers before leading the bewildered centenarian down another corridor. "I can't shake the feeling that Agent Coulson's gaze towards Steve is rather peculiar, almost aggressive," Banner remarked, blinking in mild disbelief. The individual had grown up listening to tales from the captain, so it was only natural to feel exhilarated upon meeting his idol. "Cool me. Dr. Banner, I shall take you to meet the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the command hall of the airborne aircraft carrier." Wei Wu guided Banner to the conspicuous black figure. After a brief exchange with Nick Fury, Banner confirmed that his mission was solely to track gamma radiation, which eased his mind, allowing him to observe the high-tech marvels of S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Wei Wu found a spot to sit leisurely. Hill, who was instructing the technical staff on pre-launch preparations, noticed Wei Wu arriving with Dr. Banner and approached him. "Where is Coulson? Did he take the captain for an autograph?" You've guessed correctly, Miss Hill, Wei Wu replied succinctly, privately acknowledging that Coulson's little obsession was well known. Just then, Coulson arrived, escorting Steve, looking quite pleased, presumably having secured Captain America's autograph. Nick Fury, as Coulson's superior, was aware of this peculiar passion of his trusted subordinate and did not express disapproval. Steve, seemingly unfazed, meandered around the command hall, examining various items before returning to Nick Fury's side, pulling out a $10 bill. This was a small wager between him and Fury. With a smile, Nick Fury accepted the $10 and issued orders. Increase engine power. Take Dr. Banner to the laboratory. We must retrieve the Tesseract swiftly. Under Nick Fury's meticulous command, the engines of the airborne aircraft carrier roared to life, and everyone in the command bridge felt the vibrations of the colossal metal beast beneath them. Is this a submarine? Steve inquired tentatively. No, this is a flying fortress. Nick Fury replied, his hands deftly manipulating the controls, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Steve, somewhat stubborn, evidently found it hard to believe Fury, and he wandered over to the bridge's window to gaze down. The sight left him momentarily speechless. The World War II veteran thought he had adequately prepared himself for what he would see, yet he had underestimated the ingenuity of Howard Stark and Peggy Carter in establishing S.H.I.E.L.D. Following Nick Fury's deliberate display, the Avengers fell into their work rhythm. Dr. Banner commenced tracking gamma radiation, while Steve buried himself in a pile of documents for an intense study session. As for Wei Wu, he took on a role of a wanderer aboard the aircraft carrier, not out of curiosity, but rather seeking a secluded spot to communicate with Base Zero. With his level 8 clearance, Wei Wu moved unimpeded to the specially designed cell in the lower tier of the carrier, ensuring he was undisturbed. He closed his eyes and entered a standing meditation to connect with Base Zero. Through the authority of the Dimension Lord, Wei Wu projected his thoughts to Base Zero, urging the agents to prepare for an operation in New York. Meanwhile, at Base Zero, the immortal bird was persistently pestering Shambler. Shambler, I implore you, create a custom weapon for me as well. Sean Ball's expression was one of bitterness as he wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead. The Phoenix, without delving into the exorbitant costs of custom weapons, noted the recent surge in base expenses. In this world, the strength of you, the energy manipulators, has been significantly enhanced under Wei Wu's amplification, rendering firearms utterly unnecessary. Should you continue to pester me, I shall have no choice but to have the Sage conduct specialized training for your superpowers. Sean Ball raised his eyes, looking at the Phoenix with a sense of resignation. If you choose not to provide it, so be it, but there is no need to report me like a child. The Phoenix wore a look of grievance, softly lamenting Sean Ball's coldness. At that moment, a thunderous sound resonated above the base, an audio message from Wei Wu. With a thud, the Hunter Owl, stationed on the first floor of the main building, froze with a block in hand, the tower of blocks beneath him collapsing in disarray. Startled by the recent noise, his hand slipped. However, Zero was not concerned with such trivialities. All right, pay up. You lost, Hunter Owl. The Hunter Owl shot a fierce glare at the smug Zero, retrieving his last wager from his pocket. Zero unceremoniously accepted the bet and noted his victory in a small ledger. This was the agreement between him and the Hunter Owl, to refresh the stakes each month and see who would emerge as the loser by month's end. Stop tallying your little book and get ready. We need to report for duty in the coming days. The Hunter Owl gazed at Zero, who was reveling in his victory, feeling a mix of exasperation while raising his communicator. Chapter 50. The capture of Loki. Stuttgart, Germany, Königstrasse. Loki made no attempt to conceal his presence on the street. His sole objective was to attract the attention of the Avengers, facilitating Clint's theft of the iridium metal required to activate the Tesseract. Dressed in a sharp suit, he swaggered toward an upscale gala in progress. Upon reaching the entrance to the banquet hall, he lightly tapped the chest of a security guard with his scepter, effortlessly gaining entry. His target was none other than Dr. Heinrich Seifert, located at the heart of the festivities as Clint needed the Doctor's eyes for the heist. Navigating through the crowd, Loki seized Dr. Heinrich by the neck, pinning him to the ground. With the target subdued, he produced an ocular extraction device, disregarding the panic and screams of the surrounding guests, and plunged it into Heinrich's eye socket. Amidst the latter's agonized cries, the iris data was swiftly uploaded to Clint waiting in the suburbs. With the mission accomplished, Loki discarded Heinrich's lifeless body to the side and began to usher the remaining guests out of the banquet hall. He directed them towards the square outside, simultaneously summoning his duplicates around the perimeter. The moment the duplicates appeared, they unleashed magical projectiles at the security and patrolling officers. Following a series of explosions, the local resistance was obliterated. Witnessing the dismembered bodies of the security personnel, the guests fell silent, fearful of becoming the next unfortunate victim. Seeing this, Loki's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This was precisely the effect he had desired. As he leisurely stepped into the throng, for doppelgangers stood guard around him. Loki had preemptively delivered his speech on subjugating Earth and enslaving humanity. Observing the upper echelons of society cowering on the ground, he revealed a satisfied grin. He then raised his arms to his sides, his face awash with delight. "Now kneel." The crowd, still squatting, looked up in confusion, seemingly unable to grasp Loki's command. "Kneel," he thundered. The doppelgangers simultaneously lifted their staffs, emitting an eerie blue glow. Meanwhile, Wei Wu silently completed a sign-in from the mothership that had descended directly to the scene. Steve emerged from the portal behind Wei Wu, surveying the densely packed crowd below, troubled by the overwhelming number of people. With such a multitude, powerful weaponry was impractical. However, smaller arms would prove ineffective against Loki. Reluctantly, Steve decided to engage personally, charging toward Loki in the center of the square, shield in hand. Unfortunately, the flamboyant battlesuit designed by Coulson drew Loki's attention almost immediately. "Steve Rogers, the super soldier," Loki called out, having gleaned ample information from Clint. Upon catching sight of Wei Wu in the distance, a fierce glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Concealing his emotions well, Loki exhibited the arrogance of a god, raising his hand to conjure a signature spell ball. As the spell hurtled toward him, Steve raised his shield in defense. The unique properties of vibranium deflected the projectile. Loki raised an eyebrow, surprised that this ostentatious shield could withstand his assault. He swung his staff to redirect Steve's flying shield, only to be caught off guard as the star-spangled vibranium shield arced gracefully through the air, defying the laws of physics and reversing direction back toward Steve. Steve leapt, catching the shield midair, then swiftly turned to launch it again. Stunned by the peculiar maneuver, Loki was unable to evade and was pushed back by the returning shield. The last individual to utter the word slave in Germany had long been interred. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign streets, Steve instinctively recalled memories of yesteryears and that voice from Berlin. Loki, brushing off the dust, retorted disdainfully, "I arrived on Earth long before you and your ridiculous nation were even born." As he contemplated summoning additional doppelgangers to assault Wei Wu, Loki restrained the impulse, instead opting to demonstrate his impressive melee prowess to Steve. In their ensuing exchanges, an overconfident Steve found himself outmatched, falling for Loki's phantom tricks and receiving a few blows in the process. The standoff continued, tension palpable in the air. At that moment, music abruptly blared through the communication channel. In the night sky, Tony's Mark VI sword, trailing a fiery plume. Before landing, a cannon shot accurately struck Loki's physical form. Wei Wu observed that everyone had gathered, and he swiftly dealt with the 4 clones. Upon realizing the assembly of forces, Loki feigned surrender. The newly arrived Tony Stark expressed his bewilderment. "You took 10 minutes to handle this little Bambi?" As he scrutinized Loki, who held his hands aloft adorned with a flamboyant crown, Tony couldn't help but question the abilities of his potential future ally. However, glancing at Steve, who had retrieved his shield, Tony remembered the legacy of a World War II veteran and his father's old friend embodied in Steve, and he restrained his urge to deliver a biting remark, opting instead for a neutral greeting. Steve responded with polite acknowledgement. With Loki apprehended, it was time to return to the helicarrier. Having dispatched the clones, Wei Wu approached with a suggestion, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Loki. A subtle smile lingered on Loki's face as his eyes met Wei Wu's for a fleeting moment before he averted his gaze. Under the night sky, the helicarrier glided smoothly through the clouds. Following Loki's capture, Tony, Steve, and Wei Wu escorted him back. Steve accompanied the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as they transported Loki to the detention area, while Tony and Wei Wu proceeded to the command center. Along the way, Tony removed his helmet, tucking it under his arm and at his waist, and walked alongside Wei Wu. "Is that door of yours spitting sparks some kind of magic? Just like little Bambi?" Though not of the same ilk, I indeed possess such abilities. Wow, I know someone who can wield magic too, but hers is green, unlike yours. Tony was intrigued by Wei Wu, not only because of his extraordinary talents, but also due to an inexplicable affinity he felt toward him. Despite this being their first encounter, Tony felt as if this individual capable of conjuring colorful light strips was a long-lost acquaintance. They engaged in casual conversation as they walked, during which Tony unabashedly expressed his distrust of Nick Fury. Upon reaching a junction, they found Coulson waiting patiently. "Tony, your armor needs to be stored in the armory." "All right." Tony nodded, adopting a demeanor of reluctant compliance as he followed Coulson's lead. Thus, Wei Wu returned alone to the command center. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the helicarrier, as Loki was being escorted towards the specially designed prison in the lower levels, he caught sight of Banner through the glass doors of the laboratory, who was tracking gamma radiation. Banner also noticed the grinning figure of Loki peeking in. Confused, he removed his glasses and whispered to himself, "Hulk, do you know him? Or have we met before? And I've simply forgotten?" Hulk doesn't like him. All right, if you don't like him, let's keep our distance. Show quiet now. There are plenty of ordinary people around. Smoothing over the agitated Hulk, Banner replaced his glasses and returned to his quest for gamma radiation. He now feels remarkably well. This is due to the alluring agent named Natasha, who has pledged that if he can locate the Tesseract, the military will cease their relentless pursuit of him. Although the haunting memory of inadvertently causing Betty's demise 6 months ago had driven him to a permanent retreat, the prospect of evading the incessant buzzing of the military is indeed appealing. In the detention area, Loki finds himself confined within a specially designed cage. As a premier agent, the one-eyed Nick Fury has resolved to personally interrogate this bothersome individual. Chapter 51. The initial encounter with the Iron Shield hammer aboard the airborne aircraft carrier. In the detention zone, Steve briefly exchanges words with Nick Fury before leaving the scene to the Black Director. Nick Fury, unbothered by pleasantries, promptly orders Loki to be transferred to a lower-level specialized cell. Upon entering the cell, Loki leisurely surveys his new quarters, as if it were Nick Fury rather than himself who were imprisoned. Nick Fury, wearing a stern expression, approaches the cage, separated from Loki by a sheet of glass. "No need to check. You won't be leaving. The crimes you have committed are sufficient to ensure you remain here until your last breath." With a simple application of pressure, Nick Fury aims to extract the location of the Tesseract from Loki. However, Loki maintains an air of indifference. Slightly furrowing his brow, Nick Fury places his hand on the control panel outside the cage, intending to intimidate Loki. Yet, he is abruptly interrupted by the thunderous rumble of lightning outside the aircraft carrier. The sky surrounding the vessel flashes with brilliant lightning, followed by a resounding boom that penetrates through layers of steel into the detention area. Despite having anticipated this unsettling thunder, Loki cannot help but shudder. Nick Fury keenly observes this subtle reaction. "What is this? Are you afraid of a mere flash?" "I simply dislike the company that follows such flashes," Loki replies, breaking his silence for the first time since his capture. As his words linger in the air, a figure descends onto the deck of the airborne aircraft carrier amidst the lightning. Instantly, alarms resonate throughout the vessel. Nick Fury, his gaze fixed on Loki, dares not move. Fearing this may be a ruse, he retrieves his communicator. "Hill, report immediately." In the command hall, Hill responds with urgency. "Director, we've been struck by a bolt of lightning. Something has boarded during the thunder and has breached the main deck door. Locate him and contain the situation." "Understood." Ending the communication, Hill accesses the surveillance near the main deck door, only to find the area plunged into darkness due to the electrical malfunction caused by the lightning strike. With no other option, she orders a comprehensive search of the vicinity. Wei Wu, observing the flashes outside the command hall's viewport, realizes that Thor has come to seek his brother. He steps forward to Hill and states, "There's no need for such extensive measures. Grant me the broadcast authority." Silence enveloped Hill, her expression betraying confusion, as she sought clarification from Wei Wu. It should have been Thor seeking out his brother Loki. After all, he was one of their own. Upon receiving the answer, Hill transferred the broadcasting authority to Wei Wu. With the newfound power, Wei Wu leisurely approached Nick Fury's command platform, turning the receiver towards himself. "Hello, is Thor there? This is Wei Wu, the mystic advisor of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you remember me? Everyone aboard this vessel is an ally, so refrain from swinging your hammer indiscriminately outside the armory. Steve retrieved his shield, having just located the intruder, only to witness Tony, clad in battle armor, being sent flying by a single strike. Yet, the broadcast in his ear announced that the electrifying figure before him was indeed an ally, leaving him momentarily bewildered amidst his ongoing attempts to catch up. Meanwhile, Tony, having risen from a pile of steel pipes, lifted his visor, incredulity spilling forth into the communication channel. Are you suggesting that this guy, wielding a hammer and dressed like it's Halloween, is on our side? Please, he just sent me flying with one blow. Captain can attest to that. In response to Tony's inquiry, Wei Wu in the command center paused for a moment, taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that, despite having opened a portal to apprehend Loki, the trio of Iron Man, Captain America, and Thor would engage in such a clash. With a mental sigh, he cleared his throat, stating, ahem, Tony, if he had golden locks and was draped in a crimson cloak, then he would indeed be an ally. Bad luck. Struggling to rise from the debris, Tony noted that the hammer-wielding figure had ceased hostilities, thus refraining from escalating the situation further, resigning himself to his misfortune. Captain, take this unfortunate fellow to the command center. I'll return to the armory for a moment. Steve nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance at Thor, now devoid of his thunderous aura. Please follow me. Moments latte. Steve led Thor to the command center. Upon seeing Wei Wu, Thor immediately inquired about Loki's whereabouts. Wei Wu hastily gestured that Loki was indeed aboard the ship. Upon hearing this, Thor insisted, I need to take Loki. He must face judgment in Asgard. Thor, this isn't solely my decision. You must consult Nick Fury. He is in charge and is with Loki at the moment. Wei Wu glanced at Hill and Natasha, who were observing him with scrutiny, inwardly lamenting Thor's lack of awareness. Quietly, he distanced himself from the central position occupied by the black-haired egg. At that moment, Tony returned. An ice pack pressed against his forehead, followed by Coulson and Banner, who had hurried in upon hearing the alarm. A cacophony of voices erupted as they debated the course of action regarding Loki. During the discussion, someone remarked that Loki was nothing short of a madman, inciting Thor's displeasure. He spoke with gravity. Listen, even if Loki's theft of the Tesseract was wrong, he is also a prince of Asgard, my brother. Choose your words carefully, but he has killed 128 people in less than 3 days. Natasha rested her hands on the table, her tone remarkably calm. Thor's expression faltered for a moment, a flicker of panic evident in his eyes, which then swiftly transformed. He believed that Wei Wu, his adoptive brother, could corroborate his story. Following Thor's masterful display of emotion, the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. After a round of negotiations, Thor resolved to honor the pact he had made with Coulson in New Mexico, vowing to assist Earth in its battle against the Chitauri army. Meanwhile, Hill reported the proceedings to Nick Fury, who was still monitoring Loki in the holding area. Upon hearing that the Avengers he initially plotted had reached a preliminary consensus, Nick Fury exhaled a sigh of relief, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In high spirits, he decided to show this stubborn extraterrestrial a little of what he was made of. The gates beneath the cage swung open, and a rush of air filled the detention chamber. Nick Fury, braving the gusts, informed Loki, I regret to inform you that your brother has joined our side. You may abandon any fantasies of rescue. Before divulging the whereabouts of the Tesseract, he warned, you would do well to remain compliant within these confines. Any attempt to scratch the glass could result in your plummeting from 9,000 meters. Loki's face momentarily registered disappointment upon learning that Thor had not engaged in conflict with the group. However, he dismissed it quickly, for his true plan was just beginning. With a smile directed at Nick Fury, he remarked, that sounds impressive, but I fear it is not intended for me. As he spoke, Loki turned his gaze toward the surveillance above the cage. Some individuals, despite being monsters, still delude themselves into believing they are human. How pitiful. And yet, you employ such a creature as your trump card. Truly desperate. What do you intend to do with the Tesseract? Merely illuminate a light to brighten the world? And as for Thor, you might ponder why the Bifrost was destroyed while that third-rate sorcerer returned to Earth before you. Nick Fury remained silent, observing Loki's provocations until Loki paused, prompting Fury to chuckle and respond. Well said. However, if you believe that mere words can vanquish us, you might want to consider how to spend your life in that little cage. With that, Nick Fury dismissed the grinning Loki and strode away. Chapter 52. Dispute aboard the aerial battleship in the command hall, Banner observed Loki on the monitors with keen interest. He was no fool. He recognized that Loki's earlier remarks were meant to sow discord. Had he been in his former state, discovering that Nick Fury had secretly prepared a cage would have likely provoked an outburst, or at the very least, left him discontented. Yet now, he understood that a practitioner must maintain calmness and face challenges with equanimity. With this thought, Banner couldn't help but smirk mischievously, speculating that Loki gleaned information from Agent Barton, though no one had informed Loki that Barton's intel might be somewhat outdated. Curiosity piqued within Banner as he pondered whether Loki would display a constipated expression upon discovering his newfound ability to control his transformations. Amused by the thought, Banner chuckled heartily, finding Loki increasingly entertaining. However, as he glanced up, he noticed everyone was observing him, leaving him perplexed. Did they genuinely believe he could instigate discord with mere words? Surely, they did not think he would become angered enough to transform into the Hulk. Following this brief interlude from Banner, the group resumed their respective tasks. Tony and Banner proceeded to the laboratory to trace the gamma radiation, while Nick Fury, upon his return, inquired of Thor regarding information on the Chitauri and Loki. Wei Wu, on the other hand, stepped outside the laboratory, and amidst the curiosity of Banner and Tony, confirmed that the Mind Stone had already begun its silent operations. Subsequently, he wandered within the confines of the mothership, seeking to ascertain the extent of the Mind Stone's influence. During his stroll, he contemplated whether to reveal the Mind Stone's secret to everyone, but quickly dismissed the notion. For if he did so, Clint would be utterly incapable of rescuing Loki. If Loki remained confined, who would greet the Chitauri army in New York? Without the Battle of New York, how would he secure his signature? How would he grow stronger? How would he return home? As for allowing the Fearless Covenant to assume the role of antagonists, setting aside the appropriateness of such a move, he would not even pass the test of the sorcerer. Taking a deep breath, Wei Wu confirmed the limited range of the Mind Stone's influence before meandering back to the command center. Finding an unoccupied spot, he settled down. The words of Ancient One echoed in his mind. The tide cannot be turned. Wei Wu clicked his tongue, acknowledging that while there were matters he could alter, such as guiding Banner to communicate with the Hulk, there were also situations he could only observe, like allowing Loki to instigate the Battle of New York. Yet, in comparison to his inability to assist the citizens of New York, he could at least preserve Coulson, which did not disrupt the so-called grand scheme. He had grown fond of this occasionally childish middle-aged man. The outcome had improved. Wei Wu softly uttered the latter half of Ancient One's phrase. However, could saving just a small fraction truly alter the conclusion? His inner conflict reached its zenith. He felt too weak. If only he could grasp the Chitauri by the throat and compel them to play their parts, there would be no need for such convoluted maneuvers. As time slipped away, Loki sat alone in his cell, eyes closed in repose, utterly devoid of the awareness befitting a prisoner. Wei Wu ceased his ruminations, reclining comfortably in his chair, discreetly observing a S.H.I.E.L.D. technician idly engrossed in a video game on the computer. Eavesdropping on a conversation between Natasha and Nick Fury, he learned that Natasha had ventured to probe Loki. Rising to stretch his limbs, he recognized that the grand performance aboard the mothership was imminent. As anticipated, merely 2 minutes passed before Hill hurriedly approached Nick Fury. "Director, the system has been compromised." Nick Fury frowned upon hearing the news, instantly deducing the identity of the culprit without a moment's thought. Without further inquiry, he hastily made his way to the laboratory, determined to teach that reckless playboy a lesson. After watching Fury depart, Wei Wu lingered for a moment before approaching Hill. "What is it?" Hill inquired, uncertain about the sudden summons from this unique consultant. "Agent Hill, Loki is notoriously cunning. I hope he can monitor the laboratory via surveillance while commanding the helicarrier." Upon hearing this somewhat perplexing request, Hill hesitated before responding. "Consultant, what exactly do you want me to do?" "Just keep an eye on the screen. If you notice anything amiss, simply announce over the intercom for our junior member to speak up." With that, and observing Hill's bemused expression, Wei Wu proceeded towards the laboratory, needing to temper the rising tensions. Along the way, he cast 7 mental domain spells upon himself. As a time traveler, his reverence for the Infinity Stones was profound, almost rivaling that of the Ancient One. For this reason, he had asked Hill to serve as a safeguard, in case his newly acquired spells proved ineffective and endangered him. He held a considerable respect for Hill's capabilities. Approaching the laboratory, Wei Wu saw Steve storming in with a box, visibly irate. By the time he reached the entrance, the 6 individuals inside were already embroiled in a heated argument. His gaze fell upon the Mind Stone, which radiated a faint blue glow. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open. His entrance was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the precarious web of relationships among the gathered. Nick Fury pointed at Thor and the newly arrived Wei Wu, speaking with certainty. Dr. Banner, the reason I am using the Tesseract to develop weaponry is precisely because of him and him. Wei Wu silently marveled. Stepping into the firing line as an alien visitor and 2 feuding brothers turned a small town into ruins. A mysterious sorcerer, whose identity remained ambiguous, pursued the so-called demon, prompting us to erase a town from the map with our jets. He thought to himself, the Mind Stone indeed wielded immense power. This cunning director had transformed into a mindless blamer in an instant. With this realization, a bold idea sparked within him. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to voice some truths after a few drinks. Confirming the feasibility of his plan, Wei Wu, who had spent years immersed in online forums in his past life, began to assert himself. You one-eyed fool. Wasn't it you who was researching weaponry for your own heart? How dare you shift the blame onto me? That town is nothing but ruins. And weren't those jets authorized by you? You didn't have this attitude when you begged me to handle the destroyer. And if it weren't for your reckless, incompetent self playing around with the Tesseract, none of this would have happened. Now, your dark, scaly face is spewing blame my way. Have you no shame? It must be acknowledged that, taking advantage of the current opportunity to shift the blame onto the Soul Stone, the output has indeed become remarkably effortless. One word to describe it: exhilarating. Tony, who was merely a spectator, found himself amused by Wei Wu's relentless and machine gun-like style of output. How clever of you to choose such a name, Black Egg. He scoffed. Is this truly amusing? Do you, a timid soul hiding within your iron armor, possess the audacity to mock a commander who bears the weight of humiliation and hardship? Strip away your armor. What remains of you? All genius, all billionaire, all playboy. A philanthropist. And what are you? Merely a byproduct of experimentation, with all your attributes bestowed by a small vial. The confrontation between Tony and Steve was fierce, neither yielding. Meanwhile, Wei Wu faced Thor, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had missed a pivotal moment. Chapter 53. The might of the Soul Stone. The atmosphere within the laboratory grew increasingly chaotic, as individuals who had known each other for only a brief time transformed into bitter adversaries, their words venomous. It was the purest form of battle, devoid of personal interests. Teams formed spontaneously according to the dynamics of the situation. Hill, observing from behind a screen, was left astounded. She had initially thought that Director Fury had reached the pinnacle of human eloquence, only to discover there were others of equal caliber. Her gaze fixated on Wei Wu, who engaged in verbal duels with unmatched authority. Hill was profoundly shaken. Wasn't Wei Wu merely an advisor? How had she not recognized the prowess of his tongue? Although the reasons behind the sudden eruption of dark revelations among these individuals eluded her, she recalled Wei Wu's earlier admonition and realized this must be what he referred to as an odd phenomenon. Grasping the microphone on the console, she switched to the laboratory's broadcasting system. Wei Wu advisor. Va scholar. The meaning of these 3 words was lost on her. Yet since they were instructed by Wei Wu, they must hold some significance akin to a spell. Then, she beheld Wei Wu single-handedly engaging the entire Avengers in verbal combat. Suddenly freeze as if struck by a jolt of electricity. In the laboratory, Wei Wu's gaze visibly cleared. The 3 words broadcasted earlier struck him like a hammer, resonating deeply within his soul. They conjured memories of painful past experiences, marred by the harsh judgments of outsiders. Regaining his composure, Wei Wu glanced down at the spell he had previously prepared, noticing that the magical array on his wrist, visible only to him, was flickering dangerously close to detonation. In that moment, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Despite all his precautions, he had still been affected. His initial intent had been to quell the argument, yet upon entering, he had inexplicably felt compelled to unleash a few remarks. Drawing in a sharp breath, Wei Wu called out to Hill. Hill, are there any approaching entities near the mothership? There are no enemies, only a Quinjet transporting ammunition, Hill replied candidly. Ending the communication, Wei Wu was aware that Clint had arrived. He chose not to disclose this information to the others and silently prepared his defenses for the impending explosion. As anticipated by Wei Wu, the explosion arrived within mere seconds. Amidst the cacophony, the individuals within the laboratory were forcibly silenced, awakening from their fury. Just moments ago, Steve and Tony, who had been clamoring for a duel, now resembled close comrades, supporting each other as they retrieved their equipment. Nick Fury transitioned from a mere internet troll back to his cold-hearted director persona, swiftly issuing commands. Showing no trace of the earlier profanity-laden outburst, Wei Wu surveyed the scene, confirming that while Banner had been affected by the blast, there were no signs of his transformation. Was the sage's teaching truly so effective? Marveling at Banner's remarkable restraint, Wei Wu proceeded to the holding area, ready to rescue Coulson. At the first sign of the explosion, Thor sought out Loki, uncertain if his intent was to express concern for his brother or to reprimand him. In the holding area, Thor arrived wielding Mjolnir, only to find the cage door ajar, with Loki strutting out nonchalantly. In his fury, Thor instinctively attributed all misfortunes to Loki. Loki, he bellowed, only to see himself thrust through Loki's form, landing squarely in the cage. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Thor scrambled to his feet. But the cage had already sealed shut, with Loki's hand resting on the control panel. There was no hint of remorse in Loki's eyes, only the delight of toying with his brother. This tactic never fails against you, he mused, reveling in Thor's impotent rage, ignoring his brother's words as he gently pressed the switch. The gate swung open, and a rush of air surged in. Thor's mouth moved, evidently articulating many words within the cage. Loki, ever the co-conspirator, tilted his head, feigning an attentive pose, though his expression was one of smug triumph, as if the phrase small man's triumph had taken form at that moment. Loki, listen to me, Thor warned, his patience thinning, as he prepared to retaliate with his hammer. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten that the cage had been activated. With a mighty swing, the specially reinforced glass, custom-made by Nick Fury to withstand missiles, shattered under the impact. Before Thor could deliver a second blow, the cage plummeted from the helicarrier. Listening, Loki remarked softly, casting a glance downward at the vanishing cage, now a mere speck out of sight. With a mocking tone, Loki resembled a seasoned general, ready to commence his grand ascension. Freeze! Coulson's warning echoed from behind Loki. With hands raised above his head, Loki slowly turned around. Step back, Coulson. Wei Wu sliced through the holding area's door with a swift stroke, dispersing his longsword. What's the matter, Advisor Wei? Coulson inquired, his gaze fixated on Loki, preparing to activate the new weapon developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. from the remnants of the destroyer. Look behind you, Wei Wu urged, conjuring a spell in his hand. Wind of Atom. This is likewise a spell of intricate functionality, capable of enveloping the surrounding environment in a protective shield that isolates the battlefield, while simultaneously revealing any concealed spells within its radius. And, of course, possessing the essence of wind. A shimmering current of air erupted from Wei Wu's hands, coating everything in its path with a layer of arcane film. As the wind swept past Coulson, Loki's hidden form was forcibly revealed. Realizing his scheme had been uncovered, Loki had no intention of ruthlessly striking down the now visible Coulson. He withdrew the staff, which was nearly pressed against Coulson's back, and slowly turned to meet Wei Wu's gaze. Why do you always thwart my plans, Mage Wei Wu? Have I wronged you in some way? Perhaps I killed your ancestor or something of the sort. Without addressing Loki's words, Wei Wu's attention was fixated on the staff in Loki's grasp. If memory served him well, that object had still been on the floor when he departed the laboratory. A sense of alarm surged within him as he realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly unleashed the ring of Ragador. Loki, no longer pretending, raised his hands to shoulder height, his eyes betraying a mixture of mockery, disdain, and a sense of triumph at his successful stratagem. The illusion dissipated under the onslaught, leaving Wei Wu no time to explain to Coulson as he hurriedly opened a portal back to the laboratory. In the laboratory, Loki could scarcely contain his amusement. Though that third-rate mage was rather irksome, his emotional value was quite commendable, nearly rivaling that of Thor. The thought of Wei Wu's expression upon realizing he had been duped brought Loki even greater delight. Raising the staff, Loki intended to unleash a devastating blow upon the unsuspecting Banner, aiming to plunge the airship into utter chaos. Just then, however, the irritating crackling sound reached his ears once more. silently adjusting the direction of his staff. Loki mused that rather than provoking the Hulk, obliterating that third-rate mage would brighten his day immensely. The crackling expanded rapidly, and when it reached the size sufficient to accommodate a basketball, Loki launched a more potent magical sphere into it. Boom! The arcane sphere detonated on the other side of the portal, chaotic magical currents ripping apart the nascent gateway. Loki laughed, a joy that surpassed even the thrill of Thor plummeting from the skies. Ha ha ha! In a state of unbridled exhilaration, Loki glanced at the still untransformed Banner, his eyes glimmering with contempt and disdain. He refrained from attacking Banner again, stepping forth to vanish into an illusion. He reappeared aboard the deck of the airship within a Quinjet. Upon learning from the brainwashed pilot that Clint had been captured, Loki hesitated no longer, issuing orders for takeoff. Disregarding the minions aboard the airship. Chapter 54. Am I dead? Aboard the airship, after Loki's departure, the leaderless foes were swiftly dispatched by S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony and Steve collaborated to repair the damaged turbine propellers caused by the explosion. The group reassembled. Upon returning to the command center, Tony and Steve exchanged a glance. Perceiving the somber expressions of their companions, which ignited a sense of foreboding within them. "Where is Loki?" Tony inquired. "He escaped, taking the scepter with him," came the reply. "And Thor? Why haven't I seen him?" Tony pressed. "Thor fell from the mothership. His current status is unknown," Hill responded succinctly. However, this answer only deepened Tony's confusion. He turned to Nick Fury, who had been facing away from him. "Fury, what is going on? If Loki has fled, why does everyone appear so despondent?" As Tony confronted him, Nick Fury slowly turned around, an unusual frown gracing his features. "Coulson has fallen, along with consultant Wei Wu," he stated, releasing a segment of surveillance footage from the holding area. In the video, Wei Wu rushed in to save Coulson, who was nearly ambushed from behind. He then opened a portal, intending to return to the lab to thwart Loki. Yet, the moment the portal opened, a brilliantly colored energy sphere shot through from the other side, followed by a violent explosion. The footage abruptly cut off at that point. "By the time I arrived, this was all that remained," Nick Fury said, producing several charred cards from his pocket. The cards were stained with dried blood, and on the undamaged portions of the back, a signature could be faintly discerned. Silence enveloped the vast command center, leaving only a heavy stillness. Steve stepped forward, picking up one of the cards from the table. Without uttering a word, "I shouldn't have suppressed the Hulk. Loki was right in front of me," Banner lamented. "This is not your fault, Banner," Steve gently reassured him. Meanwhile, after a moment of silence, Tony rose and walked straight to the holding area. Upon entering, he was met with a gaping void in the floor that led to the open sky. The jagged metallic edges near the abyss resembled the teeth of a ferocious beast, menacing and terrifying. Air surged from the void, swirling into Tony's sleeves and escaping from his neck. A minute later, Steve's voice crackled through the damaged intercom. "Tony, Banner has pinpointed the location of the Tesseract. It's in New York." At these words, a fierce glint flickered in Tony's eyes. "Damn Loki." On the upper deck of the helicarrier, concealed within a false bridge designed to obscure its presence on the surface, Nick Fury stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching his newly assembled team set forth, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Just then, Hill approached Fury, her expression grave, holding a tattered, blood-stained card. "Sir, as far as I know, Coulson's card has always been kept in the cabinet. He feared carrying it would cause the edges to fray. This newly formed team requires a bit of motivation," Nick Fury remarked, watching the Quinjet take flight. "Coulson is still alive. There is nothing to worry about." "And what of consultant Wei Wu?" He adopted a slightly more serious demeanor. By now, both of them ought to have arrived at the safe house in Hawaii. Observing the shrewd expression of his superior, Hill silently raised the card in his hand. He scrutinized the intricate details of the card and glanced at the signature, confirming that it was indeed Steve S. handwriting, and notably, one of the rarest cards within Captain America's collection. Familiar with his old friend, Hill clicked his tongue, preparing to resume his work. As he turned, he whispered in a voice only he could hear, pondering how the director managed to persuade him regarding the Hawaiian Islands. Wei Wu lay on the white sheets, grimacing in pain, surrounded by several busy medical staff. "Did you administer me a placebo? Why does it still hurt so much?" Noticing Wei Wu's evident discomfort, the doctor frowned and directed a concerned gaze towards the nurse. Startled by the stern look, the nurse hastily explained, Dr. Wilson. I administered him double the dosage for an adult male of his weight. The doctor, momentarily taken aback by her words, inadvertently moved his hand while suturing the wound, which caused Wei Wu considerable pain. Sensing the doctor was about to inquire further, Wei Wu swiftly interjected, "Enough with the questions. I have a high pain tolerance. Just get on with it. Better a brief pain than a prolonged one." Across from Wei Wu, Coulson, with his forehead wrapped in layers of gauze, watched him with keen interest, recalling their encounter aboard the celestial mothership. A magical sphere had struck Wei Wu directly in the face as it emerged from a portal. Wei Wu had dashed toward him the moment the sphere appeared, shouting something about protecting those he cared for, asserting that even the mightiest could not take them away, and then raised a shield in front of Coulson. Director Fury, upon witnessing the devastated holding area, quickly devised a plan, instructing Wei Wu to retrieve his treasured card, and then gestured for Wei Wu to accompany him to Hawaii. Meanwhile, Wei Wu observed Coulson, who bore wounds lighter than his own, and silently lamented the circumstances. At that moment, upon seeing the magical sphere, two thoughts had flashed through his mind. One was a curse directed at Loki's ancestors, and the other recalled the enigmatic riddles of the Ancient One. In less than a second, he contemplated much. Ultimately, it could be said that his rebellious spirit compelled him to save Coulson. His decision to shield Coulson stemmed from the simple belief that, in such an explosion, a fragile human like Coulson would be just as vulnerable at the front as he would be at the back. It was better to be positioned behind, where there was a chance to save him, making the effort worthwhile. Minutes later, after confirming that neither patient was in grave danger, the medical staff exited, leaving the spacious room to the two men. The two patients lay side by side on adjacent beds, with a skylight opened above, allowing gentle sunlight to flood the room, creating a scene of serene harmony. "Thank you." Coulson broke the tranquil silence first. "It's just a minor issue." Wei Wu made a gesture and then posed a question. "How did you convince yourself to lend that card to that black-hearted fellow?" "Frankly, I reckon your card is as good as lost. Well, it's part of my duty. In fact, I secretly kept one for myself, tucked away in my chest bag, and it's signed. Would you like to see it?" Ha ha ha. At that moment, it seemed that Wei Wu grasped the significance of his actions, and he laughed heartily. Coulson, standing nearby, was initially puzzled by Wei Wu's laughter, but then recalled how their boss might deceive those variously gifted Avengers, and couldn't help but chuckle as well. Their laughter, though not boisterous, resonated with great clarity. A nurse waiting at the door, hearing their laughter, couldn't help but furrow her brows, pondering how she would explain to Director Fury if Dr. Wilson had somehow damaged these two's minds. After a few minutes, the room fell into silence as Wei Wu sprang up from the hospital bed. "What are you planning to do? New York is bustling right now. I certainly must go take a look." The injured should possess the awareness of their condition and not hinder the team. Upon understanding Wei Wu's intentions, Coulson earnestly advised him against it. If it weren't for that black-hearted fellow saying I should remain out of sight until the matter is resolved, I could easily heal this minor injury myself. So, what identity do you intend to assume in the battle? We're both effectively dead." In response to Coulson's confusion, Wei Wu smiled nonchalantly, no longer concealing himself, revealing his true prowess. He clenched his hand, and his hospital gown transformed into a robe of red and black clouds. He then conjured a spiral one-eyed mask and silently donned it. Changing his tone, he asked, "Guess who I am?" Chapter 55, The Battle of New York. All hands on deck, New York, Star Tower. With the exceptional performance of Mark 6, Tony was the first to arrive at the scene. After an unsuccessful attempt to deactivate the rooftop platform housing the Tesseract, Tony returned to the top floor. The mechanical arm, aided by JARVIS, removed the somewhat worn armor. Upon entering the penthouse, Tony saw Loki lounging on his sofa. "Are you here to beseech my mercy?" Loki rested his hands on the sides of the sofa, reclining nonchalantly, the scepter casually resting by his side. Without his armor, Tony confronted Loki, feeling a mix of panic and anger, though he maintained a facade of calm as he spoke. "I have come to issue a challenge." "A challenge? Your little alliance has already been dismantled by me." As Tony and Loki exchanged banter, they discreetly moved to the bar to pour themselves a drink, with Tony quietly slipping on the bracelet that could guide Mark 7. "If by some stroke of luck you win, we will surely seek our revenge." Upon hearing this, Loki lost all interest in Tony. He stood up and brazenly approached Tony. "If you are preoccupied with civil war, revenge will hardly be on the table." Clang! The scepter tapped against Tony's chest, producing a metallic clink. A flash of blue light flickered from the tip of the scepter, as Loki prepared to confront his new servant. However, Tony remained unbrainwashed. Loki, puzzled and skeptical, directed the scepter towards Tony's chest once more. Clang! There had never been an issue before, leaving Loki in deep confusion. Well, equipment can occasionally malfunction. That's quite normal. Milestone scene successfully signed in. Extracting energy. 100. Extracting in progress. Template acquired. Shadow Wei Wu completed his sign-in atop the spire of the Empire State Building, directly across from Stark Tower. Anticipating another milestone scene in a minute, Wei Wu took his time, examining the template. Template, Shadow, Skill, Shadow Step. The shadow can transform into a dark figure, enabling instantaneous movement, while its shadowy form renders it impervious to any kinetic weaponry. Skill, Shadow Sphere. The shadow unleashes a magic sphere imbued with shadow energy, which strips living beings of their senses and rationality. Skill, Black Veil. The shadow releases a shroud of darkness that suppresses the strength of all beings within its vicinity, continuously affecting their sanity. Skill, Soul Leap. The shadow enters the shadow dimension, capable of leaping to any location in the universe, though the greater the distance, the longer the guidance time. Carrying external objects doubles this time. Assessment. The shadow is a hunter in the realm of shadows, with only a vague memory of its past. It can teleport to any position on the battlefield, depriving enemies of vision and reason, plunging them into a state of paranoia. After reviewing, Wei Wu tucked the shadow template away, as there were no scenes scheduled for him today. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Stark Tower, Tony could be seen being thrown out of the building. As he plummeted, Mark 7 emerged, accelerating towards him. Ultimately, just before Tony landed, the Mark 7 completed its armor assembly. Milestone scene successfully signed in, extracting energy. 29. With the successful sign-in, a satisfied smile spread across Wei Wu's face. Concealed beneath his spiral monocle mask, he then opened a portal, departing from the pinnacle of the Empire State Building and arriving in an inconspicuous alleyway. Communicating with Base Zero, a towering spatial orb appeared in the alley. As the orb's membrane unfolded, 6 agents, fully equipped, made their grand entrance. Oh yeah, finally, it's our turn to shine. The Phoenix cheered exuberantly as it landed, unable to suppress its excitement. In response, Wei Wu opted to reprimand, for this individual was notoriously disobedient, regarded as the foremost reckless agent of the Covenant. Yet, before Wei Wu could speak, the sage interjected. Phoenix. Yes, sage. The Phoenix stood at attention, chest out and head held high, embodying the essence of a dutiful child. The sage's gaze was stern, fixed on his pupil. Remember, follow commands and proceed according to plan. Understood. After the sage delivered a light reprimand to the Phoenix, Wei Wu teleported to the base of Stark Tower. Today, he was determined to accumulate experience to the fullest. After all, the unfortunate system's prerequisite for gaining experience lies in vanquishing enemies, rather than merely defeating them. The previous encounter with the Witch-Heart Demon did not yield any experience notifications, leading Wei Wu to initially worry that failing to slay the demon might pose a lingering threat. However, it now appears that Ancient One was merely cleaning up the mess, or perhaps had intended to cover her own tracks from the outset. Returning to the matter at hand, Wei Wu sensed something amiss and lifted his gaze. Above Stark Tower, a terrifying spatial fluctuation erupted, with a beam of spatial energy shooting skyward. The concentrated energy dispersed at high altitudes, forcibly bridging 2 disparate realms, forming a colossal spatial gateway with a diameter exceeding 1 kilometer. At the moment the portal manifested, the Chitauri army swiftly assembled, dispatching an advance unit to first enter Earth. War had commenced. Chitauri motor airships poured forth from the portal like dumplings, with Tony leading the charge to confront them. His repulsor rays promptly downed several of the leading airships. Subsequently, the armor on his shoulders opened, unleashing a tightly packed swarm of missiles that erupted into a blaze beneath the spatial gateway. Dozens of motor airships plummeted from the explosion's dense smoke, yet for the Chitauri, this was merely a trifling loss. More airships had already breached Tony's defenses, skimming close to the ground and commencing indiscriminate fire. High-energy particles erupted from the Chitauri soldiers' weapons, blasting craters into the earth. Observing this from above, Tony was compelled to dive, lowering his altitude to eliminate as many foes as possible. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, Loki, with a haughty demeanor, ascended a high platform. His attire transformed into resplendent armor under the refracted yellow-green light, crowned with his iconic horn helmet. Gazing down at the fiery chaos engulfing the city, he closed his eyes, reveling in the symphony of explosions and screams that resonated in his ears as if he had conquered a world. Yet amidst this euphoric melody, an unwelcome noise intruded. "Loki, deactivate the Tesseract, or I shall destroy it." Upon witnessing Thor descending from above, Loki's earlier elation at having dispatched Wei Wu and invaded New York was swiftly extinguished. "You cannot destroy it. All you can do now is prepare for war." With no further words to exchange, Thor seized his hammer and engaged Loki in battle. Mjolnir danced in Thor's grasp, each strike resonating with tremendous force. But Loki, having accompanied his foolish brother through countless escapades for centuries, was all too familiar with Thor's tactics. With precision, he wielded the Mind Scepter to deflect each attack, seizing opportunities to unleash magical projectiles against Thor. For a time, the two brothers appeared evenly matched. Boom! The enormous sign atop Stark Tower disintegrated amidst the explosions, plummeting from hundreds of meters above. Meanwhile, down below, Wei Wu casually hurled a magical disc to strike down a low-flying Chitauri airship, then turned his gaze upward. Only Loki was seen leaping from the rooftop's edge, whisked away by a Chitauri spacecraft, while Thor clutched his side with one hand and gripped Mjolnir with the other. Realizing that he had once more fallen victim to Loki's schemes, Wei Wu activated a portal, transporting the colossal sign that was about to crash into the sea surrounding Manhattan. The sudden disappearance of the massive object and the sparks hovering above the ground elicited gasps from the startled bystanders fleeing in all directions. However, Wei Wu had no time to concern himself with such matters. He opened the internal communication channel of the Invincible Covenant. The moment had come to commence the performance. Chapter 56. The Invincible Covenant in action in the suburbs of New York. A Quinjet carrying Avengers members Steve, Banner, Natasha, and Clint arrived at the battleground. Upon entering the city, the jet's communication system connected with Tony, who was engaged in battle. "Tony, we've arrived. Heading northeast at your 3 o'clock, Natasha's voice rang out. Hearing her, Tony dispatched a blast to eliminate the obstructing Chitauri skiff, glancing at the holographic map within his helmet. "Make your way to Parker Street. I'll provide you with some live targets." 10 seconds later, the Quinjet met with Mark 7 above Parker Street. The onboard Gatling gun took down several skiffs, tailing Mark 7. "Well done, you guys," Tony remarked as the Quinjet and Mark 7 hovered in the air. Just as he was about to inquire about reinforcements, a magic projectile plummeted from above, obliterating half of the jet's wing. The power system was rendered inoperative by the explosion, and despite Clint's desperate maneuvers, he could only manage an emergency landing. Once again confronted by that familiar projectile, Tony felt a surge of anger, directing his armor to pursue the Chitauri craft carrying Loki. Yet, with the temporary command over the Chitauri forces, Loki issued a simple order that caused dozens of skiffs to converge and obstruct Tony's path. These half-biological, half-mechanical weapons were devoid of emotion, with all actions dictated by the Chitauri mothership on the other side of the portal. The Chitauri skiffs, fearlessly launching suicide attacks, left Tony in disarray. Trapped in midair, he could only watch helplessly as Loki made his escape, continuing to direct the army. At that moment, bullets with purple trails pierced several skiffs, alleviating the pressure on Tony. Hyunboya. Tony, familiar with the distinctive ammunition, instantly deduced that his supporter was the former chief weapons designer of Hammer Industries. Ahem. He goes by the alias Shang Boer, Chien Boer, he clarified. "Zero," Tony exclaimed in surprise, but quickly sensed something amiss. "You hacked in again. Hey, don't mind the details. Consider it a clean slate for your covert investigation with S.H.I.E.L.D. Zero replied, nonchalantly. "You even know that," Tony remarked, acknowledging the clever maneuver. "Just a small trick, nothing to make a fuss over." Listening to Zero's smug tone, Tony swiftly dealt with the surrounding Chitauri skiffs and directly inquired, "So, what brings you back after all this time?" "Let's be succinct. I'm currently pressed for time, and this is no jest. In brief, we, the Fearless Covenant, have resolved to officially intervene in the affairs of Earth. The disturbances you have orchestrated are of such magnitude that they cannot be overlooked by any inhabitant of this planet. Are we adversaries then? That is contingent upon your actions. That is all. Do remember to inform your comrades to avoid friendly fire. Now, the situation is dire, and should assistance be available, Tony would naturally advocate for it. However, just as he was about to acquiesce, he recalled Banner and the Hulk. Thus, he altered his tone. I shall do my utmost to convey the message. After a brief exchange, Tony severed communication with Zero and reached out to his teammates, who had just experienced a crash. Captain, are you all right? On the ground, Steve and 3 others emerged from the wreckage. He glanced at Banner, who had yet to transform into the Hulk, and replied, Yes, no one is injured. Let us mobilize. I'm in urgent need of support. And remember, anyone attacking the Chitauri is an ally. Do not misfire. Have you found reinforcements? Steve scanned the battlefield, contemplating how to evacuate civilians while inquiring of Tony. Not exactly. A thunderous roar from the sky abruptly interrupted their communication. Both Steve and Tony instinctively looked up. A colossal beast, measuring hundreds of meters in length and covered in an unfamiliar metallic substance, emerged from the portal. It was the Chitauri's biological weapon, the Leviathan, serving both as a troop transport and as a command ship to facilitate coordinated assaults among Chitauri soldiers. It enabled them to execute more intricate strategies. Gazing at the whale-like creature, replete with fearsome teeth, Tony shifted his tone, asking earnestly, Captain, has Banner arrived? Steve felt a pang of anxiety upon sighting the beast, casting a final look at Banner, who remained in human form. Banner is right beside me, but I cannot ascertain the veracity of the intel regarding him. He does not appear to be the type to transform when agitated. Tony detected the underlying tension in Steve's words, yet he brushed it aside. Captain, you must find a way to summon the Hulk. I will divert the beast. This is imperative. Leaving Steve with a resolute command, Tony set off to attract the Chitauri Leviathan. Simultaneously, in various corners of New York, prepositioned agents of the Fearless Covenant began to engage and eliminate Chitauri soldiers. 3 kilometers from Stark Tower, atop a building, S.H.I.E.L.D retracted his high-precision weaponry. The gun, adorned in hues of gold and purple, swiftly collapsed into a golden metallic stream that adhered back to S.H.I.E.L.D, ultimately forming intricate golden tattoos upon his skin. With a snap of his fingers, he enveloped himself in violet flames, teleporting to a high-rise on the edge of Manhattan, where he reported his progress while checking on his teammates. Report, my transmitter has been deployed across most of New York, and I am ready for battle. I have also secured the high ground and am prepared for combat. I am positioned beneath Stark Tower. I will handle the ground level in the vicinity. I just finished contacting Tony. I am positioned at the perimeter, keeping a close watch on every corner of Manhattan. I'm near Stark Tower, clearing enemies along the way. Where's the Phoenix? Phoenix, where are you? I have arrived at my location. Very well, let us commence. Closing the communicator, opened a portal 20 centimeters behind him with a swirling spark. Then, without moving his body, he rotated the portal to achieve the effect of crossing through it. With the peculiar portal opening and closing, arrived at the New York Sanctum, disguised as a private museum. On the rooftop of the Sanctum, encountered the leisurely Ancient One, casting spells with a fan. Ancient One effortlessly struck down an airship attempting to approach the Sanctum and turned to, Mage Wei Wu, what brings you here? Should you be preoccupied with dealing with aliens at this time? It's all right. Clearing out minions is the same wherever I do it. I just came to take a seat. Ancient One regarded him with suspicion. Your purpose is likely not so simple. And what of it? Is there an issue with me? As a sorcerer of Kamar Taj, returning home for a visit? Upon hearing this, Ancient One's expression revealed her incredulity. Yet she continued her diligent duty of guarding the New York Sanctum. After assisting Ancient One in dispatching a few minions, gaze swept over the empty rooftop, and he casually inquired, why not let the other sorcerers handle this task? You might as well speak plainly. At times, you cannot conceal your thoughts. All right, I am here to wait for someone. Who? A rather large green fellow. Banner is causing quite a ruckus 12 blocks away. Sensing Ancient One's confusion, exhaled and chose to take a gamble, trusting Ancient One this once. Master Ancient One, in truth, I can also glimpse the future to a certain extent. I can surmise that. Ancient One nodded, acknowledging his revelation. From what I know of the story, shortly, another Banner may come seeking the Time Stone. I am uncertain if he hails from a parallel universe or the future. Ultimately, you personally handed him the stone. Recounted the scene from Avengers, Endgame, where Banner sought the stone from Ancient One. After listening, Ancient One fell into contemplation. After a moment, she spoke. It does indeed sound like a decision I would make. Did you not foresee this segment of the future? Cautiously inquired. However, He was met with a grave expression from Ancient One. Child, traversing time cannot alter the past. From the moment you crossed over, a new timeline was born. Everything you do in the past is merely the future you shall confront. This may be somewhat perplexing. It signifies that the past you reach through time travel is not the genuine experience you once lived, but rather an entirely new timeline. Is that a fair understanding? Absolutely correct. Gu-E nodded, her eyes betraying an undeniable admiration for Wei Wu. If that is the case, then should Banner indeed arrive later, does that imply we are? Suddenly grasping Wei Wu's thoughts, Gu-E nodded and then shook her head. This merely indicates that this Banner does not belong to our timeline. He simply possesses memories and experiences that are broadly similar to ours. Child, the power of time is sacred, potent, and perilous. This is the essence of the Supreme Sorcerer's guardianship over the Time Stone throughout the ages. Every entity embodies duality. While time constrains us, it simultaneously protects us. After hearing Gu Yi's elucidation, Wei Wu found some clarity, yet he still struggled to comprehend fully. Observing this, Gu Yi, rare in her role as a riddle maker, offered a comforting remark to Wei Wu. At least until we are sufficiently powerful, we are all bound to be swept forward by time. So there is no need to overthink it. Wei Wu remained silent, his breath growing heavier, his mind a chaotic muddle. Had he known, he would have feigned ignorance, content to merely sign in for the spectacle. Now, his thoughts were utterly entangled. Wei Wu silently lamented his predicament. At that moment, a green figure appeared as expected. Wei. The Green Doctor, Banner, upon seeing the crimson clouds, dark robes, and spiral mask, instinctively exclaimed Wei Wu's name. Yet he quickly realized he could not acknowledge Wei Wu and hastily altered his demeanor, pretending to embody his former self in a theatrical display. Wei Wu, hearing the commotion, snapped out his daze. He touched the secure mask on his face and glanced at the flailing Banner, who resembled a fool. He couldn't help but chuckle. Stop pretending. Do you think I can see the future like Strange? Upon hearing the familiar voice from beneath the mask, Banner awkwardly scratched his head. You were hiding here all along? Haha. And who is this lady behind you? Gu-E, Master Strange, and what you seek lies right there. As she spoke, Wei Wu pointed to the time stone resting on Gu-Yi's chest, who had already opened the Eye of Agamotto to retrieve it. Bruce Banner, a pleasure to meet you. Here is the time stone. Please take care of it. The time stone emitted a gentle green luminescence, floating serenely in Gu-Yi's palm. Huh? I haven't even spoken yet, and you've given it to me? Although Banner was somewhat bewildered by the unexpected ease of his task, he quickly dismissed the thought, considering that Strange could see the future. Filled with delight, he accepted the time stone and carefully placed it in a specially designed box. After securing the precious gem, Banner bowed deeply to express his gratitude to the Ancient One for her assistance, vowing to return the time stone promptly. He then turned his gaze towards Wei Wu. Oh, how delightful it is to see you again, my friend. Suddenly, Banner's voice quivered with emotion as he stepped forward and embraced Wei Wu tightly. We will surely triumph. Banner, I can scarcely breathe. Release me. The plea from his grasp caused Banner to realize his overzealousness, and he quickly let go of Wei Wu. Haha, I forgot you are still a fragile mage. Fragile mage? Wei Wu was momentarily at a loss for words. His experience points were tantalizingly close to reaching the golden tier, and his physical prowess rivaled that of Captain America and the Winter Soldier. You dare call me fragile? A few coughs restore his breath, and Wei Wu fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Banner. He pondered the nature of their relationship in the future. Simultaneously, he recalled the implications of Banner's words about being able to see him again. Am I destined to perish in the future? At the hands of that purple potato creature? Or by the snap? Surely not. With my current momentum, I should be able to subdue that purple potato with ease. As he speculated on the manner of his potential demise, Wei Wu discreetly noted the purple potato creature's account in his little notebook. Although he was tempted to inquire directly with Banner, he refrained, remembering the Ancient One's earnest counsel regarding the respect due to time. Besides, even if he asked, Banner might not divulge the truth. Returning to the present, after completing his task, Banner prepared to depart in search of Tony, Captain, and Scott, who had traversed through time alongside him. However, just before he could leave, Wei Wu called out to him. In a fleeting moment, he heeded the Ancient One's advice, choosing not to dwell on complexities and instead to live in the present. A glint of mischief flashed in Wei Wu's eyes as he considered that since he was already here, he might as well compel Banner to experience the sensation of a soul exit. Iconic scene, check-in successful. Energy extraction, 55, as he watched Banner leap away into the cityscape. Wei Wu turned to the Ancient One, asking, since you are aware that the strange Banner mentioned is not the strange from our universe, why did you choose to relinquish the gem? Just as Banner perceives you as his Wei Wu from his universe, sometimes one must trust their intuition. The gem has been borrowed, and I must personally oversee the defenses of the three sanctums. With that, the Ancient One waved her hand, opening a portal to Kamartaj. Without hesitation, Wei Wu departed through the portal, arriving at the scene beside Reyna. As he touched down, he spotted a crimson and gold armored figure soaring across the ground at the end of the avenue before Stark Tower, pursued by a roaring leviathan of iron. Perfect timing. This saves me the trouble of notifying you. Reyna drew out her blade, maintaining her characteristic demeanor that repelled any approach, seemingly displeased with Wei Wu. In response, Wei Wu merely smiled, shifting his gaze from the leviathan to the figures of the 2012 versions of Steve and Banner. Steve's eyes were fixated on the descending leviathan, urging Banner to act. Banner, can you transform? Upon hearing this, Banner took a deep breath, stepped toward the oncoming leviathan, and managed a wry smile. Since the last incident in Harlem, he had restrained the Hulk, and now he was brimming with pent-up frustration. With that said, he turned and mimicked a punching motion. In the blink of an eye, his clothing shredded apart, exposing his green skin, and as his form swelled, Banner fully transformed into the Hulk, delivering a thunderous blow to the Leviathan's monstrous visage. The sheer force obliterated the structural integrity of the Leviathan's head, halting its massive body instantly. The collision of inertia and tremendous power wreaked havoc upon the Leviathan's alien steel and flesh, causing it to crumble inch by inch. The Leviathan's head was crushed into a disc, while its tail flipped upward under the force of inertia. At that moment, a hammer descended from above, accompanied by thunder, cleaving through the remnants of the Leviathan. Thor had arrived on the scene. At this instant, the first Avengers had gathered. Iconic scene successfully registered. Energy extraction, 100. Template extraction in progress. Template acquired. Viper. Iconic scene successfully registered. Energy extraction, 50. Chapter 58, where to find a kindred spirit, the destruction of a Leviathan ignited the spirits of the Avengers, while simultaneously enraging the surrounding Chitauri soldiers who roared in fury. As tensions escalated between the Chitauri and the Avengers, a dark purple silhouette glided from the ground to the outer walls of the buildings, leaving a trail of black and purple afterimages in its wake. Wherever the shadow passed, Chitauri soldiers were cleaved in two. So swift, Steve thought instantly upon witnessing the apparition. Even his extraordinary dynamic vision could barely capture the fleeting form of the woman. Is this the ally you mentioned? Steve inquired of Tony, a hint of excitement in his tone. He had not anticipated that this playboy's connections extended so far as to summon such a remarkable individual. It's her. Before Tony could explain further, Thor, wielding his hammer, called out, "You know her, Thor? Everyone here knows except for you two," Natasha interjected quietly, picking up on Steve's remark. Instinctively, Steve glanced toward Clint, who responded by drawing back his bowstring and nodding in silence. "All right, it seems I have some studying to do." In the brief exchange, the purple silhouette had dispatched the Chitauri soldiers within 100 meters, now standing before the Avengers. Reyna, sensing the souls of the vanquished Chitauri, wore a look of disdain. These semi-mechanical beings possess a pitiful amount of soul energy, 10 of them barely equating to a single human. With a hint of disdain, Reyna nodded at Thor, acknowledging his presence. She held a profound respect for any formidable individual. Subsequently, she addressed Tony. "Tony Stark, Zero has briefed you, hasn't he?" "Indeed. I was just about to inform my teammates," he replied. "Excellent. The situation is dire, and I hope you can exhibit some cooperation," Reyna remarked, her tone laced with displeasure. This was not directed at the Avengers, but rather, the thought of Wei Wu's orchestrated plan ignited a desire within her to tear him apart. Embarrassment washed over her, and as shame etched her features, Reyna struggled against the goosebumps that enveloped her, exerting every ounce of control to ensure her voice was heard only by the nearby survivors. "Tremble." As her words faded, dark purple soul energy enveloped her, prompting her to flee with a swiftness far surpassing her previous speed. Reyna transformed into a deadly specter, departing from the scene, while Loki in the sky took note of the Avengers gathering below. He recognized the purple figure as the mysterious woman who had previously appeared in New Mexico, acknowledging her considerable strength. Yet, under the weight of the impending army, her resistance would be futile. Loki mused to himself, letting out a soft huff. Humans, no matter how numerous, are ultimately powerless. The command for a full-scale assault reached the Chitauri mothership, and the amassed forces, already lined up on the other side of the spatial gateway, began their advance toward Earth. Leviathans surged through the energy-laden portal, opening their bellies to release thousands of motorized airships that descended densely toward the ground. Witnessing this, Steve, the most seasoned warrior among the Avengers, swiftly devised a plan, issuing several commands. Thor ascended the Empire State Building, wielding his enchanted hammer to summon thunder that struck the spatial gateway, halting the advancing army. Tony, accompanied by Clint, soared into the sky to intercept the enemies attempting to spread toward the city outskirts. Meanwhile, Steve and Natasha focused on cleansing the ground area. Finally, with a sweeping gesture, Steve directed Hulk to unleash his strength. Hulk wholeheartedly agreed, a gleam of unmasked satisfaction evident in his clear gaze as he grinned mischievously, leaping onto the rooftops. On the rooftop adjacent to Parker Street, Clint hitched a ride with Tony, promptly relaying the enemy's movements to his teammates. However, his conspicuous position made him a prime target for the enemy, with several airships periodically charging toward him. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience and keen reflexes, Clint repelled the incoming foes, yet the intensity of the battle rapidly depleted his arrows, nearing exhaustion within mere minutes. At that moment, an arrow entered his field of vision, slicing through the air and trailing a fabric bundle. With years of archery expertise, he instantly recognized the bundle as one meant for holding arrows. Yet, who would offer support in such a moment, and who possesses the skill to launch a projectile weighing several kilograms over such a distance? Tracking the trajectory of the incoming arrows, Clint spotted a figure atop a building across the street. The individual, adorned with flowing golden locks and a striking blue cloak, exuded a certain aesthetic appeal, albeit impractical for real missions. An insight gleaned from Clint's extensive experience with archery. In a fleeting breath, an arrow embedded itself in the wall behind him, the shattered granite S.H.I.E.L.D. testament to its formidable power. It dawned on Clint why such a heavy arrow could soar so far. A super soldier, akin to the captain? Whispering, he unzipped his quiver, discovering it indeed contained supply arrows. He hefted one, noting its weight was nearly identical to his own. Without further deliberation, he emptied the supplies into his quiver, which still held a few versatile arrowheads suitable for attachment. Across the street, the huntress observed Clint as he equipped the supplies she had sent, nodding approvingly in his direction. She was confident that a competent archer would discern her actions. Drawing an arrow, she knocked it onto her bowstring, relying solely on the whispers of the wind and her instincts to release the shot. Whoosh! Bang! A nearby airship spiraled out of control, crashing into the building. The lifeless body of a Chitauri, its head pierced by an arrow, plummeted alongside a headless corpse in the aftermath of the explosion. After releasing her arrow, the huntress turned her gaze towards Clint, who, undeterred, drew his bow with fluidity. An arrow equipped with an explosive tip arced gracefully through the air, curving to strike a pursuing airship in the distance. Boom! 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 The front airship erupted in flames, and the rear vessel, unable to evade, collided directly. Following a series of detonations, Tony's tail was effectively cleared. Well done, Elven Archer. Tony praised Clint openly in the team channel, assuming he was aiding in his escape. The huntress nodded in appreciation of the remarkable shot, feeling as though she had found a kindred spirit. Pressing her right hand to her earpiece, she instructed, Amir, connect my communication channel with that sharpshooter across the way. He.S. quite impressive. I've said it before, do your job. And do you think I'm omnipotent? I'm busy battling foes too, came the reply. You can do it. Don't try to deceive me. Meanwhile, on the outer streets, Zero, feeling somewhat irked by his friend's antics, casually shot and exploded a Chitauri soldier's head. He retrieved a screen from his pocket, fingers flying across it. All right, you can connect with him now. Chapter 59, I am a hunter. With that, Zero deftly infiltrated the Avengers communication channel, linking Clint and the huntress without disrupting the original signal. He then swiftly entered a nearby shop to check the surveillance monitors. A swift survey of the myriad cameras across New York finally revealed, through a clandestine surveillance, the special target that Wei Wu had instructed to locate. Boss, I have spotted the individual you mentioned. How shall we proceed? Ascertain whether any of our people are present. No, they are all Avengers. Then instruct everyone to act as if they have seen nothing. Next to Parker Street, arrows were swiftly unleashed to bring down the nearby airships. Upon noticing a new presence in the communication list, Hawkeye spoke up. Greetings, friend. The unfamiliar voice echoing through his earpiece caused Clint, who was accustomed to covert operations, to instinctively frown. Sensing something amiss, he turned to his ally across from him. It is indeed me. You may call me Hawkeye. I appreciate the supplies you sent. Is there anything I can assist you with? Upon confirming the stranger's identity, Clint's furrowed brow relaxed, his tone becoming amiable. Not much. Just curious if you would like to compete to see who can claim more prey. Clint chuckled at this, his gaze sweeping over the longbow in Hawkeye's hands. Sure. Just as he accepted Hawkeye's challenge, Tony's voice rang in Clint's ear. Clint, I've got a big one tailing me. Help me locate Hulk. At this, Clint glanced around and indeed spotted a Leviathan beast closely following Tony, its massive jaws snapping as it sought to devour the smaller figure ahead. Yet, with Jarvis's assistance, Tony skillfully managed his speed. For a moment, the Leviathan could only gnash at the air behind Tony. Such an absurd scene on the battlefield did not escape Hawkeye's notice, and he directly addressed Clint. You could lead the Leviathan over us. Are you serious? Clint's tone was laced with skepticism, clearly interpreting Hawkeye's suggestion as jest. I am quite serious, my friend. Clint, you better hurry and tell me where Hulk is. This beast is about to bite my rear. Hawkeye's earnest reply coincided with Tony's urgency, prompting Clint to glance back at Hawkeye. After receiving a nod from him, he responded to Tony. Tony, you can lead the Leviathan over me. What? Is Hulk over there? You'll find out once you lead it over. Ending the communication, Clint fell silent, continuing to eliminate airships while keeping his focus on Hawkeye. As the gold and red Mark 7 soared between two buildings, the massive Leviathan followed closely. The creature's iron fins sliced through the air, carving massive wounds into the towering structures like a knife through butter. Hawkeye's gaze locked onto the approaching Leviathan. He drew a detection arrow, activating its launch feature and taking aim. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, but narrowly missed the Leviathan. Clint, witnessing the arrow's failure to hit its mark, sought to provide his kindred ally with a graceful exit, yet found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, Tony's urging once again echoed. Clint, where is Hulk? Clint was about to apologize, but upon noticing that Hawkeye was making another move, he quickly changed his response. Just wait a moment. He then felt fortunate that he had not concocted a suitable excuse, lest he appear a fool. Suddenly, an arrow that had fallen to the ground bounced back, soaring into Leviathan's maw, which swallowed it whole. The detection arrow emitted ultrasonic waves within Leviathan's mouth, scanning its interior, and a complete three-dimensional image materialized in Hawkeye's cybernetic eye. Found you. Confirming Leviathan's core, Hawkeye drew an energy arrow from his back. Diligently, he recalled Wei Wu's instructions. I am a hunter. A high-energy particle beam, a meter in diameter, surged forth from the arrowhead. The blue beam pierced through hundreds of meters of air, akin to a spear cast down by the gods. In an instant, it penetrated Leviathan, its residual force striking the ground and leaving behind a molten crater. Roar! Leviathan emitted a mournful cry, its body shuddering as it plummeted to the earth. What in the world is that? Did you do this, Clint? Tony nearly shrieked. Clint, taken aback, replied in a tone not much better than Tony's. I wish this thing were my own. On the street, Zero switched off the surveillance, his disdain for Hawkeye's public display of prowess reaching its zenith. Diligently, he relayed the request to disregard the potential future Avengers to his colleagues. Stretching his limbs, Zero exited the store, clutching his Phantom brand pistol. You can't steal all the glory for yourself. Venturing onto the street, he surveyed the spacious intersection, his mind beginning to strategize. On Parker Street, the New York City Police Department had successfully arrived this time, avoiding the role of latecomers. However, the officer's small handgun struggled even to take down the most ordinary Chitauri soldiers. To make matters worse, the National Guard would not reach the battlefield for another half hour, which would surely test their limits. Damn beasts, the sheriff cursed aloud. Indeed, damn beasts. An officer beside him flattered. I was referring to the National Guard and those drunken layabouts in Congress, you fool. After chastising the young officer, who sought to advance in such dire circumstances, The sheriff glanced at his own handgun and then at the alien invaders continuously soaring above. This is utterly ridiculous. As he spoke, the sheriff suddenly spotted a figure clad in a blue bodysuit running towards him, shield in hand, accompanied by a strangely dressed woman. Moments later, the pair stood before the sheriff. Sheriff, instruct your men to enter the buildings on either side. The occupants may panic and run into gunfire. Lead them to the basement or subway tunnels. Do not let them onto the street. Also, seal off the area from here to 39th Street. Steve adeptly orchestrated the arrangements. And after meeting with him, the sage spoke up. It would be best if you refrained from venturing into the streets. Firearms are ineffective against these foes. Once the National Guard arrives, focus your heavy fire on the portal above. The sheriff observed the two oddly dressed individuals, akin to those engaged in play, and posed a profound inquiry. Why should I heed your counsel? At that moment, several Chitauri soldiers encircled them. Steve and the sage exchanged a glance. Despite having met only moments prior, they discerned a shared sense of justice in each other's eyes, and with remarkable synergy, they prepared to confront the enemy. Steve hurled his shield, causing it to ricochet off several Chitauri soldiers, then seized the highly unconventional shield, wielding it to sever a Chitauri soldier's arm. The sage, with greater simplicity, summoned a crystalline wall from the ground with one hand. He swung it back, and the 3-meter-high crystal wall obliterated the Chitauri soldiers in its path. Witnessing the unearthly methods employed by the duo, the sheriff's expression changed, and he ordered, "Follow their lead." Chapter 60. Let me see where you all are concealed. Steve and the sage successfully persuaded the sheriff, while Wei Wu diligently completed his own task. He felt as though he could tear himself into two to manage everything. Originally intending to intervene in the battle in New York, he found himself utterly exhausted from merely gaining experience and signing in. The necessity to monitor the ever-active battlefield while defeating foes filled him with regret for not having learned the form of Aiken. At the Empire State Building, Thor, having summoned lightning for an extended period, began to tire. He leapt from the peak and landed beside the battling Steve. If this continues, the Chitauri will only multiply. We must close the portal. I shall investigate the situation. Natasha seized a Chitauri energy rifle, dispatching her attacker before moving closer. Upon hearing Thor's suggestion, Steve understood that if they did not close the portal, their defeat was merely a matter of time. Yet, he also recognized that even Tony, with the chest cannon set to maximum power, could not disturb the shield surrounding the Tesseract. Thor, have you ever attempted to breach the Tesseract's shield with lightning or your enchanted hammer? Thor shook his head, indicating he would give it a try, and prepared to wield Mjolnir. We could utilize Loki's scepter. I sense that the energy contained within it rivals that of the Tesseract. The sage, collaborating with Steve and Natasha, gestured in the air to direct the Chitauri army as Loki interjected. The three Avengers exchanged glances, contemplating the possibility. We could give it a try, but how do we acquire the scepter? Natasha expressed her concern as she noticed more and more Chitauri soldiers surrounding Loki. Tony, can you bring Loki down? Having lost his way, Steve opted to seek counsel from the illustrious Tony, known as the King of Ideas. However, Tony, with his palm cannon now reduced to mere afterimages, evidently lacked any viable suggestions. Just as the Avengers found themselves in a state of despair, a voice pierced through the internal channel shared by the Avengers and the agents. I have drawn most of their forces away. You must act swiftly against Loki. You've been eavesdropping all along. Tony was the first to comprehend that Zero had been listening in. Initially, he expressed his disapproval of such behavior, but then his curiosity took over. What do you intend to do? How will I do it? He. Zero left a sinister chuckle in the communication channel as he manipulated the interface created from the mechanical devices of the Chitauri soldiers. Slowly, he removed his hat. Let me see where you have concealed yourselves. The wide-brimmed hat floated above the Chitauri corpses, while several mechanical arms inserted themselves into the interface. Beep. The location data of the entire Chitauri army was revealed, and all heroes present with imaging devices received a real-time map, marking the enemy's positions. My God! Tony exclaimed, staring at the densely packed coordinates of the Chitauri within his visor. In the very next moment, a special connector descended from the hat and plugged itself into the interface. Beep. This sound resonated through the Chitauri's internal channel. Zero's coordinates were inversely revealed to the Chitauri, and under the program's invasion, the coordinates shone like beacons in the night. Forcibly marking Zero as the primary target for the Chitauri forces. Simultaneously, it automatically cloaked the observation of the Chitauri mothership, leading its crew to believe that Zero was the priority target selected by the Leviathan's mobile command. In an instant, a swarm of airships surged towards Zero's position. The multiple heads of the Leviathan, which had descended to Earth after Thor's lightning strike, also redirected their course towards Zero. In the sky, Loki observed the sudden diversion of a significant portion of his forces and was momentarily bewildered. He did not recall issuing such an order. On the ground, the Avengers seized this golden opportunity, knowing they could not let their defenses against the vulnerable Loki slip. Thor charged ahead, soaring into the air, guiding several bolts of lightning to descend. As the lightning fell, it spread out like the roots of a colossal tree, resulting in the downfall of most of the guards surrounding Loki. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, after shooting down several guard airships with his lightning arrows, felt a twinge of concern as he watched the massive army move toward Zero. He quickly activated the internal channel of the Fearless Covenant. Hawkeye, Amir, I think you've lost your mind. Zero, I think you're just anxious because I've stolen your thunder. Hawkeye, do you still have the presence of mind to joke at a time like this? Zero, look, the Phoenix is right beside me and you're worried? Hawkeye, the Phoenix is the Phoenix. Do you consider yourself one as well? Phoenix, Sage, enough bickering. Shangbol and Reyna are already on their way, and I am en route too. Hawkeye, then I shall join you. Reyna, remain there, as we will need you shortly. Opposite Hawkeye, Clint observed Loki's airship soaring towards Stark Tower. He contemplated urging Hawkeye to assist in bringing Loki down, yet noticed Hawkeye seemingly engaged in communication with his comrades. Recalling the words that echoed in everyone's ears moments prior, Clint ultimately refrained from interrupting Hawkeye. He anticipated Loki's trajectory and released an explosive arrow. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air was subtle, yet the battle-hardened Loki detected its faint whisper. He raised his hand and grasped the arrow aimed at his face, turning to reveal a victorious expression. However, the ominous beeping from the arrowhead caused his demeanor to freeze instantly. Boom! The explosion engulfed the motorcycle airship, and Loki tumbled down, crashing into Stark Tower. Shattering glass scattered across the ground as he rolled a few times, the Mind Stone slipping from his grasp. Dazed and disoriented, Loki propped himself up, determined to continue his grand ambitions. Little did he know, a nightmare awaited him. 2 blocks away from Stark Tower, Hulk, amidst his rampage, spotted the loathsome Loki and promptly discarded the Chitauri soldier he had reduced to a limp, boneless form. With a powerful leap, he ascended to the top of Stark Tower. Entering through the window that Loki had shattered, Hulk kicked Loki, who had just retrieved the Mind Stone. Letting out a roar, he prepared to pummel the mischievous trickster. Enough! Loki clawed himself out of the hole in the wall and, in a moment of disarray, shouted, "Who do you think you are? You wretched mortals shall not humiliate me. I am a god." For a brief moment, Loki exuded an imposing presence, but before he could finish, Hulk seized his right leg. Bam! 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 5 strikes. Neither more nor less. Loki, flung like a rag doll by Hulk, left 4 craters on the ground, while he himself whimpered from within the 5th crater. What a feeble god. Iconic scene successfully recorded. Energy extracted. 100. Template extraction in progress. Quirky. Iconic scene successfully recorded. Energy extracted. 36. With the successful recording of Loki's crash and Hulk's rampage. Wei Wu opened a portal and departed from the Empire State Building. He needed to assist Zero, as he had attracted far too many foes. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Stark Tower, having vented his fury, Hulk ceased his torment of Loki, leaping down to continue his indiscriminate assault on the Chitauri. Simultaneously, Tony, witnessing the Chitauri army obscuring several blocks, felt a pang of concern. He first flew back to his home, retrieved the Mind Stone from the ground, and upon returning to the surface, handed it to Steve, saying, "There are too many Chitauri soldiers on Zero's side. I must lend him a hand. For now, this is in your capable hands." With that, Tony swiftly soared towards the vast horde of Chitauri. No one noticed that at the spot where Wei Wu had previously departed, a figure adorned in a resplendent golden-red hue, with remarkably fluid lines, was clinging there. Chapter 61. The net of heaven is vast and unyielding. On the outskirts of Manhattan Island, Tony maneuvered Mark 7 over the Hudson River, his repulsor cannons relentlessly targeting the isolated Chitauri airships that lingered on the periphery of their forces. The power of the reactor dwindled to 40. I can see it, Jarvis, Tony replied, as he pursued the Chitauri troops. However, as he shot down more airships, he noticed that these foes appeared almost soulless, no matter how many he dispatched. They paid him no heed. Consequently, he blended into the aerial formation without facing any retaliation, emboldening him further. Tony approached the Leviathan, activating the thermal laser on the back of his hand. Yet, after merely a second of output, Jarvis issued a warning. We cannot penetrate its hull before the thermal laser emitter overloads. What? Why not? Tony retorted, feeling a tinge of indignation. Why was he unable to breach the hull, while the Archer could penetrate the Leviathan? His decades of genius superiority felt somewhat shattered. Impressed by the technological prowess of the organization known as the Fearless Covenant, Tony resolved to replicate their technology while also considering the development of several targeted suits, not to mention a strategy involving Hulk. While Tony plotted how to counter his allies, the agents of the Fearless Covenant had already spotted the vanguard of the Chitauri forces. Goodness! The Phoenix stood beside Zero, marveling at the sheer number of enemies, yet his face bore no sign of fear, but rather a hint of excitement. Let us go. Grabbing the Phoenix's arm, Zero dragged the restless young man into a nearby building. Feeling the slight resistance from the Phoenix, Zero lamented how challenging this new generation was to manage, while warning, hurry up. If we don't leave now, you'll only be left to arrange your final appearance. 30 seconds later, the Chitauri forces were upon them, their internal systems marked with the glowing coordinates designated by Zero. However, no targets could be found in this location. A few airship formations swooped down low, searching the street side rooms. At that moment, at the center of the intersection, Zero appeared seemingly out of thin air, accompanied by the alarming hunting priority flashing within the Chitauri's internal systems. In an instant, the thousands of hovering airships opened fire simultaneously, a torrential cascade of blue and purple high-energy particles raining down like a meteor shower, stripping the ground bare and exposing the soil beneath. The coordinates within the system vanished. But before the Chitauri soldiers could rejoice, they discovered that beneath the cloud of dust, the grayish-white figure remained unscathed, even brushing off the dust from its form. With a furious roar, a Leviathan led the charge, lowering its altitude to dive toward the enemy. Following its lead, the surrounding airships dove in for bombardment. In an instant, a throng of Chitauri surged into the intersection, transforming the once spacious street into a congested battleground. As the Leviathan made its initial strike, it swallowed Zero whole, triggering an unexpected transformation. Zero's form shattered into a triadic spectacle of red, blue, and purple light, while an overwhelming multitude of laser tripwires emerged densely upon the buildings at the intersection, far surpassing the count of the Chitauri themselves. These laser tripwires extended from the crossroads into the next block. Countless airships triggered the snares, and amidst the maximum current deliberately summoned by Zero, these vessels exploded one after another. The cacophony of explosions reverberated throughout the intersection. The subsequent Chitauri forces hesitated, suspended in mid-air, daunted by the spectacle. The initial Leviathan that had stormed into the intersection, despite enduring the shocks from the tripwires, found the assaults that could obliterate airships merely caused it slight discomfort. This Leviathan pivoted towards the nearby skyscraper, where Chitauri soldiers had just entered, only to find them lifeless. With a gaping maw, the Leviathan aimed to demolish the building directly. Yet, it was met with a blazing fireball that erupted through the window. Beware the fireball! Zero emerged from the optical smoke within the building, flanked by dismembered Chitauri corpses. Observing the Phoenix that had just leapt from the window, he sighed helplessly. Outside, the fireball detonated against the Leviathan's face, the immense force shattering the glass facade of the structure. In pain, the Leviathan instinctively twisted its head. However, the Phoenix would not let this grand toy escape unscathed. It leaped onto the Leviathan's back, unleashing flames that incinerated the encroaching minions. Subsequently, its hair and eyes ignited with a crimson blaze. "Oh, this feeling is exhilarating," the Phoenix exclaimed, vividly sensing the flames coursing through its veins. "I adore you, Wei Wu. This is far more effective than the rampage." With flames swirling around its hands, the Phoenix gazed down at the Leviathan. "Sit down, darling." With a roar, flames erupted from the Leviathan's back, its massive carapace glowing crimson. The Phoenix, observing the molten pool of liquid metal the size of a car beneath it, instinctively emitted a clever sound. Frowning slightly, it realized that the creature's armor was rather thick. Yet within 3 seconds, a brilliant idea sparked in its mind. As the Leviathan thrashed in agony, the Phoenix nimbly leaped to the ground. The Leviathan, flipping in midair, shed molten metal that glistened red, dripping onto the cars below with a sizzling sound. With a roar, the beast surged forward from the ground, charging directly at the Phoenix, which wore an expression of pure exhilaration. Come on, let us do this. Raising its fist with fervor, it activated Reignite. The fiery golden flames enveloped its form, reminiscent of the corona erupting from the sun's surface, dancing upon its body. The ground beneath began to glow red, subtly indicating signs of melting. As the Leviathan approached the Phoenix, it attempted to swallow it whole, then ascended into the air, intending to return to the main forces. As soon as it departed from the ground and had yet to escape the looming presence of the surrounding structures, its underbelly began to glow crimson, with fragile metallic components already liquefying. Soudainement, a tremendous explosion érupted. The Leviathan vanished, replaced by a small mushroom cloud ascending from the same spot. The shockwave from the explosion swept through the intersecting streets, shattering all the glass along the way, and several airships that were too close were flattened like pancakes. The true architect of this chaos, the Phoenix, was resurrecting from the site of its grand display. Flames erupted from the ground as the Phoenix, with an air of arrogance, swept its hands across its collar. Alas, if only Yi Lu were here, that moment would have undoubtedly made the highlight reel. Jarvis came to reply, "I am here. I find that young man's technique quite impressive." Tony, suspended behind the Chitauri, observed the Phoenix's maneuvers with eager anticipation. "I would not advise you to attempt that," cautioned Jarvis. Just as he contemplated the feasibility of an internal assault, the agitation of the Chitauri army pulled Tony's focus back to the battlefield. Tony squinted. In the center of the crossroads, alongside that young black man, stood 4 additional figures. Without needing to identify them, his gaze immediately fell upon the individual clad in a gray-white trench coat. 02, noticed Tony flying above. He silently signaled Wei Wu to refrain from making an entrance just yet, then delivered an elbow to the overly pleased Phoenix. "You should make yourself scarce." The Phoenix, upon hearing this, tossed back its hair and conjured a dazzling fireball in its hands. It then hurled the ball directly into the sky. "Watch your eyes." Chapter 62, The Pinnacle of Gold. "Watch your eyes." The Phoenix raised its hand, sending the brilliant fireball soaring into the atmosphere. The ball, about the size of a ping pong, traced a straight trajectory through the air. A blinding light enveloped several nearby blocks. In that moment, the only distinction between the flashbang and the sun was the absence of extreme heat. Agents, having prepared in advance, took cover, but Tony was not so fortunate. He was caught in the full glare of the flash. Light-sensitive components damaged, camera system offline. "Jarvis, what on earth was that?" Tony exclaimed in panic, having lost his vision. It was a flashbang, reaching an instantaneous brightness of 1014 lumens. "How much? Did they just detonate a nuclear bomb in front of me?" The astonished echoes reverberated within his helmet as Tony heard the rumbling outside. "What are they doing?" he demanded. "Apologies, the camera system is offline. Would you like to open your visor?" However, this poses a significant risk with a 66.2 chance of being struck by stray bullets or other hazardous projectiles. Ignoring Jarvis's warning, Tony resolutely lifted his visor, only to behold 4 enormous crystalline pillars rising from the ground, as if 4 skyscrapers had been hastily erected amidst the dense urban landscape. Almost immediately, some small black dots affixed to the pillars emitted a glow, projecting optical images that enveloped the area between the 4 columns. What is happening here? Tony, unable to comprehend the purpose of the Valorant, hesitated to recklessly enter the optical imagery. Wei Wu arrived here through a portal and observed the blinded Chitauri flailing in the air. He spoke, "All right, let's get to work." The agents exchanged glances and sprang into action. Reyna unleashed the Eye of the Void to guard against any previously unseen Chitauri retaliations. The Sage encased the surrounding structures in crystal, safeguarding them from damage during the battle while preventing any potential spying. Zero monitored the external cameras, ensuring no unfortunate souls wandered into the fray. The Phoenix and the monk Boreas each executed their strategies. One conjured a 10-meter-high firewall surrounding the area, while the other seized higher ground, eliminating several foes teetering on the edge. Wei Wu commenced a straightforward harvesting operation. With ease, he downed several flying vessels and turned his gaze upon the Leviathan. Clenching the suspended ring, he focused his thoughts and traced circles along the path of the advancing Leviathan. A spark gate materialized, yet that was only the beginning. He aimed to elevate Wang's concept of weaponizing portals. With this ambition, the spark gate continued to expand, growing from an initial 2-meter diameter to a colossal, irregular circle large enough for a ferry to traverse. The edges of the immense portal began to flicker precariously, and Wei Wu devoted himself entirely to maintaining its stability. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The head of the Leviathan had already breached the portal, and Wei Wu recognized this as the opportune moment. Silently linking to the zero space, a trickle of magical energy coursed through his body, accompanied by a heightened awareness of the cosmic rules dictated by the dimensional demigod. Testing the subtle changes at the portal's edge, Wei Wu seized the moment, resolutely pulling the portal smaller until it shrank to a mere point. Correspondingly, the Leviathan's form was cleaved in two by the spatial rift, unleashing a deluge of dark purple blood. Success. Wei Wu exhaled a sigh of relief. The concept of utilizing the portal's edge for spatial slicing sounds simple in theory, yet it is a formidable challenge in practice. This is because the edge of the portal lacks inherent cutting capabilities. Even a mortal touching the spark circle would merely feel a gentle warmth. If the portal were to be deactivated while an object was passing through, it would merely disintegrate into sparks, and the object would materialize on the side with a greater volume. Should both sides possess equal volume, the outcome would be entirely random. To employ the portal for cutting, as Wang did, one must maintain the portal's stability while forcibly contracting it. Only then can the indomitable spatial attributes of the portal be harnessed to sever the object. This is also a reason why, in the future, Strange did not use a spatial gate against Thanos. Thanos' formidable defenses could withstand the portal's mere presence, and breaching even the surface was a significant achievement. Returning to reality, Wei Wu had mastered the most challenging aspect of weaponizing the portal. What remained was the necessity for continual practice. With this, the remaining Chitauri would soon face their reckoning. The portals, both large and small, began to open and close among the Chitauri. With each new portal that emerged, an anonymous Chitauri would meet a gruesome fate torn asunder. Wei Wu unleashed a devastating onslaught, his proficiency with the portal soaring, while his experience points surged in tandem. Upon vanquishing the last extraterrestrial on the battlefield, Wei Wu's experience level catapulted him into the ranks of gold, surpassing 2 additional tiers in rapid succession. Feeling the exhilarating surge of power coursing through his veins, Wei Wu recognized that his physical prowess now rivaled that of Steve, perhaps even surpassing it. The magical energy within him swelled as well, elevating him to the level of master sorcerers like Kaecilius and Wang. Similarly, the agent's strength intensified, with the Phoenix experiencing the most fervent excitement. This individual attempted to harness flames at his feet in a bid to lift himself into the air, though repeated attempts ended in failure. Gaining a modicum of familiarity with his newfound power, Wei Wu entrusted the scene to the sage and discreetly departed to avoid detection by Tony. Before the events of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, he could still reap some rewards within S.H.I.E.L.D. The projections that had enveloped several city blocks dissipated. The 4 crystal columns and the crystalline facade of the building shattered into fine ash, a testament to the sage's refined control following his enhancement. The true scene within the projection unfolded, leaving Tony, who had been waiting outside, utterly astonished. What on earth transpired in there? He exclaimed, landing before the members of the Fearless Contract, his mask retracting as he surveyed the aftermath. His gaze landed upon the charred remains of a Leviathan, barely recognizable, prompting a serious inquiry directed at the Phoenix. Are you interested in joining the Avengers? Our benefits are exceptional, and our team is wonderfully diverse. Zero stepped forward, adjusting his slightly askew hat. Just kidding, Zero. Since things seem to be under control here, I'll head back to assist my teammates, Tony remarked, patting Zero on the shoulder before taking flight. As Tony departed, Shambler broke the silence. The show is over. What do we do next? That depends on what our boss has in mind, the sage replied, a hint of weariness lacing his tone. At the Avengers Tower, after subduing Loki, Steve approached Selvig, who was near the Tesseract, with the Mind Stone in hand. The old man had initially activated the Tesseract, but was knocked unconscious by Tony's repulsor blast until Steve roused him as the battle drew to a close. Following a brief exchange, Steve took decisive action, thrusting the Mind Stone into the Tesseract's shield. Contrary to its prior rejection of all that approached, the shield offered no resistance upon contact with the Mind Stone. With a gentle exertion, Steve pierced the top of the scepter into the shield. He meticulously maneuvered the Mind Stone closer to the Tesseract, as everyone held their breath, believing the war was on the cusp of conclusion. Since the onset of the war, Nick Fury had been out of touch, but upon restoring communication and accessing the Avengers' internal channel, he delivered a grim message. Avengers, a nuclear bomb is heading your way, with enough yield to raze New York to the ground. Chapter 63, Nuclear Strike Avengers. A nuclear bomb is heading your way, with enough yield to raze New York to the ground. Fury, what have you done? Tony's incredulous voice reverberated through the Avengers' internal channel. After toiling for over an hour against their foes and exhausting every tactic, it was unfathomable that Fury had orchestrated the arrival of a nuclear bomb from the rear. As his armor decelerated in midair, Tony confronted the crux of the issue. Fury, how much time do we have left? No more than 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Rapid thoughts raced through his mind as he glanced at the spatial portal on his rooftop. A bold plan began to crystallize in Tony's mind. I know how to handle the nuclear bomb. Captain, don't shut the portal just yet. Upon saying this, he activated the scanning radar to locate the bomb. Aboard the aerial mothership, Nick Fury severed communication with the Avengers and cast a glance at a downed aircraft, crippled alongside the mothership. Confirming the pilot had been rescued, he dialed Wei Wu's number. In a deserted room somewhere on the battlefield in New York, Wei Wu, having recently ascended to gold rank, was in high spirits. He had somehow procured a recliner and was comfortably seated before a shattered floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying the spectacle of the Avengers battling the Chitauri army. Upon checking his system, he noticed that as his level increased, the experience required for each upgrade also escalated. Notably, low-tier enemies like the Chitauri soldiers provided negligible experience. Even the Leviathan beasts yielded little. Vanquishing a Leviathan and a squadron of 100 airships granted experience equivalent to merely one whip. It seemed they were guarding against my unrestricted farming of minions, Wei Wu mused. At that moment, the communicator, denoting his status as a special advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D, chimed. Upon checking, he saw it was Director Nick Fury. Hello, what is it? Wei Wu, a nuclear bomb is headed towards New York. Coulson mentioned you're in the vicinity. Can you transport the bomb away with your portal? After a brief moment of contemplation, Wei Wu fabricated a small lie. The spatial fluctuations of the cosmic cube encompass all of New York. The portal cannot stabilize, and it might barely open in the outskirts. Moreover, I have no idea where your bomb is located. Damn it. Those wretched members of the World Security Council. Realizing Wei Wu was also incapable of dealing with the bomb, Nick Fury, in his frustration towards the World Security Council, terminated the communication, now placing his hopes squarely on Tony. I need to make sure Piers keeps this group of fools in check. How dare they bypass me and hurl a nuclear bomb into the city center? While Nick Fury was engulfed in his thoughts, Wei Wu calmly began to examine the 2 new templates he had acquired following the chaotic battle in New York. Template: Viper, Skill Viper's Kiss. The chemical reagent concocted by Viper possesses a formidable corrosive properties, which can be contained in a specially designed vessel for projectile deployment. Skill Miasma. The chemical agents produced by Viper can emit various chemical gases depending on their specific ratios, and can be equipped in specialized containers for throwing. Skill Toxic Veil. Viper utilizes numerous small launchers to disperse diverse forms of chemical gases across varied terrains. Skill Viper's Belly. A singular act of amalgamating multiple chemical reagents to generate a potent chemical toxin capable of enveloping several city blocks, inflicting a plethora of adverse effects such as corrosion, hallucination, blindness, debilitation, and viral contagion. Evaluation. Viper is a prodigious chemist hailing from the Americas, adept at deploying toxic chemical devices to dominate the battlefield and impair the enemy's visibility, even if her prey does not succumb to her toxins. She employs psychological warfare to shatter their resolve. Template: Gile, Skill Nanoswarm. Gile morphs nanobots into grenades. Upon activation, the swarm devours all nearby matter. Skill Automated Sentinel. A self-crafted intelligent robot, resembling a disc capable of optical invisibility. Upon detecting an enemy, its nuclear power core detonates. while it can also serve as a core component for various other mechanical devices. Skill Watchtower Turret, an enhanced version of the automated Sentinel, equipped with a formidable particle gun, capable of autonomously seeking and marking enemies. Skill Total Lockdown, deploying a source energy lockdown device that, upon countdown completion, immobilizes marked targets within the designated area. Evaluation. S.H.I.E.L.D is a brilliant young mind from the banks of the Rhine, proficient in utilizing traps, turrets, and landmines to control and defend critical positions on the battlefield. Should enemies fail to recognize the peril and retreat, they shall discover that these seemingly diminutive devices can wreak considerable havoc. Finally, two technical talents have arrived. Wei Wu chuckled wryly. Compared to combatants like Reyna, the Sage, these two operatives exhibit rather lackluster combat capabilities. However, when it comes to research and technology, Reyna, the Valkyrie, might be reduced to the level of a kindergarten child before the prowess of these two technicians. Previously, S.H.I.E.L.D was considered a half-hearted researcher within the team, yet his talents seemed entirely devoted to weapon design, phase shifting, and nanotechnology. To illustrate, if S.H.I.E.L.D's research in nanotechnology and phase shifting equates to the prowess of 25 Tony Starks, his capabilities in other domains barely reach the level of 5 Tony Starks. As for Zero, his expertise lies singularly in hacking, with mediocre skills in other areas akin to an average scholar. In this dire dearth of research talent, the stolen destroyer armor, the miniaturized new element arc reactor, and various trinkets from Kamartaj continue to gather dust in the base's warehouse. Therefore, Wei Wu's expectations for these two talents have reached a pinnacle. Wei Wu had already begun to contemplate whether he should appropriate the cosmic cube for himself, considering that giving it to Asgard would only bring calamity upon them. Perhaps Odin would even express gratitude for saving his youngest son. As for Thanos, Wei Wu merely smiled nonchalantly. Once I attain extraordinary divinity, I shall rend him asunder. Lost in visions of the future, Wei Wu suddenly caught sight of a crimson golden figure lifting a nuclear bomb, soaring from the edge of the city towards Stark Tower. Goodness, I nearly lost my focus and missed that. Anxiously, he pressed the mental button to check in, instructing Hawkeye to deploy drones to monitor every movement within Stark Tower. This was precisely why he had left Hawkeye on the main battlefield. The cameras in this area had been mostly destroyed, and the network system was incapacitated. As Hawkeye's drone successfully took flight, Tony managed to deliver the nuclear bomb to the Chitauri mothership. It was uncertain whether the Chitauri were organic or mechanical, yet they were still susceptible to nuclear destruction. Nevertheless, the reality was stark. Tony's single missile had successfully decimated the remaining Chitauri soldiers. He had outpaced everyone significantly, securing victory. Upon Tony's return, Steve severed the energy from the cosmic cube, causing the portal in the sky to gradually close. Milestone achieved. Energy extraction. 77. After a brief period of regrouping, the victorious Avengers assembled at the pinnacle of Stark Tower. At that moment, Loki, who had been knocked unconscious by Hulk, slowly regained consciousness. Turning his head, he beheld a scene akin to a masterpiece. Milestone achieved. Energy extraction. 100 extracting. Card acquired. Uranium Gravity Standard Chapter 64. Hail, Hydra Uranium Gravity. Is the system even sentient? Wei Wu gazed at the green handgun depicted on the card, feeling a dissonance within himself. In an instant, the joy of completing the check-in through Hawkeye's drone dissipated. He had never anticipated such an item could emerge from the lottery pool. With a heavy heart, he set down the tablet, feeling as though his heart was bleeding, and tearfully examined the card's attributes. Card: Uranium Gravity Standard. Type: Weapon Card. Effect: a weapon capable of emitting visible lasers, solar-powered, clean, and elegant. After reviewing the card description, Wei Wu's heart sank completely. This device was hardly more effective than the Headhunter's gadget, a true farce of history. Regaining his composure, he discarded the uranium gravity into the base S repository and redirected his focus back to the Avengers. He sensed that something significant was about to unfold. At the Avengers Tower, the original 6 Avengers had just confronted Loki when the S.H.I.E.L.D strike team arrived via the elevator. Leading them were Sitwell and Crossbones. Brock Rumlow. Gentlemen, we are here on orders to retrieve the scepter known as the Mind Stone, Sitwell announced as he stepped forward to present the official documents. Tony squinted, confirming it was the emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D, and handed the scepter to Sitwell. He then placed the tesseract into a box, preparing for its proper handling. Unbeknownst to anyone, just before Tony closed the box and turned around, a shadow the size of a grain of rice darted from a corner. It shrank mid-air until it resembled a flea, ultimately landing on Tony's shoulder. "I shall oversee the search and rescue operations," Steve declared, taking the lead in coordinating efforts post-battle in New York, departing ahead of the others. Loki, somewhat disdainful, transformed to mimic Steve's appearance, his mockery prompting a frown from Thor, who had intended to let Loki enjoy some fresh air. Thor had hoped to return Loki to Asgard, but if this foolish brother were to cause further trouble, even he could not muster the audacity to bring Loki back. Thus, Thor prepared a prop and swiftly slapped it over Loki's mouth, forcibly silencing him. This brief interlude allowed Tony to temporarily disregard the itch on his shoulder. He then led the Avengers down the elevator, although Hulk, due to his massive size, was instructed to take the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, the Avengers encountered Alexander Pierce. Tony recognized him as Nick Fury's superior and therefore treated him with due respect. Even when Pierce demanded Loki and the Tesseract, Tony refrained from losing his temper, engaging in a debate instead. During their argument, Tony's chest reactor suddenly flickered, causing him to convulse and collapse to the ground. Pierce looked at the fallen Tony, perplexed. "Isn't this a negotiation? Is it not normal to start with a higher offer? Why are you lying on the floor?" He thought to himself, "If it's not feasible, Loki can go with Thor. We can leave the Tesseract. You could give the Tesseract to Thor as well. You can't just drop dead in front of me. If Nick Fury decides to investigate S.H.I.E.L.D, all my years of work would be in vain. Call for medical assistance," Pierce commanded, suppressing his thoughts and directing everyone to disperse. Under his authoritative order, a man clad in security attire shouted from the lobby, "Emergency! Emergency! Someone, please help him." In the ensuing chaos, the Avengers and Pierce's men were thrown into disarray. No one noticed that the box containing the Tesseract had inexplicably slid into the hands of the security personnel, except for Loki. The security guard picked up the box that had slipped to his feet and turned to leave. However, as he reached the stairwell, he was abruptly struck aside by Hulk bursting through the door. The Tesseract tumbled from a box. Witnessing this, Loki's gaze registered confusion. But upon seeing the Tesseract roll to his feet, a glint appeared in his eyes as he swiftly picked it up and vanished in a flash. In the hall, Pierce quickly organized personnel to search for Loki while simultaneously placing a call to S.H.I.E.L.D. "The scepter is secure. We will rendezvous with Dr. Lish shortly, without any impediments, Secretary." S.H.I.E.L.D. glanced at the box that Rumlow was carrying, then ended the call with Pierce. In the next moment, the elevator doors opened, revealing Steve stepping inside. "Captain, I thought you were overseeing the rescue operation," S.H.I.E.L.D. remarked, somewhat perplexed. Rumlow and the other Hydra agents held their breath, wary of the unfolding situation. "The plan has changed. I just received a call from the Secretary. From this moment forth, I will be in charge of the scepter." S.H.I.E.L.D.'s confusion deepened. His recent conversation with the Secretary had not conveyed such a directive. "I'm sorry, Captain, but I didn't quite grasp your meaning." He subtly expressed his refusal, exchanging glances with the others, who silently gripped their weapons. Noticing their stance, Steve reiterated, "We have received intel that someone is coming to steal the scepter." "I'm sorry, Captain, but we cannot hand over the scepter to you," Rumlow stated coldly, his tone resolute in denial. S.H.I.E.L.D. insisted on confirming with Pierce. "It's all right, trust me," Steve replied, slowly tilting his head towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing the sincerity in Steve's demeanor, S.H.I.E.L.D. hesitated, gradually ceasing his dialing and leaning in to listen. "Hail Hydra!" Steve's voice was low, yet the elevator's stillness allowed everyone to hear his words. In an instant, a wave of surprise, shock, doubt, and confusion washed over S.H.I.E.L.D., smoothing the creases of his brow. He exchanged a glance with Rumlow, both reading unspoken complexities in each other's eyes. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and Steve emerged, carrying the box containing the Mind Scepter, followed by resolute Hydra agents. Securing the scepter without any conflict lifted Steve's spirits, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yet, that fleeting joy quickly turned to stone as he encountered his former self. "I found Loki on the 14th floor," Steve reported into his earpiece. "Oh damn," he muttered, aware of his own temper from the past. Without any inclination to persuade, he silently set the box down and prepared for battle. Soon, Steve found himself grappling with himself. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand. After several exchanges, One Steve was kicked aside. I could fight you all day. I know, the other Steve replied as he rose from the ground, ready to confront himself once more. After yet another series of exchanges, both Steves fell from the walkway. The tenacious combatants rose in unison, continuing their fierce struggle. In the end, after a moment where Bucky managed to convince his former self, Steve picked up the Mind Stone that had fallen from the box, successfully averting the crisis. Breathing heavily, he retrieved his shield and cast a glance at his own past self, noting with a smirk the quintessential American Derry. Chapter 65. The infinite possibilities of the multiverse. The drone of the hunter floated outside the glass facade of Stark Tower, capturing every detail. Wei Wu, leveraging Steve's 3 statements, had accumulated the energy to 88. A twinge of regret struck him as he realized he was still 12 energy points short of another draw, prompting him to lower his gaze and continue scrutinizing the footage from the hunter drone. Having resolved matters with his past self, Steve returned to an alley where Tony and Scott were already waiting. With a hint of excitement, he raised the box he was holding. I got it. You'll never guess who I encountered. Banner had also returned, his joy evident as he wished to share his discoveries regarding the Time Stone. However, as he spoke, both Banner and Steve quickly sensed something was amiss with Tony and Scott. The two were seated in a derelict car, looking quite forlorn. Sorry, Captain Banner. We've got trouble. The Space Stone has been taken by Loki. The theft of the Tesseract left the future Avengers in a precarious situation. Amid their heated debate, Tony, in a panic, proposed various desperate solutions, all of which Banner dismissed. This only escalated the tension between Tony and Scott, leading them from disagreement to outright argument. Witnessing the internal strife within the team, Banner felt equally distressed. He wished to intervene, but struggled to find the right moment to interject. In a moment of frustration, he blurted out, I'm going to retrieve the Time Stone. Even Wei Wu from 2012 is aiding us. And you two are still shirking responsibility? Tony paused, taken aback. Wait, what did you just say, Banner? What did I say? You mentioned that Wei Wu is helping us? He knows we're here? Yes, that's the case. With this revelation, Tony's mind began to race, as he faintly envisioned strange S-pointed finger. Wei Wu, come out. I know you're watching, please. His anxious voice echoed through the alley, yet there was no response. I'm sorry, Stark, I may have been a bit harsh, but we've traversed time. Scott, unaware of the history between Strange and Tony, assumed Tony was merely reacting. Shut up. Tony raised his hand, silencing Scott, and instinctively turned to look back. A spark appeared at the far end of the alley. Wei Wu, steeling himself, stepped through the spark, sensing that events were unfolding beyond his expectations. Upon witnessing the true emergence of Wei Wu, Tony felt a surge of joy, his gaze fixated on him, fearful that it might be a mere figment of his imagination. Banner, you mentioned that when you were searching for the Time Stone, this fellow was right beside you, correct? Indeed, came the reply. With the answer in hand, Tony immediately inquired loudly of Wei Wu. We are still on that possibility, aren't we? Wei Wu appeared momentarily bewildered by the question. You're asking me? How would I know what Strange saw? However, upon seeing the weathered visage of Tony across from him, he sighed, realizing it was futile to deceive this elder. Removing his mask, Wei Wu inexplicably raised a finger, choosing silence. I understand, Tony thought, as recognition sparked within him at the sight of the familiar finger. He turned his intense gaze towards Steve. Steve, do you recall the New Jersey base? In 1970? Steve pondered, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Are you sure the PIM particles and the Tesseract were there at that time? Absolutely. After a brief silence, Steve thrust the Mind Stone into Scott's hands. Then, amidst the astonished expressions of Scott and Banner, he approached Tony. Wait, what if you two fail? You might not return. Despite the chaos, Scott grasped their intentions and attempted to dissuade them, hoping to sway their decision. Yet the two remained unperturbed. Tony's breath quickened as memories of his young daughter Morgan flooded his mind, intertwined with thoughts of Peter Parker. Captain, do you trust me? I do. With that affirmation, Tony once again turned his attention to Wei Wu, accompanied by Steve. You wizards and your riddles truly share a lineage. With that parting remark, Tony and Steve synchronized, shrinking down to the quantum realm and vanishing. Scott stood momentarily at a loss, glancing between the spot where the two had disappeared and Wei Wu at the alley's end. He opened his mouth, unsure of what words to utter. At that moment, a large hand gently patted his shoulder. Trust them, with that simple phrase. Banner nodded slightly to Wei Wu before shrinking alongside Scott into the quantum realm. During this process, their positions mirrored those of Tony and Steve before, illuminated by a flash of white light. Simultaneously, a sphere of white light flared before Wei Wu. He understood this to be future Steve returning through time with the stone. Yet, why did it feel as though time had slowed down? It froze, silence enveloping everything. In the future timeline, clad in Mark 85, Tony Stark was hurled aside by Thanos, his body crashing heavily against a boulder. In a pose of triumph, Thanos raised his right hand. "I am destiny." Yet, upon snapping his fingers, nothing around him changed. Confused, he turned his palm over, discovering it was empty. Looking back at the throne, 6 Infinity Stones were equipped to Tony's right hand by nanobots. On the verge of being engulfed by an overwhelming force, Tony clung to life just long enough to execute the fateful snap. In the future timeline, Wanda Maximoff ascended above Westview, her eyes aglow with crimson light. An unfathomable chaos magic enveloped her, obscuring the entire sky with a tempest of red energy. In that moment, space and time were disrupted. A scarlet crown materialized in the void, descending upon her head. With the detached gaze of a deity, she surveyed Agatha below. "I do not require your guidance to ascertain my identity." In the castle at the end of time, the solitary observer regarded the two variants of Loki, a man and a woman, with an expression of amusement. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, his eyes quivering. This was not fear, but exhilaration. Trembling, he grasped the chess piece from the table, lifted it into the air, and released it. As he watched the piece fall freely, the being who had existed for endless ages bore an expression of childlike wonder and curiosity towards the unknown. With a somewhat twisted smile, he addressed the two Lokis. "Just moments ago, we crossed that threshold. At the Time Variance Authority, Loki returned to the moment before the temporal loom exploded within his own timeline. Observing the still busy Mobius and Sylvie, he recalled the words he had whispered to his father and brother beneath the Rainbow Bridge. For all of us. With a gentle exhalation, he made his decision. He opened the mechanical gate. The destructive radiation of time enveloped him, shattering the suit that adorned his body. Loki summoned the latent power of time within him to combat the temporal radiation. His deep green cloak billowed and took form under the onslaught of time's energy, while the golden-green curved crown grew in response to the pressure. Raising his hands high in this realm devoid of all magic, Loki cloaked the loom with the power of the realm's foremost sorcerer and the force of time itself. Under the combined strain of the expanding multiversal timelines and the external magic, the temporal loom erupted in a thunderous explosion. The once vibrant tapestry of timelines dimmed into obscurity. In the Time Variance Authority, Sylvie gazed at the silent void, a solitary tear spilling from her eye. Yet, amidst the profound stillness, a glimmer of green emerged, embodying hope. Clutching countless fading timelines, Loki stood in the interstices of the multiverse, casting one last glance back at Sylvie and Mobius within the Time Variance Authority. "For you, for all of us." In a whisper only he could hear, he spoke a resolute phrase, shedding any lingering hesitation. He turned to grasp all the timelines, resolutely ascending the divine staircase forged from the remnants of the temporal loom. With each step he took, innumerable timelines entwined around him, binding him deeper with every level he ascended. Ultimately, Loki ascended the throne, positioning himself as the Nexus, and bestowed upon all timelines of the multiverse a vitality known as freedom. Chapter 66. A Formal Departure, a New Era. In post-war New York, in an alley not far from the dilapidated Stark Tower, Wei Wu witnessed the future Avengers vanish. Simultaneously, Steve appeared before Wei Wu, wielding Mjolnir, the Mind Stone. In a large box, the bizarre occurrence that had just transpired slipped from his mind. There was no time to slow down. No sudden flickering of the sky. Nothing out of the ordinary. Casting aside the fleeting doubts in his heart, he dismissed it as an optical illusion. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wei Wu beheld two perfectly rounded buttocks and couldn't help but click his tongue. Upon hearing the sound, Steve turned around, his face lighting up with a smile. "Oh, it seems I was facing the wrong direction," he said, and immediately enveloped Wei Wu in a warm embrace. Wei Wu, caught off guard, accepted this affectionate gesture. Afterwards, Steve opened the box. "Just in time, this, and this are for you," he declared, handing the Tesseract, the Time Stone, and the Mind Stone to Wei Wu. Remember to return them to their rightful places. We must not alter history, he warned, his expression serious. Without allowing Wei Wu a chance to respond, he took 2 steps back and shrank into the quantum realm, busy with delivering the stones and living with Peggy. Goodbye. The simple farewell echoed in Wei Wu's ears. Gazing at the tesseract in his hands, Wei Wu mused that this item seemed not to belong to this timeline. However, since the opportunity had presented itself, it is better to comply than to resist. With a jest, Wei Wu hesitated not a moment and promptly concealed the tesseract. Then, donning the guise of the shadow, he prepared to activate his soul departure. Since Steve's appearance, a particular coordinate had been lingering in his mind, as if implanted by someone. Disperse. Wei Wu's body dissolved into a cloud of blue-black smoke and vanished. His reconstitution occurred in a corner of the Sahara Desert. Looking up towards the summit of a dune, Wei Wu discovered Loki, unconscious. Before he could approach, a rectangular golden door opened above Loki's head. A stone radiating blue light flew out from the door, seemingly tossed carelessly from the other side. Without a word, Wei Wu silently stepped forward to retrieve it. Indeed, it was the space stone. Given that there were now 2 space stones, it seemed prudent to return the tesseract to its rightful owners. Knowing the plot proved quite useful. Confirming that the 2 space stones were identical, Wei Wu resolved to keep only the Mind Stone. Yet, as if aware of Wei Wu's intentions, the golden door opened and closed once more, ejecting a golden-hued stone. Wei Wu's eyes brightened, as if he had discovered some remarkable mechanism. He tentatively began to speak. Shall I seize the time stone for myself? Have I truly done so? After a moment of contemplation, Wei Wu discovered that no matter what he uttered, the elusive green stone remained absent, prompting him to abandon the notion. Why not simply take the time stone for himself, you ask? Such a question is trivial. After all, the Ancient One is still alive. Regardless of her status, she is in essence his mentor, and such an act will be decidedly ungracious. He is not yet so avaricious. Perhaps he could procure it from Strange once the Ancient One has passed. Having reached a decisive conclusion, Wei Wu slipped the 2 stones into his pocket, retrieved the Mind Scepter, and after meticulously erasing any potential fingerprints, placed it into Loki's right hand. He executed a similar maneuver with the tesseract, positioning it into Loki's left hand. Once all was accomplished, he activated the dispersal, carrying the unconscious Loki towards the outskirts of New York. Upon arrival, Wei Wu exited the Shadow template and summoned Shadow, Viper, and Kira all at once. Ah, new master, I am quite fond of your essence. It bears a resemblance to my own. As Shadow disengaged from the template, the hood revealed a faceless visage, save for 3 scratch-like eyes that resembled quivering audio signals. Leaning closer to Wei Wu, Shadow exhibited a feline curiosity. You are not human, are you? The previously deep and raspy voice transformed into a sharp tone, as Shadow instinctively recognized a kindred spirit. The 3 scratch marks on Shadow's face expanded, resembling wide-open eyes. Viper, please escort Shadow and Kira back to the base. The sage will enlighten you on the current situation. Wei Wu felt somewhat awkward with Shadow's proximity and hastily instructed the fearless number 2 to lead them away. Upon hearing Viper's name, Shadow's expression of 3 scratch marks returned to tranquility, though the tone remained cool, devoid of malice. Then we shall take our leave, Viper. Do not presume that I have forgiven you. Viper removed her half-concealing mask, revealing a strikingly beautiful yet cold visage, her gaze towards Shadow, somewhat evasive. After a few moments, she decided to divert her attention from Shadow and instead focused on Wei Wu. Her emerald eyes were captivating and profound, exuding an air of authority akin to that of a king cobra. I am pleased to collaborate with you. A brief greeting served as their introduction. After acknowledging her with a nod, Wei Wu opened the spatial door to Base Zero, with Viper leading the way, followed closely by Shadow. Kira, however, lingered at the threshold, her curiosity evident beneath her black-framed glasses as she surveyed her surroundings. Observing the girl adorned with a green knitted cap, cradling a small robot named Rambo, Wei Wu chuckled. Do step inside, Kira. There will be ample opportunity for your study later. My apologies, I became somewhat distracted by this fascinating object, she replied, hastily crossing the threshold as she adjusted her cap, hoping to conceal her current expression while silently praying not to leave a poor impression on her new master. After bidding farewell to 3 new agents, Wei Wu donned his crimson cloud-black robe once more. While indulging his own morbid interests, he He did not forget to place a call to his other mentor, Wang. Hello, is this Wang? It's Wei Wu. How did you get my number? Do not concern yourself with such trifles. I require your assistance to bolster our presence. Is that appropriate? Master Gu, he has not granted us permission. I will bear the consequences if anything goes awry. How many people do you need? At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, the Avengers had gathered. Banner had just reverted to his human form and was utilizing Tony's equipment to detect gamma radiation. Banner, have you found anything? Tony rested a hand against his forehead, appearing drained of all strength and means. Steve paced the room, casting hopeful glances at Banner. We should have data in about a minute. Let's hope Loki still resides on Earth. Just as Banner finished speaking, Natasha emerged from the adjacent room. S.H.I.E.L.D. has issued a global alert. Loki will certainly be detected should he appear under surveillance. Upon hearing the term surveillance, Tony immediately thought of Zero. However, as he considered inquiring about any leads from the Fearless Covenant, he remembered that Zero's emails were always sent anonymously, making it impossible to trace their origin. Resigned, he let the matter drop. At that moment, sparks suddenly illuminated the room. Wei Wu is still alive, was the immediate reaction from all assembled Avengers. However, their expressions quickly shifted to disappointment as the newcomer was not the familiar advisor they had expected. Chapter 67. A Spectator's Delight Kamartage. After instructing Wang to gather reinforcements, Wei Wu promptly sought out Gu Yi. Before she could hold him accountable, he silenced her with the time stone. Clad in a localized version of his crimson, cloud-black robe, he opened a portal leading to Stark Tower. As the door swung open, he beheld Wang, whose face was aflame with anger, reprimanding the 6 Avengers for their ineptitude. Do you realize the peril that would ensue if Loki escaped with 2 artifacts? The Avengers recognized that these individuals hailed from the same realm as Wei Wu and had indeed captured Loki along with a Mind Stone and a Space Stone. Reflecting on the fallen advisor Wei Wu, they wilted like withering plants, too intimidated to retort as Wang continued his tirade. Ahem, Wang, that should suffice. Allow me to take over. Wei Wu's sudden interjection captured everyone's attention, and the Avengers widened their eyes in astonishment. Is that your spirit, Wei Wu? Tony was the first to speak, drawing connections to Wei Wu's mysterious identity as a sorcerer. Raising a hand to signal the Avengers to remain calm, Wei Wu approached Wang and whispered a few words in his ear. Wang nodded slightly, leading the sorcerers away while leaving behind the Mind Stone, Space Stone, and Loki. As he watched his allies depart, Wei Wu turned back, only to find the Avengers gazing at him intently. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Wei Wu raised his hand and opened the portal to Nick Fury's office. Upon hearing the commotion, Nick Fury paused his work and looked up, only to find himself locking eyes with 6 Avengers on the other side of the portal. I have captured Loki, the thief who absconded with the Mind Stone and the Tesseract. Now, the Avengers seek clarification on certain matters, and I leave it to you to address them. With that, Wei Wu tugged at the portal, enveloping Nick Fury along with his desk. He then closed the portal and departed first. Nick Fury, along with his desk, was abruptly relocated from his office to Stark Tower. He cast a swift glance at the 6 Avengers, quickly categorizing the level of trouble. Natasha and Clint were of no concern. Bruce and Thor were relatively easy to persuade. However, Tony Stark was not one to be easily misled. Having made his decision, Nick Fury spoke. This was, in fact, an act of resignation. Casting the troublesome matters upon Nick Fury was his due. Wei Wu returned to Base Zero with 2 Infinity Stones, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to study them. Exiting the portal, he found Chi-Chi, who was arranging equipment in the underground laboratory according to her preferences. Time to get to work, Chi-Chi. He called out to the girl clad in a bright yellow jacket, placing the 2 Infinity Stones on the table. What are these? Chi-Chi, having just arrived at the base and begun setting up equipment, had not yet caught up on her studies. Thus, Wei Wu took some time to elucidate the wonders of the Infinity Stones. Upon hearing the extraordinary capabilities of the stones, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she was eager to initiate her research. Her small robot, Rambo, zoomed from the corner of the lab, hovering above the 2 stones. Blue, shard-like beams scanned back and forth, and Rambo's display screen transformed from an astonished emoticon to a colossal exclamation mark that filled the entire screen. Simultaneously, the preliminary scanning information synced to Chi-Chi's personal terminal on her wrist. She squinted slightly, thoroughly examining the data, missing not a single detail. Oh my goodness, this is utterly insane. Wei Wu, following Chi-Chi's gaze, looked at the screen in her hand, though he could not comprehend the intricacies. The dense array of zeros and an abundance of question marks spoke volumes about the data's peculiarity. Does such a thing truly exist? Chi-Chi's fingers danced across the screen, her face alight with excitement as she became engrossed in her own world. Although reluctant to interrupt the brilliance of the genius, Wei Wu deemed it necessary, for the sake of the base's security, to pull Chi-Chi from her research state and impart a serious reminder. Chi-Chi, safety comes first. Any experiments involving risk must be reported to Viper, as she is the lab's head. If Viper is unavailable, seek out Sage or Zero if all else fails. Simply call my name loudly into the air. Do you understand? Chi-Chi nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at grains, her eyes occasionally darting toward the two infinity stones on the table. Upon witnessing the young maiden in a state of ecstatic oblivion, Wei Wu informed her of the hidden treasures remaining in the underground warehouse before teleporting away, leaving the laboratory in the capable hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. As he arrived on the first floor of the main building, Wei Wu intended to engage in a conversation with Viper regarding the current dynamics of her relationship with Shadow, while also reminding her to keep a vigilant eye on S.H.I.E.L.D. to prevent any catastrophic mishaps in the lab. However, as he stepped through the teleportation portal, he was greeted by the sight of Shadow, arms crossed, seated on a sofa in the lobby, with Viper and the accompanying Sage across from her. Isn't it the case that the nurse and Viper do not share an amicable relationship? He mused softly to himself, his gaze shifting to the nearby chessboard where Hunt Owl and Shambor were engaged in a game. ISNT Shambor, usually absorbed in the weapons development room near the shooting range. What brings him out today for a game? Squinting, Wei Wu scrutinized the interaction between Viper and Shambor, his imagination running wild with speculation. In the midst of his observations, he noticed a camera on the ceiling subtly pivoting, as well as the corner of a collar peeking from the stairwell, revealing the presence of the Phoenix. Ultimately, his attention was drawn to Reyna, who had just approached from the direction of the shooting range, standing behind Hunt Owl and feigning interest in the chess match. What a scene of intrigue, Wei Wu thought. Analyzing the complex situation, it appeared that Hunt Owl, Reyna, and Phoenix were merely spectators, while Zero indulged in his peculiar habit of surveilling others. Rumors from Shambor's past suggested he had an interest in Viper, yet through their interactions since his summoning, Wei Wu sensed that this Frenchman concealed his true intentions beneath a veneer of professionalism. Rather than romantic pursuits, Shambor seemed more engrossed in career and gain, rendering the rumors as mere pretexts for ulterior motives. The sage appeared to be attempting to mediate the discord between Shadow and Viper. Yet, from Wei Wu's perspective, this was a rather convoluted matter. Shadow had once been tasked with eliminating Viper on Earth, but during that mission, he unexpectedly transformed into his current inhuman state and lost all recollection of his past. Subsequently, instead of retaliating, Viper had introduced Shadow to the Fearless Covenant organization on Earth, concealing all details of Shadow's former life, leaving him to grapple with the search for his past in solitude. The revelation of his comrades' knowledge of his history, coupled with their silence, shattered Shadow's world. How could those who fought alongside him hold such secrets? The absurdity of this situation led Shadow into a deep internal conflict, prompting him to distance himself from home for a time. However, from an omniscient perspective, Wei Wu discerned that Shadow bore no malice towards his friends, only a sense of dissatisfaction directed at Viper herself. Ultimately, the situation was fraught with complexity. With a wry smile, Wei Wu strode purposefully towards a booth, plopping down beside Shadow, forcefully integrating himself into this impromptu session of psychological guidance among colleagues. While he could not change the past, he recognized that they were all present now, united as a team, and he was determined to prevent any internal strife from emerging. Chapter 68. The Awakening of Loki. New York Stark Tower. After being ruthlessly betrayed by Wei Wu, Nick Fury faced the wrath of the Avengers, who hurled accusations of cunning, impropriety, and unscrupulousness at him. However, such reproaches were but trifles to him, failing to breach his defenses. Following a round of explanations and assurances, Nick Fury made a video call to the on-leave Coulson, thereby bringing an end to this farce. With the commotion quelled, the Avengers finally put aside the Mind Stone and the Tesseract. The Tesseract was unanimously approved for safekeeping by Thor in Asgard, while the Mind Stone was designated for joint research by Tony, Banner, and S.H.I.E.L.D. As for Loki, still unconscious and bound by the mystic ropes of Kamartaj, Please, after Thor confirmed his lack of life-threatening injuries, they merely allowed Loki to lie on the ground. The others refrained from taking the opportunity to trample him out of respect for Thor. At that moment, the World Security Council's communication inconveniently buzzed on Nick Fury's communicator. Casting a glance at the still fuming Tony and then at the device in his hand, a subtle smirk graced his lips as he answered without hesitation. The 5 representatives of the World Security Council materialized in the projection of the communicator. Initially taken aback by the appearance of the Avengers, the representatives instinctively sought to hold Nick Fury accountable for displaying such a high-level meeting in front of outsiders. However, before they could speak, Tony preemptively interjected, still simmering with anger. Was it that brainless plan to launch a nuclear bomb at New York? Mr. Stark, please mind your language. You are addressing representatives of the World Security Council. Tony chuckled at that. He acknowledged that laughter often arose when one was at a loss for words. Oh, I know you. Let me see. Tony's gaze locked onto the representative who had just spoken as he pulled up a screen to begin searching. Let me check on Representative Marshall, right? Residing in Washington, rather close indeed. Are you threatening the World Security Council? No. I am merely articulating publicly available information that I can easily access. I do not recognize the other representatives. However, you, Representative Marshall, or should I say Congressman, have certainly made quite the spectacle in the American news, and I vividly recall some of your remarks. If the people of New York were to learn they almost faced annihilation at the hands of your incompetence, do you care to guess what you would endure? Tony's stance remained unwaveringly firm. Mr. Stark, the nuclear bomb was merely for the safety of the greater populace, another female representative interjected. Tony nodded slightly, raising an eyebrow. So you admit it? You're playing with fire, Tony Stark, Representative Marshall exclaimed, visibly flustered. Even if you release the video, no one will believe it. The media will suppress everything, and all the active independent media outlets online are your enemies. You better think this through. However, in the face of Marshall's fury, Tony merely extended his pinky to scratch his ear. Let us see whether my artificial intelligence disseminates information more swiftly than your media reporters can strike their keys. Furthermore, I believe the public is more inclined to trust the Iron Man, who has just rescued New York, rather than a concealed rat like you lurking in the shadows. As he spoke, Tony raised his hands in a gesture of triumph, aligning them with his shoulders. He then pulled Thor into the spotlight. Do you see this man? He is Thor, the god of thunder from Norse mythology. I cannot guarantee that some unfortunate souls won't be struck by lightning in a thunderstorm. The representatives had intended to voice further objections, but upon seeing Thor, they instinctively ceased their movements. After all, he is a bona fide extraterrestrial, and mishandling this situation could escalate into a diplomatic incident, potentially igniting a second battle of New York. In that case, these so-called representatives would merely become scapegoats. Observing the situation, Nick Fury, who had been watching the drama unfold, decided it was time to interject. He approached and stated, "We'll reconvene later," before severing the communication. Well done, Stark. No need for thanks. It was merely an expression of sincerity. After ending the call, Nick Fury and Tony exchanged a cryptic dialogue, leaving Thor, who had just been summoned, somewhat bewildered. What had just transpired? Nothing significant, just the sensational protagonist proclaiming your divine might to those foolish pigs. Tony patted Thor on the shoulder, dismissing the Asgardian prince to the side. Having dealt with the council, Tony was about to revisit his plans for Turkish kebabs when a commotion erupted from the still unconscious Loki, capturing the attention of everyone present, who regarded the instigator of the Battle of New York with vigilance. Ugh, Loki now felt utterly wretched, his mind a chaotic jumble, with past memories overlapping and strange dreams mingling within. The overwhelming confusion of these multiple layers of memory threatened to shatter his consciousness, causing his body to writhe on the ground in an attempt to alleviate some of the agony. However, these symptoms soon diminished significantly. The memories of the past gradually returned to their rightful places, and the bizarre dreams faded from his mind, bringing him considerable relief. In those dreams, he had been strangled to death by a massive purple figure. Absurd, wasn't it? How could that be? Although that purple entity seemed somewhat familiar, the details were hazy. As his awareness slowly returned, Loki could only recall taking the Tesseract to teleport away. He had originally intended to escape, but a sudden blow from a stick to his face had rendered him unconscious. In the haze of his mind, he faintly heard terms like agency and freedom, among others, which felt bizarre. Suppressing these thoughts, Loki opened his eyes once more, only to find himself surrounded by the Avengers. Instinctively, he recoiled. However, it was discovered that an unknown artifact had firmly bound him in a position of utmost humiliation, rendering even his mouth sealed. Gazing at the 7 individuals before him, he noted that, apart from Thor, they were all mere mortals devoid of magical prowess. Loki did not need to ponder. This must surely be the work of that sorcerer. That wretched, incompetent circus performer. Why was it so difficult to eliminate him? The resentment within Loki reached a pinnacle, yet he was powerless to articulate his thoughts, as his sealed mouth transformed any utterance into incomprehensible murmurs. MMM. Release me, you ants. Thor, can you not make this thief of the Tesseract and the scepter a bit more compliant? We need to discuss serious matters. Tony, feeling that Loki was somewhat noisy, deliberately suggested this to Thor in front of him. Although Loki's mouth was sealed, his ears remained attentive. Upon hearing Tony accuse him of stealing the scepter and the Tesseract, his expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately protested. MMM. What scepter? You slanderer. After his protest yielded no results, Loki looked at Thor, who approached him with a broad smile and a hammer, and he began to panic. MMM. Wait, what are you planning? Don't come any closer, please. Clang. A dull sound resonated, and the room fell into silence once more. Tony glanced at the peacefully sleeping Loki and gave Thor a thumbs up. On the throne of the multiverse, Loki, burdened with countless timelines, observed with great interest the unfolding narrative within this particular timeline. Indeed, it was quite intriguing, yet amidst the infinite possibilities, this story felt rather conservative, lacking in surprising elements. His attention to this timeline stemmed not solely from it being his path. He had woven a version of himself that was indistinguishable from the original. More importantly, among the myriad possibilities, any timeline featuring Wei Wu was gradually converging towards the very timeline he now held in his grasp, merging slowly yet surely. How did I not notice the multitude of secrets this fellow possessed? With a light chuckle, he resolved to make this timeline a daily spectacle, even though the concept of time held no significance for him. Chapter 69, Perspectives. Tony, giving Thor a thumbs up in commendation, then turned serious. We must discuss important matters. Fury. Regarding the Invincible Accord, Nick Fury instantly understood, but refrained from delving into the topic, instead posing a counter-question. In response, Tony glanced back at his teammates, and upon receiving a consensus of affirmative glances, he spoke. Indeed, we wish to know your perspective, as well as that of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the World Security Council. Nick Fury pondered briefly. Regarding this mysterious organization, our knowledge remains scant. I personally commend their courageous actions. However, I must candidly state that while the Council has not explicitly declared it, there are already whispers categorizing them as a terrorist organization. This aligns closely with my suspicions. Tony had long anticipated the Council's actions, hence he was not surprised. Today, let us delve into the nature of this audacious covenant. With that, Tony activated the recently repaired projection system. Several segments of footage accompanied by data were presented before the assembly. The earliest known instance of this organization pertains to me. As he spoke, the projection transformed into an interior scene. The 3 agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately recognized it as Tony's seaside villa in Los Angeles. Tony was aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel could discern this, but considering the presence of 3 individuals unfamiliar with the situation, he felt compelled to elaborate. The individual clad in shades of gray and white introduced himself as Zero. Upon his first visit to my home, he provided me with intelligence regarding Obadiah Stane, the former chief operating officer of Stark Industries, who had sought to take my life. If all went as expected, he should now be nearly 4 years old. Subsequently, the projection shifted to the scene of a monster battle in Harlem, New York. This lady, codenamed the Sage, appeared to possess some form of supernatural ability or magic, capable of healing and conjuring crystals. She had once come to me alongside Zero and had assisted in suppressing my palladium toxicity at the time. Upon seeing the Sage, Banner's pupils constricted, yet he chose to remain silent, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the attention of the others in attendance was captivated by Tony, leaving no one to notice Banner's subtle anomaly. At that moment, the content on the screen transitioned to Old Bridgetown. The Purple Lady, wielding an exceptionally sharp knife, moved with remarkable speed. According to S.H.I.E.L.D's explanations, she referred to herself as Reyna. Tony had unknowingly produced a pointer and began gesturing at the projection. I am familiar with her. She is a true warrior, reminiscent of the Valkyries of Asgard. Thor, somewhat bewildered by Tony's lengthy discourse, seized the opportunity to interject, eager to contribute to the conversation and feel involved. Thank you for the addition, Thor. Let us proceed. The scene shifted to a press conference of Hammer Industries, accompanied by surveillance footage. Chamberlain, whose true name remains unknown, had previously been employed by Hammer Industries. It appears his role there was merely a matter of necessity. He possesses mastery over nanotechnology and spatial teleportation, employing firearms in every confrontation. Finally, the projection showcased the recent battle in New York, the most recent occurring today. A young man wielding fire and another skilled with a bow, whose names remain elusive, had participated in the defense of New York. The archer, in particular, commanded a devastating technique capable of effortlessly slaying Chitauri bioweapons akin to Hulk. Thus, this encompasses all the information I possess regarding the audacious covenant. Does anyone wish to add anything? Observing the meticulously compiled data, the Avengers pondered deeply. Tony had anticipated this reaction and continued, allow me to share my thoughts. I believe that, regardless of the definition, these individuals should not be regarded as a terrorist organization. They are heroes, at least for now. My initial decision to join the Avengers stemmed from a concern that this enigmatic organization might pose a threat to me and all that I hold dear. In retrospect, time will reveal the truth. Banner nodded in agreement with Tony's sentiments. I concur with Tony. That individual known by the codename Sage is quite admired by Hulk. Hulk possesses a keen sensitivity to human emotions, and I can sense that she is a good person. Do you know her, Dr. Banner? Nick Fury inquired meaningfully. No, I merely perceived Hulk's emotions. As Banner responded with a calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of concealment, Nick Fury silently acknowledged this with a knowing nod. His gaze swept across the other individuals in the room, and as he exchanged a glance with Natasha, he spoke. What about the rest of you? Share your thoughts. Receiving the director's subtle cue, Natasha managed her expressions carefully and stepped forward. While it is undeniable that they have accomplished much, their excessive secrecy and lack of oversight cannot be ignored. No one knows whether they might suddenly enact some monumental act. Observing Natasha's compliance with the director's narrative, Clint sighed inwardly but ultimately chose to remain silent. However, Tony was not one to indulge the morally ambiguous director. He turned directly toward Nick Fury. A mysterious organization. Does that not include the group of sorcerers behind consultant Wei Wu? Or is it merely that any entity not under S.H.I.E.L.D's control can be classified as a mysterious organization? So, is the autonomy mentioned in the Avengers Initiative merely a facade? Tony's remarks were laced with aggression, compelling Nick Fury to clarify. No, I never claimed such. However, the world has become exceedingly fast-paced, and we must exercise caution. Caution upon caution. You may observe this. From a table they had been teleported to, Nick Fury retrieved 2 documents and presented them to the Avengers. A pharmaceutical group, known as the Life Foundation, which has recently emerged in San Francisco, claimed a month ago to have discovered extraterrestrial life and expects to return by next March. Furthermore, today in Brooklyn, a video captured a woman striking down a Chitauri aircraft with a large paint bucket. Each moment, peculiar events are unfolding across the globe. We must remain vigilant. With a tone of earnestness, Nick Fury endeavored to appeal to both reason and emotion. Tony caught a glimpse of the other Avengers gradually being swayed by Nick Fury's arguments and reflected inwardly. Zero, my debts to you are nearly settled. Should they truly be designated as terrorists, do not blame me. It has become utterly exhausting. Just as Nick Fury passionately articulated the challenges faced by S.H.I.E.L.D., a deep, raspy voice resonated from the surrounding air. In that case, let us have a proper discussion between our parties. Who's there? Thor was the first to react. In a flash of lightning, he donned his armor and positioned himself protectively in front of Loki. The other Avengers quickly gathered, adopting defensive stances. There is no need for alarm. I am a member of the Fearless Covenant, known as the Shadow. As the words echoed, Dark blue smoke wafted in from all directions, coalescing into a humanoid form at the center of the room. Beneath the deep blue hood lay a glowing entity resembling claw marks, its features obscured, and its body cloaked in armor and bindings, from which wisps of black smoke emanated. Ah, do not be tense. We are not your adversaries. Chapter 70. Negotiation. The sudden arrival of the Shadow startled the Avengers. However, upon confirming the visitors' affiliation with the Fearless Covenant, their apprehension subsided. Having fought alongside the Avengers in New York, they were somewhat familiar with the Covenant's reputation. After a brief exchange with the Avengers, the Shadow provided the time and place for their next meeting and then vanished in a soul transfer. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, right here. The following day, the Avengers rose early, gathering beneath Stark Tower, now appropriately called Avengers Tower. They gazed up at the immense structure, surveying the teams of workers diligently restoring the building. Steve marveled at the efficiency of modern industry. Clint, observing his reaction, explained, "This is a new department established by S.H.I.E.L.D. in conjunction with the World Security Council, known as Damage Control. It employs cutting-edge technology for swift reconstruction while also preventing dangerous items from falling into the hands of ordinary citizens." Steve nodded in agreement. From its inception and purpose, it seemed a commendable initiative. Ascending in the elevator, Steve and Nick Fury, who had been waiting, entered a conference room where they found Tony and two others already seated, along with Wei Wu, the representative from their side, who was still en route. The remaining Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel stood guard outside. Even Thor had postponed his return to Asgard, bringing along Loki, who had been bound by the sorcerers of Kamartaj. Inside the conference room, Tony glanced at his watch, 7:45. "Did you truly inform Advisor Wei Wu?" he asked, casting a skeptical look at Nick Fury. "I notified him yesterday," he agreed. "Patience," Fury replied. At 7:55, Wei Wu arrived through the portal, nodding and greeting to Steve and Tony before taking a seat. As the clock struck 7:59, Tony furrowed his brow, thinking to himself that he had concealed everything he could. If the Fearless Covenant were late, it would reflect poorly on them. Just then, the black mist coalesced once more in the conference room, and three figures appeared, stepping in time with the clock's hands. Noticing the time had just reached 8 o'clock, Tony raised an eyebrow, a flicker of emotion stirring within him, but he quickly suppressed it, simply remarking, "Well, you are indeed punctual. Our sense of time has always been precise, Mr. Stark." A chilling voice accompanied by three figures emerged from the shadows. "Madam Sage, Mr. Spectre, and this one? You may call me Viper." Nick Fury regarded Viper, who was making her debut, his gaze unconsciously scrutinizing her. While she appeared inconspicuous regarding any extraordinary abilities akin to the other members of the Fearless Covenant, his seasoned intuition informed him that she was undoubtedly a formidable veteran. This led him to ponder just how many exceptional individuals this organization harbored. The mere number revealed thus far was already comparable to that of the Avengers. Everyone took their seats. The Fearless Covenant, led by Sage and Viper, began negotiations with the Avengers, spearheaded by Tony and Nick Fury. Wei Wu listened attentively to the seemingly endless trivialities of the negotiation, and he could hardly suppress a laugh as he observed how Viper meticulously maneuvered the benefits to remain just beneath Fury's threshold. He had not anticipated that revealing Fury's limits to Viper would result in her leveraging every advantage, pressing all conditions right to the edge of those limits. This left Nick Fury feeling quite frustrated, often on the verge of speaking, yet holding back. Ultimately, in a relatively harmonious atmosphere, the Fearless Covenant reached a strategic partnership with the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. Their identities were legitimized, granting them a degree of operational autonomy in various countries, though they could not mobilize local resources. Furthermore, the Fearless Covenant retained independent leadership, free from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the oversight of the World Security Council, subject only to supervision. As for who would oversee the Fearless Covenant to ensure they did not engage in malevolent acts, Tony, Steve, and Fury simultaneously turned their gaze toward Wei Wu, who had been feigning disinterest since the meeting commenced. Me? Wei Wu was somewhat bewildered, as no one had informed him of this responsibility in advance. Nevertheless, it seemed a fortunate turn of events, and he accepted the task without reluctance. Of course, this supervisory role could not rest solely on Wei Wu's shoulders, as that would not inspire confidence. His role would primarily be symbolic, with more discreet operatives tasked with actual oversight. As for the concessions made by the Fearless Covenant in exchange for these powers, Wei Wu could only conclude that they had essentially come away with an advantageous deal. The Fearless Covenant relinquished any claims in the aftermath of the New York battle, including the rights to alien technology and research. They would not interfere with S.H.I.E.L.D's study of the Mind Stone. In times of crisis, they were required to assist the Avengers. Yet any results from joint operations would yield only a 20% share. Lastly, while the Fearless Covenant was termed a strategic partner, they would receive no financial or political support from the World Security Council. In light of this, it seemed as though S.H.I.E.L.D. and the World Security Council were reaping substantial benefits. But one must remember that the Fearless Covenant initially possessed none of these advantages. Were they to use what I lacked as the basis for my sacrifices? As he watched Spectre, Sage, and Viper depart, Wei Wu gazed down at the copy of the agreement in his hand, his heart brimming with joy. Did this agreement truly originate from your minds? Wei Wu could not restrain himself from inquiring of the one-eyed director beside him. The contents of this agreement were decidedly uncharacteristic of a capitalist, showcasing an alarming lack of integrity. By all that is sacred, if such a foolish agreement were indeed drafted within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., I would be compelled to investigate whether internal issues were at play. Most of this agreement was prepared by the Council, a group of short-sighted, greedy, and ignorant individuals. Cursing the Council, Nick Fury seemed intent on venting the frustrations of the day. Those fools had mandated that the principal terms remain unchanged, leaving only minor clauses open for flexible negotiation. However, the adversary before him, the Viper, was a master negotiator. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent, who seemed to anticipate all his limits. Damn the Council. With the negotiations concluded, Wei Wu opened the door to teleport away, seeking a secluded corner to activate the spatial gate to Base Zero. After arranging the agent's operations, he planned to return to Kamartaj for further study. This time, he aimed to acquire more useful spells. The experience of the New York battle had taught him that one often regrets not having enough magical knowledge when it is most needed. In the main building of the base, Wei Wu gathered the agents. He first handed a specially designed camera to Shadow, instructing him to head to San Francisco and monitor Eddie Brock in real time, capturing any significant moments on video. Next, he tasked Zero with keeping a close watch on Jessica Jones in Brooklyn, New York. Time was of the essence. The Purple Man was due to make an appearance. For someone guilty of heinous crimes, such as the rape of a minor, premeditated murder, intentional homicide, unlawful imprisonment, drug trafficking, and brainwashing, Wei Wu had already sentenced him to death and stripped him of his rights. He hoped Viper could extract some useful insights from him. In a hushed tone, Wei Wu inquired if Chila had made any progress regarding the Infinity Stones. To his surprise, she suggested a novel approach, modifying the portal schematics provided by Shambhala to align with the energy circulation and output standards of the Infinity Stones. After a simple experimental activation, they discovered that the barriers between this world and parallel universes were remarkably thin. This indicated that these parallel universes were as closely situated as those in the agent's own world. Given more time, she might be able to create a permanent, stable portal connecting two parallel universes centered around the Space Stone. Upon learning this, Wei Wu immediately allocated funds for this brilliant young woman to acquire research equipment. Subsequently, he summoned the Sage and departed. Together, they ventured to the underground cavern that had initially served as Wei Wu's storage space. Ignoring a large tree lying on the ground, the two began crafting a research facility within the subterranean space. The structure, composed of interwoven crystal walls, was as resilient as steel if left to natural erosion. It would sustain no structural damage for a century or two. Additionally, Wei Wu inscribed numerous self-circulating magical arrays upon it, further isolating it from external interference. By the time the Research Institute was completed, it was already deep into the night. Wei Wu escorted the Sage back to Base Zero and then proceeded towards Kamartaj for further study. This time, he no longer required the Sage to act as his external support, as the disgrace of the dimensional demon gods. He found that the spells of the Kamartaj school were a perfect fit for him. He truly felt like a genius this time. Upon arriving at Kamartaj, the early light of dawn was just beginning to illuminate the Himalayan mountains. Wei Wu invigorated himself and walked towards the complex, but along the way, he encountered numerous agitated mages. Faintly, he overheard a mage exclaim, "Lucian has defected. He has killed Master Goman." Chapter 71. The ineffectual time gem. Hearing the word defection, Wei Wu felt a jolt of energy surge through him. In his recollection, the most notorious figure associated with defection at Camartage was none other than Caecilius. But now this individual named Lucian had also betrayed them? Wait, was this the same Lucian who had once been my little fan? No, he had barely been at Camartage for less than a year, at most. He had just become a formal mage. How could he possibly have slain a mage of Goman's caliber? Something was amiss. There was an overwhelming sense of discord. With his mind fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve, Wei Wu hastened to follow the throng. As the crowd surged forward, the sky gradually darkened, and the mages either lit torches or conjured sources of magical light to dispel the encroaching darkness. On the outskirts of the Camartage complex, Wei Wu spotted the last person he wished to see, Caecilius. Caecilius was engaged in battle with Lucian, spells flying wildly in all directions. Due to the precarious location near a cliff, the mages were hesitant to cast spells in support, fearing they might harm Caecilius entangled in combat. However, Wei Wu could not afford to hesitate. Sensing the danger, he immediately summoned his shield and sword, determined to separate the two. At that moment, Lucian, who had been studying magic for less than a year, suddenly unleashed an astonishing surge of power, summoning a cryptic arcane sphere with a single hand. In that instant, Wei Wu understood why the old man Goman had fallen to this young lad. Such a level of spell typically required several elite mages to successfully manifest. To release it as Lucian did, without any preparatory motion, was a feat that only a handful in Camartage could achieve. Upon seeing the arcane sphere, Wei Wu quickly donned a layer of magical armor, encasing himself in a formidable suit adorned with golden and crimson magical patterns. Fortunately, before the arcane sphere could be activated, Caecilius seized the opportunity, drawing forth a magical greatsword from the air and cleaving through Lucian, who was distracted by controlling the sphere, severing him in two. Subsequently, Caecilius ensnared Lucian's corpse and the arcane sphere with chains and hurled them both over the cliff. The sound of the explosion echoed against the cliff walls, and a flash of light crossed the faces of the onlookers. Suddenly, someone began to applaud, and soon the mages followed suit, praising Caecilius for ridding Camartage of a traitor. He humbly expressed that this is the duty of every master of Camartage. Wei Wu and Caecilius exchanged glances across the crowd, their eyes meeting for but a fleeting moment before instinctively diverting. Caecilius feigned ignorance of Wei Wu's presence, while Wei Wu, perhaps sensing the unfolding narrative, sighed. Had he truly embarked upon an irreversible path? Contemplating this, he shook his head and chose to withdraw, deciding not to interfere further. After all, the Ancient One would have her own judgment. What he did not anticipate was that the Ancient One would seek him out regarding this matter. The following morning, Wei Wu, residing in the guest quarters of Camartage, was awakened early. His quality slumber was interrupted, and he felt quite disgruntled, but upon seeing the Ancient One in person, he begrudgingly accorded her some respect. Squinting, Wei Wu understood that the Ancient One's visit was unlikely to bode well. The first time, he had been apprehended in his own stronghold, leaving a significant flaw in his plans to conceal them from the world. The second time, he had been handed some absurd scroll to confront Mephisto. The third time had thrust him into the spotlight of Camartage's public discourse, leading to a surge of visitors seeking the secrets of magic just the previous night. Wei Wu felt exasperated. What did he know of the arcane mysteries? He was merely a fraud. Thus, upon the Ancient One's fourth visit, he immediately became alert, his mind sharpening to 100% vigilance. Wei Wu, what are your thoughts on Caecilius? Upon hearing this question, Wei Wu felt as if he had not fully awakened, pointing to himself in disbelief. Me? The Ancient One remained silent, merely nodding. Master Ancient One, don't you possess the Time Stone? Why not simply look for yourself instead of asking me? I cannot see clearly, she replied. You cannot see the future? The Ancient One shook her head and began to recount her visions of the future. 3 minutes later, Wei Wu exclaimed, "Are you saying the Time Stone can no longer glimpse the future?" Such a statement seemed too simplistic. Allow me to rephrase. If the futures previously observed were numerous yet relatively coherent timelines, then what I now perceive resembles a chaotic amalgamation of possibilities interwoven, resulting in a singular timeline where unexpected changes occur every moment. The longer the span between the future and the present, the more pronounced this phenomenon becomes. How long has this situation persisted? Wei Wu furrowed his brow, beginning to brainstorm. Since the moment you wielded the stone, the Ancient One confirmed. Let be known, I did not tamper with it. Wei Wu quickly absolved himself of any suspicion. The Ancient One nodded in affirmation. I know, which is why I sought to converse with you, hoping to glean some insights from your unique perspective. Witnessing that Ancient One did not shift the blame onto herself, Wei Wu realized that her intention to discuss Cassius was merely a S.H.I.E.L.D. Her true concern lay with the Time Stone. Understanding this, Wei Wu contemplated the potential issues surrounding the Time Stone. From the moment it was borrowed by Ancient One until it was returned by Steve, scarcely an hour had elapsed, during which the stone remained entirely in Banner's possession. Clearly, Banner lacked the acumen to comprehend such a complex artifact. Thus he could be readily exonerated. So, who among them was the most suspicious during that interval? Who appeared the most peculiar? While pondering, a sudden hypothesis struck Wei Wu. Could it be that the Time Stone itself was not at fault, but rather the nature of time was? The instant this thought materialized, a complete deduction surged through his mind. Loki. Wei Wu was now nearly certain that this mischief was orchestrated by the notorious Loki. The liberation of the multiversal timelines had inevitably influenced Ancient One's foresight of the future. This seemed the only plausible explanation. Yet, observing Ancient One's continued look of concern, Wei Wu hesitated to disclose the truth. After all, compared to his godlike perspective, those within the Marvel Universe often struggled to grasp the intricacies of the time variance authority until they witnessed it firsthand. Of course, some transcendent beings were exceptions to this rule. However, it was evident that even powerful figures like Odin and Ancient One had not transcended this limitation. Lost in contemplation, Wei Wu quickly pulled himself back to the present. Master Ancient One, is there a possibility that the Time Stone is indeed sound? He tentatively articulated the truth, meticulously observing her expression. To his surprise, Ancient One fell into a thoughtful silence upon hearing his conjecture regarding the Time Stone's integrity, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. I believe I might understand, she murmured. Master, take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. You say you understand? Wei Wu had anticipated that Ancient One could eventually grasp the concept, but he had not expected her to comprehend it instantaneously. Was this the essence of the infinite possibilities within the multiverse? Internally critiquing himself, Wei Wu wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, a name flitting through his mind. Yet, he quickly shook his head, reluctant to voice it, to inquire, or even to entertain the thought. Such formidable characters were far beyond his reckoning. Alas, while others wielded systems that could dominate realms and even the very air, my own capabilities felt woefully inadequate. No, that thought slipped out. Wei Wu hastily covered his mouth and glanced around, relieved to find nothing amiss. Releasing a breath of relief, he bid farewell to Ancient One, borrowed additional spells he had yet to learn, and departed from the daunting sanctum of Kamartaj. This old sorceress, every encounter felt like a trial. As for Cassius, Wei Wu cast a glance skyward. Sometimes, one must learn to respect the destinies of others. Nevertheless, the liberation of the timelines was, in essence, a positive development. Chapter 72. Symbiote. It has now been over half a year since the battle in New York. The entire world is now aware that, beyond humanity, other civilizations exist within the cosmos. Yet, amidst the pervasive fear of an extraterrestrial invasion, the quest for extraterrestrial life has emerged as a topic that ignites a collective enthusiasm among people. In this climate of public sentiment, a burgeoning medical enterprise in San Francisco, known as the Life Foundation, boldly proclaimed last April that it had discovered extraterrestrial life and was poised to bring it back. In a fleeting moment, the Life Foundation basked in the limelight, seemingly on the brink of rivaling prestigious enterprises such as Hammer Industries and PIM Technologies. However, this brief period of glory was short-lived. Following a meteoric rise in its stock price, the Life Foundation hastened the return of its spacecraft, Life One, which was to carry the extraterrestrial life back to Earth. Perhaps due to their impatience, Life One encountered an unfortunate mishap during its re-entry into the atmosphere, disintegrating just 4 kilometers above the ground and crashing in eastern Malaysia. The Life Foundation publicly announced that there were no survivors aboard the spacecraft, including the so-called extraterrestrial life. On the streets of San Francisco, Eddie Brock, who had been rendered unemployed by the machinations of corporate power after exposing Carlton Drake of the Life Foundation for his inhumane and illicit human experimentation, looked disdainfully at a tattered newspaper in his hands. Could this outdated news, coupled with some lackluster personal opinions, truly grace the front page of today's paper? His tone betrayed a palpable disdain for the abilities of his peers, and Eddie could not help but feel a sense of injustice regarding his own plight. As a journalist, it was his mission and duty to unveil the darkness hidden beneath glamorous facades. Yet he never anticipated that he would end up with a fractured life and a broken marriage. He tucked away the paper that had only shown him the headlines, glancing towards the usual haunt of the homeless woman, Maria, only to find it empty. Oddly enough, wasn't it Maria's preferred means of subsistence to package free newspapers and sell them for profit? Why was she absent today, missing an opportunity for newfound business? He murmured to himself, still puzzled, yet chose not to dwell on it. Presently, he subsisted on unemployment benefits, his circumstances scarcely better than those of the homeless. Returning to the present, Eddie keenly sensed that he was being followed. As a once-renowned reporter for the Global Daily, who had represented the publication at a Tony Starr press conference, Eddie was well-versed in the art of tailing and counter-surveillance techniques. Although he had grown somewhat rusty in recent years, identifying the clumsy pursuer behind him posed no challenge. With a swift glance, Eddie altered his course, stepping into a familiar convenience store. After exchanging pleasantries with the shopkeeper, Mrs. Chun, he casually browsed the shelves, keeping his peripheral vision trained on his follower, a seemingly bookish woman who appeared harmless. Making a mental note of his assessment, Eddie decided to confront the stalker. "Hey, listen, whoever you are, your following skills are abysmal." Turning the corner to the other side of the shelf, he revealed the woman's identity as a follower. "My name is Doris Skaggs," she replied, "and I require your assistance." Hesitating for a moment, Skaggs acknowledged her lack of aptitude for disguise and handed him her business card while stating her purpose. Eddie cautiously accepted the business card, glancing over the name Doris Skaggs along with the inscription of the Life Foundation. "So, you work for the Life Foundation?" he queried, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Indeed, I do," she replied. "In that case, I believe we have nothing further to discuss." He returned the card to Skaggs, took a box of chocolates, and proceeded to the checkout. However, Skaggs swiftly followed, unwilling to concede defeat so easily. As they walked along the sidewalk, Skaggs succinctly informed Eddie of the unfolding events. But with each word, Eddie's astonishment grew. "Are you implying aliens?" he asked incredulously. "Precisely, though we refer to them as symbiotes." Seeing Skaggs's earnest demeanor, Eddie retorted, "If they're aliens, why not seek out the Avengers? Aren't they the ones who handle this sort of thing? I have attempted that, but Drake's connections span the globe. He can obscure the truth." Eddie hesitated. Out of respect for his ideal profession, he yearned to expose the true nature of the Life Foundation, just as he had initially done. Yet, he feared the repercussions from Drake. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he ultimately accepted Dr. Skaggs's business card. The following night, the two found themselves in a secluded residential building in San Francisco, where Eddie concealed himself in Skaggs's vehicle as she escorted him into the inner sanctum of the Life Foundation research facility. The journey was fraught with tension, but with Skaggs's assistance, he managed to infiltrate the laboratory and document evidence. Disturbing photographs emerged, prompting Eddie to frown. The last time he had encountered such a gruesome scene was during his tenure as a war correspondent. Convinced that the evidence he held was sufficient to empower the Life Foundation's adversaries to topple this formidable entity, Eddie prepared to exit. However, just as he turned, a loud crash echoed from an observation room's glass. Upon investigation, he beheld a gaunt woman pressing against the glass, her lips moving in a silent plea for help. "Maria!" he exclaimed, and his instinct was to rescue her. Yet, despite his noble intentions, reality proved harsh. His frantic attempts on the keypad inadvertently triggered the facility's alarm. The flashing red lights sent Eddie's adrenaline soaring as he seized a fire extinguisher from the wall and began to strike the blast-resistant glass with fervor. Miraculously, it shattered under his assault. In the center of the corridor, an optical camouflage camera dutifully broadcast the scene to a monitor in the hands of a shadowy figure. This was utterly absurd. The figure, cloaked in shadows, squinted at the screen, Disbelief etched across the scratch-marked eyes that peered from beneath the hood. On the display, Eddie was seen being embraced by the very Maria he had sought to rescue. A black substance silently slithered from Maria into Eddie's body. Unbeknownst to him, he exerted extraordinary strength, making a miraculous escape from the research facility. Ultimately, he crashed through the steel barrier surrounding the Institute and leaped onto the towering treetops, successfully eluding capture. Seeing that Eddie was temporarily safe, the Shadow chose to disregard his forthcoming adaptation period with the symbiote and shifted focus back to the inner workings of the Life Foundation's research facility. There remained two mission objectives. As dawn's light began to break, Drake, enraged by the burglary at his home, stormed into the Research Institute. He unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon the head of security, demanding that all investigations be resolved within half a day. Meanwhile, Dr. Sykes was in a state of panic. She recalled having warned Eddie against tampering with the laboratory's contents, yet a grave oversight had now occurred. Imagining the repercussions she might face, Sykes trembled with fear, contemplating that this may be her just deserts for having once aided in wrongdoing. With a heart full of trepidation, she feigned nonchalance and continued her work, silently praying for her own survival through this ordeal. Yet, contrary to her hopes, less than an hour later, she was summoned by Drake. Chapter 73. Recruitment. Sykes trudged heavily into the office within the research zone. To her dismay, she found the head of security, Triss, present and displaying the surveillance footage. Taking a deep breath, Sykes realized her fate was sealed. The footage, which she had planned to discreetly erase the following day, had captured an unforeseen incident. Eddie had smashed the blast-proof glass with a fire extinguisher. As Drake acknowledged Sykes' arrival, he gestured for the head of security to leave. He then approached her, weaving a narrative of emotional appeal as they strolled through the research area. Sykes, I understand you feel lost in your current position. We are venturing into uncharted territory for humanity. Therefore, please tell me, who is the friend you took the symbiote from? Initially taken aback by Drake's lengthy discourse, Sykes quickly realized that Eddie had managed to evade detection on the surveillance footage. Rendered speechless, she found herself at a loss for words. However, she resolved not to betray Eddie. After all, her own fate was already sealed, and perhaps she could amass some merit ahead of her demise. Drake discerned her thoughts and beckoned her into a laboratory. Once inside, he pointed to the symbiote at the center of the room. Sykes, you must understand that your friend has been parasitized by the symbiote. You are aware of the fate that befalls those who are host to such entities. Only by revealing his identity can we save him. This statement struck a chord with Sykes, for she knew that once a host was overtaken by a symbiote, they typically faced organ failure and excruciating death within 24 hours, leaving their minds hollow in the end. Reluctant to allow Eddie to suffer such a tragic fate, she ultimately acquiesced. Eddie Brock. Upon receiving her answer, Drake's demeanor turned cold once more. Thank you, Dr. Sykes. You were once our finest researcher. With that, he exited the laboratory, shutting the door behind him and issuing a detached command. Open the symbiote containment unit. The container at the center of the laboratory slowly opened, allowing a viscous, blue-black symbiote to emerge. Its surface continually extended delicate tendrils, seemingly in search of the pheromones belonging to its host in the air. Soon, it appeared to have identified its target and began moving towards Skeksis, who had retreated to the edge of the laboratory. No, wait, don't. Skeksis stammered in fear. If Drake were to execute her, she would accept it as a form of penance. However, she never anticipated that Drake would use her as sustenance for the symbiote. Outside the glass walls of the laboratory, Drake's expression remained inscrutable as he silently observed Skeksis pressed against the glass and the encroaching symbiote. Just as he expected Skeksis to be parasitized like the usual test subjects, an inexplicable black smoke suddenly billowed within the laboratory. His demeanor shifted as he inquired of his subordinates. What has malfunctioned? Ensure the flames do not harm the symbiote. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed the black smoke coalescing into a semicircular cloud within the laboratory. What on earth is this? Drake pondered, yet fearing that a misstep might lead to the symbiote's demise. He restrained the security personnel who attempted to enter the laboratory, opting to observe a while longer. Within the smoke cloud of the laboratory, a shadowy figure began to coalesce, turning momentarily to glare at the still-crawling symbiote. The scratches beneath its hood trembled violently, emitting an eerie azure glow. This technique, a simple maneuver aimed at the soul, was something he had learned from Reyna during his idle hours. The symbiote, taken aback by this soul-striking method devoid of language, altered its course, and hurriedly retreated back to the container, even triggering the switch to close the valve of the vessel before entering. "Good child," a hoarse voice lauded, as the shadow retracted the soul-dazzling light. "Dr. Skeksis, I have come to present you with two choices." Suddenly, the pneumatic glass door of a laboratory swung open, indicating that the closure of the symbiote's containment had prompted Drake to send someone inside to assess the situation. "Ah, what a nuisance," the shadow instructed Skeksis to remain still, then expanded the smoke cloud, which swiftly filled the previously empty space within a few breaths. "The black barrier is officially activated." The abruptly enlarged smoke cloud enveloped the security personnel and Drake outside the laboratory, encompassing a significant portion of the experimental area. The shadow had no penchant for toying with its prey. Amidst the thick darkness, 5 muffled thuds echoed as the security fell to the ground. Hearing the dull gunshots, Drake and the remaining researchers were thrown into chaos. Yet within the shadow's black barrier, their rationality suppressed, they flailed about like headless flies. Returning to the initial position, the shadow waved its hand, dispersing the smoke from this small area. "Dr. Skeksis, I present you with two choices. Either I take my leave, and your fate shall rest in your own hands, or I assist you in escaping, leading to Drake's demise. While you will work for us when the moment calls for it, I will join you." Skeeth readily agreed, since there was no need to feed the symbiote. She was quite willing to continue living. "Excellent." Shadow nodded, grasping the container holding the symbiote, and promptly activated the soul transfer, whisking Skeeth away with her. Once the black smoke dissipated, Drake immediately began to search for traces of the symbiote in the now desolate laboratory, but to no avail. Various signs indicated that Skeeth, along with the symbiote, had been rescued by someone. The Avengers? This was his initial thought, but he quickly dismissed it. He had invested considerable resources in establishing connections, and the Avengers could not possibly know, nor should they know, about his affairs. Perhaps it was the enigmatic organization endorsed by the Avengers? Drake speculated once more. Yet, it was evident that no one could provide him with the answer. Ceasing his futile conjectures, he instructed his subordinates to dispose of the 5 security personnel's bodies and subsequently called Security Chief Tris. "Tris Ediabroth. Locate him and retrieve my symbiote. I cannot afford to lose another one." In the suburbs of San Francisco, Shadow led Skeeth through a space portal radiating a bluish-purple glow, entering Base 0. Indeed, it was a confined area. This underground space, conjured by Wei Wu, served as a transit station, entirely sealed off. Entry and exit could only be facilitated through the portal opened by him, the lord of this dimension. You might wonder if it was possible to break through the walls. Let us just say, disregarding the multitude of defensive and suppressive arrays inscribed both inside and outside the walls themselves were constructed from ultra-high-strength concrete, reinforced with a meter-thick alloy, forming an impenetrable barrier. Moreover, this was Wei Wu's dimension. Even Odin would face significant suppression upon entering. Returning to the subject at hand. Upon entering this space, Shadow entrusted Skeeth to the awaiting intelligent robot, which would manage the sustenance and needs of the personnel in this area. He then handed over the symbiote he was carrying to Viper for research and returned to Los Angeles to monitor Eddie Brock in real time. His colleagues were either busy assisting Cairo in stabilizing the portal or preparing for the exploration of a new world. As one who could shift dimensions, he was left to be ruthlessly exploited by Wei Wu. Chapter 74. Venom in San Francisco. Eddie returned home and immediately prepared a plate of barbecued meat. For his day had been nothing short of surreal. In the early hours, he had infiltrated the Life Foundation to procure evidence of illegal human experimentation, fleeing just as dawn broke and leaping into a large tree. Once back home, he was consumed by hunger, indulging in a feast that led to a subsequent bout of vomiting. Following his inability to contact Skeeth, he sought help from his ex-girlfriend and, only to find himself performing the absurd spectacle of devouring live lobsters in public. Finally, due to a parasitic infection he had contracted, he nearly met his demise before his ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend, almost succumbing to an MRI machine. Today felt like a dream. It must surely be a dream. Seeking solace, Eddie leaned against the fragrant aroma of barbecued meat, momentarily forgetting the harrowing ordeal he had just endured. However, an unexpected voice echoed in his mind, causing his heart to tremble. "Do not open the door." Who was speaking? Like a startled bird, He pressed his back against the wall, scanning every corner of his home, yet finding nothing amiss. Recalling the earlier warning, he turned his gaze towards the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door was being pounded upon. Eddie stealthily approached the entrance, peering through the peephole, but saw nothing unusual. Summoning his courage, he cracked the door open slightly, only to find a gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Oh dear! As a survivor in America for many years, Eddie instinctively raised his hands and took a step back. Triss entered the room with 3 henchmen, surveying the surroundings, but failing to identify any hidden compartments. He fixed his gaze on Eddie. Hand over Mr. Drake's belongings, and perhaps I might spare you. I have raised my hands. What? Triss observed Eddie, who was muttering to himself, slightly concerned that he had rendered him senseless. This would not do, as he needed a symbiote. Meanwhile, Eddie had no time to respond to Triss, as he was grappling for control against the strange entity within him. You make us look cowardly. I do not. You do. I do not. This is the most prudent response when facing a gun. As Eddie acted out this internal conflict, his hands rose and fell repeatedly. Triss sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint the issue. Noticing Eddie's apparent disorientation, he commanded his men to apprehend him, not foreseeing that this would provoke the symbiote within Eddie. The symbiote forcefully seized most of Eddie's bodily control, and with a swift flick of its arms, it unleashed black tendrils that sent 2 of Triss' henchmen sprawling. It then directed its appendages towards Triss, executing a deadly constriction. Feeling the suffocating grip akin to a serpent coiling around his neck, Triss was mercilessly slammed down like a meteor, colliding with the last standing henchman. Having dealt with the adversaries inside the house, the symbiote guided Eddie out with great strides, swiftly handling a few more unsuspecting lackeys in the corridor. Glancing down, it spotted several more climbing the stairs, and uninterested in wasting energy, smashed through the staircase's glass and leapt down, leaving only Eddie's terrified scream in midair. Upon landing, with the symbiote's assistance, Eddie engaged in a dramatic chase with the Life Foundation's operatives. Their pursuit spanned dozens of city blocks, culminating at the San Francisco Bay. Ultimately, Eddie was struck from the side by Triss' vehicle, bringing this chase to a close. As Eddie lay on the ground, his body contorted in a grotesque manner. Triss lowered his guard and approached the fallen figure, intending to deliver a mocking quip, only to be seized by a large black hand around his throat. A dark, massive hand gripped Triss by the throat, lifting him effortlessly, while Eddie's severe injuries, critical enough to necessitate intensive care, were mended within mere seconds. Almost immediately, a viscous black substance emerged from beneath his skin, enveloping his form, as a towering, monstrous creature with menacing fangs took Eddie's place. Venom was born. Eyes, lungs, pancreas, each a delectable morsel, though time was not on my side. A deep voice emanated from Venom as a long, sticky tongue, dripping with saliva, slithered across Triss' face, instilling sheer terror within him. Venom was poised to devour the brain of the unfortunate soul before him when the impact of bullets striking his back compelled him to discard Triss nonchalantly, before violently severing the head of a Life Foundation lackey. With a chilling smacking of his monstrous jaws, Venom leaped away in satisfaction before submerging into the San Francisco Bay to escape the scene. Meanwhile, on a rooftop beside the road, the chosen worker, Shadow, dutifully transmitted the recent events in real time to Wei Wu's tablet. Currently residing in a Nordic town, Wei Wu was diligently practicing magic and had completed his check-in. Notable scene: check-in successful. Extraction charge, 100. Extracting, acquired card. Employee training manual. Wei Wu gazed at the extraction results, slightly bewildered by the peculiar name of the card. He examined it closely. Card, employee training manual, attribute. Enhancement card. Effect: upon utilizing this card, one will receive an employee training manual. Employees trained according to this manual will exhibit a high level of loyalty to the organization. Wei Wu. He activated the card. A book, 5 centimeters thick and the size of a trifolded phone when unfolded, materialized in his hands. As he flipped through its pages, he found little of substance. Deciding to cast it aside for the time being, he stored it in Zero Base, intending to revisit it later when Chiliz stabilized the portal, allowing him to proceed with his recruitment plans. The scene returned to San Francisco. After a formal exchange with Eddie, Venom collaborated with him to breach the building where Eddie once worked, the San Francisco branch of the Global Daily, leaving behind a phone that contained incriminating evidence. Eddie glanced at the gaping hole Venom had created. Venom's whisper was opportune. Jump. I will land perfectly. Ding. You coward. As the elevator doors opened on the first floor, Eddie stepped out. Notable scene check-in successful. Extraction charge. 22. Watching Eddie descend from the elevator through the screen, Wei Wu completed this check-in. Pondering the serendipitous pairing of Venom and Eddie, he fixated intently on the screen. Based on his extensive experience with check-ins, he anticipated another notable scene was imminent. Ignoring Venom's disdain, Eddie calmly exited the elevator. Yet upon turning left, he was met with dozens of red dots ominously pulsing on his chest, shattering his calm demeanor. Raise your hands. The San Francisco SWAT team barked orders. Eddie complied, raising his hands in surrender and dropping to the ground. Once again, the SWAT team shouted at him. This time, Eddie did not acquiesce. He noticed the officer chambering around his firearm. Guys, this isn't a wise choice, Eddie cautioned. But the SWAT team had no intention of engaging in dialogue. Masks. A contingent of officers donned gas masks, with some hastily retrieving tear gas canisters even before securing their masks. As the SWAT team prepared to act, Eddie was not one to remain passive. All right then, I shall respond in kind. Venom mask. Acknowledged. The black substance swiftly enveloped Eddie's body, and Venom, adorned with sharp fangs, re-emerged. He firmly grasped the tear gas canister hurled towards him. The white chemical gas rapidly diffused, saturating the first-floor lobby. Chapter 75. The master of cleanup the tear gas deployed by the SWAT team filled the lobby. However, these chemical agents posed no threat to Venom, who could survive in a vacuum of space. The pervasive gas instead served as perfect camouflage, allowing him to strike swiftly. In less than a minute, this elite predator incapacitated the entire SWAT team. In the heat of the moment, Venom seized one officer, intending to initiate a defeat execution, but Anne, upon witnessing this scene, screamed in alarm. Venom, rather fond of this human female, graciously relinquished his grip on the unfortunate officer and retreated back into Eddie's body. Regaining control, Eddie was puzzled by Anne's presence. With a serious demeanor, she urged him to accompany her to the hospital. During their journey, Eddie and Anne exchanged brief words, prompting Venom to sense an opportunity. He incessantly encouraged Eddie to reconcile with his ex-girlfriend, yet Eddie's timid responses ultimately led to Anne's rejection. Observing this, Venom mocked Eddie's ineptitude from within. Upon arriving at the hospital where Anne's current boyfriend, David, worked, Eddie was informed by David that the parasite within him would cost him his life. Sensing that David was trying to sow discord between them, Venom, in a moment of desperation, seized David by the throat. This startled Anne, who quickly activated the room sound system to emit frequencies between 4,000 and 6,000 hertz, forcing Venom out of Eddie's body. Having narrowly escaped, David hastily dragged Eddie away, sealing the glass door to separate Venom from Eddie. Eddie stood, gazing at Venom pressed against the glass, feeling a sense of relief. He wished to distance himself from Venom as much as possible. Observing this, Venom made no further delay, crawling away through the ventilation system in search of a new host, as the symbiote could not survive independently in Earth's environment for long. Eddie pushed the door open and elegantly walked into the stairwell of the hospital, only to collide with the security personnel from the Life Foundation, who swiftly incapacitated him. This scene was witnessed by Annie, who had rushed out to call Eddie back for further observation. She stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Unbeknownst to her, a dog, having seen Eddie being taken away, approached her with an unrecognizable gait. Inside the Life Foundation Research Institute, Eddie awoke from his stupor, his gaze falling upon Carlton Drake, who paced restlessly nearby, seemingly in search of something. Sensing Eddie's consciousness returning, Drake engaged him in conversation, eager to ascertain the whereabouts of Venom. However, Eddie, obstinately evasive, engaged in trivial chatter, much to Drake's growing frustration. The symbiote within Drake, having journeyed from Malaysia to San Francisco over several months, was now impatient to unleash its army upon Earth. Seizing control of Drake's body, it bared its fangs and unleashed a torrent of viscous saliva towards Eddie, demanding, "Where's Venom?" "This is the ugliest thing I've ever seen," Eddie retorted defiantly, maintaining his bravado despite the symbiote's wrath. After a moment of silence, the symbiote, realizing that Venom could not survive long outside its host, withdrew back into Drake's body and relinquished its pursuit of Eddie. With newfound determination, Drake no longer wished to waste time on Eddie. He turned to prepare for the launch of the Life 2 rocket, instructing Security Chief Triss to dispose of Eddie. In the forest outside the institute, Eddie found himself restrained by two security personnel. Before him, Triss unlatched the safety of his handgun. In a moment of desperation, Eddie attempted to imitate a scene from a movie, attempting to disarm Triss for his own salvation. The outcome was predictable. He failed miserably. Triss, amused by Eddie's futile attempt, temporarily set aside his plan to swiftly eliminate him, opting instead to teach this fanciful young man a lesson. With the safety disengaged, Triss prepared to administer a beating to Eddie, unaware that two of his subordinates, who had accompanied him, were now hanging from a nearby tree. Noticing the ominous figure approaching from behind Triss, Eddie tentatively spoke up, "Before you act, perhaps you should check behind you?" Triss, sensing no deceit in Eddie's expression, turned to look, his vision obscured by a gaping maw. "Hello." Eddie came the voice of the towering Venom, likely the female symbiote, as she grasped Eddie by the collar, dispensing with any pleasantries before leaning in for an unexpected kiss. "No, no, no," Eddie protested, suspended in midair, his feet flailing. Although Venom's form was undeniably impressive, her appearance was still rather grotesque, slightly better than that of the symbiote's chaotic counterpart. The passionate kiss between Venom and Eddie allowed the dark substance to flow back into Eddie's being. As Venom's true form enveloped Annie, Eddie ceased his resistance, embracing the inevitable. However, Annie, having regained control of her body, forcefully pushed Eddie away. Her actions were not entirely voluntary. In the rocket launch control center, Drake hastily prepared for the launch of the Life 2 rocket. With just a few more minutes to go, they were ready to initiate the ignition sequence. As he anticipated the triumphant return of the symbiote army, an untimely rustling of pages reached his ears. Upon turning, he noticed an employee attempting to halt the rocket's launch. Without hesitation, the Chaos Incarnate extended its tendrils to obstruct the employee's actions, then transformed its arm into a blade that pierced through the employee's chest. All of this transpired within a mere 2 seconds. By the time the other employees realized their boss had transformed into a monster, the employee who initially sought to prevent the launch was already impaled against the wall. The staff erupted into disarray as the chaos no longer concealed itself, its arms morphing into gigantic curved blades. With alternating swings, the blades elongated further, cleaving through all equipment in the control center, along with the employees who had not yet escaped. As a master of desktop clearing, Wei Wu successfully completed a sign-in through the screen and open communication with Shadow. With the sign-in accomplished, there was little use for the chaos left behind. It was best to bring it back. Furthermore, research materials were never excessive. The Life Foundation's laboratory housed another yellow specimen, which should also be taken. Lastly, he reminded Shadow to mind the character design. Understood. As Shadow prepared to capture the chaos, he reflected on the new persona Wei Wu established upon returning from Camartage with a trove of books. They were an organization traversing the multiverse, thus necessitating an air of sophistication while containing threats to global security. Meanwhile, on the bridge leading to the Life 2 rocket, Chaos and Venom had already become entangled. Chapter 76, Chaos? Bring it on. At the Life Foundation rocket launch site, the transformed Chaos burst through the control center's wall, using all 4 limbs to navigate the iron framework. It aimed to board the rocket and bring back the symbiote army, intending to turn Earth into a complete hunting ground for symbiotes. At that moment, the transformed Venom emerged from the shadows, blocking the path. "Venom, get on the rocket." Upon seeing Venom, Chaos issued its command as usual. It did not wish to waste time on a symbiote that could only be described as outdated during such a critical juncture. "I will not allow you to destroy this planet," Venom replied succinctly, yet with unwavering resolve. Upon realizing Venom had betrayed it, Chaos opened its cavernous maw and roared. Its right hand morphed into a spiked morning star, ready to deliver swift execution upon this traitor. Venom deftly evaded the formidable strike, yet before he could land, a colossal blade, measuring 40 meters in length, thrust menacingly towards his visage. "What in the world is this?" Eddie internally screamed as he beheld this monstrous weapon extending from the arm of the entity known as Riot. Venom narrowly sidestepped the onslaught and, with a sense of urgency, explained to Eddie that Riot possessed an arsenal of weapons. "Then you should transform into one too," Eddie retorted. "Haven't I told you? On our planet, I am a failure, just like you. I was born too early to wield such abilities." "Oh, for heaven's sake." Just as Eddie conversed with Venom, Riot retracted the shape-shifted blade and leaped forward, closing the distance with 2 swift bounds. In a high arc, Riot descended, driving his arm directly into the steel platform beneath them. A multitude of silver spikes erupted from the base of the platform, crashing towards Venom like a tidal wave. Amidst Venom's frantic evasion, Riot advanced with several agile strides, leading to a fierce entanglement between the 2 symbiotes. Black and silver fluids splattered in all directions as Drake and Eddie exchanged blows. For approximately 10 seconds, despite Eddie's substantial advantage over Drake, Riot proved to be far more formidable than Venom. The scattered silver fluid ensnared the black fluid and violently constricted towards the center. Riot forcefully suppressed both Venom and Eddie within his form, scaling the exterior of the Life Rocket 2. Just as he believed success was imminent, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A resonant buzzing emanated from the rocket launch tower's loudspeakers, transmitting sound waves in the range of 4,000 to 6,000 hertz. Overwhelmed by this intense stimulus, Riot could no longer maintain his possession and, weakened, fell from the rocket's surface. In the Launch Control Center, Shadow, satisfied, turned off the broadcast at the control panel, preparing to apprehend Riot. However, a sudden female voice interrupted him. "Who are you?" Turning around, he saw Annie, just as in the original narrative, had arrived. Without uttering a word, Shadow teleported behind Annie and struck her with a precise blow, incapacitating her and resolving this minor distraction. By the time Shadow materialized beneath the rocket launch tower, the 2 symbiotes had vanished, leaving only Eddie standing victorious over Drake. Having perused the records within the base, Shadow was well aware that he could not allow Riot and Drake to merge once more. He concentrated, conjuring a sphere of blue energy enveloped in black smoke. Nightmare. Released by Shadow, Nightmare unfurled a vast cloud of darkness, swiftly sweeping across the platform's edge and engulfing the area where Drake resided. Within less than a second of contact with Nightmare, Drake's eyes became shrouded in darkness, his demeanor devolving into frantic chaos. As though paralyzed by fear, he flailed and screamed. Ultimately, he lost his footing, plummeting to his demise in the channel beneath the rocket. Meanwhile, Riot, having detached from his host and transformed into a mass of fluid, also lost direction upon encountering the black smoke and writhed aimlessly. However, due to the nature of symbiotes, he remained adhered to the platform's edge, avoiding a fall. This saved considerable effort for the Shadow, who retrieved a pre-prepared containment jar and successfully captured the riotous entity. After securing the jar, the emotionless mechanical voice from the broadcasting tower resonated, announcing a 30-second countdown to ignition. The Shadow spread a veil of dark mist, enveloping Eddie, who stood dazed, and the recently emerged Venom, which was still in its larval state, drawing them back to the Launch Command Center. "What are you doing, man?" Eddie exclaimed, finding himself in the command center with his eyes blinking in disbelief, cautiously stepping back. "Be careful," the Shadow intended to warn Eddie, as his former girlfriend lay less than 2 meters behind him. Unfortunately, the warning came too late. With a thud, Eddie stumbled over the unconscious Annie, tumbling head over heels. Fortunately, at the moment of his fall, the Venom finally reached his side, and the 2 entities fused once more. "Whoever you are, you must surrender the riot to me, so that I may consume it." Venom, having successfully bonded, glanced at Annie's rising and falling chest, confirming her state of mere unconsciousness, before gesturing menacingly towards the Shadow, yet refraining from any action. However, the Shadow paid no heed to him, checking the time and retrieving 2 corpses of security personnel from the ground. He swiftly transported them to the diversion channel before hurling them into the cockpit atop the rocket, wreaking havoc. Having completed these tasks, he returned to the Rocket Launch Command Center. "What were you just doing?" Venom inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Fabricating the scene," the Shadow replied succinctly, tossing a crimson business card to Venom. "The Fearless Covenant? What is this?" Venom read the inscription on the card, finding himself entirely unfamiliar with it. Over the past few days, he had been preoccupied with adjusting to life with Eddie and had not taken the time to investigate the nuances of this world. However, upon seeing the name, Eddie was suddenly startled. He recalled what this organization was. Endorsed by the Avengers, the Fearless Covenant was a clandestine assembly of superheroes operating from the shadows. A wave of concern washed over Eddie as he feared that he and Venom might be branded as supervillains and hunted by various heroes. Swallowing hard, Eddie was about to voice his worries when a shadow interjected, "I come from the Fearless Covenant, and Mr. Eddie Brock should have heard of us." The Fearless Covenant has successfully resolved the alien symbiote invasion incident, apprehending the mastermind Carlton Drake and his two accomplices, who piloted the rocket intending to betray all of humanity and summon an army of symbiotes. As he spoke, the Life 2 rocket ignited and ascended, but a malfunction occurred hundreds of meters above the ground, leading to an explosion. Flames erupted into the sky, and numerous flaming debris fell, leaving the launch site in disarray. Their nefarious plot was thwarted by Mr. Eddie Brock and his symbiotic partner, Venom, as the three human traitors, along with their symbiotic hosts, were reduced to ashes in the inferno. The Shadow calmly recounted the fabricated narrative. Alternatively, one could reimagine the symbiotic partner Venom sacrificing itself to save Mr. Eddie Brock, thereby allowing you to return to a relatively tranquil existence. Shadow, having summarized the events, observed Eddie and Venom engaging in an internal dialogue, after which they posed their inquiries. We have two questions. What questions? Is Dr. Skex still alive? What do you intend to do with the symbiote? The faint pulsation of the scars beneath the hood caught Shadow off guard. He had not anticipated Eddie and Venom would inquire about this. Dr. Skex is indeed alive. She is currently working for us. As for taking the symbiote, it is to prevent the military from creating uncontrollable incidents. The symbiote will remain in containment for its lifetime. Upon hearing this, Eddie and Venom reached a resolution. Very well, then let it be known that Eddie and I successfully saved the Earth. You have made the right choice. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, someone will soon contact you. Shadow nodded, leaving behind a final remark before vanishing from the scene. Much like his initial appearance before Venom and Eddie, without a trace. Chapter 77. The Purple Man. The following evening, on the streets of San Francisco, Eddie detected several unfamiliar individuals trailing him. These individuals were quite professional. Had it not been for Venom's keen senses, Eddie would likely have remained oblivious. He surmised they were there to surveil him. As he negotiated terms with Venom, he entered a familiar convenience store to select some goods. Comparing two different varieties of peanut butter, an unfriendly voice emerged from the cash register. He recognized this as the local gang demanding their protection fee. He had encountered them previously, feigning ignorance, but this time, emboldened by newfound strength, he was not inclined to remain passive. Eddie, he's a bad guy, right? Venom's timely inquiry prompted a decisive response from Eddie. Indeed, he is a villain, worthy of consumption. Without hesitation, the duo transformed in unison, extending tendrils to subdue the armed thug demanding the protection fee. Gradually, Venom approached, emitting a chilling, gravelly tone. In the past, I would have ordered you to vacate this store and leave this city. However, I have changed my mind. What the hell are you? The armed thug trembled, his eyes filled with terror. Venom recalled the individuals lurking outside, suddenly intrigued. He revealed half of his face, the dark fluid flowing, exposing Eddie's true visage beneath the menacing fangs. We are Venom. Notable scene registration successful. Energy extraction 100. Extraction in progress. Card acquired. Shadow Blade. A surveillance camera in the corner of the ceiling subtly shifted, broadcasting the recent spectacle. Inside the convenience store, Venom reverted to his original form and swiftly devoured the thug's head. After savoring the taste, Venom consumed the thug entirely in a matter of moments. The colossal being dissolved almost effortlessly, leaving behind only a few small fragments that slipped from the gaps of its venomous fangs. Eddie, what is that? Mrs. Chun exclaimed, her voice tinged with fear. The bizarre spectacle of a living entity being consumed before her eyes led her to momentarily believe she was hallucinating. It's nothing, Mrs. Chun. Just consider it a parasite I've acquired, Eddie retorted, suppressing his discomfort as he struggled to acclimate to such a grotesque act of consumption. He proceeded to settle the bill and departed, leaving Mrs. Chun in a state of bewilderment. Before he left, several slender black tendrils emerged from his ankle, meticulously clearing away the minuscule fragments resembling fingernails from the floor. 3 minutes after Eddie's departure, several impeccably dressed individuals entered Mrs. Chen's convenience store, presenting credentials marked with the insignia of S.H.I.E.L.D. They confiscated the day's surveillance footage. Upon returning to his newly rented abode, Eddie paused at the entrance to change his shoes, preparing to illuminate the space and prepare dinner as per his usual routine. Eddie, there is someone in the house. Venom's sudden utterance jolted Eddie into alertness. Over there, a slender black tendril extended from Eddie's shoulder, pointing toward a solitary armchair in the corner. Eddie squinted and discerned a shadowy figure, seemingly of Caucasian descent. The position was cleverly chosen, and the dark attire blended seamlessly into the surroundings. Yet the individual's skin tone was too conspicuous. Had it been a person of color, their concealment would have been impeccable. As Eddie assessed the intruder, his hand instinctively moved toward the light switch. Click! The room was bathed in a soft, white light. The figure seated in the corner armchair appeared momentarily perplexed, as if surprised that no one had mentioned such details while he was learning stealth techniques from his superior. However, after a brief moment of distraction, he rose from the chair, inadvertently showcasing his prominent hairline, his face adorned with a distinctly recognizable smile. "Good day, Mr. Eddie Brock. I am Agent Phil Coulson, here to discuss the Avengers Initiative." In Malibu, Los Angeles, Tony Stark watched a video sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. The subject of the video was none other than Eddie Brock, who had recently gained some notoriety online. However, before the situation escalated, S.H.I.E.L.D. had intervened, swiftly removing all related videos to control the narrative. Tony had heard that the incident was managed by the entity known as the Shadow within the Fearless Covenant. Yet he paid little heed to the particulars. His attention was fixated on a particular segment of the footage, where a black liquid emerged from beneath Eddie's skin, ultimately enveloping him in a suit of biological armor. Contemplatively, Tony pulled the screen aside and created a new folder, naming it Nano Armor. Once completed, he tossed the new folder into the myriad of tasks awaiting his attention. Amidst the countless folders, a few special files could be faintly seen, marked in red: Anti-Hulk Armor, Anti-Wei Weaponry, High-Energy Particle Emitter. Closing the taskbar, Tony switched to a window that remained open. The contents within the window are the design blueprints of Mark 42, the Wayward Son, which Tony is diligently perfecting. If all goes as planned, manufacturing will commence tomorrow. In Brooklyn, New York, Jessica Jones received a plea for assistance 2 days prior from an elderly couple who hoped she could locate their missing daughter. Enticed by a handsome reward, she accepted the case and devoted time to investigating the social connections and movements of their daughter, Hope. Following a lead, Jessica found herself at a restaurant where a server revealed that Hope had dined there the day before with a man possessing a distinctly British accent. Strangely, he had even shooed away a nearby table, allowing Hope to change seats with him. In retrospect, the man's words seemed to possess an irresistible allure. Scratching his head, the server's expression turned perplexed, as if he could not fathom why he had engaged in such absurd behavior. "Thank goodness my boss didn't fire me," he remarked, glancing at the beautiful woman before him, Jessica. However, he noticed her expression was tinged with anxiety as she repeatedly muttered the names of several streets. "Miss, are you all right?" His inquiry jolted Jessica back to reality. "Birch Street, Higgins Road. Oh, I'm fine, she responded absently, hastily exiting the restaurant. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought: escape as far away as possible. She recognized the man who had dined with Hope. He was a name forever etched in her memory, a harbinger of despair: Kilgrave. Whispering his name, Jessica's expression shifted from panic to resolve. Having endured a similar ordeal, she was determined not to let Hope suffer as she had. Fueled by this conviction and a flicker of her heroic spirit, she navigated by memory to a hotel, convinced that Hope was there. Upon arriving at the familiar location, Jessica first activated the fire alarm in the hallway. The shrill siren echoed throughout the building, prompting residents to emerge and investigate. Meanwhile, Jessica's gaze remained fixed on the door at the end of the corridor. After a minute, seeing no signs of movement from that door, she summoned her courage and used her extraordinary strength to wrench the lock apart. Pushing the door open, she indeed found Hope within, confirming that only Hope occupied the room. She seized a handbag from the bedside table, unceremoniously lifting Hope and attempting to leave, only to encounter fierce resistance. Reluctantly, Jessica resorted to rendering Hope unconscious. With Hope slung over her shoulder, Jessica swiftly returned to her detective agency. On the way, she notified the elderly couple with remarkable efficiency to come and retrieve their daughter. By the time she returned to the office, the couple was already waiting at the door. Collecting her thoughts, Jessica gestured toward the still unconscious Hope and began to speak. "Your daughter has been rendered unconscious by me, yet that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you must immediately take her far away from New York. As far as possible, she is under the mental control of a beast but that individual's influence is limited. Safety lies in distance. Upon hearing Jessica's words, the elderly couple, despite harboring doubts, prioritized their daughter's safety. After leaving a portion of the payment with Jessica, they hastily packed their belongings to retreat to their rural home. Meanwhile, Hope regained consciousness during this period. Upon opening her eyes once more, the rebellious spirit she had displayed in the hotel vanished. Jessica, having experienced a similar ordeal, understood that the efficacy of mental control had waned. With a sigh of relief, she began to gather her own belongings. Having rescued Hope today, she anticipated that the beast would inevitably trace her back to the hotel, making it imperative to vacate the premises. At that moment, the elderly couple completed their preparations and departed with Hope. Out of concern, Jessica decided to follow them to offer her assistance. However, she was a step too slow. By the time she reached the corridor, the elevator doors were slowly closing. Just before they sealed shut, she caught sight of Hope withdrawing a handgun from her bag. A sudden sense of foreboding compelled her to dash down the stairs, positioning herself at the first-floor elevator entrance. Ding! The elevator doors opened to reveal the couple lying in a pool of blood, while Hope, brandishing the gun with its magazine emptied, continued to pull the trigger at her lifeless parents. As the elevator doors parted, Hope turned her head, her initially terrified expression transforming into a bizarre smile upon seeing Jessica. "Smile, Jessica!" This phrase struck Jessica like a hammer, shattering her already fragile emotional state. Panic-stricken, she fled from the detective agency's apartment building, stepping onto the street, bewildered by the stream of cars and pedestrians. Inside the elevator, after uttering that phrase, Hope regained her awareness. With vacant eyes, she stared at her deceased parents, discarded the handgun, and slumped against the elevator wall, sobbing uncontrollably. At base 0, the figure known as Zero observed the elevator surveillance footage from the third floor of the main building. He picked up the phone. Beep, beep. "Hello, this is Wei Wu. Report any matters of concern. Otherwise, disperse." After a couple of beeps, Wei Wu's voice emerged. Zero replied leisurely, "Boss, there seems to be a small issue with Jessica Jones, and the purple individual is about to make an appearance." Wei Wu pondered for a few seconds. "Send Viper and Shangbo Lu to retrieve her directly. As for Jessica, let them handle that line as they see fit. Her value is rather modest." "Understood. But are you truly sending them both on the same mission?" Zero inquired, his tone laden with implications. Wei Wu, recognizing the undertone, reluctantly set aside the book he was studying, The Form of Aiken, From Novice to Master, and carefully instructed Zero, word by word, "You would be better off venturing outside rather than idly pondering these matters in your dimly lit chamber. It's been reiterated countless times that Phantom does not surveil others. Oh, my dear supervisor, the cameras are stationary. There are moments that necessitate manual oversight. Furthermore, the targets you have assigned to me are rather numerous, leaving me overwhelmed." Upon concluding my report, I departed from my secluded space and proceeded to the underground laboratory to seek out Viper. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and I sauntered leisurely into the laboratory area. This space is expansive, nearly encompassing half of the underground facility. As for the transit zone where Skeksis is located, it lies even deeper, perilously close to the void at the edge of this area. I curiously surveyed the array of new apparatuses within the laboratory, slowly making my way towards the chemical lab while discreetly pilfering a few small components left on the table by Chitauri. Upon reaching the chemical laboratory, I politely tapped on the glass door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Viper, clad in a lab coat and clutching a test tube as she seemingly observed the stability of a reagent, recognized my presence without turning around. "What brings you here, Zero? Is it a matter of business or pleasure?" "Ahem, it is undoubtedly a matter of business, Sabina," I replied, clearing my throat to mask my embarrassment, having inadvertently disclosed her true name. I inwardly lamented this slip. Miss Viper is not fond of being addressed by her real name while at work. In this realm, amidst the unyielding pact, only Inferno and Phantom dare to call her Sabina without consequence. As anticipated, upon hearing her true name, Viper's brow furrowed in irritation. "I have repeated myself numerous times, Zero, do not address me in such a manner. If you must use my true name, refer to me as Dr. Sabina." Observing her set down the test tube with a displeased expression, I swiftly adjusted my address. "Very well, Dr. Sabina, I have a task to relay to you." "A task? You could have sent an email or a broadcast. Why come all the way here?" Viper inquired, her skepticism evident. She understood that coaxing me out of my secluded space was no simple feat. Do not be so wary. I merely came to find Chitauri, and informing you of the task was a matter of convenience. I feigned nonchalance, fabricating an excuse. To my surprise, Chitauri's excited voice suddenly emanated from the laboratory's internal intercom. So, Zero, do you agree to take me on a little excursion to the dark web? I was taken aback, scanning my surroundings, my eyes nearly bulging from their sockets in disbelief, yet I found no surveillance beyond my control. In your coat pocket, Zero, the small robot you just pilfered from my desk, came Chitauri's voice again. Ah, I mistakenly believed it to be discarded scraps. My apologies. I shall return it at once. I retrieved the pilfered components, discovering 2 diminutive robots, each the size of a fingernail, among them. When shall we venture into the dark web? No, my dear. That is not permissible. It is for your own good. Zero hastily extinguished Chila's curiosity, unwilling to lead a child astray. Should the Inferno come to learn of his taking Chila to explore the bizarre spectacles of the dark web, he would surely scald himself with a cigarette, but with Chila's antics dispelling his appetite for gossip, Zero promptly briefed Viper on their mission. There exists a research specimen that requires you and S.H.I.E.L.D to apprehend, preferably alive. Additionally, there is another target you may attempt to make contact with, though it is of lesser priority. I shall send you the pertinent details shortly. I must now seek out S.H.I.E.L.D. Farewell. Zero departed swiftly, casually returning the components to the table he had previously passed. In the chemistry laboratory, after Zero's exit, Viper resumed her work. She carried the reagents she had just prepared into the adjacent room, which housed 3 symbiotes returned by the shadow. Inserting the test tube into the device's slot, the chemical solution was drawn into the nebulizer, transforming into a light green gas that filled the container housing the symbiotes. Viper scrutinized the various indicators on the monitor, murmuring softly, "Another failure?" Contemplating potential causes for the setback, one of the containment tanks emitted an alarm. She hurried over to investigate, only to discover that the yellow symbiote had perished. Frowning deeply, Viper vaguely grasped that the symbiotes could not be studied merely through technological means. She sensed the necessity for some magical support. With this realization, she paused the ongoing experiments concerning the symbiotes and returned to the main hall of the chemistry laboratory, preparing to prioritize the mission. She opened Zero's organized documentation. At first glance, she noted the details regarding the purple individual, Kilgrave, and his unique ability of virulent mental control. In essence, the purple individual perpetually emanates a peculiar virus that can be transmitted through the air. Upon infection, humans are compelled to obey all of Kilgrave's commands, even to the point of self-destruction. The initial infection requires proximity to Kilgrave, within several dozen meters. Beyond that, he loses the capacity for control. Additionally, this influence wanes over time, typically dissipating after 24 hours unless the virus is contracted again during that period. Can it control symbiotes? Viper's first thought turned to her recent experimental endeavors. Yet, before she could delve deeper into contemplation, Chila's voice resonated through the laboratory's intercom. "Viper, you Haven T granted S.H.I.E.L.D access to the chemistry lab. He just found his way over here." Taken aback, Viper realized that she indeed had restricted S.H.I.E.L.D's entry to the chemistry area. "I just sent him directly to you. Please remember to let him in." "Understood." Viper responded through the communicator, only to be caught off guard as Chila began to probe for further information. "Sister Viper, is your relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D genuine or merely an act? I harbor no interest in him, nor does he in me. It's all a fade." Viper resolutely refutes this rumor to Chila. Nevertheless, she retorts, "Be quiet. Attend to your own matters." Chapter 79. The Purple One? The moment he shows himself, he's done for. In New York, Brooklyn, Jessica is packing her belongings in her law office under the cover of night. After witnessing Hope being manipulated by the Purple One, who then murdered her parents, the courage she had mustered completely crumbled. She borrowed some money from her sister Tracy, with whom she shares no blood relation, and has already booked a ticket to Hong Kong. At that moment, her sister urged her to confront this psychological shadow in person. However, Jessica harbors not a shred of confidence in herself. Before departing, she intends to compose an email detailing the Purple One's abilities and criminal history to the Avengers, hoping they might see it. With her bags packed, Jessica's fingers dance across the keyboard, meticulously detailing the Purple One's powers and offenses, concealing parts of her own past to avoid complications. After pressing send to dispatch the email to a public inbox, she disregards whether it will be acknowledged. She hoists her oversized bag, which starkly contrasts her youthful physique, and prepares to leave. Beep. Her phone lights up with a notification. Jessica, initially disinterested in trivial matters, glances at the sender's profile, which bears the emblem of the Avengers. Unable to believe her email has garnered an immediate response, she's about to reply when a call comes through. Hello. This is the official partner of the Avengers, the Fearless Covenant. What is this nonsense? Feeling as if she were being toyed with by some idle hacker, Jessica's tone turns sharp. Are you truly the Avengers? That interpretation is not incorrect, madam. My colleagues will arrive at your fictitious detective agency in 3 minutes. In fact, they seem to have arrived. They will manage this extraordinary situation. The caller hangs up, and at that very moment, a knock resounds at the detective agency's door. Through the frosted glass, Jessica discerns 2 figures. Hesitating for a moment, she slips her phone back in her pocket and approaches the door. Good evening, madam. We received your email reporting the presence of a superhuman with mind control abilities who is exploiting his powers for criminal activities. Is that correct? S.H.I.E.L.D adjusts his glasses, his deep voice exuding politeness. Why are you all here if you don't believe me? Jessica queries, perplexed by the man's earlier statement. You've misunderstood, miss. We have been searching for that individual. Our efforts have been thwarted by the elusive nature of his abilities. A cool voice, emanating from beneath a mask, captures Jessica's attention. Well then, what do you intend to do? Observing the extraordinary couple outside the door, Jessica momentarily postponed her escape plan. As the conversation shifted into a more serious vein, the Viper and S.H.I.E.L.D exchanged glances, after which S.H.I.E.L.D, with a flourish, produced a crimson business card. Madam, this is our card. By entering the special number on it, you may access certain information on the Avengers official website that could facilitate our discussion. Accepting the card, Jessica stepped aside, simultaneously activating her phone's browser to navigate to the Avengers website, where she entered the alphanumeric code inscribed on the red card. Upon completion, the web page automatically redirected, revealing individuals who had shone brightly during the battle in New York, yet remained unrecognized by the media. Among them was the man in the suit before her. You're S.H.I.E.L.D, correct? How do you plan to deal with Kilgrave? Jessica crossed her arms, scrutinizing the 2 visitors, as if assessing their capability to confront her nightmare. The Viper remained silent while S.H.I.E.L.D offered a confident smile. Madam, you need not worry. We are quite professional. You inquire how we shall handle the purple man, Kilgrave? It is rather simple. Eliminate him the moment he reveals himself. Eliminate him the moment he reveals himself? Precisely. Do you know where he is hiding? Not at the moment. Then what do you mean by eliminate him the moment he reveals himself? Jessica chuckled incredulously, feeling somewhat desperate for a solution, having placed her trust in these 2 strangers. However, she soon sensed an odd atmosphere, as their gazes remained fixed upon her after she questioned their strategy. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Jessica took a cautious step back. What do you intend to do? All we require is for you, Ms. Jessica, to make a minor, insignificant sacrifice. S.H.I.E.L.D gestured with his fingers, indicating a small distance. In other words, we need you to serve as bait to lure him out. Realizing the implication, Jessica understood she was to be used as bait. No. This is out of the question. I've only just managed to escape. Jessica vehemently declined, but inadvertently locking eyes with the 2. She regrettably discovered that they had no alternative plan other than using her as bait. Unless you can guarantee my safety, this matter is off the table. Meanwhile, in a small Nordic town, Wei Wu, through the ancient surveillance set up by Zero, observed Jessica cooperating with the agents on their plan, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. The idea of using Jessica as bait had indeed originated from him. Rather than risking his own people to test the extent of Kilgrave's mind control, he preferred to have Jessica on the front lines. After all, she already possessed some resistance. Even if her strength faltered, she could likely be roused from any control. If it weren't for the plethora of surveillance targets Zero assigned to me post-New York battle, dealing with this insignificant purple man would hardly be so troublesome, Wei Wu lamented. Amidst the machinations of S.H.I.E.L.D, brazenly meddling in external affairs under the guise of the Avengers, one cannot help but ponder the inevitability of their impending downfall. Why? Contemplating how to seize a piece of the pie from this clandestine organization, found himself devoid of the motivation to study today, consequently opting to suspend his academic endeavors. He closed the book he had been perusing and retrieved the card he had acquired during the Venom storyline, examining its details. Card, Shadow Blade. Type, Weapon card. Effect, holding the Shadow Blade allows one to perceive the shadow dimension and grants dominion over shadows. Additionally, enemies slain by the Shadow Blade will manifest corresponding reflections in the shadow dimension, which can be summoned into the real world to fight on one's behalf. These reflections will inherit 60% of their original counterpart's strength, but will not replicate the original's weapon. Wei uttered, sensing a faint familiarity with the Shadow Blade's effect, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it. After futile contemplation, he stowed the blade away, intending to evaluate the agent's progress after apprehending the Purple Man, and to subsequently bestow this weapon upon Shadow. Chapter 80. Jessica and the Purple Man in the guise of a detective agency. The trio convened to deliberate their course of action. Resolving to proactively eliminate the threat posed by the Purple Man, Jessica donned the attire prepared by Viper and swallowed a pill, concealing a thumb-sized remote in her possession before departing. This remote was linked to the special pill she had just ingested. Upon activation, it would release a unique serum that would induce a state of unconsciousness within mere seconds. Once in this state, the Purple Man's mental control would lose its efficacy. Returning by taxi to the restaurant from that morning, Jessica settled into her familiar window-side seat. She disrobed her outer coat, revealing a sleeveless purple halter dress beneath. This outfit had been meticulously chosen by Viper upon learning of the Purple Man's infatuation with Jessica, in hopes of augmenting the likelihood of drawing him out. Jessica summoned the same waiter from the morning and ordered an exquisite dinner for two, before languidly waiting at her table. She was not particularly fond of wearing dresses, often feeling awkward in them. Unconsciously shifting her body, she caught sight of S.H.I.E.L.D and Viper, who had changed in a new attire and entered the restaurant arm in arm through the main entrance. With the assurance of safety, Jessica's anxious heart began to settle, and she endeavored to feign a change of heart, awaiting her boyfriend for dinner. Across the restaurant, S.H.I.E.L.D and Viper, masquerading as ordinary patrons, found a secluded corner to sit. As S.H.I.E.L.D placed their order, Viper's emerald eyes swiftly scanned the establishment, though she failed to identify any suspicious individuals. Retracting her gaze, she noticed S.H.I.E.L.D fixated on her. S.H.I.E.L.D, we are on a mission. Relax, Viper. Our bodies, enhanced by Wei's level of strength, surpass those of ordinary individuals by multiples. We are just as formidable as that lady by the window, she thought, suppressing her unease. Could you kindly keep your thoughts to yourself? Do you find such pretense amusing? Oh no, your words truly wound me. Must I address you as Vincent Fabrin? The Viper's expression turned cold, his tone grave. Do you believe that feigning deep emotions will convince everyone that you're joining the unyielding pact is born of affection for me? Observing the Viper's seriousness, S.H.I.E.L.D returned to a more composed demeanor, shedding his prior insincerity. He calmly cut a piece from the steak that had just been served and lifted it to his mouth. Very well, Viper. Though it may not be proper to say so, we are no longer on Earth, and there is no need for you to harbor such distrust towards me. As he savored the relatively fine steak, S.H.I.E.L.D glanced up to gauge the Viper's emotional state, only to find the Viper coldly staring back at him, their eyes locking. You must understand, we are here each with our own aspirations. While I am unaware of your specific wish, I can assert that once I achieve my goal, I shall no longer require any pretense. We have shared life and death bonds. For heaven's sake, grant me some response. S.H.I.E.L.D spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Observing that the Frenchman before him was not merely acting, the Viper's stern expression softened somewhat, and the hostility in his gaze diminished considerably. At least you possess a semblance of conscience. However, you had best refrain from stirring trouble, taking advantage of Wei Wu's indifference to our past transgressions. Of course not. I assure you of my honesty. Should you doubt, feel free to check the surveillance at Zeros. Since the moment I was summoned, I have scarcely ventured outside. This time, the Viper remained silent, tacitly acknowledging S.H.I.E.L.D's words, implying she indeed reviewed the footage. Thus, you can. S.H.I.E.L.D wished to continue speaking, but the Viper raised her hand slightly, interrupting him. Following her gaze, he noticed the same server making his way to Jessica's table. They exchanged a glance, aware that the bait had been taken. Wiping his mouth with a napkin from the table, S.H.I.E.L.D said nothing further and quietly slipped into the restroom. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he vanished amidst a swirl of purple and gold particles. At the window-side table, Jessica finished her meal, having even consumed a substantial portion of the dish prepared for the Purple One, without a hint of concern for her appearance. She sensed that the purple one would likely not make an appearance today, and given the cost of the meal, she could not afford to waste it. As she savored the more luxurious portions, the server who had attended to her twice that day approached her table, engaging in trivial conversation and placing a note before her. Furrowing her brow, Jessica opened the note, which contained but a single line. If you wish to see me, come to 44 Greenshade Road in the west of the city. Remember to come alone and do not bring that friend of yours. Upon reading the note, Jessica was initially startled, fearing her plans had been discovered. However, she quickly regained her composure, carefully rereading the note and focusing on a particular word. Fully aware of Kilgrave's obsessive cleanliness and compulsive tendencies, she knew he would never convey a message with misspelled words. Jessica began to scan the restaurant for any suspicious figures. As she turned around, she discovered her sister, Tracy, had inexplicably taken a seat behind her. "Tracy, what brings you here?" Her tone was laced with exasperation towards her adoptive sister, as she had briefly feared that Xiangbo and the Viper had been exposed. "I heard you mention that guy this morning and grew a bit concerned for you. But what are you doing here?" Upon being noticed, Tracy initially offered an awkward smile, then regarded Jessica's purple attire with a look of suspicion. However, given the urgency of the situation, Jessica did not wish to involve Tracy further. She discreetly concealed the note and concocted an excuse to send her away. Jessica then made her way to 44 Greenshade Road in the western part of the city. This was her childhood home, a place she had not returned to since a tragic car accident, and according to her memories, the house should have been sold by her adoptive mother to cover her upbringing costs. Arriving at the doorstep, she barely had time to ring the bell before an elderly man dressed like a butler opened the door to greet her. "Mr. Grave has been waiting for you for quite some time," he said in a kindly tone resembling a benevolent elder. Ignoring the old butler, who was undoubtedly under the control of the purple man, Jessica steadied her breath, praying that Xiangbo and the Viper would prove reliable. Gathering her courage, she stepped into the house that lingered in her memories. The butler guided her into the study, where she beheld the figure of Kilgrave, clad in a light purple suit, just as he appeared in her nightmares. It was this man who had controlled Jessica's mental will for a span of 2 years. During that time, the purple man had subjected Jessica to countless unspeakable acts and had exploited her supernatural abilities to commit murder. Each time, he would use mind control to cover up the aftermath, which was the root of Jessica's profound terror towards him. He wielded the power over life and death, manipulating human bodies as if they were mere toys. Jessica had once witnessed a hapless soul ordered by the purple man to extract his own heart. The man's eyes were filled with terror and pleas for mercy, yet his body complied without hesitation, seizing a pair of scissors from the table and brutally piercing his chest again and again. He continued to obey the purple man's command until the last drop of his blood was shed. This harrowing experience had left an indelible mark on Jessica's psyche, and even a fleeting thought of it sent chills down her spine. Now, confronted once more by the purple man, Jessica summoned all her strength to speak. "How did you find this house?" The purple man, upon hearing her question, looked at Jessica with a gaze imbued with a twisted affection. "I recall you once mentioned how much you missed this place. I just purchased it." Jessica felt a surge of anxiety for the current owner of the house. "Or the owner?" she inquired. The purple man merely smiled and gestured towards the beaming old butler standing nearby. "Damn it, you still make me feel nauseated without needing to exert your powers over me," Jessica uttered, her hands trembling uncontrollably in her pockets since she entered, gripping the pill controller tightly, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. As Jessica prepared to give up, the enigmatic figure maintained his composure, his gaze brimming with an inexplicable confidence. "No, no, no, Jessica, this time I shall not exert control over you. I will allow you to fall in love with me on your own terms." With that declaration, he snapped his fingers. 2 burly security guards escorted Tracy into the room. "However, for my personal safety, I have summoned your sister," he continued, "even though she has been trailing closely behind you. Tracy, greet Jessica." He clapped his hands, signaling the guards to release Tracy. Yet, the once struggling Tracy transformed in an instant, warmly greeting Jessica. The enigmatic figure pulled Tracy close, retrieving a spring-loaded knife from the table. "Here, Tracy, take this. If you hear any cries from me or see anyone attacking, use this knife to sever your carotid artery. Remember, the carotid artery." His final words carried a weight that seemed to extend beyond Tracy alone. Chapter 81. New developments 3 kilometers from the house, on high ground. Shambler had his sniper rifle trained on the enigmatic figure. Despite the wall's obstruction, Shambler remained confident he could resolve this matter in a single breath. I have locked onto the target, but it appears Jessica's sister, Tracy, has been taken hostage. His tone wavered, contemplating the probability of collateral damage during the capture. Even without Tracy, there were nearly 10 hostages. The original plan would proceed as intended. Less than 100 meters from the house, Viper withdrew her hand from her earpiece and swiftly approached the target's location. She made no attempt to conceal her presence, quickly caught by the watchful eyes placed by the enigmatic figure. As one of the operatives went to report, the others emerged, weapons drawn, aiming at Viper. Unfazed by these minor adversaries, she advanced towards the house's entrance without hesitation. In a mere heartbeat, those lackeys fell under the onslaught of a violet beam from a distance. Shambler had calculated the distance in advance and opted for tranquilizer rounds, ensuring the scene would not become excessively bloody. As Viper neared the door, her attire shimmered, transforming from a seemingly plain outfit into a black and green combat suit. But that was not the end. In the next instant, her combat suit released a torrent of green chemical gas as she activated Viper's belly. The noxious fumes enveloped the house completely, while Viper's mask rapidly unfolded into a full-coverage helmet resembling a serpent's head. Inside, the enigmatic figure grew increasingly alert, having awaited further information in vain. He pulled Tracy closer and inquired about Jessica. "Is this uninvited guest also your friend?" "No, I do not know her." Jessica hurriedly distanced herself from her association with the Viper, her fingers anxiously hovering over the remote control in her pocket, fearful that in her unconscious state, the Purple Man might resort to desperate measures and eliminate Tracy. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, a pang of alarm struck her heart. In her panic, she had inadvertently revealed too much. The Purple Man, too, discerned the flaw in Jessica's statement, his expression shifting ominously. "I never specified whether the intruder is male or female." After a brief pause, his tone changed as he issued a direct command to Jessica. "Eliminate the enemy at the door." From the moment she entered the house, Jessica had inhaled a significant amount of the special virus that the Purple Man emitted involuntarily. In a sense, she had long been under his control. The instant she heard his command, an instinct to comply surged within her, yet she retained dominion over her body, perplexed as to why she was not subjected to the same direct control as before. But there was no time for contemplation. She pressed the remote. The device activated a specially designed pill, and the potent anesthetic was swiftly absorbed by Jessica's body. Just as she took a step forward, all her strength drained away, and she collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the Viper kicked the door off its hinges, a noxious green gas flooding into the room almost instantaneously. The Purple Man looked up at the door, intent on subduing the intruder. Yet, as he glanced upward, he was struck dumb. How could it have been so securely sealed from start to finish? "Stop," he commanded, retreating while attempting to exert control over the intruder before him. But the outcome was evident. The Viper, clad in combat gear, remained entirely unaffected. Realizing that his secret had been laid bare, the Purple Man cursed under his breath. Damn it! The continuous string of unexpected events had caused him to lose grip on the situation. He opted to unleash all those within the confines of the room that he could control, hoping to buy himself some time to escape. Yet, aside from the ever-watchful Shang Bowler outside, the Viper was not someone who could be easily detained. With rapid strides, the Viper closed the distance to the Purple Man, disregarding his resistance, and injected a tranquilizer into his body. After a futile struggle, the Purple Man succumbed to unconsciousness. Confirming that his objective was secured, the Viper called Wei Wu to open the spatial gate to Base 0, gripping the Purple Man by the nape as he returned to his laboratory, confining him in a cage that had been prepared in advance. The scene was left in Shang Bowler's capable hands. Once Shang Bowler completed the cleanup and returned, Wei Wu temporarily paused his leisurely studies. Back at the base, he found the Viper drawing blood from the Purple Man. Observing the needle from the Purple Man's elbow connected to a large glass tube held by the Viper, Wei Wu offered a considerate reminder. "Viper, be careful not to drain him dry. We only have one specimen of this kind, and it must be sustainable for research." "I understand," replied the Viper. "I am already attempting to directly replicate the substances we require, and results will be forthcoming shortly." As he examined the test results, there was a hint of joy in the Viper's tone, suggesting a significant discovery had been made. However, what about the others? Throughout his journey, he had not seen a single soul and was unable to perceive anything through the authority of the Dimension Lord. Noticing that the Viper was preoccupied, Wei Wu casually inquired about the whereabouts of the others before preparing to depart. To his surprise, the Viper responded with astonishment, revealing that everyone was over at S.H.I.E.L.D's location, where the girl had apparently concocted new achievements, even drawing S.H.I.E.L.D into her endeavors. Wei Wu, I shall investigate this matter. With that, he transported himself to the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D's laboratory. Upon arriving, Wei Wu paused for a moment, taken aback. As the master of this domain, he was astonished to find that he could not sense the events transpiring behind the door before him. What had this girl been up to? With this question lingering in his mind, he scanned his face and entered the laboratory. As the doors swung open, he observed a group of agents gathered in a circle not far ahead, as if they were witnessing an extraordinary spectacle, punctuated by occasional bursts of excitement. Stealthily approaching the crowd, he peered through the gaps between the agents and saw S.H.I.E.L.D and Sheila busily manipulating a device, upon which a spatial gem was prominently displayed in its sunken platform. This should be promising. Sheila straightened her back, her expression radiating pride and excitement. Her gaze swept over her colleagues, eager to showcase her latest achievement, only to discover Wei Wu, who had seamlessly blended into the crowd. Oh, boss, when did you arrive? Wow, you moved so silently. If we had been outside, we would have faced dire consequences. The Phoenix exclaimed, completely oblivious to Wei Wu's approach. When did you become so formidable? Reyna remarked, her tone laced with surprise. Though reluctant to admit it, she was indeed impressed by his silent approach. Beside her, the hunter owl nodded repeatedly, both in admiration of Wei Wu's stealth and in agreement with Reyna's sentiments. The sage, in contrast, exhibited little outward emotion, merely scrutinizing Wei Wu from head to toe, seemingly pleased with the growth of their leader. Just a stroke of luck. Though Wei Wu felt quite proud of himself, he maintained an air of modesty. Clapping his hands to regain the group's attention, he turned to Sheila and inquired, So, what new inventions has our brilliant inventor produced? Moreover, why was I unable to sense the happenings within the laboratory? Chapter 82. A New World. Upon hearing Wei Wu mention her new achievement, Sheila's face once again lit up with a small pride. I constructed a teleportation device akin to that of Earth. And then I integrated spatial phases and fundamental force constants. As Wei Wu listened to the barrage of technical jargon flowing from Sheila's lips, his mind momentarily faltered. He helplessly interjected, interrupting her enthusiastic explanation. Could you perhaps articulate something I can comprehend? Let me think about how to express it. Sheila furrowed her brow, clearly making a considerable effort to translate specialized terminology into layman's terms. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D paused his tinkering with the instruments, as though a savior had descended from the heavens. The new breakthrough was that Sheila had ingeniously localized the portal using her brilliant intellect. As for the inability to perceive the interior of the laboratory, I surmised it was due to that particular factor. Remarkable. Indeed, she could be deemed a royal translator. Wei Wu nodded in strong agreement with S.H.I.E.L.D's esteemed translation, his gaze following the direction of his hand. The mind gem was placed within a cylindrical machine, and Wei Wu recognized it as Sheila's device for releasing the comprehensive lockdown. What a fascinating modification this was. Upon hearing Wei Wu's low-voiced inquiry, Sheila finally devised a way to describe the instruments using conventional vocabulary. My lockdown device can seal off everything within its range. The principle involves utilizing energy from the surrounding space, which we refer to as source energy. The data from the base calls this phenomenon cosmic energy. Wei Wu listened intently. Though he did not fully grasp the scientific principles, he was able to comprehend the general idea through his knowledge of magic. Nodding to conclude the topic, Wei Wu posed his most pressing question. Can this contraption open the gateway to parallel universes? To that, she replied, Well, we're not certain as of now. We were just about to send a probe to scout the area. Returning to the technical matters, Sheila explained with utmost seriousness, her demeanor reminiscent of a seasoned doctor, which was quite convincing. All right, Wei Wu sighed in disappointment, extending the sound. He left the laboratory and entered Zero's dimly lit room. Just as he stepped through the spatial portal, he noticed Zero and Yu Ying engaged in a heated debate. As he approached, he overheard their discussion, which revolved around surveillance. Zero spoke with righteous indignation. This is for the greater good. Just teleport to Xander and help us install some monitoring equipment. Meanwhile, Ying, standing beside Zero with arms crossed, expressed a tone of exasperation. I've already said I don't know the coordinates. I can't teleport and would get lost in the universe. I really think you need to rein him in. Wei Wu. He wants to monitor everything. Clearing his throat twice, Wei Wu subtly announced his presence. Boss. You arrived just in time. Quickly persuade Ying to go to Xander and help us expand our business. Upon hearing the request, Wei Wu pondered the feasibility of Zero's suggestion and surprisingly found it quite plausible. I believe Zero's proposal is very constructive. What do you think, Ying? I knew no one would agree with Zero, but even you. Wei Wu immediately supported Zero's idea, and after a brief moment of confusion, Ying emitted a sharp exclamation of disbelief. Even Zero was taken aback by Wei Wu's agreement, and he reluctantly remarked, "Actually, I was just joking, haha." However, after Wei Wu gave him a reassuring look, he took Ying by the arm and walked away. In response, Zero could only silently turn back to face the surveillance screen, quietly opening a small window to eavesdrop. He brought Shadow to the hall on the first floor, where they settled onto a sofa, and Wei Wu began to speak. "Shadow, I have a highly confidential mission to entrust to you." Noticing Wei Wu's demeanor, Shadow's feline eyes narrowed on one side while widening on the other, as if doubting the veracity of Wei Wu's words. "I need you to traverse the cosmos, leaving behind a notorious reputation. The aim is to land in prison, but without incurring a death sentence." Why? Shadow was perplexed, her curiosity deepening. At this point, Wei Wu conjured a small barrier that shielded their conversation from sound and sight. And with an air of mystery, he continued, "We must prepare for the impending Guardians of the Galaxy. We need someone to infiltrate their ranks and stream the entire experience live, lest we miss out on crucial moments." "You can't be asking me to do that, can you?" Shadow hesitantly inquired, clearly reluctant to take on the task of tracking and broadcasting. "Of course not. What we require is a clean operative who has no record on Earth, making it easier to penetrate the Guardians' inner circle, thus preventing any surprises when they eventually meet the Avengers." "I see, but how am I to proceed? Without knowing who the next operative is, how can I leave information for the Nova Corps to accurately apprehend them later?" Shadow had already embraced a role, ready to issue a cosmic bounty for the unknown successor, disregarding her colleagues' opinions, resolutely believing in her own path. Wei Wu pondered for a moment. "This is where your discretion comes into play. It would be best to operate masked at all times, ensuring the Nova Corps cannot trace any information back to you. This way, when the new recruit arrives, they can simply take the fall for you." Upon hearing this, Shadow nodded repeatedly, her mind already calculating how many years a heist on the wealthy of Xander might incur. Wei Wu, observing her, sighed. "Alas, the newcomers merely need to mindlessly take the blame while we have far more to consider." He then handed the Shadow blade to her before returning to Zero's darkened room. "Boss, why do you want Shadow to create an extensive criminal record on Xander?" Zero's curiosity was piqued, clearly intrigued by the latter part of the conversation that he could not monitor. "I'm sorry, Zero, but this matter is classified. I've already instructed Shadow to keep it under wraps, so don't expect to glean any information from her." All right, Zero replied, slightly disgruntled by the abrupt end to his curiosity, and he prepared to shift his focus to reporting. Switching between various surveillance feeds on different screens, he said, "Boss, where would you like to begin your listening? Just highlight the key points." "Well, there have been some developments on 3 fronts concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. I intercepted a communication signal a few days ago, one from the Skrulls to Nick Fury, expressing their desire to settle on Earth, which Fury declined. By the way, from the content of the communication, I managed to uncover the coordinates of Xander. Moreover, the Insight program within S.H.I.E.L.D. has officially been proposed, with 3 aerospace carriers prepared for construction. I instructed Shadow to install some new surveillance systems on Tony's end. He has been diligently crafting the armor codenamed the Prodigal, and the progress is indeed commendable. The associated terrorist organization, the 10 Rings, has recently been quite active, yet the original 10 Rings organization remains silent, still in hiding." Upon hearing Zero's brief account, Wei Wu was genuinely surprised that Black Egg did not play the traitor this time. As for the 10 Rings and the 10 Commandments, the former is merely the red-hot circus of the Killian organization, not worthy of further discussion. Conversely, Wei Wu is exceedingly intrigued by the 10 Rings, especially since the storyline there appears to lack any notable scenes that require meticulous planning. Thus, the containment of the 10 rings can now be prioritized. Wei Wu pondered, and Zero's voice brought him back to reality. Boss, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Tony has some work for us. Chapter 83. The deadly virus at the Malibu seaside villa. Tony sat in a chair, a syringe in hand, continuously injecting a series of miniature signal transponders into his arm for his guided armor. With a slight grimace from the final injection, which was slightly off target, Tony completed the installation of all signal transponders. At that moment, Jarvis's voice chimed in. I have prepared a set of safety protocols that you might overlook. Let us disregard that and dive straight in, Tony replied. Understood. The Mark 42 self-winding propulsion suit is ready for its inaugural test. Jarvis. I prefer to call it the Prodigal. Also, play me something more electrifying. As the music played, Tony swayed to the rhythm before activating the signal transponders implanted within him. Whoosh! 2 pieces of armor automatically launched, flawlessly attaching themselves to his left arm and shoulder. Satisfied with the rhythm, Tony commanded all components to take flight. In an instant, the laboratory was filled with armor pieces darting through the air. Amid the chaos, he managed to don the majority of the armor, until the facial component flew toward him in reverse. With a narrowed gaze, Tony maneuvered the armor and expertly caught the Mark 42's facial piece, landing with a superhero's flair. Observing his flawless execution, a smirk crept across his lips as he mused, I am truly a genius. At that moment, however, from a blind spot behind him, an inconspicuous component hurtled toward his backside. Thud! Crash! Unprepared, Tony was knocked off balance, and the pieces of armor he had already donned scattered across the floor. Notable scenes successfully recorded. Extracting charge 28. In base 0. Watch the screen. Still adhering to the previous modus operandi, are we? Certainly not. Now that we have the official endorsement, it would be a waste to act clandestinely with this identity. Wei Wu repudiated his previous course of action. Yet, mindful of the necessity to make an impressive appearance, he paused for contemplation. As it stood, the outside world remained oblivious to my connection with the fearless contract. Thus, I shall entrust this task to you, and do bring the Phoenix along. Puzzled as to why it fell upon him to attend, Zero quickly recognized that his familiarity with Tony was indeed the closest. He could only lament how transparently Wei Wu had orchestrated his involvement. Concluding their discussion, Wei Wu retreated to a secluded haven in a Nordic town. He understood that Tony was currently engulfed in an inexplicable dread following the New York battle, relying solely on his armor to provide a modicum of reassurance. In a past life, he had struggled to comprehend this, yet now he felt a profound empathy. This was largely due to his own sense of unease, not stemming from the New York conflict, but from apprehensions regarding the future. He vividly recalled over 6 months ago the words spoken by his future self, Banner, it is wonderful to see you again. Though vague, this sentiment pointed to an unsettling factor that Wei Wu despised. He might perish due to Thanos' snap, or perhaps for other reasons. However, judging by Banner and the future Tony's demeanor, it seemed likely that he would indeed fall victim to Thanos. Hence, he was suddenly compelled to delve into the remaining magic of Kamar Taj. All fears arose from a lack of firepower. It was perplexing. How could he possibly fall to that purple-skinned fiend? From his current golden standard, that creature could only be at best diamond tier, and even with the Infinity Gauntlet, he would not surpass the extraordinary. Why would he succumb to his hand? This query had plagued his thoughts for half a year, ultimately leading him to the sole conclusion. His excessive fixation on signing and had inadvertently allowed Thanos to collect all the gems, resulting in his own downfall beneath the snap. A recalibration was necessary. Wei Wu murmured softly, making a resolute decision. 2 days later, at the Stark Industries building in Los Angeles, Pepper Potts, then head of Stark Industries, was meeting a visitor, Aldrich Killian. At that moment, the true mastermind of the 10 Rings was masquerading, presenting Pepper with their product, the Extremis virus. Killian placed a device projecting brainwave signals on the table, showcasing his cerebral imagery to Pepper, articulating the grand prospects of the Extremis virus. As the head of security and a close friend of Tony, Happy dutifully reported to Tony that Killian was exhibiting his brain up close to Pepper. Tony, you really ought to see this. Their SA fellow who doesn't look good at all, presenting his brain to Pepper. Happy, what are you saying? Who is he? You met him at the scientific conference in 1999. Outside the conference room, Happy was updating Tony on the situation. Inside, The discussion between Pepper and Killian concluded with Stark Industries' refusal to sell arms any longer. Killian was evidently dissatisfied with this outcome. He had anticipated that once Stark Industries was in Pepper's hands, he could circumvent Tony and directly conduct business. Yet he found himself unable to escape Tony's shadow. Out of courtesy, Pepper escorted Killian to the door. Yet before departing, Killian bestowed upon her an unexpected kiss, and indeed, he pressed his lips to hers. Momentarily, Pepper stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. In stark contrast, the instigator Killian strolled away nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired. To uphold the image of Stark Industries, despite her inner discontent, Pepper silently endured the incident. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Happy and Zero, the former preparing to relay some disparaging remarks about Killian to Tony, while the latter, more direct in his approach, began to voice his critiques at the screen. "Oh my heavens, this is utterly outrageous," Zero exclaimed, a staunch advocate of pure love, expressing his disdain for such a narrative twist. While Tony had indeed been an arrogant rogue in the past, this was a transgression beyond measure. Without a moment's hesitation, Zero resolved to assist Tony, not merely to fulfill a task assigned by Wei Wu, but for the sake of every pure love warrior across the globe. Meanwhile, the proactive Happy, having captured Killian's license plate, intended to discreetly follow to uncover the truth about this individual. As night fell, Happy traced Killian's vehicle to the historic Chinese theater in Hollywood. Pondering the purpose behind Killian sending his subordinate Savon to such a venue frequented by Hollywood stars, Happy stealthily followed Savon, oblivious to the agile figure trailing behind him. Savon approached a man who bore the hallmarks of an addict. After exchanging a few words, Savon set down a suitcase and departed, but not before he heard the voice of Stark Industry Security Chief behind him. Turning around, he saw the rotund figure colliding with the man he had just met, seizing the opportunity to snatch away a vial of the inhalable doomsday virus. Savon aimed to retrieve the virus, but was interrupted as someone patted him on the shoulder twice. Frowning, he turned to find a young black man in an eye-catching white jacket who was regarding him with a mischievous glint. "Hey there, I hear you're quite fireproof?" The Phoenix, donning sunglasses seemingly out of nowhere, greeted him with a broad smile, as though meeting an old friend after many years. Savon did not recognize the young man, yet caught a glimpse of Happy preparing to depart with the doomsday virus. "You've mistaken me for someone else, buddy." He impatiently brushed off the hand resting on his shoulder and made to pursue Happy. The Phoenix did not hinder him, instead noticing that the initial addict had succumbed to temptation and was now inhaling the doomsday virus. The skin on his face visibly reddened and heated. "Folks, get away," he shouted, but passers-by merely sidestepped him, failing to vacate the square in front of the theater. "Very well, you've left me no choice." Seeing the red-faced man on the verge of exploding while the crowd ignored him, the Phoenix had to alter his plan. He wrapped a scarf around his face and flung open his white jacket, revealing a tubular device he had secured to his person beforehand. "Raise your hands high and shout with fervor, 'Long live the Almighty.'" Such a four-word slogan, when proclaimed, yields remarkable results. Bystanders scatter as if they have encountered a harbinger of doom. Not far off, Savon and Happy, who were on the brink of escalating their verbal sparring into a physical altercation, are drawn to the resounding cries of the Phoenix. However, upon glancing in that direction, their gazes inadvertently bypass the Phoenix and fixate on the figure, gradually being consumed by the desolation virus. Upon seeing that flushed and feverish individual, Happy's mind is jolted back to a fateful Christmas Eve in 1999. In a moment of reckless curiosity, he had snapped a small segment of a plant, which, much like the person before him, had emitted a red glow, before erupting in an explosion. In contrast to Happy's recollection, Savon possesses a clearer understanding of the impending devastation that awaits. Losing all patience, he executes a shoulder throw, incapacitating Happy, seizing the desolation virus from his grasp, and prepares to flee. In the next instant, the entrance of the Grand Theater transforms into a fiery inferno as the individual bursts forth in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing a searing temperature of 3,000 degrees that engulfs everything in its vicinity. The Phoenix, before the explosion unfolds, raises a wall of flames, partially shielding itself and deflecting some of the fiery shockwave to protect Happy. The shockwave ravages the surroundings, leaving chaos in its wake. The Grand Theater's entrance collapses into rubble. and Savon vanishes with the desolation virus, leaving behind a dazed Happy and a distant cluster of flames. The flames flicker in the air before suddenly coalescing into a humanoid form. The Phoenix rises once more, shaking off the ash that had settled upon him from the explosion. He strides towards the disoriented Happy. "It appears you may have suffered a mild concussion, my friend. You ought to get some rest," he remarks, and under the cover of the still burning flames, administers a specially concocted serum designed by Viper. This elixir would induce a prolonged slumber while simultaneously enhancing the body's self-healing capabilities. Having completed his task, the Phoenix retrieves a communicator and contacts Zero. "Zero, I have successfully put our portly security friend to sleep as per the plan. Please reach out to S.H.I.E.L.D. post-haste. I do not wish to be apprehended as a suspect." The following morning, Tony, having endured a sleepless night due to a quarrel with Pepper, rushes to the hospital upon learning of Happy's injury and unconsciousness. At the door of the ward, he observes the Phoenix engaged in conversation with a well-dressed woman. Ignoring the pair, Tony approaches the medical staff to ascertain the situation. Upon discovering that Happy is merely in a state of unconsciousness due to a concussion, he breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the circumstances are not dire. Emerging from the ward, he seeks out the Phoenix. "Fireboy, enlighten me about the events of last night." "Mr. Stark, our investigation has revealed that the 10 Rings engaged in a transaction involving human bombs last night, and it appears Mr. Happy was inadvertently involved," the woman interjects, aiming to mitigate unnecessary conflict. The remaining surveillance footage confirms that Mr. Phoenix acted innocently. He did all he could to save lives, and there were no fatalities at the scene. "And who might you be?" Tony was in a rather dismal mood. Casting a glance at the woman who introduced herself as Sharon Carter of S.H.I.E.L.D., Carter softly reiterated her surname, and Tony was eager to inquire further about the immortal bird. At that moment, the television signal was once again seized by the 10 Rings organization, and Mandarin appeared on the screen. Following a tirade directed at the president, the 10 Rings proclaimed responsibility for the recent terror attack at the Oriental Theater. This revelation aligned perfectly with the immortal bird's claims. No longer inclined to ask questions, Tony entered the hospital room, switched the television channel to Happy's favorite show, Downton Abbey, and instructed Stark Industry Security to keep a close watch on Happy. His expression then darkened as he swiftly exited the hospital. At the entrance, he was besieged by reporters. In the past, Happy would have cleared a path for Tony, but now, with the thought of Happy lying in a hospital bed and his own panic attacks causing friction with Pepper, a confluence of factors compelled him to declare war on the 10 Rings in front of the media, even providing his address in Malibu. Soon after, Tony pushed through the crowd and drove back to his villa at Malibu Beach. The explosive news of Iron Man declaring war on the terrorist organization spread rapidly across major media outlets within a mere morning, inevitably reaching the ears of S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. "Damn it," he muttered flatly, rubbing his forehead. Since the battle in New York, he had not experienced a single day without overtime. First, the Skrulls sought to establish a foothold on Earth, forcing him to use Carol as a shield against those goblin-like aliens. Then, he tasked Coulson with forming a special response team, only to face continuous setbacks. Both the fiery skull of the West and the black, gooey creature from the South had declined his invitation. The extensive personnel movements regarding the Insight project left him feeling overwhelmed, and now that scoundrel Tony had created yet another significant problem for him. With a hint of fatigue in his eyes, he retrieved an antiquated pocket watch from his pocket. He hesitated, pondering whether to summon Wei Wu. Initially, he found Wei Wu to be a useful free laborer, but after witnessing the capabilities of Wei Wu's fellow sorcerers at Avengers Tower, he realized they were anything but mere cheap help. Consequently, he leaned towards utilizing Wei Wu as a contingency rather than a mere assistant. As he fiddled with the pocket watch, Nick Fury ultimately decided to enlist Wei Wu to check on Tony. After all, he was Howard's son, and it was irresponsible to stand by idly while he endangered himself. Opening the watch's cover, Nick Fury pressed the triangular button for the first time. Having previously communicated with Wei Wu via communicator, gold and red patterns emerged from the watch, and a unique magical resonance began to ripple through Earth's magical network. Across the Atlantic, while Wei Wu was engrossed in studying the ancient form of the Hogs, he suddenly sensed a familiar, yet foreign surge of magical energy. Initially furrowing his brow in confusion, he soon recalled that it was the summoner he had left for Nick Fury. Casting aside his book to the private vault of Base Zero, he snapped his fingers to open a portal. Upon seeing the bald figure melded into the darkness on the other side, Wei Wu spoke. "What predicament have you encountered this time, my director?" Chapter 85. The visit of Wei Wu. What predicament have you encountered this time, my director? Nick Fury, upon hearing Wei Wu's playful tone, immediately raised his previously furrowed brow. Although they were within S.H.I.E.L.D, they remained on American soil, where racial discrimination is a grave offense. Advisor Wei Wu. What offenses matter? Let the New York police seek me atop Mount Everest. Ah, so your camouflage truly lies in the Himalayas? I had thought that was merely your fanciful tale. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Why summon me before dawn? Wei Wu was on the verge of retorting that it was nearly noon. But considering the time difference between the Himalayas and Washington, Nick Fury swallowed his words. After a brief silence, the African-American director rose from his leather chair, moving to the front of the desk while remotely activating a display in the office. Approximately an hour ago, Tony Stark had publicly declared war against the notorious Ten Rings organization in front of all the media. The Ten Rings? Wei Wu feigned ignorance, adopting the demeanor of a mysterious sorcerer. A terrorist organization that has long operated in the Middle East, and recent signs indicate they have infiltrated American territory. So, you wish for me to assist in eradicating this terrorist group? Wei Wu's expression turned peculiar. He had initially assumed that S.H.I.E.L.D was simply indifferent towards minor characters like Killian, but it appeared they were somewhat overwhelmed. In disbelief, he raised his voice in rebuttal. S.H.I.E.L.D cannot even handle such a terrorist organization? Nick Fury did not respond, merely shaking his head. You need not confront the Ten Rings. I merely require you to protect Tony. Based on my past experiences with terrorist organizations, after a declaration of war in the morning, retaliation typically follows by evening. Iron Man requires my protection? Understanding Nick Fury's intent, Wei Wu had already accepted the task in his heart, yet he still feigned reluctance. He wished to avoid appearing overly eager, particularly in relation to his current connection with Tony through the unwavering pact. Unaware of Wei Wu's inner thoughts, Nick Fury regarded his summoned advisor with a look of exasperation. You should be well aware that when Tony removes his armor, he is merely an ordinary man, vulnerable to any stray bullet that could endanger his life. Furthermore, our intelligence indicates that he developed severe panic disorder following the battle in New York. He is likely at his beachfront property right now, and you, my esteemed advisor, should be on your way. Extending his right hand in an inviting gesture, Nick Fury urged Wei Wu to hasten and protect Tony. This was not born of arrogance or dominance. Rather, after numerous interactions with Wei Wu, Fury recognized that if Wei Wu were disinclined to undertake this task, he would not engage in prolonged discussions. This advisor possessed a remarkable sense of humanity, a subtle evaluation Fury made of him. Observing Fury's demeanor, Wei Wu opened a portal. However, before departing, he inquired why S.H.I.E.L.D did not dispatch personnel to safeguard Tony, perhaps by assembling a reaction team. Nick Fury paused momentarily before responding. On a global scale, we manage countless incidents daily. S.H.I.E.L.D is not an indomitable fortress. Well, advisor, I have numerous matters to attend to, so I entrust Tony's safety to you. At the Malibu beachfront villa, Tony utilized holographic projection to simulate the explosion scene at the Oriental Theater, striving to uncover clues. On the desk beside him, a holographic screen displayed an individual clad in a white cowboy hat. Come on, Zero, with your expertise, you must possess considerable insights. I have to seek justice for Happy. Tony, our investigation into the Ten Rings was triggered by their use of biological human bombs. We merely found a lead tracing back to the Oriental Theater when the explosion occurred. Don't you enjoy surveilling others? Surely, there are some surveillance records? Tony halted his frantic activity, perplexed. Please, aren't you currently using the residual surveillance footage to reconstruct the incident? You should be aware that all nearby surveillance was destroyed. I've shared everything I know with you. Zero lounged in his secluded chamber, leisurely flipping through base documents while managing the communication with Tony. He glanced at the time and mused that it would not be long before the assassin targeting Tony arrived. Suddenly, he noted an unexpected individual appearing at Tony's doorstep. Zero instinctively straightened in his chair, his tone akin to that of an abandoned child whispering, "No way. Does the boss have a secret mission he hasn't informed me about?" Tony, On the other end of the line, heard Zero's fragmented murmurs and felt a twinge of confusion. What are you mumbling about? Oh, it's nothing. Dismissing the minor incident on Zero's side, Tony focused on the simulated data, discovering something peculiar in Tennessee. S.H.I.E.L.D. Establish a travel itinerary for Tennessee. It has been successfully set. We have a visitor. Initially intending to continue the investigation, Tony was momentarily halted by JARV's announcement. Wait, JARV. ICE, are we allowing visitors right now? We should be on high alert. I just declared war on a terrorist organization this morning. One of the visitors is Mr. Wei Wu, a special advisor from S.H.I.E.L.D. Explained calmly. Then it's nothing to worry about. Let him in. Tony swiftly changed his demeanor, terminating the communication with Zero before heading upstairs. There is little of significance to discuss from the other side. After severing communication, I focused intently on the surveillance of Tony's residence. Eager to discern what clandestine endeavors Wei Wu would embark upon following the secret mission with the Shadow. At the entrance of Tony's home, Wei Wu encountered Maya Hansen, who, reminiscing about their past, contemplated rescuing Tony. Upon first glimpsing this remarkable female scientist, Wei Wu was instantly aware that the unyielding covenant required someone of her caliber. He began to strategize how to persuade her to join the Zero Base. Currently, the underground transfer area of Zero Base had already recruited numerous talents, who would potentially serve as researchers in the Kingdom Company that might be established in the future. However, the project had been stalled at its final stages due to the absence of a competent agent to oversee it. Returning to reality, Maya Hansen was startled by the man who appeared amidst a spark-laden entrance. Yet, she was well-informed enough to recognize him as a participant in the recent battle in New York, a member of the Avengers, no less. The two exchanged no words, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward as they entered Tony's villa together. Inside, they encountered Tony clad in his armor. After nodding to Wei Wu, Tony turned to Maya Hansen. Surely, you cannot be the infamous Mandarin? He queried. At this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Maya Hansen's eyes, and she self-deprecatingly responded, You don't remember? I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised. Just then, Pepper's voice drifted down from upstairs, inquiring, Tony, do we have guests? The mask of Tony's armor retracted with a swift motion, revealing a hint of panic in his tone. It's Wei Wu, along with Maya Hansen, my friend in botany. He replied, addressing Pepper casually before casting a glance at Wei Wu. He then lowered his voice to Maya. I trust you don't intend to reveal that there's an unacquainted 12-year-old child in the car outside? 14 years have passed since that night. Maya Hansen smiled, her expression shifting from somber to cheerful as she explained, I came here out of concern that you might not survive this week. Surviving a week would be quite an achievement. Nick Fury is worried you might not make it through tonight. Wei Wu interjected smoothly, seizing the opportunity to chime in. Couldn't you wish for something more optimistic? Tony retorted, exasperated by their banter. Yet, Wei Wu stood confidently, arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. Fear not, child, for I have arrived, he declared. Chapter 86. The assault. Fear not, child, for I have arrived. Wei Wu's confident assertion left Tony momentarily speechless, at times. He found it challenging to keep pace with this advisor. I must say, declaring war directly upon terrorists is an incredibly foolish endeavor, Pepper remarked as she descended the staircase, her gaze instinctively fixating on the other woman present. However, she quickly regained her composure, shifting her attention to Wei Wu with a warm smile, exhibiting impeccable courtesy. Mr. Wei Wu, Tony has often spoken of you, she stated. I am grateful he did not speak ill of me. What precisely has he conveyed? Wei Wu exchanged a simple handshake with Pepper, leaving her momentarily speechless. He remarked that she and Coulson had deceived them alongside Nick Fury, labeling them as two scoundrels. Tony interjected to conclude this line of conversation, subsequently inquiring about Wei Wu and Maya's specific intentions. Unexpectedly, during their dialogue, sparks flew between the two women, leaving Wei Wu utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Tony, the central figure of the narrative, found himself in a predicament. Having spent a lifetime as a playboy, he had finally discovered a kindred spirit with whom to share his life, only to find that past romantic entanglements were now haunting him. At that moment, a text message projected from his suit's holographic display. Zero, still arguing? Why not watch some television, buddy? Taken aback by this abrupt message, Tony instinctively glanced at the screen. There, a missile flew parallel to the ocean, targeted directly at his home, although he had mentally braced himself for retaliation from the 10 rings. The sight of the missile hurtling towards him still filled him with trepidation. He closed his suit's visor and positioned himself protectively in front of everyone. A missile is incoming. Wei Wu, attentive to the surroundings of the villa, also noticed 3 helicopters and a missile approaching from a distance. With remarkable skill, he conjured the seraphim shield in an instant, pushing the array forward with both hands. As it moved, it expanded into a massive magical barrier, ultimately hovering over the ocean-facing side of the villa. The next moment, the missile struck the seraphim shield, erupting in flames and producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the glass, causing dust to cascade from the ceiling. Magic truly is effective, Tony mused, before instructing Wei Wu to escort Pepper and Maya to safety while he sought vengeance for Happy. However, before he could retaliate, several more missiles came crashing down upon the magical barrier. One missile veered downward mid-flight, redirecting its target to the villa's foundational support column. With a thunderous roar, the floor of the living room began to tilt ominously. Wei Wu, observing the 2 women sliding towards a precarious position, activated 2 portals, transporting Maya Hansen to the outskirts of Malibu Beach and sending Pepper to the entrance of Tony's villa. Seeing Pepper safely teleported away, Tony felt a weight lift from his chest, and he sighed in relief. "Thanks, buddy. I'll handle the rest. You must protect Pepper." Having said that, Tony intended to deploy the arm-mounted missiles against the 3 modified helicopters outside, as per usual. However, he was met with an unyielding reminder from J.A.R.V.I.S. Mark 42 is still a prototype. The weapon system has not yet been calibrated. Damn it, I completely forgot about that. With only the repulsor ray at his disposal, Tony planned to let Wei Wu act as he saw fit, but when he turned around, he discovered that Wei Wu had vanished. Outside the villa, only Wei Wu remained visible, prompting a frantic inquiry from Pepper about Tony's whereabouts. Wei Wu regretfully conveyed that Tony had chosen to confront the terrorists alone. "Wei Wu, could I trouble you to assist him? I'm deeply concerned about Miss Pepper, but Tony has instructed me to protect you. Trust him, will you?" During our conversation, Wei Wu had already heard the sound of helicopters crashing twice. After that, all that could be heard was the sound of the villa collapsing into the sea, creating towering waves, along with the fading roar of a helicopter. Observing that Tony had succumbed to the fate of plunging into the ocean, he leapt onto the remnants of the villa's walls, forming a seal with his hands. This was an obscure spell he had discovered in a rare tome, a nameless incantation that few in Camartage had mastered. As he molded the original seal, 3 white circular patterns manifested on each of his forearms. Then, bringing his hands together, he transformed the seal into a variant, causing the 6 circular patterns to coalesce into a large white ring. The ring then spun rapidly, creating a halo with serrated edges in the air. Ignoring any notions of copyright, Wei Wu whimsically named it the 8-fold halo of Ace. "Taste my 8-fold halo," he exclaimed, casting the spell forth. The halo traced a white trajectory in the air, breaking the sound barrier to catch up with the helicopter. Like a hot knife through butter, it effortlessly sliced the helicopter in 2 from tail to nose. Boom! The helicopter exploded after being severed, the sound reaching Wei Wu's ears a few seconds later. Standing atop the crumbled wall, he noticed in the distance a humanoid flying apparatus breaking through the ocean's surface, soaring into the horizon. Whether it was intentional on Jarvis's part remained uncertain. With a hint of sarcasm, Wei Wu leapt down from the wall. "Wei Wu, have you seen Tony? Is he in the water?" Upon landing, before he could stabilize himself, Pepper rushed forward, anxious. Wei Wu waved his hand. Calm down, calm down. Tony is on his way to Tennessee." "How do you know?" "Why, that's quite a long story." After some persuasion, Wei Wu finally convinced Pepper that Tony had discreetly left to confront his panic attacks. Only then did he offer a small suggestion to the now calmer Pepper. "Miss Pepper, I recommend you publicly declare that Tony has died, or that his fate is uncertain." Upon hearing this, Pepper's expression first turned to one of confusion. Then, as if she grasped the implication, she nodded repeatedly. Seeing her understanding, Wei Wu felt a sense of relief and proceeded to unveil his next plan. "Furthermore, Miss Pepper, to fulfill Tony's wishes, I must ensure your personal safety during this period. How can I assist you?" "No need, just stand there." With that, Wei Wu conjured a different variant of a doppelganger spell and an illusion spell. A duplicate of Pepper appeared before them. He then cast an invisibility spell and 3 protective enchantments on her. What is this for? For the next few days, you should avoid exposing your true self. Allow my doppelganger to handle your daily tasks. Can that work? Gazing at her identical double, Pepper felt a twinge of doubt. You may touch it. It feels just like a real person. All you need to do is to subtly remind it while it's performing tasks assigned by Stark Industries. Your voice will remain unheard by others. After providing Pepper with a few essential instructions, Maya Hansen, who had been teleported to a distant location, was brought back. Her first inquiry was about Tony's whereabouts. In response, Pepper fell silent, and Wei Wu offered a solemn word of condolence. Oh, it's astonishing how lifelike it is. The hidden Pepper marveled at the vivid likeness of herself before her, utterly captivated by the enchantment. Subsequently, after a round of convincing banter between Pepper and Wei Wu directed at Maya Hansen, the trio departed in a vehicle. 30 seconds later, a call from Zero arrived. Wei Wu answered. Boss, how should we adjust the subsequent plans? Adapt, as the Phoenix does. I never anticipated Nick Fury would seek my assistance. Adapt? The Phoenix? Are you serious? As long as he doesn't unveil our deeper connections, let him be. This period has indeed been quite stifling for that young man. Chapter 87. The true heart of iron, as S.H.I.E.L.D, took control of the armor, extracting the unconscious Tony from the depths of the water. It initiated the travel plan to Tennessee. The damaged Mark 42 fluctuated in speed, ultimately arriving at Rose Mountain, Tennessee, an hour after nightfall. It was only then that Tony awoke to the alarming sound of the armor's energy depletion. Groggily opening his eyes, he realized he was hurtling dangerously close to the ground. Oh no! With a cacophony of crashes, the Mark 42 broke several pine trees, leaving a trail of disarray in the snow. JARVIS, where are we? The north? Observing the ground blanketed in thin snow, Tony was still shaken from the recent crash. You're 5 kilometers outside Rose Mountain, Tennessee. Why are we here? JARVIS. I didn't arrange this. You established a travel plan for Tennessee in a laboratory on the lower level of your Malibu Beach villa. Additionally, due to low energy, I may need to shut down for a while. After JARVIS delivered this electronic message, silence ensued, and the armor opened. Suddenly rising from within the armor, the biting cold wind sent shivers through Tony. Rubbing his hands together for warmth, he felt the thin fabric of his short-sleeved shirt. JARVIS, why did you leave me here alone? Battling the snowstorm, Tony dragged the powerless Mark 42 along the main road until he found a telephone booth. His gratitude towards the municipal department for retaining such an antique reached a peak. After notifying Pepper of his safety, he took a blanket from a nearby wooden Indian carving. He then continued onward through the relentless storm. As time ticked away, he finally located the small town outlined in the travel plan for Tennessee. Approaching an old warehouse that appeared serviceable, Tony picked up a rusty hammer from the side of the warehouse and, with 2 decisive strikes, shattered the antiquated lock chain securing the warehouse door, finally escaping the falling snow outside. Upon entering, he surveyed the assortment of old yet neatly organized mechanical tools, deducing that the owner must be a tech enthusiast, albeit somewhat impoverished. After forming this assessment, Tony placed the Mark 42 on the warehouse sofa, thoughtfully arranging it in an ergonomically pleasing posture. He then activated the lamp on the workbench and attended to his wounds with a cursory treatment. At that moment, a youthful voice, tinged with a hint of innocence, emanated from another door within the warehouse. Who are you? What are you doing here? Upon hearing the voice, Tony looked up, only to be met with a warning. Don't move. Realizing it was indeed a young boy, Tony scrutinized him from head to toe, playfully mocking the boy's rudimentary weaponry. Is that a potato gun? I made one of those when I was a kid. If you made the barrel a bit smaller, it might pack more punch. With a defiant spirit, the boy fired, shattering a glass bottle. In response, Tony feigned compliance with the boy's threat, raising his hands in surrender. The dim light of the room obscured his face from the boy's view. Yet the boy's attention was drawn to the glowing arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. What is that glowing thing? Tony glanced down and pointed. This? It's an electromagnet. You have plenty of those on your table. What does that thing power? The boy, evidently eager for answers, pressed on. In response, Tony adjusted the lamp's angle and stepped aside, revealing the Mark 42 behind him. The moment the boy's gaze fell upon the armor, realization dawned upon him, though he questioned whether he was dreaming. Is it Iron Man? With an unusual expression, Tony corrected him. Actually, Iron Man is me. At this point, The boy was utterly captivated by the Mark 42. He rummaged through a corner of the warehouse and produced a newspaper bearing the news of Iron Man's uncertain fate. Tossing it to Tony, eagerly, he began to inspect the Mark 42, poking and prodding with childlike curiosity. Tony glanced at the contents of the newspaper before casually tossing it onto a pile of tools. "Are you home alone?" he asked. "My mom went out for dinner, and my dad went out to buy a lottery ticket. But he should have one big. He hasn't returned in 6 years." After exchanging a few more words with the boy, Tony struck a deal with him. Offering a flash grenade he detached from the armor in exchange for the boy's assistance in procuring equipment and materials to repair the Mark 42. Naturally, Tony would cover the expenses himself. Later that night, utilizing the equipment and materials brought back by the boy, whom he learned was named Harry, Tony undertook a rudimentary repair of the Mark 42. Throughout the process, he observed Harry's attentive assistance and discerned a hint of talent in the young lad. Thus, Tony invited Harry to accompany him to investigate the site of an explosion that had occurred in the town 4 months prior. As Harry relentlessly bombarded Tony with inquiries about the details of the Battle of New York, the tranquility that had briefly alleviated his anxiety returned with a vengeance. Breathless, he stood up, yearning to find a secluded corner to hide. Yet, after only a few steps, exhaustion overtook him, and he leaned against the wall, squatting down. Gathering snow, he slapped it against his face, hoping to regain some composure. Observing this, Harry hurried over, apologizing profusely. Perhaps the sight of the young boy's earnestness brought Tony some relief, as the symptoms of his panic momentarily receded. Irritated, Tony scooped up some snow, forming it into a snowball, and hurled it at Harry's head. "If you know you're wrong, then do me a favor. Did that human bomb in the town have any relatives?" Stifling his urge to laugh at the sight of the formidable Iron Man in such a disheveled state, Harry pondered for a moment before responding. "Mrs. Davis might be at the Old Place Tavern." The Old Place Tavern, a name shared by countless small establishments worldwide. After securing Harry in a convenience store across from the tavern, Tony lowered his hat's brim and entered his search for his target. Unexpectedly, he fell into an ambush as 2 bioweapons injected with a lethal virus pursued him. Fortunately, while repairing the Mark 42, Tony had fashioned a makeshift palm cannon. With the aid of the palm cannon and Harry, they executed a thrilling series of maneuvers, successfully extricating themselves from danger. Gasping for breath, Tony glanced at the enemy woman hanging from the high-voltage wires and the man whose face had been obliterated. "I saved your life, kid. I was the one who saved you first," Harry retorted, brimming with defiance. Subsequently, the duo located Mrs. Davis, reclaiming the document she held. After a cursory examination of the materials, fully aware of the peril ahead, Tony instructed Harry to return to the warehouse to guard the Mark 42. Without allowing Harry to argue, he snatched the keys to the bioweapons vehicle and sped away from the town. Shortly after Tony's departure, Wei Wu arrived at the battlefield. Did I arrive a moment too late?" Noticing the conspicuous corpse hanging from the high-voltage wires, Wei Wu scanned the ground and indeed discovered the disfigured man slowly regenerating. Summoning a magical longsword, he swiftly beheaded the foe. "What a pity. I was curious to see how Tony and that young boy's fateful connection began," Wei Wu mused, a hint of regret in his tone. His thoughts then drifted to the Iron Heart. Ugh, how unfortunate. The mere thought of that extraordinary Iron Heart left him speechless. The flaws were innumerable, and Tony's enchanted armor, which lacked any coherent design, had fortuitously resulted in its creation. Absurd, indeed. No. If I were to cross over and that thing became the Iron Heart, I'd have to slap myself awake every night. Frowning instinctively, Wei Wu resolved to keep a close eye on the young lad Harry. His potential rivaled that of the young Spider-Man and deserved nurturing. However, it appears that Mephisto has also made an appearance in that series. I wonder what he's been up to since being banished by the Ancient One. One must remain cautious. Chapter 88, The Death of Maya Los Angeles. The doppelganger, Pepper, drives Maya Hansen to a hotel. In the confines of their room, Maya confides in Pepper about Killian's nefarious plot. This revelation causes the true Pepper, hidden in a corner of the room, to gasp in astonishment. Naturally, the doppelganger Pepper mirrors this surprise. Yet before either of them can fully comprehend the situation, Killian bursts through the door. He seizes the doppelganger Pepper by the throat, offering no opportunity for resistance. This sudden turn of events startles the concealed true Pepper, who, in her panic, inadvertently knocks over a flower pot from the window. The pot shatters upon hitting the ground, the the sound echoing throughout the room. Killian's gaze fixates on the window, and without turning, he inquires, "Maya, are there others in the room?" "No," she replies. As he strides toward the window, he abruptly yanks down the entire curtain, confirming that there's indeed no one present. Frowning, Killian scrutinizes the area around the window once more, yet finds nothing amiss. Though still harboring some doubt, he decides not to waste any more time, taking Maya with him as they set off for Miami. From the perspective of the true Pepper, she realizes that Killian was no more than 2 feet away from her moments ago. She could even feel the unusual heat radiating from him. In disbelief, she watches as Maya departs with Killian, unable to fathom that Maya would go so far as to endanger her in order to perfect the extremist virus with Tony's help. Fortunately, Consultant Wei Wu had anticipated this and prepared accordingly. Otherwise, she would have truly become a weapon threatening Tony. Reflecting on this, she gasps, elevating Wei Wu's status in her mind to that of Coulson and Happy. Tennessee Interstate Highway. Tony is inquiring about the charge level of the armor. The response he receives causes him to slam on the brakes. "Why isn't T charging?" It's not entirely that at 1 T charge, it has nearly reached 30. "What difference does that make?" He retorts. "Harry, hand the phone to JARVIS. "I'm sorry, sir, but the warehouse power supply is incompatible with the armor. It is estimated that it will take over 16 hours to reach a usable 60 charge." "No, no, no. This 1 T do." Tony's breathing becomes increasingly labored. "Damn it, not again." He flings open the car door and gasps for air. At that moment, Harry, hearing the commotion on the other end, speaks up. "Tony, I haven't even mentioned New York or the wormhole yet. For heaven's sake, you just did." Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Harry awkwardly reassures Tony, before suddenly suggesting, "Aren't you an engineer? Why not create something?" Listening to Harry's words, Tony suddenly realizes, of course, I am a genius inventor. As he contemplated this, he gradually found his composure. It made sense. "Now, could you inform me of the location of the 10-ring signal that Jarvis has been tracking? I will check in Miami, Florida." The following dawn, Tony, having meticulously crafted his gear, stealthily infiltrated the small estate designated as a high-suspicion target by Jarvis, just as the first light of day broke. Without much effort, he swiftly neutralized the patrolling security and successfully gained entry into the interior. Navigating through the layout of the house, he discovered the notorious Mandarin, who had gained infamy across the globe in recent months, in a pivotal room, confronted by the dark muzzle of Tony's weapon. The stage actor named Trev did not hesitate to betray Killian, divulging the truth about the Mandarin. Tony was left reeling from the revelation, unaware that Killian had silently approached from behind. By the time he noticed the wicked grin on Trev's face, it was too late. With a swift strike, Killian rendered him unconscious. Dispatching his men to bind Tony, Killian hurriedly proceeded to another room where the Iron Patriot awaited his attention. His frenetic pace was driven by the fact that his capable subordinate, Savon, had been slain by the enigmatic sorcerer who had recently revealed himself alongside the Avengers. With no satisfactory aids at hand, he was compelled to tackle many matters personally. Arriving at the chamber where the Iron Patriot, Rhodey, was confined, Killian opted for the most direct approach to breach the tortoise shell of his armor. He pressed his reddening, heated arm against the abdomen of Rhodey's suit. Although this method risked damaging the armor and potentially jeopardizing his subsequent plans, the results were indeed pronounced. In less than 3 minutes, Rhodey, unable to withstand the heat, emerged voluntarily. Meanwhile, Killian, whose arm continued to emit high temperatures, was not without his own discomfort. The imperfect extremist virus, if overexerted, could explode at any moment, which underscored his need for Tony. In an effort to expel the intense heat from his body, he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, compelling Rhodey, who had attempted to escape, to return. Rhodey, witnessing the molten iron bars, broke into a sweat. "You can breathe fire? All right, you win." Meanwhile, the captive Tony gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Maya Hansen, all the threads of the situation connected in his mind, and he grasped the full extent of events. After engaging Maya in a verbal sparring, uncertain of its efficacy, he inquired about Pepper's whereabouts. Maya did not respond, but Killian's voice echoed from outside the room. "I was just about to discuss that with you." With a flick of his wrist, he tossed 3 small spheres onto the ground, projecting an image before Tony's eyes, depicting Pepper undergoing transformation by the extremist virus. At that moment, Tony's gaze was filled with murderous intent, fixated on Killian, who remained unfazed, continuing with, "If successful, Pepper will join us at the forefront of evolution. If it fails, well, you should be familiar with that outcome." Tony trembled with indignation, unable to fathom how, despite having entrusted Wei Wu with Pepper's protection, she could still fall into the clutches of that scoundrel Killian. This was inconceivable. He was fully aware of Wei Wu's prowess among the Avengers. Only Hulk and Thor surpassed him in strength, even if Wei Wu was not officially part of their ranks. "This must be your little trick, with my friend guarding Pepper. How could you possibly succeed?" "No way." Your friend left midway. "Tony," Maya gently interjected, her gaze seemingly lost in contemplation of Tony's earlier remarks. "That's impossible," Tony vehemently denied. Killian found amusement in Tony's self-deceiving demeanor. "Oh, Tony, it seems you have many detractors. A self-important fellow like you is unlikely to cultivate true friendships. But that is of little consequence now. If Pepper can withstand the initial transformation of the extremist virus, whether you like it or not, you will assist me in perfecting it." As he spoke, Killian leaned closer to Tony, tightening his grip around his neck. "Come now, Tony. What kind of employment benefits do you desire?" "Let him go," Maya suddenly interrupted, disrupting Killian's amusement. He turned back, exasperated. "Maya, I said let him go." She brandished a vial of defective extremist virus at her own neck. "There are 1,200 milliliters here, enough to eliminate a dozen people. Think carefully about what will happen to you when I am gone." Someone always tests my patience. I detest being threatened." Killian's expression darkened. After weighing his options, he picked up a handgun from the table. Bang! Maya collapsed in response. "My heavens, someone dispose of the body." Throwing the gun aside, Killian turned to Tony with a smile. "Now for some good news. We want to kill you." With that, he adjusted the buttons on his white suit and exited the room where Tony was confined, leaving behind 2 henchmen. Chapter 89. The Shadow Emperor in Miami. After extending an invitation for collaboration to Tony, Killian mobilized his forces. He dispatched operatives into Rhodes armor, intending to abduct the president, thereby seizing all soldiers who had undergone the extremist transformation at this base, leaving only a handful of armed henchmen who had not received the virus. Wei Wu arrived promptly as Pepper was subjected to the extremist transformation, yet he refrained from acting rashly. He still intended to recruit Maya Hansen into his talent program. Just imagine, a legion transformed by the flawless extremist virus, each capable of cleaving through steel armor, possessing strength rivaling Captain America and regenerative abilities akin to Wolverine. If each were equipped with not one, but 2 Odins, the spectacle would be beyond description. Merely contemplating this plan filled Wei Wu with excitement. If he could wait for Viper to replicate a symbiote that could withstand extreme temperatures, heavens above, what the Black Order? What are the Eternals? You and my army of symbiotic creatures should depart. Ha! Perhaps I have become a bit too elated. Let me gather my thoughts. Wei Wu must hasten to rescue others. This urgency arises from his recent discovery of Maya Hansen's lifeless body, abandoned in the wilderness. Should she succumb to death, the clandestine endeavor of developing the perfect apocalypse virus would be significantly delayed. I hope she is not entirely beyond salvation. Opening a portal, he intercepts Maya's corpse, swiftly incapacitating the minor characters intent on burying her. Crouching down to assess Maya's condition, he is fortunate to find a faint pulse. Her survival thus far is nothing short of miraculous. Employing a spell to stabilize her state, Wei Wu transports her to Base 0, preparing to enlist the Sage's healing prowess. The Sage's restorative abilities, in theory, should revive anyone who is not completely deceased. You may wonder why. With such an extensive knowledge of magic, Wei Wu does not simply heal her himself. Alas, he explains that the spells from Kamartaj are predominantly focused on combat and sealing, with few healing spells available. Having settled his future research team member, Wei Wu resumes his search within the house for the actor portraying Oscar, who has been causing considerable unrest among the high-ranking officials of the United States. Even Nick Fury, the cunning strategist, failed to perceive any irregularities, indicating the actor's remarkable talent and explosive performance. To return to the matter at hand, Wei Wu's sole purpose in locating Trev is to install a tracking device that merges both magical and technological advancements. This is an unavoidable measure. Wei Wu aims to acquire the 10 rings while simultaneously unraveling the mysteries surrounding the dragon of Taro Village. However, when Wu is currently preoccupied with training his son, leaving Wei Wu with no information from the outside world. As Taro Village exists in an alternate dimension, finding it proves to be an impossible task. The only certainty he possesses is that when Wu will dispatch someone to capture Trev. Thus, relying on Trev to lead him to when Wu becomes Wei Wu's strategy. The house is modest in size, with Trev located centrally in the studio. Upon finding him, Wei Wu discovers that he is still asleep. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Wei Wu swiftly casts a physical stunning spell on Trev and, with great speed, implants a tracking device the size of a sesame seed at the nape of his neck, while additionally affixing covert tracking spells to various parts of his body. Having accomplished this, Wei Wu departs, needing to persuade Pepper to cooperate with him. Meanwhile, in the basement of the house, Tony is bound to a bed frame, rendered immobile by restraints. The two henchmen assigned to guard him are engaged in a lackadaisical game of cards. Beep, beep. The pink Dora watch, which Tony had requested from Harry, emits an unexpected sound. This noise captures the attention of the two henchmen. One picks up the watch to inspect it, but struggles to find the button to silence it. Be careful, that's my friend's sister's watch. If you break it, you'll have to compensate. Upon hearing the words, the man feigned a look of indecision, then crushed his watch beneath his foot. Very well, you have successfully captured my attention. I shall be the first to end your life, Tony declared gravely, announcing the man's impending demise. Now you have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 until death. Yet, nothing transpired. May I inquire how you intend to kill us? Another individual interjected. A fine question, just like this. With that, Tony spread his fingers wide, adopting the pose of a palm cannon. Still, nothing occurred. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Once again, silence reigned. How do we end up with such a fool? The two exchanged glances, opting to disregard Tony. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Undeterred, Tony counted down one last time, while the two had already chosen to ignore his ramblings. However, this time it was not in vain. The rogue armor successfully materialized, albeit with only the right hand and left leg in place. Bang! One man succumbed to slumber under the impact of the armor component. The other, quick to react, drew a gun. Yet Tony was swifter. Having donned a right-hand armor, he unleashed the palm cannon first. With the armor, Tony broke free from his restraints. Unfortunately, the commotion had attracted many armed foes rushing toward the entrance. Tony seized a submachine gun from the table, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the remaining armor components. Jarvis, what's taking so long? He urged, pressing Jarvis for haste. However, Jarvis lacked a voice system in all but the chest and head components, rendering him unable to respond. In sheer frustration, Tony resorted to a clumsy waltz with his limited right hand and left leg armor, inadvertently dispatching the approaching enemies. It was only at this moment that the remaining armor parts finally arrived. Jarvis, where have you been? Apologies, you asked Harry to guard the armor, and he locked the warehouse door with a chain, which delayed its departure. Tony muttered, Zero, you have a knack for timing. Skeptical of Zero's habit of calling at the most inconvenient moments, Tony chose to answer. Tony, you finally came online. I've been searching for you for ages. To be brief, we have employed some unconventional methods. The mastermind behind it all, Killian, is under the influence of the Caped Man. Zero shares something I don't already know. Their target is the President of the United States, suspected to be executed at a port in Florida. What? You heard correctly. We have dispatched agents to investigate the port. You should ascertain whether your president is still airborne. Killian has truly lost his mind. With that, he hung up. As Tony stepped outside, he looked up to see several helicopters retreating in the distance. Furthermore, he spotted the Iron Patriot soaring through the higher skies. Just as he intended to message Rhodey to inquire about his whereabouts, Tony caught sight of Rhodey fleeing the building amidst the chaos. Immediately, he grasped the specifics of Killian's plan. Tony aspired to take flight and eliminate Killian, yet Jarvis mercilessly reminded him of the suit's malfunction. Impossible. Chapter 90. Optimus Prime single-handedly defeats Iron Man. With the suit inoperative, Tony was compelled to traverse on foot to locate Rhodes and inform him of Killian's sinister plans. Upon hearing this, Rhodes erupted in fury. If Killian were to don the Iron Patriot armor and abduct the president, it would spell doom for him as well. The two strategized and resolved that Rhodes would retrieve Mandarin's yacht while Tony hurriedly addressed the suit's malfunctions to ascend and rescue the president. Time ticked away relentlessly. The plan progressed relatively smoothly, albeit at a sluggish pace. By the time Tony pinpointed the location of Air Force One, Killian had already abducted the president. He left Tony with a formidable challenge. Observing the gaping hole in Air Force One, Tony instructed JARVIS to scan for signs of life. There are no survivors on Air Force One. However, 13 life signs are detected 300 to 1,000 meters below you. How many can I carry at once? 4. Then let us attempt a daring rescue. Without hesitation, Tony accelerated his descent, grasping the first individual and subsequently linking them together. Ultimately, they formed a chain just under 200 meters from the ground, at which point Tony activated the thrusters to gradually reduce their descent speed, adjusting their landing to the river's surface. Mere meters from the water, he released his hold, successfully completing the rescue. Exhaling deeply, Tony intended to head to the port that JARVIS calculated to be the most likely destination. However, in his relentless motion, he failed to notice that the suit's altitude had aligned with the bridge above the river. Thus, bang, clatter, the iconic image of Optimus Prime single-handedly defeating Iron Man was born. Iconic scenes successfully recorded. Energy extracted. 58. The lurking Wei Wu would not miss such a moment. Yet, standing beside him, Pepper covered her mouth with both hands. Tony, fear not. He is not within the suit. Upon hearing Wei Wu's words, she scrutinized the scattered armor on the roadway and indeed found no trace of Tony. With her anxiety easing, Pepper curiously inquired, since the details of Killian's affair have been thoroughly investigated, why do we not approach Tony directly? Because I'm treating Tony's panic disorder. But Miss Pepper, you surely wouldn't want your beloved Tony controlling the suit to fire upon you in the dead of night, would you? How do you know that? Nick Fury said so. He is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, while I am merely a humble worker. After a series of coaxing and deceiving, Wei Wu shifted the blame onto Nick Fury while persuading Pepper to assist him in treating Tony. As dusk descended, in a port in Florida, Killian piloted the Iron Patriot, returning with the president. After dispatching his subordinates to hang the president on the Iron Patriot, Killian eagerly sought out Pepper, who had survived the extremist virus transformation. Do you truly believe that this will compel him to assist you? Pepper inquired upon seeing Killian enter. To her surprise, he flashed a smile. Did you think I brought you here merely to provoke him? In truth, there's an even more awkward reason. You are my trophy. Meanwhile, Wei Wu covertly perched atop a crane at the harbor, clicking his tongue as he observed the magical projection floating before him. His attention soon shifted to 3 figures stealthily infiltrating a corner of the port, Tony and Rhodey on one side, and the furtive Phoenix on the other. The sole purpose of Phoenix's visit today was to rescue the president, a splendid opportunity to enhance his reputation, which he intended to leverage for media hype and solidify the undaunted Covenant. Below the crane, Tony and Rhodey had already engaged the enemy. Unfortunately, Tony's marksmanship was woefully inadequate. He expended an entire magazine without securing a single kill or assist. Rhodey, citing incompatible ammunition, dismissed Tony's request for a reload. Tony's gaze towards Rhodey grew increasingly resentful, mentally noting the dead ode. Yet, the battle raged on, and he could only serve as a spotter, relaying enemy positions while witnessing Rhodey take them down one by one. Ordinary foot soldiers fell like leaves before Rhodey's gun, but the elite foes transformed by the extremist virus began to close in. These creatures seemed to breathe fire. What should we do? Rhodey anxiously asked, hoping for a brilliant idea from Tony. However, at that moment, Tony was preoccupied with calculating the timing for a family reunion. As he observed the brightening dots in the night sky, he declared confidently, it's time for a counterattack. From Mark 8 to Mark XLI, all 34 suits of armor sprang into action, encircling the extremist soldiers in midair. Tony took a step forward, orchestrating the scene like a maestro, and commanded JARVIS, locate the heat signatures of the extremist virus and send them to oblivion. Understood. With the battle poised to erupt, various armaments, including palm cannons and mini-missiles, were unleashed upon the extremist soldiers, achieving significant success. Regrettably, the extremist virus inherently countered the Iron Man armor. Its high-temperature effects disrupted the internal electrical signals upon contact, rendering effective resistance impossible and leaving the soldiers to dismantle the armor with bare hands. Tony quickly recognized this dilemma and resolved to tackle the high-temperature challenge while instructing JARVIS to coordinate the armors for mutual extraction. For those unable to escape the extremist soldiers, he planned to take several foes down with them. At that moment, Mark XXXII, the Silver Centurion, descended behind Tony, facilitating his donning of the suit. Observing this, Rhodey remarked that he too was in need of a suit. However, Tony, who believed in the principle of swift vengeance, promptly declined Rhodey's proposal under the pretext of his ill-fitting armor. After dispatching a suit to ensure Rhodey's safe passage, he ascended towards a chamber located at the central section of the crane, convinced that Pepper was ensnared there. While fierce battles raged on one front, on another, the Phoenix had seized the opportunity to rescue the president. Unfortunately, during the rescue, the flames ignited by his actions led to the demise of several soldiers, and the ensuing intense heat caused the Iron Man armor to lock onto him as a target. After delivering a forceful kick to the president, clad in the Iron Patriot suit, the Phoenix sought to gauge the prowess of Tony's armor. Flames engulfed him as he withstood 2 blasts from the palm cannon. That hurt. Observing the rapidly regenerating damage from the blasts, the Phoenix grew eager to engage with the armor. In the crane side room, Tony indeed found Pepper trapped. Pepper. He rushed forward, desperate to free his beloved. Yet, Killian, lying in ambush beneath the metal plating, suddenly sprang forth, obliterating the energy core at the chest of the armor. Tony, you are unworthy of her. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated across the entire port. This was triggered by the Iron Man armor, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Phoenix, self-destructing in a last-ditch effort. The ensuing flames ignited the stacked barrels of fuel initially intended to incinerate the president, leading to an even more violent explosion. A series of blasts caused multiple cranes to tilt precariously on the verge of collapse. S.H.I.E.L.D. Have Igor brace himself. Which crane should we support? This one. As the crane tilted, the violent shaking caused Tony and Killian to slide to one side, while the immobilized Pepper stood on the slanted ground. The heavily armored Igor soon arrived, halting the crane's further inclination. Meanwhile, Killian, regaining his balance within the room, emanated a red glow, intent on eliminating Tony. In response, Tony immediately ejected from the pod, leaping out of the room and donning the Mark 16 nightclub suit midair. Killian, leaving a trail of crimson footprints, pursued him relentlessly. Just as they distanced themselves from the room, Wei Wu struck, detonating the fuel barrels beneath them. The entire chamber plummeted from the crane in the blast. No! Tony turned back, witnessing the scene with a heart laden with despair. Killian also halted, shaking his head mockingly. Without you, she would be as perfect as I am. I swear you shall perish here today. Tony spat the words through clenched teeth. With no words to spare, Killian and Tony clashed, each blow from Tony's armored fists fracturing Killian's bones. Yet, through sheer regenerative prowess, Killian retaliated, exchanging wounds with Tony, gradually dismantling the armor piece by piece. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Tony summoned the Mark 40 shotgun, donning a complete suit of armor. No matter how many there are, I shall melt them down to molten iron. Killian, with a scornful expression, retorted. Tony chose not to respond, instead unleashing a rapid-fire palm cannon from a shotgun. Yet Killian exploded forth with an unprecedented velocity, maneuvering deftly amidst the barrage of projectiles. Seizing Tony with a vice-like grip and raising his glowing red hand to cleave the armor in two. Do you have any more suits to show me? Killian approached step by step, his clothing having been incinerated by the emitted heat, leaving only a tattered pair of trousers intact. Tony gasped for breath. The preceding skirmishes had been perilously intense, with Killian nearly claiming his life on several occasions. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air from behind Tony, drawing both their gazes. It was the Mark 42, the wayward son. You finally arrived. Tony smiled faintly, preparing to don the armor once more. However, the suit collided with the railing, scattering across the ground once again. Killian, witnessing the armor that Tony had clung to for salvation disintegrate, let out a derisive laugh. Though Tony felt a twinge of embarrassment, he seized the moment, gesturing for the wayward son to forcibly envelop Killian and self-destruct. As the explosion engulfed Killian, the battle began to draw to a close. The armored suits, having gained aerial supremacy, decimated the beleaguered soldiers at some cost, then descended safely, gazing vacantly at the raging inferno in the harbor. Did you think that your little cleverness could slay me? To Tony's astonishment, Killian emerged from the flames, dragging his mangled yet rapidly repairing body. Tony, taken aback, prepared to summon his armor once again. At that moment, Wei Wu intervened. Two seraphim shields materialized from thin air, encircling the wounded Killian. Wei Wu. Tony recognized him through his skills, his emotions spiraling out of control. Did I not entrust you with the protection of Pepper? How dare you show your face before me? Look how flustered you are. Ignoring Killian's attempts to breach the seraphim shields, Wei Wu opened a portal, allowing the already prepared Pepper to emerge. Upon seeing his beloved, Tony was taken aback. Pepper, you are not. That was a decoy created by Wei Wu. He has been protecting me all along. Pepper, her face etched with concern, examined Tony, fearful of causing him any harm. What? Why keep this from me? Nick Fury mentioned that you suffered from severe panic attacks after the Battle of New York, so I thought to help you recover. Look, you're doing much better now, aren't you? You didn't even react to the mention of New York. Wei Wu scrutinized Killian closely, casually shifting the blame onto Nick Fury. Upon hearing Wei Wu's words, Tony found himself at a loss for words. Overwhelmed by a whirlwind of confusion, disbelief, embarrassment, and relief all at once. After a moment of hesitation, Tony finally spoke up. Killian had escaped death once more. I am aware. Wei Wu observed Killian, whose health had nearly fully restored, and subsequently dispelled the Seraphine shield, although he desired Killian's head. If all the damage was inflicted by Tony, the experience he would gain would be minuscule, hence he opted to wait for Killian to regain his strength. Upon seeing the peculiar barrier that had hindered him vanish, a still damaged Killian prepared to strike at Wei Wu. Wei Wu, perplexed by Killian's apparent inability to comprehend the evident disparity in their strengths, unleashed several spells upon Killian's visage, before creating a portal beneath him amidst the swirling dust. Such a valuable specimen should not be wasted. He had spontaneously decided to experiment with Killian before ending his life, maximizing the potential gains from the encounter. As the dust settled and Killian's absence became apparent, Pepper inquired about his whereabouts. Where is he? Nemo responded succinctly, the seabed. Just 5 simple words elicited a raised eyebrow from Tony. It suited him well. As he uttered these words, Tony's gaze towards Wei Wu flickered, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Just as the atmosphere became temporarily awkward, a figure emerged from the still smoldering flames. Detection of the apocalypse virus. Please step back. An armor piece fell beside Tony, its palm cannon aimed at the figure within the fire. Don't shoot. It's a comrade. The Phoenix raised its hands in surrender, stepping forth from the flames. The treachery of self-detonation had made him acutely aware of the unpleasantness of his previous tactics. Mr. Stark, please refrain from allowing your armor to explode near me. Point-blank detonation is rather painful. At this, Tony glanced at the armor beside him, and Jarvis's voice responded. Mark 31 detected that this gentleman's heat signature resembled that of the apocalypse virus, hence it initiated an attack. My apologies. Tony seemed even more embarrassed. 2 days later, core members of the Foundation were successively indicted and imprisoned, including the vice president. In front of the White House, the president and Congress honored Tony, Rhodey, and the Phoenix with medals of valor. During the ceremony, Rhodey stood on the left, the Phoenix on the right, effectively sandwiching Tony in the middle in an Oreo-like formation. This striking combination of 2 dark figures and 1 light was well received by the media. Their only lament was that all 3 were rather handsome. After the awards, Tony approached the Phoenix, accompanied by a throng of reporters. The journalists were inquisitive about the Fearless Covenant, curious why they always appeared and vanished without a trace. In the meantime, Tony was preparing for surgery to extract the shrapnel lodged in his chest. He sought to consult the sage for assistance. Requesting the Phoenix to relay this message, Tony maneuvered through the throng of reporters. Subsequently, the Phoenix gestured before stepping through a suddenly opened portal. Tony stood in place for a moment, pondering. His encounters with the Fearless Covenant had been numerous, yet this organization consistently managed to surprise him. How many unknown technologies do they possess? Whispering into the air, Tony sensed a resurgence of the panic that he had only just managed to overcome. Chapter 92, a week after the White House awards ceremony. Under the skilled hands of his old friend, Dr. Wu, Tony underwent a perilous surgery to remove life-threatening shrapnel. However, a gaping hole in his chest needed temporary support while awaiting a second operation. In response, the invited sage remarked that such complications were unnecessary. She employed her ability, spring rebirth, upon Tony. Before their eyes, the large wound on his chest visibly healed at an astonishing rate as new tissue and bone proliferated, swiftly restoring Tony's chest to its former state. Dr. Wu was left in amazement. Why seek his surgical expertise when such powers existed? Although still on the operating table and feeling an itch in his chest, Tony discerned Dr. Wu's thoughts. Don't concern yourself with these details, Dr. Wu. I, too, was initially skeptical. The following day, having rapidly discharged himself post-surgery, Tony returned to the ruins of his seaside villa. He salvaged his mechanical arm, dummy, and some vital components from the debris recovered from the ocean floor. It was there that he retrieved the reactor removed during surgery, bidding farewell to his former self. Tossing the energy-less reactor into the sea, Tony left the villa with a light-hearted smile. Signature scene successfully recorded. Extracting charge 36, naturally, our diligent sign-in individual, Wei Wu, would not miss any opportunity for attendance. After the surgery, he discreetly followed Tony. Of course, Wei Wu's endeavors were not solely focused on Tony. He also anonymously sent some technical tips to Harry, believing that wisdom must be cultivated from a young age. One cannot claim to rival Tony's intellect while lamenting a lack of funds for research. He even anonymously mailed Harry various enlightening reads, such as The Art of Iron Man and Tony Stark, among others. He aimed to set a commendable example for young Harry, ensuring he did not resort to thievery while claiming innocence. At base 0, Chi-Chi sat forlornly at her desk. After opening a rift in the multiverse, she dispatched a drone for reconnaissance. Yet the moment the drone crossed the threshold, it vanished without a trace. This truly posed a challenge for her. She had no inkling on how to establish cross-universal communication. The thought of being stuck at this juncture for an extended period shattered her resolve. Oh, is there anyone who can come to my aid? I am devoid of ideas. Must I truly resort to connecting a single wire from a base? As a genius inventor, she refused to abandon her thoughts so casually. She had to devise a method for interdimensional communication that did not appear rudimentary. While she pondered, Wei Wu entered the laboratory like a supervising overseer. How is the progress, little genius? Huh, boss, what brings you here? Chi-Chi snapped back to reality, instinctively responding after her moment of self-motivation. The multiverse spatial gateway seems to be fundamentally stable. However, communication with both sides is entirely severed, making it inadvisable to recklessly enter. Communication severed? Wei Wu inquired, astonished. Well, it's not entirely impossible. One could throw a line into the portal to relay signals. Chi Lu responded, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment, his expression gradually turning grave. Yet, this plan harbors a significant issue. Should the portal close and then reopen, not only would the signal be abruptly interrupted, but the position of the gateway on the other side may have also shifted. Is that so? Wei Wu furrowed his brow, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. How long can the gateway remain stable at most? So far, it can maintain absolute stability for up to 72 hours. Can we ascertain the extent of deviation upon the gateway's restart? The data indicated a considerable deviation, though it could be confirmed that it would remain within the confines of the same planet. After listening to Chi Li's comprehensive report, Wei Wu steeled himself. I shall personally venture forth to investigate. No. This project is still several stages away from live testing. Puis le protested véhémentement, shaking his head like a rattling drum, hastily gesturing as he enumerated the myriad of high-risk threats. It's unfeasible. Previously, I dispatched a reconnaissance vehicle tethered with cables. And although it appeared to be Earth on the other side, we cannot ascertain the flow of time between the two worlds when the gateway is closed. Very well then, Wei Wu conceded, successfully dissuaded by Chi Lu from his intention to go himself, despite the fact that time held little significance for him, a being of nearly eternal existence. However, should the time flow of the primary world relative to the new world be excessively rapid, it could spell disaster, returning only to find his agents turned to dust. Thus, he resolved to send a clone instead. No wonder Loki cherishes the use of clones. They are quite convenient. 5 minutes later, Chi Lu equipped Wei Wu's clone with an array of peculiar devices designed for data collection, each one more bizarre than the last, most of which Wei Wu could not even recognize. During this brief interval, numerous agents gathered to observe. Among them, the Phoenix fervently insisted on accompanying him, asserting that he could unleash his full power and remain behind, returning instantly upon death. Yet, Chi Lu, the undisputed authority of the laboratory, dismissed the Phoenix's request without a moment's hesitation. Returning to the matter at hand, once Chi Lu stabilized the various parameters of the spatial gateway, Wei Wu's clone akin to a valiant warrior marching towards death, cautiously approached the portal and ultimately stepped within. A profound silence engulfed the laboratory, leaving only the buzzing hum encircling the gateway. "Sheila, do we have data?" Wei Wu broke the silence, as his link with the clone had also been severed. "No, still unable to transmit signals wirelessly," Sheila replied, just as the gateway rippled. It was the return of Wei Wu's clone. The air felt no different from this side, and the environment appeared identical. The clone reported faithfully, allowing Wei Wu to finally glean the information gathered by the clone on the opposite side of the portal. "It appears there is little danger. How long until the door can be restarted once closed? If it is actively closed, it can be restarted within 10 minutes. But if it is passively closed due to reaching a threshold, it will take an hour." "Very well, let us proceed." Making a decision, Wei Wu once again instructed his avatar to traverse to the opposite side of the door, this time equipped with a signal receiving device. In the next moment, Qilu actively shut the spatial door. Following this, Qilu busied himself with the instruments, managing to reopen the portal just as 6 minutes elapsed. As the spatial door swung open, a small cart, connected by cables, entered the portal, transmitting a specific channel signal from the other side. As long as Wei Wu and the cart remained on the same planet, they would be able to receive the signal within a second, thereby pinpointing the cart's location. Sure enough, after the signal was emitted, a spark appeared in the imagery transmitted back from a cart. It was Wei Wu's avatar. Upon returning from the new world, the avatar immediately exclaimed a bombshell revelation. "I spent 6 hours over there, and I even had time to wander around. Guess what? The other side is the world of the battle police." Wei Wu's true self absorbed the memories from the avatar and continued the conversation, incredulous. "And you even encountered Wolverine?" Chapter 93. Reversing the Future. The mere notion of such coincidences was almost too extraordinary to fathom. Setting aside the uncanny timing of 1 minute on this side, equating to an hour on the other, the fact that the avatar, during its 6 hours in another world, managed to cross paths with Wolverine was astonishing in itself. However, despite the amusing remarks, Wei Wu's mind was now racing with thoughts. From the information retrieved by the avatar, it appeared that the other side of the door, representing the United States, was still embroiled in the Vietnam War, likely during the early days of the battle police. Uncertainty loomed. Was there any other force on that side beyond the battle police? What if there was Illuminati lurking there? The information was scant. A visit was imperative. Until he discerned whether there were hidden intrigues on the other side, his thoughts remained unsettled. After a brief preparation, Wei Wu once again dispatched his avatar through the spatial door. As he stepped through, the deep blue dimness transformed into a vibrant world. Turning back, he observed the blue-tinged spatial door hovering 10 centimeters above the ground, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Gazing at the door, Wei Wu felt his connection to his true self severed. He now had to rely on his own judgment. Nevertheless, as a perfect replica of his true self, the avatar's thought processes mirrored his own, save for its absolute obedience to the foundational code of its existence. The first step in exploring this new world was to conceal the old spatial door. After expressing gratitude to the ever-present deity of white magic, S.H.I.E.L.D, Wei Wu cast a simple illusion to hide the spatial door within the projection of thorny underbrush. He then embarked on the second step of his exploratory plan, determining whether this world harbored any nefarious entities, continuously transmitting in a singular direction. He soon beheld a human settlement on the horizon. Once more, he activated the portal, traversing several dozen kilometers, and successfully entered the city. Observing the all-English signboards and the distinctly characteristic architectural styles, he was nearly certain this was the British Isles, selecting a passerby adorned in designer apparel. He employed a subtle trick to pilfer a trifling sum of money from them, thus securing his initial funds. After a few steps, he intercepted a newsboy and purchased a newspaper. Perusing its contents briefly, he ascertained that the time was 1973, and upon spotting Bolvar's name, he gasped in dismay. This was a pivotal moment in the cinematic universe of the X-Men. During this period, the question of whether Mystique would assassinate the father of the Sentinel generated two distinctly divergent timelines, marking the new and old histories of the X-Men series. He had hoped to remain inconspicuous for a while longer. Reluctantly, he resolved to explore every potential hiding spot based on his memories from his previous life. Teleporting to the Himalayas, he surveyed the barren mountainside and dismissed the existence of otherworldly sorcerers, enveloping himself in a multitude of protective spells. He then teleported to the desolate moon, spending hours eliminating the possibility of lunar extraterrestrial beings. Upon returning to Earth, he traversed the Pentagon, New Jersey, and the Oval Office, finally concluding that this was indeed a bona fide X-Men universe, devoid of any lowly monsters. While high-caliber threats likely existed, those influential figures typically paid little heed to such trivialities. With the weight on his mind considerably alleviated, he began contemplating how to maximize his benefits in this world. It was now evident that this universe would not suddenly be beset by a cosmic-level event like Thanos. Thus, the primary threats were limited to two: Apocalypse and the Phoenix Force. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Could this not mean the opportunity to establish the Kingdom Company here? Once this idea took root, it spiraled uncontrollably. He had already mentally claimed the Sentinel robots, the future versions, as his own. Bolvar, oh Bolvar, encountering me is your stroke of fortune. With a preliminary plan in place, he promptly returned to the portal, ensuring the vicinity was devoid of any visible beings before stepping through. Upon arriving at Base Zero and conferring with his original self and a few trusted associates, they unanimously agreed that establishing the Kingdom Company in the X-Men universe was a splendid idea. However, the portal could not maintain stability for extended periods, and there were still some concerns. Chila, stroking his chin, doused everyone's enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. This revelation jolted Wei Wu from his delightful reverie, forcing him to confront the stark realities ahead. Yet, where there are challenges, solutions abound. Thus, Chila, you may set aside your other projects for the time being and focus on overcoming this obstacle. What of Killian S. Dire virus? That individual has already destroyed numerous devices. I shall administer a few doses of nasal spray and apply some magical shackles, ensuring he comprehends his true identity. However, my dear leader, I am currently burdened with an overwhelming number of projects. I can only strive to refine them. Wei Wu's doppelganger has once again returned to the universe of the Battle Police. This time, upon crossing the spatial portal, it was abruptly sealed. Theoretically, in the absence of connectivity between the two universes, 1 hour in the Battle Police universe equates to approximately 1 minute in the primary world. Thus, actively closing the spatial portal can effectively accelerate the task progression within the Battle Police universe from the perspective of the primary world. To return to the matter at hand, Wei Wu's doppelganger re-enters the Battle Police universe, with a singular main objective: to lay the groundwork for the subsequent establishment of the Kingdom Company as a multiversal force. The secondary tasks involve signing contracts and acquiring rewards. To this end, he has thoughtfully brought along the Mind Stone to guard against the young professor prying into his thoughts. At this moment, the professor does not possess the life principles of his elder self. Scrutinizing others' minds is a daily occurrence, thus caution is warranted. Once he confirmed the spatial portal was sealed, Wei Wu confidently approached the Academy's address, brazenly opening the teleportation portal at the Academy's entrance. As the saying goes, it is better to arrive fortuitously than to arrive well prepared. Just after sealing the portal, he unexpectedly encountered Wolverine, who was searching for Charles at the school's entrance. "Is it you?" Both Logan and Wei Wu spoke simultaneously, astonished to find each other in this locale. However, unlike Logan, who was genuinely surprised, Wei Wu was merely acting. His initial plan was to stealthily follow, yet he had not anticipated being discovered as soon as he landed. "There's no need to hide," Wei Wu thought to himself. "You haven't come here just to see me, have you?" He urged Logan, who stood hesitantly. Logan, having traversed from the year 2023, was now in a state of indecision. Logically, upon returning to 1973, he had but one task: to prevent Raven from killing Bolivar, thus altering the future. Yet, he did not recognize the individual before him, nor had the professor mentioned anything about a visitor today. This placed him in a quandary. Should I kill him? What if he is a key figure who could affect the future? Or should I spare him? He seems the type who would enter alongside me. What if he discovers my mission and alters the future? Logan silently berated Charles for his unreliability as he stepped closer to the castle-like main entrance of the academy, aware that his friends awaited him in the future. Wei Wu, as Logan had surmised, followed him with a familiar ease. "Tag along, why don't you?" Logan muttered under his breath as he knocked heavily on the door. Chapter 94. I am from the Time Management Bureau. Bang. 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 Logan clenched his fists and struck the door with force, akin to the sound of gunfire. After a moment, footsteps approached, and the door cracked open. The young beast, Hank, peered out. Is there something you need? I am looking for the professor. He is not here. That is impossible. And who are you? Hank McCoy, is responsible for overseeing this house. You are the beast, Logan exclaimed, removing his glasses in disbelief. It seemed you truly belonged to the category of late bloomers. Without allowing Hank a moment to respond, he pushed the door to enter. However, even without transforming, Hank possessed considerable strength, leading to a stalemate at the doorway. Aren't you coming to help? Logan called out to Wei Wu, who was merely spectating. Yet, Wei Wu remained silent, contemplating how to deceive the three sentinels. After a few seconds, the youthful beast succumbed to Logan's persistence and was successfully pushed aside. Logan, now inside the castle, ascended to the second floor with practiced ease, heading straight for the study, the location frequented by Charles. From Hank's perspective, a fierce-looking individual, who certainly did not appear benign, was intruding upon their home and heading directly for the professor. What could this be but the act of an assassin? It must be Eric, Hank shouted, disregarding the presence of the second stranger outside. Transforming into the beast, he swiftly climbed the wall to the second floor, fearing that any delay would cost his dear friend Charles's life. Meanwhile, Wei Wu sauntered in through the front door with little difficulty. As he reached the center of the grand hall on the first floor, the clamor from above abruptly ceased. Logan had been forcefully thrown down. Hank, what is happening? Charles, disheveled and clutching an empty wine bottle, emerged from the study. There are intruders, two of them. Hank, hanging from the chandelier, fixed his intense gaze on Wei Wu. Following Hank's line of sight, Charles scrutinized the two uninvited guests. One unfamiliar, the other slightly recognizable. Although I do not know who you are, this is private property. I suspect you may have overlooked the sign at the estate's entrance. As he spoke, Charles took a swig from the bottle, discovered it empty, and waved his hand dismissively. Hank, please escort them out. Hank dropped from the chandelier, poised to confront the two intruders. Logan hesitated, glancing warily at Wei Wu before speaking. I was sent to find you by someone who is you 50 years in the future. Charles burst into laughter, sensing he might have had too much to drink. But quickly his expression shifted to one of skepticism. What utter nonsense. If you hadn't lost your powers, you would know I'm speaking the truth. How do you know I've lost my powers? Logan retorted. I also know that when you were 12. Stop. I can see that you have piqued my curiosity. What do you want from me? We must stop Raven, Logan explained, then directed his attention to Wei Wu. But before that, it would be prudent to apprehend this individual behind me. Aren't you all in cahoots? I do not know him, and I have not encountered him in the future. Charles found the situation increasingly intriguing, turning his gaze toward Wei Wu. And who might you be? What is your purpose here? Feeling the intensity of their scrutiny, Wei Wu donned a smile reminiscent of Coulson's. Have you heard of the Time Management Bureau? 10 minutes later, Logan's mind found itself unable to process the myriad of convoluted concepts presented by Wei Wu just 5 minutes prior, prompting him to retreat to the sidelines. Meanwhile, Charles and Hank remained in the fray, momentarily bewildered by Wei Wu's confusing blend of truth and deception, as well as his bizarre assertions. Hank had already immersed himself in Wei Wu's discourse on temporal branches and anchor points, while Charles wore an expression of utter disbelief. He ran his fingers through his tousled hair, casting a glance at Hank, who appeared deep in thought. Hank, is today April Fool's Day? He inquired. No. Hank. Then how is it that two individuals can so freely spout such preposterous claims? Charles's demeanor grew increasingly severe. If it were only Logan, he might have been persuaded. But the emergence of another absurdity compelled him to reassess the two visitors. He decided to focus first on the more outlandish Wei Wu. So you are Wei Wu? Indeed. If your Time Management Bureau is as formidable as you claim, why not simply traverse the timeline to annihilate those Sentinel robots? Because there are regulations. Initially, I intended to remain hidden, but fate had other plans as I encountered him. Me? Logan replied, his expression one of amusement as he pointed to himself. Yes, precisely you. Regarding my earlier assertion that every universe possesses a crucial anchor for your universe, that individual is Wolverine. If you are willing to entertain Logan's previous statement, consider why it is that during such a dire moment, the one to return and alter the future would be him. Observing Wei Wu's confidence, Charles felt a flicker of doubt, while Hank continued to deliberate which hypothesis, temporal branches or the river of time, was more plausible. As for the focus of the discussion, Logan muttered quietly, "Am I really that remarkable?" Wei Wu gazed intently at Charles, perceiving the complexity of his thoughts, clearly aware that Charles remained reluctant to accept his claims. Thus, Wei Wu resolved to unveil his trump card. "Professor, you must be familiar with Cassandra, correct?" Charles's pupils constricted. This not-so-secret revelation, which he had intended to bury since awakening his powers and recalling events from his infancy, had never been shared with another soul, nor would it ever be. "Who exactly are you?" This time, Charles's tone was devoid of its previous calm. In stark contrast, Wei Wu appeared confident of his victory. "As I mentioned, I hail from the Time Management Bureau, Washington." By checking the records, Logan, Charles, Hank, and Wei Wu managed to locate Quicksilver, Pietro, who had been placed under house arrest by the authorities. Standing at the threshold of Quicksilver's home, Logan cast a disgruntled glance at Wei Wu behind him. "Charles, are we truly allowing this fellow to accompany us?" Charles nodded in response. Thus, Logan had no choice but to acquiesce. Given that it was Charles who had brought him back, ultimately, Charles would make the final decision. Upon knocking on the door and deceiving Quicksilver's mother with a false identity, the four individuals descended into the basement to encounter the true essence of Quicksilver, who was engrossed in his own amusement. In less than a second after they steadied themselves, Quicksilver suddenly possessed 3 wallets in his hands. "You're not who you claim to be. What is this Genius Teen Academy?" As he rummaged through the wallets, Quicksilver discovered an old business card. In the next heartbeat, no, the next millisecond, he returned the card to its rightful wallet. He then positioned himself before Wei Wu, intent on extracting some information from this man. However, just as his hand approached within a centimeter of Wei Wu's clothing, it was thwarted by a translucent barrier. Undeterred, Quicksilver thoroughly searched Wei Wu from head to toe, but still found no means of breach. Reluctant to resort to more perilous methods to circumvent the barrier, he opted instead to stroll over to his arcade machine and indulge in a video game. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals in the basement felt a gentle breeze, and everything seemed as it was, while Quicksilver became engrossed in his game. Wei Wu, perplexed by the rapidity of Quicksilver's actions, was relieved to find his barrier intact. Observing the game screen, which displayed afterimages as swift as Quicksilver himself, Wei Wu concluded that this young man's ability extended beyond mere acceleration. He could also hasten the flow of time around him. "So, what is it that you seek from me?" Quicksilver inquired without turning his head. "To save a person." "Agreed, but I have a condition." Quicksilver's readiness took Charles by surprise. "What is your condition?" "You must reveal to me what his superpower is." With that, Quicksilver pointed at Wei Wu, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Chapter 95. Who released it? Him? The others were baffled by Quicksilver's query. However, Wei Wu could discern that this young man was purely inquisitive and graciously responded, "I possess numerous superpowers. Which one would you like to see?" "Choose one that is impressive." Quicksilver replied, intrigued by Wei Wu's words. "Very well, step a little closer." Quicksilver advanced a couple of steps. A tad closer still, Quicksilver moved another step forward, now merely a body length away from Wei Wu. Under the curious gazes of the 4, Wei Wu lightly raised his right hand and slowly struck Quicksilver on the chest with an open palm. This seemingly harmless gesture did not provoke Quicksilver to evade. In that moment, his soul transcended. Quite literally, does the soul truly exist? Hank exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Wu offered no response, giving Quicksilver's body a gentle push to facilitate the return of his soul. Gasping for air, much like a drowning person, Quicksilver was overwhelmed with excitement. "Your ability is astonishing. I think I just saw my great-grandmother." To which Wei Wu replied, "I'm glad you enjoy it." Washington, the Pentagon, disguised as tourists, 4 individuals infiltrated a group, and upon reaching a staircase, Hank activated a jammer to disrupt some of the Pentagon's internal surveillance. Seizing this opportunity, the other 3 slipped into the Pentagon's underground facilities. Meanwhile, Quicksilver had arrived at the elevator leading to the lowest level prison. Positioned behind the food delivery guard, he retrieved a roll of tape from his pocket. In the hushed environment, the faint sound of the tape drew the guard's attention, prompting him to glance at the reflective surface beside the elevator doors. In the reflection, a silver-haired young man flashed a charming smile at him. The prison at the bottom level was under siege, prompting a swift response from the Pentagon. Guards armed with plastic firearms rushed to provide support underground. in the kitchen responsible for serving meals to the bottom prison in certain areas of the Pentagon. The first responding guards encountered the escapees. Charles, if you don't want me to kill anyone, control them quickly. The young Magneto, Eric spoke urgently, as he saw the guard draw his plastic weapon, unable to control the plastic bullets. I can't do it, Charles replied, causing Eric's heart to sink as he prepared to manipulate the metal in the kitchen for a counterattack. At that moment, Wei Wu, watching the scene unfold, felt a rhythmic sound surrounding him, signaling that it was time to act. Who turned on the speakers? Time slowed 1,000-fold as Quicksilver sprang into action. It seemed as though he was swimming through time, managing to handle everything before the humans could react. In the blink of an eye, the guards were all incapacitated. Signature scene, check-in, successful. Energy extraction 68. Logan observed everything before him and patted Quicksilver on the shoulder. Well done, kid. After leaving the kitchen, the group, under Hank's escort, safely arrived at a private airport. Charles's private jet awaited them there. Before boarding, Charles solemnly handed Quicksilver a pristine business card. Thank you very much for your assistance. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to the address on this card, and we will do our utmost. As the plane took off, its destination was Paris, the pivotal moment when Mystique, Raven, assassinated the human scientist Bolivar. On board the plane, Eric scrutinized Logan and Wei Wu. Charles, where did you find these two? They found me, Charles replied, seated on a couch in the corner of the cabin, lost in thought. And I think you should listen carefully to their accounts. It's quite absurd. At that moment, Logan spoke up. Eric, you and Charles sent me here from 50 years in the future. Upon hearing Logan's words, Eric instinctively frowned. Although his academic journey had been abruptly interrupted, he still possessed basic knowledge. The idea of traveling back from 50 years in the future seemed, perhaps, not entirely impossible. You and Charles sent me back. Elaborate. Evidently, it is often the sincere individuals who embrace new ideas with the utmost swiftness. 5 minutes later, Eric nodded slowly, signifying that he had grasped the general trajectory of events. Do you truly comprehend? Charles was the first to voice skepticism regarding his old friend's mental acuity. Logan has articulated it plainly. I am not a fool, Charles, Eric retorted, casting a reproachful glance at his companion before redirecting his attention to Wei Wu. And what about you? This time, before Wei Wu could respond, Charles took the initiative to explain. His background is quite intricate. It is best not to inquire further. Our immediate concern is to devise a strategy to thwart Raven, as we are not far from Paris. Although interrupted by his friend, Eric felt no annoyance, for Charles's assertion was indeed correct. The priority was to prevent Mystique's plans. Acknowledging the pressing matter, the two young elders of the X-Men commenced their strategic discussions. Eric's proposals were consistently radical. Storm in, apprehend Mystique, and depart. In contrast, Charles advocated for a more covert approach, suggesting that they infiltrate discreetly and extract her before she could reveal herself, thus minimizing human attention towards mutants. In the capital of France, the Paris Peace Conference convened as scheduled. The opposing sides of the Vietnam War met at the Royal Hotel, engaging in 3 hours of private negotiations that culminated in a mutual exchange of interests. Subsequently, it was expected that they would seamlessly sign the ceasefire agreement during the public meeting scheduled for an hour and a half later, thereby concluding a struggle destined to be etched in history. The plight of civilians lost to war and the mountain of soldier corpses would attract little concern. The press would only feature the dignitaries of the two nations attending the conference on the front page, obscuring the enormous profits amassed by powerful entities behind the scenes. Eric furrowed his brow as he expressed his insights regarding the human elite since founding the Brotherhood of Mutants, questioning his friend. Even so, do you still disagree with my plan? I do not concur, came Charles's resolute reply, compelling Eric to take deep breaths to regain his composure. At the rear entrance of the Royal Hotel, a car carrying 5 individuals approached slowly. The on-duty security personnel, upon noticing the unregistered vehicle, promptly advanced to dismiss it. Inside the car, Eric looked at his friend with some discontent. What are you waiting for? Let these two allow us entry. No, I cannot do that at this moment. Have you truly exchanged your abilities for the capacity to walk normally? Without responding to Eric's grumbling, Charles handed a document to the approaching guard. After glancing through the document, the guard displayed a perplexed expression but ultimately permitted them entry. The group successfully entered the Royal Hotel, though unbeknownst to them. Charles's acceptance of his lost abilities had subtly altered Eric's demeanor, revealing a glimmer of resolve in his gaze. Meanwhile, During the waiting period before the public meeting, Bolivar successfully utilized monetary persuasion to secure an additional hour for promoting his Sentinel robots. Young S.H.I.E.L.D followed closely behind the diminutive Bolivar, who stood at less than 1.50 meters, tasked with assisting him in persuading the hardliners within the military. Chapter 96, Kingdom Corporation. I appreciate everyone taking the time from their busy schedules to meet with me. Let me be forthright. Generals, officials, we have a new enemy. To confront these hidden extraterrestrials among humanity, I have devised this. Bolivar received the suitcase from S.H.I.E.L.D and placed it on the table, opening it to reveal a prototype of the Sentinel. He pushed the case forward for the senior officials from both nations to see more clearly, while S.H.I.E.L.D distributed the prepared documents. Regarding the issue of robot misfires, I have also developed a variant gene recognition device that can accurately identify mutants within a 15-kilometer range, ensuring that humans are never harmed. As I activate it, I assure everyone present will remain unharmed. Beep, beep, beep. Bolivar's expression shifted slightly as he turned the detector in his hand. When the detector pointed at a Vietnamese general, the alarm reached a crescendo. Who are you? This machine must be malfunctioning, the locked-on general said, his face showing signs of panic. Bolivar, sensing the tension, became increasingly convinced that this individual was a mutant, and discreetly signaled to S.H.I.E.L.D. Understanding the cue, S.H.I.E.L.D drew his weapon. This action caused chaos among the military and political dignitaries present, leading to a frantic scramble, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D unable to find an opportunity to fire. At this moment, Mystique revealed her true form, swiftly dispatching the surrounding security personnel. Within a minute, apart from those lying on the ground or fleeing, only Bolivar, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Mystique remained. S.H.I.E.L.D's first shot was fired amidst the chaos, as Mystique dove under the table. Executing a swift maneuver, she adeptly climbed on S.H.I.E.L.D's body, wrapping her legs around his neck and flipping him against the wall. Without uttering a word, Mystique seized the fallen handgun from the floor, aiming it at Bolivar, ready to pull the trigger. Raven. Bang! A bullet flew towards Bolivar's head, but in a timely intervention, Eric managed to intercept it. As he stared at the bullet hovering before him, Bolivar was drenched in cold sweat. Upon glancing at the mutant gene detector in his hand, the alarm sounded like firecrackers. He realized that the newcomers were all mutants. With this realization, Bolivar endeavored to diminish his presence, thinking, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Suddenly, the situation escalated. After dodging Mystique's gun with his abilities, Eric paused for a moment before aiming his weapon at her. Eric, what are you doing? Charles positioned himself in front of Mystique, while Hank attempted to mediate, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Meanwhile, Logan, witnessing the fallen S.H.I.E.L.D, began to convulse uncontrollably, his consciousness of the future temporarily severed. Wei Wu was perplexed as to why Logan, 50 years hence, had managed to slay Stryker, yet still exhibited signs of stress in the present. However, he was acutely aware that Bolivar had seized the opportunity to escape. Rather than intervene, Wei Wu redirected his focus to the scene unfolding before him. Charles and Eric found themselves ensnared in a stalemate, each unable to convince the other. At that moment, Mystique compelled Charles to seize control of Eric, an endeavor he deemed impossible. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Eric pulled the trigger. However, as he spoke, Mystique dashed toward the window. Hank, in that critical instant, nudged Eric just as the trigger was pulled. The bullet veered off course, yet under Eric's influence, it curved mid-air and ultimately struck Mystique in the calf. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Charles regained his composure, Eric had already leaped through the window in pursuit of Mystique. Will you not do something? Charles incredulously questioned Wei Wu, casting a glance at Logan, who seemed a stranger to him, before instructing Hank to intercept Eric. This is our protocol. We cannot proactively intervene. Moreover, since Mystique did not perish within these walls, my task is deemed complete. Logically, from this moment forth, they existed within a new timeline, and all ensuing events would signify the commencement of freedom. I have stated from the outset that my purpose was solely to ensure that your universe's timeline would not deviate down a predetermined path following the transition of our Time Management Bureau. Ultimately, I wish you all the best. With those final words, Wei Wu conjured a portal beneath his feet and departed the scene, leaving behind Charles, now utterly powerless, to confront this temporal juncture unacquainted with Logan. As for Wei Wu's last remarks to Charles, they were mere fabrications, a spontaneous outpouring of thought with no deeper significance. What Charles would ponder remained a mystery to Wei Wu. After all, his initial infiltration into the group was merely to facilitate the signing of Quicksilver's scene. With his objective achieved, he no longer needed to maintain the S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's hope the Time Management Bureau refrains from troubling me. I have merely borrowed a smidgen of your name. Surely, that does not constitute infringement, Wei Wu mused, preparing to lay the groundwork for the illustrious endeavors of Kingdom Corporation. 2 days later, Wei Wu dedicated a modicum of time to securing the necessary funds for Kingdom Corporation's registration and public offering. In this era devoid of the internet, the Mind Stone proved invaluable. A simple series of door-to-door visits, coupled with some creative financing, resulted in substantial capital influx. The only caveat was that the accounts required slight modifications to ensure consistency across the board. Albeit tedious, this approach left no trace, effectively thwarting any attempts to unearth prior dealings. Furthermore, under the influence of the Mind Stone, as long as he did not actively disrupt the process, those affected would remain blissfully unaware of any anomalies throughout their lives. Thus, Wei Wu effectively secured the cooperation of numerous individuals within various American agencies and a considerable number of Wall Street titans. Certainly, there is no coercive mental control involved. Everything follows the proper procedures. Wei Wu even utilized funds provided by affluent individuals to influence these people, and the efficacy of the Mind Gem rendered all of this rather unsurprising. The utility of mind control is indeed remarkable. Observing the central location in Manhattan, where the land corresponding to the Avengers Tower in the main world has begun isolation construction, Wei Wu sighed. Simultaneously, his vigilance toward Charles escalated significantly. Such insidious abilities are far more daunting than the overt presence of Magneto. I recall that Charles's current abilities are not particularly formidable. He cannot control too many targets simultaneously, particularly since he was seemingly enhanced during the process of being possessed by Apocalypse. Wei Wu frowned at this thought. That one do. The present Charles is already quite troublesome, and if he were to be further augmented, it would be dire. Resolving to intercept Apocalypse, Wei Wu stealthily made his way to Washington. If memory serves, there's a notable scene involving Magneto here as well. Chapter 97, Purgatory, Washington. Today, the President of the United States will convene a discussion on mutants with the renowned scientist Bolivar in front of the White House. Charles and his group, having parted ways with Eric at the Paris conference, entered the discussion venue early, anticipating that Mystique might make a move against Bolivar during the event. This time, Charles opted not to use a suppressor to stand, but chose instead to sit in a wheelchair, intending to rely on his own abilities to avert disaster. Meanwhile, our charismatic Eric had reclaimed the helmet he once inherited from the Black Queen and strolled leisurely into an empty stadium. In a secluded corner of the stadium, Wei Wu marveled at the advantageous position he had found, encircled on 3 sides with only a narrow gap exposed. After traversing for so long, he still found solace in such security. At that moment, a palpable tremor resonated beneath his feet. Without needing to look, Wei Wu discerned that Eric was beginning to exert his power. Through the available slit, he observed Eric standing on the center lawn of the stadium, arms raised, manipulating the internal steel structure of the building. The tremors intensified and finally diminished to a negligible level after reaching a threshold. Wei Wu adjusted his angle to peer downward. The ground began to sink, and the entire stadium was slowly lifted from its foundation by Eric. Simultaneously, at the discussion venue, under Charles's indiscriminate probing, Mystique's mental fluctuations were precisely detected. With just a thought, Charles immobilized Mystique on the spot, rendering her unable to resist. However, the atmosphere was quite lively. The audience's attention was captivated by 8 remarkably novel and towering robots, leaving no one to notice the camouflaged Mystique at the edge of the venue. Logan and Hank, who had been guarding Charles's side, moved in the direction indicated by Charles, preparing to escort Mystique away. Seeing Logan and Hank subdue Raven, Charles's previously taut demeanor relaxed slightly. The next step was simply to locate Eric. Exhaling tremulously, Charles felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he believed he had successfully altered the course of the future, the Sentinel robots on stage abruptly activated and commenced indiscriminate attacks. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding chaos, a colossal shadow loomed over the White House. As they looked up, the collective breath of the crowd momentarily ceased. Successful scene registration. Extracting energy, 100. Extraction in progress. Template acquired, Purgatory. The succubus? Concealed within the stadium, Wei Wu completed the registration for the scene, temporarily storing the newly acquired Purgatory alongside the Twilight Butterfly in the warehouse, intending to summon them after the day's events concluded. On the ground, Charles observed Eric's fierce advance, realizing the gravity of the situation. However, in a fleeting moment, Mystique managed to break free from control and disappeared into the throng, leaving Logan and Hank without Charles's guidance, instantly losing sight of their objective. Boom! The circular stadium crashed heavily to the ground, resembling a cage that ensnared everyone within. 4 sentinels soared to the apex of the stadium to stand guard, while another 4 launched their offensive within the arena. Logan and Hank exchanged glances, reluctantly setting aside their pursuit of Mystique to confront Eric. Should Eric unleash a massacre, regardless of whether Mystique killed Bolivar, humanity would inevitably tread the path toward the annihilation of mutants. Logan charged ahead of Hank, aiming to sever a sentinel's arm with his claws. But upon contact between his bone claws and the adamantium, he realized it was 1973 and he lacked the invulnerable skeleton. Struck away by the sentinel, Logan redirected his focus to Eric midair. After a roll upon landing, he confronted Eric with a disjointed query. Without a metal skeleton, how can you control me? Eric, somewhat perplexed by Logan's words, noticed him leaping forward and waved his hand. Several steel rods broke free from their concrete confines, transforming Logan midair into a spiky porcupine. Having accomplished this, Eric dismissively tossed Logan out of the stadium as if he were mere refuse. During the time Eric dealt with Logan, Beast, engaged in fierce combat with another sentinel, was ambushed by yet another sentinel, suffering a brutal elbow strike to the vehicle. Meanwhile, Charles found himself utterly powerless, akin to an impotent husband, unable to counter Eric, who wore a helmet. Ignoring the non-threatening Charles, Eric ascended to the discussion stage, closing his eyes to sense the location of the underground safe room within the White House. Subsequently, with a forceful pull, he yanked a metal safe room the size of a bus from beneath the ground. The shell, fortified to withstand artillery fire, was effortlessly torn apart by Eric's powers. The high-ranking officials of America inside the safe room were rendered speechless as sunlight suddenly flooded in. Confirming the president's presence within, Eric refrained from immediate action, instead directing all cameras prepared for the discussion towards himself. Before the gathered assembly, he recounted the heinous crimes of the American military, which had captured mutants to facilitate the Bolivar experiment. Now, I condemn them to death. Upon concluding his statement, the scattered firearms on the ground levitated, automatically chambering rounds and aiming at the officials within the safe house. Eric believed that administering justice with familiar human weaponry would serve as a greater deterrent. Kill me and let the others go. A voice imbued with the authority of a higher power emerged from the safe house. As a rotund man extricated himself from the crowd, it was none other than the sitting President of the United States. Mr. President, you cannot go out. Several officials attempted to restrain the president, but he resolutely brushed them aside. Oh, how brave, Eric mused, surprised that this president possessed some semblance of fortitude. He prepared to grant the president a swift end. Yet at that moment, Hank emerged from a vehicle, boldly advancing toward Eric, compelling him to redirect his focus and use metal to hurl Hank aside. After all, they had once fought side by side, and Eric wished to avoid unnecessary harm to Hank. Just as Eric turned, the previously corpulent president suddenly revealed blue skin. It was Mystique. Without hesitation, Mystique fired a shot. It was evident she did not wish to slay her old comrade. The bullet merely grazed Eric's neck, inflicting no critical injury, but rendering him momentarily incapable of posing a threat. Following this was a telepathic exchange between Charles and Mystique, characterized not by control, but by persuasion to abandon the intent to kill Bolivar. In a sudden moment of clarity, Mystique relinquished her objective and turned away, while Charles subsequently facilitated Eric's escape. The human faction opted to abandon the legislation against mutants, instead sentencing Bolivar to life imprisonment for crimes against humanity. Wei Wu observed this unfolding drama from the stadium, fully aware, yet bewildered, profoundly shaken by the events. Nevertheless, this outcome was fortuitous. It spared him the need to deceive Bolivar into a lifetime of servitude, for he would undoubtedly prefer to remain in a laboratory for eternity. Wei Wu silently nodded in gratitude for the president's timely intervention. As for the possibility of Bolivar betraying them, After undergoing the employee training manual, such concerns should dissipate. Chapter 98. Committed to a brighter future the following night. After the mutants had wreaked havoc at the discussion forum, Bolvar, firmly branded with crimes against humanity, was being escorted to Isolation Island by an armed convoy. In the darkness, the vehicle lights became the sole source of illumination in the surrounding area. Within one of the transport vehicles in the middle of the convoy, Bolvar's hands were shackled, flanked by 2 armed soldiers. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was eerily quiet. The soldiers, bound by military protocol, refrained from conversation, while Bolvar reflected on the reasons that led him to this fate, despite the fact that he would now spend the remainder of his life in prison. Suddenly, sparks erupted from the top of the vehicle, prompting both soldiers to instinctively look up, suspecting a malfunctioning light bulb. However, the sparks rapidly expanded into a circle, emitting an invisible wave from the spark circle. 2 soldiers fell into a deep slumber, while Bolvar and the others in the convoy remained unaffected. After addressing the 2 soldiers within the compartment, the spark ring above shrank and vanished, corresponding to a larger spark ring that expanded at the compartment door. Bolvar grasped the significance of this phenomenon. He quickly surveyed the fallen soldiers, glanced at the bluish glow of the spark ring, hesitated for a brief moment, and then stepped over the spark ring. The convoy's members remained oblivious to these anomalies, as everything continued normally on the ferry bound for the prison island. It was not until the transport vehicle, previously containing Bolvar, was opened at the prison gate of the island that they realized their escort target had vanished. In the underground of Base Zero, this area, originally designed for transit, had commenced preliminary operations. As Bolvar crossed the spark ring, he also passed through a spatial door that Wei Wu had meticulously positioned nearby. He found himself momentarily disoriented by the vast, enclosed space before him. "Is there no one to receive me?" he inquired. "Certainly, the Kingdom Corporation welcomes you, Mr. Bolvar," replied Wei Wu, emerging from the shadows with an appearance reminiscent of a hellish figure. "What does this mean? Am I already inducted? Do I still possess the right to refuse?" "I can answer your last question. You do not possess the right to refuse. As for the first 2, our employer will elucidate. Please follow me." After finishing his statement, Wei Wu turned and slowed his pace slightly. Bolvar glanced at a few individuals in white coats busily attending to tasks in the distance, and hurried to catch up with the tall man ahead. After several twists and turns, Bolvar followed him through a spatial door into an office-like room. At the center of the room sat a masked individual, whose youth was evident despite the disguise. "Trouble in hell. Please continue with the training program. I will take care of the rest," said the masked figure. Upon hearing this, the hellish figure nodded and exited, leaving the space to Wei Wu. Indeed, this person was still Wei Wu. In fact, even the researchers Bolvar had just observed were also manifestations of Wei Wu. "Mr. Bolvar, before your official onboarding, I would like to answer a few questions to facilitate subsequent operations." Wei Wu interlaced his fingers atop the desk, quietly observing Bolvar, who promptly pulled out a chair and sat down. "Where is this? Who are you? What do you want from me?" "This is a node distribution of the Kingdom Corporation, and I am the person in charge here, though I have not been in this position for long. The reason for contacting you is that we seek exceptional talents from the multiverse to contribute to a brighter future." "Exceptional talents refer to me?" Bolvar questioned, pointing to himself with a hint of skepticism. "Indeed, you are, whether in this universe or others." "What does that mean?" "You should be familiar with parallel universes, correct?" Wei Wu waved his hand, conjuring a magical projection. "In numerous universes, you have achieved considerable success, which is precisely why we sought you." The magical projection reveals the scene from the primary world of S.H.I.E.L.D. fame. On one side of the image, a figure strikingly resembling Bolivar is engaged in forging a divine artifact, the only distinction being his towering stature. This is your counterpart from a parallel universe, the dwarf king of Norse mythology, who has crafted many legendary items. In a certain sense, he is akin to you, a true expert in weaponry. As he spoke, Wei Wu shifted the scene to an ancient castle. Pointing at the figure within the projection, who was vehemently chastising his father and bore an uncanny resemblance to Bolivar, Wei Wu continued, "In another universe, you even served as a minister. Do you have any further questions? What do you require of me? Return to your universe and continue your research on the Sentinels." "Why? Given your capabilities, sure," Wei Wu interjected, placing a finger to his lips. "Your level is insufficient. For my research on the Sentinels, I need that female mutant's genetic material. Can you assist me in capturing her?" "No need for such complications. She too possesses multiversal variants." Wei Wu produced a dossier. sliding it before Bolivar. Here is the genetic information you require. Perusing the documents with skepticism, Bolivar was nearly convinced of their authenticity. All right, I will join. Excellent. Purgatory will oversee the Kingdom Corporation's branch in your world. You may consult him for any matters. After sending Bolivar on his way, Wei Wu felt no concern that he might secretly engage in treachery. He intended to hand over the training manual to Purgatory under its influence. No undercover agents would infiltrate the Kingdom Corporation. Should they attempt to, they would inevitably become allies. The system's products had garnered a certain reputation. As for his claim to Bolivar that this was merely a branch office, that was a fabrication. It was, in fact, the headquarters, a mere embellishment for the sake of prestige. With a resigned smile, he examined Purgatory's template. Template, Purgatory, skill, beacon of inspiration. Purgatory deploys a beacon, granting comprehensive enhancements to allies within the area. Skill, orbital grenade. Purgatory summons orbital satellites to deploy multiple grenades, allowing simultaneous attacks on various targets. Skill, airdrop, smoke screen. Purgatory calls upon orbital satellites to drop smoke canisters, covering several city blocks. Skill, space-based plasma beam. Purgatory summons orbital satellites to unleash a high-temperature plasma beam, annihilating everything within the target area. Evaluation. Purgatory hails from the Americas, capable of utilizing various orbital weapons to provide precise support and create tactical advantages, making him the quintessential choice for frontline commanders. By the heavens, such satellite-based skills. Wei Wu marveled at Purgatory's abilities, feeling considerably reassured. In 1973, these skills would indeed wreak havoc. Those who dared to oppose would find themselves on the receiving end of a space-based plasma beam. He is now resolutely determined to transform the War Police universe into a reserve resource repository. The leadership skills and formidable abilities of the Inferno have evidently provided him with a sense of reassurance. One can only hope that he will eventually rectify the pitfalls he has dug today. Chapter 99. The Sorcery of Ancient One in the Primary World. With his avatar returning to his true form, Wei Wu immediately sought out Chila. Chila, please integrate the Viper project with the one you have at hand. I have a semblance of an idea, yet it still feels somewhat lacking. Chila, lost in her thoughts, turned around upon hearing his voice, her gaze somewhat vacant. Noticing her demeanor, Wei Wu instantly realized his error. He had been treating Chila as a mere tool. You are on break now. Go to the first floor and wait for me. He decisively removed Chila from the laboratory and sought out Viper instead. In contrast to Chila's oblivious state, Viper exhibited commendable control over his time, maintaining a stable mental state, although the signs of fatigue were still evident in his eyes. Viper, please organize the project you and Chila have been working on and delegate it directly to those researchers. Retain only the core elements for oversight, and also summon Shangbol. There's a weapon expert on the other side, and they should have plenty to discuss. After arranging the research tasks, Wei Wu teleported to the lobby on the first floor, where he found Chila soundly asleep on the sofa. A rare pang of conscience stirred within him. With a snap of his fingers, he transported Chila back to her own room, prompting a moment of self-reflection. Why do I feel increasingly akin to a capitalist? 3 hours later, Chila groggily opened her eyes. Upon recognizing the familiar yet strange ceiling of her bedroom, she exclaimed, "How'd I end up back in bed?" Sitting up abruptly, she activated her terminal to check the progress of her research tasks, only to discover that her access had been temporarily locked. She attempted to force her way through, but was met with a pop-up notification. "Zero, the boss has locked this for you. Do you really wish to attempt to break through? What's going on here?" Realizing that she was no match for Zero in the realm of network information, Chila flopped back on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Beep. The terminal chimed. Reaching out to where the terminal had been placed, she picked it up and brought it closer to her eyes. "Zero, I see you triggered a security alert. Once you're awake, please go to the training room to find Reyna. I have assigned you a field task as a means of relaxation." Reyna? Chila placed the terminal on her bedside table, murmuring her sister's name. Reyna, her sister who had been injured due to the weapon she unknowingly created on Earth, was a source of lingering resentment, even though they had begun to reconcile after working together for a prolonged period. Nevertheless, the atmosphere between them remained somewhat awkward. She had yet to exchange more than a couple of words with Reyna since arriving in this world. Oh, interpersonal relationships are such a hassle. Burying her head under the covers, she struggled for a while before tearing off the blanket that enveloped her head. This must have been deliberately arranged by the boss. It absolutely must be. Kamartai. Wei Wu navigated through the architectural complex, as if returning home, knocking on the door at the center. Enter, came the voice of Ancient One from within. Upon hearing the response, Wei Wu pushed the door open. It has been a long time, Master Ancient One. With a hint of surprise, Ancient One glanced at Wei Wu while flipping through an ancient text. One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason, Master Wei Wu. Regardless, you are indeed my mentor. Can I not come to see you? Wei Wu replied playfully. Oh, you've even adopted the honorific? Ancient One's lips curved slightly, though it was difficult for Wei Wu to discern whether it was a genuine smile or a mere facade. Nonetheless, he sensed that the old sage's mood was rather pleasant. Speak, what brings you here? Ancient One inquired, closing the ancient tome in his hands, his expression remaining serene. I merely wish to inquire about the recent developments concerning Caecilius, and simultaneously to request a favor. Caecilius remains unchanged, yet he is growing increasingly restless. What is it you wish to request? Still hiding, are you? Wei Wu cast a casual glance at Ancient One and continued, Master, I have recently observed the celestial phenomena and discovered the alignment of 9 stars. Surely, this heralds great turmoil. Ah, it seems you intend to speak about the 9 realms and the Dark Elves? Ancient One chuckled, seeing through Wei Wu's subtle ploy. You truly possess remarkable insight, Master. If you wish to involve yourself, why seek me out? My knowledge of the past dealings between the former king of Asgard and the Dark Elves is rather limited. These are merely minor concerns. Primarily, I lack a justification. Wei Wu replied, somewhat sheepishly. Ancient One was momentarily at a loss for words. I have made an agreement with Odin. This matter endangers the 9 realms. Master, it is not merely a domestic issue for Asgard. Upon hearing this, Ancient One pondered for a moment before shifting the topic. What is your relationship with Thor? Fairly well. Then you may proceed as you see fit. As for the other sorcerers of Kamartaj, I will not permit them to intervene. Seeing Ancient One relent, Wei Wu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to leave, but was halted by Ancient One's voice. Wei Wu, are you interested in learning about the mirror dimension? His first reaction was that the old sage was about to impart the secret of the burning technique. However, he quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. The mirror dimension was knowledge reserved for the supreme sorcerers, was it not? Oh no, this old man seeks to retire early. Will you truly not learn? Though he was reluctant to shoulder the burdens of a supreme sorcerer, the allure of the mirror dimension was undeniable. Wasn't this spell a unique transmission exclusive to the supreme sorcerers? Wei Wu tentatively probed. Who informed you of this? Ancient One displayed a look of resignation. The mirror dimension is simply too challenging, difficult enough that only those with the talent of a supreme sorcerer can grasp even a fraction of it. Then how could the king not learn? Wei Wu hesitated, uncertain of Ancient One's intentions. The sage's demeanor today was indeed peculiar. On one hand, he readily admitted to fabricating tales, while on the other, he offered to teach the mirror dimension. From any angle, it appeared exceedingly odd. You are aware that the king's talent lies within the gate of dimensions. You understand this well. With a baffling caution that left Gu Yi speechless. He could not be bothered to argue further. He opened a portal and tossed a bundle of bamboo scrolls to Wei Wu. If you wish to learn, do so on your own. If not, return them. I must enter seclusion now. With that, Gu Yi waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through the room, expelling Wei Wu and closing the door behind him. Weighing the scrolls in his hands, Wei Wu scratched his head. Had he truly misjudged the old man? London. A gentle drizzle enveloped the city, as it always did. Zero, are you certain you are here? Reyna, clad in a high-neck black sweater and a trench coat, held an umbrella as she walked the streets. I have no idea. I cannot trace those gravitational waves. I track people. The surveillance data indicates they are in this neighborhood. Very well, continue monitoring. With a resigned sigh, Reyna ended the call and turned around to find Chiga holding an umbrella, gazing at her with an expression that suggested he had something to say but was hesitant. Speak your mind, she urged, slightly frowning. She disliked such indecisiveness in others. Reyna, isn't our mission to wait for the quarry in Greenwich? Indeed. Then why are we looking for Jane Foster now? Can't we just check in? If that's the case, why did you insist on bringing me along? Chiga adjusted his decorative glasses awkwardly. Well, Wei Wu asked me to protect you before he left, so you must stick close to me. Chapter 100. The goddess Frigg, as dusk fell, Reyna finally led Chiga to Jane Foster before sunset. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to say they found her. Rather, it was Zero who intercepted a report of a missing person at the London Police Department, forwarding the address of the reporter to Reyna. As expected, the reporter was Darcy, Jane Foster's intern. When the police encountered Darcy, a torrential downpour began. The sudden deluge forced the officers and Darcy into a police car for shelter. Reyna quickly grabbed Chiga and maneuvered to a nearby abandoned building to evade the rain. Inside the derelict structure, the two peered out into the rain. A circular area devoid of raindrops appeared amidst the downpour, quite peculiar. At the center of this anomaly stood their target, Jane Foster, along with the reality stone that resided within her. Just in time, Reyna murmured, "What shall we do next?" Lacking field experience, Chiga hesitated, glancing at Reyna, opting to defer to her judgment. "Wait, are we waiting for that Malekith to go to Greenwich? We wait for Wei Wu to infiltrate." No sooner had she spoken than a spark appeared next to Jane Foster in the distance. Wei Wu had arrived. The sudden manifestation of sparks startled Jane, but upon recognizing the newcomer, she breathed a sigh of relief. She knew him from New Mexico and had heard rumors of his involvement in the Battle of New York. Jane Foster? Wei was oblivious, fiddling with a small artifact resembling a compass, as if guided by some unseen force. "Yes, it is I." Jane's expression was slightly awkward. She raised her hand only to let it fall again, unsure of what to do next. "Did you do this?" she inquired, gesturing to the rain-free space surrounding them. "No, this is your doing," Wei replied, tucking the compass away after a few more adjustments. "And I am now quite certain you are in serious trouble." "What?" Jane responded, bewildered. This matter cannot be succinctly explained. Just then, amidst the sound of rain, Thor's voice intruded upon their conversation. Wei turned to glance at Thor, who stood in the downpour, and stepped aside to speak. "I suspect Thor has come for this reason as well." As Wei finished speaking, Jane and Thor had already united, and without hesitation, Jane delivered a sharp slap to Thor's face. The sound echoed crisply through the rain. "I apologize, I had to confirm it was really you." Once assured of his identity, Jane quickly offered her apology, which Thor brushed aside, playfully bantering with her instead. Ahem. Wei cleared his throat, announcing his presence, which momentarily quelled their impulsive desire to embrace. "What brings you here, Wei?" Jane inquired. "There resides within her a formidable power that poses a threat to the entire Earth. I have been dispatched to address this issue." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thor understood that Heimdall had not seen Jane for a considerable time, compelling him to secretly venture to Earth. After a brief discussion in the rain, Thor decided to escort Jane back to Asgard to assess the nature of that power, with Wayne naturally tagging along. As it was not their first encounter, upon returning to Asgard, Thor promptly took Jane for treatment, instructing Heimdall to arrange a vessel for Wei. Their destination was the same guest chamber as before. This was to be expected, as Asgard resided in a realm separate from the outside world, rarely hosting visitors even over the span of a century. In the vast cosmos, Asgard maintained an aura of mystery. Wei's arrival and Thor's presence in the medical area could not escape Odin's notice. Soon enough, Asgardian guards knocked at the door, conveying Odin's wish to meet Wei. As an outsider, Wei had no right to refuse and followed the guards to the royal palace. Upon encountering Odin seated upon the throne in the Grand Hall, Wei offered a courteous bow. Having invoked the name of the Ancient One, he understood the importance of not causing trouble for her. "State your purpose, sorcerer," Odin commanded, his aged voice resonating with power. "My lord, Kamataj has detected an energy response indicative of a dimensional invasion on Earth, originating from the woman Thor has brought back. Her name is Jane Foster." Jane Foster. Odin recalled the human woman who had made Thor yearn for her incessantly, lacking any semblance of a kingly demeanor. However, Odin did not exhibit any discontent and continued his inquiry. "I understand your concerns, but fret not. Asgard shall manage the situation adeptly." With that, Odin intended to dispatch someone to return Wei Wu. Naturally, Wei Wu could not simply depart. He had come here to ascertain a matter of great importance. "God King, we surmise that the source of that energy is the reality stone, and with the convergence of the 9 realms, this situation poses a threat beyond Asgard. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, child?" Odin's remaining eye narrowed into a slit, an immense pressure emanating from him. "I am fully aware of what I am stating. This time, it is under the directive of the Supreme Sorcerer." "Gui." Indeed, Odin retracted his imposing presence. Initially suspecting that this young man sought to gain some advantage in Asgard, However, since it was a messenger from Gu-E, he deemed it appropriate to extend the necessary courtesy. Escort this sorcerer to a chamber for rest. Resuming his guise as the benevolent elder, Odin departed from the throne, leaving alone. 2 hours later, soldiers from the Celestial Palace arrived to convey Odin's message, instructing Wei Wu to complete the task of safeguarding Jane and the ether particle she bore. Upon entering the palace, Wei Wu met with Jane, accompanied by the goddess Frigga. "It is a pleasure to see you again, my child." "The honor is mine, goddess." After exchanging greetings, Wei Wu leisurely followed the two, quietly observing as Frigga, akin to a mother-in-law, held Jane's hand, inquiring about various matters. After traversing a considerable distance, Frigga arranged for Jane to rest within the palace before turning to engage Wei Wu in earnest conversation. "I have heard from the God King that you have come with a mission." "Indeed, with the convergence of the 9 realms imminent, I must ensure that the reality stone remains secure." "Then why do I sense that your purpose extends beyond this?" Frigga interjected bluntly, causing a slight change in Wei Wu's demeanor. "Do not mind what I just said. It is merely intuition, devoid of evidence." Frigga smiled warmly, her expression betraying no malice. Yet her eyes seemed to convey, "Come now, child, I see through your facade." The goddess possesses keen insight. "To be entirely candid, I do have a second task. I can disclose it to you, goddess, but you must keep it confidential, even from the God King." "Not even the God King? It pertains to my mentor Gu-E, and cannot be mentioned." "Then I shall refrain from listening," Frigga replied with a gentle smile, attempting to shift the topic. Yet her peripheral vision caught sight of 2 furtive figures. Chapter 101. Thor reunites with his mother out of the corner of her eye. She spotted 2 sneaky silhouettes. Blinking in disbelief, Frigga was certain she was not imagining things. "How could it be?" "My second task is, in fact, related to those 2. Wei Wu interjected at the opportune moment. With a face full of incredulity, Frigga pursued the 2 figures, while Wei Wu discreetly followed suit after casting an invisibility spell upon himself. This spell may not thwart Frigga, yet it certainly suffices to protect against Thor and Rocket. In a corner of the Celestial Palace, the portly Thor leaned against the stone wall, clad in a casual hoodie. The rapid, labored breaths escaping his lips rendered his imposing figure akin to a cumbersome bellows. "What on earth are you doing?" Rocket exclaimed, scrambling on all fours to catch up with the retreating Thor, his anthropomorphic raccoon face filled with confusion and incredulity. "Is it merely because of that old woman and that peculiar-looking lad? My mother is destined to die today." Today, you say? My apologies." Ignoring the absurdity of Rocket's earlier words, Thor was engulfed in an irrational panic, his mind in disarray and beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. "My presence here is a mistake. I am incapable of this." Smack! Rocket leaped up and delivered a sharp slap to Thor's face. "Do you think you're the only one who has lost loved ones? Do you believe we are here for what purpose?" Rocket extended his hand, methodically counting on his fingers for Thor to see. "Quill, Groot, Drax, and even the eternally youthful girl. They are all gone. I understand you yearn for your mother, but she is truly gone. Yet, many others have merely disappeared, and we can bring them back. Is that request so excessive?" Still crying? At that moment, Thor resembled a newly enlisted soldier, reaching to wipe away the tears pooling in the corners of his eyes. "Now, immediately, get rid of the food remnants in your beard. Then coax that girl out. We will acquire the gem and retreat. Do you comprehend?" "I understand," Thor nodded, his gaze momentarily resolute, seeing Thor regain his confidence. Rocket nodded in satisfaction and prepared to seize the reality stone, but after taking only a couple of steps, he heard Thor's voice crumble behind him. "I still cannot do it." Turning back, his eyes twitching in distress, he found no trace of Thor, only the chaotic sound of footsteps echoing in the corridor. "Well then, I shall manage this myself," Rocket muttered, producing a syringe-like extraction device, his expression sharpening as he whispered, "This is Thor's choice. Do not hold it against me, girl." Thor, overwhelmed with emotion, dashed chaotically through the Celestial Palace. Fortunately, during this time, Odin was convening in the council chamber, and there were few guard along the path, sparing Thor from an inglorious fate. Leaning wearily against a colossal stone pillar, Thor's expression flickered with hesitation and turmoil. The moment he laid eyes on his mother, his emotions shattered. Instinctively, he longed to remain and save her, yet as the king of Asgard he could not do so. He still needed to bring back his subjects from the brink of oblivion. This was his responsibility beneath the crown, a lesson imparted by his parents. "What are you doing here?" A gentle voice suddenly emanated from behind him, startling Thor, who instinctively gasped. "Why are you dressed like that?" Although taken aback by Thor's reaction, Frigga immediately noticed her son's disheveled appearance and untidy clothing. This was hardly the image of her eldest son, who is usually so flamboyant. "The clothing is of little significance. It is this very piece that I cherish the most." Thor, flustered and at a loss, gestured awkwardly with his hands before ultimately slipping them into the pockets at his abdomen. "What is wrong with your eye?" Frigga remarked, increasingly astonished, as she reached out to cradle Thor's face, scrutinizing his right eye as if fearing the potential for lingering repercussions. "Do you recall the Battle of Heligard? I was struck in the face by a great blade." Thor began to ramble incoherently. "You are not the Thor I once knew, are you?" "Yes, I am Thor." "Have you endured much suffering from the future?" "I never claimed to hail from the future." With a forced smile, Thor felt his composure shatter, and the remnants of his rationality warned him against altering the past excessively. Yet, Frigga's subsequent words shattered his resolve, and tears flowed uncontrollably. "I am a sorceress. At times, I perceive without my eyes, as you know. I am Thor from the future. I truly wish to converse with you." Standing 5 meters away, Wei Wu observed this scene and was nearly convinced that this individual had emerged from Avengers Endgame. However, this only deepened the mystery. Logically, after Loki's ascension, the timeline should have been liberated. Could it be that this fellow originated from a parallel universe? A sudden realization struck Wei Wu as he grasped the truth. From the moment time travel commenced, a new timeline, or rather a parallel universe, had been born. Everything altered by traversing time would solely shift the narrative of the parallel universe, leaving the original world unchanged. Casting another glance at Thor, who was weeping inconsolably in his mother's embrace, Wei Wu chose to exit gracefully. He then turned to locate Rocket, who was stealthily positioned outside Jane's window, plotting to extract the Reality Stone. Employing his concealment spell, Wei Wu found himself almost beside Rocket, observing the furry little head before him. A sudden urge to reach out and grasp it arose, yet he restrained himself, unbeknownst to Rocket, who had already stealthily climbed through the window to slip beneath Jane's bed. He prepared to extract the stone while she slept soundly. With precision, Rocket raised the extractor and aimed for the optimal spot. Jane stirred awake in pain. Yet whether the extractor was painful or if it would leave any after effects was uncertain. Its primary selling point was efficiency. In a mere 2 seconds, the Reality Stone was extracted, faster than even Malekith's methods. After completing the task, Rocket stowed the extractor and dashed away. Jane, however, cried out, "A squirrel just pricked me." Upon hearing this, Rocket paused mid-stride, whirled around, and shouted back, "Squirrel, you are the squirrel. Your entire family is squirrels." After delivering his retort, Rocket resumed his escape, nimbly navigating through the encircling Asgardian soldiers, successfully evading the initial capture. Meanwhile, Jane, after her initial shout, succumbed to weakness and fainted. Wei Wu approached to confirm that she was not gravely harmed before joining the pursuit of Rocket and the larger contingent, utilizing his small stature to his advantage. Rocket darted through various nooks and crannies, widening the gap between himself and his pursuers. After a considerable time navigating the intricate corridors of the Celestial Palace, I found Thor on a balcony, regaining his confidence under his mother's guidance. "Thor, I got it!" Rocket exclaimed, hastening over and casting a glance at Frigga. "Is this your mother?" Frigga responded with a gentle wave. "We have the stone. It's time to leave." Rocket raised the extractor in his hand and began to count down. 3, 2, wait. Thor interrupted the countdown, tightly closing his eyes and turning his head to the side, one hand reaching toward the balcony, a mix of anticipation and anxiety evident in his demeanor. What was he doing? Rocket wondered, unable to comprehend the actions of this rather portly fellow. "Sometimes one must wait," Frigga softly explained to Rocket. At that moment, Mjolnir responded to Thor's call, tearing through the air and landing in his grasp. I still have the right," Thor proclaimed, his joy akin to that of a hefty child weighing over 200 pounds. Scene successfully signed in. Sign-in energy, 35. Having completed a sign-in, Wei Wu observed as Thor bid farewell to his mother and departed with Rocket. With a flash of white light, Thor and Rocket vanished, replaced by Steve, who was now carrying a box and Mjolnir. "Hello, ma'am," Steve greeted with a smile as he set down Mjolnir, causing Frigga to display mild surprise. It seemed that Thor's future companions were indeed commendable individuals. Being recognized by the enchanted hammer, Frigga formed a favorable impression of this young man. Steve, cautious not to overstep, opened the box to reveal a container the size of a soda can, which astonishingly contained the reality stone, thoughtfully preserved in a fluid state. After delivering the package, Courier Steve nodded respectfully to Frigga before disappearing. Only then did Wei Wu reveal himself from his concealment. However, before he could speak, the voice of a palace guard echoed down the corridor. "We must locate that rabbit." Chapter 102. The arrival of spicy chicken shreds, ma'am. Have you seen a nimble rabbit? A palace guard approached stealthily, his demeanor respectful. A rabbit? I have not seen one. What has transpired? There is a peculiar rabbit that attacked Miss Jane within the palace. Is that so? I shall go check on Jane. Having dealt with the guard, Frigga exchanged a glance with Wei Wu before hastily making her way to Jane's chamber. Oblivious to Mjolnir resting on the ground. Since only King Odin and Thor could wield the hammer in all of Asgard, the Grand Prince occasionally left it lying about. And with good fortune, one might even glimpse this divine artifact atop a tavern table. As they walked, Queen Frigga initiated the conversation. You previously mentioned that you came here for both Thor and that little raccoon? Indeed. Are you aware of their time-traveling endeavors? I encountered some of them during the Battle of New York, and since then, the Supreme Sorcerer has rarely observed the future. She claims that the future is in constant flux and thus obscured. Lost in contemplation, Frigga slowed her pace, her brow furrowing, and suddenly uttered a disconcerting remark. Thor informed me that I shall perish today. Such an event is implausible, my goddess. He also mentioned your remarkable prowess. Merely a stroke of luck. Does this conversation fall within the realm of what cannot be disclosed to the All-Father? Wei Wu nodded gently. From Frigga's earlier words, it appeared she had gleaned some information from a future Thor, and it seemed that this brother of hers was quite amiable, capable of speaking well on her behalf. Noticing Wei Wu's nod, Frigga feigned a thoughtful demeanor. Do you still intend to return the ether particles to Jane's body? There is no necessity, my goddess. The Supreme Sorcerer has taught me that the timeline is to be revered. Thus, the timelines of others bear no relevance to us. As Wei Wu spoke, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing his true stance. You are rather intriguing. Frigga handed him a container holding the reality stone. Then this matter shall be entrusted to your order of sorcerers. However, I must caution you that a single planet ought not to possess more than one infinity stone simultaneously, as it may attract unwarranted attention. Rest assured, we shall banish this artifact beyond the confines of the reality dimension. Wei Wu fervently assured her of his honesty, then altered his tone. But what of the All-Father? I shall manage matters with the All-Father, my child. You truly embody wisdom and compassion, Wei Wu praised. Yet before he could finish, tremors resonated from the heart of Asgard. Stepping into the open courtyard and gazing upward, he beheld several black, blade-like craft attempting to breach Asgard's defensive artillery. Dark elves, Frigga recognized the vessels immediately, turning her grave gaze toward Wei Wu. Their objective is the ether particles. I shall safeguard the reality stone. You need only attend to Jane and leave me be. Aware that the fiery sorceress could sense the location of the reality stone, Wei Wu understood that merely keeping the stone on his person would draw Malekith toward him, thus sparing Frigga from the peril of protecting Jane at the cost of her own life. Having interacted with her, he found Frigga to be quite admirable, a mother worthy of respect. Yet that cursed warrior posed a challenge. Wei Wu's expression soured. To be able to elbow Thor with such furious might, his melee capabilities must surely be on par with diamonds. You inquire about Malekith's prowess? He was thoroughly overpowered by Frigga in close combat, nearly eliminated in a single encounter. Without the reality stone, he is akin to a mere roadside nuisance. Even summoning Steve would suffice to bewilder him with a shield. With a more relaxed demeanor, Wei Wu settled onto a bench in the courtyard, observing as Asgard's forces systematically shot down the dark elf vessels, just as the tide of battle appeared to favor them. The shield encasing the palace abruptly shattered. It was the cursed warrior, guided by Loki, who had compromised the shield's energy source. Seizing the opportunity, one aircraft breached the blockade, crashing directly into the palace, reminiscent of a tragic event. Only then did Wei Wu heighten his awareness. He understood that the flying device was merely a ruse. Malekith had already contacted the cursed warrior, heading directly towards the location of the reality stone, which was right here. Preemptively, he cast the form of Aiken, summoning 3 clones of Wei Wu, while 2 of them concealed themselves in the shadows. 1 clone remained in place, encasing himself in magical armor and manifesting a colossal sword of arcane energy in his grasp. In less than 2 minutes, Malekith indeed appeared at the end of the corridor, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, while the cursed warrior crashed through the stone wall, emerging from the direction of the Celestial Palace. As Malekith approached, he halted at a distance just beyond the reach of Wei Wu's sword, inhaling the air as if to catch a scent. "Human, surrender the ether, and perhaps I might grant you a reprieve until the darkness descends. Is this what you seek?" The clone of Wei Wu produced a container holding the reality stone, waving it tantalizingly before Malekith, then opened a small spatial portal to toss the reality stone within. "Where have you concealed the ether?" Malekith, upon witnessing the ether vanish, felt a surge of panic and rage, akin to awakening from a millennia-long slumber without a sense of place. Yet, Wei Wu had no intention of wasting breath. Wielding the magical sword, he charged at Malekith, intent on exploiting his vulnerability. Though Soul could not contend with the cursed warrior in close combat, he possessed a keen awareness of his limitations. With a single stroke, he cleaved 2 dark elf minions in half, raising his arm to deflect the blast from their energy guns with his magical armor. These minions were of mediocre strength, their physique and speed scarcely superior to that of mere mortals. Only Malekith posed a greater challenge, as his dark magic inflicted some damage upon Wei Wu, primarily due to Wei Wu's decision to engage in close quarters. One could not deny the allure of melee combat. The exhilaration of each critical strike was indeed a pleasure unmatched by the mere casting of spells. At that moment, another cursed warrior surged from a different direction, seizing Wei Wu in a grappling throw. The immense force shattered the floor beneath them, and Wei Wu's magical armor succumbed to the impact. Pure brute. Wei Wu labeled the cursed warrior, swiftly rolling away to evade a deadly elbow strike and unleashing a magical rope to tether himself to a distant pillar, propelling himself to safety. "Capture him," Malekith commanded the cursed warrior, while he began conjuring a more potent dark spell. Regrettably for him, Wei Wu's other 2 clones had already managed to sneak close to Malekith's side. Noticing that Malekith remained oblivious to their presence, Wei Wu surmised that the villain had likely allocated all his skill points into manipulating the reality stone. Without further hesitation, the 2 clones revealed themselves, simultaneously unleashing the 8-fold light wheel of Ace, determined to rend Malekith asunder. Such was the necessity. Malekith's ability to perceive the reality stone's position within the cosmos meant that Wei Wu could not afford to rest until he had dealt with him. Yet, just as Malekith was on the brink of being obliterated by the radiant saw, the cursed warrior unleashed a surge of power that Wei Wu could not hope to rival, dispersing the initial clone with a mere shockwave. Then, with a forceful push from his feet, he transformed into a black meteor, hurtling towards Malekith. Malekith was embraced, and the sonic barrier breached, akin to an invisible hammer swiftly dispelling the 2 clones of Wei Wu. Isn't it a bit much? With such prowess, did you fall victim to your own black hole grenade? Wei Wu was taken aback. Thankfully, his main body had not revealed itself earlier. With such speed and reflexes, one could easily believe he was capable of taking on Thanos. However, observing that this technique had not been employed earlier suggested it was a last resort maneuver. According to the ancient texts of Kamartaj, the creation of a cursed warrior was irreversible, exacting a tremendous enhancement at the cost of rapidly depleting one's lifespan. The recent encounter with the blackened aura resembled a technique that accelerated lifespan consumption to gain power. With vague conjectures regarding the cursed warrior's condition, Wei Wu's desire to eliminate Malekith intensified. What if he were to release the tiger back into the mountains, returning one day with dozens of cursed warriors seeking vengeance? At that moment, the god of thunder descended. "Wei Wu, the dark elves have retreated. My father is preparing to convene a meeting, and I am to escort you back." Chapter 103. The Hook at the Gates of Asgard, the Rainbow Bridge. Wei Wu and Thor stood shoulder to shoulder before the bridge, while Heimdall stood on a raised platform, sword in hand. Following a brief meeting with Odin, exchanging opinions, and under Wei Wu's fervent insistence, it was decided that he would take the reality stone back to Earth, located at the heart of the 9 realms, revealing it near the convergence point of the realms. This would serve as a strategic bait to lure Malekith out, allowing them to eradicate the remaining dark elf remnants on Earth and restore peace to the Nine Realms. Thor would represent Asgard in this endeavor, providing full cooperation to Wei Wu. The smooth establishment of this plan hinged on two primary factors: the high regard that Queen Frigga held for Wei Wu's proposal, and Odin's desire to prevent the flames of war from engulfing Asgard once more. However, Odin was acutely aware that staging the battlefield on Earth was somewhat underhanded. Initially, he had suggested that Wei Wu and Thor venture to the Dark Elf stronghold, with Heimdall monitoring the situation throughout. Upon spotting Malekith, Heimdall would activate the Rainbow Bridge, allowing Odin's divine warriors to eliminate the Dark Elves in one fell swoop. Yet, Wei Wu's insistence prevailed. This reality stone was to be managed by Earth itself. Odin, perplexed by the underlying intentions of the Ancient One, was nonetheless deeply impressed, ultimately acquiescing to the plan. Returning to the present, Thor, grasping Mjolnir, regarded Wei Wu with a look of approval. During the engagement, simply restrain the cursed warrior. He should be entering a weakened state. Upon hearing this, Thor nodded in understanding and turned to exchange a knowing glance with Heimdall. Heimdall comprehended and deftly maneuvered his divine sword. A cascade of multicolored light enveloped the two before the Rainbow Bridge, transcending layers of spatial barriers, transforming into meteors as they descended upon Earth. The radiant stream broke through the Earth's atmosphere, landing steadily on a grassy field in the wilderness. Last time, Odin undoubtedly played a trick on me. Secretly, I labeled Odin as an ungrateful elder, and I felt a dull ache in my back. Where shall we go next? Thor's expression was grave, resembling a soldier preparing for battle. No need to rush. I will first gather some allies. A number was dialed. Wong? What a peculiar address. A deep voice resonated from Wong. Old Wong, pay no heed to such trifles. Find me a few capable individuals who can form a formation. Wei Wu, the Supreme Mage, enough. You said the same last time. No. I require an entire set of Asgardian enchanted armaments. It's not that I am unwilling to assist you. It's 2 sets. Where shall we convene? Greenwich. Remember to keep everyone at a distance. A formation to create a cage will suffice. Having arranged for the mages, Wei Wu dialed another number. Director? At the sound of those words, Nick Fury instinctively frowned on the other end of the line. This lad is up to something. Speak quickly. I am quite busy. Busy, you say? You weren't like this when you sought me out. Get to the point, Wei Wu. What do you need me to do? Assist me in the covert evacuation of civilians near Greenwich. What? The entire district? Nick Fury straightened in his seat. Have the hellish demons breached our defenses? No, just the vicinity of that academy. The old Royal Naval College? Precisely. It is imperative to evacuate before nightfall. Why? This evening, Kamartaj and Asgard will launch a joint operation against the criminal activities of the Dark Elves. After several seconds of silence, Nick Fury uttered a single word. Agreed. Meanwhile, Wei Wu and Thor secured their reinforcements and hastened towards the convergence point of the Nine Realms. On the other side, Reyna and Chitauri, who had been lying in wait in London from the very beginning, had already bailed Selvig out of the police station after his naked escapade at Stonehenge. Casting a glance at the loquacious Selvig and Chitauri in the rearview mirror, Reyna continued to drive with an impassive expression. They headed to Selvig's laboratory to retrieve several gravity stabilization rods, and the trio set forth for Greenwich. During the journey, Selvig inquired, "So what is our purpose there?" "There is only a school. According to our calculations, the convergence point of the Nine Realms will manifest near the old Royal Naval College." Chitauri adjusted his empty glasses to prevent hazardous creatures from other worlds from entering Earth. "We must utilize your instruments to stabilize the space." Time ticked away. Reyna arrived at the gates of the old Royal Naval College, only to be halted by the guards. "I am sorry, but the Academy is undergoing a security inspection. Entry is prohibited." The robust guard stepped out from the booth, gesturing for Reyna to leave. Without further ado, Reyna produced documentation approved by the World Security Council, possessing global legal efficacy. "We are on a mission." After the guard checked the identification, he returned to the duty booth, turning his back to the vehicle of Reyna and her companions as he raised the intercom to his chest. "Director Coulson, the agents from the Fearless Covenant have arrived and wish to enter the school. Please advise." A crackling noise emanated from the radio channel. "Can you identify who they are?" The woman codenamed Reyna, Dr. Selvig, and a new face. "Everything seems normal. Let them in." "Understood." They successfully gained entry to the school. After some effort, Quake cooperated with S.H.I.E.L.D to complete the installation of the gravity stabilizers within the confines of the old Royal Naval Academy. As they walked through the corridors of the school, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly inquired of the two agents, "Do you sense something amiss with these students?" Reyna, intrigued, countered what seems off. They lack the usual vitality of students. Their movements are all too precise. Correct, they are all S.H.I.E.L.D agents, or rather, aside from the three of us. The entire school is filled with agents. What? Selvig's H-face was overtaken by shock. Before he could utter another word, a black, cross-shaped aircraft materialized above the central lawn near the banks of the Thames. This was a technology unique to the Dark Elves, capable of spatial jumping while remaining completely cloaked. Invisible even to Odin and Heimdall. What is that thing? Selvig stared in disbelief at the craft, less than 100 meters away. Those are the very things we feared. Quake, you take the doctor to a safe location and activate the equipment. Quake, not particularly adept at acting, was signaled to retreat, while Reyna prepared herself to engage with Wei Wu at any moment. On the Thames, the underside of the cross-shaped warship had made contact with the ground. The hard alien metal carving sinister grooves into the cobblestones and grass. At the center of the vessel, a pod began to descend slowly. The quarry, Malekith, along with his formidable bodyguard, the Cursed Warrior, had been ensnared. Chapter 104. The Power of Thought. Malekith stepped onto the ground and looked up. 8 faintly visible spatial gates hung high in the sky, an anomaly of the convergence of the 9 realms. Aware that his time was limited, Malekith remained calm. Celestial beings, sorcerers, I have arrived. If you do not come out now, I shall slaughter everyone here. His voice, laced with suppressed fury and amplified by dark magic, reverberated through the empty school. The agents disguised as students felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively reaching for their lower backs. A circle of sparks appeared on the grass before Malekith and Wei Wu stepped forth. "So, you're Malekith? Is this all the force you possess?" Malekith spread his arms wide, declaring, "As you can see, these are the heroes who will soon plunge the universe back into darkness." "Very well, then you are finished." A magical firework was shot into the sky by Wei Wu. Upon witnessing the fireworks, the sorcerers of Kamartaj swiftly formed a protective array in every corner of the school. As an orange-hued spherical shield gradually ascended from the ground, Malekith bore no expression of surprise. He recognized this as a trap laid for him. However, such intersections of realms occur but once every few millennia, and he could not afford to wait for another. He intended to summon the nearby Cursed Warrior to subdue Wei Wu, yet Thor descended with a thunderous might through a gap in the shield, positioning himself before the Cursed Warrior. "Your opponent is me," he declared, initiating the confrontation with a divine hammer infused with lightning, striking the ground and sending arcs of electricity racing toward the Cursed Warrior. The formidable figure leaped, evading the lightning strikes, and landed with a thunderous stomp. Thor, undeterred, swung his hammer in retaliation. The clash of their forces unleashed a shockwave, uprooting the grass, and Thor was sent reeling back, skidding across the turf before colliding with the shield to finally halt. In contrast, the Cursed Warrior merely staggered back a few paces before regaining his footing. Indeed, after a single eruption in Asgard, the power of this entity began to wane. Steadying his resolve, Wei Wu unleashed multiple rings of light in attack. This spell, which Wei Wu had grown increasingly adept at wielding, could strike from afar or near, and could even be cast almost instantaneously. Compared to Kamartaj's most popular spell, the Ring of Ragador, its sole drawback was the lack of defensive capability. Having readied himself, Malekith retaliated with dark magic, unleashing a fan-shaped burst of black crystalline shards. Yet, Wei Wu opened a portal, returning the assault in kind. "Cursed sorcerer," Malekith cursed, stumbling from his own spell, and commanded, "Open fire on the warship." With piercing sounds, crimson energy enveloped Wei Wu, detonating upon contact with the ground and sending dirt flying. Seizing the opportunity, Malekith recalled the Cursed Warrior, ordering a concentrated effort against Wei Wu, while Thor, recently pushed back by a powerful blow, found himself unable to provide immediate support. "Beware, Wei Wu." The warning from Thor reached Wei Wu's ears, accompanied by the imposing silhouette of the Cursed Warrior. "Not even a weakened version of you can hold me back," Wei Wu internally scoffed, channeling his utmost speed into his hands. Yet, it seemed he was running out of time. as he beheld the fist, nearly the size of a cauldron, set to collide with his visage. A flicker of regret washed over him for having entered the fray in his true form. However, the power of his doppelganger was ultimately limited. Am I to perish here? Perhaps it was imminent. Time appeared to slow, yet his eyes darted rapidly around him, revealing that he was ensconced within a crimson force field. The movements of the cursed warrior decelerated to mere fractions of their original speed. Glancing down, Wei Wu noticed the reality stone, which he had concealed in his pocket to entice Malekith, had unexpectedly transformed from a fluid state to crystalline, radiating a fierce red glow. In an instant, he instinctively grasped the foundational applications of the reality stone. With a wave of his hand, intricate lines appeared across the cursed warrior's form, just as the red force field contracted back into Wei Wu's body. The cursed warrior shattered into countless fragments. This is impossible. How could you possibly have learned this? Malekith opened his mouth, staring intently at Wei Wu, unable to believe that a method for controlling etheric particles, which the Dark Elves had studied for generations, was comprehended in an instant by this mortal mage. Nevertheless, Malekith did not forget his purpose. With the convergence of the 9 realms fast approaching, he directly aimed at Wei Wu to siphon energy, seeking to forcibly seize the gemstone. Apologies, but this is the nature of the Dimensional Lord. Observing the red substance continuously seeping from his skin, Wei Wu made a quip and began to contest the reality gemstone with Malekith. Thus, the two engaged in a prolonged tug-of-war, neither able to gain the upper hand, while a scarlet etheric storm swirled around them. Neither Malekith's minions nor Thor could intervene in the short term. Seeing this, an epiphany struck Wei Wu. I believe I have mastered the concept of mirror space. He initiated a command, and the reality gemstone instantaneously altered the fabric of reality, conjuring a plethora of methods related to mirror space in Wei Wu's mind, as if he had indulged in this art for many years. Seizing the moment while Malekith remained oblivious to the anomaly, Wei Wu reversed the modification back to reality. With a flick of his finger, the space behind Malekith shattered, and a powerful suction drew both of them in. Wei Wu and Malekith vanished together, and the etheric storm in the arena gradually subsided, leaving Thor and the Dark Elf minions in a state of bewildered standoff, achieving a subtle equilibrium. Outside, a Kamartaj mage noticed the disturbance in the arena and hurriedly reported to the master. Master Wang, Wei Wu has disappeared. That is mirror space, you inept fool. Wang struck the mage who delivered the report, falling into deep contemplation. Had the supreme mage even imparted such a technique to Wei Wu? Could it be? Wang mused, almost whispering. What did you say, Master Wang? Nothing. Suddenly awakening, realizing he had successfully glimpsed the supreme mage's future arrangements and almost let slip his thoughts, Wang shuddered. He admonished the formal mages around him. Each of you, be more alert. Channel the spirit of the Kamartaj mages and maintain the shield. At the edge of the shield, Reyna pushed against the immovable barrier with a sigh. After countless calculations, she had not anticipated that Kamartaj's shield would isolate her from the situation. With no other option, she turned to ascend the stairs, where the 2 technicians above had become increasingly engrossed in their discussion. In a mirror space, the moment Wei Wu fell alongside Malekith into this realm, he began to distort the space. The towering structures on the ground collapsed and re-emerged at nonsensical angles, leaving Wei Wu himself a bit dazed. The chaos of the space stretched the distance between the two, yet due to the presence of the reality gemstone, an energy connection persisted between them. Temporarily restraining Malekith, Wei Wu attempted to communicate with his dimension within the mirror space, but failed. Separated by multiple layers of dimensional barriers, Wei Wu could not perceive Base Zero. In light of this, he contemplated, I believe I can. Once again, the reality gem was triggered, unleashing an immeasurable surge of energy in a silent eruption. The private domain of the dimensional demon's disgrace was forcibly drawn into the mirrored space. Wei Wu sensed the shift. As dimensions converged, the barriers between Base Zero and the mirrored space intertwined. This maneuver, often employed by Dormammu to consume, was wielded by Wei Wu to fully exert the authority of a Dimensional Lord. Only within one's own dimension can a Dimensional Lord manifest their complete powers and dominion. Feeling the special channel granted to Dimensional Lords by the cosmic rules, Wei Wu forcefully seized control of all reality gems from the disoriented Malekith. In that fleeting moment, the overwhelming power of the infinity gems made Wei Wu feel as though he had ascended. What a splendid treasure. Chapter 105. The mysterious smoke man immersed in the boundless power of the reality gems. Wei Wu gazed upon Malekith, ensnared within the chaotic space. With a mere thought, Malekith began to shatter, his limbs fracturing into fine strands. Hiss! A rather cruel conclusion. Suppressing his discomfort, Wei Wu extracted the reality gems from his being. The contrast was staggering. Suddenly withdrawing from such an omnipotent state left Wei Wu feeling like an empty shell, utterly drained. The recent enhancement from leveling up to platinum felt inconsequential. Adjusting to his authentic self, Wei Wu teleported to the corresponding location of the old Royal Naval College at Greenwich in a mirrored space, observing the imposing cross-shaped starship on the grass. A devilish smile crept across his face. In the realm of reality, Thor S.H.I.E.L.D dispatched the last standing Dark Elf. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf starship, which had been eerily silent throughout the latter half of the battle, suddenly plummeted, vanishing into the earth. Thor, startled, rushed to investigate, but only found the swiftly mending space. In the next moment, dense cracks appeared in the space beside him, and Wei Wu emerged from within. I have sent Malekith into the cycle of reincarnation. Our joint operation has been successfully completed. That is excellent. Thor nodded, stepping forward to pat Wei Wu on the shoulder. You shall handle the ether particles. I trust in your abilities. In response, Wei Wu made a confident gesture, declaring, Rest assured, we will banish the reality gems beyond the realm of reality, ensuring they never fall into the hands of villains. Outside the shield, a young man, who had only recently become a formal mage, observed the exchange between Wei Wu and Thor with a perplexed expression. Master Wong, were Wei Wu and Thor discussing? How would I know? This shield allows light to pass, but blocks all other sounds, replied Wong, equally bewildered, as yet another magical firework erupted. Wong saw a signal beckoning his fellow mages to conclude their work. One by one, they swiftly opened portals to return, shrouded in anonymity. 2 days later, media reports revealed that Thor, a member of the Avengers, along with a well-meaning citizen known only as Mr. Wei, successfully thwarted an alien invasion, thereby safeguarding the peace of Earth once more. This revelation sent shockwaves across the internet, elevating the Avengers' popularity to unprecedented heights, making them icons of the masses. Meanwhile, our earnest citizen, Mr. Wei, gazed expectantly at Chila, who was meticulously organizing the research data from S.H.I.E.L.D. What are the odds? 90%, Chila exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Dr. Selvig's research data is immensely valuable and entirely different from my previous thoughts. Indeed, this venture proved to be highly profitable. Not only were the gains from the advancement of their own skills substantial, but the reality gems alone constituted a remarkable profit. Furthermore, Chila, inspired by the convergence of the 9 realms, had conceived a novel approach to stabilize the interdimensional portals. Nodding in satisfaction, Wei Wu produced the long-hidden moth template from storage, ready to help this child embrace his new identity. With a mischievous grin, Wei Wu activated a communicator to connect with the elusive shadow, currently wandering in some distant corner of the universe. In a large Magellanic cloud, on a colony planet under the control of the Kree Empire, diverse alien species moved about on the chaotic metallic floor of their settlement. Although many conversed in an array of garbled alien languages, a significant number communicated fluently in English. At that moment, a figure cloaked in a black robe, concealing all but the faintest outline, approached from the outskirts of the settlement, the shadow wandering incognito through the cosmos. Halt! An alien with a bizarre appearance, resembling a mobile toilet, blocked the shadow's path. New face, this is the oil gang's territory. Entrance fee, 10,000 units. 10,000 units? A mechanical voice emerged from beneath the black robe. That price could buy a fine hoverbike. Do you intend to rob me? The shadow, having navigated the cosmos for several months, was well acquainted with intergalactic pricing. In the known universe, there were typically 3 forms of trade. The most primitive, barter; the second, using recognized rare resources as currency, such as the bio-batteries of the sovereigns, which could be sold on the black market at reasonable prices; and the third, utilizing universal currency units, akin to credit points, which had no physical form, but were collectively upheld by all factions in the universe. Ha ha ha! The alien with the mobile toilet head cackled at the shadow's skepticism. You hit the nail on the head. We're here to rob you. With that, a dozen bystanders drew energy blasters, aiming them at the shadow. The remaining onlookers, sensing an impending skirmish, hastily retreated. Your head is worth 100,000 units, mysterious smoke man. Prepare to pay with your life. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed as the shadow's hand shot forth from beneath the cloak, revealing a blade of shadow that glinted ominously. Bang! The alien, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke, fell lifelessly, its headless body collapsing to the ground. From the corpse, a thin wisp of black mist emerged, snaking into the short blade held by the shadow. Eliminate this creature. A chorus of shouts erupted nearby, as a flurry of crimson energy projectiles erupted from the muzzles of firearms, sealing off all space surrounding the shadow. Shadows surged forth. A dense shroud of black smoke enveloped the vicinity, with flashes of blade light flickering within. As the smoke cleared, only a scattered array of empty shells remained. Having dealt with these bothersome marauders, the shadow realized that his presence had been compromised. He could no longer remain on this planet. At that moment, a blue-skinned raider, equipped with a technological prosthetic, clapped his hands, flanked by a throng of subordinates as they encircled the shadow. Impressive indeed. Your skills have helped me deal with a few unruly underlings. I owe you my gratitude. Enough chatter. Exiled raider, Yongdu. Recognizing the identity of the individual, the shadow, adhering to the principle of seizing every opportunity to incite enmity, mercilessly targeted Yongdu's vulnerability. The effect was immediate. Yongdu's azure visage visibly darkened, the metallic fins of his prosthetic head illuminating with crimson lines. I was hoping to capture you alive for a greater reward. A whistle pierced the air as a signal arrow, trailing a red arc, shot directly at the shadow, who, anticipating the attack, teleported away. Boss, he turned into smoke. Silence. Cladgerin. I can see him. Transported to a small planet located beyond major interstellar routes, the shadow retrieved a communicator and activated the signal receiver. Amid the usually empty communication logs, several missed calls appeared, prompting the shadow to promptly return the calls. Meanwhile, at Base Zero, unable to reach the shadow, Wei Wu was examining the moth template. Template. Moth. Ability. Life drain. The moth siphons life energy from recently deceased foes to form a shield. Also capable of actively consuming its own life energy to create a shield. Ability. Prank. The moth conjures a decaying orb that, when thrown, explodes, causing damage while directly corrupting the life energy of enemies. Ability. Mist Veil. The moth utilizes ambient life energy to create a fog that obscures vision. Enemies within the mist experience hallucinations and gradually lose life energy. Ability. Metamorphosis. Upon death, the moth enters a state of transformation, existing as a life energy entity. If it accumulates sufficient life energy during this state, it can revive immediately. Otherwise, it will exist as an energy butterfly for a time, slowly regaining life energy until it can revive. Evaluation. The moth, hailing from the northern British Isles, excels at using its signature tricks to torment foes. Even in defeat, this young immortal can continue to disrupt enemies and may unexpectedly return to battle. Gazing at the densely packed text detailing the ultimate ability, one thing was clear: immortality. Wei Wu chuckled, feeling relieved. This entity resurrected far more swiftly than he, the dimensional deity. Chapter 106. The Captive Twilight Butterfly. The sound of clanging echoed. As Wei Wu summoned the template, Twilight Butterfly raised her hands in jubilant self-introduction. Are you mine? She fixed her gaze upon Wei Wu, reciting the lines she had meticulously prepared. Oh, welcome aboard. The disjointed response caught Wei Wu off guard as he hastily retrieved his communicator, eager to summon Shadow back to escort his apprentice away. A premonition stirred within him, suggesting he might struggle to handle this exuberant youth. Hey, boss. Why are you silent? Taking a step closer, Twilight Butterfly squinted playfully, pouting her lips, her fingers stroking her chin. Why do I sense that you're not particularly fond of my presence? Don't fret, child. We have an initiation challenge. Just hold on for now. A challenge. Are you going to lock me in a room and let me find my way out? Twilight Butterfly exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Bring it on. I'm ready. As her enthusiasm grew, Wei Wu and Shadow finally established contact. Wei Wu, is there a mission? Shadow, return at once. 5 minutes later, a swirl of black smoke coalesced within Base Zero. You can teleport directly in? Wei Wu gasped. What's my task now that my level has ascended to platinum? struggling to accept the notion that the territory of the Dimensional Lord could be so easily infiltrated. Wei Wu pointed in a direction. Shadow turned to see Twilight Butterfly, who was stargazing at the edge of Base Zero. Shadow, I leave this to you. I trust you to handle it well. Having issued his instructions, Wei Wu departed to commence his plans for acquiring the 10 rings. 10 minutes later, in a secluded corner of Sandal Star. Shadow, if I'm not mistaken, I haven't been summoned yet, and you and the boss have already laid the groundwork for my imprisonment? Indeed. Yet, neither of you mentioned a word to anyone outside. No one in the base has informed me. That is correct. You two are truly devious. This isn't how a gaming session should unfold. Complaining would bear no fruit. Wei Wu's word was final. Slumped on the ground, the initial joy of Twilight Butterfly's arrival in this new world evaporated, leaving her face devoid of its previous playful smile. Shadow, you disgrace the role of a mentor. Don't be disheartened. Think differently. Not everyone gets a chance to travel through space. Shadow gently encouraged. All right. Since resistance is futile, I shall embrace it. Please inform me of the character I am to portray. Twilight Butterfly shifted her tone, swiftly accepting her new reality. I truly cannot withstand your rapid changes. This time, you merely need to play your true self, though your character comes with a minor record. At the headquarters of the New Star Legion, Twilight Butterfly donned her pink jacket, bouncing into the reporting department with her small backpack. Hello. I am here to turn myself in. Turn yourself in? The red-skinned alien receptionist scrutinized Twilight Butterfly from head to toe. Young lady, what do you wish to confess? I'm not a young lady. Huh? The receptionist opened her mouth, but having encountered countless eccentricities in her line of work, she quickly adjusted her phrasing. Young man. What do you wish to confess? I'm not a young man either. Why don't you just state your intent to confess directly? In line with the principle of maintaining the reputation of the New Star Legion, the receptionist opted to let Mu Dai clarify her reason, simultaneously lifting a cup of water to calm her nerves. I am the mysterious smoke man who has been causing quite a stir recently. I am here to confess. A mouthful of water was sprayed out, and the receptionist's expression turned serious, her tone unfriendly. Sir or madam, if you intend to amuse yourself at the New Star Legion, I must warn you that you have come to the wrong place. As she spoke, her hand pressed against the communication device, poised to summon assistance to throw Mu Dai out. Please, don't be alarmed. I truly am the smoke man, and I have evidence. Mu Dai opened her small backpack and dumped out incriminating evidence of various crimes, such as blackmailing shadows, robbing the wealthy, and stealing spaceships. The receptionist was left dumbfounded. An hour later, atop the New Star Legion headquarters, the leader of the Shandar civilization, the supreme of the New Star, hung up the call with the leader of the Kree Empire. Untrustworthy Kree scum. The Supreme practically spat out the words. At that moment, the deputy commander of the New Star Legion, Denali Ansar, knocked on the door while holding a glass screen. Supreme, bad news. Ronan and his fleet have destroyed another one of our border outposts. Ansar's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. What was the response from the Kree High Command? No support, no intervention. Those gene-altered monsters steeped in a warlike code. After a fierce curse, Ansar raised the screen. In that case, we might have some good news, Supreme. Can we confirm that she is the mysterious smoke man we are seeking? The Supreme gazed at the girl in pink on the screen, filled with hesitation. I'm afraid not. Ansar shook his head. Yet, no matter how we interrogate her, she insists she is the individual from the wanted poster. Perhaps exchanging her for assistance with the Supreme Evolution is the optimal solution for now. For the sake of Shandar, Supreme. Absolutely not. The Shandarians have their own pride. Commander Ansar, the Supreme reprimanded sharply, yet with a hint of resignation, added, at least let me ponder this further. What shall we do with her now? Transport her to the Kree prison via discreet channels. Under the operations of the Shandar leadership, Mu Dai was secretly escorted to the Kree prison, a facility that publicly claimed to house the most dangerous criminals, but, in reality, was merely a place for detaining non-Shandar offenders. Mu Dai's apparent charge was disturbing public order. However, due to the peculiarities of her situation, she was granted the highest privileges among prisoners, receiving a private cell and bypassing the normal incarceration procedures. With a heart full of hopeful anticipation for her future companions, Mu Dai embarked on her prison life. Wei Wu had not revealed the plot of the Guardians of the Galaxy to her. Upon entering, she fortuitously encountered the prisoners enjoying their recreational time. Light-footed, Mu Dai navigated through the hall and corridors, seemingly existing in a different realm compared to the menacing figures surrounding her. Her remarkable demeanor naturally caught the attention of the inmates, particularly a hulking blue giant who fixated on her approach, salivating as though he had encountered a delectable feast. "Hey, big guy, interested in making an acquaintance?" she called out. "Ha ha, little sister, are you looking to befriend me?" The blue-skinned extraterrestrial rose to his full height, towering over 2 meters with an imposing muscular build. As he spoke, he reached out toward Mu Dai. "Are the guards not going to intervene?" she inquired with a perplexed expression, dodging his advance with agility. "Everyone here lacks a Sandar household registration. As long as no one attempts to escape, the guards turn a blind eye. You might be in for some trouble," replied a nearby onlooker. "Is that so?" Moody Pundit, a playful scheme beginning to form in her mind. While she stood momentarily lost in thought, the blue giant prepared to seize her, perhaps with the intent of indulging himself later that evening. However, just as his massive hand approached her, a delicate white hand clasped his fingers preemptively. Crack! The sound of shattered bones echoed. Just as the hulking alien let out a cry of anguish, Mu Dai yanked forcefully, sending him tumbling, his robust body crashing to the ground, unconscious. A hush fell over the scene. Not a single inmate dared to utter a sound. Even the guard on the platform, who had been poised to intervene, stood frozen in astonishment. What had just transpired? That enormous figure was tossed around like a yo-yo by such a petite person. The 2 closest prisoners swallowed hard. "I recall this fellow was charged with premeditated murder, wasn't he? He even killed a law enforcement officer. Indeed, this man devoured 2 children on Sandar, raw." A murmur of astonished discussion spread among the crowd, while the guard returned to his duties, though his eyes still reflected shock. The protagonist of this dramatic scene, Mu Dai, had just returned from a reverie. She glanced around and finally noticed the giant she had inadvertently incapacitated. My apologies. I was momentarily distracted. The big guy I was searching for is not you," she said, sheepishly rubbing the back of her head. Her gaze shifted to a position behind the blue giant, where a brawny man with black skin adorned with red markings sat quietly, exuding strength yet appearing somewhat dazed. "Hey there, my hefty friend. I have an amusing plan. Would you care to hear about it?" Chapter 107. Steve and Schmidt on the planet Morag. This is a celestial body not located on any cosmic route. In fact, you would be hard-pressed to find it on any commercial star charts. The planet Morag is perpetually shrouded in liquid water, revealing only a portion of its surface at specific times throughout the year. Today, fortuitously, is one of those days. On the planet's surface, a small Raider spacecraft descends, and from it emerges a man clad in a reddish-brown leather coat, exuding an air of unreliability. With a wired headset connected to a Sony tape player at his waist, Peter Quill, the rather unremarkable Star-Lord, hums a tune while showcasing his dance moves. He splashes through shallow puddles and kicks at alien lizards, wholly engrossed in his artistic expression and oblivious to his surroundings. This moment of folly is captured and broadcasted by Shadow, perched atop a distant boulder. Behind a nearby stone, 2024 S.H.I.E.L.D. poses a profound inquiry to Nebula. So, is he a fool? Upon receiving confirmation, Rhodey chuckles, suddenly comprehending the reasons behind Tony's failures on Titan. He strides towards the oblivious Star-Lord, who remains unaware of his approach. A stun blast sends Star-Lord tumbling to the ground. Nebula rummages through Star-Lord's bag, retrieving a complexly designed key, and exchanges a glance with Rhodey before seizing the map from Star-Lord's grasp. Following the map's guidance, the duo swiftly locates the temple housing the Orb of Power, also known as the Power Stone. After they depart, a flash of white light appears beside the unconscious Quill, and Steve enters, carrying a box. Observing Star-Lord's blackened eye, Steve remarks on Rhodey's heavy-handedness while producing a spray to administer preliminary treatment to the unconscious Star-Lord. This spray enables carbon-based life forms to heal wounds rapidly, providing pain relief and anesthesia, allowing Quill to slumber a bit longer. Having dealt with the downed Quill, Steve opens the box to reveal its last 2 gems. He carefully places the Power Stone into a meticulously crafted, antiqued replica of the orb, pressing several buttons on the box. He hopes this contraption will prove effective. The box morphs swiftly, with nanomaterials flowing, ultimately forming a signal jamming device. An invisible electronic barrier emanates from the device's apex, enveloping the entire planet of Morag, ensuring that no signals can escape this celestial body. Subsequently, Steve activates the reflective panels in his battle suit, rendering himself optically invisible as he stealthily approaches the temple where Rhodey and Nebula have entered. With the signals blocked, Nebula is unable to connect to Thanos' mainframe located on Throne 2. Confirming that Rhodey and Nebula have vacated the area, Steve replaces the orb in its fixed apparatus, casually closing the door as he exits the temple. Having successfully returned the Power Stone, Steve retrieved the box and carefully placed the map and key back into Star-Lord's bag. He sealed his mask and prepared to traverse away, ready to return the Soul Stone. In the shadows, the Phantom observed everything with keen interest. Having witnessed the Avengers of 24 years during the battle in New York, Wei Wu decided to refrain from engaging with the time travelers. Thus, the Phantom quietly watched as Steve amended the course of history, making no move to intervene. 20 minutes after Steve's departure, communication on the Morag planet returned to normal. The Phantom re-established contact with Wei Wu. The Steve from 24 years past had come to return the stone. Had Nebula returned? Yes, she had. Steve was rectifying the changes they had caused while acquiring the stones. Wei Wu sighed, lamenting the malevolence of parallel universes, and instructed the Phantom to maintain the status quo, pretending not to have seen Steve. The Phantom acquiesced and teleported away. Another 20 minutes passed. Who ambushed me? Star-Lord's shout echoed through the valleys of Morag's surface. Upon awakening, he shed his nonchalant demeanor, growing suspicious and engaging in a battle of wits with the air. After a prolonged delay, he finally arrived at the temple marked on the map. Why does this door feel so off? Frowning, Star-Lord's years of thievery told him this place had likely been previously visited. Yet, the thought of a seller investing 1 million units shattered all his doubts, feeding his dreams of a luxurious life. He produced the key, opened the door, and retrieved the orb, completing the task in a seamless manner. As he toyed with the intricately designed metallic sphere, Star-Lord turned back, ready to embark on his journey home. To his surprise, a peculiar figure with a pipe protruding from the back of his head had stealthily approached him, aiming a large-caliber energy weapon at him. "Drop the orb," he commanded. Heeding the warning, Star-Lord relinquished the orb and cautiously stepped back. Growing up among marauders, he understood the merits of a strategic retreat. However, upon hearing that the strange figure intended to take him to face the notorious Ronin, Star-Lord reconsidered his plan of retreat. Compared to 1 million units, his life held greater value. Yet, facing the infamous Ronin felt akin to courting death. Rather than sacrificing 1 million units for his life, Star-Lord resolved to take a gamble. He drew his sidearm and incapacitated the assailant, snatching up the orb and sprinting toward his ship with unparalleled speed, intent on disposing of the orb swiftly and fleeing to the far reaches of the cosmos. On Vormer, a flash of light heralded Steve's arrival at the foot of a towering mountain. Gazing up at the steep cliffs and cloud-piercing peaks, he shook his head in resignation. Climbing this was no easy feat. Complaints aside, the stone still needed to be returned. With his extraordinary physique, Steve ascended the summit before exhaustion could claim him. At the top, he encountered an old acquaintance, Johann Schmidt. Upon hearing the name he had nearly forgotten, the Red Skull, preparing to wander the universe, felt a tightness in his heart. Suddenly turning around, he beheld a man he had once dreamt of killing, Steve Rogers. After nearly a century, the two former mortal enemies were reunited, yet both had experienced so much that the animosity of their past had long since dissipated. "How did you come to be here?" Red Skull spoke first, perplexed and unable to fathom how this soldier from the Second World War had found his way to this desolate place. "I have come to return the gem," Steve replied, lifting the box in his hand. "I heard you had become the guide for the Soul Stone. Return the gem?" Red Skull could not comprehend the latter part of Steve's statement, for the first half was already too much to bear. He had long awaited a worthy individual to claim the stone, and after finally breaking the curse, he was now being told that someone wished to return it. No, Rogers, you cannot return the gem. That simply will not do." No sooner had he spoken than Steve produced the Soul Stone and tossed it skyward. The gem emanated a profound orange-yellow glow, drawn upward by an unseen force, ultimately vanishing into the luminous clouds above. "No!" Red Skull's desperate cry echoed off the mountaintop as the suitcase he held fell from his grip, scattering its contents across the cold ground. Meanwhile, our instigator, Steve, wore a mischievous grin and bid his old acquaintance farewell before disappearing into the radiant light. Chapter 108. The Guardians of the Galaxy assemble at the Clintar prison. In the solitary confinement of Moth's cell, Dark smoke swirled as Shadow emerged from the blind spot of the surveillance camera. "Hello, Shadow," Moth said, reclining on the bed, her fingers deftly manipulating a game console. "Where did you get that game console?" "A fellow inmate gifted it to me." "A fellow inmate?" Shadow queried, intrigued as Moth plugged a cartridge into the overhead monitor to transfer data. "Indeed, they are quite enthusiastic. I merely made a small gesture, and I became the leader. I must admit, it feels rather nice." "Well, as long as you're happy," Shadow said, shifting the subject and producing a miniature camera to hand him off. "This camera has been activated by the Reality Stone, broadcasting the entire universe without delay. Remember to replace the previous one. The boss could have simply granted me base access." Moth grumbled, stowing away the pea-sized camera. "Must we engage in this role-playing charade? I still don't even know who comprises the Guardians of the Galaxy." Ignoring Moth's complaints, Shadow prioritized efficiency, completing the task before silently vanishing. It was only when Moth rambled on for some time and then turned her head that she realized she had been speaking to thin air. The monotony of prison life had begun to wear on her, having lost its novelty 2 days prior. Although these prisoners behaved themselves due to their own abilities, most were not quite sane. Gathering a group to play a tabletop game was proving to be a futile endeavor. "Are you referring to Drax?" Though that fool has provided much amusement to Moody, the mere act of explaining role-playing to him could very well lead to Moody's demise. She longs for the company of the red and blue jesters, for Pidden, Diogeo, Shasha, and Haibao, and she yearns for Haimung and Neon. With a palpable absence of vitality, Moody leaned against the edge of the iron railing on the second floor, gazing at her oddly shaped cellmates. Feeling utterly hopeless about the prospect of gathering 5 companions, as the Shadow suggested, it seemed an unattainable dream. Must I endure the death of batch after batch of fellow inmates? As she twirled a strand of her hair around her finger, the thought of such a possibility nearly drove her to despair. With a hiss, the airlock door swung open, revealing 2 individuals clad in prison garb, accompanied by a raccoon dressed similarly in a peculiar plant, entering through the main gate. This bizarre ensemble instantly captivated the attention of all the inmates, including Moody. Observing the furry creature and the upright plant, Moody's eyes sparkled with the glimmer of stars. "At last, this is the sailor I have been seeking. You wretch! To hell with you! You executioner! I shall ensure you do not survive this night." A cacophony of curses filled the air in the exercise yard. Objects hurled at the 4 newcomers, particularly targeting the green-skinned woman. If glances could kill, that green-skinned woman would have perished 1,000 times over, Moody mused, her gaze fixated upon the woman named Gamora. "This one appears to be the daughter of Thanos, does she not?" As fragments of the cosmic lore she had absorbed floated through her mind, Moody became entranced, her focus unwavering from Gamora. Meanwhile, in a corner on the first floor, the large blue figure, whom Moody had inadvertently injured by breaking his finger earlier, noticed her gaze. He turned his attention toward her, spotting a cunning newcomer who bore a striking resemblance to Moody, the newly appointed queen of the prison. Could it be? A notion sparked in his mind, speculating that the prison queen sought a compatriot from her own kind. This was a splendid opportunity to redeem himself in her eyes. With that thought, the pain in his fingers subsided. Rising to his feet, he composed his expression and strode toward the 4 newly arrived inmates with an air of menace. "Look at this fresh meat." The blue giant approached Star-Lord, Quill, and declared, "I shall cover you in lubricant, and then—" Seizing the moment of bravado, Groot plunged 2 of his branch-like fingers into the giant's nostrils, hoisting him off the ground. "Listen here, everyone, let me be clear," Rocket stepped forward, surveying the surrounding inmates while pointing at Quill. "This kid is under our protection. Anyone who wishes to harm him must first contend with us." With that proclamation, Rocket exuded confidence and gestured for Groot to depart. Most inmates were left in awe by Groot's display of strength, while a few subtly cast their gazes toward Moody by the iron railing on the second floor, curious to see how the prison queen would respond. However, their hopes were swiftly dashed, for the eyes of the dusky butterfly had transformed into star-like orbs, unabashedly admiring the raccoon and the surrounding flora. Meanwhile, Quill and Gamora, who stood behind him, took note of the girl on the second floor, whose presence captivated the inmates. They each silently registered her in their minds before departing. As night descended, it came as no surprise that Gamora found herself besieged by the enemies of Ronan and Thanos. Several hands firmly restrained her, sharp blades poised against her throat. Logically, Even in this loosely governed prison, the likelihood of inmates acquiring weapons seemed slim. Yet, the multitude of foes Ronin and Thanos had amassed had infiltrated the ranks of the guards. A group of prisoners dragged Gamora toward the restroom, intent on draining her blood there. But the rustling commotion stirred a number of alert inmates, most of whom merely cast a glance before returning to slumber. However, Drax, who had fixated on Gamora from the moment she entered the prison, was decidedly not among them, accompanied by Quill, who was smitten with Gamora, and Rocket, worried about his friend's impending doom, along with the ever-watchful Dusky Butterfly. Thanos' lapdog, Ronin's loyal hound. Your time has come, Gamora. One inmate raised his blade, preparing to strike at her neck. Stop. Drax emerged from the shadows, his voice resonant. No one in this prison is more deserving than I to execute Ronin and Thanos' hounds. Aware of Drax's formidable reputation as the Destroyer, the armed inmate promptly relinquished his weapon, unwilling to contest Drax's right to carry out Gamora's execution. I, too, wish to make Ronin and Thanos experience the agony of losing loved ones. Drax lifted the blade high. Wait. Quill and Rocket, one tall and the other short, appeared at the door. Their intervention drew the attention of everyone in the restroom. Did I hear correctly? This fellow seeks vengeance against Ronin and Thanos? Quill raised his hands in a gesture of persuasion. To be frank, keeping her alive is far more advantageous than killing her. What do you mean? Drax evidently did not grasp the implication. What I mean is, she has already betrayed them, and Ronin will not tolerate betrayal. Spare her life, and when Ronin comes looking for her, you can take him down. Quill, spinning an audacious tale, continued. What do you think? A splendid idea. Isn't it? Drax, upon hearing this, genuinely began to contemplate the feasibility of the plan, while nearby prisoners, unable to bear the sight, wished to warn him against falling for such ruses. Just then, a sprightly figure entered the restroom through another door, but the owner of this figure quickly pinched their nose. Goodness, why did no one inform me that this restroom reeked so? Chapter 109. A successful escape. Goodness, why did no one inform me that this restroom reeked so? The dusky butterfly pinched her nose, her other hand fanning the air. I suggest we find a more pleasant venue for our conversation. Under the direction of the prison matron, a 4-person accommodation was relocated to the communal sleeping area, while their previous quarters were requisitioned by the future members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, except for Groot, who was currently in a deep slumber. In a room, 4 individuals and a raccoon stood in a silent standoff, their eyes locked in an unspoken confrontation. After a moment, Quill broke the silence, his patience wearing thin in the oppressive atmosphere. What are we discussing? He tentatively inquired. Rocket, arms crossed defiantly, responded. We were just about to spare this green-skinned lass, and then summon the infamous accuser Ronin and the universe's merciless Thanos to deal with this dim-witted brute. Quite the plan. Drax nodded in agreement, oblivious to the mockery woven into Rocket's words. Finding the exchange dull, Rocket turned to Quill. By the way, why are you rushing to save this girl in the dead of night? Didn't she just attempt to assassinate you? Because she knows the identity of another buyer for the orb, Quill replied, then addressed Gamora directly. I just rescued you from this fellow. So now it's your turn to repay the favor. What's the use of telling you? Gamora retorted nonchalantly. We're all in prison here. Who says so? Quill confidently gestured towards Rocket. This gentleman has broken out of prison 22 times. He'll lead us to freedom. Rocket puffed up with pride, though his words were laced with frost. This prison can't hold me, but let me clarify. Once we escape, I'll deliver you to Yondu for a handsome reward. Quill, unperturbed, leaned towards Gamora with an air of satisfaction. Tell Rocket how much that buyer is offering. After a moment's hesitation, Gamora revealed the staggering truth for billion units. How much? Both Mantis and Rocket gasped in unison. For billion. Quill echoed, astonished. His initial estimation had barely scraped the surface at a few million. Girl, you're not pulling our leg, are you? Rocket questioned, skepticism etched across his face. To create my ultimate evolution, that rogue-esque flagship cost barely over $1 billion. Seeing the shock ripple through the group, Gamora sighed. I'm not deceiving you. This wealth was meant for my escape from Thanos. With the allure of riches igniting a spark of collaboration among the 4 individuals and the raccoon, they swiftly devised a plan to escape and sell the orb. Envisioning a split of the $4 billion among Quill, Gamora, Rocket, and Mantis, followed by aiding Drax in locating Ronin. The next day, during mealtime, The sight of Gamora having survived her first night astonished most of the inmates. However, the presence of Drax and Mantis beside her seemed to render it a natural occurrence. At the dining table, the group began to strategize their escape. The seasoned Rocket assumed the role of mastermind. Did you see the controllers on those guards' wrists? I need one. Gamora nodded, indicating she would procure it. And that old man's leg, bring that to me. I've got this, Mantis assured, confidently taking on the task. She was well acquainted with the prison's inhabitants. Lastly, Rocket added, we need to get our hands on the Conus battery in that watchtower. It's crucial for our plan. Accompanied by the direction indicated by Rocket, Quill beheld a battery emanating a violet glow from a height. It was positioned 10 meters above the ground, right in the heart of the prison. How are we to retrieve it? Climb up to get it, suggested Drax, only to be met with scornful glances from Quill and Gamora. However, Rocket applauded his proposal. At that moment, Mantis, facing the observation deck, noticed Groot standing at the base, extending his plant-like tendrils in preparation to forcibly extract the battery. It seemed Groot had already begun his endeavor. What? Rocket exclaimed, fully aware that the wooden fellow had a singular mind. But by the time he turned back, it was too late. Groot, with an expression of delight, had already presented the battery at the dining table, uttering a low sound. Groot. Oh, Groot, you fool. Action. At Rocket's command, the group dispersed amidst the sound of the prison alarm. Gamora's eyes darted rapidly, soon locking onto the guard who had participated in her attempted murder the previous night. She did not believe in delaying vengeance. Quill, Drax, and Groot grouped together to handle the drones rushing in to quell the uprising, while Rocket adjusted the battery in place, preparing for the forthcoming actions. A minute later, Mantis forcefully dismantled the elderly man's mechanical limb, and Gamora pried the terminal from the guard's wrist. The two returned almost simultaneously. Gamora handed the terminal to Rocket, while Mantis offered the mechanical limb, only to be rejected by Rocket. I was joking about the limb. I have no need for such a thing. Silently exasperated, Mantis casually threw the limb to strike down a drone. Though she said nothing, she had already resolved to teach Rocket a lesson to relieve her pent-up frustration. With their objectives accomplished, Rocket instructed Groot to transform into a ladder, leading the charge up the observation deck, with everyone following closely behind. Using the terminal to unlock the access to the observation deck, Rocket swiftly dismantled several panels and connected a few wires to the terminal and the battery. Rocket, you better hurry. Reinforcements are on their way. I have already secured the outer door. They cannot enter. Not from the outside, but those inside are already standing downstairs with a rocket launcher. Once Quill finished speaking, a rocket struck the glass of the observation deck. Observing the already cracked glass, no one believed it could withstand a second missile. Buy me some time. Just a few seconds. Rocket continued his work without looking back, his hands a blur. I'll handle it. Mantis stepped forward, raising her hands. In the next moment, a dense, powdery mist of pink and white emerged in the air, surrounding the observation deck, completely obscuring the nearby space. Within the mist, glowing butterflies flickered about. What is this? Quill stood in awe. In his life, he had encountered many peculiar extraterrestrial beings, but this was the first time he had seen someone conjure such strange mist with their bare hands. Just a little trick, Mantis replied, her face beaming with pride. Standing at the entrance of the observation tower, Groot began to extend his fingers to tease the luminous butterflies amidst the mist. As for the guards shrouded in fog, they were utterly lost in the vibrant illusions, completely enraptured, laughing just as maniacally as Drax. All set, Rocket exclaimed from his perch at the control console, as the colorful mist surged rapidly, nearly engulfing the entire prison space, reducing visibility to less than a meter. The others, puzzled, turned to look at Mantis, who quickly waved her hands, indicating that she was not responsible for this. Only Rocket remained unfazed. I've disabled the artificial gravity. The dispersal of the mist is completely normal. Mantis, rein in your abilities. The seasoned driver is about to lead you all to freedom. Chapter 110. The Collector Mantis willingly withdrew her powers, and the surroundings returned to normal. Noticing the clear path ahead, Rocket activated the base of the observation tower, controlling several drones to adhere to it, functioning as engines. He then pushed a lever, transforming the hodgepodge of the tower into something reminiscent of a multi-million-unit spacecraft. The gates along the route opened in an orderly manner under Rocket's direction, and the group proceeded smoothly to the room where prisoners' personal belongings were stored. They dispersed to reclaim their items before reconvening. However, Quill soon realized that his Walkman was missing and instructed Rocket to take the others to the ship while he searched for it. As he made his way to the prison dock to board the ship, a few guards attempted to intercept him. But upon witnessing a massive figure wielding a blast cannon dispatching several of their colleagues, the majority chose to steer clear. This spared Mantis and the others considerable effort. After the ship departed, Rocket glanced at Gamora, who was holding Quill's bag. What if we don't wait for him? Each of us could pocket an extra 300 million. Gamora appeared tempted, but Mantis opposed the idea. No, a great captain would never abandon her crew. But isn't this ship Quill's? Rocket countered. That doesn't diminish my role as captain. Hearing Mantis's words, Rocket covertly regarded Drax, who was inexplicably lost in thought, his respect for the prison reaching new heights. Fortunately, Mantis's outburst quelled any further discussion about leaving Quill behind. Minutes later, Quill found his Walkman and returned to the ship, donning his distinctive mask. The group embarked on their journey to sell cosmic orbs. Shortly after their departure, a colossal interstellar mothership appeared outside the S.H.I.E.L.D prison, dwarfing the facility, which resembled a mere toy in comparison. This was Ronan's flagship, the Dark Aster. He had received intelligence indicating that Gamora was at S.H.I.E.L.D and had betrayed him. Entering the prison via a small craft from the Dark Aster, Ronan traversed a corridor littered with corpses and came upon the ailing warden. "Where's Gamora?" He inquired of Nebula, who had been waiting there. She escaped, accompanied by several prisoners, one of whom seemed to be held in high regard by the higher-ups of the Shi'ar Empire. Nebula wiped her short blade clean, revealing the information she had extracted through interrogation. "My lord, the fleet dispatched by the Nova Corps is only 4 jump points away," reported a Kree soldier as he rushed over. Ronan frowned, his repeated failures to seize the cosmic cube leaving him quite displeased. "Withdraw. Scatter the necrocraft to every corner of the surrounding star systems. At all costs, find the cosmic cube," he commanded. "What about the people here? Blow this prison to smithereens." By the time the S.H.I.E.L.D flagship arrived at the Kree prison, Ronan had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the debris of the explosion. "Damn Ronan." Sal pounded his fist against the command console, regaining his composure to relay the news to the Nova Prime. "Prime, the Kree prison has been destroyed. Are there any survivors?" "None." The fleet detected no signs of life. Beyond the void, gazing at the colossal skull in the cosmos, the crew aboard the ship, apart from Gamora, gaped in astonishment. "What is this place?" The interstellar scavengers referred to this area as the Void, an expanse built upon the skull of an ancient celestial being. Although it appeared lawless, it was, in fact, under the control of the Tyvan group. So that wealthy individual offering 40 billion is Tyvan? Indeed, he is the collector, Tyvan. The ship slowly glided into the eye socket of the celestial skull, docking at an exorbitantly priced official dock. The group disembarked onto this enigmatic terrain, while Mantis's heart raced uncontrollably. You have set foot on a land shrouded in mystery, unbeknownst to you that it is the site of the ancient Celestials' fall. The air is thick with an unsettling presence, remnants of the Celestials' lingering resentment, or perhaps the watchful eyes of hidden malevolence. "What is this girl babbling about?" Rocket inquired, clearing his ears and casting a bemused glance at the loquacious Mantis. "It sounds intriguing, a test of one's mettle against adversaries," Drax remarked, his perspective as unique as ever. "Is it akin to a tabletop game?" Quill pondered, recalling snippets of earthly lore he occasionally came across. "Never mind her. Our priority is to exchange the cosmic cube with Tyvan." The group disregarded Mantis' ramblings, their aim firmly set on the Tyvan collection located at the center of the void. Upon reaching the entrance of the collection, Gamora contacted Tyvan, only to be informed that he was not present in the void. However, Tyvan assured her that if she brought the cosmic cube, he would arrive within an hour. He hoped that Gamora could wait a while. During the wait, all nearby entertainment venues would be open for free, with the expenses charged to Tyvan. The group gladly accepted this offer and indulged in their respective amusements. Meanwhile, Mantis busied herself on the ship, rummaging for potential role-playing props, while Quill and Gamora enjoyed music in a secluded corridor. However, a conflict arose between Rocket and Drax in the casino. Fortunately, Quill discovered and halted the situation. However, what Quill failed to notice was that amidst his persuasive declaration of the irresistible figure of 4 billion, the expressions of several onlookers subtly shifted. An hour swiftly elapsed, and Tyvan returned to his collection gallery, dispatching his servant Reyna to welcome Gamora and her companions. Mantis, too, was summoned and arrived at the gallery's entrance. Under Karina's guidance, the group was met with a breathtaking spectacle. A plethora of transparent storage boxes, densely packed, either resting upon the ground or suspended in the air. Each container housed exceedingly rare artifacts, including crystals that were scarce even on a cosmic scale, as well as elusive living creatures. Among these, Mantis was particularly captivated by a rotund stone figure. "That is a Cree, my lady," Tyvan's voice resonated from behind an exhibition case as he approached the assemblage. Following Karina's introduction, Tyvan expressed his desire to examine the cosmic sphere, but his gaze fell upon Groot. "My heavens, I never expected to encounter a Groot here." His eyes sparkled with longing as he approached the towering, tree-like being. "Esteemed Mr. Groot, I implore you to sell me your remains. I can pay you right now. Of course, only after your demise. What do you intend to do with that? Use it as a stool?" Rocket quipped, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he observed the eccentric wealthy buyer's intentions towards Groot. "Is this your pet raccoon?" Tyvan cautiously inquired of Groot. "What are you saying?" Rocket was about to draw his weapon when Quill intervened. "All right, Collector, let us discuss the matter at hand. We have brought you the cosmic sphere you desire." Quill retrieved the cosmic sphere from his satchel, but his hand slipped, nearly causing it to tumble to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, catching it just in time to preserve his dignity. Indeed, the moment the cosmic sphere was unveiled, Tyvan's focus shifted entirely, no longer concerned with other objects. All attention was captivated by the cosmic sphere. As he accepted it and placed it into a device on the table, Tyvan's voice trembled with excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now present to you the infinite gem of the universe." Accompanied by Tyvan's nearly obsessive voice, the device on the table began to peel away the impenetrable shell of the cosmic sphere, revealing the power gem hidden within. Purple luminescence flowed across the gem's surface, stirring within the hearts of those present a primal yearning for power. Yet, none among the crowd were ordinary, although the instinctual desire for power surged within them. Rationality remained in control, except for Karina, who stood behind the others. Her eyes, now clouded with greed and longing, were fixated solely on one thought: to acquire power and break free from Tyvan's grasp. Driven by this thought, she sprinted towards the power gem. Yet, midway through their journey, a foot suddenly protruded. Taken by surprise, Karina stumbled and fell hard to the ground. "That so-called collector, it seems your subordinate harbors a keen interest in the power gem, attempting to seize it for themselves." It was the ever-vigilant butterfly who intercepted Karina, having sensed the disturbance behind her. "Thank you for your timely assistance, madam," she expressed gratefully. Tyvan, observing Karina sprawled on the ground, momentarily flashed an expression of displeasure, but quickly regained his composure. He gestured towards a projected screen, which displayed a cadre of cloaked figures linked by iron chains, endeavoring to control the power gem, only to be obliterated by its overwhelming force. The power gem incites the desires of living beings, yet its unparalleled strength annihilates all who dare to subjugate it. Only the truly formidable are worthy of wielding its power. Tyvan's eyes reflected a sense of reverence, and he bowed apologetically to the group. "My servant has startled you all. I offer my sincerest apologies." However, Rocket was unimpressed, retorting, "What's the point of all this chatter? We might as well settle the payment quickly and perhaps receive some compensation for our mental distress as well." "Of course," Tyvan replied, unfazed. "How would you prefer to settle the payment?" "Cash," Quill, Rocket, and Gamora echoed simultaneously. Upon speaking, Quill and Rocket exchanged a glance, realizing they were in agreement. Soon, Tyvan presented them with several chip-like cards, akin to bank cards, which could be preloaded with units and exchanged at any location connected to the cosmic network. Typically utilized for transactions within the galaxy's gray markets, they were not easily traceable through transaction records. The sole drawback was that if the card were destroyed, the funds within would be irretrievable for a lifetime, gradually dissipating into the network over time. "You are the most generous client I have ever encountered," Tyvan remarked, as Quill stepped forward to claim his billion. However, the ominous blast from the death ray descending from the ceiling thoroughly shattered his dreams of wealth. The ghastly green energy projectile struck the table, consuming the chips while simultaneously engulfing everyone's aspirations of affluence. No, blown away by the shockwave of the death ray, Quill watched helplessly as his future dissolved in that accursed green light. The impact ravaged the area, leaving behind a crater with a diameter of 1 meter where the table once stood, with only the cosmic sphere having automatically shut down after sustaining damage. Remaining at the center, my billion, Quill, covered in dust and debris, gazed in disbelief at the crater, his spirit crushed. Crot! At that moment, Groot emerged, cradling the dazed rocket. Though no one understood his words, it was evident he urged everyone to flee. It's Ronan. Drax's exuberant voice sharply contrasted with Gamera's alarm. Yet, the ensuing barrage of death, ray, fire drowned out their voices. A dreadnought descended, and Ronan, along with Nebula, disembarked from the vessel. Among the throng of onlookers, a scavenger-clad alien emerged, accusing Ronan. Was it you who sent the message? Indeed, the one you seek is within. Ronan nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for his soldiers to transfer credits to the scavenger, while he led the way toward the museum, shrouded in smoke from the dreadnought's destruction. Ronan! A voice cried out as an iron door was forcefully kicked open. Drax, wielding twin blades, glared menacingly at his adversary. You murdered my wife and daughter. Today, you shall pay the price. With a ferocious tone, Drax charged at Ronan. Simultaneously, Nebula, sharp-eyed, noticed 3 spherical shuttles taking off from behind the museum. Recognizing her sister's intent, she promptly ordered the surrounding Kree soldiers to board their ship to retrieve Gamora. Ronan deduced that Gamora aimed to distract him with his foe, slightly tilting his head. Nebula, retrieve the orb at all costs. He then faced Drax, who was barreling toward him. Sidestepping a slash, Ronan delivered a powerful kick, sending Drax flying. He frowned, incredulous that the adversary meant to hinder him was so inept. I do not recall slaying your family, Ronan remarked, cautiously scanning for potential ambushes. Despite his thorough observation of the surroundings, no signs of a trap were evident. Growing impatient, he engaged Drax in combat once more, seizing an opportunity to land a punch. Drax was propelled through the museum's wall, sliding to the feet of Mantis. Startled by the commotion, Mantis glanced at Drax, gasping and clutching his chest at her feet, discreetly stowing a few stones in her pocket. After securing her newly found pet rocks, she peered outside. A blue-skinned alien clad in armor approached deliberately. Halt! As captain, I cannot permit you to harm my crew any further. Mantis's expression turned grave, discerning the nature of the encounter. Captain? Ronan paused, pondering whether his intelligence system had malfunctioned. Was this individual the true orchestrator behind Gamora's betrayal and Star-Lord's interception of the orb? Yet such thoughts were trivial now. Eliminating these foes was paramount. Without further ado, Ronan leaped, descending with force. Sensing danger, Mantis kicked Drax away and executed a roll to evade. This adversary, Ronan, was the most formidable she had ever encountered, starkly different from the mere thugs in the prison. Activating her siphon to generate a shield, Mantis resolved to engage Ronan in a few exchanges. However, it soon became evident to her that the disparity between them was insurmountable. While their physical capabilities were comparable, their combat experience and techniques belonged to entirely different realms. She barely grazed a hair on Ronan's head. With a powerful kick, Mu Dai was sent flying, and she harbored no doubt that without her shield, she might have fallen prey to Ronan. Wincing, she rubbed her aching abdomen, preparing to forsake all notions of chivalry. Her eyes shimmered with a pinkish-white glow as a dense fog began to envelop the vicinity of the collection hall. Heh, stealthily approaching from behind, Mu Dai wore a mischievous grin, conjuring a prank in her hand, an irregularly shaped orb of light materializing before her. Without hesitation, she hurled it forth. Yet Ronan seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, sidestepping just in time to evade the attack. He then lunged towards the trajectory of the glowing orb, but only glimpsed a figure vanishing into the mist. Not far away, Mu Dai observed Ronan, who remained unaffected by the fog's illusions, whispering ominously, "Just wait a little longer, and you will fall under my enchantment. Then, I shall deal with you." This delay was a consequence of her fog's inherent limitation. The more powerful the individual, the longer the time required to ensnare them in illusion. As Ronan found himself momentarily unable to locate his adversary, a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Coincidentally, a message crackled through his earpiece, announcing that Nebula had succeeded in her task. "Consider yourselves fortunate," Ronan shouted into the fog, before pinpointing a direction and leaping several times to escape the shroud of mist. Hey, don't leave," Mu Dai called out as she chased after the fog. standing on the ground and watching the retreating necrocraft with impotent fury. She was so close to delivering a sound thrashing to Ronan. With a sigh, she turned back to dissipate the fog and found Drax being assisted by Groot. Apologies, Drax, but your captain was unable to avenge you. Chapter 112. The new Guardians of the Galaxy. After a brief respite, a working vessel landed with a skid. The hatch opened, and Rocket's irate voice erupted from within. Which son of a dog is calling Ronan? If I catch him, I'll twist his head off and shove it up his rear. Leaping down from the hatch and casting a weary glance at his three companions, Rocket sighed. Well, all this talk is futile. The money is gone. What we can do now is find a place to outlive Ronan before he wreaks havoc across the universe. And Quill? Drax inquired, panting heavily. That fool threw himself into the lion's den to save the woman he fancied. Rocket retorted sharply. Croat, save him? You want this idiot to take his dinner knife to chop up a Ravager warship? Or should this melodramatic girl act like some mythical dragon from her tales and breathe fire to incinerate the Ravagers? Croat, me? Don't be ridiculous, Groot. Rocket feigned amusement, laughing heartily until he realized no one was joining in his jest, and he fell silent, locking eyes with Groot. Enough of this nonsense. All right, everyone, let me have my say. Mudai seized the conversational reins. Quill and Gamora are in dire straits. As captain, I cannot stand idly by. We must set sail immediately to rescue them. Captain? Rocket's expression faltered. That ship belongs to Quill. That is of no consequence. Gazing at the resolute MD and the eagerly expectant Groot, Rocket felt as though all strength had been drained from him. Alas, how did I end up with you? Groot? Suddenly, Groot spoke, but only Rocket could comprehend his words. Oh, Groot, you rascal. What are you babbling about? She bears no resemblance to Layla. I should never have confided in you about this. Groot, undeterred, continued. Are you still riled up? That girl is at best a mere shadow of herself. Groot then pointed at Drax. Are you insulting Big Tooth? He is not that foolish. Speak again, and I shall be incensed. Groot, seemingly oblivious to Rocket's mounting frustration, continued. Forget it. No need to apologize. Encountering you is my misfortune. Rocket had lost track of how many times he sighed that day. Gathering his thoughts, he endeavored to align his mental wavelength with those of the two fools present. So, Captain MD, how shall we proceed to rescue Quill and his companion? That is simple, MD replied with a mischievous grin. I managed to save this. With that, she rummaged through her small backpack and produced an object. A stone? Rocket felt his patience teetering on the brink. My apologies, I grabbed the wrong item. This is my pet rock. Swiftly returning the stone to her bag, MD offered an awkward smile. Heavens above, I truly have no time for your antics. Then, with a flourish, MD unveiled a dusty chip. 1 billion, Rocket exclaimed, leaping onto MD's shoulder to inspect the chip closely. Oh, you are indeed our lucky star. Confirming that the chip was intact and usable, Rocket's grin widened. Let us go, my friends. I have a splendid idea. The Ravagers, a fleet within the cosmos, represent an exceedingly loose organization, devoid of structure or prerequisites. To this day, no one recalls the origins of the Ravagers. It is merely known that if one proclaims oneself a Ravager and dons the emblem of flames, one is indeed a Ravager. Under such circumstances, the ranks of the Ravagers are a mix of individuals. While some are noble souls who rob from the rich to aid the poor, many others are heinous criminals entrenched in the gray and black markets. However, it is lamentable that within this organization, there exists a guideline against the trafficking or killing of children. Of course, such guidelines are intended for those with morals, and although the leaders of various fleets tacitly adhere to this code for various reasons, there's one fleet that brazenly crosses this red line, the fleet of Yondu Yidanta. Aboard Yondu's flagship, the furious captain rained blows upon Quill. You betrayed me. When you pilfered my money, those scoundrels wanted to devour you. It was I who saved you. How long must we dwell on these stale grievances? 20 years, and we're still stuck in this quagmire. Were it not for your abduction, would I be so utterly alone? Despite enduring considerable punishment, Quill finally articulated the sentiments that had long been festering within him. Observing a slight improvement in the situation, the restrained Gamora interjected. Yondu, Ronan has acquired the Power Stone. We must alert Xander. Countless lives are at stake. Yondu replied with a sardonic smile. Is this how she indoctrinates you? At this juncture, Yondu had little left to say, and he blew a whistle. A glowing arrow pressed against Quill's throat. For the sake of maintaining order among his crew, he felt compelled to eliminate Quill. Turning away to avoid witnessing Quill's imminent demise, Yondu prepared to speak. Kraglin, observing the tension, shouted, "Open your eyes and witness the price of treachery." The captain must lead by example. Casting a discreet glance at Kraglin, Yondu sighed internally, no longer hesitating. "If you kill me now, you may forfeit the greatest opportunity of your life," Quill's voice interjected, prompting Yondu to exhale in relief. The lad was indeed clever. Pretending to be skeptical, he turned back. 2 minutes later, Yondu and Quill, now allied, had their arms draped over each other's shoulders. At that moment, the ship's pilot rushed in, panic-stricken. "Captain, we have a situation." "What is it?" "Outside, we are surrounded by enemies." Rushing to the cockpit, Yondu and the others peered through the viewport to discover they were encircled. Gazing at the multitude of ships of varying sizes and types, the crew, including Yondu, instinctively swallowed hard. An electronic crackle emanated from the communication channel, followed by Rocket's menacing voice. "Yondu, listen carefully. I will count down from 5. If you do not surrender Quill and Gamora, I will ensure you and this wretched vessel accompany Quill to his grave." "Are we supposed to be rescuing them?" Drax's voice chimed in, only to be silenced by Yondu. "Be quiet, Drax. You have no right to question me. Now I begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3. Though unsure of how Rocket had amassed such a formidable force, Quill snatched the communicator from the cockpit. "Wait, Rocket, it's me, Quill. I've struck a deal with Yondu. We are now allies." Quill and Gamora returned to the ship, where they convened to discuss their next steps. Quill and Gamora insisted they must thwart Ronan, a notion Drax supported, yet the group stripped him of his voting rights. Rocket cast a dissenting vote, arguing that it was wiser to cut their losses and escape while they still could, hoping to live out their lives peacefully. Meanwhile, Groot, lost in trance, munched on the sapling sprouting from his shoulder, also deprived of a vote. Ultimately, the decisive vote fell to Mantis. "I see no need for a vote. Unlike you all, I possess the insight to discern our course of action. Why not split the spoils?" Rocket sported a confident grin. "I believe we should strike. See? I told you that's what you'd say." In disbelief, Rocket covered his face, exclaiming in despair, "Let it all be destroyed. I am exhausted." Ultimately, after a rather mild debate, the assembly reached a consensus. To thwart Ronan and embody the essence of a true hero, Quill, following his moniker of Star-Lord, exerted himself once more to bestow upon their collective the resounding title of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Chapter 113. The Battle of Xandar upon acquiring the orb. He was originally intended to deliver it to Thanos in exchange for the annihilation of Xandar. However, upon inadvertently discovering that the orb contained an Infinity Stone, Ronan's resolve shifted. Born amidst the tumult of war, he had participated in innumerable conflicts for the Kree Empire over the past century. His notoriety as the accuser had reached the ears of the Skrulls, the Xandarians, and even the diminutive races dwelling on the fringes of the galaxy. Yet, how dare Thanos treat him as a mere lackey? He had endured for the sake of obliterating the Xandarians, but now, with the aid of the priests, Ronan was engaged in a Kree ritual steeped in tradition, one that had been passed down for millennia and was deemed essential before war. Immersing himself in purifying waters, he adorned his eyes with the blessed black paint, and, holding the orb containing the Power Stone, he communicated with Thanos. "I have obtained what you desire." Ronan displayed the orb before Thanos. "Excellent, bring it to me. I shall honor my promise to eliminate the Xandarians," Thanos replied, his voice steady and deep, devoid of urgency, exuding a calm assurance of inevitability. Yet Ronan's tone shifted. "That is a thing of the past. I am curious. Now that I am aware that it contains an Infinity Stone, what use do I have for you? You dare. I advise you to contemplate the consequences, boy." The oppressive timbre of his voice, even through the projection screen, was suffocating. The surrounding Kree soldiers recoiled, but Ronan stood firm. He opened the orb and, before Thanos, grasped the glowing Power Stone. Destructive energy surged forth from his fingertips, and merely brushing against the ship's interior wall shattered it, which had been fortified to withstand direct fire from a high-caliber energy weapon. This was the selection mechanism of the Power Stone. Those who sought its power must endure the cataclysmic force it wielded. Such immense energy, even Thanos could not wield for an extended period. Although Ronan's physique was formidable, he could only survive the impact for a fleeting moment. Aware of this limitation, he steadied himself after retrieving the stone, accepting the war hammer from his subordinate, and with the last remnants of his strength, embedded the stone into the weapon. The violet luminescence gradually waned, although he had not fully withstood the trial. Ronan had secured the right to harness the power stone. The stone's energy instantly healed his body, which had been marred by cracks from the impact, allowing him to experience the vastness of cosmic power. In the wake of this sudden surge of energy, he, akin to a certain comrade named Wei, felt himself ascend. "How dare you address me, boy? I will personally execute the judgment upon Xander, and thereafter I shall seek retribution from you, Thanos." With a resolute declaration, Ronan severed the communication and immediately turned to Nebula beside him. "Will you stop me from slaying Thanos? If you kill Thanos, I shall bring about the annihilation of 1,000 planets," Nebula replied, her compliance eliciting a nod of satisfaction from Ronan. "Send the orders. Launch a full-scale assault on the S.H.I.E.L.D at the Credan star system. My lord, we possess but a single fleet, without the Empire's support." A subordinate attempted to dissuade Ronan's reckless course of action. Ronan remained unfazed, asserting, "Let the fleet engage in a suicide attack to draw the S.H.I.E.L.D's main forces, while the Dark Star ambushes from a covert jump point. However, relying solely on the flagship's forces may prove insufficient against the elite Nova Corps stationed on S.H.I.E.L.D. The officer persisted in his counsel. "We need merely land on the planet's surface. Thereafter, the S.H.I.E.L.D will be reduced to cosmic dust along with their homeworld." In the outer space surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D, the newly formed Guardians of the Galaxy, accompanied by their temporary ally Yondu and his fleet, arrived and sought to establish contact with the S.H.I.E.L.D Council. At that moment, Quill and Gamora were conversing with the Nova Prime as representatives. "Prime, I sense you may not fully grasp the gravity of the situation," Quill stammered, somewhat flustered in addressing one of such high rank. "I understand perfectly," Nova Prime responded calmly. "You say Ronan approaches S.H.I.E.L.D with an Infinity Stone in hand, yet his main fleet is currently engaged in combat with ours 30,000 light years away. That is merely a ruse. He possesses a secret jump point near S.H.I.E.L.D, allowing him to strike at any moment," Gamora interjected, her urgency palpable as she elucidated Ronan's strategy. Nova Prime was about to express her disbelief in the words of a band of cosmic marauders and fugitives when an urgent communication interrupted her. "Prime, anomalous spatial fluctuations have been detected in the outer reaches of S.H.I.E.L.D. The signal indicates a Kree vessel is nearing the atmosphere. Prepare to engage," Nova Prime commanded, astonished that Ronan had indeed utilized an entire fleet as a distraction. Yet, she could not fathom how Ronan could possibly contend against the elite Nova Corps guarding S.H.I.E.L.D with merely a single mothership. On the opposite side of the screen, Quill perceived Nova Prime's unfamiliarity with the terrifying power of the Infinity Stones as showcased by the Collector and chose not to further persuade her. "We will assist the S.H.I.E.L.D in repelling Ronan. Just ensure your forces do not cause friendly fire." With that, Quill terminated the call, prompting Yondu to spring into action. Within the atmosphere of S.H.I.E.L.D, the Ravagers and Dark Star initiated combat. The Ravagers, with their singular fleet, represented one of the smallest in the universe, while Ronan, with only a single mothership, could deploy only fighter craft for battle, resulting in an evenly matched engagement. Energy lasers erupted chaotically across the battlefield, as numerous fighters were shot down, yet, fortunately, the cost efficiency of the Empire's defensive shells for such high-consumption units was not in vain. Private armed forces, such as the Marauders, are often more concerned with their own survival, utilizing high-quality materials for their starship hulls. In this context, it is primarily the undead fighters that are shot down. Amidst the hail of gunfire, several Marauder ships formed a spearhead formation, breaching the blockade of the undead fighters under the cover of their comrades. Approaching the Dark Star, multiple ships concentrated their firepower, and after several seconds of assault, managed to create a tenuous breach in the hull that would allow the craft to enter. Quill led the charge, piloting his ship through the gap. Another ship, piloted by Yondu, sought to follow closely behind, but was thwarted by incoming undead fighters. In the ensuing struggle, the side of his ship was destroyed, forcing him to crash land. Meanwhile, the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy who had already entered the Dark Star only heard Yondu's threats to Quill over the comms before he ejected. Upon entering the interior of the Dark Star, the ship collided with the intricately structured walls, spinning uncontrollably. Once stabilized, Drax was the first to emerge, swiftly dispatching the encroaching Kree soldiers. However, the inexperienced Mantis was not faring as well. Her stomach churned uncontrollably. You pilot quite well, don't you? She retched, leaning against a collapsed wall. Why don't you fly one yourself? Quill, feeling a bit lightheaded, complained while shaking his head. I can't pilot. In contrast to the two, the battle-hardened Drax, Gamora, and Groot exhibited no such reactions. We shall split up. According to Ronan's plan, the door to the command room should be sealed. I will open it while you proceed directly inside. After finalizing their tactical arrangement, Gamora sprinted towards the energy control room, relying on her memory. After a brief respite, Quill led Drax along the predetermined path, with Drax gleefully cleaving through obstacles. Groot supported the still-recovering Mantis from behind. Chapter 114. I have returned. I never left under Quill's leadership. The group continued to fell the Kree soldiers attempting to obstruct their path, finally arriving at the entrance of the command room aboard the Dark Star. However, before the firmly shut door stood the very individual who had previously pursued Quill on Morag. Clintar. Star-Lord. Clintar called out, using Quill's infamous moniker. You actually remember this time? Quill retorted. I will not allow you to disturb Ronan. You underestimate me, Drax shouted. Charging in. With a command, the brutish Drax initiated the assault, while Quill donned his mask and began to maneuver for a strategic advantage. Mantis, having regained her composure, joined the fray. Though still somewhat dizzy, she utilized her superior strength to take down foes effortlessly. Moreover, as she siphoned life energy from the fallen Kree soldiers, a pinkish-white shield began to manifest around her, its thickness steadily increasing. In the midst of the battle, Mantis snatched a weapon from a Kree soldier, returning to her old ways. Equipped with an innate voiceover, she excels in the use of firearms due to her systematic training, in contrast to the empty-handed martial arts. Yet, despite her enhanced abilities, bullets are generally less effective than fists. In comparison to the ethereal elegance of the battle, in which Mubei flitted through a sea of flowers, untouched by a single petal, Groot engaged in a profound exchange with the Kree soldiers. His elongated arms transformed into sharp wooden spikes, skewering the Kree soldiers in a line like meat on a skewer, subsequently suspending the still-breathing soldiers in midair, pummeling them until they ceased to breathe. After executing this grim task, Groot turned back to Mubei, offering an eerily anthropomorphic smile that sent shivers down the spine. Groot, we must say, is a slayer, but not a torturer. Mubei, blessed with the gift of immortality, felt a trickle of cold sweat. Though she could not perish, she could certainly feel pain. Her lively imagination conjured an image of herself as one of the skewered Kree soldiers. Oh no! Mubei quickly shook her head, dispelling the horrifying thought, murmuring to herself, I must not think of that. I must not think of that. Under the overwhelming power of the Guardians of the Galaxy, the Door Squad led by Klaus was completely annihilated, with Klaus himself having his modified metal cranium forcibly removed by Drax, resulting in a rather gruesome demise. Just then, the command room door swung open, presumably indicating that Gamora had dealt with Nebula. Without waiting for Gamora to join, the impatient Quill donned the neutron cannon produced by Rocket. The nanometal rapidly formed into a barrel on his chest, a flashing red light signaling that the device was primed to fire. Die, you blue-skin monster! He shouted as he unleashed a shot. The neutron cannon fired with remarkable speed, and, at that moment, Ronan was preoccupied reciting a judgment against the newly formed Nova Corps defense net outside the command room, leaving him no time to react. The cannon struck him squarely. Blue flames and smoke filled the command room, and Drax wore a look of delight. You did it, Quill. Quill breathed a sigh of relief. However, Mubei, seasoned from years of gaming, was acutely aware of the principle that smoke often signifies no harm, and her sixth sense began to ring alarm bells. Instinctively, she shoved Quill aside, kicked Drax away, and leveraged Drax against the floor to throw herself and Groot to safety. All of this transpired in less than 2 seconds, and in the next moment, a purple beam shot out from the smoke, striking the spot where they had just stood, obliterating several meters of flooring above and below. You cowardly sneak! Ronan cursed at the direction from which the massive hole had been created, then lifted his war hammer, aiming it out the window without uttering another word. The power gem on the hammer glowed with a purple light. A purple ray shot forth, shattering not only the command room's glass, but also the Nova Corps ships outside. And this was merely the beginning. As the first Nova ship was destroyed, a purple ripple surged forth, akin to the scythe of death, sweeping through the remaining ships that constituted the energy barrier. The relentless explosions gradually spread to all the nearby Nova Star ships. Ronan effortlessly obliterated the most elite forces of the Xandarians with a single strike. This scene was witnessed by Quill, who had just risen from the ground, and he could not help but swallow hard. At that moment, a green figure leaped out from the crater created by the explosion. It was Gamora. Beneath them lay the energy control room of the spacecraft. With no time to marvel at the ship's peculiar design, Quill attempted to signal Gamora with his eyes, warning her that Ronan was turning his attention towards them. Just as Quill despaired, preparing to accept his grim fate, Drax stepped forward, bare-chested, with no visible wounds. He grasped his twin blades, a testament to his fury. Yet, even Drax, unarmed, could not contend with Ronan, let alone the Ronan wielding the Power Stone. Unsurprisingly, Ronan seized Drax by the throat with one hand, lifting him into the air as effortlessly as one might a chick. No matter how Drax struggled, he could not budge Ronan's arm in the slightest. In his struggle, Drax managed to utter, "I know I'm no match for you." With victory assured, Ronan retorted, "Then why do you still overestimate yourself?" "Because I'm drawing your attention," Drax replied, gesturing with his index finger near his chin, a metaphor Quill had taught him. What? A sense of foreboding washed over Ronan as he glanced at the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy he had just incapacitated. They had quietly retreated to the command room's entrance, and the most threatening girl among them was nowhere to be seen. Even more bizarrely, amidst the still settling dust, there seemed to be a hint of pink. Pink? This was not good. Ronan discarded Drax, spinning around just in time to be engulfed by a dense, obscuring fog of pale pink and white. Simultaneously, a lavender energy orb was thrust into his face by a small hand. The orb detonated. The damage was not severe, yet he could distinctly feel the power within him swiftly ebbing away. A sense of urgency gripped him, and he had no time to search for the elusive mantis. Instead, he raised his hammer and slammed it into the ground, replenishing the lost energy with a surge of pure strength. The purple energy wave dispersed the surrounding fog. Observing this, Ronan sought to replicate the maneuver, lifting his hammer once more to strike down. What is the difference between this and cheating? A defiant voice emerged from the fog. Ronan's eyes narrowed as he altered his attack mid-swing. The purple energy beam instantly pierced the origin of the voice. The mist was vaporized, revealing a clear path to the outside. Yet that direction was devoid of any presence. Realizing he had been lured into a trap, Ronan attempted to turn back, but hands had already latched onto his neck. A chokehold followed by an over-the-shoulder throw. Caught off guard, Ronan fell unceremoniously to the ground. He sought to unleash the power of the stone, but Mantis denied him the opportunity, immediately attempting to seize the hammer. Two figures were entangled, a war hammer wedged between them, being tugged back and forth. Due to their proximity, Ronan hesitated to wield the gem, as he barely possessed the right to summon its power. For a time, the scene appeared to reach an impasse, yet discerning eyes could perceive that Moth's strength paled in comparison to Ronan's, the war hammer slowly slipping from her grasp. "Rocket, if you don't arrive soon, we are truly doomed." Moth exerted all her might to shout this, only to find Ronan snatching the war hammer from her. "I've arrived." Quill's Milano soared onto the battlefield alongside Rocket's voice, the massive vessel, several dozen meters in size, barreling forward with immense kinetic energy. Purple and fiery light flooded the command room almost simultaneously. The explosion surged through the gaping hole in the ground, sweeping into the energy control room below, obliterating all equipment within. The Dark Aster lost power, commencing a free fall. The ship tilted, causing objects in the command room to slide towards the breach, and Ronan's figure was no longer visible. Drax was hurled by the explosion, his formidable physique sustaining minimal injury, landing fortuitously at the command room's entrance where Quill and the others pulled him up. However, the physically weaker Rocket fell unconscious amid the blast, beginning to roll towards the gap. Moth, shaking her head to clear her mind, noticed this and leaped out just in time to catch Rocket by the tail before he tumbled out of the command room, subsequently hurling him towards the door. The calls of her companions were drowned out by the rush of air as Moth began her own free fall. Due to her smaller size, she encountered less air resistance, thus plummeting faster than the Dark Aster. Yet, Moth remained unperturbed. "I hope to perish swiftly without much pain, but thinking about what I am about to do makes me want to laugh." Their expressions must be absolutely delightful. Chapter 115, Efter met Boom. The Dark Aster crashed to the ground. Fortunately, the height of its descent was not exaggerated compared to its size, preventing a catastrophic explosion. Amidst the wreckage, remnants of plant spheres lay scattered, with dazed members of the Guardians of the Galaxy sprawled upon broken branches. During the fall of the Dark Aster, Groot had sacrificed himself, transforming into a protective tree sphere for his friends. Rocket sat up, cradling Groot's dismembered form, sorrow washing over him as he let out a whimper, drawing the attention of nearby, surviving Xandarians who gathered to investigate. However, Ronan was also drawn by this sound. Thanks to the protection of the Power Stone, Ronan emerged from the ship's descent relatively unscathed, merely with slightly soiled garments. The only downside was a slight dizziness. Seeing the architect of his two friends' demise, Rocket charged in a blind fury to exact revenge, but was sent flying far away by the shockwave unleashed by Ronan's warhammer. Though the journey had been fraught with twists and turns, I have finally set foot upon this soil steeped in sin. Now, I shall fulfill my long-held desires, accomplishing the aspirations of my grandfather and father, and render judgment upon you. Ronan, sensing victory tantalizingly close, assumed the demeanor of a conqueror as he delivered his proclamation. Meanwhile, the fallen Quill seized the opportunity to exchange glances with the flung Rocket. In this moment of newfound understanding, the two, who had known each other for but a brief time, commenced rummaging through the wreckage surrounding them. Quill gritted his teeth and rose, realizing that only decisive action could salvage the precarious situation. At the center of the mothership's debris, where the gazes of all were fixated, Ronan completed his speech, raising his war hammer high, poised to strike. "Victory is ours," he proclaimed with fervor, yet his words trailed off abruptly into silence. "What are you doing?" "Dancing, my friend." "Just you and me," Quill responded, launching into an awkwardly breathless dance. The entire assembly, including the newly transformed Mantis, stood frozen in astonishment. Ronan, already dazed, felt his mind teeter on the brink of overload. "What are you doing?" he repeated, his frustration mounting. Quill continued his dismal performance, a sly grin spreading across his face, reveling in his clever distraction. "Just drawing your attention, you fool who never learns from his mistakes." As cannon fire erupted, Ronan's war hammer shattered, the Power Stone revealed to the open air. In that instant, Quill sprang forward, seizing the gem before Ronan could react. Upon grasping it, the purple energy erupted forth, but unlike previous trials, this time the stone's power coalesced into a swirling vortex around Quill, exuding an aura of impending doom. Outside the vortex, Mantis and the surrounding Skrulls could only watch, paralyzed, unable to intervene. Within the energy maelstrom, the remaining 4 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy joined hands, sharing the burden of the Power Stone's might. Just as they were on the verge of being obliterated by cosmic energy, Quill unleashed the Power Stone, reducing Ronan to ashes. With their final adversary vanquished, Gamora produced a replica of the cosmic sphere she had prepared before the battle, swiftly retrieving the gem from Quill's grasp. The surrounding energy vortex dissipated. "Yay, we won." As the vortex vanished, Mantis was the first to approach. The sudden voice, emerging from behind, startled the 4, akin to an apparition. "Oh no!" Quill exclaimed, his nerves frayed. But upon recognizing the speaker, his scream intensified. "Mantis, we avenged you and Groot. Spare us." "Are you a ghost?" "Mantis, you're alive," Gamora and Rocket exclaimed in unison. Yet, before Mantis could clarify, the somewhat slow Drax interjected, "I understand. Defeating Ronan was merely a dying fantasy. We are all dead, and this is our hellish reunion." "Oh wow. Why are you clawing at me?" "It hurts. This is no illusion." Rocket retracted his claws and plopped back down, his expression a tapestry of emotions. "I had forgotten to mention earlier that I am quite difficult to kill." Moth smiled wryly as she explained, then inquired, "Where's Groot gone?" Upon hearing this question, the joy of victory that enveloped the group was swiftly diminished. Gamora pointed to the scattered branches on the ground. "Groot sacrificed himself to protect us." Silence fell. Now Moth understood why Wei Wu had been so adamant about not revealing spoilers regarding the Guardians of the Galaxy. It was akin to inflicting a wound upon oneself. Though she had known these crew members for less than a week and was acutely aware of her mission, Moth had already come to regard them as friends. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. She merely watched as Rocket, in profound sorrow, picked up a small piece of branch, recalling the records she had perused at the base. Her small hand gently caressed Rocket's head, causing him to instinctively shiver, but when he realized it was Moth, he did not resist. Although Groot was no longer present, I recall that Groot's species possesses the ability to propagate through remaining branches. Perhaps Groot would accompany us in another form. Really? Rocket looked up, his eyes shimmering with hope, gripping the small twig even tighter. In the aftermath, the remaining Kree soldiers on Xandar were annihilated by the returning Xandarian fleet, rendering the previously signed peace treaty with the Kree Empire null and void. The Xandarian High Command expunged the criminal records of the Guardians and bestowed upon them honorary medals, while also accepting Gamera's proposal to safeguard the Power Stone, all the while repairing Quill's Milano. As for Yondu, after being intimidated by Moth's reckless tactics, he could only leave begrudgingly. Thus, the Guardians of the Galaxy embarked on a brand new journey. Zero Base. With no delay, the camera on Moth completed part of the Guardian storyline sign-in, and Wei Wu was filled with regret. The thought that Moth might seek retribution upon her eventual arrival on Earth made his head ache. Had he known, he wouldn't have been so greedy for those sign-ins. Silently, he tucked the new template into his pocket and let out a feeble lament. Furthermore, Moth had missed far too many iconic moments in her action flow. It was utterly a losing venture, resolving to set aside thoughts of future reckoning. Wei Wu rose to address two pressing matters. The first was that the actor portraying Master Mantis had been rescued from prison by an unknown force. And the second was that after observing the spatial fluctuations of the Nine Realms, Quill, in conjunction with Selvig's research data, had perfected the interdimensional portal. Regarding the individual who had rescued Trevor, Wei Wu was certain it was Wen Wu without a doubt. A simple arrangement led to a preliminary investigation being conducted by the Hunter and Zero. As for the portal, he intended to personally inspect it. Chapter 116, Kingdom Company 20. Upon being transported to the transit area beneath Zero Base, Wei Wu made a beeline for the portal. Since the last arrangement for Viper, Shangbo, and others to assist in the construction of the Kingdom Company, this portal had not been reopened. In the absence of connectivity, the flow of time between the two worlds operates at a ratio of 1:60, and approximately 5 years have elapsed in the mutant universe. Upon encountering Chila, she was engaged in the final adjustments. Chila, will this system operate with permanent stability? The transit station appeared rather desolate. The spacious hall could not conceal any presence. And Chila also noticed Wei Wu. There is a 99% certainty that it will run stably, she replied, her face aglow with confidence. She promptly inquired whether to activate the spatial gateway. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Wu decided to reshape the hall of the transit station, partitioning an area the size of a basketball court to serve as the repository for the spatial gateway of the mutant universe. Having accomplished this, Chila activated the apparatus for Spatial Gateway 20, a circular ring composed of 5 petal-shaped subdevices. Each subdevice was equipped with independent anti-gravity modules and nano-extension modules, allowing for the adjustment of the gateway's dimensions as required. As the energy from the spatial gem was summoned, blue energy ripples gradually emerged from the circular spatial gateway. After a while, the ripples subsided, revealing the circular gateway, with the 5 petal-shaped devices resembling steadfast stones standing amidst the flowing waters, embedded within the gateway. What is happening? The peculiar design of Spatial Gateway 20 prompted Wei Wu to inquire of his technical supervisor. Allow me a moment to operate it, Chila responded, and then, observing the approaching target values on the screen, she pressed several buttons. The 5 petal-shaped devices began to move, gradually positioning themselves at the edges, yet still within the scope of the gateway. This is a clumsy approach. I have yet to resolve the issue of allowing wireless signals to penetrate the gateway. The spatial fluctuations will distort all wireless signals, Chila sighed and continued her explanation. Thus, I have opted to directly integrate the signal device with the spatial gateway, allowing the signals from both sides to be transmitted via the device, essentially still akin to pulling a network cable. This is already quite satisfactory. Sometimes, one need not relentlessly pursue perfection. Offering reassurance to Chila, Wei Wu stepped through the spatial gateway first. Upon exiting, a biting cold wind greeted him, the icy shards within whipping against his skin painfully. However, for Wei Wu, whose platinum-tier physique far surpassed that of super soldiers like Captain America and the Winter Soldier, it was merely a slight irritation. Did we just open the door straight to Antarctica? Visibility was extremely low, with a raging blizzard making it impossible for him to discern whether it was day or night. Hello, Can you hear me, boss? Wei Wu called out, turning back to see the other half of the five-petal-shaped device had also crossed through the gateway, its indicator lights still blinking. I can hear you. There are no issues with communication. That's good to know. I was unable to contact Viper earlier and thought we had failed again. It seems we might have directly opened the gateway to Antarctica amidst this blizzard. That explains it. I was wondering why there was no signal at all. Afterwards, Chilla suggested reopening the spatial portal to a different location, but Wei Wu felt that the Antarctic was quite suitable for humanity in this world. The Antarctic remains a forbidden zone of life, making it an excellent choice to establish a transit base. The spark circle activated, and following the coordinates provided by Chilla, Wei Wu arrived in New York. Feeling the gentle evening breeze, he looked down to see the headquarters of the Kingdom Company situated in Manhattan. Impressive efficiency, he mused. How can such towering skyscrapers be erected in just a few years in this era? As he surveyed his surroundings, he marveled at the headquarters of the Kingdom Company, now the tallest building in New York. He activated his communicator to contact Purgatory, following the coordinates to teleport directly. How is development progressing? Are you accustomed to the customs and culture of this world? Wei Wu inquired directly, also expressing concern for the middle-aged man who had been summoned only to be immediately burdened with numerous troubles. Purgatory, tall and robust, stepped out from behind his desk, still clad in his classic combat attire complete with a beret, which puzzled Wei Wu. Why are you still dressed like this, considering you're the big boss now? That's not the case. The official top shareholder of the Kingdom Company is Shangbo, who is currently busy dealing with a gaggle of wealthy businessmen and politicians, Purgatory replied. Why? Wei Wu asked. Let's not get into it, though I regret to say it. I'm getting old, Purgatory confessed. Wei Wu squinted, regarding Purgatory with a questioning gaze. You could easily knock out a bull with a single punch, and you claim to be old? Haha, let's forget about that. Purgatory laughed heartily, the pretense dismissed. The truth is, I simply dislike mingling with those parasitic types. It's too exhausting. I prefer things as they are now. Mentoring the new recruits. Wei Wu quickly discerned Purgatory's ulterior motive. It was reminiscent of what he had observed with Gu Yi on numerous occasions. Are we all reaching retirement age now? Why is everyone thinking about retiring? Apologies for the digression. Wei Wu reined in his thoughts and followed up on Purgatory's comments. Speaking of training new recruits, how effective is the training manual? Upon hearing this, Purgatory became animated. That manual is astonishingly effective. Initially, he provided a straightforward response, then fell silent for a moment, as if weighing his words. Those who complete the training will possess a profound loyalty to the Kingdom Company, completely impervious to monetary temptations. As for coercion, it varies by individual. We experimented with some death row inmates, and simple threats of death do not sway them. Only exceptionally severe measures can compel them to betray the company. How severe? Wei Wu gasped in disbelief. Purgatory, perceptive as ever. Since Wei Wu's apprehension and clarified, we have thoroughly vetted those death row inmates. The death penalty is a mercy for them. As for company employees, only a select few privy to confidential information undergo the manual training. So rest assured, I maintain discretion. With a nod, Wei Wu recognized Purgatory's capabilities and character. Choosing not to probe further, he turned to inquire about the progress of the Kingdom Corporation in this world. Under the concise narration of the Inferno, Wei Wu grasped the situation after 10 minutes. Since a few years ago, when they brought in those researchers, the Kingdom Corporation, leveraging groundbreaking technology and Wei Wu's mindless accumulation of initial capital, had swiftly ascended to become a technological and energy behemoth in the United States, almost monopolizing the high-end arms market across the Americas within just a year. In the following year, the kingdom continued to expand, establishing branches worldwide, with at least one kingdom building on every continent except Antarctica. Moreover, the main universe's shadows occasionally returned with alien technology, which was funneled through Base Zero to the Kingdom Corporation. With the trifecta of favorable conditions, the Kingdom Corporation had undeniably become a super multinational corporation within the mutant universe. Naturally, the emergence of such an unprecedented company within a mere 2 years attracted a multitude of rival enterprises and coalitions, as well as probes from various factions. However, under the overwhelming pressure of absolute superiority and the inscrutable alliance of the Mind Gem, these opposing forces failed to make any significant waves, ultimately serving as sustenance for the Kingdom Corporation. These dynamics pertain to the human realm. In terms of mutants, the pressure was even less. Following the global uproar caused by Magneto's recent disturbance at the White House, although nations did not overtly target mutants, they secretly fortified their defenses. At this juncture, Inferno took decisive action, allowing Shambler to frequently appear before major newspapers worldwide, proclaiming the harmonious coexistence of mutants and humans. They even funded the establishment of mutant schools globally, emulating Charles. Furthermore, utilizing the Kingdom Corporation's subsidiaries, they developed gene suppression serums in collaboration with Bolivar and Viper, offering free treatment to mutants tormented by their appearances. Besides this, the Kingdom Corporation's initiative to win over public sentiment permeated every aspect, focusing on targeted solutions. The results were, naturally, remarkably effective. The Kingdom Corporation not only excelled in power, but also enjoyed an unparalleled reputation. After digesting this information, Wei Wu clicked his tongue. Yet, why did it feel as if we were the quintessential supervillains? Inferno raised an eyebrow at this remark. That assertion is misguided. Our employee benefits are world-class, encompassing comprehensive insurance, housing, and marriage accommodations. Do such benefits exist in this era? We had them from the start. Inferno nodded confidently. What about antitrust laws? I've never heard of such a thing. Inferno shook his head with assurance. To this, Wei Wu voiced his final lingering question. What about the Sentinels? Upon hearing this, Inferno flashed a wicked smile, embodying a seductive charm, revealing that Wei Wu had hit the nail on the head. Wei Wu, the Sentinels are a thing of the past. They're now known as the Kingdom Special Task Force. Wei Wu, what have you all been doing for 5 years? As if compelled to utter this phrase, Wei Wu found himself perplexed, unable to fathom how such a feat could be accomplished. Shoo, Purgatory urged, placing a finger to his lips to signal Wei Wu to remain composed. Before elucidating, it is not so much a matter of assimilation as it is a strategic partnership. The professor's telepathic abilities are quite troublesome. We cannot incorporate the war police, as we would not pass the training manual requirements. Then he has never investigated you? Wei Wu inquired, his brow furrowed, his gaze laden with caution and skepticism. Not all. Ever since Eric's tumultuous incident at the White House, the professor has scarcely left the academy, and the mind gem at headquarters has shown no signs of activity. Purgatory replied, stroking the stubble on his chin, equally perplexed. Charles is one of the 3 known threats in this universe, Wei Wu thought, his expression turning grave. He had come here with the intent to address both matters at hand. Suppressing his thoughts for the moment, Wei Wu shifted the conversation to inquire about the progress of various experimental projects. However, this time Purgatory refrained from reporting and suggested that Wei Wu consult with Viper, who possessed a deeper understanding of the technology. Recognizing that the middle-aged man before him sometimes struggled to comprehend even his own little genius watch, Wei Wu did not press Purgatory further. Very well, where is Viper? Is he underground? Sabina is in Greenland. Most of the researchers from the primary world are there. It serves as the kingdom's current research hub, Purgatory informed him. After receiving the coordinates, Wei Wu instructed Purgatory to draft a plan for establishing a transit base in Antarctica before heading through the portal to the research base in Greenland. The portal opened flawlessly in Viper's office, yet it was devoid of any occupants. Suspecting that Viper was likely engrossed in research, Wei Wu decided to take a leisurely stroll. During his wanderings, a security personnel clad in combat attire spotted Wei Wu, but upon verifying his supreme authority level within the kingdom, they silently withdrew. After a brief period of wandering, Wei Wu spotted Viper hurrying through a hall. He quietly followed, navigating the intricate pathways until the space before him opened up into a vast experimental zone, encompassing multiple sub-laboratories, its dimensions seemingly surpassing that of the Bird's Nest Stadium he had seen in his previous life. Momentarily entranced, Wei Wu continued to keep pace with Viper. After a while, Viper halted at one of the sub-experimental sites, where Wei Wu could see Bolivar, Maya Hansen, and Dr. SKS waiting. It was only at the urging of the group that Viper finally noticed Wei Wu behind him. Wei Wu, when did you arrive? I've been following you for a while now, Wei Wu replied. With a slight raise of his brow, Viper remarked, you arrived just in time. We have nearly completed your previous hypothesis, and it is perfect for you to observe. Once arrangements were swiftly made, a man stepped onto the experimental site. This is the project concerning the apocalypse virus, Viper explained. Wei Wu nodded in acknowledgement. The man, without shedding his garments, suddenly emanated a radiant glow. In the blink of an eye, his clothes were incinerated, revealing a body adorned with crimson patterns. Just as Wei Wu was about to inquire about safety and the potential for mass production, the soldier's right hand sprouted a red spike, compelling him to swallow his questions. That is a pseudo-symbiote capable of withstanding high temperatures. A pseudo-symbiote? Indeed, you have heard correctly. The Viper turned to gaze at Wei Wu. In the symbiote project, regardless of the direction we pursue, we cannot replicate a venomous entity that possesses both independent intelligence and the ability to resonate with the host's intentions. After numerous confirmations, we have concluded that the creation of such a biological symbiote is currently impossible. Thus, we have resorted to the development of a pseudo-symbiote. Wei Wu expressed his understanding. Although the symbiote was an effortless creation of Null, it was indeed Null, an existence that could carve out realms from the void, making its replication a matter beyond comprehension. The Viper continued, gesturing towards the soldier in the testing arena. The pseudo-symbiote, while lacking independent intelligence to alleviate the host's combat pressures, retains most of the symbiote's functionalities and operates under the user's conscious control, moving at will. We have discarded the weakness of high temperatures inherent to the symbiote. However, due to the manufacturing technology relying on nanotechnology, we can only elevate the threshold but cannot entirely eliminate the limitation. Soon, the crimson-tinged experimenter expelled a torrent of flames before retreating, followed by a 2-meter-tall black robot being wheeled into the testing area by the staff. Is this the Sentinel? Wei Wu inquired with a hint of anticipation. Indeed, Bolwar replied. Our company is engaged in treating mutants worldwide and establishing mutant academies. We have amassed a plethora of genetic samples, and this is the prototype of the second-generation Sentinel. Please elaborate, Wei Wu said, intrigued by this iron construct, which bore little resemblance to the Sentinels he was familiar with. We employed a layered design, incorporating a high-strength non-metallic skeletal framework, which offers exceptional impact resistance to safeguard the core energy source. The exterior is crafted from pseudo-symbiote material, though compromises were made. We sacrificed the capacity for rapid fluidity and arbitrary deformation in exchange for the ability to externally manifest genes. Additionally, both the inner and outer layers of this generation of Sentinels are equipped with independent intelligent subsystems, allowing them to operate autonomously. Wei Wu was taken aback. This design felt eerily familiar. Have you seen Terminator? He tentatively inquired, scrutinizing Bolvar's expression for any sign of discontent, yet found none. Ultimately, Wei Wu had to silently accept that this Sentinel, resembling a fusion of the 3009 models, was indeed a collaborative design by Bolvar and Shang-Bol. Following this, the capabilities of the Sentinel were tested. Its fundamental combat segmentation and weapon transformation were impressively comprehensive. Though it was unfortunate that Eric's inability to incorporate adamantium was a missed opportunity, otherwise, its performance could be deemed flawless. As for the replication of mutant abilities, this aspect underwent significant alterations. The original concept of copying abilities upon contact with mutants was discarded. This was because such an approach would confine the Sentinel to manifest only one ability at a time, while also failing to replicate psychic abilities akin to those of Eric and Charles. Consequently, the cost-effectiveness would be excessively diminished. At Shang-Bol's suggestion, Bolvar altered the strategy, opting to forego contact replication in exchange for enabling the Sentinel to utilize multiple mutant abilities concurrently. To be succinct, the Sentinel-20 can maintain its metallic exterior while being completely optically invisible, unleashing flames from one hand and eyes from the other, occasionally firing a few laser beams. Although the amalgamation of various abilities may lead to diminished effectiveness, the overall advantages outweigh the drawbacks. Soon, the experiment concluded, and Wei Wu, still in awe, proposed an idea. Could the pseudo-symbiote of the doomed soldier be endowed with mutant abilities? The Viper paused. According to data projections, one would need a physical resilience akin to that of the Hulk to withstand the chaotic interplay of various powers within one's body. With the experiment concluded, Bolvar and others returned to their duties, while the Viper beckoned Wei Wu to follow him into a highly secured chamber. Upon entering the vault, which surpassed even the security of a bank's treasury, Wei Wu beheld a towering figure clad in black and gold armor. Chapter 118, The First Mutant. This figure increasingly resembled the destroyer armor. Observing the familiar design, Wei Wu voiced his curiosity. This is a reconstruction using fragments of the destroyer armor. We melted down URU metal and reforged it, incorporating adamantium and... what else? Noticing the Viper's pause mid-sentence, Wei Wu pressed for answers. And a genuine symbiote. What? Stepping back, Wei Wu struggled to fathom what these researchers had undertaken. Seemingly sensing his incredulity, the Viper elaborated. We extracted a portion from the riot subject and cultivated it using a virus derived from a purple one. Although the success rate was alarmingly low, we managed to secure one successful case before the riot was entirely eradicated. With that, the Viper brought forth his terminal and manipulated it. From the crevices of the black and gold armor, a silvery fluid began to ooze, coalescing on the armor's surface into the semblance of a symbiote. Why does it seem rather unintelligent? Due to multiple cultivation attempts, while the symbiote retained its racial characteristics, the primary consciousness of the riot had been completely stripped away. What stood before them could be deemed a newborn symbiote, entirely unencumbered by the influence of its progenitor. Is this my personalized creation? The Viper nodded, producing a stylus. So, why not give it a try? Driven by curiosity, Wei Wu donned the armor under the Viper's guidance. As a visor sealed shut, he felt a smooth, warm substance gliding across his face, reminiscent of being licked by a large dog. How do I control this? Is it powered by sheer will? Unable to find a holographic display akin to the Mark Series armor, Wei Wu perceived this suit as not much different from an iron coffin. This armor incorporates URU metal, allowing for magical conductivity. The symbiote will assist you in achieving zero latency control of the armor. You might want to attempt casting 2 spells. Hearing this, Wei Wu cautiously conjured a basic magical whip, and indeed, the armor responded to his thoughts, the magical whip materializing amidst the dark, armored hands. It actually works? Under the vigilant observation of Viper, Wei Wu briefly tested this suit of armor and found the experience remarkably satisfactory, effectively compensating for his shortcomings in close combat. After completing the assessment of this success, Wei Wu intended to consult with Purgatory regarding some finer details. However, just as he emerged from the armor, a communication from Purgatory came through. Upon connecting, Purgatory's resonant voice echoed. Our personnel station in Cairo have reported a high-level mutant alert suspected to be Apocalypse. Wei Wu paused, pondering the coincidence. In the Purgatory office, the true decision-makers of the Kingdom Company convened. Wei Wu, Purgatory, Viper, and Shangbo Lu. A plethora of data was projected onto the table, and the most seasoned among them, Purgatory, spoke first. At 11:22 this morning, the Cairo branch of the kingdom detected the presence of the highest-level mutant nearby. According to the data within the base, it is almost certain that it is Apocalypse. Apocalypse is the most formidable adversary we have encountered to date. Wei Wu furrowed his brow, the thought of confronting such a troublesome entity causing him considerable distress. It seems I must return to the primary world to acquire the reality gem. Otherwise, I lack confidence. Although their faction included Jean Grey, Wei Wu secretly hoped that she would remain safely alive until her natural end. Otherwise, even with the reality gem, he doubted he could contend with Phoenix Force. I recall there is a Phoenix Force among the mutants. Why don't we take the opportunity to remain hidden while allowing the people of Cairo to evacuate? Shangbo Lu proposed, his suggestion hitting the mark. Unacceptable, Wei Wu instinctively shook his head. Our initial objective was to treat this universe as a reserve resource. If the Phoenix Force awakens, we might ultimately find ourselves compelled to retreat. For a moment, no one seemed to have a viable suggestion. In the past, such circumstances would have been inconceivable, yet the involvement of the Phoenix Force left Wei Wu in a state of indecision. What if we send a Sentinel to test the waters? Viper's icy voice silenced the room. Deploying the Sentinel now. Wouldn't that incite hostility from the mutants? Shangbo Li's gaze flickered among the others. After a fervent discussion lasting half an hour, Wei Wu ultimately made the decision to face Apocalypse himself, striving to resolve the situation without allowing the Phoenix Force to awaken prematurely. To this end, he returned to the primary world to fetch the reality gem, then went to the headquarters of the Kingdom Company in the War Police universe to retrieve the Mind Gem. Yet it did not end there. Equipped with both gems, he donned the symbiote armor. Facing such a powerful enemy for the first time, caution was prudent. With the decision made, Shangbo Lu and Purgatory issued a series of commands, and the colossal entity of the Kingdom Company began to mobilize. In Egypt, Cairo, the recently revived Apocalypse, grappling with a language barrier, followed the young Storm back to his home. His gaze swept across posters of mystique adorning the walls as he placed his hand on an old-fashioned television set. The ability to perceive electrical signals awakened within him, an inconspicuous skill acquired through countless cycles of existence. Moments later, he became aware of the significant events that had transpired during his millennia-long slumber. This world needed purification. What did you just say? The sudden emergence of the blue-skinned stranger speaking English puzzled Storm. Yet, given that this individual had saved her life, she inquired. Thank you for rescuing me. How may I assist you? Child, take me to meet your most powerful compatriot. As he spoke, Apocalypse's eyes turned white, and he placed his hand upon Storm's shoulder. In less than 10 seconds, her hair transformed to pure white, and the chandelier above began to sway, crackling with electricity. This was yet another ability of Apocalypse, one that awakened the potential of mutants without any adverse effects, unless one considered a change in hair color a side effect. In which case, let that statement be disregarded. Returning to the matter at hand, Storm was astounded by Apocalypse's power since her own awakening. She had never felt such formidable strength. Typically, she relied on her ability to stir the winds and lift dust for survival, but now, she sensed that she could conjure hurricanes capable of uprooting trucks. Lead the way, child. His gravelly voice pulled Storm from a reverie, and she guided this enigmatic figure towards Cairo's most prominent information broker. The journey proceeded smoothly. Under the right amount of coercion and tangible incentives, Apocalypse acquired his second envoy, the Psylocke. Following this, with Psylocke's guidance, Apocalypse employed the same tactics to locate Angel, healing the wings that had been incinerated in the arena and fortifying them into wings of steel. The third envoy, Angel, joined the ranks. Chapter 119, Apocalypse, Danger. In Poland, the reclusive Eric attempted to reclaim a semblance of normalcy, suppressing his powers in an effort to live out his days like an ordinary person. In recent years, under the auspices of a global giant known as the Kingdom Corporation, the plight of mutants had improved significantly, yet many still faced injustice in the shadows. Eric had gradually learned to let go. He was no longer the leader of the Brotherhood. However, each time he drifted into slumber, he was haunted by the spirits of those who perished by his hand, both foes and innocent bystanders. This had nearly become his psychological torment, and on several occasions, he contemplated seeking Charles's help to confront these inner demons. Yet, upon gazing at his young daughter Nina, Eric understood that this was a penance he must endure. As long as his family remained safe, that was sufficient. As with any ordinary day, Eric concluded his shift at the steel mill and returned home. 2 days prior, an accident had occurred at the plant, and instinctively, he had used his powers to save a young man. He had expected repercussions, yet it seemed that matters were unfolding favorably, as no one had sought him out. Dinner, television, and lulling his daughter to sleep marked the end of a tranquil and warm day. Until he saw Nina's eyes flutter shut, Eric comforted his wife and ventured outside alone. He sensed the presence of unwelcome guests lurking at his doorstep. Upon closing the door to his home, Eric's instincts alerted him that the 4 unfamiliar figures before his threshold harbored ill intentions. With a mere flick of his fingers, the chandelier above the entrance began to spin, casting light across the front yard. "Whom do you seek?" he inquired, his vigilance heightened as he scrutinized the visitors. "I believe you have ventured to the wrong place." Stepping forward, the foremost figure, known as Apocalypse, addressed him directly. "Child, we have come specifically to find you. I am but an ordinary person and can offer you nothing. I kindly ask you to leave." With unwavering resolve, Eric issued his eviction notice. Apocalypse, unfazed by the rebuke, held a deep admiration for capable kin. "You are not ordinary. I can enable you to forsake hiding and instead boldly exhibit your true power. I have no need for that, nor do I care." Eric impatiently interrupted Apocalypse, eager to dismiss the peculiar individuals before him. "Ah, I see. It is because of her, isn't it?" Apocalypse turned his gaze towards the second floor of Eric's home. Beneath a small window, a charming head peeked out, her innocent and curious eyes surveying the group below. "Nina, go find your mother," Eric exclaimed, a mixture of alarm and anger coursing through him, as he pulled a wrought iron rod from the ground, its soil-stained tip aimed at the intruders. Apocalypse remained composed, assuring him, "Do not fret. She is like us. Generally, I would not harm my own kind. You are all my children. Now, I can allow you to experience your true potential, after which you may decide your course." As Apocalypse's eyes glowed white, he prepared to enhance Eric's abilities, hoping to earn his genuine allegiance. This was a desperate maneuver. As his lifespan waned, his consciousness was vulnerable, necessitating absolute loyalty from his protectors. To achieve this, he could not afford to be egocentric. He had to consider the psychological state of his subordinates, at least until he acquired the ability to control minds. He needed to extend respect to those beneath him. However, just as he extended his hand, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The sounds of insects and the whispering wind vanished, and he could distinctly perceive the breaths of those present. Sensing a shift, Apocalypse activated another ability, the deconstruction of matter. With a sweeping glance, the vast expanse of woods to the side disintegrated into ash, revealing hidden figures behind the once dense foliage. You have taken control of them? Observing his subordinates seemingly frozen in place, Apocalypse's gaze turned wary as he regarded the distant silhouette. His concern was not rooted in fear of this ability. His own mental prowess had become unmatched through countless cycles of existence, yet he could not actively exert control over others. What troubled him was that this enigmatic individual bore no trace of kinship. In other words, this person was not a mutant. With a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, Apocalypse asked again, "Who are you?" As the figure approached, the aura of concealed power gradually dissipated, allowing Apocalypse to discern the identity of the newcomer. "He is an Asian individual, yet I have never encountered him before, even during previous readings of telepathic signals. There is not a trace of information regarding this person. Is it Apocalypse, then? I have come to seek your assistance." "What assistance?" Out of sheer curiosity, Apocalypse hesitated to act. It was the first time in his extensive existence that he witnessed a non-mutant possessing superhuman abilities. "I wish to borrow your body." As Wei Wu's words fell, he snapped his fingers, conjuring a mirror dimension that ensnared Apocalypse along with Eric and the four horsemen of Apocalypse. As the space shifted, the scenery remained that of the Polish mountains, yet the house behind Eric was now devoid of life. Remarkable. Apocalypse, usually unperturbed, exhibited a rare expression of astonishment. Wei Wu, who had been underestimated, felt a surge of elation. The less Apocalypse regarded him, the greater his likelihood of surprising him became. There is even more wonder to behold. Wei Wu raised his hands, and the earth around them began to upheave, as if a colossal hand was poised to crush the primordial mutant before them. Meanwhile, the four horsemen were swiftly transported to safety by a portal that erupted beneath their feet. Confronted by the encroaching land masses, Apocalypse raised his palm unhurriedly, his eyes veiled in white. The earth, along with the trees rooted within it, transformed into gray dust. Yet this was not the end. With a mere flip of his hand, the swirling gray sand surged like a mighty wave, enveloping Wei Wu entirely. The shield that Wei Wu had hastily erected shattered upon contact with the sand. Is this the essence of the superhuman tier? Wei Wu's heart raced. In that moment, he truly grasped the chasm that lay between the superhuman and the diamond class. Against the diamond-level Eric, he could still hold his ground for a brief duration, but against the superhuman Apocalypse, he found himself nearly powerless to resist. In light of this, let's unleash our full potential. There is no harm in doing so. In the midst of the sandstorm, Wei Wu grasped the void, summoning a crimson gem into his hand. With a slight exertion, he crushed it. The gem disintegrated into a flowing liquid, which he absorbed. Empowered by divine energy, Wei Wu unleashed cosmic energy blindly, shattering Apocalypse's gray sand barrier with sheer force. This is impossible. Apocalypse's awareness of the boundless energy of the Infinity Stones was on par with Wei Wu's current usage, and a look of confusion crossed his face. Wei Wu had no intention of enlightening Apocalypse. His gaze was solely fixated on the desire for Apocalypse's body. With a series of intricate hand seals, the sky of the mirror dimension fractured, revealing 4 openings, each several dozen meters in diameter, through which crimson light streamed. Following the light, several slender tendrils emerged, swiftly ensnaring Apocalypse's limbs. These were the advanced spells of the Scarlet Bind, a high-tier sorcery enhanced by the Reality Stone. As the peculiar tendrils wrapped around him, Apocalypse instinctively activated his powers in an attempt to break free. However, in the very next moment, as the scarlet tendrils transformed into ash, the red light instinctively grew back to replace them. Apocalypse was astounded. The scale of his previous activation was sufficient to raise a so-called modern city to the ground in mere breaths. Yet he could not free himself from a few strands of binding. On the other side, Wei Wu pressed the advantage, utilizing the reality stone to sustain the energy output of his spells, while simultaneously wielding the mind stone. In an instant, a brilliant yellow light surged forth. Wei Wu successfully entered the consciousness of Apocalypse. Chapter 120. The grand performance begins leveraging the Mind Stone to access Apocalypse's awareness. Wei Wu found himself amidst a misty white expanse where he confronted Apocalypse. I do not care how you managed to enter, but you should not be here. Apocalypse, confident in the mental prowess he had amassed over millennia, immediately manifested his mental energy, transforming into a colossal giant. As the giant, Apocalypse's voice echoed with an eerie resonance. You cannot defeat a true god. An overwhelming mental pressure bore down on Wei Wu, who felt that even the mental strength of the Ancient One paled in comparison to Apocalypse's. Indeed, formidable. My mentor's combined mental power does not equate to yours. Wei Wu remarked candidly. Begging for mercy will not save you. Apocalypse remained unfazed, raising his massive foot to crush Wei Wu's consciousness. In response, Wei Wu smiled nonchalantly. However, I never intended to engage you in a fair fight. In that fleeting moment, a radiant yellow light erupted, replacing the misty white space with vibrant hues. As Wei Wu's consciousness transformed into a blazing sun within this realm, the immense mental energy, spanning billions of years, obliterated Apocalypse's consciousness in a single encounter. Mission accomplished. With no regard for martial ethics, Wei Wu dispatched Apocalypse, retreating to his own body, dispelling all spells to return to reality. Yet, the Mind Stone continued to dominate the consciousness of those around him. Wei Wu stepped forward, partitioning part of his awareness to take control of the now vacant body of Apocalypse. He then placed the Mind Stone within Apocalypse's form, while his own essence reluctantly withdrew the reality stone, retreating into the shadows. After a brief adaptation to Apocalypse's physique, Wei Wu blinked, restoring the demeanor of the original Apocalypse. With a snap of his fingers, the Mind Stone activated, and Eric seamlessly became one of the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, while his wife and daughter remained peacefully asleep as usual. The previously recruited Angel, Psylocke, and Storm also appeared unaffected, as everything fell under Wei Wu's control. Effortlessly reshaping the forest that had been turned to ash by Apocalypse, Wei Wu perused the extensive skill set of Apocalypse for quite some time before locating the teleportation ability. A pale purple spatial bubble enveloped the 5 individuals, and they reappeared at the Academy across the Atlantic. By the artificial lake of the Academy, Charles, who was observing Cyclops adapting to his glasses, was the first to sense the invasion. A hint of panic washed over him. He had never encountered such a powerful mutant before. The last time he felt a mental response of this magnitude was during Jean's childhood. Casting a discreet glance at Jean, who remained oblivious, Charles turned to Hank. Hank, take the children and evacuate. The Academy is under attack. Familiar with Charles's demeanor, Hank was taken aback by his intensity and refrained from further inquiries. He swiftly began to evacuate the children while Charles propelled himself in his wheelchair towards the interior of the Academy, determined to confront the individual who so openly displayed their mental prowess. At that moment, he felt a gentle push from behind. It was a shock wave aiding him in moving his wheelchair forward. Alex, go assist Hank in leading everyone to safety. The professor remarked, Hank sent me here. He has already alerted the kingdom. Upon hearing that Hank had called for reinforcements, Charles exhaled in relief. Although he had never visited the Kingdom Corporation, Hank had communicated with them personally, and the kingdom's military forces were indeed formidable. Under Charles's direction, the imposing figure of Alex maneuvered the wheelchair into the study. Professor, who are they? Unlike his younger brother Scott, Alex exhibited a greater sense of composure and promptly inquired about Charles's intentions. Charles raised his hand slightly to signal Alex to wait as he pushed the wheelchair further into the room. Eric, what is the meaning of this? Upon encountering his old friend, Charles opted to engage in conversation first, reserving mental invasion as a last resort. The one who should address your question is me, child. The calm tone of Apocalypse, Wei Wu, resonated. What have you done to them? Charles refrained from responding to Apocalypse's words. As a telepath, he discerned that Eric and the other 3 mutants were under control. I require your assistance with a task. I have nothing to offer you. Observing the lack of rapport, Charles chose to invade Apocalypse's mind, yet was abruptly met with resistance. Professor. Alex noticed the grimace on Charles's face and prepared to intervene, but Charles restrained him. Alex, you must leave and stay with Hank and the others. But, go now, I can manage on my own. Reluctantly, and with a sense of trepidation, Alex departed from school. Outside, Hank anxiously inquired about Charles's condition upon seeing Alex emerge alone. Professor wants to speak with Eric and the others. Eric? Hank's expression deepened in confusion. Inside the study, Apocalypse succinctly conveyed his purpose to Charles. I merely require your assistance with two matters, to relay a message and to join us. Setting aside the fact that the amplifier is broken and I cannot help you relay a message, Charles fabricated a minor lie to buy time. However, Apocalypse, brimming with pride, retorted, I can assist you. We do not need such devices. 3 minutes later, Apocalypse's voice resonated simultaneously in the minds of every individual on Earth. Inferior mortals. I shall forge an immortal dynasty. We shall become the masters of the world. Mortals may challenge the divine from the heights of technological towers. Yet the divine cannot be defeated. Apocalypse's declaration of war against the world was accurately relayed through Charles. Concurrently, all nuclear weapons worldwide were controlled and launched into space. After broadcasting the proclamation, Charles silently regarded Apocalypse. I have completed the first task. However, I cannot possibly join you. If you seek to control me, I shall detonate my mind within yours, and you shall not fare well either. For the second task, I merely require your physical form. With an air of nonchalance, Apocalypse uttered this statement as he exerted telekinetic force to choke Charles and teleport away. Outside the academy, everyone heard the sudden utterance that had emerged in their minds. The students recognized it as the voice of the professor and turned to Hank, seeking answers from his lips. However, Hank himself was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding events. At that moment, Sheen stealthily approached Hank and whispered, the professor has been taken. In Cairo, he wants us to organize the apocalypse. How do you know? Hank inquired. The professor conveyed this message to me through a special psychic wavelength, she replied. Hank pondered her words thoughtfully. The roar of helicopters filled the sky as S.H.I.E.L.D. seized the opportunity to apprehend the mutants. This time, he acted on military orders, using the chaos caused by Charles as a pretext to capture several specific targets. Yet, before his helicopter could stabilize, multiple fighter jets produced by the Kingdom Corporation soared low across the horizon. The jets moved with remarkable speed, swiftly hovering above the academy before descending steadily. From them emerged Purgatory, leading a squad of fully armed combat personnel. This area has been commandeered by the military. I kindly request your company to vacate the premises. S.H.I.E.L.D. stepped forward, intent on driving away the Kingdom Corporation. However, regarding Wei Wu's plans, Purgatory showed no deference to S.H.I.E.L.D. Colonel S.H.I.E.L.D., I believe there has been a misunderstanding. The War Police are the official partners of the kingdom. We have arrived in response to a plea from our allies. This is not a matter for you to dictate. Are you attempting to breach the contract signed with the military? S.H.I.E.L.D. retorted. What contract? Purgatory replied, feigning ignorance, clearly dismissive of S.H.I.E.L.D. The kingdom has no authority to override the military's jurisdiction. Is that so? Purgatory arched an eyebrow. It was once the case, but now the situation has changed. Beep. A notification sounded as Purgatory activated the terminal on his wrist, a smile creeping across his face. Now we possess the enforcement authority. He thrust the recently passed bill into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face and arranged for personnel to temporarily escort the mutant students away. Undeterred, S.H.I.E.L.D. attempted to intervene, but the kingdom's task force, clad in exoskeletons, had already trained their weapons on him. Colonel, be mindful of your position. Should you engage in any further ambiguous actions, we are entitled to defend ourselves. Without a backward glance, Purgatory reprimanded S.H.I.E.L.D. and boarded the fighter jet. He had pressing matters to attend to regarding the company in Cairo and could not afford to squander time with a mere colonel like S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 121. The performance concludes Wei Wu, controlling the body of Apocalypse, prepare to seize Charles's essence, just as depicted in the original narrative. At that moment, Purgatory arrived with the War Police. During the possession process, Wei Wu unleashed his power, ostensibly battling Charles's psychic force to a standstill, while secretly using the Mind Stone to permanently weaken Charles, simultaneously healing his leg. After a brief encounter with the warriors, Wei Wu slipped away amidst the chaos of the Inferno's ultimate move, creating an illusion that the apocalypse had perished. This battle did not awaken Jing. Sign-in reward. Crescent Moon. The ability of Crescent Moon is to summon a Qinglong, not the mythical one, but still formidable. Subsequently, through the operations of the Kingdom Company, the warrior's universe transformed into a stable stronghold for the Fearless Covenant. Upon returning to the main world, Crescent Moon directly provided the Sage with information, leading the previously dispatched Zero and the Hunter to track down Wen Wu's whereabouts. At this juncture, Wen Wu had been ensnared by the Soul Devourer, and Wei Wu opted for a physical persuasion approach, acquiring the 10 rings while simultaneously learning the method to enter Taro Village. The 10 Rings gang was also subdued, becoming a small hidden unit. Wei Wu then summoned the template, One Decision, obtained during the sign-in process in the Guardians of the Galaxy storyline. The mission of One Decision operates independently from the Fearless Covenant, masquerading as a lone wolf assassin, while still being able to access the resources of the Fearless Covenant. Here, One Decision returned to its former profession, working as an assassin, the latest dual flower red stick of the 10 Rings gang, taking on various contracts. Wei Wu and the healer ventured into Taro Village, utilizing the healing ability of our Wei Shui medical saint S.H.I.E.L.D to assist the healer in defeating the Soul Devourer. Taro Village was assimilated, and this independent dimensional space gradually became refined by Wei Wu. Meanwhile, as an assassin, One Decision unexpectedly encountered Lawyer Ma and Uncle F.A., who were collaborating to deal with Kingpin. The three formed an instant alliance, causing chaos on the streets of New York. Consequently, one could witness the trio of Kingpin, the 10 Rings gang, and the unexpected appearance of a high schooler, Spider-Man. Ultimately, during a dispute between Lawyer Ma and Uncle F.A. regarding how to handle Kingpin, the strategically retreating Kingpin was cornered by Spider-Man and, surprisingly, met his demise at the hands of the young hero. Spider-Man was taken aback, yet was comforted by Lawyer Ma in disguise. On the other hand, after leading the 10 Rings gang to eliminate the underground forces in New York, this action drew the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Typically, such gang conflicts go unnoticed by S.H.I.E.L.D. One Decision found itself on S.H.I.E.L.D's wanted list pursued by Black Widow. Yet it was evident that she was no match for One Decision, who captured her instead. Upon seizing Black Widow, One Decision revealed that S.H.I.E.L.D. was already riddled with flaws, an assertion that made Black Widow feel One Decision possessed significant knowledge. Simultaneously, Director Egghead, while driving, encountered the Winter Soldier. The subsequent storyline mirrored that of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, as it involved S.H.I.E.L.D. internal affairs. The Avengers and the Fearless Covenant could not intervene publicly. However, a humorous moment arose during the elevator scene between Captain America and Crossbones. Crossbones remained convinced until his death that the Captain America from the first Avengers was a guise of Loki. Under Black Widow's persuasion, One Decision feigned ignorance and joined the operation to eradicate Hydra, ultimately succeeding in organizing the Insight program. In the aftermath, S.H.I.E.L.D. became a mere shell of its former self. Wei Wu's sign-in rewarded him with Swift Wind, which, to some extent, allowed the Avengers to fulfill the role that S.H.I.E.L.D. once held. The Fearless Covenant remained unchanged and did not expand. However, the Kingdom Company began to establish itself in the main world. The scene shifts to the cosmos, where Moth and Silver Guardian navigate the narrative of Quill as patricide. This segment emphasizes a lighthearted and joyous tone, devoid of any significant high-octane battles. Ultimately, Silver Guardian is rescued by Moth. Indeed, Moth has met her demise once more. And through Moth's broadcast, Wei Wu signs in after a brief period of tranquility. Following this, Thanos launches a blitzkrieg against Xander. Odin of Asgard finds himself on the brink of collapse. After an intimate father-son conversation with Loki in the dungeon, he instructs Loki to impersonate him while he retreats to Earth for a quiet retirement. On Earth, the events of Avengers Age of Ultron unfold, albeit this time. The unfortunate Ultron has just installed the anti-gravity device in Sokovia. The Invincible Covenant descends from the heavens, with the Source Energy antagonist leading the charge. You have been stripped of your power. By the time Tony and Vision arrive, they can only witness Ultron's Legion malfunctioning in place, alongside Wanda and Quicksilver, who are ensnared. In collaboration with Vision, Ultron is swiftly dispatched. However, upon hearing Ultron's final words, Vision is moved, failing to realize that excessive anthropomorphism can sometimes lead to unfortunate outcomes. As Age of Ultron concludes, Ant-Man Scott Lang is released from prison. The storyline of Ant-Man did not draw Wei Wu's attention, so he disregarded it, merely summoning Ghost to steal some PIM particles to experiment with. With Sokovia still intact, the Accords naturally do not come into play. Baron Zemo's family survives. And although he harbors animosity towards superhero organizations, he does not align himself against the Avengers. Out of caution and curiosity, he begins to investigate the Invincible Covenant. Black Widow had proactively leaked substantial top-secret information from S.H.I.E.L.D. The more he investigates, the more astonished Zemo becomes. Although lacking concrete evidence, he deduces from various clues that since 2008, the Invincible Covenant has been intertwined with nearly every major incident. He suspects a significant connection between Wei Wu's advisor and the Invincible Covenant. Meanwhile, remnants of Hydra, under the dual pursuit of Black Widow and Ghost, collaborate with the Red Room. The data on Winter Soldier falls into the hands of the Red Room, which is currently producing a replica master, thus plotting to exploit Winter Soldier. Regrettably, our indomitable Ghost has arrived, wielding an impenetrable shield, and single-handedly pierces through the entirety of the Red Room. The replica master attempts to flee, but is forcibly confronted by Ghost in a designated area, ultimately meeting a bitter end. By the time Black Widow arrives, the Red Room has been obliterated, leaving only a few agents, and those yet to be completely brainwashed alive. As the battlefield is cleared, Black Widow retrieves the data regarding Winter Soldier to present to the Avengers, inevitably igniting a rift between Steve and Tony. However, neither wishes to fracture the Avengers. They act covertly. Tony seeks out Winter Soldier alone, as does Steve, yet ultimately, Tony cannot forgive Winter Soldier for his actions. The three engage in a fierce confrontation at the abandoned Hydra base, culminating in Steve leaving behind his shield. Nevertheless, the Avengers remain united. Upon Tony's return, he publicly announced Steve's retirement, feeling utterly drained himself and contemplating his own departure. However, before taking that step, he intended to recruit some fresh talent for the Avengers. Thus, the likes of Spider-Man, Eddie, and Matt found themselves on his list of potential recruits. Yet at that moment, Venom encountered a grave predicament. His son, Carnage, sought to commit patricide. Fortunately, Tony would not allow his chosen candidates to be easily discarded, dispatching an armored suit equipped with sonic weaponry to neutralize Carnage. During the post-battle assessment, Tony extended an invitation to Eddie, who accepted this time, having previously declined Agent Coulson's offer. With Venom secured, Tony prepared to continue his quest for new blood, but an infernal flaming skull, drawn by the scent of Carnage's heinous acts, arrived on the scene. The Ghost Rider, arriving too late, intended to depart upon finding the target dead. Sensing the Ghost Rider's ominous presence, and knowing his trail was often littered with unexplained fatalities, Tony sought to intercept him. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation without a clear victor. Meanwhile, at Base Zero, Wei Wu suddenly realized that Jetstream, who had incessantly clamored to leave, had not completed his university education. Not only Jetstream, but even Phoenix turned out to be a dropout. This was unacceptable, so Wei Wu, against the consensus, leveraged his connections to enroll both into the senior year at Midtown High School. That year was relatively tranquil, with the Fearless Covenant establishing contact with Wakanda. Chi-Chi traveled for educational exchanges, while Jetstream and Phoenix collaborated with the younger Spider-Man on a mission against Vulture. During this period, Wei Wu achieved a milestone, signing in for Starfall. Following this, the narratives of Black Panther and Doctor Strange progressed in parallel. Kaecilius remained devoted to Dormammu, while Wei Wu returned to Camartage. As promised, Strange arrived, and under the request of the Ancient One, Wei Wu played along, assuming the role of Strange senior disciple. In the subsequent storyline, Wei Wu dutifully served as a tool for the Ancient One, following her every directive until her demise in Strange's presence, effectively completing her retirement. Although aware that the Ancient One's retirement was merely a FA-ade, Wei Wu regarded her as the individual who knew him best in this world. For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of regret. However, he transformed that sorrow into rage. summoning Starfall and tricking Strange into handing over the time stone that the Ancient One had just passed to him. Empowered by the 3 stones, Wei Wu stormed into Dormammu's realm. Starfall sealed the entrance, and while he could not defeat Dormammu in battle, he certainly vexed him to no end. Ultimately, Dormammu, unable to endure further, conceded with reparations, allowing Wei Wu to return to Earth, where he returned the Time Stone to Strange, permitting him to continue his role as the Sorcerer Supreme. During this process, Wei Wu signed in 4 Sea God. Meanwhile, in Wakanda, during Chi-Chi's educational visit, Killmonger returned seeking vengeance. Newly ascended King T'Challa found himself overpowered and cast down a cliff. On his first day in power, Killmonger sought to expel Chi-Chi and even attempted to barter with the Fearless Covenant. However, he fell victim to Chi-Chi's 8 little chicks, and by the time T'Challa healed on the snowy mountains and returned home, he discovered he had already won. The actions of Kahala, which displayed a blatant disregard for the local culture of Wakanda, incited the ire of the tribal elders. Before being expelled, Shuri clandestinely bestowed upon Kahala a plethora of Wakandan technology. Meanwhile, the Kingdom Corporation, in stark contrast to the overtly aggressive developments within the War Machine universe, quietly expanded its influence. Establishing a base in South Africa, they aimed to secure the vibranium trade held by Namor. The negotiations, however, proved to be fraught with difficulties. In a fit of rage, Hellfire summoned the Sea God from the Unbreakable Covenant, allowing Namor to witness the wrath of the ocean. Ultimately, the 2 parties reached an agreement, with the kingdom adhering to its principle of not taking advantage of others. In the cosmos, Thanos seized control of the planet Titan, quickly gaining notoriety. Most factions presumed this madman intended to annihilate half of all life once again, yet the Guardians of the Galaxy recognized that this purple-skinned tyrant was after the Infinity Stones. After deliberation, they resolved to investigate the matter, but encountered the Celestial Evolutionary en route. The Celestial Evolutionary ascertained that Rocket and the elusive mysterious Fog were with the Guardians. Faced with trouble, the Guardians had no choice but to engage in battle with the Celestial Evolutionary. This scenario effectively foreshadowed the events of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Although Rocket participated throughout, and the self-destruct mechanism on his heart was not activated, numerous iconic moments unfolded during this confrontation. Who threw that knife? Upon resolving their conflict with the Celestial Evolutionary, the Guardians welcomed Nebula as a new member, only to find themselves confronted by Thanos, the second in command of the Mad Titan. After effortlessly dispatching the Guardians, Thanos abducted Gamora, mirroring the events of Avengers: Infinity War. From the mouth of the skeleton, he learned the cost of acquiring the Soul Stone, ultimately choosing to pursue his grand design. With 2 stones secured, Thanos hastened to Asgard. This time, he was well prepared, bringing with him all his resources from across the universe, determined to succeed or perish. Without the Valkyrie Legion and Odin to defend Asgard, Thanos appeared to be an unstoppable force. However, Odin returned just before the battle commenced. Aware of Odin's impending demise, Thanos opted against a direct confrontation with the dying god. After some bargaining, Thanos withdrew his forces, vowing never to invade Asgard again in exchange for the Space Stone. Loki and Frigga were perplexed, but Odin, recognizing that he could not subdue Thanos for both stones, sought to avoid further devastation to Asgard. Following the execution of the Covenant, Odin could no longer endure and urged Frigga to summon Thor, wishing to converse with his 2 sons before his passing. With 3 stones in his possession, Thanos prepared to journey to Earth to execute his plan. Meanwhile, upon Gamora's abduction, the Guardians learned of Thanos' intentions from Nebula and began a frantic search across the universe. Mantis promptly contacted Shadow to report the unsettling developments. However, the War Machine universe was coincidentally embroiled in the Dark Phoenix storyline, where Wei Wu had already ventured forth with the Mind Stone and Reality Stone. Just before Shadow could transport, Thanos' forces arrived on Earth. This time, Thanos was thoroughly prepared, using the Space Stone to seal off the entirety of Earth's spatial dimensions. The teleportation of a shadowy figure was inadvertently interrupted by Thanos. The spatial gateway, which originally connected the universe of the Guardians and the main world, was forcefully shut down due to a code conflict triggered by the Space Stone. After successfully managing the situation with the Dark Phoenix, Wei Wu turned back to find the portal closed, an ominous premonition arising within him. In the main world, The unprepared Avengers and the Fearless Covenant were caught off guard by Thanos' sudden attack, given that previous intelligence had never been erroneous. The Fearless Covenant had not anticipated that the Twilight of the Gods would commence with Thanos leading an assault. A skirmish erupted as Thanos brought an overwhelming fleet, leaving Earth's forces severely outnumbered and retreating under relentless pressure. Fortunately, Starfall managed to summon the Time Stone from Doctor Strange, alongside the assistance of the Sea God, which prevented an early collapse of their front line. Meanwhile, Thor, who narrowly missed encountering Thanos, shared a heartfelt final moment with Odin, after which Odin formally bequeathed the throne to Loki, departing to Valhalla himself. However, with Odin's demise, Hela broke her seal, and upon learning about her newfound brothers from Odin, she initiated a conflict, plunging Asgard into turmoil. On Earth, the Guardians of the Galaxy emerged from the cosmos, encircling Thanos from behind, slightly improving the battlefield situation. In the realm of the Guardians, with the closure of the spatial gateway, the flow of time returned to the main world's 60-fold pace. Unable to contact the main world, Wei Wu attempted to return on his own. After a period of exploration, he tried to use the Reality Stone to draw upon his own dimension, but the distance proved insurmountable. In desperation, he drew upon a portion of the Phoenix Force, and, with the aid of the Reality Stone, successfully accomplished a universe-level traversal. Through a series of trial and error, he aided Toby in resolving an alien slime issue. He rescued Gwen with Garfield's help, and he even engaged in a brawl with Deadpool across various universes. Amidst these constant traversals, Wei Wu received news of fallen templates through the system. After a prolonged period, listening to the demise of templates one by one, despair settled within him. Ultimately, he entered a hypothetical world. Having witnessed countless possibilities across the multiverse, his spirit now extinguished. He had exhausted the last vestiges of borrowed Phoenix power. The Observer, noticing this unexpected intruder, invited Wei Wu to join in the fight against the 6 Infinity Stones Ultron. At this juncture, Wei Wu had surrendered to fate and joined the Observer's ranks, unleashing all his pent-up grievances upon the 6 Infinity Stones Ultron. In battle, he shone brilliantly, continuously vanquishing foes across numerous universes, his own strength reaching the pinnacle of the extraordinary. Ultimately, the collective efforts of the group led to the defeat of the 6 Infinity Stones Ultron, granting Wei Wu a wealth of experience that propelled him to the zenith of myth, stepping into a realm of semi-empowerment. This marked a transcendence of stature. The higher the level, the more cosmic avenues he could access, allowing him to sense the general direction of the main world. After the war, the Observers individually returned their assembled companions to their respective universes. When it was Wei Wu's turn, he made a request to the Observer Fatu, adhering to the principle of repaying kindness. Utilizing the innate abilities of the Observer clan, Fatu guided Wei Wu through a multitude of universes, successfully returning him home. It was only at this moment that Wei Wu realized he had been heading in the wrong direction from the very beginning. With no time to lament his own folly, he found himself back in the main world. Upon his arrival, he was met with a desolate landscape strewn with the wreckage of spaceships. The once proud location of the Avengers headquarters was now reduced to crumbled walls and ruins. Amidst the debris stood Thanos, solitary and imposing, his left hand adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, its multicolored gems radiating light. "I have waited for you far too long," he declared. Having guarded Earth for years, Thanos had become adept at wielding the 5 stones. The mythic Wei Wu, now endowed with dimensional prowess, faced Thanos in a climactic battle. To condense the tale, the victor was indeed Wei Wu. He gathered the scattered gems from the ground, effortlessly conjuring a brand new Infinity Gauntlet. The 6 stones were restored to their rightful places. A snap of his fingers unleashed a cascade of vibrant colors, transporting Wei Wu to a realm of resplendent hues, where he encountered many familiar faces, the Avengers of the main world, his own agents, and figures from his multiverse journey. At the deepest recesses of this space resided memories from his past life. This realm reflected the innermost thoughts of those who wielded the 6 stones and served as the catalyst for the wishing mechanism of the Infinity Stones. After deep contemplation, Wei Wu made a wish. However, the stones responded by urging him to reconsider. "Then send me to meet the one capable of fulfilling my desire." As he articulated his wish, a blinding white light enveloped everything. When his vision returned, he found himself before a tall and magnificent figure. The being's form shimmered with celestial bodies, each glimmer resonating with the essence of an entire multiverse. You are the first entity to behold my true form. State your wish. Boomed an incomprehensible voice that filled Wei Wu's mind, yet he understood its meaning. I cannot articulate my wish through words. You should be able to perceive my thoughts. The towering figure remained silent for a moment before responding. Very well. With a voice imbued with the highest of laws, Wei Wu felt as though he experienced a profound, out-of-body encounter akin to that of Strange. Before him unfolded countless universes in reverse, with barriers shattering into oblivion. Simultaneously, on Earth in the main world, from the point where Wei Wu snapped his fingers, a wave of white light swept across the ground at an unfathomable speed, traversing the entire cosmos. The 6 stones returned to the universe, and the superfluous gems dissolved into nothingness. Buildings and life returned to the Earth, leaving people bewildered as they gazed at their surroundings. In a corner of the omnipotent universe, the agents lingered in the final moment before their consciousness faded. Recognizing the familiar layout before them, they understood that they had returned home. In the realm of Valorant, amidst the lingering confusion, Hell received a message. Earth had communicated that they had discovered an abundance of source crystals, expressing a desire for dialogue. As clarity began to return, Wei Wu found himself on a grassy slope, with the distant silhouette of the city etched in the depths of his memory.